from an academic overachiever to a struggling student in merely 3 months. As the Gaokao approaches, He Liang receives a disheartening expulsion notice. With a serene demeanor, He Liang calmly states, "What is an academic overachiever? I aspire to become a deity of learning, studying sports, the arts. I am He Liang, the versatile genius." In Shenzhen City, Longgang District, at the office of the director of Qingda High School, "He Liang, please sign this," urged the short and plump director Wu Qing, gazing at the handsome student standing before him with a smile. On the desk lay a contract. "3 years ago, when you were pleading for my acceptance, you did not say this." He Liang clenched his fists and lowered his head, speaking in a low tone. Wu Qing straightened slightly, though his beer belly remained conspicuous, his smile gradually fading. "Come now, don't be difficult. Just sign it. There is no room for negotiation." He Liang raised his head, inhaling deeply to suppress the anger and complexity within, feigning calmness as he replied, "Are you truly going to add insult to injury?" 3 years prior, he ranked third in the city for the high school entrance examination. To attract top talent, Qingda High School had sent Wu Qing to extend an invitation with a scholarship contract. The contract explicitly stated that all 3 years of tuition would be waived, along with an annual scholarship of up to 17,000. Coming from a poor family, with parents who scavenged to provide for him, this contract was the reason He Liang chose Qingda High School. Yet now, Wu Qing demanded he withdraw from the agreement. Wu Qing suddenly chuckled, tapping his fingers on the glass tabletop. 3 years ago, I invited you to join us. But this contract, given your current state." He paused, his eyes filled with derision. "Do you even deserve it?" Each word pierced He Liang's heart, causing him to tremble. His fists clenched tightly, sharp nails digging into his palms, the pain sharp yet seemingly unnoticed. A self-deprecating smile graced He Liang's lips. 3 months ago, you commended my exceptional grades, ranking first in the year. I was the student most likely to be admitted to Qingbei University," Wu Qing declared, slapping the contract against the desk. "But now, last place." He slammed the contract onto the table, scoffing, "You're nothing but a useless student now, am I wrong? You must sign this contract, whether you want to or not." He Liang's gaze became unfocused, memories he wished to forget flooding his mind. Once a top student, handsome and exuding confidence, he had been a figure of admiration at school. Teachers praised him, and numerous girls pursued him. However, everything changed with a sudden fainting spell 3 months ago. After awakening, He Liang found himself plagued by excessive sleepiness and an inability to concentrate, his grades plummeting faster than a landslide. Consequently, whispers quickly surrounded him. He Liang must have been promiscuous, leading to this downfall. Lack of focus? Clearly a sign of kidney deficiency. Perhaps he suffers from some illness. Such rumors abounded, weighing heavily upon him. For 3 months, he had borne the disgrace of being labeled an intellectual fool, a destitute failure, and a shallow man. Wu Qing squinted, a flicker of coldness crossing his rotund face. "He Liang, once you sign the contract, the higher-ups will consider expelling you." This announcement struck He Liang like a bolt from the blue. He raised his head, attempting to articulate a response, but words eluded him. What could he say? The reality of being in last place felt like a zipper, sealing his lips shut. A bitter smile formed at the corners of He Liang's mouth, his nails digging deeper into his palm. Wu Qing narrowed his eyes, observing the stark contrast of the boy before him compared to 3 months prior, his gaze icy. "He Liang, I will be frank with you, this is the school's directive. Given your current state, how could you even hope to participate in the grand plan?" 4 months ago, the Shao Group, a corporate giant in Sujiang City, reached an agreement with Sujiang University, second only to Qingbei in the nation, to launch a prestigious initiative. Participation in the university's biology competition would guarantee a scholarship of 100,000 and direct admission to Sujiang University for those who placed in the top 3 across districts. Sujiang University, renowned as one of China's finest institutions, attracts countless aspirants each year yearning for entry. In the preliminary round of the Grand Plan, 50 candidates from Longgang District qualified for the next stage. Only 5 from Qingda High School were among them, and He Liang was one of them. What use is it for such a person to take the exam? Will he score 0? Perhaps 1? At that time, Qingda High School would undoubtedly become the laughingstock among other schools. How would the Shao Group and Sujiang University perceive this? With these thoughts, Wu Qing felt increasingly agitated, his tiny eyes fixed on He Liang, sneering, "Damn it, we invited a useless student 3 years ago." Wu Qing's words disregarded He Liang's presence entirely. Expelling He Liang was his own suggestion. He felt He Liang tarnished his reputation. Inviting He Liang to the school was the gravest mistake he had ever made. Take this contract and leave. He Liang, I will give you 2 days to contemplate. After that, sign the contract, he said impatiently, waving his hand, eager to dismiss He Liang. He Liang picked up the contract from the table, unsure of how he exited the office. He Liang, a familiar gentle voice called out to him. He Liang turned towards the sound. Before him stood a familiar and breathtakingly beautiful face, with an oval visage that seemed to radiate elegance. Dressed in a school uniform, her fair skin resembled milk, and her large, expressive eyes sparkled with life, emanating a serene aura akin to a beautiful girl from a comic book. Meng Tong, He Liang forced a laugh, discreetly concealing the contract behind him. Chen Meng Tong, once his desk, mate in freshman year, had been separated from him due to class changes in sophomore year. Yet despite the separation, they had exchanged knowledge frequently before the unfortunate incident occurred. Her academic performance was exceptional, ranking second in the entire year, also qualifying for the next round of the Grand Plan, and she was the goddess pursued by countless boys. I have something for you, Chen Meng Tong said, her delicate face devoid of expression. She extended a small bare notebook towards He Liang. This is my biology notes. In these last 100 days, work hard. Try for a vocational college. I don't want your mother to be too heartbroken. From now on, don't seek me out again. With that, she turned and walked away. However, as she reached the corner, her pace faltered, her eyes momentarily flickering with complexity as if she had a multitude of words to express. But ultimately, she sighed softly, speaking in a voice only she could hear, He Liang, I'm sorry, I don't want to hurt you. The once confident genius, the boy who had stirred her heart profoundly, now lay in ruins. In the corridor, He Liang was left in silence. In his left hand, the bare notebook, in his right, the expulsion contract. The wind blew gently, scattering fallen leaves. A sense of melancholy washed over He Liang. A self-mocking smile emerged on his face. Suddenly, a chime echoed in his mind. Absorption. Complete. The all-purpose work system has been activated. As the host activates the system for the first time, a brief introduction will follow to facilitate the host's work. This neutral voice appeared abruptly, causing He Liang to stiffen. He felt a cool sensation in his mind, akin to applying menthol to his temples. The drowsiness that had plagued him for 3 months began to dissipate. His condition was unprecedentedly invigorated. The all-purpose work system allows the host to earn daily wages based on their job position. By completing work tasks, the host can gain experience points to elevate their position and increase daily earnings. Daily wages can be exchanged for various items within the 9 districts. Chapter 2. Diminished, a constricted vision, He Liang felt as though the heavens were playing a cruel joke on him. Ouch! What a sharp pain. He had long lost count of how many times he had pinched his own cheek. Each time brought a more vivid sensation of pain. Each serving as a poignant reminder that he was not dreaming. The lethargy that had plagued him for 3 months dissipated entirely. He Liang focused intently, a myriad of knowledge points flashing through his mind, and within mere seconds, he calculated the product of a 3-digit number and a 2-digit number with astonishing ease. Previously, such a feat would have been utterly impossible. He trembled all over, a mixture of anticipation and trepidation coursing through him as he silently chanted, the all-purpose work system. Before him, a data interface suddenly materialized. Host, He Liang, 0100, position, trainee worker, next level, junior worker, daily wage, 10 work coins. 0 below were numerous abyss-like openings, unfathomably deep and scattered throughout his field of vision. To the left, 2 openings bore the golden inscriptions, lottery zone, learning zone. To the right, however, 7 openings were shackled by chains of dark purple, devoid of golden lettering. He Liang trembled with excitement, his eyes slightly reddening. For he understood that the nightmare had come to an end. Everything was poised to turn from despair to hope. Whether the system was real or not was of secondary concern. As long as he could restore his former intellect, all challenges would be effortlessly surmountable. Who could fathom the agony of those 3 months? A radiant light ignited in his eyes, a stark contrast to the naive confidence he had possessed 3 months prior. Now imbued with a touch of composure, He Liang's gaze returned to the data panel before him. The learning zone. With a mere thought, he reached out to touch the black void of the learning zone. In an instant, the data shifted once more. Levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, ultimate high school mathematics, intermediate, advanced costs 200 work coins high school Chinese, intermediate, advanced costs 200 work coins high school English, intermediate, Advanced costs 200 work coins high school physics, intermediate. Advanced costs 200 work coins high school chemistry, intermediate. Advanced costs 200 work coins high school biology, intermediate. Advanced costs 200 work coins. The structure was simple and clear, readily comprehensible. With work coins, one could redeem corresponding abilities. A cold yet courteous voice emanated beside him. Nice to meet you. A bonus of 300 work coins has been granted. He Liang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he envisioned grand plans and declared, redeem for advanced high school biology. Instantly, his work coins dwindled to a mere 100. Yet, a torrent of information surged into his mind, exploding like a burst of light. Countless knowledge points, many of which he had never studied, vividly materialized in his consciousness. The all-purpose work system was indeed real. His eyes sparkled with increasing brilliance. This was no mere figment of his tightly wound psyche. His emotions surged as a multitude of faces flickered through his mind, the derisive smirk of Director Wu Qing, the eager gazes of his parents, the sympathetic yet schadenfreude expressions of his classmates, and the disappointed eyes of the top student, Chen Mengdong. After a prolonged moment, He Liang exhaled deeply. The head that had perpetually hung low was now lifted. His back straightened, standing tall like a pine. He strode toward the classroom, and upon reaching the trash bin, he calmly discarded the withdrawal contract. Without looking back, he softly yet resolutely murmured, "What I have lost, I shall reclaim in its entirety." In the senior year, there were 9 classes, with Class 1 and Class 2 designated as the elite classes. Class 2 was He Liang's class. As he returned to the classroom, the bell for the first evening study session rang. His entrance attracted numerous glances from his classmates, some filled with disdain, others with pity. He Liang merely smiled faintly, unperturbed, as he took his seat in the first row on the far left. With a loud clap, the biology teacher, Zhao Ruobing, entered and struck the blackboard. Her youthful, fair face bore an expression of seriousness as she addressed the class. "Students, your homeroom teacher is on leave today, and we will conduct a biology quiz during this evening study session. Those who score at the bottom will follow the usual protocol and stay behind to clean the classroom." "Are we still cleaning the classroom?" A tall, slender boy sitting in the center of the front row adjusted his black-framed glasses, slightly curling the corners of his mouth as he questioned. The biology class representative, Guolin, glanced over at He Liang on the far left, seemingly sighing with regret. "Isn't it our classmate He Liang who will end up sweeping the floor again? How pitiful. Classmate He Liang has already swept for 17 days. He lamented, his eyes gleaming with schadenfreude, his tone dripping with sarcasm. The other 50 students turned their gazes toward the first row's far left, erupting into laughter. He Liang remained calm, betraying no hint of disturbance, as if he were oblivious to their mockery. Zhao Ruobing furrowed her brow and intervened. "All right, everyone, stop laughing." Then, her gaze fell upon He Liang, tinged with a hint of disappointment. "But He Liang, do put in some effort. Don't always be at the bottom." She handed a gray-green test paper to Guolin. "Class representative, please distribute the papers." "Sure." Guolin rose to accept the test papers from Zhao Ruobing. However, as he approached the far left row, he suddenly sidestepped He Liang and handed the paper to a student in the second row. He Liang, expressionless, looked at Guolin. "What do you mean, Guolin?" "Huh?" Guolin was momentarily taken aback, looking down at He Liang with a mix of provocation and ridicule. Leaning closer, he whispered in a mocking tone, "He Liang, with your scores, you'll barely scrape by with 20 or 30 points. Why even bother taking the exam? What difference does it make whether you receive the paper or not? Always at the bottom, always with a few points? I feel ashamed for you. What does it matter to you whether I take the exam or not?" He Liang replied calmly, revealing no other thoughts. Guolin seemed slightly surprised. But then a smirk returned to his lips, his eyes gleaming with mockery. "If you manage to stay awake during the exam, that would be quite an achievement. Do you really think you can score well?" Guolin scoffed as he handed the most tattered paper to He Liang. He Liang accepted the biology test paper, a slow smile spreading across his face as he replied, "What if I do well?" Guolin's eyes widened momentarily, his smile fading as he retorted, "If you, He Liang, manage to place in the top 5, I'll clean for an entire month." "But can you do it?" "No, you can't. Loser. Not enough." He Liang's clear voice startled the entire class. Instantly, all eyes were drawn to the two of them. He Liang regarded Guolin with a bemused smile and calmly declared, "Your vision is too narrow. If I do not place first, I willingly sweep the floors until the college entrance examination. If I do place first, you will sweep until the college entrance examination." His words resonated throughout the classroom. Chapter 3. He Liang, 99 points in Class 2 of the senior year. One could hear a pin drop. The immediate reaction from his classmates was disbelief. Had He Liang's mind finally snapped? For 3 months, they had witnessed his steady decline. How could he dare utter such a claim? Class first? How audacious. Guolin felt provoked. How dare a mere waste of space challenge him to a bet over who would be first? Anger turned to mockery as he replied, raising his voice. Fine. If you want to bet, I'll take you up on it. The top of the class? You, who is perpetually at the bottom, dare to say such a thing. He Liang, you. Zhao Ruobing frowned and stepped forward, admonishing, Guolin, return to your seat. She feared that Guolin's emotional outburst might wound He Liang's spirit. Guolin returned to his seat, his demeanor dark as he turned to He Liang and coldly scoffed. Don't forget our wager. He Liang picked up the black pen on his desk. I, He Liang, always keep my word. The exam began. He Liang, with a signature pen in hand, filled in the answers at a measured pace. The first question tested an obscure knowledge point, yet He Liang swiftly wrote down the letters RNA without a hint of hesitation. Continuing without pause, he inscribed separation technology in the blank for the second question. For the 13th question, he marked A, and for the 14th, C. With unwavering confidence, He Liang was certain of his answers. Although the exam was expected to take 40 minutes, he completed it in a mere 26 minutes. With a decisive click, He Liang capped his pen and surveyed the filled-in answer sheet, his heart a swirl of complex emotions. Guolin, still grappling with two major questions, glanced over at the seemingly dazed He Liang, a smirk of derision curling his lips. As expected, you're still the same useless person. He Liang's demeanor now suggested he was stumped by the questions. Guolin scoffed inwardly, thinking, with your current state, what do you have to compete with me? Loser. The excitement among the students, which had initially surged from He Liang's earlier bet, quickly waned as they found his familiar pattern of giving up halfway through the exam. Was he merely going to spout empty words again? Zhao Ruobing cast a regretful look at He Liang, hoping for some change. But it seemed he remained as dejected as ever. Time ticked by. Suddenly, the bell rang, startling the students. Time's up, Zhao Ruobing announced loudly. Many students wore expressions of regret, having not completed their work. The biology papers were collected in reverse order, ultimately landing in Zhao Ruobing's hands. Teacher. Guolin abruptly stood and addressed Zhao Ruobing. What is it? She replied, her brow furrowing. Did He Liang not claim he had changed? Why not start with our papers? Guolin's lips curled in a mocking smile as he glanced at He Liang. I can hardly wait to slap your face with the truth. What nonsense about being first? I'll expose you now. Zhao Ruobing looked at He Liang. That's fine. He Liang nodded calmly. All right. Zhao Ruobing agreed after a moment as thought. Well, instantly. The class was abuzz with excitement. Some students even held back their urge to use the restroom. They curiously watched He Liang, puzzled about the source of his confidence, yet simultaneously filled with inexplicable anticipation. What could this underachiever possibly achieve? Zhao Ruobing retrieved He Liang's and Guolin's papers from the stack and began grading. Initially calm, her expression gradually shifted to one of astonishment. The students' gazes sharpened. Could it be that He Liang truly had changed? Though 3 months had passed, every student still remembered the dread they once felt under He Liang's sway. Zhao Ruobing paused with her red pen and lifted her gaze. The room fell silent, awaiting her words. Guolin, this time you answered all the fill-in-the-blank questions correctly, with only minor flaws in the essay questions. Your final score is 93. Well done. The tense atmosphere in the room relaxed instantly, with many expressions turning thoughtful. True, He Liang had previously performed well, but he was no longer the same person. Moreover, having not studied for 3 months, what could he possibly achieve? Many speculated, casting glances at He Liang, their looks a mix of intrigue and pity. 93 was undoubtedly an impressive score. How could He Liang possibly surpass Guolin? He Liang, if you admit defeat now, you can just study for 2 months. Guolin's shadowy gaze fell on He Liang, a sneer escaping his lips. No need, He Liang replied coolly, his gaze fixed on Zhao Ruobing. Teacher, please grade my paper. Zhao Ruobing nodded, though she held little hope. Yet as she began to grade, her expression suddenly froze. As she marked the multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank questions, she was astonished to find all correct. A shockwave coursed through her. Luck? She shook her head vigorously. While there might be an element of chance in the multiple choice, the fill-in-the-blanks were unequivocally not. Zhao Ruobing immersed herself in grading further. True-false questions, all correct. Her pen faltered. At this point, He Liang had already secured 60 points. She glanced over the 3 essay questions. Each one was filled, not a single blank left. After 3 minutes of relentless marking, Zhao Ruobing set down her red pen, her finely sculpted features awash with disbelief. How could this be? The answers He Liang provided for the major questions were astonishingly close to the standard answers. Had she been lenient in her grading, this paper could have easily achieved full marks. Full marks in biology, what a concept. She abruptly stood, no longer composed. He Liang, 99 points. Zhao Ruobing's voice echoed throughout the classroom. A profound silence enveloped the room, no one daring to speak. 99 points? Their minds buzzed, then exploded with disbelief. How could anyone score 99 on a 100-point exam? Even the He Liang of old could not have managed such a feat. Their astonishment turned to incredulity, all eyes converging on He Liang. He Liang remained composed, a hint of a smile gracing his fair features, as if he had anticipated this outcome all along. Zhao Ruobing was equally stunned. Had she not deducted a point for a minor detail, He Liang would have undoubtedly achieved a perfect score. In her 3 years of teaching, she had never encountered a student capable of scoring full marks in biology. The second evening study bell rang, yet the classroom erupted in chaos, the noise escalating rather than subsiding. After 10 seconds, Zhao Ruobing finally regained her composure and sharply clapped her hands on the blackboard. Class, please settle down. What a joke. How could he possibly score 99 points? Guolin's face turned pale, his entire being trembling like a leaf, utterly unable to fathom how He Liang could outscore him in such a crushing manner. Chapter 4, mildly hurtful, severely insulting in the ensuing silence. Guolin suddenly recalled something and glared at He Liang with a predatory gaze. Cheating. He must have cheated. His expression twisted with rage as he glared at He Liang and shouted. How could a mere He Liang score 99 points? Not to mention now, even in the past, he wouldn't have been able to. 99 points. This had to be the result of cheating. His icy gaze bore into He Liang as he seethed. He Liang, did you cheat? Can't handle losing. I merely state facts, He Liang replied coolly. The words left Guolin momentarily speechless, his face reddening. If you can't handle the loss, just tell me. No need to sweep the college entrance exam. Just study for a month, He Liang smirked. The word stung, with a mild hurtfulness and a profound insult. Guolin was left speechless. I sweep. Ultimately, he growled from deep within his throat. If looks could kill, He Liang would have perished 1,000 times over. He Liang remained unfazed, a smile dancing on his lips. As I said, I will reclaim everything I lost. This biology quiz is just the beginning. The second evening study session was unusually quiet, yet within the hearts of the students, it was a different story, thoughts racing wildly. Filled with exclamatory disbelief, the silence hung heavy in the classroom, an odd atmosphere permeating the air. Until the bell rang, the classroom remained enveloped in silence. He Liang left the classroom alone, making his way toward the library. What I had fallen behind, I must make up. I cannot solely rely on the all-encompassing work system. He Liang took a deep breath, muttering to himself. He intended to borrow some biology materials from the library to prepare for his grand plan. As he passed a corner, he overheard fragments of conversation, a male and female voice. He paused, for the voices sounded familiar. It was Ming Tong. He stealthily approached, the words carried by the wind becoming clearer. Has your second uncle been missing for 3 months? A male voice, laced with arrogance, remarked. He Liang recognized it immediately. This was none other than Li Su, the current top student in the grade. The family promised me that as long as I secured a spot in the grand plan, they would support the Ruixin factory. Chen Mingtong bit her red lip. Securing a spot in the grand plan? Li Su scoffed. Mingtong, can your family's factory truly last another month? Even if it manages to hold on, do you really have confidence in obtaining a spot in the grand plan? Chen Mingtong fell silent. She was the daughter born from an affair of the second master of the Li family in Shenzhen City and took her mother's surname. When the second master was still around, he, out of old affection, opened the Ruixin factory for her and her mother, ensuring they lacked for nothing. However, he had vanished for 3 months now, and many resources were no longer available, leaving the Ruixin factory on the brink of collapse. But the Ruixin factory cannot fail. If it does, how will her mother's strange illness be treated? Li Su glanced at Chen Mingtong and then said nonchalantly, Young Master Hong has taken a liking to you. If you agree to be his girlfriend, what are these matters worth? He was certain of Chen Mingtong's predicament. Chen Mingtong's mother, Chen Qianqian, had fallen ill a year ago, requiring no less than 50 to 60,000 a month just to maintain her health. Without the Ruixin factory, survival would be impossible. Chen Mingtong's eyes turned red, her delicate body trembling. If you can become young Master Hong's girlfriend, it would greatly benefit our Li family. Mingtong, do consider it carefully. After Li Su finished speaking, he left directly. He Liang concealed himself in the shadows and revealed himself only after Li Su had departed. Mingtong. At this moment, He Liang realized just how immense the pressure on Chen Mingtong was. Before he could ponder further, Chen Mingtong stepped out, prompting He Liang to hide again and watch her leave. He Liang shook his head slightly. He was still unable to assist Chen Mingtong. After standing in place for a moment, he headed to the library. In the library, he borrowed several relevant biology books, holding 4 or 5 thick volumes. He Liang exited the library. Many students cast glances filled with disdain and skepticism at He Liang. How dare he borrow such obscure biology books? Xiao Shiwei. Isn't that the senior who taught you before? Outside the library, a boy and a girl were present. He Liang looked up and recognized them, Deng Shui and Wu Jun. However, they were both second-year students. Among them, Wu Jun was the top student in the second year. When He Liang was at his peak, Deng Shui often trailed behind him, sweetly addressing him as Senior He Liang, occasionally asking him questions and learning methods. But after He Liang fell from grace, she had disappeared. He.s. just a notorious wastrel now. How can he compare to someone like you, Wu Jun? Deng Shui sneered, leaning against Wu Jun, her soft and curvaceous form making him feel flustered. Ha! Wu Jun laughed, casting a glance at He Liang. He.s. aiming to participate in the grand plan. Huh? TSK. The grand plan? Deng Shui burst into laughter, covering her mouth, her voice not at all quiet. With Senior He Liang? What a hilarious joke. Yet, He Liang paid them no mind, walking past them without a glance. This left their expressions somewhat frozen, and Deng Shui stomped her foot in frustration. Just a washed-up loser, daring to act all high and mighty. Soon after, her eyes flickered, looking at Wu Jun sweetly. Wu Jun, why don't you come over to my house for tutoring this Saturday? Wu Jun revealed a peculiar smile. Sure, after tutoring. I'll give you some extra lessons. You can learn some new positions. Upon returning to class, He Liang felt the weight of various gazes upon him. He ignored them all, sitting down with the heavy biology books and reading intently. The biology competition was just 3 weeks away, so every bit of preparation counted. He Liang currently had 100 work coins, yet upgrading advanced high school biology to ultimate high school biology required 500 work coins. It was impossible to make it in time. He had to rely on his own accumulation. His thoughts were clear as he constructed a framework of knowledge in his mind. A night passed without incident. The next day, during the morning self-study period, He Liang headed to a certain laboratory. Other students were required to attend early readings. But for those who had earned qualifications for the Dragon Dry District retest, it was a different matter altogether. There, a biology teacher hired from outside the school would conduct lessons for them. As soon as He Liang entered, 5 pairs of eyes immediately turned to him. Shock, surprise, amusement. He Liang, even the biology teacher, whose hair was now slightly graying, was momentarily taken aback. It had been 3 months since He Liang's incident. His grades plummeted, and he hadn't attended this early study session since. Why was he here? Chen Mingtong's eyes held a hint of complexity, not expecting He Liang to show up. He Liang, at this point, you should be focusing on the college entrance exam rather than attending my class, the biology teacher stated frankly. He was already aware that He Liang would soon be expelled. He hadn't even printed out materials for him. He couldn't understand what He Liang's purpose in coming to the laboratory was. He Liang's expression remained calm, his tone indifferent. Teacher, I'm not here for your class. I merely wish to borrow the biological equipment here. Chapter 5. Biology Competition. The teacher was dumbfounded. Upon hearing this, the room fell silent, and several gazes shifted. Self-study? Li Su smirked, amusement dancing in his eyes. It seemed some people truly believed themselves to be extraordinary. Guolin was among them, his expression dark and displeased. Yet, recalling the previous day's humiliation, he opened his mouth but chose silence. Just here to seek attention? The third-ranked student whispered, shaking his head slightly. His voice reached Chen Mingtong's ears, and her gaze toward He Liang was filled with disappointment. At such a time, he should be striving for the college entrance exam. Yet he still wished to participate in the grand plan. She clenched her delicate fists under the table in frustration, feeling a sense of helplessness and an inexplicable urge to cry. I can barely manage myself. How can I spare any time to help He Liang? She thought of her mother still lying in bed, her mood growing somber. The school stated that students who enter the retest have the right to use the laboratory. Am I wrong? He Liang's gaze was clear, betraying no hint of fear. The biology competition teacher frowned, thinking how ungrateful this student was. Fine, this is your choice. He was also somewhat irritated and retrieved a keychain from his waist. This is the key to the spare laboratory next door. Take it. He didn't want to waste more time with He Liang, as it would delay the learning of the other top students. Thank you, teacher. He Liang took the key and left the classroom directly. What a bore. Li Su sneered internally, reveling in an indescribable pleasure. Once, He Liang had overshadowed him. Now, he had become a mere way seeking attention. This feeling was indescribably delightful. Now, I'm the top of the grade. Now, I'm the most dazzling person in the entire school. He Liang entered the adjacent classroom, using the key to unlock the door. The biology competition evaluated not only written tests but also practical skills. He Liang understood this well. The examination prompt for the grand plan had made it clear. The written test accounted for 160 points, while practical skills accounted for 140 points. The total score for the entire exam was 300. After some fiddling, He Liang stood before a microscope, a peculiar sensation rising within him. It had been 3 months since he last handled such equipment. Yet, the feeling was so familiar. It seemed that advanced high school biology was even more useful than he had imagined. He Liang took a deep breath, his eyes shining with determination, and began to manipulate the equipment. Various instruments felt even more familiar than before, and with his vast knowledge, he operated them effortlessly. At that moment, He Liang resembled a true researcher. His focus was razor-sharp, immersed in the task at hand. It wasn't until class ended that he snapped back to reality. Phew, he was covered in a layer of dust. He placed the equipment back and went to the adjacent laboratory, preparing to return the key to the biology competition teacher. Upon entering, however, he found the room empty. Had they gone to the restroom? He Liang stepped forward, placing the key on the podium, only to be suddenly captivated by a question on the blackboard. It was a multiple-choice question examining the numerical relationship between deoxyribonucleotides and amino acids. The calculations were immense. Instinctively, He Liang began to perform mental arithmetic. After 25 seconds, his eyes lit up, and he nodded slowly. It's C. 1426, it cannot be wrong. Indeed, it is C. A male voice emerged from behind He Liang, startling him. Turning around, he was met with the intense gaze of his biology competition teacher. He Liang couldn't help but say, "Teacher, I've returned your key." He Liang, tell me, how did you know to choose C? The biology competition teacher's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This question was not easy. I calculated, He Liang replied calmly. Mental arithmetic? Yes. The biology competition teacher took a deep breath and suddenly said, just now, while I was in the restroom, I ran into your teacher Zhao Ruobing. She mentioned that you scored 99 on your biology exam. Upon hearing this, the biology competition teacher felt a jolt of surprise. This fallen genius has recovered. After pondering for a moment, he made a decision. How about this? You need not attend the next class. I will speak with your teacher. You stay here. I'll give you a paper to complete for me. All right. He Liang nodded, a smile dancing in his eyes. His demeanor was composed, and the confident smile at the corners of his mouth further convinced the biology teacher that He Liang might indeed have returned to form. Wait for me. I'll inform your homeroom teacher and print a copy of the paper. The biology teacher, being somewhat impatient, left immediately after speaking. He Liang casually found a seat. Within half a minute, however, a stunningly beautiful girl entered the room. Ming Tong? He Liang was somewhat taken aback. I left my notebook here. I'm here to get it, Shin Ming Tong said softly upon seeing He Liang. She picked up her notebook and turned to leave, but as if recalling something, a flicker of sorrow crossed her delicate face as she turned her back to He Liang. He Liang, focus on preparing for the college entrance examination, and stop thinking about grand plans. With only 100 days remaining until the exam, if He Liang continued to spend 3 weeks on this, his chances of entering a college would become increasingly slim. Yet, just as she was about to leave, a calm, yet confident voice rose behind her. Ming Tong, I will secure one of the 3 spots for the grand plan. Shin Ming Tong felt an indescribable ache in her heart. Why was he so foolish? Especially when recalling the words spoken by Li Su and herself, her sorrow deepened. Whatever, she said, feeling disheartened, and left without looking back. 3 minutes later, the biology competition teacher returned, holding a white paper. I've informed your homeroom teacher of the situation. This paper was just completed by 4 other students. You can work on it this class. He Liang nodded, took the paper, and began to work diligently. The biology competition teacher sat above, grading the papers of the 4 students. Shin Ming Tong, 91, not bad, he mused, feeling somewhat satisfied. Li Su, 89, also acceptable. Guo Lin and Lin Sun both scored 87. This paper had been obtained from a friend and was of considerable difficulty. Suddenly, his phone lit up, and upon checking, he found a message stating, Biology paper, question 19's answer has some discrepancies. The correct answer is 3,678. He quickly recalculated according to the information and realized it was indeed 3,678. Moreover, all 4 students had answered incorrectly. If I made a mistake, it's normal they didn't catch it, the biology competition teacher thought with a wry smile. Typically, students wouldn't bother to question the answers. Suddenly, he noticed a shadow approaching and looked up to find He Liang standing before him. What's the matter? He asked, somewhat startled. Teacher, I've finished, He Liang said, placing the paper on the podium and shrugging. Finished. The biology competition teacher's eyes widened as he glanced at the clock. It's only been 25 minutes. And you're done. He Liang nodded earnestly and casually added, by the way, for question 19, all 4 answers should be incorrect. The correct answer is 3,678. The biology competition teacher was utterly dumbfounded. You completed the paper in 25 minutes and identified a flaw in the original answers. He gulped instinctively. This paper was obtained internally, and it was unlikely He Liang had prior access to the questions. How did you know there was an issue with that question? Explain your analysis and calculations to me. The biology competition teacher steadied himself, taking a deep breath, and looked at He Liang earnestly. It's simple, He Liang said with a smile, his expression remarkably calm. Such calmness could not be feigned. It emanated from genuine confidence. First, He Liang casually picked up a white chalk and began to write his analysis and calculations on the blackboard. The biology competition teacher nodded repeatedly as he listened to He Liang's explanation. For a moment, it felt as though their roles had reversed. He Liang appeared more like the teacher, while the biology competition teacher resembled a student. Doing the work is one thing, analyzing it is another. He Liang spoke for a full 3 minutes before finally closing his mouth. Your method is indeed correct. The biology competition teacher gazed at He Liang with fervent admiration. As if he were gazing upon a precious gem. He reflected on the events of the past 3 months, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately refrained from asking. Regardless, it's a relief that He Liang has returned. No, not merely returned, the biology competition teacher thought to himself. He had improved significantly compared to 3 months ago. The biology competition teacher's expression shifted slightly, and he nodded resolutely. He Liang, with your current level in biology, and if you perform as expected, securing one of the 3 spots for the grand plan is almost guaranteed. For the remaining 3 weeks, just study with me. Thank you, teacher. He Liang replied with a smile and a nod. The biology competition teacher hesitated briefly before continuing. As for the other 4, they will be attending provincial training for about a week or 2 starting tomorrow. When they registered for the spots, He Liang understood the implication. Clearly, his previous performance had branded him as a student with diminished potential. Hence, the school had not allocated a training spot for him. Yet, He Liang calmly shook his head. I believe studying with you is quite beneficial. This statement won the favor of the middle-aged teacher. You should return to class. I will gather some organized competition materials and bring them to your class later. At this moment, he regarded He Liang with great esteem. All right, He Liang nodded. Not lingering any longer, and the 2 departed the laboratory. Upon returning to class, He Liang found that the bell had just rung for a break. Before he could settle in, someone approached him. It was the director of education, Wu Qing. He bore a stern expression, his ample belly protruding, hands clasped behind him. Students in the corridor deliberately avoided Wu Qing. This director was known for his harsh demeanor, often disregarding students' feelings, even resorting to what could be considered indirect corporal punishment, leaving students fearful and wary of him. Upon reaching the door of class 2, Wu Qing spotted He Liang. He Liang, step out, he said in a flat tone. He Liang squinted, already aware of Wu Qing's intentions. However, he remained calm, rising from his seat with an expression of tranquility as he walked into the corridor. Surrounding students cast curious glances his way. Have you signed that contract? Also, you may begin preparing to pack your belongings and withdraw from school. Wu Qing, indifferent to the presence of others, uttered these cruel words. As soon as he spoke, the corridor fell silent. Withdraw from school. He Liang is on the verge of expulsion. Contract? He Liang looked at Wu Qing with a smile that was neither here nor there. Director, did you not say you would give me 2 days to think? Wu Qing frowned, noticing that even a day away had seemingly altered He Liang's demeanor. Humph, does it really take that long just to sign a name? Wu Qing scoffed, irritated at the very thought of He Liang still being in school, a thorn pricking at his heart, which prompted him to arrive early. Wu Qing firmly believed that such a mediocre student should never be allowed to participate in the grand plan. He was well aware of the school's esteem for the grand plan, and should He Liang's abysmally low scores tarnish the school's reputation, he, Wu Qing, would also face the school's ire. It seemed unlikely that the contract would be signed. He Liang calmly shrugged. Because I tossed it in the trash. Upon hearing this, Wu Qing's expression froze, turning exceedingly grim. You say you threw the contract in the trash? Seeing He Liang nod, his anger surged. He Liang, let me be direct. You must sign that contract. His voice rose, catching the attention of many students. Guolin peered out from the classroom, a grin plastered on his face. You think you'll even make it to the college entrance exam? You can't even pass that, loser. His heart brimmed with satisfaction. Wu Qing, face ashen, bellowed. Even if it means rummaging through the trash with your hands, you must retrieve that contract. He Liang's expression grew colder. Previously, he might have lacked confidence, but now, things were different. Even if he were expelled, he still possessed the qualifications to participate in the grand plan, for he had entered the 2nd round of interviews. Not only will I not search for it, but I will also participate in the grand plan, He Liang said with a faint smile. Though the director before him resembled an enraged lion, he felt no fear. Confidence is not bestowed by others. It is self-derived. He Liang, now go find that contract. Wu Qing was utterly furious, his face flushed crimson. Were it not for the numerous students present, he might have slapped He Liang across the face. In the distance, hurried footsteps approached. Director Wu called a middle-aged man's voice. The crowd turned to see the biology competition teacher summoned from outside the school. Teacher Zhong. Wu Qing's ashen complexion softened slightly. Right now, I am reprimanding this audacious student, he explained. However, the biology teacher signaled him to come over. Wu Qing, not being foolish, immediately understood the implication. He Liang, you stay here, do not leave. I need to discuss something with Teacher Zhong. He snorted. I had no intention of leaving. He Liang replied, a glimmer of coldness in his eyes. He was determined to strike back. This fearless demeanor not only astonished the students, but also fueled Wu Qing's rage further. He glared at He Liang before stepping aside with the biology teacher. Director Wu, He Liang has made a remarkable recovery. No, he is significantly better than before. If he participates in the grand plan, he has a strong chance of securing one of the 3 spots. The biology teacher's words instantly stiffened Wu Qing's corpulent frame, his mind buzzing. He Liang has recovered? Chapter 7. He Liang, everything is negotiable. Teacher Zhong, are you certain you haven't made a mistake? Wu Qing recalled that throughout high school, the only student he had just bellowed at was named He Liang. The biology teacher took a deep breath and nodded firmly. There is no mistake. Just a moment ago, I administered a confidential biology competition exam to him. Out of 100, he scored 97. Earlier in the laboratory, the biology teacher had been so taken aback by He Liang's performance that he had momentarily forgotten to grade the paper. Only after regaining his composure did he hastily return to correct it. He Liang scored 97, 6 points higher than Meng Tong. Wu Qing was flabbergasted, his expression shifting dramatically. Just moments ago, he had angrily chastised He Liang, threatening to send him to the trash to retrieve the contract and demanding he be expelled. It took him a full minute to recover from the shock and confusion. Regardless, with He Liang's recovery, expulsion was no longer an option. Wu Qing's expression fluctuated between dark and light as he was acutely aware of this fact. For some reason, he felt as though he had swallowed something bitter. In these 3 weeks, I plan to train He Liang thoroughly, the biology teacher continued solemnly, his expression serious, not at all jesting. I believe that as long as he performs normally, securing one of the 3 spots will not be difficult. He nodded to the director, exchanged a few hushed words, and then approached He Liang. He Liang, here is the information for the biology competition. The biology teacher handed over a stack of meticulously organized documents that he had compiled over the past few months. I have already informed Director Wu of your performance. Do not worry about anything else, just focus on your studies, he said softly. Thank you, teacher, He Liang replied, his eyes twinkling with gratitude as he nodded. Distinguishing right from wrong, He Liang recognized that this teacher was indeed commendable. I have other matters to attend to, so I will take my leave. The biology teacher nodded in satisfaction, patted He Liang on the shoulder, offered a few encouraging words, and then departed. The surrounding students, unable to get close, could not hear clearly. However, this did not hinder their imaginations. Did Teacher Zhong provide He Liang with some materials? Perhaps it was the information He Liang had left with him 3 months prior. Now that He Liang was about to be expelled, he certainly needed to take these away. Coupled with Wu Qing's earlier harsh words, everyone felt this was the true answer. Guolin peeked out, his face full of regret. He Liang, I will make it to the college entrance exam, but it seems you will not. He leaned closer to He Liang, whispering with a sneer. Loser. He Liang cast him a glance, his expression indifferent. What? Is last night's beating not enough pain for you? Guolin's face darkened, and he coldly huffed. I don't know what method you used to cheat yesterday, but perhaps Teacher Zhao Ruobing was considerate of your feelings and chose not to expose you outright. But now that you are about to be expelled, I won't bother with you any longer. At this moment, he put on an air of superiority, regaining his confidence. For students, expulsion is the greatest blow and humiliation. Guolin was about to mock him further when Wu Qing approached. Wu Qing lowered his head, appearing somewhat sullen. To many students, this seemed like an unmistakable sign of an impending storm. Now, there would be a show to watch. He Liang truly was pitiable. The crowd's gaze was a mix of pity and schadenfreude. Wu Qing stood before He Liang, and just as he prepared his carefully formulated words, he found himself at a loss when faced with He Liang's calm and handsome visage. However, He Liang spoke first. Director Wu, do you still want me to rummage through the trash for the contract? His words were laced with calmness, even tinged with a hint of challenge. His voice was loud enough for many students to hear, leaving them stunned. What was He Liang's game? How dare he speak to Wu Qing like that? Suddenly, they realized. Indeed, someone on the brink of expulsion would care little for decorum. Yet Wu Qing's reaction defied everyone's expectations. His expression darkened, and on his fat, unattractive face, he forced a smile that barely concealed his ire, Of course not. The contract is null and void. Null and void. Not only did he not want He Liang to be expelled, but he was also eager to have him stay. Otherwise, if He Liang were to be expelled and subsequently participated in the second round under his own name, securing a spot in the grand plan, Wu Qing would undoubtedly be the scapegoat. Humph. A smirk crept onto He Liang's lips. The countenance that merely a day ago radiated arrogance and disdain has transformed so swiftly. A spectacle to behold. He Liang stepped forward, gazing at Director Wu Qing. Director Wu Qing, please clarify, are you suggesting that I should withdraw from school? Speak plainly. If that is the case, I shall gather my belongings immediately. He Liang spoke calmly, turning away as if preparing to leave. Wu Qing's face turned pale with urgency as he exclaimed, He Liang, let us discuss this. I was merely joking. Do not take it to heart. I spoke impulsively in a moment of excitement. In his desperation to retain He Liang, he uttered every word he could muster. Oh, He Liang halted, slightly turning his neck to regard Wu Qing. It seems, Director, your mind may indeed be clouded. I suggest visiting the city hospital when you find the time. His words left the students present in stunned silence, unable to believe their ears. How could he dare to speak so to the notorious Wu Qing? Yet, what astonished them further was Wu Qing's reaction. He did not retaliate with anger. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? The three fundamental questions of life echoed in their minds, as if short-circuited. When your mind is well again, do come find me, Director Wu. He Liang scoffed, clutching his materials and retreating to his classroom. I have stated, I shall return this slap to my face. He Liang resolved internally. In the corridor, Wu Qing's expression was exceedingly grim. His fury reached its zenith, yet, recalling his grand plans, he momentarily suppressed his rage. Now, it was no longer merely uncomfortable. It was far worse. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the students in the corridor. Infuriated, he bellowed, You are all in your final year of high school, yet you seem to have ample leisure. Get into the classroom and study. He vented his frustration upon the other students. The crowd, embarrassed, dared not retaliate and hurried into their classrooms. Class 1 had just returned from physical education. As Chen Mengtong passed by Class 2, she caught a few words and instantly misunderstood the situation. Had He Liang confronted Director Wu Qing, causing him to appear so displeased in the corridor? She shook her head, growing increasingly disappointed in He Liang. What kind of good student confronts a teacher? He Liang has truly changed. As the class bell rang, she had no time to delve deeper into the matter and returned to her studies. In the vice principal's office, two individuals were present, Vice Principal Zhang Hui and Director Wu Qing. That seems to be the situation, Wu Qing concluded. Zhang Hui furrowed his brow before relaxing, responding with a smile. Do you believe a student can languish for 3 months and then perform better than before? Wu Qing was taken aback, unable to contain himself. But this is what Teacher Zhang said. He paused, realizing that it was merely Teacher Zhang's assertion. Zhang Hui replied with a grin, his demeanor akin to a smiling tiger. Perhaps he had deceived Teacher Zhang in some manner? Perhaps He Liang had persuaded Teacher Zhang to prevent his withdrawal? After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Hui added, There are indeed other possibilities. Wu Qing trembled, suddenly awakened by Zhang Hui's words. He realized he had never questioned Teacher Zhang's statements. How could I be so credulous? Wu Qing recalled He Liang's earlier demeanor, and his anger surged anew. Bring He Liang and Teacher Zhang to me. Zhang Hui chuckled. Seeing is believing. I shall personally verify this. Very well. The cold light in Wu Qing's eyes intensified. Objectively and subjectively, he increasingly believed that He Liang employed some unscrupulous means. He was determined to expose him and have him expelled from the school. This singular thought consumed his mind. Chapter 8. The psychological trauma inflicted upon me first. Wu Qing sought out Teacher Zhang from the biology competition. Teacher Zhang, I implore you to speak candidly. Has He Liang's biology proficiency truly recovered? His countenance was dark. Teacher Zhang squinted his eyes and nodded affirmatively, stating, I am quite certain. Subsequently, Wu Qing took Teacher Zhang to find Zhao Ruobing, who was currently in her office re-evaluating He Liang's examination paper, a score of 99. A flicker of intrigue passed through her beautiful eyes. Had he genuinely recovered, or had he previously seen the answers? She hesitated, her mind clouded with doubt. This score was indeed beyond what an ordinary student could achieve. Moreover, his answers were remarkably close to the correct ones. Some were even identical to the original answers, with no discrepancies whatsoever. Outside, Wu Qing had already arrived with the biology competition teacher. Zhao teacher, I have come to request your verification of He Liang's biology proficiency. He stated directly, clarifying his purpose. What has happened to He Liang? Zhao Ruobing questioned, evidently still unaware of the situation. Nothing. Merely that I have heard He Liang's biology score has recovered, Wu Qing replied ominously. Instantly, Zhao Ruobing's expression shifted. Did Wu Qing know that He Liang had scored 99? The three then proceeded to Class 2 of the senior year, where lessons were still in progress. Ignoring the teacher, Wu Qing entered the classroom and waved his hand to pause the lesson. He Liang, step outside. He feigned an air of authority, his already small eyes squinting to near slits. The students in the class exchanged glances, their thoughts in turmoil. What was happening? It seemed Director Wu had reverted to his previous stern demeanor towards He Liang. They were utterly baffled by the rapid shift in Wu Qing's attitude. However, they could deduce one thing. Wu Qing had undoubtedly come to confront He Liang. Under the scrutinizing gazes, He Liang stood up, his calm eyes betraying a hint of composure. Director Wu, what brings you to me once more? He Liang inquired coolly. Wu Qing recalled the earlier scene where He Liang had rendered him speechless, causing his words to falter. Though he leaned towards believing that He Liang had not genuinely recovered and that other factors were at play, he refrained from issuing any harsh threats until he could confirm He Liang's true state. Nothing much. I merely heard that your biology score has improved and brought along 2 teachers for verification. After all, you are to participate in the grand program. His words caused a stir among the class. No wonder. It was likely that Director Wu had learned of He Liang's impressive score from teacher Zhao Ruobing. The students could sense the significance of the grand program. Otherwise, those top students would not be training at other schools during such a critical time before the college entrance examination. Suddenly, an alert notification appeared in He Liang's mind. Working individuals, working souls, all laborers are superior beings. Prove your biology proficiency, striking a resounding blow to Wu Qing. Reward: 35 experience points. He Liang's eyes brightened suddenly, a smile slowly forming as he met Wu Qing's gaze. Of course I can. The task from the system was an unexpected boon. Even without this task, he would have acted thus. He Liang thought to himself. He then followed Wu Qing out of the classroom. A hushed murmur of discussion erupted among the students. However, Guolin turned and sneered. Do you truly believe He Liang has recovered? 3 months without study. And he scores 99 in biology? He did not directly accuse He Liang of cheating, but his words subtly guided the students' thoughts in that direction. Frankly, such a scenario was not something other students were willing to believe, nor could they easily accept it. With Director Wu personally verifying He Liang's biology proficiency, the truth would undoubtedly emerge. Guolin's mocking tone resonated loudly, causing a wave of speculation among the students. They knew He Liang's abilities all too well. How could he not have resorted to underhanded methods? He Liang, along with the Director of Education Zhao Ruobing and teacher Zhang, proceeded to the office of Vice Principal Zhang Hui. As the Vice Principal, Zhang Hui's office was indeed quite imposing, being exclusively for his use. Upon entering, He Liang immediately noticed Zhang Hui smiling at him with a warm demeanor, reminiscent of a benevolent elder. However, He Liang was acutely aware that Zhang Hui was, in fact, the one who had been most ruthless in undermining him. The matter of his expulsion could not have been solely orchestrated by Director Wu Qing. It was evident that Zhang Hui had been subtly instigating the situation from behind the scenes. He Liang, I hear your biology grades have improved? This is indeed excellent news for our school, he remarked jovially, his tone measured and unhurried. Yet, his words abruptly faltered, as if he were contemplating before continuing. However, I'm not quite certain of the extent of your improvement, so I have invited 2 teachers to assess your progress. He Liang regarded Zhang Hui's feigned amiability with a cold smirk in his heart. What manner of assessment do you propose, Vice Principal? He replied with an air of calm. Teacher Zhong and Zhao Ruobing exchanged glances, their thoughts divergent. I have procured a challenging and valuable biology competition paper from the internet, which I have printed out. Zhang Hui said with a smile. You shall complete this paper, and then let teachers Zhong and Zhao conduct a defense. His words effectively closed off any possible escape. Even if He Liang happened to have memorized the answers he found online, the defense could not be faked. Indeed, Zhang Hui was a cunning fox. He Liang felt a chill in his heart, but suddenly hesitated. Zhang Hui's expression shifted slightly as he inquired, what seems to be the matter? The assessment is no issue. He Liang replied. However, Director Wu Qing previously insisted on my expulsion and verbally insulted me, which has caused me considerable psychological distress. Wu Qing's face turned a shade of green. The initial statement was true, but the latter? Psychological distress? Who would believe that? Zhang Hui's smile momentarily faltered as he pondered. How do you believe this should be handled, He Liang? A barely perceptible smile curled at the corners of He Liang's mouth as he sighed softly. If I pass your assessment, I hope Director Wu Qing will publicly apologize to me across the entire grade. This request was both minor and monumental. For someone as proud as Wu Qing, it was nearly intolerable. Wu Qing wanted to roar at He Liang, but Zhang Hui nodded without hesitation, smiling gently. That is acceptable. However, He Liang, you must first pass our assessment. Zhang Hui was indeed astute. having woven a web of entrapment around He Liang. Should He Liang succeed in the assessment, even if Wu Qing were to be publicly reprimanded, it would be a mere trifle. After all, Zhang Hui was merely the executor, not the one facing punishment. Conversely, if He Liang failed, the matter of punishment would naturally be dismissed as nonsensical. Furthermore, He Liang would undoubtedly be expelled. Wu Qing's face darkened, yet he remained silent, fervently wishing that He Liang had not truly improved. He Liang extended his hand towards Zhang Hui, exuding tranquility. The questions, please. Zhang Hui raised an eyebrow and nodded with a smile, retrieving the examination paper from his drawer. He Liang wasted no time, seizing a black pen from the side, and promptly began working on the paper. The observers around him seemed wholly unaffected by his presence. The paper was a biology competition test from Heilongjiang province, known for its high difficulty and substantial value. Zhang Hui's gaze flickered momentarily. Zhao Ruobing and teacher Zhong watched intently as He Liang worked, ensuring he was not cheating. The first 3 questions were correct. They nodded slightly, but soon realized their reading pace could not match He Liang's speed in answering. He Liang's pace was astonishingly swift. For conceptual questions, he filled in answers without hesitation, exuding absolute confidence in his memory and comprehension. As for the computation questions, they presented no challenge whatsoever. He casually pulled out a piece of scratch paper, swiftly calculating without needing to verify, immediately writing down the answers. His fluency was remarkable. Only on the last few questions did He Liang pause momentarily to ponder. Otherwise, he simply lifted his pen and wrote. In just 51 minutes, He Liang capped his pen. The onlookers exchanged incredulous glances, astonished. The paper clearly indicated an examination duration of 2 hours. He Liang had not even used half the allotted time. Zhang Hui maintained a facade of cheerfulness, yet internally, he was shaken. He glanced at the meticulously filled scratch paper and comprehended the truth. He Liang had genuinely recovered. He Liang stood up, stretched, and with bright, confident eyes, smiled at Zhang Hui. Vice Principal, shall we compare answers? Zhang Hui stepped forward to check the answers against the electronic version on his computer. The results soon emerged. Out of 100, He Liang scored an astonishing 97. Such a remarkable achievement. The 3-point deduction was not from multiple choice or fill-in-the-blank questions, but rather from some larger questions interpretations. Had he been a bit lenient, a score of 99, or even a perfect score would not have been a stretch. Wu Qing clenched his teeth in frustration, filled with discontent. Even without the defense, merely observing He Liang's confident demeanor while answering questions, along with the orderly calculations on the scratch paper, made him feel as though he was doomed. Let us commence the defense. He Liang then turned his gaze to teacher Zhang and Zhao Ruobing. He Liang, for question 13, why did you select C? Teacher Zhang pointed at the biology competition paper, asking in a serious tone. Even he had not fully grasped why this question was such. Zhao Ruobing nodded in agreement. Equally perplexed. This is straightforward. He Liang promptly elucidated, employing various specialized biological terms, leaving Wu Qing and Zhang Hui somewhat bewildered. However, teacher Zhong and Zhao Ruobing nodded in understanding. Once He Liang concluded, they suddenly realized. So that's how it is. He Liang smiled, knowing that the biology competition assessed knowledge far beyond mere high school curriculum. However, the advanced high school biology concepts he mastered encompassed much more than just high school material. Subsequently, Zhao Ruobing and teacher Zheng posed additional questions, all of which He Liang answered with calm composure. In the end, both teachers nodded at Zhang Hui. He Liang's biology proficiency was undoubtedly beyond reproach. In fact, in terms of answering questions, He Liang might even surpass them significantly. This student was extraordinary. Zhang Hui nodded slowly, his smile growing increasingly radiant. It seems you have indeed made remarkable progress, He Liang. Prepare well for the grand plan over the next 3 weeks. Of course, He Liang replied. I trust the vice principal will uphold his promise. He Liang added a final remark. You should not overstep your bounds. Wu Qing approached, his chubby face flushed with anger. Overstep my bounds. He Liang retorted with a smile, his bright eyes fixed intently on Wu Qing, causing Wu Qing's own confidence to wane. Zhang Hui cast a stern look at Wu Qing, stating firmly, Director Wu Qing, refrain from further remarks. This matter is indeed your fault. During the next major break, a public reprimand will be issued. A few stern words decisively settled the issue. Afterward, Zhang Hui offered He Liang some words of encouragement before allowing the 3 to leave. Upon returning to class, all eyes immediately focused on He Liang once more. He Liang shrugged, having grown accustomed to it. As he took his seat, he could still feel numerous gazes upon him, but he paid them no mind. Instead, contemplating another matter, the all-purpose work system, he silently recited within his heart. In an instant, a 3-dimensional data chart materialized before his eyes. Host. He Liang 0100, position, prospective worker, next level, junior worker, daily wage, 10 work coins, 110 having passed a day. His work coins had increased by 10. He Liang nodded slightly. With a salary, he could acquire better items. In this place, only with the labor coins can one exchange for more items. The tasks have yet to be settled. I estimate that they will conclude when Wu Qing receives a reprimand. He Liang squinted slightly, contemplating to himself. Then, the focus emerged. Beneath this three-dimensional data chart, there were unexpectedly 9 black holes. The first black hole represented the lottery area. The second black hole was the study area. The remaining 7 were all sealed by chains. Clearly, one must attain a higher position to unlock them. Previously, I had only entered the study area and not the lottery zone. What could possibly be inside? He Liang's gaze ignited with intensity. Without hesitation, he thought to himself, the lottery area. Suddenly, the scene before him shifted once more. Streams of information surged in his mind. The cost of the lottery varies based on the host position. Current host position, trainee worker. A small draw costs 100 labor coins. A large draw costs 1,000 labor coins. He Liang's expression changed slightly. A tenfold difference? Such a disparity is indeed considerable. Soon, another stream of information flowed in. The host is opening the lottery area for the first time. Reward, 1 large draw. He Liang's heart raced. Let the grand draw commence. After a moment's thought, he resolutely affirmed to himself. Chapter 10, Appraisal Ability, Grand Draw concluded. Intermediate Appraisal, Ultimate Appraisal Technique. Range, 9 2 items. He Liang raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Does intermediate appraisal refer to evaluating the value of antiques? His eyes sparkled with excitement. In an instant, countless pieces of information emerged abruptly in his mind. It took him a full 10 minutes to digest it all. Indeed, He Liang confirmed this. He now possessed the ability to assess the value of antiques, paintings, and such. Open the study area, He Liang silently urged. Inside, apart from the usual subjects of language, mathematics, English, physics, chemistry, and biology, there was unexpectedly an intermediate appraisal. Appraisal, intermediate. Advanced costs 2,000 labor coins. Hiss. He Liang gasped. The cost for this upgrade is astonishingly steep. Yet this also signifies the rarity of the appraisal ability. The ultimate appraisal technique seems to have a limitation on usage. It is akin to a trial card. He Liang's eyes gleamed with determination as his spirit soared. I can visit the antique street, utilizing my intermediate appraisal or the ultimate appraisal technique to acquire some treasures. For instance, raw stones. He knew some raw stones could yield precious jade. Some individuals had even spent merely 1 or 2,000 to uncover jades worth hundreds of thousands. If that were the case, it could completely improve my family's situation. The more He Liang contemplated, the more elated he became. While the intermediate appraisal might still be lacking in precision, the ultimate appraisal technique should aid him in unearthing valuable treasures. Thinking of his parents, who had painstakingly raised him through scavenging and collecting scraps, a pang of emotion welled up within him. This week, during the holiday, I shall head directly to the antique street in the city center. He Liang resolved. However, it was still only Monday. There was ample time. As he pondered, a bell rang. It was the morning break for the major class. He Liang lifted his head and noticed some classmates casting envious glances at the empty spot of Guolin, whispering amongst themselves. Guolin and several other top students had gone to a provincial key high school for intensive training in preparation for the grand plan. How enviable. Moreover, the school would reimburse their accommodation and meal expenses. How delightful. Their words reached He Liang's ears. At that moment, he recalled that teacher Zhong had mentioned that Shen Mingtong and several others would attend intensive training at the provincial key high school today. It seemed they had already left. He Liang smiled faintly, feeling little regret. Meanwhile, many cast peculiar glances at him. Li Su, Shen Mingtong, Guolin, and Lin Sun. The 4 top students who had advanced to the second round of the grand plan had departed, leaving He Liang behind at the school. It was indeed somewhat dramatic. Compared to those dazzling top students, He Liang was a striking contrast. Furthermore, Director Wu Qing had previously summoned He Liang with an unfriendly demeanor, suggesting that He Liang might be in some trouble now. Truly pitiful. Suddenly, the loudspeaker blared. Usually, soothing music would play, but today it was a human voice. Students, we will now proceed with a public reprimand. The students of Class 2, Grade 3, felt their hearts leap, their gazes converging on He Liang. A public reprimand for He Liang? The voice continued through the loudspeaker. This time, Director Wu Qing of the high school department has received a severe reprimand. Wu Qing has made inappropriate remarks towards a certain student of Class 2, Grade 3. The students of Class 2, Grade 3, were taken aback. Director Wu was reprimanded? A strange atmosphere enveloped the class. Although the broadcast did not specify who it was, they were not foolish. It was undoubtedly He Liang. At that moment, Wu Qing sat in his office, growling lowly. He Liang. That damned He Liang. Bloodshot eyes reflected his distress. He could not even muster the courage to step outside his office. He was utterly ashamed to face anyone. How could a mere fallen waste suddenly rise? His disdain for He Liang had not diminished in the slightest. In fact, it had intensified. Suddenly, he smacked his thigh. If He Liang failed to secure one of the 3 spots in the Longon district, his excitement grew. Then he would be finished. Although He Liang was formidable, the unpredictability of examinations was undeniable, and it was also somewhat dependent on one's state. As long as He Liang did not place in the top 3, the school would not regard him with such importance. At that time, as the teaching director, wouldn't he have the liberty to torment He Liang as he pleased? In that moment, Wu Qing felt he had discovered a path to revenge. He let out a cruel laugh. He Liang, you better succeed in obtaining one of the 3 spots. If not, just wait and see how I bring you down. Yet, Wu Qing overlooked one crucial fact. He Liang was recovering not just academically. The next day, Tuesday, Qingda High School commenced its monthly examination, an infrequent major test before the college entrance examination. I hope that all students will cherish this opportunity. Each examination serves as the best verification of your daily efforts. The teacher spoke earnestly from the podium. He Liang, seated below, no longer felt the anxiety of his former despondency. Dingling. The examination began. The first subject was Chinese. From 8:30 a.m. to 11 o'clock a.m., lasting 2.5 hours. As soon as the test papers were distributed, He Liang scanned the pages and nodded slightly. No issues with the paper. He then picked up his pen and began answering the questions with swift strokes. At that moment, his proficiency in language, mathematics, English, physics, and chemistry remained at the level of 3 months prior. However, he had once been regarded as a student capable of aiming for the top universities. Even after 3 months without study, as long as his intellect remained intact, he could easily surpass many other students. If Li Su and Qin Mingtong were present, He Liang's 3 months of neglect might have proved challenging. But those few were absent. He wrote with divine inspiration. This was He Liang's state at that moment. As for the memorization questions, recalling even 1 in 10 would have been impressive over the past 3 months. Yet now he effortlessly remembered them all. For the essay, various themes flashed vividly in his mind. By 10 o'clock, he had completed the paper. In the afternoon, the subject was mathematics. After finishing, the surrounding students were filled with complaints. This monthly exam's math paper was excessively difficult. Exactly. What was that second question on the last problem? I didn't even understand the question. Yet He Liang remained remarkably composed. Isn't it just a matter of having hands? The following day, the subjects were English and comprehensive science. He Liang performed with unbridled enthusiasm, feeling invigorated. Once the exams concluded, he felt a lingering satisfaction. If I could exchange all 6 subjects for the ultimate appraisal before the college entrance examination, perhaps I could achieve a miraculous score of 750 points. Beside him stood a beautiful girl with bangs, timidly approaching. He Liang, do you know the answer to this biology question? Chapter 11. My sole desire is to earn money. Wang Yuning, a top student in class 2 of the 3rd year, exuded a charmingly naive aura. At that moment, her cheeks flushed slightly as she gazed at He Liang, her eyes sparkling with a thirst for knowledge. He Liang smiled faintly and confidently replied, Choose A. Then I must be correct. Wang Yuning exclaimed joyfully, patting her chest, which drew the fervent attention of several boys nearby. This test paper is quite extensive. The question wasn't particularly difficult. It merely required a shift in perspective to solve. He Liang casually explained, hitting all the key points in his analysis. Wang Yuning nodded repeatedly, her face lighting up with realization. He Liang, you are truly remarkable, she said earnestly. Previously, there were rumors in class that He Liang had cheated in biology, but now she found it hard to believe. This compliment instantly attracted the displeased gazes of many boys in the class. Wang Yuning, the academic star and beauty of class 2, was now praising He Liang, which left them feeling quite uncomfortable. A sour taste emerged among them. What about this question? Wang Yuning continued to inquire. He Liang answered tirelessly, his thoughts clear and undeterred by the challenges. Observing the goddess being close to another boy, many boys felt increasingly uneasy. The monthly exam concluded on Wednesday, and typically, results and rankings would be announced the following Monday. For the next 2 days, He Liang sat in his seat, reviewing the materials borrowed from the library and provided by teacher Zhong. With Guilin, the instigator, out of the picture, things were relatively calm. From time to time, Wang Yuning would come to him with questions. He Liang didn't mind. There were many in the class who harbored malice towards him. But Wang Yuning was one of the few exceptions. Their exchanges brought them closer together, which, of course, only intensified the disdain of the boys who already disliked He Liang. They labeled him as someone with a chaotic personal life and poor academic performance. Seeing the goddess so amiable with another was naturally disheartening for them. On Friday afternoon, as soon as class was dismissed, students swarmed out of the school gates. "The holidays have begun. Time to go home," they exclaimed with joy. However, He Liang found himself intercepted in front of the restroom. A boy, standing at an imposing height of 185 meters with a buzz cut, blocked his path. Zhang Wu, a sporty classmate, exuded a masculine aura, his short sleeves revealing well-defined muscles. "He Liang, keep your distance from Yuning," Zhang Wu said coldly, his expression grim. Standing at 175 meters, He Liang was half a head shorter, but stood his ground defiantly. "What do you mean by that, Zhang Wu? 3 months without studying. I refuse to believe your grades have truly improved. You, with your notorious reputation, getting too close to Yuning makes me uneasy. With the college entrance exams approaching, you should keep your distance from her." Zhang Wu glared at He Liang menacingly before walking away. It was a warning. Should He Liang ignore it, he would certainly face consequences. As He Liang watched Zhang Wu depart, clarity dawned upon him. Zhang Wu had feelings for Wang Yuning. Many harbored affection for her, including those from the neighboring class. Countless fingers wouldn't suffice to enumerate them. Yet, he never claimed to like Wang Yuning himself. He Liang shrugged in resignation, surprised that Zhang Wu had confronted him over this matter. A faint smile flickered in his eyes. As for whether he was still the same He Liang as before, that remained uncertain. There was no need for idle chatter. He Liang preferred to let his capabilities do the talking. He then dragged his suitcase home. His residence was not far, a half-hour bus ride followed by a 10-minute walk. Arriving at a dilapidated building, He Liang gazed up at it. It was nearly a shanty, inhabited solely by families in poverty. He stood outside for a moment, then resolutely spoke to himself. "Mom, Dad, I will improve our lives as quickly as possible." Room 502. Upon entering, he was greeted by the familiar aroma of home-cooked meals. "Xiao Liang, I timed it just right, knowing you'd be back," said a middle-aged woman in simple attire, her face etched with wrinkles. The tenderness in her voice nearly brought He Liang to tears. He felt a pang of guilt every time he returned home over the past 3 months. "Where's Dad?" he asked softly. "Your father? You want to buy some walnuts to boost your brain power. He should be back in about 10 minutes, Lin Xin replied gently. He Liang's heart ached. Their family struggled financially. Neither parent had completed elementary school, and they had come to the big city to make a living through such work. Most of their earnings went towards supporting his education. In truth, they would have had a simpler life farming back home, yet they willingly came to Deepshen City for He Liang's studies. "Mom, Dad, I will ensure you live better," He Liang vowed internally, his eyes shimmering with determination. Tomorrow morning, he would take his savings to the antique market in the city. He Liang's personal savings were modest, just 1,000 yuan, but it should suffice for purchasing raw jade. Earning money through investment was the way to go. He chose to wait for his father, rather than eat immediately. After about 15 minutes, He Ning returned carrying a box of milk and a jar of walnuts. He Ning appeared weary, a faint scent of sweat clinging to him, his hair slightly graying, making him look close to 50, though he was only 42. "Xiao Liang, you're back?" He placed the items down and ruffled He Liang's hair with a smile. "Yes," He Liang nodded. The family enjoyed a warm meal together, discussing various topics. "Don't worry too much about your studies. As long as you grow up healthy, we're happy," Lin Xin reassured him, patting He Liang's shoulder. "Indeed. Look at your mom and me. We didn't even graduate elementary school." He Ning chuckled, comforting He Liang. They were aware of the challenges He Liang faced over the past 3 months, having spent considerable money on medical visits, only to return without any clear diagnosis. "I understand," He Liang replied with a gentle smile. "That's good," He Ning said, adding a piece of braised pork to He Liang's plate. He Liang felt warmth in his heart, but chose not to mention his recovery. Some things were better left unsaid. After the upcoming monthly exam, a parent-teacher meeting would take place. He planned to surprise his parents. Though the family was not wealthy, they shared a warm bond. On Saturday morning at 7, He Liang rose early, fully charged his phone, gathered all his savings, and set off for the antique market in the city center. As he stepped out of his home and boarded the bus, a singular thought occupied his mind. Right now, I only wish to make money. Chapter 12. This antique is a fake. He Liang spent a full 2 hours reaching the antique street in Deepshen City. From the outside, the crowd was quite substantial. In terms of popularity, it was even livelier than an ordinary commercial street. Some were genuinely there to hunt for treasures, while others simply came to soak in the atmosphere. The Deepshen antique street was quite renowned. He hoped to find something worthwhile this time. Upon entering the antique street, He Liang scanned his surroundings. Many shop fronts were decorated in an extremely antiquated style, exuding a sense of rich history, truly resembling something of substance. However, He Liang was acutely aware that most of these shops were merely superficial. Genuine items were certainly present, but their quantity was likely meager, perhaps 1 in 10. The antique street offered a variety of items: paintings, antiques, jade raw stones, and oddities unearthed from ancient tombs, an assortment of peculiarities. Whether he could unearth something valuable depended on his discernment and luck. He Liang had a specific destination in mind: the jade market. He quickly entered a shop named Treasure Pavilion. As soon as he entered, over 20 pairs of eyes suddenly turned towards He Liang. However, upon discovering that he was merely a young man dressed in plain attire, they quickly diverted their gaze elsewhere. The shopkeeper at the front desk was a short and stout man, his face adorned with a warm smile. Upon entering, one could easily spot the informational signage listing various notices. The Baoguang Pavilion consisted of 3 floors. The first floor showcased raw jade stones, with prices ranging from 50 to 20,000. The second floor featured jade stones priced between 20,000 and 100,000. As for the third floor, it housed stones valued at over 100,000. He Liang swallowed hard, recalling the phrase, "Poverty restricts my imagination." He knew he could not ascend to the second or third floors, even the lowest price was beyond his means. He could only peruse the first floor. He Liang observed the plethora of uniquely shaped jade stones adorning the space, each clearly labeled with a price. He attempted to utilize his intermediate gem identification skills to assess their value, but soon gave up. His abilities were limited. While he possessed a wealth of theoretical knowledge, he lacked the confidence to ascertain whether the raw stones contained jade. With only 1,000 yuan in hand, he realized he couldn't afford any missteps. He sighed ruefully. Although the signage indicated a minimum price of 50 yuan, he had not seen anything below 200. After a moment's hesitation, he resolutely decided, "I shall employ the ultimate gem identification technique." Instantly, a refreshing clarity washed over his gaze. As he scanned the raw stones before him, his lips involuntarily twitched in disappointment. Every stone appeared dull and devoid of brilliance, merely waste. Suddenly, his eyes brightened. One particular stone emitted a faint green glow. Clearly, it contained jade. He Liang stepped forward, studying the stone's exterior with meticulous attention. The ultimate gem identification technique, combined with his intermediate skills, quickly revealed the value of the jade. It was a type of bean jade. Jadeite is a polycrystalline composite, commonly categorized into varieties such as glass, ice, egg white, glutinous, and bean types. Among these, glass jade is the most prized, while bean jade is considered inferior. When He Liang saw the price of the raw stone, 19,999, his hopes were dashed. The weak green glow suggested that the jade content was worrisome. He feared that purchasing it might not even recoup his investment. No wonder they say gambling with jade carries risks. This was more than mere risk. He Liang felt somewhat speechless. Out of all the raw stones, at least 80 were priced over 100 yuan. They all appeared dull and lifeless. A sense of urgency began to seep into He Liang's heart. He had little hope of finding anything worthwhile at the Baoguang Pavilion. He had squandered one opportunity to use the ultimate gem identification technique. He could only hope to encounter a stone he could afford before exhausting his 9 uses. With that thought, He Liang left the Baoguang Pavilion without hesitation. His departure stirred little commotion. Many had merely come to enjoy the atmosphere and broaden their horizons. Individuals like He Liang, dressed simply and clearly lacking wealth, were unlikely to gamble on jade. He then visited 2 more shops, using the ultimate gem identification technique twice more. However, his spirits sank further as he failed to find anything suitable for purchase. Either the prices were exorbitantly high, or the stone's glows were too faint to discern. To the Tongue Pavilion, He Liang took a deep breath. Along his search, he had learned the name of the largest jade gambling establishment on this antique street. As he walked, he suddenly halted. Ahead, a crowd had gathered, discussing animatedly. Initially indifferent, He Liang's attention was caught by a familiar figure. The principal? He Liang's expression briefly froze, and he turned to approach. Inside the antique shop, 2 individuals were embroiled in a heated argument, accompanied by a young girl of about 10 years. A middle-aged man sporting a handlebar mustache squinted his eyes, exuding an air of a shrewd businessman. In contrast, an elderly gentleman, radiating an aura of scholarly wisdom, appeared to be in his twilight years. Scattered on the ground lay fragments of broken antiques. "You shattered my antique. According to its original price, it's worth 300,000. I'll get you a deal at 250,000. The unscrupulous shopkeeper scoffed, reveling in the attention of the growing crowd. The composed elderly man, however, flushed with indignation. "I did not break this antique. Look at you, still trying to deny it." The shopkeeper retorted coldly. "Let me put it this way. This is a genuine piece from the Yuan dynasty. Today, you either pay 250,000 or spend some time in the police station." Linda, the principal of the school, suddenly changed color. As a school leader, being taken to the police station would irreparably tarnish his reputation. Yet, 250,000. That price was exorbitant. The crowd continued to swell, with some jeering. He broke someone's antique and refuses to pay. What a lack of moral integrity. If he can't afford it, let him go to the police. A chorus of voices left Linda feeling increasingly embarrassed. He had merely brought his granddaughter to explore the antique street and found himself embroiled in such a predicament. The situation was becoming increasingly unclear. The atmosphere grew more tense. Linda's discomfort deepened. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out from the crowd. "Boss, your skills at extorting money are impressive." The crowd instinctively parted, revealing a handsome young man. "You best not speak carelessly." The shopkeeper's eyes flashed with alarm. But he quickly regained his composure and barked, "I am not speaking carelessly." He Liang stepped forward, his gaze intense as he declared, "This antique is a counterfeit." Chapter 13. Distinguishing Authenticity. Counterfeit. This is undoubtedly a counterfeit. The young girl beside Linda, delicate and finely crafted, chimed in. Though she did not fully grasp the meaning of counterfeit, she was simply the only one stepping forward to defend her grandfather. Linda felt a flicker of recognition towards the young man, though he couldn't immediately place him. "Young man, if you can't substantiate your claim, don't think you can leave." The shopkeeper barked, though his heart raced with unease. He maintained a facade of authority. He was indeed selling a counterfeit, but he had confidence in the forgery-esque quality. How could this young man, still in his youth, possibly discern its authenticity? "I can certainly provide reasoning," He Liang asserted, stepping closer to examine the fragments on the ground with a calm demeanor. His confidence stemmed not from his intermediate gem identification skills, but from the ultimate gem identification technique. He Liang picked up a piece of the fragment and squinted. When authenticating antiques, determining the era is crucial. One must first analyze its age, followed by its origin, materials, and finer details. Age is typically assessed by examining the patina. The fragments exhibited a rich patina, thick and steeped in a sense of historical significance. He Liang contemplated briefly, his eyes gleaming with determination. He reached down to select a shard, raising it before crashing it against the ground. Instantly, the palm-sized fragment shattered into 4 or 5 smaller pieces. "Young man, be careful not to damage it further. You won't be able to afford the cost." The shopkeeper's complexion shifted dramatically. The sudden appearance of this young man has caused quite a stir. He Liang's actions left those around him equally astonished, unable to comprehend his intentions. "This is exceedingly audacious." "I found it," He Liang exclaimed, seizing a shard no larger than a thumb. Rising to his feet, his bright eyes fixed upon the unscrupulous merchant, he declared with unwavering certainty, "This is the evidence of the counterfeit." "What did you say?" The merchant slammed his hand on the table, unleashing a torrent of curses. "You little brat, don't go looking for trouble. Just based on your recent actions, I could make you pay dearly." He Liang let out a cold laugh and turned to Principal Lin. "Could you fetch me a cup of hot water from over there?" Nearby stood an automatic water dispenser. "You little rascal, that belongs to my shop. Without my permission." "You?" He Liang interrupted calmly. Could it be that the merchant is feeling guilty? Instantly, the merchant found himself at a loss for words. The crowd outside began to jeer in unison. Exactly. What harm is it to let the young man have a try? Could it be that the merchant truly feels guilty? The merchant fell silent, and Principal Lin returned with a cup of hot water. He Liang said nothing and directly dropped the thumb-sized antique shard into the water. Approximately half a minute later, he poured out the hot water, holding the shard aloft. "What do you mean by this?" The merchant squinted, his expression darkening. He was determined. If He Liang could not provide a convincing explanation, he would ensure the young man suffered a hefty loss. He Liang gently peeled away the patina from the antique fragment. This scene left the onlookers in stunned silence. Generally speaking, the patina is a mark of history. One would expect it to resist separation from a cup of hot water. The merchant's face flushed crimson as he barked. "What is this proof? You little brat, are you deliberately seeking trouble? Hurry, get out." He Liang offered a faint smile, flipping the patina to show the crowd. Inside, unmistakably, were traces of black ink, remnants from the original antique. The ink from the Yuan dynasty, still damp? He Liang regarded the merchant with an enigmatic smile. This time, the merchant was rendered speechless, unable to utter a word. In fact, he had an identical broken antique hidden in his backroom. He had arranged for a swap should Principal Lin seek an appraisal. But he never anticipated He Liang's sudden intrusion. The merchant hesitated momentarily before forcing a smile. Perhaps I too have been deceived? He himself scarcely believed his words. The crowd outside erupted in a chorus of disapproval. The merchant's complexion oscillated between shades of green and white. He understood that his shop's reputation was irrevocably tarnished. His gaze toward He Liang brimmed with resentment. Meanwhile, Ningwu observed with admiration, accurate judgment, decisive action. "This young man is quite remarkable." He referred to He Liang's earlier act of shattering the antique shard. Furthermore, the young man's character resonated well with him. "Thank you," Principal Lin approached. expressing his gratitude repeatedly. Had it not been for He Liang, he might have fallen into the merchantess trap. No need for thanks, He Liang waved his hand dismissively. Upon hearing this, Principal Lin was momentarily taken aback, realizing that He Liang had addressed him by title. You know I'm the principal? He Liang responded with composure. Nodding affirmatively, I am He Liang. The mention of his name jolted Principal Lin back to reality. He recognized He Liang as a student once heralded as the most likely to gain admission to prestigious universities. He had personally awarded He Liang accolades on numerous occasions. However, following He Liang's coma 3 months prior, his name had rarely graced Principal Lin's ears. He vaguely recalled that He Liang had encountered some misfortune, seemingly suffering a brain injury that affected his academic performance. Principal Lin scrutinized He Liang's features, finding the young man exuded confidence and steadiness, a stark contrast to what he had heard. Subsequently, Principal Lin turned around, fixing a steely gaze upon the unscrupulous merchant. I will be reporting this matter to the authorities. Even a clay figurine has its limits. Though he was generally affable, he was now incensed. Let us discuss this elsewhere. He then led He Liang away with his granddaughter, eager to express his gratitude. In the antique market, there were quaint pavilions for resting. The trio found an unoccupied pavilion. Thank you, big brother. Principal Lin's cherubic granddaughter expressed her gratitude sweetly. It's my pleasure, He Liang smiled, ruffling the little one's hair. Including the previous instance, he had utilized his ultimate appraisal technique 4 times. Yet, he did not feel he had lost anything. Principal Lin, the principal of Chengda High School, was a man of integrity, unlike many of his peers. Once, when a student from a less fortunate background had a mother diagnosed with severe cancer, the board donated a mere 1,000, but Principal Lin generously contributed 50,000. Such individuals are becoming increasingly rare in today's society. This was fundamentally why He Liang chose to assist him. Had it not been for you, I would have fallen prey to that merchant, Principal Lin admitted, still shaken by the near miss. He Liang, I must express my gratitude properly. It's nothing, He Liang waved his hand. His motives were not driven by a desire for gain. Suddenly, Principal Lin's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID, raising an eyebrow, then looked at He Liang with an apologetic expression. I need to take this call. All right, He Liang nodded. Principal Lin stepped aside to answer his phone, leaving his granddaughter, Lin Yu, to converse with He Liang. The little one appeared quite fond of He Liang, her face glowing with joy. Within 2 minutes, Principal Lin returned, his expression somewhat grave. He Liang, I'm terribly sorry, but there is an urgent matter at home, and I must leave early. I will surely repay you later. His sincerity was evident, devoid of pretense. It's quite all right, He Liang offered a gentle smile. Lin Yu pouted, visibly displeased, but I still want to spend more time with Big Brother. Listen to Grandpa. We must head home first. Principal Lin coaxed Lin Yu with a hint of exasperation. The little girl, understanding the gravity of the situation, soon nodded obediently. Principal Lin then took Lin Yu and left. He Liang watched the pair recede into the distance, stroking his chin. It didn't consume too much time after all. Next, it's time to visit Feng Tung Pavilion. He inhaled deeply. Feng Tung Pavilion is the most renowned jade shop within the antique market. 6 months ago, someone had spent 3,000 summer coins there and unearthed a jade worth 220,000. This was a true tale of overnight wealth that had undoubtedly provoked envy in many. The incident even made headlines in some local newspapers. Soon, He Liang arrived at Feng Tung Pavilion. After approximately 15 minutes, he found himself at an expansive establishment, tastefully decorated with an air of understated luxury. Prominently displayed were the characters Feng Tung Pavilion. The murmur of voices could be heard from within. Upon entering, He Liang noted the directional signs. Feng Tung Pavilion spanned 5 floors, each level boasting increasingly higher prices. The lower levels primarily showcased ordinary raw stones, while the upper floors featured numerous open stones. The term opened refers to a portion of the outer layer being scratched to reveal some traces, allowing knowledgeable individuals to infer the jade content within. However, ultimately, the gamble of jade relies equally on vision and experience, as well as luck. He Liang mused to himself. His intermediate appraisal skills did not grant him the ability to definitively ascertain whether a raw stone contained jade, but he had acquired considerable theoretical knowledge. Upon entering Feng Tung Pavilion, He Liang did not create much of a stir. It's quite spacious. He Liang surveyed, estimating the area. The first floor alone spanned over 200 square meters. Inside, approximately 30 to 40 people were gathered, examining various raw stones, seemingly engaged in analytical discussions. Let us hope this time won't be a waste, He Liang silently prayed. He then decisively employed his ultimate appraisal technique for the 5th time. In an instant, the scene before him transformed dramatically. As He Liang pondered, he was suddenly noticed by another. Ning Wu. Ah, it's this little fellow again. Ningwu raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. What business does this young lad have at the Fengtung Pavilion? Before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, he observed He Liang striding purposefully towards a certain spot. He Liang approached an unassuming raw stone labeled at 900. He scrutinized it closely. The stone was roughly the size of 2 fists, its surface weathered and appearing rather unremarkable. Among the 30 or so people present, none paid any attention to this piece. Yet, He Liang's eyes sparkled. To him, this stone radiated a faint green light. Although it was not particularly thick, it surpassed those he had encountered earlier in vibrancy. Then, He Liang's gaze drifted to another stone hidden in the corner, its price marked at 2006. The brilliance emanating from it nearly blinded him. I may not have 2006 right now, but soon, I shall possess it. Without hesitation, He Liang grasped the 900 stone and made his way towards the owner. At this, many onlookers finally took notice. While many were keen on examining the stones, few dared to make a purchase. Every piece here was priced in the hundreds or thousands, far beyond the means of an ordinary person. This little fellow dares to pick up a stone and approach the owner? Some murmured, shaking their heads. He seems to be just a high school student, merely indulging in childish whims. Even we seasoned veterans have little assurance when it comes to these stones, yet he seems willing to take the plunge. Only Ningwu observed with keen interest, intriguing, indeed. He had come to unwind today, but unexpectedly encountered a captivating young man. He Liang halted before the owner. I want this piece, he stated with unwavering certainty. Little one, this stone costs 900. It's not inexpensive, the owner cautioned, unable to suppress his concern. He could tell at a glance that He Liang's family wasn't particularly affluent. It's fine, He Liang reiterated. How much will it cost to cut it? His gaze swept over the nearby cutting machine. The purchase of the raw stone was one thing, but cutting it would incur additional costs, calculated on a per-cut basis. The owner shook his head slightly, thinking He Liang a bit reckless, but still replied, this piece is small. To determine the price, it should be under 100. He Liang took a deep breath. Altogether, this would amount to nearly 1,000. This was a sum he had painstakingly saved over many years. Little one, you can't be of age yet, can you? 1,000 is no small amount. I advise you to reconsider. An elderly gentleman, kind in demeanor, approached with gentle words. He Liang suddenly felt as though he were perceived as a child, akin to one using their parents' hard-earned savings to support a streamer. However, he had no intention of explaining himself to others. Thank you, Grandpa, but He Liang resolutely extracted 1,000 in cash, locking eyes with the owner. Cut it. Chapter 15. Another jade emerges. He Liang's voice echoed throughout the first floor, instantly capturing the attention of around 30 onlookers. The cutting of jade has always been the most captivating spectacle. In the world of jade gambling, there exists a long-standing adage. One cut can make one rich. Another can lead to poverty, and yet another can reveal a mere shroud. Each slice brings with it a surge of emotions. All right, the owner considered briefly before nodding. He Liang may appear youthful and inexperienced, but this was his own choice. Regardless of the outcome, it was his decision to make. The owner took the chosen raw stone to the cutting machine. Nearby, several self-proclaimed veterans began to offer their unsolicited advice. This stone shows no promise at all. Based on my years of experience, it's highly unlikely to yield jade. I concur. The others nodded, spouting jargon familiar to the jade gambling community. Their arguments, while seemingly logical, fell flat as Ningwu observed He Liang, who remained unfazed by their words. Suddenly, the owner exclaimed in astonishment, "It's green." The crowd hurriedly turned to look. Jade was emerging. The first cut revealed green. This revelation left the veterans momentarily speechless, their faces flushed with embarrassment. However, the attention of the crowd quickly shifted back to He Liang and the raw stone. Ningwu was not focused on the stone, but rather on He Liang. Nodding slightly in approval, composed and steady, a promising young man. The owner's demeanor grew serious, and his movements slowed. If the jade was not cut well, it could significantly affect its value. The atmosphere fell silent, save for the sound of the cutting machine. In the ensuing 20 minutes, the jade was finally revealed. A delicate green hue shimmered under the lights, enchanting all who beheld it. The owner wiped the sweat from his brow, gazing at He Liang with a mix of admiration and disbelief. Little one, your luck is remarkable. Though this is a type of bean jade, its color and texture are quite commendable. If you wish, we at Fengtung Pavilion would be willing to buy it for 8,000. This price was already quite fair. Had it not been for the exceptional hue of He Liang's piece, he would not have offered such a sum. He Liang appeared calm, but his heart raced with excitement. 8,000. In an instant, the price had multiplied eightfold. For others, 8,000 might not be a significant sum, but to him, it was a treasure beyond compare. Young man, sell it to me for 10,000. Suddenly, A voice emerged from beside him. He Liang turned to see an elderly gentleman, clad in reading glasses and slightly hunched, yet full of vitality. It was Ningwu. 10,000. The crowd gasped. Now that He Liang had accumulated some knowledge, he could roughly gauge the value of his jade. 8,000 was already fair. 10,000 felt decidedly inflated. The owner pondered for a moment, but chose not to raise the price further, deeming it unworthy. Seeing no one else speak up, He Liang nodded firmly. All right. Ningwu's lips curled into a slight smile, and without hesitation, he added He Liang on WeChat and transferred the money on the spot. Such lavishness was both bold and generous. This young man was extraordinarily fortunate. Many gazed at He Liang with envy, marveling at how he had turned 1,000 into 10,000. While it may not equate to instant wealth, it was far better than the fate of many who had succumbed to the gamble of jade, where 100 raw stones might yield green only once. As the crowd reflected on this turn of events, He Liang took action once more, heading towards the corner. The entire assembly was taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances. This boy. Surely he does not intend to buy again. The attendees, mostly older individuals, could hardly contain their disbelief and exclaimed, "This is sheer folly. Does he truly believe that cutting jade is so simple? If it were, we wouldn't be here studying it daily." Shaking their heads, some approached He Liang, advising him against such reckless behavior. Yet, He Liang responded resolutely, "I wish to buy another piece." Ningwu chuckled, intrigued by He Liang's determination. Can he identify antiques, yet also discern raw stones? This young man certainly piqued his interest. He Liang arrived at the corner, eyeing a stone nearly half his height, taking a deep breath. This raw stone was among the pricier offerings at 2006. To He Liang's eyes, its emerald glow was dazzling, far more brilliant than the previous piece. If the first bean jade fetched 10,000, what might this one yield? He Liang's heart raced with excitement. 100,000, 200,000, or perhaps even more. He Liang knew he could not move this rough stone, so he turned to the owner. "Boss, please cut this piece for me." The crowd shook their heads in unison. For once again, He Liang had chosen a stone that was deemed unpromising. They could not believe that this inexperienced lad could possibly strike luck and continuously unveil jade. The owner, however, was undeterred. He called over several workers to transport the rough stone. Cutting this one would require considerably more effort than the previous one. The owner looked at He Liang and inquired, "How long will it take, and what will it cost?" He Liang asked calmly, "It will take about 1 to 2 hours. But it's hard to say. The price will not be less than 500, the owner estimated." "All right." He Liang nodded. Ningwu suddenly turned to He Liang and asked, "Young man, do you have confidence in unveiling jade?" The crowd perked up their ears. "No confidence," He Liang shrugged, offering a resigned smile. He certainly could not reveal the truth. Although he possessed intermediate gem appraisal skills, it was the ultimate gem appraisal technique that provided him with true confidence. Upon hearing this, the crowd's skepticism towards He Liang only grew. Meanwhile, the owner had already begun cutting. Despite their doubts, everyone remained intently focused on the jade cutting process. As the first cut was made, the interior remained grayish-white, showing no hint of green. Indeed, this 2,600 would likely be a waste. The crowd thought to themselves. With the second cut, still no green was visible. The third, fourth, and fifth cuts followed. With each slice, the crowd gradually concluded that this rough stone was indeed worthless. The once half-person height stone was now reduced to the size of a balloon. Ningwu observed He Liang, remaining composed as ever. The owner, too, felt in his heart that this stone was destined for failure. But then, with the next cut, a flash of emerald green suddenly caught their eyes. Could it be jade again? Chapter 16, 70,000. That green was exceedingly vibrant. Just cutting a portion revealed a heart-stopping quality. This jade was undoubtedly of excellent quality. The crowd fell silent, their attention fixated on the owner's cutting. Good jade. Even the owner widened his eyes, his movements becoming cautious. One cut after another, the waste material was sliced away, leaving only the emerald jade behind. Although He Liang had anticipated this outcome, witnessing that vibrant green still stirred a tumult of emotions within him. This luster likely indicated a piece of glutinous jade. Depending on its quality, glutinous jade could fetch market prices ranging from thousands to millions. He Liang leaned closer to the owner, carefully observing the jade he had chosen and concluded, "This piece is of excellent quality." As the owner continued cutting, the size of the jade gradually became apparent. Based on its dimensions, it would certainly be worth no less than 500,000. He Liang felt a flush of warmth. 500,000, what a staggering concept. For his family, this represented an unimaginable fortune. The cutting process lasted a full hour and a half. When it was finally complete, the atmosphere was anything but quiet. "Young man, I will buy this jade for 60,000. A plain-looking middle-aged man spoke to He Liang in a deep voice. The owner of Feng Tung Pavilion pondered for a moment before gritting his teeth and declaring, "We at Feng Ting Pavilion are willing to offer 65,000. Having personally cut this jade, he had a clearer judgment of its value. He Liang remained silent. To others, it seemed he was deliberating whether to make a bid. In reality, he was utterly astonished. 65,000. This price exceeded his expectations. The middle-aged man hesitated, his lips moving as if to speak, but ultimately shook his head and withdrew his bid. Just as He Liang was about to agree, Ning Wu interjected, a sly smile playing on his lips as he looked at He Liang. "Young lad, I offer 70,000. The 70,000 he mentioned sounded less like a substantial sum and more akin to $70. The owner of Feng Tung Pavilion shrugged in resignation, unable to contend with this powerful figure. After a prolonged silence, no one else dared to speak up. "I accept," He Liang said, nodding decisively at Ning Wu. The jade now had an owner, and the crowd's expressions turned strange as they regarded He Liang. For the first time, he had purchased a rough stone for 1,000 and unveiled a 10,000 worth of jade. The second time, he invested around 3,000 and revealed a piece valued at 70,000. Was this mere coincidence? They felt a whirlwind of confusion. Rationally, they told themselves that He Liang appeared just to be a high school student, unlikely to possess years of experience in jade appraisal. This must be luck. Yet, unveiling jade twice in a row, the odds were minuscule, akin to a 1 in a million chance. As they pondered, He Liang and Ning Wu had already departed from Feng Tung Pavilion with the jade in hand. In places like the antique street, automatic deposit and withdrawal machines were commonplace. He Liang had prepared for this, bringing along his bank card. Ning Wu was straightforward, transferring the money on the spot. Soon, He Liang's phone screen lit up with a notification. Gazing at the series of zeros in the message, He Liang felt a surge of excitement. With this money, life at home would be significantly easier. This felt like a dream come true. "Young lad, let's have a chat at a pavilion," Ning Wu suggested with interest. He Liang hesitated briefly but nodded in agreement. The two settled at a small pavilion. Ning Wu curiously inquired, "Young lad, do you understand jade appraisal and antique evaluation? I was present when you identified the counterfeit antiques earlier." He Liang was taken aback, not expecting such a coincidence. "I know a little," he replied with a faint smile. "Could you analyze the 2 rough stones we just cut?" Ning Wu, who had a penchant for collecting antiques, ancient paintings, and jade, had some knowledge in this area. He Liang pondered for a moment before slowly explaining. The first rough stone, while appearing severely weathered on the surface, actually has discernible patterns. The elderly man before him had purchased both pieces of jade and was generous in his dealings. He Liang felt grateful and was willing to share more. 10 minutes later, after listening to He Liang's analysis, Ning Wu could not help but exclaim, "Impressive." He marveled at how this young lad possessed such knowledge and accuracy, rivaling some renowned gem appraisal masters he had encountered. He Liang shook his head modestly. With the ultimate gem appraisal technique, combined with his intermediate skills, he could analyze many stones through a blend of reverse and forward reasoning. Subsequently, Ning Wu continued to engage He Liang in discussion, growing increasingly intrigued by him. With a righteous heart and remarkable appraisal abilities, He Liang exhibited decisiveness and a maturity far beyond his peers. This young lad was destined for greatness. After a whole hour, He Liang prepared to part ways with Ning Wu. However, before leaving, they exchanged contact information. "Young lad, I have high hopes for you. Perhaps I will seek you out in the future." Ning Wu expressed his satisfaction and fondness for He Liang. This was indeed an honor for the young man. He Liang smiled faintly, recognizing that Ning Wu was no ordinary individual. On his way home, He Liang's heart continued to swell with excitement, occasionally glancing at the message on his phone. As he entered his home, he saw his parents seated in chairs. Taking a deep breath, He Liang announced, "Mom, Dad, I earned money." Lin Qin and He Ning were taken aback, then quickly regained their composure. Lin Qin sighed with a wry smile, "Xiao Liang, you are at a crucial moment for the college entrance examination. Regardless of your grades, you must strive to push forward. It's not yet time for you to take on part-time jobs." He Ning stood and patted He Liang on the shoulder, offering a warm smile. "Your dad and I can still support this family for now. Listen to your parents and quit the part-time job. Focus on preparing for the exam." Feeling warmth in his heart, He Liang shook his head. "I'm not working part-time. I went to the antique market." Lin Qin and He Ning exchanged glances. Unable to restrain their curiosity, "Did you buy antiques?" "Many of the items there are counterfeit. They feel their child has been deceived." "I bought raw stones. I uncovered some jade." He Liang does not intend to conceal this from his parents. With such a substantial amount of money, if he does not explain, his parents would not dare to use it freely. The raw stone. Both parents were aware of what it was and nodded in astonishment. They thought He Liang might have idly wandered around and spent a few dozen dollars on a piece of raw stone. only to discover some fragments of jade. How much? They chuckled. He Liang raised his fingers. 70. 700? He Ning and Lin Xin's hearts skipped a beat. 7,000? He Liang shrugged, his expression earnest. It is 700,000. After saying this, he opened the payment notification on his phone for Lin Xin and He Ning to see. The multitude of zeros left them both dumbfounded. So many zeros. Chapter 17. Class First. Your first the series of zeros left Lin Xin and He Ning's throats dry. They understood their son's character and knew he was not one to make such jokes lightly. Yet, this was indeed hard to accept. I recently researched jade, and unexpectedly, I managed to buy jade and struck good fortune. There was a boss on site who directly purchased my jade for 70,000. He Liang smiled and explained to his parents. However, their expressions remained incredulous. It was at Feng Tong Pavilion on Antique Street in Deep Truth City. He Liang shrugged. When he was young, his parents had specifically told him about Feng Tong Pavilion. I have the phone number for Feng Tong Pavilion. He Liang had intentionally memorized the phone number, and at that moment, he dialed it. Soon, the call connected, and the boss's voice came through. Hello. How can I help you? He Liang handed the phone to He Ning. Dad, you can ask him if you don't believe it. He Ning swallowed hard. Realizing the gravity of the situation, and tremblingly took He Liang's phone to inquire with the boss. After a full 5 minutes, He Ning finally hung up the phone. It's true. The couple struggled to accept this reality. Afterward, there was sheer excitement. The two were trembling with joy. 700,000. For a family like theirs, who made a living by dealing in scrap and lived in a semi-derelict house. This was an astronomical figure. He Ning took a deep breath. Attempting to project calmness in front of He Liang. Xiao Liang, please tell me exactly what happened. He Liang gently nodded and recounted the tale to his parents. Naturally, the story was 7 parts truth and 3 parts embellishment. Xiao Liang, it is commendable to pursue extracurricular knowledge, but your priority now must be your studies. He Ning deliberately cleared his throat. Lin Xin also gently nodded, her expression soft as she said, listen to your father and focus on your studies for the time being. He Liang felt a surge of emotion. Despite acquiring such astonishing wealth, his parents' immediate concern was not how to spend the money, but rather how it would affect him. Dad and Mom, I understand. He Liang nodded earnestly, his words imbued with confidence. Last week was the final monthly exam, and the parent-teacher meeting is set for next Wednesday. He Liang took a deep breath, his eyes bright. The expressions of his parents shifted slightly, filled with hesitation. It was not due to He Liang's poor grades, but rather their fear that their profession might bring embarrassment to him in front of his classmates. How could He Liang not understand this? His heart ached yet warmed simultaneously as he looked at them resolutely. If possible, I hope both of you can attend. Seeing He Liang's determined gaze, Lin Xin and He Ning ultimately nodded with smiles. We will go. Subsequently, He Liang voluntarily transferred 70,000 to He Ning. He Ning accepted the money, advising He Liang, most of this money needs to be saved. You will need it for your future wife. The 2 days at home swiftly passed. On Sunday afternoon, He Liang departed for Qingda High School. All senior students returned to school on Sunday afternoons. On the bus, He Liang continued to explore the all-purpose working system. Currently, he could access 2 black holes, the lottery area and the study area. He Liang pondered. My current position is that of a preparatory worker. With a daily wage of 10, he mused, all-purpose working system. Instantly, a data screen appeared before him. Host, He Liang, 35,100, position, preparatory worker, next level, junior worker, daily wage, 10 working coins, 170 the experience points were accumulated from completing tasks. The grand plan is approaching, with only 2 weeks left. In a little over 10 days, the working coins could reach over 300. He Liang shook his head slightly. Unless he leveled up to junior worker, it would be difficult to advance biology to the ultimate high school level before the grand plan commenced. He Liang felt a sense of urgency for the second task to appear. Soon, He Liang arrived in class, just in time for the evening self-study session. The buzz of discussion filled the room. The results of last week's monthly exam were about to be announced. I hope to maintain a position in the top 10 of the class. I am not asking for much, just the top 20, all right? The various voices of discussion reached He Liang's ears. He Liang remained calm, his mindset steady. Wang Yuning approached, hesitating for a moment before her cheeks flushed as she said, He Liang, after this monthly exam, if you have any questions about your other papers, feel free to ask me. She wanted to reciprocate for his help in explaining biology questions. Thank you. He Liang was taken aback, but shrugged and expressed his gratitude. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Zhang Wu's darkened expression, glaring at him fiercely. However, He Liang paid him no mind and chose to ignore him. Ding ding. The class bell rang, and Wang Yuning hurriedly returned to her seat. At that moment, Zhao Ruobing entered, standing at the podium, scanning the class. When her gaze landed on He Liang, she paused momentarily, her eyes reflecting an unusual expression. Your homeroom teacher is on leave, and I will be in charge of the evening study session tonight. She held a form in her hand. The results of last week's exams are out, and the scores are even worse than I expected. Zhao Ruobing, the vice homeroom teacher, had been monitoring the situation in Class 2 of the senior year. She shook her head slightly, displaying dissatisfaction with the results. The classroom fell silent upon her words. The students exchanged anxious glances, the tension palpable on their faces. Now, I will announce the scores for the top 20. Zhao Ruobing stated gravely. As for those ranked below 20, they can check for themselves. Lucien, 451 points. Ranked 20th in the class, 51st in the year. Upon hearing this score, Lucien's heart sank. Compared to usual, it was indeed nearly 20 points lower. Zhao Ruobing continued to announce the scores. 19th place Wang Yuning, 591 points. Second in the class, 4th in the year. The classroom erupted in commotion. This score was impressively high, surpassing everyone's expectations. Wang Yuning's face flushed slightly, her heart brimming with joy. This time, her performance was truly commendable. As for her ranking in the year, she paid it no mind, knowing that top students like Li Su, Guolin, and Shen Mingtong were away for training. If they were present, her position would surely shift. But then she thought of another matter. Who is first? She scanned the classroom. Noting that the usual high achievers had already been announced, not only was she curious, but her classmates shared the same thought. Could someone have scored higher than Wang Yuning? Zhao Ruobing paused. All eyes in the class were instantly drawn to her. Taking a deep breath, she focused her gaze on He Liang, who remained calm. Class first. You're first. He Liang, 637 points. Chapter 18. The class's doubt. As soon as this result was announced, the classroom erupted in a cacophony of gasps. He Liang first? And first in the year. 637 points. How is that possible? The crowd could hardly comprehend, and discussions erupted among the students. In their minds, it was already strange for He Liang to be not at the bottom, let alone to take first place. Zhang Wu's expression transformed dramatically as he could no longer contain himself and stood up, directing an irate gaze at Zhao Ruobing. Teacher, is there some mistake here? Zhao Ruobing looked at Zhang Wu, gently shaking her head. There is no mistake. Please sit down. Everyone, quiet down. The students of Class 2, Year 3, found it difficult to accept the results. After the rise of biology, did the other subjects also surge? It seemed utterly implausible. He Liang had spent at least half of each day over the past 3 months daydreaming, often dozing off at his desk. How on earth could he achieve a score of 637? Even if Guolin were present, he might not surpass that mark. The class remained in turmoil. What are you all arguing about? Zhao Ruobing furrowed her brows, reprimanding them. When she spoke again, the students immediately fell silent. He Liang suddenly realized that his earnest study had led to this breakthrough in the monthly exam. What are you all astonished about? You should reflect on why you cannot achieve the same. Class 2's overall performance had indeed been subpar, evidently overshadowed by Class 1. It was no wonder Zhao Ruobing was somewhat irate. He Liang bore a slight smile, finding the outcome quite normal. A score of 637 was perfectly reasonable. The biology subject had undoubtedly improved compared to 3 months ago, but the others, having been neglected for 3 months, could not keep pace. Had it not been for the systematic approach he had taken, he could have easily scored around 670 on a 720-point paper. Otherwise, he would not have been dubbed a genius capable of entering prestigious universities like Tsinghua or Beida. This was merely the beginning. He Liang narrowed his eyes. The class was silent, save for Zhao Ruobing's admonishments at the podium. Meanwhile, Wang Yuning blushed deeply, feeling exceedingly embarrassed. Just moments ago, she had told He Liang he could ask her any questions if he needed help, and now she felt utterly humiliated. She cast a furtive glance at He Liang, only to meet his calm, deep-set eyes. Suddenly, her heart skipped a beat. It was as if the youthful charm of the He Liang from 3 months ago had returned. Zhang Wu, on the other hand, was consumed by skepticism. His face turned a ghastly shade. Cheating. This must be cheating. I refused to believe he could have improved. He was certain it was just as Guolin had said. He had resorted to underhanded tactics. Perhaps he had somehow obtained the answers in advance. The class period soon passed. The classroom was silent, but in their hearts, they were rife with doubts about He Liang's integrity. As soon as the bell rang, Wang Yuning approached He Liang. At that moment, he was the center of attention, with all eyes on him. He Liang, you are truly amazing, Wang Yuning said, her cheeks flushed. She held out a sheet of paper with a physics problem. I have this physics question I can't solve. Could you help me? Her face was a picture of shyness. Of course, He Liang replied with a gentle smile, taking the paper from her. Wang Yuning nodded eagerly, her joy evident. Yes, yes, seeing his goddess act so adorably. Many boys in the class felt their hearts shatter. My goddess. Zhang Wu's neck bulged with veins as he squeezed a plastic bottle in his hand, furious. Damn it. I must expose him. He was seething, his breaths coming in quick gasps. But with Wang Yuning nearby, he hesitated to confront He Liang. For 10 minutes, He Liang patiently taught Wang Yuning. When the second evening study session began, Zhao Ruobing entered the classroom. She looked at He Liang. He Liang, please step outside with me. The rest of the class quietly focused on their studies. There was little time left before the college entrance exams. Once outside, Zhao Ruobing explained to He Liang. Your score has increased significantly. The students from Class 1 are causing a ruckus, unable to believe that Class 2 has taken the top spot. They requested several teachers to assess your capabilities. He Liang shrugged, somewhat helpless. He hadn't anticipated such a commotion. However, since the top spot had always been held by Class 1, it was understandable that they might feel disgruntled about losing it to him. That is fine. He Liang replied calmly. Let us head to the teacher's office. As He Liang and Zhao Ruobing passed by Class 1, he could distinctly hear the skeptical glances and derisive murmurs directed at him. Humph, He Liang scoffed inwardly. The teacher's office was nearby, and they arrived in no time. Inside, 3 teachers were present, along with Wu Qing. He Liang, Wu Qing said sternly, rising and placing his hands behind his back, fixing He Liang with a penetrating gaze. He Liang narrowed his eyes, sensing the confrontation. Did you cheat on this exam? Wu Qing's expression was grave, yet he was secretly delighted. He had anticipated needing to wait for a grander scheme to take revenge on He Liang, but now the opportunity had presented itself. He spoke coldly. Your score has risen dramatically. It was difficult for you to even reach 400 points previously. This sudden leap to over 600 is hard for us teachers to believe. The other 3 teachers exchanged glances, slightly nodding in agreement. They had seen students improve rapidly before, but none like He Liang, who had seemingly awakened from a 3-month slumber. My grades were never poor. I just had some issues 3 months ago that distracted me from studying. Now that I've returned to my studies, is that not acceptable? He Liang spread his hands, a slight smile on his lips. Wu Qing paused, as if this explanation made sense. However, he remained unconvinced, still suspecting cheating. He Liang, tomorrow the 6 subject teachers will prepare a test for you in the office, and I hope you can achieve corresponding results. Wu Qing took a deep breath, speaking solemnly. The 6 subject teachers were reluctant, but Wu Qing, in his capacity as head, forced them to comply. All right, He Liang replied with a grin, feeling no pressure. Cheating was out of the question. He was fully aware of the scrutiny and uproar this exam would provoke. However, with his parents coming for the parent-teacher meeting on Wednesday, He Liang intended to demonstrate to everyone that he relied solely on his own abilities. Chapter 19. The parent-teacher meeting the next day. The students of Class 2 were astonished to discover that from the very first class of the morning, He Liang was absent from the classroom. Some well-informed classmates spread the news throughout the class. The students of Class 1 were skeptical of He Liang's abilities, unwilling to accept that Class 2 had taken the lead. So they had specifically approached Director Wu Qing to request an assessment of He Liang's capabilities. Now, He Liang was taking the exam in the teacher's office. This news sent a wave of mixed emotions through the students of Class 2. On one hand, they hoped He Liang would make Class 1 look foolish. On the other hand, they felt a pang of jealousy. If He Liang truly had improved, how would they face it? Wang Yuning pouted, her beautiful eyes flashing with concern. He Liang. She believed in He Liang's integrity, but she feared he might falter under the scrutiny of Director Wu Qing and the Class 1 students. Zhang Wu, however, was in high spirits, discussing with his close friends. Now He Liang's true abilities will be thoroughly exposed. With several teachers proctoring, there's no way he can cheat. I want to see if he can still show his face at school. In the office, Wu Qing and several other teachers watched as He Liang worked on the test. Their expressions were stunned, swallowing hard as they observed He Liang's rapid pace. For a moment, they were left speechless. His speed in completing the test was astonishing. Especially Zhao Ruobing, who was even more astonished to see He Liang finish the biology paper in less than 20 minutes. Each question was answered within mere seconds, and he seemed to possess unwavering confidence in his answers. Truly a prodigy. As He Liang completed the Chinese language exam, the Chinese teacher promptly took the paper, eager to begin grading it. The handwriting was neat and orderly, ensuring that there would be minimal deductions for presentation. She glanced over and nodded repeatedly, accurately responding to various interpretations of poetry. Oh, this essay's theme is quite innovative. Her eyes brightened as she read through it smoothly, genuinely astonished. Ultimately, the scores were calculated, 138 in Chinese. An astonishing achievement. The day passed swiftly, and all results were revealed. Chinese, 138. Mathematics, 148. English, 114. Comprehensive science, 252. A total of 652. The announcement of this score left the teachers in the classroom astounded. 652 points. They exchanged incredulous glances. With a score of 652, even with Chun Mingtong and Li Su present, He Liang's results were more than sufficient to contend for the top position in the grade. They were deeply stirred. He Liang had undoubtedly made a remarkable recovery. Wu Qing felt a storm brewing inside, yet could only force a smile, dryly stating, "Well done, He Liang." Curse the cheating. Those foolish students. How could this possibly be cheating? He felt a pang of pain in his face again. He attributed everything to the encouragement from the class. He Liang's handwriting was immaculate, and his performance was impeccable. Maintaining this standard, scoring 145 in the Chinese college entrance examination was entirely feasible. The Chinese teacher praised He Liang, while the mathematics teacher nodded in agreement. Had I not been stringent with the steps, it would have been a perfect score. The other teachers similarly expressed their agreement. He Liang maintained a calm demeanor, a faint smile gracing his lips. His poised and composed attitude, neither servile nor arrogant, endeared him to several teachers. In the preceding 3 months, they had lamented He Liang's decline, but now he had finally returned. "Director Wu Qing, may I leave?" He Liang inquired, looking at Wu Qing, who hesitated momentarily before awkwardly nodding. "You may." He Liang then exited the teacher's office, coincidentally as the class ended. Several students from Class 1 were conversing with those from Class 2 in the hallway. A student ranked 5th in Class 1 glanced at He Liang as he passed by and smirked at Zhang Wu. "I heard a student from your class cheated to get a high score?" Zhang Wu immediately understood, sneering, "No worries, the teachers are assessing him. His true colors will soon be revealed." He Liang remained indifferent, heading straight back to his class. Meanwhile, numerous teachers emerged. Several students from Class 1 quickly surrounded the teachers and Director Wu Qing. Before they could speak, Wu Qing bellowed furiously, "You're all in your final year, yet here you are chatting? Are you that idle? It seems the homework assigned by your teachers is insufficient." His voice startled the students in the hallway, who promptly retreated to their classrooms. Zhang Wu's expression soured, his lips trembling, as he had overheard the teachers' quiet discussions before exiting. It seemed they were praising He Liang. Soon, the news spread among the teachers. Under their scrutiny, He Liang had achieved the remarkable score of 652. This news reverberated throughout the entire grade. Everyone suddenly realized the truth, struggling to accept this fact. The genius, the top scholar, had returned. With his first performance, he reclaimed the top position in the grade. It was as if he had once again dominated the entire science class. Some students in Class 1 expressed their indignation sarcastically. 652 points? Perhaps he has indeed recovered. But that is only because Chun Mingtong and Li Su are absent. Otherwise, some would merely settle for 3rd place. Yet even they felt a twinge of insecurity in their words. With He Liang's resurgence, the foul rumors dissipated completely. In student life, academic performance is indeed the paramount concern. Soon, Wednesday arrived, heralding the parent-teacher meeting. The meeting was divided into 2 parts. The first part involved ascending to the 5th floor auditorium for an awards ceremony, attended by the principal and other dignitaries. The second part required parents to return to their respective classes for meetings with homeroom and subject teachers. Everyone queued to ascend the stairs. Wu Jun, the top student in his 2nd year, commented to Deng Shui while observing the impressive students passing by, "Isn't that He Liang? I thought he would skip this meeting." Deng Shui scoffed derisively. "How could He Liang be as impressive as you, being in the 2nd year?" They were unaware of the 3rd year's score rankings. Upon entering the auditorium, the procedure commenced. Awards were presented sequentially for the 1st and 2nd years. Wu Jun felt quite pleased, having secured the top rank in 3 subjects, with a total score of 618, also the highest in his year. He basked in the glory. "Huh." Wu Jun smirked as he stepped down. When he was a 1st-year student, He Liang, then a 2nd year, had been incredibly dazzling, scoring 1st in all 6 subjects and completely overshadowing all students. Not only his contemporaries, but even students a year below him were entirely eclipsed by his brilliance. All the teachers had urged their students to emulate He Liang. And now, what a joke. He Liang has been utterly wasted. The awards for the 3rd-year students were about to commence. As the student host announced, the audience of students and parents grew tense. Among them were He Ning and Lin Qin. They planned to comfort their son, ensuring not to stress him out. Lin Qin whispered to He Ning, "We must be gentle with Xiao Liang." He Ning nodded in agreement. Indeed, education is not the only path. We must teach our child this principle. Naturally, good academic performance carries its advantages. This statement was merely self-reassurance. The host's voice resonated through the auditorium. "Please be quiet. We will now commence the first item on the agenda, announcing the top students in each subject for the 3rd year." Chapter 20. A shock to the audience, the top students and third-year subjects? Many first and second-year students exchanged knowing glances, recalling the genius scholar. However, the student hailed as the most outstanding in the history of Chengde High School had fallen from grace. The next moment, the host proclaimed loudly, first in Chinese, Wang Yuning. The blushing Wang Yuning from Class 2 stood up and walked toward the stage, immediately captivating the gaze of numerous boys. Standing at approximately 165 meters, she exuded an innocent charm, making her quite endearing. Beautiful and academically gifted, she was undoubtedly a goddess. Zhang Wu's gaze burned with intensity as he fixated on Wang Yuning on stage, silently vowing, "Yuning will be my girlfriend. No one can take her away." Subsequently, the host glanced at the list, paused momentarily, and continued, first in mathematics, He Liang. The hall fell into an immediate silence. Many first and second-year students were taken aback. Did I mishear? What is happening? Is there a mistake? First in mathematics? He Liang? There shouldn't be two He Liangs in the third year, right? This name was familiar to nearly everyone present, notorious for the disgrace he had endured over the past 3 months. Yet, to hear it in this context, Lin Qin and He Ning froze, exchanging excited glances. They suddenly understood. Lin Qin's lips quivered, her eyes reddening. No wonder Xiao Liang insisted we come. He Ning straightened, feeling a surge of confidence. He nodded emphatically, beaming with pride. Of course, just look at whose child it is. As they spoke, Lin Qin and He Ning paused, seemingly recalling something, their expressions shifting. However, Lin Qin tightened her grip on He Ning's hand, resolutely stating, Xiao Liang is our child. He Ning nodded in agreement, pride shining in his eyes. This child has truly given us parents an unexpected surprise. He Ning sighed, not yet finished speaking. The host's voice rang out again. First in English, He Liang. First in biology, He Liang. First in physics, He Liang. First in chemistry, He Liang. A series of announcements proclaiming the top scores in 4 subjects rendered the audience utterly speechless. The senior students, while shaken, felt a twinge of bitterness. Over the past 2 days, teachers had hinted that He Liang, the prodigious scholar, had indeed made his triumphant return. The sound of footsteps echoed. An exceptionally handsome student approached the stage with an air of calm confidence. Instantly, the spotlight shifted to him, making him the center of attention. At that moment, he was undeniably the focus of all eyes. He claimed the top score in 5 out of 6 subjects. What a joke. The certificates held by Wu Jun, proclaiming his 3 top scores, slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. His expression was one of disbelief. He looked utterly ghastly, failing even to retrieve the honors he once cherished. 5 subjects? 5 firsts. Are you kidding me? Deng Shui's face blanched. Her heavily powdered visage suddenly filled with regret. Has he truly returned? The emotions of the other students were varied. However, on the stage, there were only 2 individuals left, He Liang and Wang Yuning, who gazed at the handsome figure not far away, felt a mix of shyness and joy. This stage, it seemed, belonged solely to them. Lost in her thoughts, she fidgeted with her uniform, lowering her head in bashfulness. He Liang approached Wang Yuning, the light illuminating both of them. Then, Director Wu Qing ascended the stage. Several attendants held certificates, and Wu Qing's expression was stiff as he forced a smile to present the awards. Congratulations, He Liang. Keep up the good work, he managed to say, his lips twitching. He Liang looked at him with a knowing smile and replied softly, Of course, as long as you don't make me sign any expulsion contracts. I believe I will perform exceedingly well. Wu Qing felt a surge of anger, quickly replaced by resignation. After all, there were still the principal and several dignitaries present. Next, the awards for the top scores in the arts class were presented, but none evoked the same shock as He Liang's achievements. Soon, the overall top 10 scores were announced. The first in the arts was Li Qian, while the first in the sciences was He Liang. These 2 names were saved for last. Yet all attention was riveted on He Liang. As the crowd stepped forward to receive their awards, the principal personally presented them. Congratulations, He Liang. Principal Linda approached He Liang, shaking his hand firmly. He had yet to thank He Liang for the incident at the antique street. Once the ceremony concluded, many students descended from the stage. Yet, Linda picked up the microphone and suddenly called out, Please, He Liang, stay for a moment. He Liang paused, slightly taken aback, guessing what was about to unfold, and forced a smile as he halted. Upon hearing this, the students instantly perked up. Stay? Why? Had He Liang committed some transgression? Zhang Wu's heart raced with anticipation as he fixed his gaze on the stage. Linda grasped He Liang's hand, beaming with enthusiasm. You won't believe it. While I was strolling with my granddaughter at the antique street, I was swindled. His words sparked a commotion. The principal swindled? This was astonishing news. Moreover, the sum was significant, an astounding 250,000. Linda took a deep breath and continued gravely. However, a student, driven by a sense of justice, stepped forward to help me out. Everyone quickly connected the dots, their throats tightening as they turned their gaze to the handsome student. Could it be He Liang? Wang Yuning's eyes sparkled with admiration. Linda raised He Liang's hand high, laughing heartily. It was none other than He Liang. If it weren't for him, I would have lost 250,000. He expressed his hope that all students would emulate He Liang's spirit of righteousness and justice. The audience erupted into scattered applause, which soon swelled into a thunderous ovation. He Liang felt somewhat helpless. Understanding this was Linda's way of expressing gratitude. Yet, he did not mind, for he could see the excitement and joy on his parents' faces from the audience. Wu Qing had completely conceded. How could he contend with such a remarkable student, an exemplary scholar, the top of his grade, and a benefactor to the principal? If he dared to challenge He Liang further, he would truly be out of his mind. As a mere grade director, how could he possibly provoke He Liang? Linda continued to extol He Liang, sharing some insights. Before proceeding with the ceremony, He Liang stepped down, still feeling the weight of many gazes upon him. Approximately half an hour later, the host announced, "Please return to your classrooms in order for the parent-teacher meetings." Chapter 21, the second task, a key to promotion. Subsequently, students from various classes returned in succession. Nevertheless, many still bore expressions of shock, unable to fully comprehend the events that had unfolded. He Liang lingered at the back of the line when Wang Yuning approached him. Her eyes glimmered with admiration as she exclaimed, "He Liang, you are truly amazing. If I have any questions in the future, may I come to you?" He Liang hesitated for a moment before smiling and nodding in agreement. Of course. Not far away, He Ning and Lin Qin approached. "Little Liang, you have truly given us a tremendous surprise." He Ning clapped He Liang on the shoulder, beaming with pride. Lin Qin nodded in agreement, her eyes radiating warmth. They then turned their attention to Wang Yuning, who blushed crimson, feeling anxious as she greeted, "Hello, Annie, uncle." Lin Qin looked at He Liang with a knowing smile. "Little Liang, and who might this student be?" To be fair, the young girl was indeed lovely, radiating innocence. Most importantly, they had just seen Wang Yuning on stage, achieving first place in the language subject and ranking fourth overall. He Liang shot a helpless glance at Lin Qin and replied with a hint of exasperation, "Just a classmate." Wang Yuning's smile faltered slightly, feeling inexplicably disappointed, though she did not outwardly show it. "It's time to return to class. We need to hold the parent-teacher meeting." He Liang concluded the conversation and led the way. Along the way, Lin Qin chatted with Wang Yuning about trivial matters, which unexpectedly brought them closer together. This instilled a sense of hope within Wang Yuning. Upon returning to class, the homeroom teacher cheerfully addressed the students. "Please have a seat, students and parents." This time, He Liang had truly brought honor to their class, boosting their confidence. Once the class settled down, he began his analysis, praising He Liang profusely. He Liang took it all in stride, fully aware that academic performance was paramount during one's school years. His expression grew thoughtful as he contemplated other matters. "Right now, my primary focus is on preparing for the grand plan in 2 weeks and securing admission to Suzhou University. Although my current scores suggest a strong possibility of gaining acceptance to Suzhou University or even Tsinghua and Peking University during the college entrance exams, it would be prudent to secure a spot early." At present, He Liang found himself less eager for the 10,000 scholarship from the Shao Corporation. After all, there was still a substantial 70,000 at home. Moreover, he possessed 4 opportunities to utilize the ultimate identification technique, which could potentially yield significant returns. If given the chance, he could even assist Meng Tong. He Liang shook his head gently. Then, an idea sparked in his mind, and the interface for the all-purpose work system appeared before him. The all-purpose work system allows one to exchange everything with work currency. He Liang narrowed his eyes, having discerned certain patterns over the past few days. For instance, He Liang glanced at the calligraphy book on the table, picked up a black pen, and focused his thoughts. The all-purpose work system entered the learning section, revealing a new option alongside language, mathematics, English, physics, chemistry, biology, and identification. Calligraphy, intermediate, advanced cost 100 work currency. He Liang had previously dabbled in basketball, yielding the result, basketball, unremarkable, beginner cost 70 work currency. With this newfound understanding of the system's all-purpose capabilities, He Liang felt a surge of excitement. With work currency, I can become an omniscient scholar. I shall master every skill. The source of the labor currency is singular, awaiting the system to disperse wages. The tasks are approaching. He Liang eagerly anticipated the second task. On stage, Zhao Ruobing, as the deputy class teacher, addressed the assembly. With a firm expression, she struck the blackboard and cautioned, "Do not rejoice too early. Although He Liang has achieved remarkable results, overall, your performance was subpar. She sought to awaken the students, using He Liang as a paragon. Everyone should learn from He Liang. The mood in the classroom was a tumult of emotions. Some even began to suspect that He Liang had intentionally underperformed over the past 3 months. They relished in the notion of He Liang, once a brilliant prodigy, now in decline, yet He Liang might very well regard them as mere jesters. Subsequently, several subject teachers took the stage to deliver speeches, each offering varying degrees of commendation for He Liang. Excellent, excellent. The delighted expressions of He Ning and Lin Qin, his parents, were unmistakable. We may be impoverished, but our child excels. After an hour, the parent-teacher conference finally concluded at 5 in the afternoon. He Ning and Lin Qin took He Liang aside for a discussion. Xiao Liang, your performance this time was commendable. Maintain the momentum, Lin Qin smiled. He Ning, however, cleared his throat and spoke earnestly. Xiao Liang, you are still in high school. Prioritize your studies. Do not expend energy on the study of jade for now. He paused, casting a peculiar glance at He Liang before adding, it would also be wise to avoid romantic entanglements. He Liang was speechless, shrugging in resignation. I have no such intentions. That was merely a classmate. He Ning nodded in understanding. It is not entirely prohibited. As long as you gain admission to university, your father will support your choices. They exchanged a few more words before He Ning and Lin Qin departed from Chengda High School, their hearts filled with joy. The students were dismissed early. Yet He Liang was halted by Mr. Zhang, the biology competition teacher. Teacher, is there something you need? He Liang inquired, momentarily taken aback by the middle-aged man with graying temples. Mr. Zhang hesitated but ultimately chose to confide in He Liang. He Liang, this matter is somewhat intricate. 3 weeks ago, every student who passed the preliminary round of the biology competition signed a monumental plan document. When you were experiencing difficulties, Vice Principal Zhang did not notify you. He pondered his words. He Liang's eyes narrowed as realization dawned upon him, prompting a sardonic chuckle. So my qualification was tacitly revoked long ago, and the previous withdrawal agreement was merely a preemptive strike? Mr. Zhang appeared awkward, unsure of how to continue. However, He Liang quickly regained his composure, calmly asking, what should I do next? His steady demeanor elicited admiration from Mr. Zhang. By the rules, you must go to the document's location to sign it in person. Where's that? He Liang queried, momentarily startled. Wanfeng Qi High School. He Liang's expression shifted as he recalled something, raising an eyebrow. Wanfeng High School? Isn't that where Li Su and Meng Tong are attending the provincial training for biology? Indeed, Mr. Zhang affirmed. Coincidentally, I am visiting a teacher there, so I will take you along. He is a biology PhD and has been focusing on biology competitions. He might offer you some guidance. He Liang had no reason to refuse and nodded. Thank you, teacher. At that moment, information surged through his mind. Worker, work spirit. Labor is the hallmark of the exceptional. Second task, sign the monumental plan document to gain qualification for the retest. Reward, 69 experience points. He Liang's eyes sparkled with excitement. 69 experience points could elevate him to the rank of a junior worker. His daily wage would triple. Chapter 22, Supplementary Signature. A daily wage of 30 labor coins is an entirely different concept than a mere 10. He Liang's heart raced, his eyes gleaming with ambition. With 90 days until the college entrance examination, if he ascended to the junior worker level, he could potentially amass around 2,700 labor coins by exam time. This would enable him to elevate several subjects to an advanced level, culminating in mastery. He Liang had already begun to grasp the formidable nature of advanced high school biology. He could instinctively analyze ordinary problems for answers, and even complex competition questions sparked his intuition. He had privately tested himself 5 times, scoring remarkably well on a 300-point biology competition paper, only losing 10 points at most. Such an achievement was astounding. Were Mr. Zhang to learn of this, he would undoubtedly be taken aback, as the highest scores in previous years across the province had always been a few points below He Liang's, at best, equal. How formidable would the pinnacle of high school biology be? He Liang was eager to discover this, his heart brimming with anticipation. After Mr. Zhang provided a few final instructions, he departed. In the corridor, many students from Class 1 regarded He Liang with a complex mixture of emotions. He had truly recovered. It was not a result of cheating. Moreover, he had aided the principal. Their feelings were a blend of admiration and disbelief. He Liang noticed their glances, but paid them no mind. Upon returning to class, Wang Yuning's exquisite face lit up with delight as she waved her test paper at He Liang. He Liang, could you help me with biology? He Liang smiled and nodded, not refusing her request. At the back of the classroom, Zhang Wu's demeanor darkened, his 2B pencil lead snapping in half with a sharp crack. His lips quivered as if a low growl filled with resentment escaped his throat. He Liang. After a moment, He suddenly lifted his head, determination etched on his face. This Friday, I will confront him properly. I don't care if he is a genius. Yuning is mine. She can only belong to me. The next day, Mr. Zhong arranged for He Liang to take a leave of absence, and the two departed from school, heading towards Wanfeng Qi High School. We will first take the subway to the transfer station, then catch the high-speed train. Mr. Zhong informed He Liang. It's a bit of a trek, and we will likely arrive by noon. The school will reimburse the travel expenses, though it may be exhausting. That's all right, He Liang replied calmly, nodding slightly. After a journey filled with anticipation, they arrived at Wanfeng High School just past 11. Mr. Zhong spoke briefly with the security personnel, who promptly allowed them entry. Having clearly been informed ahead of time, ascending to the second floor of a particular building, they paused outside a biology laboratory. Inside, dozens of students clad in white lab coats operated various instruments, analyzing biological materials and recording data through observation. He Liang immediately spotted several familiar figures: Li Su, Chen Mingtong, and Guolin. They were indeed part of this training cohort. He Liang raised an eyebrow and remarked softly. Mr. Zhong, wearing an apologetic expression, gestured towards an elderly gentleman within. That gentleman is my mentor, Zhou. The elderly man, appearing well over 60, had a full head of silver hair and wrinkles that spoke of the passage of time. Clad in a white lab coat and donning black-framed glasses, he exuded an air of expertise as he patiently guided his students. He was also one of the 3 experts overseeing the Shenzhen City Grand Plan Biology competition. Mr. Zhang solemnly advised He Liang, make sure to be polite when you meet him. He Liang's expression momentarily faltered, then transformed into one of earnestness, of course. The bell signaling the end of class rang abruptly, prompting the students within to hastily tidy their instruments. Approximately 5 minutes later, the students bowed to Zhou, exclaiming in gratitude, "Thank you for your guidance, teacher." They then streamed out through the main entrance. He Liang. Chen Mingtong's exquisite face was painted with astonishment as she emerged. This is Wanfeng High School. It's across the city from Qingda High School. How did He Liang end up here? Guolin raised an eyebrow, seemingly connecting the dots, and let out a derisive laugh. Li Su cast a sidelong glance at He Liang, remaining silent. At this moment, he and He Liang existed on entirely different planes of academia. Chen Mingtong stepped forward, approaching He Liang with a hushed inquiry. He Liang, what brings you here? Observing the hint of concern gracing Mingtong's features, He Liang replied with a smile. I'm here to attend to some matters. Guolin, standing nearby, let out a derisive snicker. Indeed, it is some matters, but surely nothing good. He Liang regarded Guolin with a calm demeanor, unperturbed, and retorted, What's the matter? Are we no longer required to sweep the floors here? Guolin's face flushed crimson, his chest heaving with indignation. That biology exam had been the most embarrassing chapter of his high school life, without a doubt. He Liang's gaze felt like that of a spectator observing a frantic monkey, which only fueled Guolin's ire. He glared, poised to unleash a tirade. But at that moment, Zhou emerged from within, approached Teacher Zhong, and gently patted his shoulder with a warm smile. Long time no see, teacher. Teacher Zhong promptly acknowledged him. Zhou then turned his attention to He Liang, squinting slightly. And you must be He Liang? He Liang respectfully responded, Hello, Mr. Zhou. I am He Liang, a student of Teacher Zhong. Throughout their journey, Teacher Zhong had shared numerous anecdotes about Zhou, a venerable figure who had dedicated his life to biology and even had a history of national acclaim. Truly worthy of admiration. You're here regarding that matter, I presume? You too. Come with me, Zhou said with a smile, exuding no trace of authority, rather resembling an amiable elder. He Liang turned to Chen Mingtong. This matter is rather lengthy. I shall explain it to you when time allows. He then followed Zhou and Teacher Zhong as they departed. Once the trio left, Guolin erupted in laughter, feigning mystery as he addressed Mingtong. Do you know why He Liang is here? Chen Mingtong furrowed her brows slightly and shook her head, softly countering. Guolin, do you know? Guolin burst into laughter, a glint of schadenfreude in his eyes. Do you recall when we signed the Grand Plan proposal? He Liang didn't sign it back then. Chen Mingtong's expression shifted subtly. She was already aware that the school had no intention of allowing He Liang to participate in the Grand Plan. Guolin continued, Mingtong. I've recently heard that once the preliminary examination is passed, even if one opts out of the re-examination, they must still sign a withdrawal form. It was likely that He Liang was there to complete that signature. This explanation seemed both reasonable and the only conceivable scenario at hand. Chen Mingtong sighed softly. Her emotions somewhat conflicted. No wonder he didn't explain anything to me earlier. Such matters are rarely broached willingly, are they? He Liang must be feeling rather disheartened. Guolin scoffed, seemingly envisioning He Liang's crestfallen expression. He Liang, you are nothing but a loser. Chapter 23. Wu Yan's proud student He Liang and teacher Zhong followed Zhoubo to a higher floor, soon arriving at an independent office. Zhoubo chuckled, gesturing for them to enter. Come in. Once inside, Zhoubo rummaged through a drawer and eventually produced a document folder. He retrieved the grand plan proposal, flipping to the last page, which bore the signatures of dozens of students. He Liang, please sign this, Zhoubo said kindly, his eyes warm. He Liang nodded, smiling. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. He stepped forward and swiftly affixed his signature. With that, he was eligible to partake in the re-examination for the biology competition. He Liang felt a wave of relief wash over him. Zhoubo's discerning gaze narrowed slightly as he gravely remarked, He Liang, your reputation precedes you. I've heard your name from 2 old friends. He Liang was taken aback. Teacher Zhong, too, appeared surprised. Typically immersed in biological research, he seldom paid heed to external affairs. The fact that he had heard of a student from a private school in a neighboring city was indeed remarkable. 2 old friends? He Liang pondered. Zhoubo nodded, opting not to conceal his thoughts, and chuckled. Linda and Ning Wu. He Liang's expression shifted to one of realization. These were the principal and the enigmatic elder from the antique street. Indeed, old Master Ning was no ordinary individual. It made sense that Linda, the principal, would have connections with Zhoubo, but the latter's identity remained a mystery. Zhoubo smiled faintly, both surprised and intrigued. Linda was an old friend, and He Liang had assisted him, leading Linda to frequently extol He Liang's virtues in Zhoubo's ear. However, for Ning Wu to receive praise from someone of his stature, He Liang was indeed remarkable. After a moment of contemplation, Zhoubo addressed He Liang and teacher Zhong. You 2 should go have lunch. Return to this office around 1 o'clock. Wu Yan will be stopping by to discuss some contentious high school biology competition topics at 6:30. You should glean quite a bit from the discussion. Teacher Zhong's face brightened with joy as he nodded earnestly. Thank you, teacher. The group then exited to enjoy their meals. Wu Yan was also a highly regarded biology doctoral candidate, her reputation in the field nearly on par with that of her mentor, as teacher Zhong explained with a smile. After a moment's thought, he added, He Liang, within our city of Shenzhen, there are 10 districts. One of Wu Yan's students, named Wang Ao, scored 281 points in the preliminary examination, placing first in the Fu-Tane district. He Liang's eyes narrowed. The Fu-Tane district was renowned for its exceptional educational resources. To rank first there was quite an achievement. The preliminary examination papers were identical across districts. Achieving a score of 281 was no small feat at that time. He had only scored 258. A fleeting thought crossed He Liang's mind. That score had tied him for first place with another individual from Longan district. Noticing the subtle change in He Liang's expression, teacher Zhong felt a sense of satisfaction. He had intentionally shared this information to instill a sense of ambition in He Liang, to let him know that there were always those who excelled beyond oneself. However, in truth, He Liang felt little disturbance within himself. If he were to tackle a preliminary examination of similar difficulty today, scoring above 285 would be a trivial matter. Teacher Zhong casually changed the subject. The fact that these 2 distinguished individuals feel the need to discuss biology competition questions suggests that we will surely learn a great deal by observing. He Liang eagerly anticipated the opportunity to witness such esteemed figures engage in discussion. It was a rare privilege. They soon headed to the cafeteria for lunch. Not long after finishing, they returned promptly, as the hour approached 1 o'clock. Upon entering the office, they found it empty. They were in no hurry and engaged in quiet conversation. Before long, the doors swung open, revealing an elderly woman and a young man. The elderly woman, appearing to be of similar age to Zhoubo, had her white hair neatly tied up, her sharp eyes reflecting a decisive demeanor. She exuded an air of authority. The young student behind her had a slightly tanned complexion and wore a hint of arrogance, displaying a somewhat nonchalant attitude. Zhonglin, what are you doing here? Where's that old coot? Wu Yan entered, raising an eyebrow and expressing her displeasure. Zhonglin offered a wry smile, replying helplessly, Wu Yan, it's not even 1:30 yet. I brought my student here to observe your discussion. He had endured his fair share of Wu Yan's critiques during his graduate studies, so they were somewhat familiar with each other. Wu Yan, with her somewhat irritable temperament, huffed and settled onto the sofa in silence. Meanwhile, the young Wang Ao scrutinized He Liang with keen interest. He had been brought along by his teacher to listen to the discussion, having obtained special leave due to the school's emphasis on the grand plan. But who was this student? He felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Privilege was not the only factor, and this left him with an unpleasant sensation. He glanced at Wang Ao and sensed that this student was indeed, as his name suggested, filled with pride. Shortly after, Zhoubo entered the room. Upon seeing the 4 individuals present, he nodded with a smile. Wu Yan snorted coldly and remarked, Zhou, you're rather slow. Aren't you? Zhou, evidently accustomed to Wu Yan's temperament, waved his hand dismissively and chuckled. But I'm not late yet, am I? After exchanging a few pleasantries, they delved into the main topic. Seated around a large square table, the six of them prepared for discussion. Zhou and Wu Yan each produced a stack of materials and began their analysis. This pertained to a biology competition held 2 weeks prior in Heilongjiang province, where a particular question had sparked some controversy. Zhou, take a look at this, Wu Yan said with a stern expression. Zhou took the question and began to read. The others, seated nearby, could also see the problem and wore expressions of contemplation. Soon, Zhou began to articulate his insights, prompting a vigorous discussion. Both he and Wu Yan possessed exceptional expertise in biology, reflected not only in their research capabilities, but also in their profound understanding of education. They discussed fervently while explaining concepts to the others. He Liang listened attentively. Such an opportunity was rare. Two top-tier experts were elucidating the various challenging questions from the biology competition. After approximately half an hour, they took a brief respite. Wu Yan suddenly smiled at Zhou, her voice brimming with confidence. This is my outstanding student, Wang Ao, who scored 281 in the preliminary round of the grand plan. Zhou raised an eyebrow and turned his gaze towards Wang Ao, who nodded respectfully at Zhou, saying, "Hello, Zhou Lao." However, his demeanor clearly exuded a sense of pride. Wang Ao, take a look at this question, Wu Yan said, pointing to one they had yet to analyze. Later, explain your thought process to this old fellow. Without a doubt, she was confident in Wang Ao's abilities and wished to showcase her prodigious student before Zhou. Zhou squinted, casting a slight smile towards He Liang. He Liang, you and Wang Ao should examine the question together. Wu Yan's sharp gaze swept over He Liang, revealing a hint of skepticism. Zhou, this old man, actually suggested that this student named He Liang join Wang Ao in reviewing the problem? He Liang was equally taken aback, not expecting Zhou Lao to make such a statement. Yet, as a junior, he felt compelled to comply. All right, he replied respectfully. Humph. Wang Ao narrowed his eyes, glancing dismissively at He Liang, a low grunt escaping him in discontent. Ignoring Wang Ao's hostility, He Liang focused intently on the question. This problem primarily tested genetics. He mused internally. Generally, genetics involve considerable calculations, and this question was no exception. The calculations were extensive, and the concepts easily conflated, significantly increasing the difficulty. Moreover, it required preliminary deductions to ascertain the genetic conditions. He Liang raised an eyebrow. In the next moment, he and Wang Ao simultaneously looked towards Zhou and inquired, Zhou Lao, is there any scrap paper available? Their voices harmonized as if preordained. Wang Ao's expression darkened slightly. Had He Liang completed the initial review in less than half a minute, just like him? Zhou smiled gently, nodding as he extracted 2 sheets of A4 paper and 2 black pens, handing them to the pair. Feel free to use them. I may not have much, but I do have plenty of scrap paper. Although he was not a native of Shenzhen City, he was responsible for the grand plan there. Thus, he took a keen interest in the achievements of such exceptional students. Of course, it was not for personal gain, but rather a heartfelt hope that China could nurture more luminaries in the biological sciences. This grand plan seemed to signify more than just a selection process for guaranteed admissions. Thoughts of this nature flitted through Zhou's mind as he observed the youthful faces before him beginning to write with fervor. Wang Ao and He Liang executed their calculations systematically, their logic impeccably sound. Wu Yan raised an eyebrow. This is intriguing. The two continued to compute, and the atmosphere remained tranquil, with no interruptions. Approximately 15 minutes later, Wang Ao capped his pen. He cast a disdainful glance at He Liang, who was still calculating, and inwardly scoffed. What could he possibly compare to me? He then confidently nodded and smiled at Zhou and Wu Yan. Zhou Lao, teacher, I have derived the final answer. The questions discussed here were either contentious or exceedingly difficult, and for Wang Ao to arrive at a solution in 15 minutes was quite remarkable. A flicker of surprise crossed Zhou's eyes. Teacher Zhong shook his head slightly, a hint of regret in his gaze. Yet, he believed this outcome was somewhat expected. Although He Liang was one of the top biology students in Long'an District, he fell short when compared to Wang Ao, who could contend for the top positions in Shenzhen City. Despite his student not outshining Wang Ao, he felt that He Liang would emerge more composed and ambitious after this experience. This result was not without merit. Teacher Zhong nodded slightly. Though he harbored a concern, could He Liang truly solve this problem? It mattered not if he took longer. The fear lay in the possibility of failure, which could be quite embarrassing. Before long, He Liang also capped his pen. The sound of the pen closing caught the attention of Wang Ao and Wu Yan. causing their eyes to narrow. This pace, only a minute or two slower than his own. Wang Ao retracted some of his earlier disdain. Finished? Zhou Bo inquired cheerfully. Yes. Zhou Lao, He Liang replied with a smile. What are your answers? Wu Yin asked impatiently. A, B, B, C, C, D, D. He Liang and Wang Ao replied in unison. Their tone displayed no hesitation, clearly confident in their answers. Wang Ao raised an eyebrow. It seemed this fellow had some skill, matching his answer. He tucked away a fraction of his earlier arrogance. Yet it was still slower than him. He chuckled coldly within, feeling a tinge of pride. One of the greatest fears among individuals is comparison. And if he was faster than He Liang, then he had triumphed. Teacher Zhang suddenly raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing He Liang's scrap paper with curiosity. He Liang. What does this second notation signify? He Liang shrugged helplessly and replied calmly. I utilized two methods for solving. Wang Ao's expression froze instantly. Teacher Zhang was equally taken aback, hardly believing his ears. Two methods. The group gathered around, and upon closer inspection, they discovered that He Liang had indeed employed two distinctly different methods. Wow! Teacher Zhang gasped in astonishment. Such questions were of exceedingly high difficulty. And for He Liang to arrive at the answer using two different algorithms in such a short time was nothing short of astonishing. Wang Ao found it hard to accept this reality. Did this not imply that his own abilities paled in comparison to He Liang's? At least, based on their performances. It seemed so. The earlier arrogance he held was swiftly dismantled by He Liang's revelation. Wu Yin felt a twinge of discomfort. Having just boasted about her prized student before Zhou Bo suddenly, she had an epiphany and patted Wang Ao on the shoulder, saying nonchalantly, this problem isn't all that significant. The biology competition assesses not merely challenging questions, but primarily the breadth of knowledge. Upon hearing this, Wang Ao's eyes brightened. Indeed, in high school biology competitions, aside from a few questions that tested complexity, the majority focused on the breadth of knowledge. The subjects covered were a mix of high school, university, and even some postgraduate content. Moreover, what could one question truly signify? Gradually, he regained his confidence. This merely indicated that He Liang was familiar with this particular line of reasoning and happened to solve it by chance. I am Wang Ao. I scored 281 in the grand plan. Wu Yin had privately informed him that in the 10 districts of Shenzhen City, his preliminary score ranked first. Wu Yin suddenly turned to Zhou Bo and inquired, Old man, do you possess the preparatory questions from the previous grand plan? Zhou Bo squinted slightly, tacitly acknowledging, indeed. I have preparatory questions here. There are multiple sets of biological competition papers prepared for the grand plan, 3 in total, to safeguard against unforeseen circumstances. Why not present them for my students to tackle? Wu Yin narrowed her eyes, her words direct and forthright. Zhong Lin, Zhou Bo's direct disciple, and He Liang, in some respects, also counted as Zhou Bo's student. She aimed to demonstrate that her students were the most exceptional. Wang Ao's expression turned serious, his gaze fixed intently on He Liang. Having been immersed in biology from a young age, he possessed absolute confidence in the breadth of his knowledge. Zhou Bo hesitated momentarily, then turned to He Liang. What do you think, He Liang? He Liang maintained a calm demeanor, unfazed by the collective scrutiny, and smiled gently. Why not? Chapter 25. The confident Wang Ao. He Liang's expression remained composed, revealing no hint of trepidation. In his mind, the notification of successfully completing the second task and achieving a promotion had already resonated. However, the succession of events had momentarily precluded him from attending to those notifications. In that case, let us print 2 copies, Zhou Bo mused, nodding slightly after a brief contemplation. His office was equipped with a printer, and within minutes, he produced 2 examination papers, each comprising an impressive 16 pages, with a total score of 300 points. He Liang and Wang Ao remained unfazed, accustomed to the rigor of such biological competition papers. Ready to begin? Wang Ao glanced at He Liang, a hint of provocation in his eyes. He was so intent on reclaiming his honor that he scarcely wished to overhear the discussion between the 2 eminent figures. All right, He Liang nodded, not one to dawdle. The pair moved to the far end of the long table and began to write. Zhou Bo shook his head helplessly, intervening. You 2 shouldn't take the exam here. I'll arrange a classroom for you next door. Once you finish, come back here. He then led them to the vacant classroom, offering a few instructions before departing. Seated at opposite ends of the classroom, He Liang and Wang Ao found the atmosphere somewhat tense and quiet. Wang Ao, filled with pride, refused to engage He Liang in conversation, focusing solely on reclaiming his dignity. He Liang, for his part, was not inclined to force camaraderie where it was unwelcome. The only sound in the room was the soft rustling of their pens. Within 5 seconds, Wang Ao confidently determined the answer to the first multiple-choice question and inscribed it with certainty. The biological competition paper from the Grand Plan possessed a distinctive feature. The breadth of knowledge assessed was vast. This was his advantage. I refuse to believe you can surpass me, he thought, harboring a surge of determination. Meanwhile, He Liang, undistracted, continued answering questions. In the preceding days, he had diligently practiced for the biological competition. Like Wang Ao, he swiftly filled in the answers to the earlier questions without pausing for thought. The exam duration was 2.5 hours, with multiple-choice questions followed by true-false questions and essay questions. He Liang completed the numerous multiple-choice questions in just 50 minutes, taking no more than 20 minutes for the 30 true-false questions. Only when he reached the essay questions did he slow his pace. The essay section not only assessed knowledge but also required the expression of logical reasoning. He Liang understood that biology often straddled the line between the sciences and the humanities, requiring not just mastery of facts but also the ability to articulate them. Details, crucial for students of their caliber, were paramount. He Liang meticulously worked through the questions, time slipping by. In the final half hour, he finished all the questions. Exhaling deeply, He Liang surveyed the paper he had filled, feeling a sense of satisfaction. He then spent 15 minutes reviewing his work. Satisfied with its accuracy, he pondered briefly before deciding not to leave immediately, opting instead to browse through his system notifications. Second task, sign the document for the Grand Plan and earn qualification for the retest. Reward, 69 experience points, completed. Promoted to junior worker. He Liang's heart raced as he observed whether the all-purpose worker system had undergone any changes. Host, He Liang, for 100, position, junior worker, next level. Intermediate worker, daily wage, 30 work coins, 210. He Liang raised an eyebrow. The information showed little significant change, though the three-dimensional interface appeared more sophisticated. Below, the 9 black holes seemed increasingly tangible, exuding an ethereal aura. Still, only the lottery area and the learning area were present. He felt a twinge of disappointment, having hoped to unlock new black holes. However, with the promotion, new black holes would eventually reveal themselves. Adjusting his mood, He Liang picked up his paper and stood up. Nearby, Wang Ao's pupils constricted slightly, a flicker of anxiety stirring within him. How could He Liang finish so quickly? Although he had completed the exam, he still had over 20 multiple-choice questions to review. Forget it, he resolved, unwilling to appear weaker than He Liang. He grabbed his exam paper and followed He Liang outside. The two arrived at Zhou Bo's office. Have you both finished? Zhou Bo inquired, surprised. He Liang, Wang Ao's exam paper belongs to Set C. The reason we didn't use this set for the initial examination was its higher difficulty. I didn't expect these two youngsters to complete it ahead of time. Just as we finished our discussion, Zhou Bo, let us start grading. Wu Yin remarked with a stern expression, a hint of anticipation for her student to astonish Zhou Bo. Very well, Zhou Bo nodded, commencing the grading. Zhang Lin observed He Liang's expression and noticed his calm demeanor, devoid of panic. This young man, Zhang Lin mused, was becoming increasingly inscrutable, stirring a sense of admiration within him. The first paper Zhou Bo graded was Wang Ao's. The red pen dashed across the pages, causing a ripple of tension among the onlookers. Wang Ao had only missed one uncertain multiple-choice question. Zhou Bo paused, glancing at Wu Yin with a hint of astonishment. The student you brought is rather impressive. Wu Yin scoffed, yet her expression reflected satisfaction. Naturally, this is my student. Wang Ao felt a wave of relief. Missing a single uncertain multiple-choice question was entirely normal, and he hadn't erred on the remaining 20 questions he hadn't checked. With a total of 300 points, he calculated he might achieve around 285 points. His confidence surged, and he straightened his back, casting a slightly arrogant glance at He Liang. He Liang, maintaining his composed demeanor, irked Wang Ao further. Just wait. Once your score is revealed, I'll see if you still wear that relaxed expression. Wang Ao, unbeknownst to himself, had begun to view He Liang as his primary rival. Zhou Bo continued to grade the papers. The true-false questions were all correct. The first essay question contained only a minor detail error, deducting 2 points. One question after another was evaluated, culminating in a startling score announcement. Total score, 285 points. Zhong Lin gasped, unable to contain his astonishment. 285 points? As a seasoned educator in biological competitions, he knew he wouldn't have achieved over 270 points on such a paper. These youngsters were astonishing. Wang Ao felt a swell of pride. Reveling in the affirmation of his talent, I am the top scorer in the initial round of the Grand Plan in Shenzhen. Wang Ao smirked internally, his ego inflating. He cast a lofty glance at He Liang but maintained an outward facade of calm, casually remarking, "It's nothing. He Liang's score hasn't been graded yet. Perhaps he scored higher than I did. Of course, he considered this merely a formality. He Liang surpassing him? Impossible. Chapter 26. 2 points. Wang Ao appeared unruffled, exuding confidence as he stood tall. Yet internally, he brimmed with pride and self-assurance. The only thing that slightly irked him was that He Liang exhibited no change in expression whatsoever. Meanwhile, Zhou Bo had already placed Wang Ao's exam paper aside and picked up He Liang's. Wu Yan squinted, a glimmer of sharp insight flashing in her eyes. Zhou Bo commenced the grading process. In less than 5 minutes, the multiple-choice questions had all been graded. He raised an eyebrow and recalculated the paper. The multiple-choice section had been answered perfectly. After confirming this several times, he was astonished. The multiple-choice questions included single choice, multiple choice, and open-ended questions, totaling a staggering 100. He Liang, astonishingly, had answered them all correctly. Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone present turned incredulous. "Old man, have you misread something?" Wu Yan voiced her skepticism. The breadth of knowledge covered by these questions was vast. Even a genius like Wang Ao, who had a remarkable memory and had been exposed to biology from a young age, could not possibly master them all. It was normal to miss 2 or 3 questions. Now Zhou Bo claimed that He Liang had gotten them all right. Wang Ao was even more shaken. The more of a genius one was, the more they understood the difficulty, and he couldn't help but darkly inquire, "Old Zhou, did you perhaps misread something?" Zhou Bo shook his head slightly, equally astonished. Not only Wang Ao and the others, but even he, the one grading the paper, found it hard to believe. Achieving a perfect score on such a level of multiple-choice questions was something he and Wu Yan could not have confidently claimed. Wu Yan checked the electronic version of the answers, swallowed hard, and finally said, "Indeed, it's all correct." At this moment, Zhang Lin was the most astonished. He Liang was his student. This young man had transformed into a prodigy compared to 3 months ago. Previously, He Liang had earned his admiration. Now, his performance was simply breathtaking. The crowd maintained a calm demeanor, gazing at the handsome face as they swallowed hard. What a joke. Wang Ao seethed inwardly, unwilling to accept it. A perfect score on the multiple-choice section? He could not achieve that. Why could He Liang? He Liang's lips curled into a subtle smile, devoid of arrogance, as he replied, "I merely had a stroke of good fortune." In truth, he had performed somewhat beyond his usual capabilities. In his judgment, missing 2 questions would have been considered normal. The outcome exceeded his expectations. Neither humble nor boastful, Zhou Bo narrowed his eyes, studying He Liang's somewhat youthful visage. He began to comprehend why Ningwu and Linda frequently mentioned He Liang's name. The multiple-choice section alone could not reveal everything. He decided to continue grading. Wu Yan's expression shifted slightly, and she coldly snorted. This result diverged from her expectations. How could her student be overshadowed? While a perfect score on the multiple-choice section was rare, over the years, a few students had indeed managed it. Wu Yan remarked coolly. This was not an untruth. With high-level students and a stroke of extraordinary luck, a perfect score was indeed possible. Naturally, such instances were infrequent. Zhou Bo nodded slightly in agreement, continuing to grade. Wang Ao steadied his emotions, took a deep breath, and thought to himself, it must be that he just got lucky. The judgment questions, all correct. Zhou Bo continued, further darkening Wang Ao's mood. Next were the essay questions. Zhou Bo glanced at Wu Yan and Wang Ao from the corner of his eye. He wasn't foolish. He could see through Wu Yan's thoughts. He couldn't overly discourage Wang Ao, this little genius. Zhou Bo understood that the confidence and sharpness of such talents were crucial during their growth. Moreover, it was also necessary to apply a bit of pressure on He Liang, which would benefit his future development as well. He nodded slightly, narrowing his eyes. He graded He Liang's essay questions with a standard even more stringent than that used for Wang Ao's paper. Some answers could have easily received full marks. Yet Zhou Bo deducted 1 or 2 points with extreme rigor. As a result, He Liang ended up losing a total of 13 points on the essay section. The total score was 287. Zhou Bo inhaled slightly, stating solemnly, this score was very close to Wang Ao's. However, it was still 2 points higher. Wang Ao's expression darkened, his fists clenched, his body trembling with frustration. He was unwilling to accept this. He was 2 points lower than He Liang. What he did not realize was that if Zhou Bo had graded He Liang's paper with the same standards he applied to Wang Ao's, He Liang would have undoubtedly scored above 290. Wu Yan's expression was also rather grim, yet she said nothing further. I just had a stroke of good fortune, He Liang said as he looked at the 2 esteemed figures, his gaze clear and humble. In fact, he had believed he could achieve a score exceeding 290. He hadn't anticipated just 287. He observed the areas where points were deducted and acknowledged that, from a certain perspective, deductions were necessary. He Liang held no grievances. only a desire for continuous improvement. Unlike Wang Ao, who was born a genius and remained prideful and sharp throughout, He Liang had become much more composed after the events of 3 months prior. You both performed admirably, Zhoubo remarked, rising to pat He Liang and Wang Ao on their shoulders, revealing a smile. I just had an engaging discussion with Wu Yin regarding 2 very interesting questions. Let me share them with you. He intentionally shifted the topic to avoid an awkward atmosphere. Soon, he presented 2 questions, beginning to explain them to the 2 students. Although Wang Ao remained somewhat distracted, at least the situation was no longer painfully uncomfortable. Around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the discussion concluded. Under Wang Ao's discontented gaze, Zhonglin and He Liang prepared to depart. Teacher, if there's nothing else, we'll take our leave, Zhonglin said to Zhoubo with a smile. This visit had been a resounding success. He Liang had successfully signed autographs and showcased a level of talent that left both esteemed figures in awe. As long as He Liang performed normally, securing one of the 3 spots in Longan District would be effortlessly within reach. Zhonglin grew increasingly certain of this. Good. Come visit this old man more often next time, Zhoubo replied with a slight smile and a nod. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something. Turning to He Liang with a smile, He Liang, wait a moment, someone wishes to speak with you. He Liang paused in surprise and inquired, Old Zhou, who is it? Zhoubo narrowed his eyes slightly, chuckling, and responded, Ning Wu. He Liang was somewhat taken aback but nodded, all right. Zhoubo dialed a number publicly. Soon, the call connected. Zhoubo spoke into the phone. He Liang is right here with me, and he is about to leave. Laughter erupted from the other end, and Ning Wu's robust voice rang out. Please hand the phone to He Liang. I have something to discuss with him. Chapter 27. Did He Liang obtain his signature? Young friend He Liang? Ning Wu's voice came through the phone. Elder Ning, may I inquire what you need from me? He Liang asked, his expression one of curiosity as he pondered the possible reasons. There's an auction tomorrow evening at 7 o'clock, and I would like to invite you to help me appraise a few items, Ning Wu stated straightforwardly, laughing heartily. Around noon, Zhoubo had called to inform him of He Liang's presence, and he had immediately thought of the auction, eager to invite He Liang to participate. I see, He Liang replied, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Tomorrow was Friday, and he would indeed be available at 7 in the evening. He did not deliberate for long before nodding in agreement. All right. Elder Ning held a distinguished status, clearly a person of great importance, and it would be valuable to cultivate a relationship with him. Moreover, he still possessed 4 opportunities for ultimate appraisal techniques, so he felt confident in his ability to assess the items, hence his agreement. The auction was not far from Chengda High School. After your class tomorrow afternoon, I will send someone to pick you up, Ning Wu said, pleased that He Liang had agreed. That would be much appreciated, Elder Ning, He Liang replied. After a brief exchange, He Liang returned the phone to Zhoubo. Old Zhou, we'll take our leave now, He Liang said respectfully, bowing slightly as he picked up his grand plan paper, asking, may I take this paper with me? Of course, take it home and review it well, Zhoubo said, stroking his beard with a friendly smile. Soon after, He Liang and Zhonglin departed, returning to Chengda High School. In Zhoubo's office, only 3 individuals remained, Zhoubo, Wu Yin, and Wang Ao. That old man, He Liang, where did he come from? Wu Yin abruptly inquired, her sharp gaze fixed on Zhoubo. Although her student had never triumphed over him, He Liang's performance was indeed astounding, compelling her to acknowledge him as a prodigy. He hails from Longan District. The top scorer in the preliminary round of the Grand Plan, Zhoubo elucidated. Wang Ao's expression softened. Since he was from Deepshin City, it implied that his preliminary score must be lower than his own. After all, he was the top contender in the preliminary round of Deepshin City. However, a wave of anxiety washed over him. His retest score won't surpass mine, will it? If I were to lose my top position, my pride simply cannot permit that. Never mind, Wu Yin muttered, shaking her head, opting not to dwell on it. Knock, knock. A sound echoed from outside the door. Come in, Zhoubo called out with a smile. Upon hearing the voice, 3 figures entered, Chen Mengtong, Li Su, and Guo Lin, students from Chengda High School. Are you here to discuss exam questions with me? Zhoubo immediately noticed the examination papers they held. During the training period, he had informed the students that they could come to his office to seek clarification on their queries outside of class hours. The trio nodded earnestly, their demeanor respectful, while their peripheral vision discreetly assessed the other 2 individuals, particularly lingering on Wang Ao. Wang Ao cast a dismissive glance at them, his expression somewhat haughty. Coincidentally, I wanted to provide a test paper for your training class, Zhoubo remarked with a smile, gesturing for them to wait nearby. Wu Yin pursed her lips and turned to Zhoubo, giving a cold snort. Old man, the matters are settled. Wang Ao and I will take our leave. Very well. Zhoubo nodded, familiar with the long-standing friendship they shared, forgoing excessive pleasantries. Wu Yin departed with the conflicted Wang Ao. Zhoubo's printer whirred continuously, producing the Grand Plan C test papers, which he intended to hand out to the students in the training class. Suddenly, Li Su's eyes widened, and he spoke up. Wang Ao? Was that the Wang Ao who was the top scorer in the preliminary round of Deepshin City? Though his voice was not loud. The silence of the office made it audible to all present. Indeed, it is him, Zhoubo replied, raising an eyebrow, a look of admiration crossing his wrinkled face. This young man's prowess in biological competitions is genuinely impressive. Guolin swallowed hard, noticing a paper on the desk with a score inscribed upon it. Isn't that the very paper Zhou Laoshi is currently printing? Guolin trembled as he inquired. 285 points? Could that score possibly belong to Wang Ao? The number seemed surreal. For them, achieving a score of 250 on a typical biology competition paper was commendable, yet 285 points? It was utterly outrageous. That indeed belongs to Wang Ao from this afternoon's attempt, Zhoubo clarified. The trio from Chengda High School exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions reflecting disbelief. What caliber of student could achieve such a score? If it were us, we would likely lose at least 15 points just on the multiple-choice questions. It was only then that they grasped the terrifying caliber of a student capable of securing such a rank. Li Su and his companions, all undeniably talented to have made it through the preliminary round, felt strikingly ordinary when compared to a prodigy like Wang Ao. Zhoubo glanced at the trio, recalling that they were also from Chengda High School. Your school boasts a student who may even surpass Wang Ao in terms of prodigiousness. He thought, but refrained from voicing it. The printing of the papers was taking longer than expected. Li Su hesitated for a moment before asking, Zhou Laoshi, I heard there will be an extension on this training session? Zhoubo raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised, but nodded in agreement. Your information is quite astute. I had planned to inform you tomorrow. The originally devised teaching plan has deviated from the actual circumstances. Therefore, we will extend the training period, likely not concluding until 2 days before the grand plan. Zhoubo continued, you need not worry. This matter has already been communicated to your respective schools. However, if you prefer to focus on college entrance examinations, you may apply to return to your school. Yet, none of the three wished to leave, after months of toil. They had finally reached this juncture. Who would be foolish enough to miss out on the training? Chen Mingtong's eyes sparkled with determination as she silently vowed, I must secure one of the 3 available spots. Only by doing so can the Ruixing Company provide support for my mother's treatment. Clenching her fists, she recognized there was no turning back. Guolin, meanwhile, thought of He Liang, a flicker of resentment and joy crossing his expression as he smiled at Zhoubo. Zhou Laoshi, has He Liang signed yet? Chen Mingtong momentarily recalled He Liang's handsome visage, a bittersweet smile tugging at her lips as a wave of melancholy washed over her. While she labored diligently, He Liang had succumbed to a downward spiral. Shaking her head, she dismissed thoughts of the boy who had once captivated her heart. I am too preoccupied now. Zhoubo regarded Guolin and after a brief pause, nodded. He is signed. Chapter 28, Ningshui. Upon hearing Zhoubo confirm that He Liang had indeed signed, joy radiated from Guolin's face, nearly overwhelming him. What can you pretend to be, loser? He felt a surge of exhilaration, envisioning the scene of the once arrogant He Liang, now reduced to a defeated figure inscribing his name on the list. Just recalling it brought him immense satisfaction. Li Su too wore a slight smile, his mood lifted. Comparisons among individuals were essential. Without He Liang's decline, how could their brilliance shine through? He Liang had returned to Chengda High School alongside Zhang Lin. Throughout their journey, the two engaged in an animated discussion, predominantly revolving around biological knowledge. This young man is truly formidable, a prodigy. The more they conversed, the more Zhang Lin found himself astonished by He Liang's depth and breadth of understanding in high school biology. Even after 16 years of teaching, He Liang's knowledge left him in awe, instilling within him a tinge of inferiority. Such a phenomenon was nearly unfathomable. Ultimately, he attributed it to He Liang's extraordinary talent. Conversely, this interaction allowed He Liang to reassess his own abilities. His advanced high school biology skills were far superior to what he had anticipated. Even Wang Ao, in terms of biological competitions, should not compare to him. This was not arrogance on He Liang's part, but rather a rational evaluation of the situation. Upon returning to school, they parted ways. The next day, Friday arrived. He Liang sat in the leftmost seat by the window. Several hefty tomes sprawled across his desk. The mere titles were enough to intimidate ordinary students. He casually picked up a green book, its title reading Biological Olympiad Tutorial, and began to read with great enthusiasm. Ordinary biology competition texts no longer sufficed to satiate his intellect. During the recess, Wang Yuning approached, wafting a subtle fragrance, her steps graceful. Clutching a physics paper, Her beautiful eyes shimmered with curiosity and shyness as she asked He Liang, "Could you help me with this problem? I'm having a bit of trouble understanding it." Nearby, several male students scowled, but their expressions quickly shifted to resignation. After all, He Liang was now the top student in the grade. He Liang had reclaimed his peak, dispelling the rumors. What more could they say? "This problem?" He Liang inquired, pointing at the question. "Yes, yes." Wang Yuning nodded eagerly, her eyes sparkling with a thirst for knowledge as she leaned closer to He Liang. The faint fragrance grew increasingly intense in He Liang's nostrils. He remained composed, pulling out his draft notebook and contemplating his response to Wang Yuning. Nearby, Zhang Wu watched as Wang Yuning drew closer to He Liang, his teeth clenched in frustration, feeling as if his heart were bleeding. His eyes blazed with fury as he glared at He Liang, fists clenched, wishing he could confront him immediately. This afternoon, he was determined to stop He Liang and have a serious discussion with him. In his eyes, Wang Yuning was a goddess, and He Liang, a mere pauper, hardly worthy of her. As Zhang Wu's anger simmered, time passed, finally reaching 4 o'clock in the afternoon. After this week, everyone needed to review diligently, for the college entrance examination was fast approaching. Under the incessant chatter of the homeroom teacher, the students prepared to leave. Zhang Wu gripped his backpack and suitcase tightly, his muscular arms tense with anticipation. A glint of malice flickered across his face as he gazed at He Liang, thinking, at last, the time has come. His restlessness urged him to intercept He Liang and lead him to a corner for a proper conversation. "All right, you can all go home now," the teacher announced. The students from the adjacent class were released a few minutes earlier, and the cacophony outside stirred a sense of impatience among the crowd. Suddenly, the noise outside fell silent, as if a hand had clamped down on the students' throats, catching Class 2 off guard. Instinctively, they turned towards the classroom door to discern the situation. At the entrance stood a girl. The boys in the classroom appeared momentarily dazed. Outside, a breathtaking girl, approximately 1.6 meters tall, with her hair styled in twin ponytails and dressed in Lolita fashion, captured their attention. She looked to be of similar age, with fair skin and captivating, lively eyes that exuded a sense of spirit. Her Lolita attire utterly stunned the naive students who had yet to step into the adult world. Beautiful. So beautiful. Many male students swallowed hard, their hearts racing. She was a goddess rivaling Chen Mengtong. Ning Shui surveyed the class with her enchanting gaze, her naturally sweet voice inquiring, "Which one of you is He Liang?" Instantly, all eyes turned to He Liang. Even the homeroom teacher's gaze held a hint of peculiarity. This fellow is quite fortunate. Many boys felt an overwhelming sense of envy. How many girls had he entangled himself with? In addition to Chen Mengtong from Class 1, there was the sophomore named Deng Shui, the class flower Wang Yuning, and now this stunning Lolita girl. Upon hearing Ning Shui call for He Liang, Wang Yuning's expression froze. She knew well that He Liang was an only child with no sisters. Instantly, anxiety gripped her heart. When He Liang heard his name called by Ning Shui, he too was momentarily taken aback, then quickly realized, could it be someone from Ning's family? He had not expected that the one seeking him would be such a breathtaking girl of his own age. "I am," He Liang replied, standing up, shouldering his backpack and dragging his suitcase towards Ning Shui. Ning Shui's large, beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she regarded this handsome yet unassuming peer. "My grandfather is Ning Wu. He asked me to find you," she said softly. He Liang nodded slightly, and the two of them left the classroom naturally. The classmates exchanged glances as they watched the pair depart, their excitement palpable. What the hell? How many girls has He Liang attracted? I envy him so much. How does he know that girl? Wang Yuning's heart trembled, her mood darkening. Ning Shui's beauty made her feel inferior, a sense of self-doubt creeping in. Zhang Wu, too, was taken aback. He had been seething with anger, planning to confront He Liang about Wang Yuning. But Ning Shui's appearance had thrown a wrench in his plans. For some reason, upon seeing Ning Shui's stunning visage, his feelings became complex. Chapter 29, the VIP room. Even Zhang Wu, who harbored feelings for Wang Yuning, could not deny that Ning Shui's looks surpassed hers. This only added to his internal turmoil. He Liang. Wang Yuning bit her lip, feeling a twinge of panic as if her beloved toy was about to be snatched away. The whispers of her classmates only heightened her anxiety. While He Liang had already stepped out of the classroom with Ning Shui, Ning Shui's Lolita attire was naturally eye-catching, ensuring she garnered attention wherever she went. The students in the third-year science class found themselves overwhelmed with complex emotions, envy, jealousy, and a tinge of bitterness, as they witnessed He Liang standing beside such a gorgeous girl. On the third floor, another group of sophomore students was leaving. Deng Shui sweetly approached Wu Jun, saying, "Wu Jun, come over to my house to help me with biology today." Her gaze was alluring, and she spoke in a tone meant only for him. "My parents won't be home tonight." Wu Jun felt a rush of warmth and laughed as he readily agreed. Suddenly, he halted, causing Deng Shui to frown slightly. Wu Jun's eyes were fixated ahead, seemingly entranced and lost in thought. What's wrong? Deng Shui followed his gaze, and her expression shifted dramatically. He Liang. How can he be with such a beautiful girl? Ning Shui's beauty made her feel self-conscious. She understood why Wu Jun had suddenly stopped. Their emotions shifted as they observed He Liang with Ning Shui. Damn it, how come Wu Jun never meets such a stunning girl? Seeing Ning Shui made him feel indifferent towards Deng Shui. Meanwhile, Deng Shui felt a strange sensation. After leaving He Liang, he seemed to have regained his peak, now accompanied by an even more beautiful girl. He Liang glanced at them briefly before continuing downstairs with Ning Shui. Upon reaching the school gate, a discreet black Mercedes was parked outside. As Ning Shui and He Liang approached, the car door swung open. Inside sat two individuals, a driver and a hunched old man wearing reading glasses. The old man was none other than Ning Wu, my young friend He Liang. It has been a long time. Ning Wu adjusted his glasses, smiling warmly at He Liang. Ning Lao. He Liang replied respectfully. Let us get in the car. Don't linger outside. Ning Shui and He Liang climbed in, with the driver at the wheel and Ning Wu in the front passenger seat. Ning Shui and He Liang naturally took their places in the back. Ning Shui's demeanor was quite different from her attire, appearing somewhat reserved and cool. We are heading to Wanshi Hui on Bajiji, Ning Wu explained to He Liang. There will be an auction featuring some antique items. Following that, there will be a private exchange meeting. I have a few items of interest I would like your assistance in appraising. He Liang nodded vigorously, declaring, I will certainly do my best. Ning Wu smiled approvingly, his profound and wise eyes observing the youthful face in the rearview mirror. Frankly, given his status, he could easily hire a renowned appraiser. However, he found He Liang intriguing and, as this appraisal was merely a whimsical interest, he chose not to engage a master appraiser. I heard you participated in the grand plan and ranked first in the preliminary round for Longon District? Ning Wu continued, having learned this from Zhoubo. He Liang nodded modestly, replying, I was fortunate to secure first place by chance. Ning Shui turned her gaze towards He Liang, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly. Ning Wu seemed to notice his granddaughter's change and smiled. Coincidentally, Shui ranked second in the preliminary round for Fuxian District. Second in Fuxian District? He Liang was somewhat surprised. Glancing at Ning Shui, this meant her preliminary score was second only to Wang Ao. Such an achievement was not something an ordinary person could attain. Ning Shui maintained a serene expression as she softly remarked, I merely possess a bit of luck. There was no trace of arrogance in her demeanor. Ning Wu squinted and smiled, jesting, you young ones ought to engage in more exchanges. A flicker of inscrutable meaning crossed his eyes as he added, a grand plan. He Liang, you must strive to seize the opportunity. After approximately an hour of conversation, the vehicle finally came to a halt. The group disembarked and entered the Wanshi Hui, a grand marketplace brimming with a plethora of goods. They descended to the third underground level, a place typically not open to the public. Ning Wu led He Liang and Ning Shui into the depths. They took the elevator to the second underground level, arriving at the entrance of a certain passageway. At the entrance stood 6 young women adorned in elegant blue kipayos, each radiating beauty. Ning Wu produced an invitation, which was accepted by the leading qipao-clad lady. Upon reading its contents, her previously vibrant face paled, transforming instantly into one of utmost respect. Ning Laozhang, please. Your VIP room is in room 1. She turned and instructed another qipao-clad woman, Xiao Wei, escort Ning Laozhang inside. Her expression hinted for Xiao Wei to be astute. He Liang stood silently by, realizing that Ning Lao's status was perhaps even loftier than he had anticipated. Situated in a prime and valuable area, Wanshi Hui was undoubtedly a venue for significant figures, and the fact that Ning Lao secured the VIP room spoke volumes of the underlying significance. Shortly thereafter, 3 more individuals arrived at the passageway, Li Su, Chen Mingtong, and a young man in his mid-20s with slanted eyes and a hooked nose. Young Master Hong, you truly possess a knack for securing the 6th VIP room. Li Su remarked with a hint of flattery directed at Hong Yun. Ha, my uncle's arrival makes it a simple matter to acquire a VIP room, Hong Yun replied, feigning maturity and calmness before Chen Mingtong, despite a glimmer of pride in his eyes. Chen Mingtong remained composed, her silence speaking volumes. Li Su had informed her that this auction would attract numerous influential figures, perhaps providing an opportunity to secure the continuation of the Ruixing factory. She was well aware that Li Su's invitation was merely a tactic to curry favor with Hong Yun, yet she felt compelled to attend. Clenching her fists, she resolved, I must at least try. After verifying their identities, the group proceeded into the passageway. Within, Hong Yun casually explained, Li Su, Mingtong, this auction has attracted many prominent figures. However, with the strength of the Hong family, we are considered among the elite. He aimed to showcase the prowess of his family. from what I gather. A super influential figure is present at this auction, one who resides in the VIP room 1. He paused before adding, my uncle knows this esteemed individual, so we may have the chance to meet them. If you have an opportunity to approach, be sure to observe proper etiquette. Li Su's heart raced with excitement, and he nodded vigorously, absolutely. In Shenzhen City, many outstanding individuals had emerged, yet the truly formidable powers remained behind the scenes, wielding vast resources and wealth. Their influence unfathomable. The top families in Shenzhen City were commonly referred to as the three great families, and the Hong family ranked among the foremost of these. The thought of a super influential figure being affiliated with the three great families sent Li Su into a frenzy of speculation. Meanwhile, Ning Wu, Ning Shui, and He Liang had already entered VIP room 1. He Liang surveyed the surroundings, feeling a twinge of awe. The third underground level was divided into two sections, the lower area, which accommodated approximately 500 ordinary spectators, and the upper area, designated for VIP guests. The VIP rooms, of which there were 10, were designed to host distinguished guests, featuring plush red carpets, sofas, chairs, tea sets, and even household appliances like refrigerators. This was indeed the realm of the affluent, a concept He Liang was beginning to redefine. Before them stood a multimedia display, providing the best visual experience of the auction items. Ning Shui exuded a calm demeanor, as if such opulence was commonplace for her. Her twin ponytail swayed adorably as she walked, yet her stunningly beautiful face bore an air of coldness, creating a juxtaposition that was both captivating and perplexing. As they settled into their seats, an announcement came from the organizers, apologizing for an unexpected delay. The auction would not commence until 7:30. Xiao Wei, bearing an apologetic expression, addressed Ning Lao with deference. No matter, Ning Wu waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. A knock sounded at the door, and two individuals entered. The person on the left was a portly middle-aged man, exuding affability despite his short stature. Upon spotting Ning Wu, he greeted him with a respectful smile. Ning Lao's presence truly elevates this auction. His name was Su Fu, the organizer of the event. I've prepared quite a collection of treasures for you to peruse, all located in VIP room 2. Su Fu's smile was warm, his rotund figure appearing endearing. Beside him stood a tall, thin man with a distinct mustache, his left hand adorned with jade rings. Noticing Ning Wu's interest, Su Fu continued, since the auction has been postponed for half an hour, why not join me in VIP room 2 to examine some of these items? Su Fu, a merchant from Shenzhen City, had made a name for himself in the realm of antique trading and auctions, never expecting that such a prominent figure as Ning Wu would attend this event. Very well. Let us go have a look. Ning Wu agreed without hesitation. Ning Shui and He Liang remained silent, with Ning Shui's demeanor remaining unchanged and He Liang observing keenly, aware that he was witnessing a scene he had never encountered before. VIP room 2 was merely a few steps away. Upon entering, they found a selection of items sealed within special containers laid out on the table. Su Fu addressed Ning Wu with utmost reverence. Ning Lao, these are some recent acquisitions of mine. Should you desire any, I can offer them at a favorable price. Aware of Ning Lao's reputation for appreciating antiques, Su Fu believed there would be no loss, even if he offered these treasures at a discount. This is Master He Yun, an esteemed appraiser I have invited specifically for this occasion, Su Fu added. Ning Wu's expression shifted slightly as he regarded the tall, slender man. He Yun? I have heard of your name. In Shenzhen City, He Yun indeed held some renown in the field of appraisal, partly because he hailed from the He family, one of the three great families. He Yun's demeanor was somewhat austere, yet he displayed respect toward Ning Wu, mustering a smile as he addressed him. It is truly an honor to have my name recognized by Ning Lao. After exchanging pleasantries, Ning Wu approached the array of items, an eagerness palpable in his demeanor. There were 5 items in total: a scroll painting, 2 raw stones with exposed surfaces, an antique snuff bottle, and a jade seal, entirely green and riddled with fractures. At first glance, these items emanated an extraordinary aura. Though the scroll is yet to be unfurled, its material possesses an extraordinary quality, imbued with an ancient aura as it fades to yellow. The 2 raw stones, with their exposed emerald cores, unmistakably signify exceptional value. The remaining 2 items also possess their own unique allure. These 5 treasures instantly captivated the attention of Elder Ning and, simultaneously, that of He Liang. Such fine specimens. With his intermediate appraisal skills, He Liang could already discern their worth. A smile graced Su Fu's face. He knew that Elder Ning's arrival was the result of considerable effort and expense to procure these 5 items from various sources. If he could bring joy to Elder Ning, it would signify his success. Such a prominent figure is often difficult to meet. Su Fu stepped forward, exclaiming, Elder Ning, allow me to introduce these items. The first one is titled The Fish Leaping Over the Dragon Gate. Likely crafted by the master Li Mozizi during the Han Dynasty, he began his explanation. The two raw stones were particularly unique, having been specially transported from border mines at great expense. The snuff bottle had an even grander origin, being a collection piece of a significant figure from the Yuan Dynasty, which he had acquired through much effort. The final item, the jade seal, had a rather peculiar provenance, originating from a tomb. After a moment's hesitation, Su Fu continued, this tomb belonged to a great general from the Han period. Merely this introduction was enough to convey his sincerity to the audience. Each of these 5 items was indeed a masterpiece, worthy of anticipation. Elder Ning's expression revealed interest. He had not expected to encounter such treasures in a moment of whimsy. After a brief contemplation, he smiled slightly and turned to the handsome youth behind him, saying, He Liang, my young friend, please assist me in examining these items. Upon hearing this, the gazes of He Yun and Su Fu shifted sharply to He Liang, their expressions stiffening. Examine them. Elder Ning had entrusted such precious items to a mere youth who had yet to shed his childishness. Chapter 31. He Liang's judgment. He Yun and Su Fu exchanged incredulous glances, both feeling a sense of disbelief. Although they refrained from vocalizing their thoughts out of respect for Elder Ning, their expressions betrayed their discomfort. After all, these valuable items had been painstakingly sought by Su Fu, and Elder Ning's stance seemed to slight his efforts. Elder Ning, being a person of great stature, instantly perceived the flicker of reluctance and dissatisfaction on their faces. Adjusting his reading glasses, he smiled and stated, You two should not underestimate our young friend He Liang. His appraisal skills are quite commendable. Su Fu and He Yun nodded repeatedly, yet internally, they remained skeptical. What experience could a youthful lad, seemingly under 20, possess? This was not a deliberate underestimation of He Liang, but rather a recognition that the field of appraisal is rife with complex theoretical knowledge and necessitates significant practical experience, an expertise not easily attained. It is akin to the practice of traditional Chinese medicine. Generally, the older one is, the greater their abilities and insight become. He Liang maintained a serene demeanor, seemingly oblivious to the doubtful gazes of Su Fu and He Yun. He stepped forward, unperturbed, his focus unwaveringly directed at the 5 precious items as he observed them with a semblance of seriousness. Ning Shui, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly, regarded this handsome youth of similar age. In recent days, her grandfather had mentioned He Liang's name frequently. She found herself puzzled as to why her grandfather placed such importance on this seemingly ordinary young man. He Liang first scrutinized the 2 raw stones, examining them closely before turning to Su Fu and He Yun, asking, May I take them out for a closer look? The raw stones were encased within a glass display, rendering them untouchable. Naturally, Su Fu and He Yun were somewhat reluctant. However, Ning Wu smiled and nodded. Let him take a look. Very well, Su Fu replied, stepping forward to open the cabinet. He squinted, fixating his gaze on He Liang. As an expert in the field, he understood the profundity of appraisal, which only fueled his skepticism towards He Liang. He Liang circled the raw stones, his brow occasionally furrowing and then relaxing. With my intermediate appraisal skills, this may prove somewhat challenging. He attempted to apply his theoretical knowledge, but found that many principles seemed applicable, leading to ambiguous conclusions that only muddled his thoughts. It appeared he would need to resort to the ultimate appraisal technique. He Liang sighed inwardly. He then silently affirmed, activate the 6th level of the ultimate appraisal technique. In an instant, the 5 items transformed before his eyes, as if he had entered a new realm altogether. The dazzling radiance was almost blinding. He Liang's pupils constricted in astonishment. The left raw stone radiated a brilliance that left him astounded. This light was exponentially brighter than what he had encountered previously at the Feng Tung Pavilion. He turned to Su Fu, taking a deep breath before asking, Pardon my boldness, but how much did these 2 raw stones cost in summer currency? Elder Ning, equally intrigued, remarked, Young friend He Liang, it seems you have discerned something. Su Fu did not hesitate to disclose the information. The left stone cost 300,000 summer currency, while the right stone was 4,200,000. The prices made He Liang's heart race. Just the raw stones alone commanded such exorbitant sums. He turned back to examine them. The left stone, incredibly luminous, led He Liang to conclude, through the ultimate appraisal technique combined with his intermediate skills, that it was likely a top-tier old pit glass variety. In the realm of jade appraisal, there exists a saying, experts observe the type, while novices observe the color. The glass variety signifies high-end quality. Acquiring this jade for 300,000 summer currency would undoubtedly yield significant profit. Had the raw stone been larger, it would have been reasonable to expect a price increase of several multiples, perhaps even exceeding 3 million. This realization stirred He Liang's thoughts. He then shifted his gaze to the right stone. In comparison, this stone appeared considerably dimmer and less radiant. While it was not entirely devoid of value, it was clear that a return on investment would be unlikely. He Liang's judgment began to crystallize, and Elder Ning noted the change in his expression. He squinted, observing He Liang, and gently urged, "Young friend He Liang, share your thoughts." He Liang pondered his words carefully before affirmatively stating, "Elder Ning, I recommend you acquire the left stone." Upon hearing this, Su Fu and He Yun raised their eyebrows in surprise. In their own assessments, they too believed the left stone had the potential to yield excellent jade, but their confidence was far from strong. How could this seemingly inexperienced student align his judgment with theirs? They urged him to elaborate. Elder Ning chuckled, nodding in agreement. If the left stone is purchased, its value could multiply tenfold or more. He Liang continued, "It is very likely to be a premium old pit glass variety." This declaration caused a shift in the atmosphere. He Yun and Su Fu regarded He Liang with incredulity, believing him to be overly confident and naive. The likelihood of encountering a premium old pit glass variety was exceedingly low, even for the finest selections they had made. The certainty with which He Liang spoke struck them as presumptuous and somewhat boastful. Though Ning Xue did not fully grasp the significance of the old pit glass variety, she could discern the weight of He Liang's words. Elder Ning's eyes sparkled with interest as he inquired, "And what of the right stone?" He Liang hesitated, casting a sidelong glance at Su Fu and He Yun. After all, these were two carefully selected raw stones, and to assert that the right one was likely void of value might offend them. He Yun stepped forward, dismissively stating, "Speak your mind." He was eager to hear He Liang's assessment. Elder Ning nodded in agreement. Taking a deep breath, He Liang stated, "The right stone is very likely devoid of jade. Even if there is some, it will certainly be scarce." His words elicited frowns from both He Yun and Su Fu. He Yun opened his mouth, ready to say something. However, Old Ning let out a hearty laugh and waved his hand, declaring, "I shall purchase both of these." He turned to Su Fu and instructed, "Cut them immediately." The group noticed a machine for cutting raw stones in the corner, undoubtedly brought in by Su Fu on purpose. With Old Ning's command, neither Su Fu nor He Yun dared to voice their objections. Consequently, He Yun took it upon himself to operate the machine. As a renowned expert in the field, he was well versed in using the cutting device. The first stone he sliced was the one He Liang claimed contained jade. Ning Xue's beautiful eyes were fixed on He Liang's expression, her heart fluttering with unease. If jade did not emerge from the stone, he would be left in an awkward position. Chapter 32. A reasonable request. He Yun repressed his emotions and focused intently on the cutting process. Following the existing cracks on the raw stone, he deftly sliced away layer after layer. With the first cut, a glimmer of emerald green caught his eye. Su Fu's eyes widened in astonishment. He Yun's heart raced as he continued cutting. This raw stone was small, making it easier to work with than the two He Liang had faced at Fengtung Pavilion. In just 7 or 8 minutes, he was able to roughly assess the jade's value. It was of the old pit glass variety. Indeed, it was a top-tier glass jade. Both He Yun and Su Fu were astonished. The color was undeniably exceptional. Were it not for its diminutive size, its worth would be incalculable. Yet, even constrained by its scale, the piece could easily fetch 3 to 4 million. Upon completing the cut, He Yun cast a profound glance at He Liang and earnestly stated, "As you predicted, the value of this jade stone is no less than 3. No, it is at least 4 million. Ning Wu adjusted his reading glasses and then clapped his hands, laughing heartily. "I told you not to underestimate our young friend He Liang. His ability in gem appraisal commands respect, even from an old man like me." Ning Xue observed He Liang's handsome visage, a glimmer of admiration flickering in her eyes. She was astonished not only by He Liang's genuine skill, but also by the praise he received from her grandfather. Many young talents never earned such commendation from him. This peer had effortlessly achieved what countless others could not. He Liang smiled modestly, responding, "I merely had a stroke of luck." He Yun inhaled deeply and proceeded to cut the next piece. Judging by the exterior cracks, this stone appeared even more vibrant than the last. One cut after another, he discovered it was nearly devoid of jade, merely a worthless stone. "You were right again." He Yun abruptly turned to He Liang, his gaze intense. As an expert in this field, he was utterly fascinated by He Liang's ability to discern value. How could He Liang identify what he himself could not? Instantly, He Yun's interest in He Liang piqued. He Liang smiled gently, remaining humble. "Just fortunate, I suppose." Ning Wu's voice echoed, "Young He Liang, why not assess the other items?" He Liang nodded repeatedly, moving to examine the additional artifacts. "This painting is authentic," he declared after a careful observation, explaining his reasoning with clarity and logic, captivating the attention of the gathered crowd, including Ning Xue. He Yun, watching from the sidelines, nodded in agreement, his admiration for the young man growing. This lad was undoubtedly a prodigy in the field. No, he was an extraordinary talent. The snuff bottle also had a notable provenance, being genuine. Yet, when it came to the last piece, a green jade seal, He Liang furrowed his brow. This item. He pondered for some time without speaking. To his discerning eye, it emitted a faint glow, unlike the previous items, displaying a spectrum of colors. However, the light was too weak. Despite his thorough analysis, he struggled to ascertain the seal's value. I cannot discern its significance, He Liang admitted candidly. This honesty only garnered further admiration from Ning Wu, while Su Fu and He Yun felt a wave of relief. Had He Liang accurately appraised all 5 items, it would have been nothing short of miraculous, and they would have lost face, given that He Yun prided himself on being a master appraiser. You are truly remarkable, my young friend. Though I may not measure up to your expertise, He Yun conceded with a serious expression. He Liang waved his hand dismissively, offering a pained smile. You flatter me. I cannot compare myself to a master like you. Without ultimate appraisal techniques, He Liang acknowledged his limitations. This modest demeanor earned him the respect of those present. With the appraisal complete, Su Fu detailed the items to Ning Wu. I am quite pleased with this jade stone, Ning Wu stated, feeling satisfied. He noticed He Liang's gaze frequently drifting toward the jade seal of ambiguous worth. After a moment's contemplation, he declared with a hearty laugh, Young He Liang, you have assisted me in appraising treasures and uncovered such exquisite jade. It would be remiss of me not to reward you. This jade seal shall belong to you. He assumed He Liang had a keen interest in the seal, hence his generous offer. As for the seal's potential value, Ning Wu was unconcerned. In his family, there were countless similar items of indeterminate worth, gathering dust without purpose. He Liang hesitated, but upon seeing Ning Wu's resolute expression, he respectfully replied, Thank you, old Ning. I will graciously accept this jade seal. He was indeed intrigued by it. The faint spectrum of colors seemed to hint at something enigmatic within. Such matters are trivial. Ning Wu smiled slightly, continuing, This jade seal may not be worth much, but young He Liang, I can grant you one reasonable request. Clearly, he was in high spirits today. Upon hearing this, Su Fu and He Yun cast envious glances at He Liang. The friendship of old Ning. To be able to make a reasonable request of him, this young man was extraordinarily fortunate. Ning Shui regarded He Liang with increasing astonishment. Was her grandfather placing too much importance on this lad? He Liang raised an eyebrow. He indeed had a matter to discuss with old Ning, but was uncertain if it was too much to ask. After a moment of contemplation, he took a deep breath and tentatively proposed, Old Ning, a friend of mine is facing difficulties with his factory. Could you assist him? The factory is called Ruixin. He Liang provided some information about Ruixin. Upon hearing this request, He Yun and Su Fu looked as if their eyes would pop out. You dare to make such a request. In their eyes, He Liang was squandering an incredible opportunity. This was old Ning's promise. Ning Wu squinted, adjusted his glasses, and smiled. Young He Liang, are you certain? If you wish for better terms, I shall oblige. He Liang gently shook his head and replied earnestly. If old Ning can grant me this unreasonable request, I would be extremely grateful. Old Ning scrutinized He Liang before nodding in agreement. Very well, I shall assist you. Chapter 33. A favor. Old Ning promptly retrieved his phone and dialed a number. He calmly instructed the person on the other end. There's a factory in Shenzhen City. Provide some support. He elaborated on the details of Ruixin. It was evident that old Ning was not merely humoring He Liang. Thank you, old Ning. He Liang expressed his gratitude respectfully, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. The matter concerning Meng Tong was now resolved. He Liang's assistance to Chun Meng Tong was not born out of idleness or a benevolent heart. Rather, it stemmed from their genuine camaraderie. During a time when He Liang faced intellectual challenges, Chun Meng Tong was the first to publicly voice her support for him. Although she gradually became disillusioned with him, she still took the time to send him notes. He Liang appreciated this kindness, which compelled him to lend a helping hand to Chun Meng Tong now. As the conversation unfolded, Su Fu suggested taking their leave. Old Ning, the auction is about to commence. I must go and preside over it. He said respectfully to Ning Wu. Very well, we shall prepare to depart as well, Ning Wu replied with a nod and a smile. Meanwhile, He Yun was engaged in a discussion with He Liang about the techniques of artifact appraisal. Fortunately, He Liang was not solely reliant on the ultimate appraisal technique. He possessed considerable skill in his own right, making their conversation quite fruitful. Impressive, young friend He Liang. If the opportunity arises, I would love to have a thorough discussion with you. He Yun felt a sense of unfulfilled desire for more interaction, acknowledging He Liang's abilities. Shortly thereafter, they returned to the VIP room number 1, where the auction commenced. Through the glass, they could easily observe the excited crowd below, and the multimedia displays showcased the items being auctioned. Such arrangements indeed provided a delightful experience. The initial items for auction were typical, though even the minimum starting price was set at 100,000, with some items occasionally fetching prices exceeding 1 million. However, Ning Wu smiled and shook his head, explaining to He Liang, the truly valuable items are yet to come. Those are the collectibles. He Liang was captivated as this auction opened his eyes to new experiences. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside, surprising everyone. Hongju from the Hong family has come to visit old Ning. The voice outside was robust. Hongju? Ning Wu raised an eyebrow and replied lightly, come in. Upon receiving permission, the doors swung open, revealing two individuals. The foremost was a middle-aged man with a square face, radiating an aura of strength. Behind him stood Hong Yun, whose gaze immediately fixated on Ning Shui. His fervent stare caused Ning Shui to frown, eliciting a slight sense of aversion. As the jewel of the Ning family, Ning Shui was well known to Hong Yun. They had crossed paths occasionally, but their social standings were vastly different, leaving him unable to approach her. Naturally, such a stunning beauty stirred his heart. Yet he was acutely aware that he had no chance with Ning Shui. To his surprise, old Ning was present this time. Hongju approached and engaged in respectful conversation with old Ning. Ning Shui, it's been a while, Hong Yun said, approaching her with a beaming smile. Despite knowing the futility of his pursuit, he did not restrain his actions. Ning Shui, however, offered no reply and took a small step back, inadvertently positioning herself beside He Liang. This caused Hong Yun's expression to stiffen. He felt awkward, yet dared not say much. As the distinction between the Ning and Hong families was stark, his hostility quickly shifted towards He Liang. Who was this young man? Though Hong Yun was a spoiled scion, his discerning eye did not fail him. He noticed that He Liang's attire, altogether, would not amount to 500. How could such a lowly individual be present here? He Liang remained composed, showing no signs of anxiety in response to Hong Yun's gaze. Ning Wu seemed to notice the tension and, after exchanging a few words with Hongju, waved his hand, saying, you may take your leave. I wish to focus on the auction. Of course. Hongju responded with utmost respect. Their visit was merely to make an impression on old Ning, and he was not naive enough to believe he could forge any meaningful connection with him. Hong Yun reluctantly shifted his gaze from Ning Shui and exited with his uncle, returning to their VIP room number 6. Upon entering, Li Su and Chun Ming Tong approached them. Li Su exchanged a knowing glance with Chun Ming Tong. Thank you, Hong Yun, Chun Ming Tong said softly, biting her red lip. Hong Yun was momentarily taken aback, unsure of her gratitude's meaning. However, Li Su burst into laughter, continuing her thought. Young Master Hong has influential connections. Just now, employees from Ming Tong's family factory called to inform us that several companies are eager to invest in Ruixin factory. The benefits are substantial. Clearly not for profit, but to support the factory. It's almost like receiving free money. They naturally assumed Hong Yun was behind this, especially since he left just moments before. Hong Yun paused, quickly processing this information. He then patted Li Su on the shoulder, laughing heartily. Oh, that's merely a trifling matter. Whether it was due to Ruixin Factory's fortuitous turn of events or someone assisting Chun Ming Tong, he shamelessly accepted the credit. Chun Ming Tong's resolute nature made it difficult for Hong Yun to approach her, and he was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Chun Ming Tong's feelings were complex. While relieved that her family's factory was thriving and her mother could receive treatment, she felt indebted to Hong Yun. This debt loomed large in her mind. With a soft sigh, a hint of pallor crossed her exquisite face. She understood Hong Yun's intentions all too well. Li Su approached her with a smile, urging her, Ming Tong, you must express your gratitude to young Master Hong. Without him, even if you secured a spot in the grand plan, Ruixin Factory might not have survived until then. Hong Yun stood by, a slight smirk on his lips, not denying the implication of their words. He scrutinized Chun Ming Tong, noting that her beauty rivaled that of Ning Shui. He stepped forward and addressed Li Su coolly. Li Su, this is merely a small favor for my family. There is no need for pride. Chapter 34, Practical Weakness? Non-existent. An hour passed, and the auction neared its conclusion. During this time, old Ning exhibited little interest in the items being auctioned, not placing a single bid. This was understandable, given his stature. He naturally held such ordinary auction items in disdain. The subsequent private auction did not pique their interest either. Afterward, the group prepared to depart. Young friend He Liang, where's your home? I can have the driver take you back, old Ning suggested, adjusting his reading glasses with a cheerful demeanor. He Liang felt a bit embarrassed. Scratching his head, old Ning, that would be too much trouble. I can take a taxi home. Old Ning waved his hand lightly, smiling at him. It's no trouble at all, just a small matter. Only then did He Liang divulge his home address to old Ning. After approximately half an hour, The vehicle halted in front of a dilapidated apartment complex. "Thank you, old Ning," He Liang said, expressing his gratitude as he exited the car. Inside, Ning Shui cast a surprised glance at He Liang. From his attire, she had inferred that he came from a modest background, but upon arriving at the crumbling complex, she realized that his circumstances were even more impoverished than she had anticipated. "We shall take our leave now," Ning Wu said kindly, his expression warm and devoid of any condescension. The car slowly departed, leaving He Liang standing alone. In the vehicle, the two women chatted. "Shui, what do you think of He Liang?" Ning Wu inquired with a smile. Ning Shui furrowed her brows, unsure why her grandfather posed such a question. Nonetheless, she candidly shared her thoughts. "His family is quite poor, but he seems to possess excellent appraisal skills and performs well in biology." After a moment's hesitation, she added, "His character is also commendable." Ning Wu nodded thoughtfully, saying, "You may not realize, but his proficiency in biology competitions is on par with Wang Ao, if not superior." Ning Shui's gaze sharpened. Comparable to Wang Ao? Perhaps even surpassing? Previously, she remained unmoved even upon hearing that He Liang was the first in the Longan District's grand plan. Primarily because she understood that Longan District was an underperforming educational area, significantly lagging behind their Fuxian District students. The top 3 of the Longan District's grand plan preliminary trials might not even secure a spot in the top 15 of Fuxian District. Yet, her grandfather's words. Ning Wu's eyes narrowed slightly, imbued with a trace of wisdom. "In truth, given my status, I should not concern myself with the affairs of a biology competition," Ning Wu said slowly. "However, the grand plan holds a certain uniqueness." He hesitated momentarily, choosing not to unveil the implications hidden behind his words. "In summary, this opportunity, Shui, you may strive to seize." Understood. Ning Shui's heart was already attuned to the notion that there must be ulterior motives behind this grand plan. Meanwhile, He Liang returned home alone, feeling quite satisfied. This trip had proven fruitful, strengthening his bond with Ning Lao and acquiring that enigmatic jade seal. Upon returning home, he found his parents waiting, the dining table already adorned with a bountiful spread, more sumptuous than usual, featuring 4 dishes and a soup. "Xiao Liang, come and eat. The dishes are going cold." Lin Qin beamed, with He Ning nodding in agreement. Since returning from the parent-teacher meeting on Wednesday, they had been elated for several days. Warmth flooded He Liang's heart as he took his seat at the table. "Xiao Liang, I recall that next week is the grand plan, right?" He Ning suddenly remarked, his gaze fixed intently on He Liang. He Liang paused momentarily, then nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, there is such an event. Next Saturday, I shall participate in the second round of the grand plan. If I can secure a spot among the top 3 in the district, I shall earn a guaranteed admission to Suzhong University, along with a reward of 100,000 summer coins." He Liang elaborated carefully to He Ning. However, He Ning gently shook his head, speaking gravely. "Xiao Liang, do not burden yourself with excessive pressure. Even if you do not secure a ranking in this grand plan, it is of no consequence. Your current performance has rebounded. As long as you exhibit your true capabilities in the college entrance examination, you will certainly gain admission to a prestigious institution. There is no need to fixate solely on the top few schools." Lin Qi nodded in agreement. "Yes, Xiao Liang. Do not place undue pressure on yourself." They felt that He Liang's recovery was commendable, considering he had not participated in the biology competition training for the last 3 months, which naturally placed him at a disadvantage compared to those who had diligently prepared. He Ning continued, "We are not coveting that 100,000. Your recent stone extraction has yielded 700,000, which is more than sufficient. Even if you do not obtain guaranteed admission, approach the college entrance examination with a calm mindset. Understood?" He Liang felt a wave of warmth. Recognizing that his parents wished to alleviate any pressure he might feel, he nodded earnestly. "I certainly understand. The grand plan is merely an opportunity, not the sole path forward." Hearing this, his parents visibly relaxed. "Now eat up. The college entrance examination is approaching. You need to nourish yourself." Lin Qin served He Liang a generous helping of the finest pork belly. In this atmosphere of warmth, 2 days swiftly passed. He Liang returned to Qingda High School, where Zhong Lin sought him out, his expression grave. "He Liang, this is the final week of our sprint." He Liang's demeanor remained calm, betraying no hint of worry. His composure was unwavering. "This week, we will focus primarily on practical operations." Zhong Lin's expression tightened. The second round of the grand plan would consist of a theoretical examination in the morning, worth 160 points, and an afternoon practical assessment, worth 140 points, totaling 300 points. He believed He Liang's theoretical knowledge was already up to par. What remained was merely some specialized training in practical operations. Given your theoretical knowledge, even if there are weaknesses in your practical skills, It would suffice to secure one of the 3 guaranteed admissions in Longan District, Zhonglin stated candidly. However, He Liang narrowed his eyes, choosing to remain silent. Weakness in practical operations? That was inconceivable. Let us proceed to the laboratory. I wish to assess your current practical skills, Zhonglin instructed. The final week was indeed the most suitable for a focused push in hands-on operations. Zhonglin led He Liang to the laboratory, producing a sheet of paper densely filled with text. This is a compilation of questions I analyzed from previous biology competitions, he murmured. This exam is worth 140 points. Let us see how much you can score. The paper contained 3 major questions assessing proficiency with various tools: understanding of experimental steps, and analytical thinking. He Liang glanced over the paper, quickly grasping its contents. Zhonglin narrowed his eyes, speaking softly. This is somewhat challenging. To pass, you need to score at least 95 points on this 140-point exam. He Liang remained calm, offering no reply, and began to engage in the practical work. He preferred to let the results speak for themselves rather than engage in idle chatter. Chapter 35. Zhonglin's astonishment. He Liang set aside the question paper Zhonglin had given him. Although this was a hands-on task, it still required the use of a pen. He Liang remained composed as he rotated his neck. The essence of practical operations essentially involved He Liang conducting specific experiments and analyzing phenomena to derive certain patterns or conclusions. The primary focus was on He Liang's proficiency with the instruments and his logical analysis skills. With dexterous fingers, He Liang manipulated the experimental apparatus with remarkable fluidity, showing no signs of hesitation. Centrifuge, culture medium, microscope. His expression was concentrated. When he pondered, it was as if he had forgotten Zhonglin's presence entirely. Zhonglin, observing from the side, was visibly moved, increasingly astonished. Despite He Liang having not set foot in the laboratory for 3 months, his current dexterity was anything but unfamiliar. He swallowed hard, feeling a sense of incredulity. He Liang's familiarity with the experimental instruments resembled that of someone who had spent every day in the lab. His performance vastly surpassed that of Li Su and Chun Meng Tong. Was this talent? His hands-on ability was exceptionally strong. While he marveled internally, he maintained his silence, watching He Liang work. After 2.5 hours, He Liang completed each experiment. He pondered briefly before writing down his answers on the test paper. Another half-hour passed before he submitted the paper to Zhonglin. Zhonglin refrained from informing He Liang that he had initially anticipated He Liang would take 4 hours to complete it. After all, many experiments could result in failure and require starting over, consuming considerable time. Yet, He Liang executed each task flawlessly. Let me grade this. Zhonglin exhaled deeply, taking the paper and scrutinizing it closely. In 6 or 7 minutes, the score was finalized, 136 points. The 4-point deduction was merely due to a misunderstanding. He Liang, you truly are. Zhonglin gazed at He Liang, ultimately breaking into a wry smile. You really are a prodigy. Upon receiving the score, Zhonglin was assured that He Liang would undoubtedly secure the guaranteed admission. In both the theoretical assessment and practical operations, He Liang had exhibited extraordinary talent. Should all go smoothly, he had a good chance of ranking first in Shenzhen City. At this point, there is little more I can teach you. Zhonglin honestly conveyed to He Liang. I will provide you with the keys to the school's laboratory. You may come and go as you please. Should you have any questions, feel free to consult me. He believed that He Liang had surpassed him in high school biology competition studies. Thank you, teacher, He Liang smiled. Although he scored 136 points, he felt no sense of pride. In the subsequent days, He Liang immersed himself in the biology competition. Occasionally, Wang Yuning would approach him with questions. She appeared hesitant, as if she wanted to ask something but ultimately refrained from voicing it. Thus, time slipped by swiftly, and soon it was Friday. He Liang dragged his suitcase and donned his backpack as he headed home alone. The grand plan awaited. He Liang took a deep breath, his expression turning somewhat solemn. As long as tomorrow unfolds smoothly, I will likely secure my spot. Although he does not currently place much importance on this qualification, obtaining it would indeed be a delightful bonus. Given my current performance, combined with the comprehensive work system, achieving a high score on the college entrance examination to gain admission to Tsinghua or Peking University should be a mere formality. He Liang is acutely aware of this. If I succeed in the resit and obtain the recommendation qualification, signing the documents would signify my early admission to Suzhou University, thereby rendering any subsequent high scores in the college entrance examination insufficient for entry into Tsinghua or Peking University. He Liang's gaze sharpened slightly. This decision requires careful contemplation. With strength and potential at hand, he inevitably found himself contemplating various possibilities. Lost in thought, his phone suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar number. He hesitated briefly before answering. Is this He Liang? A stern voice came through the line. He Liang immediately recognized the voice and replied with a smile. Yes. May I ask if Master He Yun has something to discuss? He Yun, the esteemed appraiser he had met at the auction. He had appreciated He Liang's skills at that time and had exchanged contact information. There is an appraisal exchange meeting tomorrow, and I wanted to inquire if you are available. If you are, I can arrange for your entry, He Yun said. A wry smile appeared on He Liang's face as he apologetically replied, I'm sorry, but I have a biology competition to attend tomorrow, so I won't be able to make it. He declined He Yun's invitation. Although He Yun expressed some disappointment, he nonetheless offered his support, saying, all right, perhaps we can arrange something next time. Best of luck tomorrow. He then hung up the phone. On the other end, on a street, He Yun walked alongside a middle-aged man in black attire, his expression devoid of emotion. The man, wearing sunglasses and sporting a bald head with a prominent scar across his face, drew the attention of several passers-by. He Yun, somewhat disheartened, lowered his phone. He turned to the man in black and asked, Kwang-san, what brings you here instead of staying with the He family? Kwang-san's voice was hoarse as he replied, I have a very important matter that requires your assistance. He Yun's expression tightened as he urged, speak. The family head has an illegitimate son, Kwang-san stated flatly. The revelation left He Yun momentarily stunned, and his heart raced. The family head has an illegitimate son. This news was shocking. The noble bloodline of the He family must not be exposed. Kwang-san calmly elaborated, this is merely a statement of fact. The He family is one of the 3 great families in Shenzhen City, and its noble bloodline cannot be revealed. How did you ascertain he is within my territory? He Yun asked, his voice low, his face grave, clearly realizing the gravity of the situation. Kwang-san lowered his eyelids and replied slowly. That is not for us to know. It is the command of the old master that has brought me here to investigate. Upon hearing it was the old master's command, He Yun fell silent, unwilling to speak further. The young master should be between 16 and 20 years old, Kwang-san informed He Yun. He bears a dragon-shaped birthmark on his left shoulder. Kwang-san then pulled out his phone to show He Yun a picture. He Yun's heart stirred slightly. He had known for a long time that it was either natural or artificially created. Every direct descendant of the He family bore a dragon-shaped birthmark on their shoulder. Let us pursue this information, Kwang-san said before departing to seek other channels for locating the young master. Chapter 36. The fool was me all along. As Kwang-san moved away, a sense of gravity settled in his heart. Although few within the family knew of this matter, that person must have learned of it. She would undoubtedly seek out the young master and might even send someone to eliminate him. With this thought, Kwang-san quickened his pace. A loyal warrior of the He family, he was also a martial arts master, solely accountable to the old master. While he was privy to certain secrets, he remained tight-lipped and revealed nothing to He Yun. Upon returning home, He Liang first took a shower. The rising steam enveloped him, and the warmth was quite pleasant, easing his mind and lifting his spirits as if he had cast aside his worries. Suddenly, He Liang furrowed his brow and reached for his left shoulder. Through the mirror, he glimpsed the dragon-shaped birthmark there. It was not large, merely the size of half a palm, yet exquisitely detailed, resembling an artificial mark. Recently, that area had felt somewhat peculiar. He Liang murmured to himself. It seems to have become warmer. He gently shook his head, resolving not to dwell on it. No need to overthink. I must rest well tonight. Regardless of whether I choose Suzhou University, I must first take the exam tomorrow. After his shower, he found steaming dishes awaiting him on the table. His mother, He Ning, and Lin Qin watched him with cheerful expressions. Since you have an exam all day tomorrow, we bought you some shrimp for a little nourishment. Lin Qin said warmly. All right. He Liang responded with a smile, though a hint of complexity stirred within him. Shrimp was considered a luxurious dish for He Liang's family. After witnessing the grandeur of the auction, he longed to provide his family with a better life. After a brief exchange, they sat down to eat. Mom, is this birthmark something I was born with? He Liang pondered before asking. Lin Qin paused, exchanging glances with He Ning, before nodding. Yes, it is natural. He Liang found this somewhat strange, but did not press further. After finishing their meal, he returned to his room to study. Lin Qin's expression was complex, while He Ning shifted closer, placing his hand over hers and whispering, let us wait until after Xiao Liang's exams to tell him about this. Lin Qin nodded gently. As the night passed, He Liang left home early the next day, feeling quite refreshed. Upon arriving at school, he did not head to the classroom, but instead made his way to the square. Here, they awaited the school bus, which would take them alongside teacher Zhang Lin to the examination venue. The examination school was not far away. It was Longon District's first middle school. About a 40-minute bus ride. At this moment, 4 students had already gathered beneath the red flag. Li Su, Chen Mingtong, Guo Lin, and Lin Sun. Isn't that He Liang? Guolin exclaimed with a mocking tone upon spotting him. Li Su cast a disinterested glance at He Liang, his demeanor calm and even failing to greet him. In such moments, he felt increasingly superior, as though he and He Liang belonged to entirely different echelons of students. He Liang. A fleeting glimmer of joy crossed Chen Mengtong's eyes, though she quickly concealed it. Mengtong, He Liang said, nodding gently towards Chen Mengtong with a smile. Long time no see. They had spent an extended period, over 2 weeks, in intensive training at the provincial key school, only returning just before the exam. Guolin, feeling increasingly irked by He Liang's indifference, let out a disdainful snort. He Liang, the bell is about to ring. Why aren't you heading to class? He looked at He Liang with a mock-serious expression, stating, after all, you no longer need to participate in the grand plan. He Liang's gaze, as tranquil as water, swept over Guolin, exuding an indescribable calm. This sensation only heightened Guolin's irritation. He felt as though he were the jester in a farcical play. Just as Guolin was about to retort, He Liang preemptively spoke, since we're back at school, remember to take out the class trash tonight. This single remark sent Guolin into a fit of rage. Ding ding ding. The class bell rang. The square, apart from the 5 of them, was now devoid of other students. Chen Mengtong furrowed her brows slightly, stepping forward to face He Liang, her voice earnest. He Liang, hurry back to class. They'll be taking attendance soon. I will be participating in the grand plan, so I don't need to attend class, He Liang replied with a gentle smile. At this statement, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. The grand plan? Guolin could not contain his laughter, bursting out with guffaws. From behind, Teacher Zhonglin's voice rang out. Indeed, classmate He Liang will be joining you all for the grand plan. The expressions of the crowd instantly turned astonished as they turned to see it was Zhonglin. Good day, Mr. Zhong, they exclaimed in unison. Guolin's face immediately darkened. Chen Mengtong also felt a sense of disbelief, while Li Su's expression became subtly grave. Clearly, they had all assumed He Liang had given up. I took He Liang to the provincial key school specifically to complete the signing, Zhonglin said, casting a glance over the students present. He Liang, standing to the side, appeared calm and composed. He hadn't done anything, yet Guolin kept running into trouble. Guolin's tone faltered, his face flushing red as he looked around, realizing, I'm the fool. Chen Mengtong's gaze towards He Liang contained a hint of complexity and regret. She approached him and said softly, actually, you should have spent this time preparing for the college entrance examination rather than participating in the project grandeur. She didn't know how He Liang had managed to secure this opportunity, but she truly believed he shouldn't be involved in the project. He Liang smiled faintly and replied, Mengtong, I've recovered. Chen Mengtong didn't respond, but sighed gently in her heart. Recovered? Regardless of whether that statement was true, even if He Liang had regained some of his abilities, he had still missed 3 months of training, and his biological competition skills must have deteriorated significantly. In his current state, he was simply not suited for project grandeur. Before the college entrance examination, every minute and second was precious and shouldn't be wasted. The school bus had already entered from the school gate. Let's get on the bus. Arriving early will give you time to rest and adjust your mindset, Zhonglin urged the 5 students. Without much time for conversation, they boarded the bus. Each person chose a seat, not sitting together, and closed their eyes to rest. This test was particularly important. 40 minutes later, they arrived at the first key high school in Longon district. In the waiting room, there were already 30 to 40 students. Some were resting, while others nervously reviewed stacks of materials. Unlike the fluctuating emotions of the other participants, He Liang's state of mind was quite tranquil. The 5 of them found a place to sit. Suddenly, He Liang felt a tap on his shoulder, and a slightly jovial male voice said, You must be He Liang, who tied for first place with me in the preliminary round. Kai Ming, with his stubbly beard, looked more like a middle-aged man who had drifted through society than a high school senior in his late teens. He looked at the handsome young man before him with great interest, stroking his chin as if examining something amusing. Chengda Middle School was merely a private school, while he came from the first high school of Longon district and was the top student in that school. This time, I think we'll determine who's superior, Kai Ming said. His eyes full of laughter, his words revealing a competitive spirit. He Liang felt amused. He hadn't expected the person in front of him to be the one who had tied with him in the preliminary round. He nodded. His eyes also filled with a smile. I also think we won't tie this time. Kai Ming laughed heartily, finding He Liang much more agreeable. He didn't bother reviewing, but pulled He Liang aside to chat, acting as if they were old friends. He Liang felt confident, so he didn't need to stay tense and conversed with Kai Ming. Initially, he only offered perfunctory responses, but as they talked, it turned into a discussion of biological competition knowledge. Damn it, this loser, Guolin thought, feeling very unhappy. They had heard of Kai Ming, but Kai Ming didn't even glance at them. only looking at He Liang. This feeling made him feel very uncomfortable. Li Su's expression was also slightly unpleasant, but he didn't say anything. Everyone, focus on reviewing, Lin Sun said softly, reminding the others. No matter what He Liang was doing now, once the results of the retest came out, it would be clear who the fool was. Shen Mingtong's beautiful eyes swept over He Liang in the distance, and she sighed softly before starting to review as well. Time slowly passed, and soon it was 9 in the morning. The participants began to enter the examination hall one after another. There was an announcement for the 50 top students in Longon District. The project grandeur retest is worth a total of 300 points. The morning session will test theory from 9:30 a.m. to 12 o'clock p.m. with a total score of 160 points. The afternoon session will test practical operation from 2:30 p.m. to 6 o'clock p.m. with a total score of 140 points. Please check that all the tools you have brought are complete. The atmosphere among the students suddenly became tense. This was an opportunity to be recommended to Suzhou University before the college entrance examination. They couldn't help but be excited and full of anticipation. In previous years, no more than 2 students from Longon District were able to get into Qingbei and Suzhou University each year. In some years, there were none. Suzhou University was not inferior to Qingbei in any way. They had to seize this opportunity. The students clenched their fists, their hearts surging. For some, this was a chance to rise to prominence in one step. Subsequently, under the arrangements, the 50 students entered 5 examination halls. There were only 10 students in each classroom, but there were 3 teachers proctoring, demonstrating the school's emphasis on project grandeur. He Liang was assigned to classroom number 1, with no acquaintances around. If he had to say there was one, it was Kai Ming, who had become friendly just now. What a coincidence. Kai Ming winked at He Liang, looking somewhat quirky. Ahem. On the podium, the teacher coughed and said, "Everyone, quiet down and prepare for the exam." Then, after a series of procedures, the test papers were finally distributed. He Liang took the test paper with both hands and narrowed his eyes. The thick white paper test paper felt quite substantial. There were 20 pages in total. He Liang glanced through it. There were 60 single-choice questions, 30 multiple-choice questions, and 10 uncertain-choice questions, totaling 100 points. After that, there were 3 essay questions, each worth 20 points. He Liang had an idea and began to do the questions. Hey, see. He Liang continued, his mind exceptionally clear. Advanced high school biology provided He Liang with a formidable level of biological competition prowess. The only thing He Liang felt was a pity was that his working coins were stuck at 480. If this retest was delayed by 1 day, his working coins would have exceeded the 500 mark, thereby advancing to ultimate high school biology. However, advanced high school biology was enough. He Liang's eyes gleamed as he swiftly filled in the answers with his black pen. The teachers continuously patrolled the classroom, focusing their attention on Kai Ming, the genius from their own school, and He Liang. After all, these 2 little fellows were the top students in Longon District in the preliminary round. So fast. A teacher noticed that He Liang was writing the paper too quickly and couldn't help but look surprised. That speed was more than twice as fast as the other students present. 2 hours later, He Liang slowly closed the pen cap and exhaled deeply. The second review is complete. A hint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. This time's performance is acceptable. The difficulty of this retest was not low, but He Liang found it very easy to do. After that, He Liang didn't check anymore and closed his eyes to rest. This scene naturally attracted the attention of several teachers. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with surprise and uncertainty. The questions in this biological competition were not only numerous, but also difficult. Many students might not be able to finish all of them in 2.5 hours. But He Liang had finished half an hour early. At 12 o'clock noon, the teachers began to collect the papers. There were only 10 people in one classroom, so collecting the papers was naturally simple. He Liang, how did the exam go? Kai Ming walked over, stroking his stubble, his eyes full of confidence. I did well this time, huh? He Liang smiled. Me too. The 2 left the classroom while talking and returned to the original hall to rest. He Liang returned to the Qingda Middle School side. Shen Mingtong sat in her seat, her pretty face showing some joy. She felt that she had performed well this morning. However, Li Su's expression was slightly gloomy, not satisfied with his performance. He was unsure about many questions. Zhong Lin was next to them, encouraging them, but his eyes were looking around. Upon seeing He Liang, his eyes lit up, and he approached with curiosity. How did you fare? He inquired softly. In truth, he was well aware that among the 5 students from Qingda High School, He Liang was the true ace. The other 4, he knew all too well, had a minuscule chance of securing one of the 3 reserved spots for Longon District. It went quite well, He Liang replied calmly after a moment's contemplation. Zhong Lin felt a wave of relief wash over him, patting He Liang on the shoulder with a smile. Go eat. and make sure to rest well afterward. Give it your all this afternoon. He Liang nodded in agreement and headed off to lunch. During the midday break, conversation was sparse as everyone focused on reviewing or napping, creating an atmosphere of tranquility. When the practical exam commenced in the afternoon, He Liang found himself assigned to the same laboratory as Kai Ming. Kai Ming, looking at He Liang, chuckled. I excel in practical operations. Just wait and see my skills. Chapter 38. The third task. Third task. Practical operation exam. Submit within 2.5 hours. Reward. 41 experience points. Before He Liang could begin his exam, the all-purpose work system issued the third task. His eyes brightened at the announcement, and he licked his lips in anticipation. With a mere thought, a three-dimensional data interface materialized before him. Host, He Liang, for 100, position, junior worker, next level, intermediate worker, daily wage, 30 work coins. 480 experience points were still calculated as a percentage. Judging by the task reward, it seemed he could level up again after completing just 2 tasks. He Liang took a deep breath, his fists slightly tightening with excitement. It appeared this operation required swiftness. The exam was scheduled from 2:30 p.m. to 6 p.m., spanning 3.5 hours. Yet, the task demanded he complete it an hour early. As the exam officially began, the supervising teacher's announcement prompted the students to spring into action. There were still 10 students sharing a single laboratory, with each individual positioned at their respective stations, all equipment having been prepared beforehand. He Liang scanned the exam paper, which contained 3 questions of considerable difficulty. The dense text and technical jargon were enough to leave an ordinary student feeling dizzy. After spending 5 minutes reviewing the questions, He Liang began to take action, contemplating that completing the 3 experiments within 2.5 hours would be quite a challenge. He understood each experiment needed to succeed on the first attempt, otherwise the task would fail. Fully focused, he commenced his operations. Initially, Kai Ming would glance at He Liang, but as the experiment progressed, he too became engrossed, unable to divert his attention. Time slipped away, and soon 2 hours had passed. He Liang took a deep breath and removed the gloves from his hands. A glance at the clock revealed he had half an hour remaining. Swiftly, he picked up the exam paper and began to fill in his answers, his mind sharp as he transcribed the previously tested data. Thus, the conclusion drawn from this experiment was, he wrote feverishly, racing against time. With just 3 minutes left until 5 o'clock, He Liang set down his pen. There was no time for a review. He felt confident his answers were mostly correct, so he took the paper and approached the teacher. His solitary departure from his lab station drew the attention of others. What was he doing? Submitting already? Several students were left bewildered. Did he truly give up? Such a possibility was not out of the question, given the daunting nature of the grand examination. However, some held a different view. Kai Ming, momentarily stunned, watched He Liang in disbelief. During the theoretical exam earlier, they had exchanged words. He was certain He Liang possessed remarkable skills in biological competitions. Moreover, He Liang had tied for first place in the initial round of the grand examination. He would never give up. To finish early? That thought was even more difficult to accept. He Liang reached the teacher's desk and presented his paper. Teacher, I submit my exam. He Liang, are you certain? You still have an hour to check your answers. The supervising teacher hesitated, seeking confirmation. It's fine, I submit my exam. He Liang's expression remained calm, yet his words were resolute. Very well, the teacher accepted He Liang's paper. The grand examination had no stipulation requiring a specific duration for submission. Following this, He Liang did not linger but nodded at the still bewildered Kai Ming and exited the classroom, returning to the waiting hall as soon as he entered. All the teachers' gazes turned toward him. There were 11 supervising teachers from various schools present. Had it truly only been 2.5 hours? Their expressions were a mix of curiosity and disbelief as they observed He Liang. Zhong Lin felt a slight pang of concern and approached He Liang. Why are you out so early? This is the grand examination. We cannot afford any mistakes. I finished the exam, so I came out. He Liang replied with a slight smile, maintaining his composure. He understood Zhong Lin's worries and added, the afternoon exam posed no issues. I completed all the experiments and filled in my answers. Upon hearing this, Zhong Lin felt a wave of relief. Although He Liang's actions were unexpected, he still trusted in his capabilities. That's good. We will wait for the others to finish. He Liang found a seat and soon received a notification indicating the completion of the third task. A sense of relief washed over him, and a smile graced his face. The next hour passed in anticipation. When the bell signaling the end of the exam rang, the other students gradually returned. As Guolin entered, he remarked sarcastically, I heard a student in the neighboring class submitted his exam an hour early. His sidelong glance at He Liang made his intentions unmistakably clear. It was uncertain whether He Liang was genuinely that capable or if he had submitted a blank paper, eliciting laughter from some. Li Su, initially disheartened by his performance, felt a surge of confidence. He cast a dismissive glance at He Liang. Even if I don't qualify for the grand examination, my college entrance exam results are on a different level from this waste. Such thoughts rekindled his sense of superiority. Indeed, people often needed comparisons to feel superior. He Liang remained unperturbed, seemingly unaffected by the comments. This was not cowardice, but rather an understanding that words were futile. When results emerged, it would become clear whose face would be stung by reality. Chun Mingtong approached He Liang, her eyes reflecting a hint of complexity. He Liang, the grand examination has concluded. There's no need to dwell on it. Prepare well for the college entrance exam. I will organize some notes for you. She ultimately softened, clearly believing He Liang had submitted without completing the paper. Mingtong, let us wait for the results before discussing anything further, He Liang replied, a wry smile escaping him. Chen Mingtong's gaze toward He Liang grew increasingly disappointed. Was he still unwilling to accept reality? Zhang Lin returned after conversing with several teachers. All right, pack up. We are preparing to head back, he announced. Chen Mingtong approached Zhang Lin, saying, Teacher Zhang, I have some family matters and need to take a few days off. I'll manage on my own afterward. Her mother's condition had worsened, posing a serious threat to her life. After a moment's thought, Teacher Zhang nodded slightly. Very well. Take care of yourself. Once everything was in order, the group departed from Longon District First High School. Kai Ming, having just emerged from the restroom, found He Liang already gone, his expression clouded with disappointment. I still wanted to ask how he did. Could it be that He Liang truly had the prowess to finish an hour early? Chapter 39, Recovery? Just as Kai Ming's curiosity piqued, He Liang and his companions boarded a bus bound for Chengda High School. On the bus, Zhong Lin, stroking his somewhat stiff stubble, cautioned the four with a serious tone. Although the retest has concluded, I hope you all can remain calm and prepare diligently for the college entrance examination. Often, the greater the anticipation, the more profound the disappointment. Regardless of whether you secure a recommendation for admission or not, focus on gearing up for the exam until the retest results are announced. He Liang is acutely aware that the results will be finalized within a week. There are only 50 papers for this district. If not for the need to be uniformly packaged and sent to Mr. Zhou for grading, the results would be available in just a day or two. The mock exam is just 2 days away. Everyone should prepare diligently. Zhong Lin continued, the Longang District mock exam. Previously, He Liang only participated in the final monthly test of the school. However, this time, it is a unified examination with all students from the Longang District, ranking everyone and distinguishing their levels. This holds greater significance and value. Guolin and Li Su remained unfazed. Although their energies had been devoted to the biology competition recently, they still possessed solid foundations. They are still the top scholars in their grade. At the very least, they are far superior to those failures over there. Li Su's gaze subtly shifted to He Liang ahead. 2 days swiftly passed, leading to Monday. The Longang District mock exam commenced, and numerous students were brimming with anticipation. Each examination serves as a self-assessment. Upon seeing Li Su return, the students in Class 1 felt a jolt of excitement and a sense of yearning. A few acquaintances approached Li Su and whispered, Li Su, you must perform well this time to temper He Liang's arrogance. Li Su was momentarily taken aback and retorted, what arrogance? His friends exchanged glances and sighed. Li Su, you've been training at the provincial key school for the past few weeks. You might not be aware. He Liang has made a comeback. Li Su's body trembled slightly, his demeanor stiffening as he forced a smile. Comeback? What do you mean? His grades have returned. He has recovered in all 6 subjects. In the last monthly test, he secured the top position in the grade. The teachers verified his capabilities. He did not cheat. This revelation struck Li Su like a thunderbolt, rendering his previous arrogance almost ludicrous. Grades restored? Li Su's expression gradually calmed, yet his hands, concealed beneath the table, clenched tightly. What nonsense! That failure! How dare he? How is it possible for him to recover? His friends whispered a few words in his ear, but Li Su absorbed none of it. Meanwhile, He Liang contemplated another matter. I now have 550 work coins. I've surpassed the 500 mark. Should I exchange for advanced biology or opt for other advanced subjects? He Liang pondered. Transitioning from intermediate to advanced knowledge in a subject only requires 200 work coins. The grand plan has concluded. It's time to exchange for other subjects. Ultimately, He Liang made a decision. The previous indecision stemmed solely from the need to focus on the grand plan, rendering other subjects unnecessary. However, with the mock exam approaching, circumstances have changed. Weighing the pros and cons, He Liang finally reached a conclusion. System, exchange for advanced high school physics and advanced high school mathematics, he silently declared. In the next moment, a refreshing sensation enveloped his mind as a torrent of knowledge surged within him. This feeling mirrored his initial experience when exchanging for advanced high school biology. Like a spark igniting, countless knowledge points rapidly disseminated. Above, the teachers commenced distributing papers. 6 subjects. Spanning 2 days. News of He Liang's recovery had already reached the ears of the discerning. After the first day of exams, upon hearing his roommate's words, Guolin was left dumbfounded. Are you saying that He Liang, that loser, has recovered? Are you joking? Guolin's throat constricted, struggling to accept this reality. The fear that once dominated his mind resurfaced. I refuse to believe it. I shall only know the truth after the exams. Guolin's face darkened, unwilling to accept this outcome. Moreover, he hadn't studied in 3 months. What difference does recovery make? I refuse to believe he can surpass me. Guolin scoffed, dismissing the notion. Thus, the 2 days of exams passed swiftly. Zhonglin informed the 4 students. The retest papers are currently being graded, and results are expected in 2 to 3 days. He Liang remained composed, exhibiting an unshakable demeanor. Meanwhile, in Mr. Zhou's office, 3 individuals were present. Mr. Zhou and 2 other teachers were grading the papers, using machine grading for the multiple-choice questions. Mr. Zhou, this time there are 4 perfect scores on the multiple-choice section. A middle-aged female teacher approached, astonished. 4 perfect scores emerged from a total of 500 students across the top 10 districts of Shenzhen. For perfect scores on the multiple-choice questions? That is quite a lot. Mr. Zhou paused, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. While the students taking the exam were indeed exceptional, for perfect scores seemed excessive. His first thought was of He Liang, followed by Wang Ao. The likelihood of those 2 achieving perfect scores was quite high. Perhaps they had elevated the perfect score rate. Mr. Zhou speculated. The teacher continued to report. The 4 students with perfect scores are He Liang, Wang Ao, Ning Shui, and Shunli. A smile graced Mr. Zhou's face as he waved his hand. All right. Let's proceed to grade the essay questions. With a perfect score of 100 for the multiple-choice questions, the essay portion accounted for 60 points. This grading method ensured that teachers could evaluate the papers more objectively, eliminating biases stemming from familiarity with the students' names. The first paper Mr. Zhou graded received a score of 39, which was quite normal. However, the second paper he evaluated garnered an unexpectedly high score, leaving Mr. Zhou astonished. This paper was remarkable, scoring 55 out of 60. Mr. Zhou meticulously reviewed the paper twice before finalizing the score. Meanwhile, another teacher's voice broke the silence. Mr. Zhou, please come over. Mr. Zhou raised an eyebrow, standing up to inquire, what is it? The teacher, slightly flushed and incredulous, replied, there is a paper here that scored 58 on the essay questions. Chapter 40, The Grand Plan, first in Shenzhen City. 58. Mr. Zhou could hardly contain his excitement as he approached the teacher. Let me see that paper. He took the paper and began to compare it against the answers. The first question posed no issues. The response was nearly flawless, with some sections even more detailed than the standard answer. Mr. Zhou narrowed his eyes, gripping the paper tightly. When He Liang and Wang Ao were here, he had graded their papers. The handwriting and thought process were unmistakable. This was He Liang's work. As he continued to read, astonishment spread across his wrinkled visage. The response was indeed impeccable, nearly beyond reproach. The 2 points deducted were a matter of consideration. Ultimately, he nodded slowly, a smile in his eyes. This paper can be graded as 58. He decisively finalized the score. This time, Mr. Zhou adhered to the grading standards without being overly stringent on He Liang's paper. In the following hours, the 3 teachers continued grading papers in the small office. After a day, the theoretical scores were completely finalized. First place, He Liang, with 158 points. Second place, Wang Ao, with 155 points. Third place, Ning Shui, with 149 points. The scores of the top 2 were astonishing. The middle-aged female teacher gasped, overwhelmed by the shock. The retest for the grand plan was indeed challenging. Even for teachers with extensive experience in biology competitions, achieving scores above 145 was uncertain. Indeed, such talent is unparalleled. Another teacher, also shaking his head with a wry smile, then suggested they proceed to grade the practical assessments and calculate the results as swiftly as possible. Zhou Bo agreed, and without hesitation, the 3 of them commenced their tasks. After a few hours, the practical scores were finalized. The teachers input the results into the computer and created the corresponding tables. When the final scores were revealed, Zhou Bo, stroking his beard, couldn't he help but smile. That little fellow is indeed a prodigy, ha ha ha. The other 2 teachers exchanged glances, both astonished and engaged in conversation. I had heard of a student named Wang Ao, renowned in the Fuxian district for his exceptional talent in biology, even having placed in national competitions. It was no surprise that Wang Ao scored above 290. The middle-aged female teacher took a deep breath and remarked, "But who is the student named He Liang?" The male teacher beside her hesitated before saying, "I think I remember that name. Wasn't he the one who tied for first in the preliminary round in Longon District, scoring around 240 or 250? Longon District is known for its educational challenges, as everyone knows." Zhou Bo stepped closer to the computer screen and smiled. "I have personally seen He Liang's capabilities. His proficiency in high school biology competitions is on par with Wang Ao, if not superior." The results displayed before them spoke volumes. Shenzhen City's third place, Ning Shui, Fuxin District, with 281 points. Second place, Wang Ao, Fuxin District, with 291 points. In first place, He Liang, Longon District, with a staggering 294 points. The distinction between the top two and the latter was almost unfathomable. After recalculating the scores, they summarized the top three from each district and notified the schools. On Thursday at 6 in the evening, in the chat group, Zhou Bo, the head of the Grand Plan in Shenzhen City, announced, "The results of the Grand Plan retest have been released. I will share the students' scores shortly, so please keep an eye out." This chat group consisted of biology competition team leaders from various schools. In the office, Zhang Lin, upon seeing this message, felt a jolt of excitement and couldn't he help but make some noise. Behind him sat Zhao Ruobing, He Liang's biology teacher, who was explaining some biology problems to Wang Ningyu. Upon hearing the commotion, she inquired, "Zhang teacher, what happened?" Zhang Lin took a deep breath, his voice laced with excitement. "The results of the Grand Plan retest are out. Old Zhou is about to release the overall scores and admission list." Upon hearing this, Zhao Ruobing's eyes sparkled. "Has it come out so soon? Ningyu, we will continue this problem later." She stood up and approached Zhang Lin, her curiosity piqued. Wang Ningyu's face reflected contemplation. And she thought, is the Grand Plan the biology competition that He Liang participated in? In the chat group, Zhou Bo released the overall scores. Zhang Lin eagerly opened the document. As the results came into view, Zhao Ruobing trembled with astonishment. The top rank was He Liang. She exclaimed his name in disbelief. All signs indicated that He Liang's performance had indeed improved significantly. But how could He Liang have secured first place in the Grand Plan retest? First in Shenzhen City with an impressive score of 294 echoed in her mind, akin to a thunderclap, rendering her momentarily speechless. Soon, a surge of emotions, joy, disbelief, and more, flooded her. Zhong Lin, equally excited, murmured with trembling hands, "I taught the top student in Shenzhen City? For a teacher like him, nurturing such talent represented the pinnacle of honor." Although he had believed He Liang possessed the potential to claim first, the reality of the results struck him with overwhelming force. If he felt this way, Zhao Ruobing and Wang Ningyu were even more astounded. Wang Ningyu almost thought she had misheard. He Liang secured first place, first in Shenzhen City. As a fellow student, she understood the magnitude of this achievement. In competitions of this caliber, every participant who advanced to the retest was a genius. And yet He Liang had triumphed in this narrow path. The top three from each district earned guaranteed admission to Suzhou University, and He Liang was undoubtedly assured a place. After the initial joy, Wang Ningyu felt a twinge of disappointment and even insecurity. He Liang was exceptional, shining like the brightest moon in the sky, while she felt distant and unable to reach him. "I must share this news with the principal." Zhong Lin laughed heartily. This was certainly a matter worthy of a grand announcement. A prestigious student like this would greatly benefit future admissions. Quickly, he found Principal Linda in his office. Inside, Linda was present while Linyu, his granddaughter, was completing her homework. "Principal Lin, you won't be disappointed." Zhang Lin entered with a flushed face, bursting into laughter. As an external hire, he felt his salary was well earned. Linda paused for a moment, then his eyes lit up. "The results are out?" Zhong Lin nodded emphatically, his voice bright. "Our school has produced a student-guaranteed admission." Linyu giggled. "I heard Grandpa say that brother He Liang also participated in that grand plan. It must be brother He Liang who secured the spot." Her innocent words reflected her simple thoughts. Before Linda could respond, Zhang Lin confirmed, "Indeed, it's He Liang." Linda's face broke into a smile, nodding slowly. "That little fellow has certainly given me quite a surprise." Zhong Lin, with a knowing smile, continued, "Principal Lin, there's even more. He Liang not only secured admission, but is also the top student from Longon District in the Grand Plan." Linda stroked his beard, nodding in satisfaction. "That kid has truly made me proud." However, Zhong Lin's next words left Linda wide-eyed, nearly causing him to pull out his beard in shock. "He is the top student in the Grand Plan retest, first in Shenzhen City." Chapter 41. "I choose to take the Gaokao cough." Linda almost pulled out his beard in disbelief. He stared intently at Zhong Lin, repeatedly confirming the information. The young Lin Yu giggled, her eyes crescent-shaped, and remarked, "Grandpa, didn't you say brother He Liang was amazing? It's only natural for him to come in first." Linda was speechless for a long moment before finally offering a wry smile. But this is the top rank in Shenzhen City. He understood that Lin Yu was too young to grasp the significance of being first in Shenzhen City. Their school, Chengda Middle School, was merely a private institution. Although it performed well in Longan District, its overall strength ranked only 4th or 5th among the districts. Given that Longan District was among the bottom 3 in educational performance, the emergence of a first-place student from Shenzhen City was nothing short of astonishing. "Bring He Liang here," Linda declared with enthusiasm. "I want to have a good chat with this young man." "All right," Zhong Lin replied with a smile and left. He first went outside Class 1 to call for Lin Sun and Li Su. "Teacher, has the grand plan retest results been released?" Li Su's heart raced as he inquired. Lin Sun, visibly anxious, clenched his hands tightly. Despite their doubts about their chances, they couldn't help but fantasize about the possibilities. "It's out," Zhong Lin replied slowly, pausing before stating, "Focus on preparing for the Gaokao." Biology competitions inherently involve an element of luck. Since they were not nurtured as biology specialists from an early age, it was entirely normal for them not to make it to the top 3 in Longan District. He patiently reassured them, subtly indicating that they had not secured a position among the top 3. Li Su maintained a calm demeanor, but internally he felt immense disappointment and a sense of unfulfillment. Months of effort without reward left a profound emptiness. Lin Sun's expression of regret surfaced, and he promptly asked, "Teacher, has anyone from our school secured a guaranteed admission quota?" A glimmer of amusement appeared in Zhong Lin's eyes as he nodded gently, saying, "Indeed, there is one." Upon hearing this, both individuals stiffened. "Chen Mingtong, Guilin?" Lin Sun tentatively inquired, feeling a twinge of discomfort in his heart. Zhong Lin shook his head lightly, hesitating before revealing the truth to them. "It's He Liang." Li Su was struck with shock, his face paling as he forced a dry smile, questioning, "Teacher, are you certain? Did they perhaps miscalculate over there?" Zhong Lin replied, "The results were released by Old Zhou. They must have been verified multiple times. There can be no mistake." Moreover, He Liang scored 294 points, the highest in Shenzhen City. And that has been thoroughly checked. Li Su could hardly fathom how he returned to his seat in class. His mind was engulfed in a cacophony, buzzing with disbelief. He Liang, 294 points? The top in Shenzhen City. He felt as if he were ensnared in a dream, utterly surreal. What a farce. That impoverished boy? How could he possibly achieve such a high score? Beads of sweat formed on Li Su's forehead as he bit his lip in frustration, muttering to himself. The very person he had always looked down upon had now utterly eclipsed him. What a joke. How could this be? He was unwilling to accept it. Yet Teacher Zheng's words were no jest. Seated in his place, Li Su felt like a lifeless figure, his body rigid and drained of energy. Beside him, Lin Sun's astonished murmurs reached his ears. "It turns out, he and we have never been on the same level." This statement further fueled Li Su's feelings of humiliation and anger. Zhong Lin arrived at Class 2 of the 3rd year, intending to inform Guilin, but finding him absent. He had to call out for He Liang. "Teacher, have the results come out?" He Liang exited the classroom, his demeanor calm, a faint smile gracing his lips. His eyes bright and spirited. He radiated a confidence and composure that seemed to emanate from his very core. Zhong Lin looked at He Liang, patted his shoulder heartily, and laughed. "It's out." He Liang remained composed, prompting even the typically serious Zhong Lin to jest. "Aren't you curious whether you've secured a guaranteed admission? And what your rank is?" He Liang, relaxed in his demeanor, replied, "I have a fair understanding of my capabilities." Zhong Lin shook his head. "What a peculiar child. Congratulations to you. 294 points, the highest in Shenzhen City." His expression turned serious, filled with joy. The news of being the top in Shenzhen City momentarily startled He Liang. Although surprised, he was not astonished. He had indeed performed remarkably well this time, reflecting an evident enhancement in his capabilities. Through Wang Ao, he had nearly defined his standing within Shenzhen City. Seeing He Liang's understated reaction, Zhong Lin couldn't help but roll his eyes. If other students knew they were the top in Shenzhen City and had secured a guaranteed admission, they would be ecstatic. And you, with merely this response? As a teacher and principal, their excitement far surpassed that of He Liang. He Liang smiled faintly, remaining unfazed. Being the top in the Shenzhen City biology competition? This was merely the beginning. Chengda High School, Longan District, Shenzhen City, Guangdong Province. His stage was immense, and he was far from reaching his limits. Furthermore, it was not confined to biology or academics. "Come, Principal Lin wishes to see you." The two made their way to the principal's office. "Big brother, you are amazing." Lin Yu's laughter echoed in the office. Linda also wore an expression of satisfaction and admiration, saying, "He Liang, you continue to surprise me time and again. I have yet to express my gratitude for your previous contributions." He Liang remained humble. It was merely luck. Zhang Lin, browsing his phone, received messages from the group. "He Liang, the rankings are announced today. You must go to Old Show S tomorrow at noon to sign for the guaranteed admission." Each student with a guaranteed admission was required to sign in person. Zhang Lin's brow furrowed slightly as he read a particular message. Feeling both surprised and bewildered, students with guaranteed admissions must soon attend training at Suzhou University. Moreover, the duration is extensive, lasting 2 to 3 months. For students, obtaining a guaranteed admission to Suzhou University made the college entrance examination almost redundant. However, this notification had come rather unexpectedly. He sighed softly, lamenting, "What a pity." Chen Mingtong ranked 4th in Longon District. Otherwise, she too could have been guaranteed admission to Suzhou University for training. He Liang squinted slightly, pondering before stating, "Teacher Zhang, if someone in the top 3 of Longon District were to relinquish their guaranteed admission, could Chen Mingtong still receive it?" Zhang Lin considered this and nodded. According to the rules, each district has 3 guaranteed admissions, so if someone ahead gives up their spot, Chen Mingtong can indeed be considered. However, who would? He Liang's lips curved into a faint smile as he calmly declared, "I am relinquishing my guaranteed admission. I choose to take the college entrance examination." Chapter 42. To first participate in the college entrance examination? The room fell silent, an abrupt hush enveloping the space. Linda and Zhong Lin were both taken aback, struggling to believe what they had just heard. He Liang's expression remained unchanged. This was a decision he had contemplated for a long time, and he confidently nodded again, stating, "I choose to forego the prestigious guaranteed admission and participate in the college entrance examination." His motives were not solely for Chen Mingtong. With bright eyes and an upright posture, He Liang addressed the principal. "If I can rank in the top 10 in the province for the college entrance examination, can I then gain admission to Qingbei? I recall the school has a relevant incentive policy. Once a student ranks in the top 10 in the province, the reward is 70,000, correct?" He Liang was well aware of this. As for whether aiming for the top 10 in the province was too ambitious, in truth, that was a modest assertion. Setting everything aside, he would certainly be able to convert all 6 subjects into advanced subjects before the examination. One advanced high school biology course alone would suffice for He Liang to secure first place in the Shenzhen City biology competition. If he managed to achieve 6 advanced subjects and still did not attain the provincial top rank, that would be truly peculiar. The school's bonus of 70,000, along with additional support from his home village, would yield even better conditions from other universities vying for him if he ranked as a provincial champion or runner-up. In summary, this opportunity was far more enticing than a guaranteed admission to Suzhou University and a bonus of 100,000. He Liang's perspective was astute. Linda frowned. "He Liang, I suggest you opt for the guaranteed admission. Securing a guaranteed admission would significantly alleviate your pressure. Achieving a top 10 rank in the province is no easy feat, clearly." He believed He Liang's mindset was misplaced. Achieving a top 10 rank? Such scores cannot be easily attained. The best student from Longon District last year only ranked 32nd in the province. Zhong Lin, nodding in agreement, earnestly advised, "He Liang, you must think this through. If you forfeit such an opportunity, you may regret it for a lifetime." Outside, footsteps approached. Vice Principal Zhang Hui entered, his smile broad and his expression tinged with excitement. "He Liang, you are here too?" Upon spotting He Liang, his eyes lit up. "Perfect timing. I have some wonderful news for you." He then turned his gaze to Linda, taking a deep breath. "Principal Lin, our student He Liang has secured first place in the Longon District's 3rd mock examination." Linda and Zhong Lin exchanged looks of disbelief, momentarily at a loss for words. Zhang Hui, brimming with enthusiasm, continued. "He Liang scored 693 points on a total of 720. Mathematics 150, Language 140, English 110, Biology 89, Physics 109, Chemistry 95. In the combined sciences, he achieved full marks of 90 in biology, 110 in physics, and 100 in chemistry." He Liang not only claimed first place, but also surpassed the second-place student by a staggering 39 points. This revelation was indeed astonishing. Both Zhong Lin and Linda instinctively swallowed hard. What does this signify? Excluding listening, he scored 693 points. If one were to add an additional 30 points from listening, achieving a score of over 700 would be a mere trifle. With such performance, it would be no mere dream for He Liang to rank among the top 10 in the provincial entrance examination. Their gazes shifted towards the dashing and composed student, rendered momentarily speechless. Ultimately, Linda, with a resigned yet amused smile, shook his head and remarked, "He Liang, You are truly extraordinary. Today, he could scarcely count the number of times he had been astonished. He had secured the top position in the Grand Plan of Shenzhen City and claimed first place in the Longan District's third mock exam, surpassing the second-place contender by an impressive 39 points. He Liang's performance was nothing short of spectacular. After a few exchanges, Linda sensed He Liang's determination and nodded solemnly. He Liang, I choose to respect your aspirations. He Liang responded with a smile and a gesture of gratitude. Thank you, Principal. Meanwhile, Zhang Lin, standing nearby, shook his head slightly, seemingly both helpless and contemplative. Qin Mingtong is fortunate to have your support. He Liang replied calmly. I am merely doing this for myself. Then I shall inform Qin Mingtong to meet with Mr. Zhou tomorrow for her signature, Zhang Lin announced as he departed. Zhang Hui offered his congratulations to He Liang, his demeanor exceedingly cordial. He understood that the current He Liang was markedly different from the past. Zhang Hui narrowed his eyes, contemplating. I must ensure that Wu Qing personally apologizes to He Liang later. He Liang had indeed validated his worth. After Zhang Hui took his leave, Linda's gaze towards He Liang softened considerably. He found himself increasingly fond of He Liang. With a humble character, outstanding academic achievements, and good morals, coupled with having previously aided him, Linda's admiration for He Liang soared. He Liang, I haven't properly thanked you for helping me last time. How about I treat you to dinner this Friday? He Liang was somewhat taken aback, repeatedly expressing, that seems too extravagant. Yet Lindo insisted, nonsense. It shall be this Friday. Unable to resist, He Liang reluctantly acquiesced. At this moment, the top scholar of Longan District, Kai Ming, had also received news from his biology teacher regarding his results in the Grand Plan. 261 points? Not bad. Kai Ming nodded in satisfaction, realizing the score exceeded his expectations. The biology teacher congratulated him. Congratulations on securing your spot for recommendation. However, a flicker of shock and complexity crossed the teacher's eyes. Noticing this, Kai Ming inquired with a puzzled expression, Teacher, what is it? After a moment's hesitation, the teacher revealed, Kai Ming, you ranked second in Longan District. The words left Kai Ming wide-eyed with disbelief. Second? Then who is first? He felt a surge of discontent. How could 261 points not secure the top position? The teacher hesitated before responding, it's a student from Chengda High School named He Liang. Instantly, He Liang's visage flashed in Kai Ming's mind, prompting an involuntary exclamation, damn. That guy completed the practical exam an hour early, and he scored higher than me? The teacher chuckled wryly. I, too, watched him exit the examination room early. I never anticipated he would achieve such remarkable results and become the top in Shenzhen City. Kai Ming, bewildered, rubbed his ears and asked, what do you mean by first? The teacher sighed, the first in Shenzhen City. He attained a staggering score of 294 points, surpassing that biological prodigy Wang Ao from Fuxian District by 3 points. Kai Ming was left in a state of shock, feeling a tingle throughout his body. 294? Is that even a score a person can achieve? The only thought echoing in his mind was absurd. At the entrance of the office, the homeroom teacher entered, his expression equally complex as he regarded Kai Ming. Kai Ming, you performed well this time, securing 654 points in the third mock exam, the highest in the school. This score exceeds your previous performances. Sensing the teacher's hesitation, Kai Ming's heart sank, and he asked flatly, please don't tell me I'm second in Longan District again? The homeroom teacher nodded with a rueful smile. He had not expected Chengda High School to produce such a prodigy. With a soft sigh, the teacher added, the first is a student named He Liang from Chengda High School. Chapter 43. Imagine realities. Kai Ming looked at the homeroom teacher, took a deep breath, and with a sorrowful expression, asked, how many points did He Liang score? The homeroom teacher shrugged helplessly and replied with a wry smile, 693 points. Kai Ming fell silent, glancing between the biology teacher and the homeroom teacher, feeling a wave of frustration wash over him. Teachers, are you both certain you're not playing a prank on me? How could such scores be possible? 294 points? 693 points? This is utterly absurd. He believed that some students could achieve such scores, but in Longan District? He found that hard to believe. Reluctantly, the homeroom teacher and the biology teacher presented the overall rankings and detailed data to Kai Ming. With evidence laid before him, Kai Ming struggled to accept the reality. He forced a couple of dry laughs, his expression melancholic as he headed outside. Teachers, I need some time alone. At Chengda High School, after conversing with the principal, He Liang returned to his classroom. In the corridor, he noticed Li Su and Guilin engaged in a discussion, their expressions grim. As He Liang passed by, their conversation abruptly ceased, falling into silence. However, their gazes towards He Liang were filled with complexity and envy. He Liang maintained a serene demeanor, oblivious to the animosity from the two, and returned to his seat. Once He Liang had left, Guolin's eyes gleamed with malice as he turned to Li Su. Li Su, do you think our suspicions could be true? Li Su's expression remained neutral as he countered. What do you think? Aside from that possibility, is there any other explanation? Guolin gripped the corridor railing tightly, muttering, damn it, this loser is resorting to such underhanded tactics. When he had accompanied teacher Zhong to Mr. Zhou's for the signature, he was certain He Liang had obtained the original exam or the answers. Guolin felt a strong urge to expose He Liang, cursing, 294 points? Who would believe that score? He must have cheated. He definitely stole the exam answers. Li Su's gaze was equally dark. How could someone like He Liang possibly rise to prominence? Clearly, it was through such despicable means that he claimed first place. Their discussion took on a tone of shared animosity as they unanimously concluded that He Liang had indeed cheated. Unbeknownst to them, He Liang remained unaware of Li Su and Guolin's conspiratorial whispers behind his back. Upon returning to his desk, He Liang focused his thoughts, twirling a black pen as he contemplated. The grand plan had concluded. Now, his sights were set on the college entrance examination. His eyes sparkled with determination and confidence. The all-purpose work system was his greatest asset. With just 82 days remaining until the exam, He Liang narrowed his eyes and began to calculate. Earning 30 per day? If all went smoothly, he could accumulate 2,460 work coins before the exam. With a flicker of thought, the data materialized once more. Level, beginner, intermediate, advanced, ultimate high school mathematics, advanced, ultimate cost 500 work coins high school Chinese, intermediate, advanced cost 200 work coins high school English, intermediate, advanced cost 200 work coins high school physics, advanced, ultimate cost 500 work coins high school chemistry, intermediate, advanced cost 200 work coins high school biology, advanced, ultimate cost 500 work coins appraisal, intermediate, advanced, cost 2,000 work coins. With such a bounty of work coins, he could elevate at least 4 subjects to the ultimate level. Contemplating this, He Liang felt a surge of excitement. In his mind, achieving ultimate proficiency in high school subjects was almost synonymous with attaining a perfect score. Furthermore, should he complete one more system task, he could very well advance to the rank of intermediate worker. He Liang's gaze burned with fervor. As his status continued to rise, his work coins would become increasingly abundant, allowing him to enhance other skills. Becoming an all-rounder was not merely a dream. He Liang's thoughts drifted far and wide. The next day, around 9 in the morning, Chen Mingtong arrived at Qingda High School. Her expression was a mixture of disbelief and complexity. He Liang, truly recovered? But why would he give that spot to me? Last night, on the phone, Zhong Lin informed her that she ranked 4th in Longan District, which plunged her mood into despair. However, Mr. Zhong subsequently revealed that He Liang had secured the first position and was willing to forfeit his spot to grant her the opportunity. Chen Mingtong had a restless night, pondering numerous questions. He Liang, has he truly recovered and achieved first place? Why would he bestow that honor upon her? Her mind was a chaotic whirlwind, impossible to untangle. Stepping into the corridor, she chanced upon Li Su and Guolin engaged in conversation. Upon seeing Chen Mingtong, Li Su appeared surprised and could not help but inquire, Mingtong, what brings you here? He was aware that Ruixin Factory had been thriving under Hong Xiao's support. Yet, Chen Mingtong's mother's condition had deteriorated, making her presence at school unexpected. I came to see Mr. Zhong. He mentioned that the students receiving guaranteed admission should head to the provincial key school for signatures, and then proceed to Sujiang University for a 3-month training session. Time is rather pressing. A hint of unease surfaced on Chen Mingtong's delicate face, for this opportunity was granted to her. Upon hearing this, Guolin and Li Su's expressions shifted dramatically. Li Su narrowed his eyes and asked, Mingtong, what was your rank in Longan District? A flicker of hesitation crossed Chen Mingtong's stunning visage, yet she eventually responded truthfully, 4th. But Mr. Zhong said He Liang forfeited his admission, which is why it came to me. As her words left her lips, Guolin and Li Su's eyes brightened, as if a realization dawned upon them. Indeed, Guolin hissed through clenched teeth, his gaze laced with derision. I told you he couldn't possibly achieve first place. Now it's come to light. The opportunity is gone. Confusion clouded Chen Mingtong's mind as she regarded the duo. Li Su chuckled softly, seemingly regaining his confidence. Mingtong, do you know He Liang's score? Chen Mingtong shook her head slightly, for Mr. Zhong had not elaborated on the particulars of the score. 294 points. Guolin interjected with a scoff. The figure left Chen Mingtong momentarily stunned, prompting her to exclaim, how could that be? Even if He Liang has recovered, such an outrageous score is impossible. Scores in the 250s to 260s were his limit. Li Su regarded her with a knowing smile, continuing, he must have acquired some good fortune before heading to the provincial key school for signatures. This loser's score is inflated, but it might have been discovered by the authorities, leading to the cancellation of the opportunity. Guolin's mocking laughter echoed in agreement with Li Su, fabricating a narrative. The school, unwilling to disclose such an embarrassing situation, merely concocted this tale of a granted spot. Guolin stood tall, certainty radiating from him. Otherwise, how could a student who has languished for so long achieve such an absurd score? 294 points? Who would believe that? The two had speculated yesterday that He Liang had cheated, and Chun Mingtong's admission shift served as the perfect corroboration. He Liang, without a doubt, had cheated. Chapter 44. The Mock Rehearsal 294? First in Deepshin City? Ridiculous. Guolin scoffed scornfully. Chun Mingtong fell into a profound silence. She was reluctant to accept Li Su and Guolin's assertions, but 294 points? First in Deepshin City? The notion of a granted spot? These threads of information intertwined, seemingly pointing toward a singular conclusion. Could it be that He Liang truly cheated, and that the authorities discovered it after the results were released? A tumult of complex emotions churned within Chun Mingtong. Li Su wore a faint smile, softly asserting, "This is first in Deepshin City, a direct qualification for guaranteed admission to Sujiang University. How many students would voluntarily relinquish that? Even if He Liang wished to decline, the school would likely urge him to accept, as it is a matter of great publicity." Initially skeptical, Chun Mingtong found herself gradually swayed by Li Su's words, leading her to believe this was indeed the truth. A tumult of emotions surged within her: disappointment, sadness, grief, and even a tinge of anger. She was fourth in Longon District. If He Liang had not been discovered cheating, her opportunity would have been usurped. Gradually, Chun Mingtong's mindset shifted. Feeling disheartened, she had once held a glimmer of hope for He Liang, but the meticulous analysis from the two before her extinguished any remaining optimism. Just then, He Liang returned from the restroom and spotted Chun Mingtong. "Mingtong," he greeted with a hint of a smile. Upon seeing him, disappointment flooded Chun Mingtong's beautiful eyes as she remarked, "He Liang, take care of yourself." With that, she turned and walked away, unwilling to face him any longer. The boy she once secretly admired had changed. He had become a stranger, a source of disappointment and even anger. He Liang stood momentarily stunned, bewildered, not comprehending what had transpired. Meanwhile, Guolin and Li Su regarded him with mocking expressions, sneering. 294 points? Impressive indeed. Their words dripped with sarcasm. He Liang narrowed his eyes, casting a cold glance at the pair, and retorted, "Step aside." Li Su and Guolin, however, refused to budge. They blocked his path in the corridor, casting condescending glances filled with disdain. Suddenly, the voice of their homeroom teacher broke through the tension. "I was just looking for the three of you. Time is limited. Hurry to the rehearsal." He Liang's icy demeanor softened slightly as he turned to face the teacher. The results of the Longon District Unified Exam had been released, and all students were required to participate in a rehearsal. "Time is tight. Move quickly." He Liang nodded in silence, a faint sigh escaping him as he sensed that Chun Mingtong seemed to have misunderstood something. "I'll explain everything to her after the rehearsal." Guolin, ever the provocateur, chimed in with a mocking tone. "No one will manage to obtain the answers to this unified exam." His insinuation was palpable. He Liang chose to ignore him. Soon, all classes of the senior year lined up for the rehearsal. A student, looking puzzled, asked, "Aren't only the top 10 and the highest scorers supposed to rehearse? Why is everyone coming out this time?" The homeroom teacher wore a mysterious smile. "This time is different. We must proceed with caution." With the double joy of success, he understood the school intended to publicize the event widely, ensuring every step was meticulous, thus necessitating all students to rehearse. In addition, second-year students were invited to serve as role models and inspire motivation. 20 minutes later, the expansive auditorium was filled to capacity. Numerous teachers, all senior students, and second-year students filled the seats. Soon, the rehearsal commenced. Upon witnessing the conclusion of the third mock exam, Wu Jun felt a jolt in his heart. He Liang, he muttered the name, recalling the dread associated with it. Quickly, he shook his head as if to reassure himself. "No way. I've confirmed that He Liang attained first place in the last exam solely because those top students were away for training. With Li Su, Lin Sun, and Guolin back in the senior year, He Liang cannot possibly achieve first place or 5 subject tops." In front of him, Deng Shui felt an inexplicable unease. She did not wish to witness He Liang's resurgence. Otherwise, it would reflect poorly on her own foresight. The rehearsal began in earnest. Behind the scenes, 20 students from the arts and sciences lined up according to their ranks. He Liang prominently positioned at the front. Following him were Li Su, Lin Sun, and Guolin. What a joke. Guolin glared furiously at the figure at the forefront. "This guy surpasses us all." Despite having learned from various sources about He Liang's recovery, a wave of discomfort and anger surged within him when the results were announced. The moment he recalled his recent mockery of He Liang, his face flushed with shame and fury, wishing he could vanish into thin air. This loser, why must he return? Would it not be better for him to remain a mere failure, highlighting their own excellence? Guolin felt as if he were plummeting into an abyss. He had once been the undisputed top student in the class, but now, with He Liang's resurgence, he was overshadowed. In front of him, Li Su wore an even darker expression. How could this pauper achieve a higher score than him? The rehearsal then commenced, following the established protocol. Although many steps were omitted, some essentials remained. The first item was a speech by Principal Linda. The second item involved speeches from Vice Principal Zhang Hui and Senior Year Director Wu Qing. These formalities were swiftly acknowledged by the host, and soon they arrived at the highlight of the event. The third item was the awarding of certificates to the top 10 students in the arts and sciences. 20 students appeared successively from backstage. When Guolin saw He Liang standing in the first position, he felt as if his nails were digging painfully into his palms. How could he have secured first place again? In his view, right behind He Liang were Li Su and Guolin himself. Deng Shui fell silent, her head bowed in contemplation. Li Su and Guolin felt a sense of humiliation. Why should they be trailing behind He Liang? As this lineup was revealed, a wave of murmurs rippled through the senior students. That man had truly returned. His previous performance was not a fluke. The individuals on stage took their positions, preparing to exit. The fourth item involved awarding prizes for the top scores in individual subjects. The host's voice resonated loudly through the auditorium. The first in arts Chinese was Lu Mei. The first in arts mathematics was Lu Mei. The first in arts English was Lu Mei. The first in arts geography was Lu Mei. The first in arts history was Chen Shili. The first in arts politics was Lin Xin. A stir erupted among the audience. Lu Mei, the top student in arts, had astonishingly achieved first place in 4 subjects. Lu Mei, a bespectacled academic prodigy, confidently walked onto the stage. Her chest held high and a smile illuminating her face. The host paused, eyes wide with astonishment, before continuing. Next, the top scores in the science subjects would be announced. The first in science Chinese was He Liang. The first in science mathematics was He Liang. The first in science English was He Liang. The first in science physics was He Liang. The first in science chemistry was He Liang. The first in science biology was He Liang. Chapter 45, A Roller Coaster of Emotions. The host's voice echoed powerfully, silencing the audience. This rehearsal had come unexpectedly, leading to the comprehensive scores being kept secret. It was only now that everyone realized the top 10 overall scores and the top scores in individual subjects. He Liang, 6 subjects, 6 first places. Students were bewildered, exchanging glances, their lips trembling, unable to articulate their thoughts. Li Su, Guolin, and Lin Sun had all returned. Yet He Liang had utterly crushed them. His performance was even more outrageous than before, achieving first place in 6 subjects this time. Last time, it had only been 5. What a joke. He was truly a monster. How could they endure this? Following the silence, a wave of discussions erupted. The auditorium became a cacophony, the noise unrelenting. Deng Shui trembled all over, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Wu Jun sat in stunned silence, staring at the triumphant student on stage. After a long moment, he regained his composure, biting his lip as if gazing at an arch-nemesis. He internally rationalized. Perhaps He Liang truly had recovered. But Li Su and the others had focused solely on biology in a separate training session, neglecting other subjects. It was inevitable they would not perform well. Yes, that must be it. Once they adjusted, He Liang could not possibly maintain the top position. He could not possibly secure 6 first places. The auditorium buzzed with commotion. The host pressed on with the ceremony. Please have the top scorers exit the stage. The students on stage prepared to leave. Then, the host called out, Please, He Liang, remain on stage. We invite Principal Linda to present a special award and deliver a speech. As the principal, Linda's presence at this rehearsal underscored the importance of this award ceremony. He ascended the stage, his gaze sweeping over the audience with solemnity as he took the microphone. Although he did not speak immediately, his esteemed presence commanded respect, and the crowd gradually quieted until silence enveloped the hall. He Liang stood on stage, his expression tranquil, neither servile nor arrogant. Linda, with a serious demeanor, began to speak. This time, He Liang has achieved remarkable results in 2 examinations. In the biological competition in Shenzhen City, He Liang secured first place with an impressive score of 294 out of 300. His voice resonated powerfully, striking a chord within the hearts of the audience. He Liang was entitled to a guaranteed admission to Suzhou University and a cash prize of 100,000 yuan. At this revelation, many students gasped in astonishment. The grand plan seemed distant and abstract to them, so most were unaware of its significance. However, upon hearing Principal Lin's words, they suddenly comprehended the guaranteed admission to Suzhou University and the cash prize of 100,000 yuan. How enviable! This was a meteoric rise. No need for the gaokao. Complicated emotions welled up within many students as their gazes converged on the striking figure on stage. He Liang had become the focal point of the event. Wu Jun's expression was devoid of emotion, but internally he felt immense discomfort. Meanwhile, Guolin and Li Su shared a sense of dread. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Principal Lin's statement completely shattered their assumptions about He Liang's supposed cheating. If He Liang had cheated and was subsequently discovered, the school would have handled it discreetly, not with such grand announcements. This meant that He Liang had genuinely achieved first place. The results were authentic. Guolin and Li Su were not fools. How could they not grasp this? Their late-night discussions, filled with fervent analyses for Chun Mingtong, had backfired spectacularly. The jesters were, in fact, themselves, their faces flushed with shame, alternating between pale and crimson. Principal Lin then shifted his tone. However, He Liang has chosen to forego this opportunity. Therefore, the admission qualification will be awarded to our school's Chen Mingtong, who ranked 4th in Longon District. At this pronouncement, the students in the second and third years were left dumbfounded once more. They were not concerned with the latter statement, but were astonished by the former. What a drastic turn of events. To renounce a guaranteed admission. What a foolish decision. Many students could not suppress their exclamations of disbelief. This news was simply too shocking. That was a chance for direct admission to the nation's third-ranked university, a pathway to Suzhou University. And it came with a cash prize of 100,000 yuan. Wu Jun's expression improved slightly, letting out a cold snort. To pass up such an opportunity. Something must be amiss with his head. Seeing the uproar below, Principal Lin's face bore a slight smile as he calmly stated, He Liang has chosen to participate in the gaokao in this year's unified examination in Longon District. He ranked first with a perfect score of 720, achieving an astounding 693 points. He surpassed the second place by 39 points. This series of statements left the students once again in a state of shock. This revelation was even more astonishing than securing first place in the grand plan. Their emotions fluctuated like a roller coaster ride, relentless in their ups and downs. What the hell? This is simply incredible. Everyone believed that He Liang's decision to relinquish his automatic admission was a foolish one, but the principal countered with a stunning revelation. A score of 693 out of 720. He outperformed the second best in the unified examination by a staggering 39 points. The audience, comprised of second and third year students, could hardly fail to grasp the significance of this achievement. If he maintained such performance, He Liang could easily secure a top 3 position in the provincial college entrance examination. Even contend for the top scorer. Merely placing within the top 3 in the province would guarantee admission to prestigious universities such as Tsinghua and Peking University. Moreover, the cumulative rewards would undoubtedly exceed 100,000. In an instant, they realized the depth of He Liang's contemplation. This was a matter of perspective. One student sighed, utterly convinced. He Liang's aspirations were evidently far grander. It was precisely for this reason that he chose to forego his automatic admission. Guolin and Li Su stood dumbfounded. Exchanging glances, their minds blank. A score of 693? They knew He Liang was the top student in the school, but the top in Longon District? And he had directly subdued the second-place competitor. Wu Jun was equally astonished. Just moments ago, he had consoled himself, thinking that Li Su and Guolin were still recovering from their recent return, which allowed He Liang to claim the top spot. But now, seeing the two fully recovered, it made no difference. Not to mention, even after 3 weeks of relentless study, it would be impossible to surpass He Liang. Absurd. Utterly absurd. Such a score defied logic. How could such a prodigy exist not in a top-tier provincial key school, but in their educationally disadvantaged area, in a private institution? Linda's lips curled into a smile as he observed the students below nodding in agreement. I hope you all can take He Liang as a model. Study diligently and strive for success in the college entrance examination. Chapter 46. If you wish to play, then I shall indulge you with the principal's encouragement. The rehearsal concluded. The formal award ceremony was scheduled for the following Monday. Many students finally understood why all were summoned for this rehearsal. He Liang's remarkable achievements warranted a grand promotion for the school. He Liang was undoubtedly the most exceptional student since the school's inception. As he exited the report hall, He Liang's expression was calm, devoid of any arrogance from being the top in Shenzhen or Longon District. Teacher, I need to use the restroom, He Liang said to his homeroom teacher. All right, go ahead. The teacher's face radiated joy, and he nodded warmly at He Liang. Having nurtured such an outstanding student would surely enhance his credentials, and the school would undoubtedly reward him with a salary increase. After He Liang left, He proceeded to Teacher Zhang's office. Inside, only Zhao Ruobing was present. Teacher, is Teacher Zhang in? He Liang inquired, narrowing his eyes. Zhao Ruobing shook her head, saying, Shen Mingtong just left. They have already departed for the provincial key school to sign the agreement. He Liang felt a slight heaviness in his heart and let out a soft sigh. Zhao Ruobing smiled. He Liang, congratulations this time. I hope you can continue to excel and achieve your desired results in the college entrance examination. He Liang nodded with a smile, exchanged a few words, and then departed, heading back to his class. At this moment, he had once again become the star of the entire school. This time, he attracted even more attention than 3 months ago. Throughout his walk, He Liang sensed a myriad of complex emotions converging upon him. Upon returning to the classroom, during the break, Wang Yuning approached him, her eyes sparkling. He Liang, you are amazing. Just a bit of luck, He Liang replied with a modest smile. Wang Yuning, holding her notebook, looked at He Liang earnestly. I have a few questions I don't understand, could you teach me? She realized that only in such moments could she spend more time with the person she admired openly. Of course, He Liang nodded and began to explain. Behind them, the athlete Zhang Wu observed Wang Yuning seeking He Liang's guidance and felt a mix of helplessness and frustration. This guy had truly regained his form. He clenched his fists, feeling both unwilling and helpless. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly had a thought, and his eyes sparkled. I still have a chance. Next Wednesday and Thursday are the school sports meet. He was an athlete, the strongest in the school. The records for the 1000 m, 400 m, and 200 m were all set during his second year. As long as I perform well, Yuning will surely like me. A cold glint crossed his eyes. Moreover, I need to find a way to get He Liang to participate. He is a bookworm. His physical abilities must be lacking. With a comparison, my prowess will surely stand out. He pondered how he could persuade He Liang to sign up for the sports meet. The list would be finalized next Monday. His eyes narrowed slightly, and soon a brilliant idea formed. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was the last class of the afternoon, a class meeting. After the homeroom teacher analyzed the grades and offered encouragement, Zhang Wu suddenly stood up and walked towards the podium. Teacher, I have something to say. The teacher looked slightly surprised, recognizing it was Zhang Wu, the sports representative, and nodded. The students' gazes turned towards Zhang Wu, curious about his intentions. Zhang Wu approached the podium with a faint smile. Next Wednesday and Thursday is the school sports meet. I'm here to ask if any students wish to sign up. As the deadline is next Monday, many students suddenly realized the purpose of his announcement. However, not many spoke up. The sports meet had several athletes participating. Ordinary students found it challenging to achieve good results, and since they were in their third year, most were reluctant to divert their focus. Suddenly, Zhang Wu looked at He Liang and laughed heartily. He Liang, as our class's top student, don't you plan to participate? A hint of inscrutable emotion lingered in his eyes. The news of your excellent performance has spread, making the students in the neighboring class envious. Some even claimed you are just a bookish nerd. While he appeared to be speaking up for He Liang, he was actually making a veiled jab. As for the supposed envy from Class 1, that was merely a fabrication. Below, Guolin's eyes narrowed slightly as he nodded repeatedly, sneering. Exactly. Merely excelling in academics isn't enough. Physical fitness is equally important. He had pinpointed the perfect way to undermine He Liang. Although Guolin was not an athlete, he had practiced track and field as a child and had decent stamina, having signed up for several events. He Liang remained unfazed, responding coolly, so what? Zhang Wu chuckled and straightforwardly asked, I want to know if you, He Liang, are interested in participating in the sports meet. This way, our class wouldn't feel so constrained. It would be best if you signed up for the maximum of 3 events to thoroughly humiliate Class 1. He Liang gave Zhang Wu a deep look. The class fell silent, all eyes on He Liang, sensing he was in a difficult position. He Liang. Wang Yuning looked at He Liang with concern. He Liang let out a soft sigh. Some individuals had provoked him to this extent. If he did not respond, they might truly consider him a pushover. Sports? Naturally. The Comprehensive Work System's learning area contained relevant improvement content. The prefix of the Comprehensive Work System is indeed comprehensive, as long as there are relevant mediums. He Liang could enhance his corresponding skills. Just as when he picked up a pen, he could trigger options to improve his calligraphy. Every evening after dinner, He Liang would stroll on the playground, thus activating numerous relevant sports content. Physical fitness, beginner. Intermediate costs 100 work coins. Sports theory knowledge, beginner. Intermediate costs 40 work coins. Long jump, beginner. Intermediate costs 20 work coins. High jump, beginner. Intermediate costs 20 work coins, and so forth. The work coins required for improvement were not excessive. He had not improved earlier simply because it was unnecessary. Now that Zhang Wu had publicly provoked him, remaining timid would be too humiliating. He Liang had no interest in playing the coward. He Liang sighed softly, which in Zhang Wu and Guolin's eyes could only be seen as a sign of submission. Their smiles grew ever brighter. Zhang Wu laughed heartily, pressing him further. He Liang, will you participate? The homeroom teacher's expression shifted as he stepped forward and stated solemnly, now that you are all in your final year, the sports meet is secondary. Your studies must come first. He Liang, just focus on your studies. As a student capable of ranking among the top 10 in the province, he naturally did not wish for He Liang to be distracted by other matters. However, He Liang merely shook his head slightly, fixing his gaze on Zhang Wu, and replied coolly, Zhang Wu, since you wish to compete, I shall join you. The sports meet, you say? I am signing up. Chapter 47. For the next 3 months. You shall guard him. He Liang's eyes were clear, his expression tranquil, devoid of any hint of anxiety or nervousness. Zhang Wu and Guolin were momentarily taken aback, not expecting He Liang to agree so decisively and abruptly. To persuade He Liang to participate in the sports meet, Zhang Wu had pondered his arguments for an entire afternoon. Yet now he found himself at a loss for words. Nevertheless, it mattered little. As long as He Liang had consented, that was sufficient. Zhang Wu quickly regained his composure, a smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Before he could speak, He Liang stood up. He gazed at Zhang Wu, calm and composed, and inquired, Zhang Wu, how many events are you participating in? Zhang Wu narrowed his eyes and replied coldly, 3. The 1,000 meters, 400 meters, and 200 meters. Generally speaking, few would register for all 3 events, especially not consecutive track events. An ordinary person's stamina and energy could hardly withstand such exertion. However, track and field was Zhang Wu's forte. He had been training in athletics since childhood and had clinched first place in the 1,000 meters at last year's city sports meet. The atmosphere in the classroom grew tense, as everyone sensed Zhang Wu's provocation. The air was charged, as if a battle were imminent. In a mere 5 seconds, it felt as if half a lesson had passed. He Liang finally spoke, his countenance unchanged, his words resolute. Very well, I shall also sign up for 3 events, including your 1,000 meters, 400 meters, and 200 meters. Upon hearing this, the classroom erupted in astonishment. He Liang was actually registering for 3 events. Moreover, to sign up for 3 consecutive track events was nothing short of incredible. He Liang, you ought to reconsider. The homeroom teacher urged, his expression shifting slightly. Your studies are of utmost importance. He feared that He Liang might suffer an injury during the sports meet, impacting his academic performance. Yet, He Liang waved his hand dismissively, chuckling lightly, it's fine. It's all about participation. I'm merely going to experience it. Upon hearing this, the teacher found it difficult to argue further. Yet everyone understood that this was He Liang's response to Zhang Wu's challenge. This was troublesome. Some students shook their heads, deeming He Liang unwise. Studying is his strong suit. Why must he confront Zhang Wu at the sports meet? Isn't that asking for trouble? Nearby students murmured, exactly. Zhang Wu's prowess in athletics is renowned in our school. I heard he is trying out for a prestigious university in the next 2 weeks. If he succeeds, he'll leap into the upper echelons of academia. How could He Liang possibly compete with Zhang Wu in sports? They held little faith in He Liang, yet he had made his decision and would not waver. All right, then I'll help you sign up. Zhang Wu chuckled heartily, then stepped off the platform. Wang Yuning felt a twinge of anger towards Zhang Wu and concern for He Liang. The homeroom teacher sighed softly, feeling powerless, and then took to the stage to deliver some concluding remarks. Ding ding. The school bell rang, signaling the weekly departure for home. He Liang grabbed his suitcase and exited the classroom, only to encounter an unexpected individual upon leaving the school gate. She had fair skin and an attractive visage, though her face was heavily adorned with makeup. It was Deng Shui. He Liang raised an eyebrow slightly, observing the sophomore before him, and calmly inquired, Junior, is there something you need? Deng Shui giggled, her almond-shaped eyes sparkling like rippling water, captivating his attention. She stepped closer to He Liang, wafting in a fragrant breeze. Senior. Her voice was sweet and enticing, her gaze somewhat alluring. Her school uniform had been altered, with a cropped top and shorts, showcasing her long legs and accentuating her curvaceous figure, drawing the attention of many boys just exiting the school. He Liang took a step back, his expression neutral, and said, If you have something to say, please do. Deng Shui cast a yearning glance at He Liang before saying, My parents are away on a business trip tonight. Could you come to my house to help me with biology? Her words carried a strong implication. However, He Liang's expression hardened, and without turning back, he replied, I'm busy. Deng Shui stood there dazed, watching He Liang walk away. She was confident in her looks and figure. Yet, He Liang had rejected her without a moment's hesitation. As he departed, He Liang felt somewhat exasperated. Deng Shui, Ning Shui both had Shui in their names, yet their personalities were worlds apart. Had it not been for events 3 months prior, he would not have seen Deng Shui's true nature. Upon returning home, He Liang shared with his parents about winning first place in the Long'an district and his grand aspirations of achieving first place in Heshuan City. He Ning and Lin Qin exchanged glances. Xiao Liang, whatever choice you make, your parents will support you, He Ning said with a reassuring smile, patting He Liang's shoulder. From their perspective, they naturally hoped for their child to secure a guaranteed admission spot. However, the child had grown up. Some decisions must be made by him alone. Lin Qin smiled gently and nodded. I'll go buy some good ingredients to celebrate your achievements. He Liang felt warmth in his heart and earnestly stated, Mom and Dad, I will not disappoint you in the college entrance examination. The couple smiled, saying, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Just relax when you come back. Lin Qin suddenly remembered something and turned to He Liang. Xiao Liang, I'll go to the market for vegetables. If you're free, pick up some things from the supermarket. He Liang nodded and asked, what do you need? Get a bucket of oil, some ketchup. I'm making your favorite fried potatoes tonight. Also, pick up a new knife. The one at home is getting dull, and it's been hard to cut meat lately. And Lin Qin continued listing items, yet He Liang felt nothing but warmth rather than impatience. After 5 minutes, their conversation came to a halt. The market and the supermarket were on separate routes. Lin Qin left first, while He Liang set down his luggage and went to the restroom before heading out. At that moment, a car sped down the road. Behind the wheel, a scarred-faced man named Kwang San, wearing sunglasses, wore a grave expression. He dialed a number. Before long, a frail, elderly voice answered on the other end. Kwang San, it's me, Elder. The elder's voice, though weak, remained exceedingly calm. What is it? Kwang San replied. I have acquired information about the young master. I gathered it from a school called Chengda High School. I am currently en route to his temporary residence. Once I find the young master, should I bring him back immediately? He inquired about the elder's decision. As long as the elder nodded, he would take the young master without hesitation. The elderly voice fell silent for a moment, not responding immediately. After a while, it finally spoke, due to internal family strife. We cannot send him back for now. In 3 months, when I recover, we shall discuss it further. Of course. The primary reason was that He Liang's dragon seal had not yet reached its limit and would not pose a threat to his life. Kwang Sen understood and solemnly affirmed. Understood. However, he then narrowed his eyes, stating, before my arrival, it seems someone else has been investigating the young master's information. If anyone intends to harm the young master. His words trailed off as the elder's previously calm voice abruptly shifted, cutting him off. The elder spoke with a chilling decisiveness. Whoever dares to touch my grandson, kill them. Kwang San, for the next 3 months, you shall guard him. Chapter 48. Heritage, I understand. Kwang San's heart tightened, and he earnestly responded. To confront the young master, one must first tread upon my corpse. He declared in a low voice. The old master replied nonchalantly. In the next few days, I shall emerge from my retreat to instill a tremor in those petty individuals, compelling certain parties to abandon their trivial schemes. Your task is to safeguard him. Understood, replied Kwang San. Among the 3 prominent families in Shenzhen City, each boasts a martial arts expert at the helm. The He family nurtures certain gifted and homeless children from a young age, training them to become guardians of the family. They are characterized by the prefix Kwang in their names. Within this group, Kwang San ranks 3rd in strength. After exchanging a few words, the old master ended the call. Kwang San accelerated the car, the speed increasing rather than decreasing. The fact that someone was investigating the young master was ominous, at such a crucial time. It could very well be an enemy. Yin Balian. A glint of coldness flickered in Kwang San's eyes as he suspected it might be her doing. He decided to meet the young master first before assessing the situation. The car sped towards He Liang's address. Having gathered all the items, He Liang inspected the bag, which contained a total of 9 assorted items, all packed into a black bag. He then returned home from the supermarket, contemplating his plans ahead. Of the 9 black holes, only the lottery and study black holes had been unlocked. He wondered what the 3rd one would be. He felt a surge of anticipation, believing that once he advanced to the rank of an intermediate worker, the 3rd black hole would unlock. Could it possibly involve some mysterious technology or martial arts? Perhaps even cultivation? His wild speculations stirred his emotions. With the system already manifesting, it seemed reasonable for such extraordinary phenomena to occur. As a modern individual, he naturally yearned for extraordinary powers. Before long, he arrived at the base of his building. It was already 7 o'clock, and darkness had settled in. Suddenly, He Liang felt a sharp pain in his left shoulder, abruptly breaking his train of thought. That spot was the location of his dragon-shaped birthmark. Instantly, goosebumps erupted all over his body, as if a ferocious beast had set its sights on him, exuding a palpable danger. Instinctively, He Liang sidestepped. Just moments ago, A sharp gleam flashed in the very spot he had occupied. He felt as if the bag he held in his right hand was swiftly slashed by a sharp object. Several packets of ketchup within it were sliced open, and a force erupted from within, causing the ketchup packets to burst, splattering some of the sauce onto He Liang. Interesting. A faint voice of curiosity rang out suddenly. He Liang's heart raced. He was unaware of what was transpiring, but it was evident that someone intended to harm him. In an instant, He Liang made a judgment and bolted forward. He didn't look back, nor did he bother to retrieve his belongings. However, the next moment, he halted. For a figure stood before him, grinning widely. It was a middle-aged man clad in black, possessing an utterly ordinary face, skillfully toying with a small knife in his right hand. How intriguing. Despite lacking any cultivation, you managed to evade my ambush, the man mused. His gaze filled with murderous intent as it fixated on He Liang. So, this is the direct descendant of the He family? Quite interesting indeed, he muttered to himself. He Liang took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. Excuse me, sir. I believe you may have mistaken me for someone else. I haven't done anything wrong. Have I? While uttering these words, his eyes darted to the side, ready to flee at any moment. He sensed that this middle-aged man was exceedingly dangerous. You certainly haven't offended me, the man replied with a sinister grin, but his expression quickly turned icy. However, you are in my way. With that, he lunged towards He Liang. The speed was so swift that He Liang could scarcely catch a glimpse of his shadow. In less than a second, he had closed the distance of 4 to 5 meters, now standing right before He Liang. Danger! He Liang's eyes widened in terror as he saw the cold light rushing towards his chest. His pupils dilated, but his body was too slow to react. In a split second, a low grunt echoed through the air. The middle-aged man's knife came to an abrupt halt. 2 fingers pinched the blade. Kwang San, expressionless, regarded the man coldly. How extravagant. Martial arts experts are out and about. The middle-aged man, seemingly recognizing Kwang San, turned pale and abandoned his knife, preparing to flee. Yet, Kwang San effortlessly struck his chest with a light palm. A tremendous force surged forth, sending the man hurtling backward. Blood gushed from his mouth, splattering onto He Liang. Without looking back, the middle-aged man used the force to sprint away, his speed astonishingly rapid, as if he defied belief. With a single leap, he cleared a wall 4 to 5 meters high. What on earth is happening? Confusion enveloped He Liang, leaving him momentarily dazed. Nevertheless, he forced himself to regain composure and ponder the situation. Kwang San squinted at the retreating figure, but chose not to pursue. Young master. He then turned to He Liang. Bowing respectfully, He Liang's pupils contracted, and after a prolonged silence, he finally inquired, "Have you made a mistake in identifying me?" This question struck him with a force more intense than the earlier events. He Liang, 17 years old, senior student at Qingda High School. Am I mistaken? Kwang San maintained a calm demeanor. He Liang's mouth fell open, rendered speechless. Kwang San seemed to grasp the implications, his expression wavering slightly, yet he continued, "Young master. There are matters of considerable length to discuss. Your biological parents are not Lin Xin and He Ning." Clearly, he had done his homework and was well informed. He Liang trembled, choosing silence. After a long pause, he finally stated earnestly, "No, they are my parents." He bent down to retrieve the scattered items. The ketchup was undoubtedly ruined, and some other items were damaged, but he could still salvage a few. He needed to take the kitchen knife as well. Suddenly, Kwang San understood something, whispering, "Young master, you have always known they are not your biological parents?" He Liang refrained from answering, but it was the best answer he could provide. He was no fool. His parents were not actors. The details accumulated over the years were enough for He Liang to deduce much. Yet, when someone stood before him to reveal his origins, the impact remained overwhelming. He Liang fixed his gaze on Kwang San, contemplating before saying, "I don't know who you are, but I hope you won't disrupt my current life." That was his choice. Kwang San hesitated for a moment, then sighed. "The head of the family. There was a reason your parents abandoned you." He Liang gathered his belongings, preparing to leave. Kwang San took a deep breath, speaking softly, "Young master. Some things cannot be avoided. Just like that person earlier." He Liang halted in his tracks. Chapter 49. The fourth task. He Liang's footsteps abruptly ceased. His expression shifted as he turned to Kwang San, fixing his gaze intently. "Speak." Kwang San began to recount his origins, and He Liang instinctively sought to evade this truth. Yet, it was clear that some matters could not be sidestepped. Who was that person just now? He Liang inhaled deeply, clutching a bundle of items, and asked solemnly, "What is the truth of my origins?" Since evasion was futile, he would have to confront it. Kwang San surveyed the surroundings, narrowing his eyes. "Shall we discuss it here?" He Liang's gaze flickered slightly, and he nodded, replying slowly, "Let us talk here. I need to get home for dinner soon." Kwang San immediately grasped the young master's intent. The young master was willing to learn, but that did not imply he was ready to fully accept the truth. Huang San was not one to ramble. He promptly stated, "The power dynamics in Shunjin City are intricate, but the reins are held by the three prominent families, the Sun family, the Ning family, and our He family." He Liang felt a stir within him, contemplating something, yet he refrained from interrupting Huang San immediately. In the present day, the family is embroiled in internal strife, with only a few legitimate heirs remaining, and you, young master, are among the four, Huang San stated. He understood that, in terms of bloodline, He Liang was the most authentic heir. The other three individuals, driven by their respective factions, were covertly vying for the position of heir. At this juncture, your emergence has instilled a sense of trepidation within them. The individual just now was likely sent by the family to assassinate you. These brief words provided He Liang with a general understanding of the situation. This bizarre affair seemed no different from the melodramatic plots found in novels and television dramas. Although he found it hard to believe, the recent events served as a reminder that Huang San's words might indeed hold truth. After a moment of contemplation, Huang San continued, "As for the assassination attempt, you need not worry for the time being. The old master will emerge from seclusion soon, which should intimidate some individuals, preventing them from carrying out their plans overtly." While many aspects remained unclear to He Liang, hearing this news brought him some relief. It was evident from Huang San's words that the threat of assassination would likely diminish significantly. With the family in turmoil, there is no immediate need for you to return. I will take responsibility for your protection over the next 3 months, Huang San assured. He Liang narrowed his eyes and asked, "After 3 months, will I return to the He family?" The He family was entirely foreign to He Liang. Even though a visit there would likely bestow upon him immeasurable wealth and power in a short span, he still felt a sense of aversion. He preferred his modest, yet warm family over the He family. Huang San nodded, stating, "Some matters cannot be avoided. Even if you desire to relinquish your claim as heir, certain individuals will not allow you to escape unscathed." A sense of urgency welled up within He Liang, leaving him feeling insecure. He couldn't help but inquire, what did that person mean by cultivation? Huang San did not withhold the truth and explained directly. Some individuals utilize special methods to surpass human limits and master martial arts, akin to the martial experts depicted in novels. This is known as the martial body. The term cultivation refers specifically to martial body cultivation. This explanation was straightforward and comprehensible. "Can I cultivate the martial body?" He Liang looked intently at Huang San, asking earnestly. Huang San shook his head and replied, "The methods are in the possession of the old master and cannot be divulged without permission. If you return to the He family in 3 months, you will be able to obtain the martial body methods." He Liang chose not to press further. The atmosphere fell silent, with no one speaking. He Liang needed time to digest the overwhelming amount of information. Huang San allowed him this time for contemplation. It was unreasonable to expect anyone to accept such revelations instantaneously, and He Liang's calm demeanor had already surprised Huang San considerably. After a lengthy pause, He Liang finally lifted his head, his expression returning to tranquility as he stated, "I'm heading home for dinner." Even Huang San was momentarily taken aback, having not anticipated He Liang's response. Throughout their conversation, He Liang had completely avoided any inquiries regarding his biological parents. The young master still harbored reservations and deliberately sidestepped the topic. Huang San understood this. He nodded, saying, "I see." He provided He Liang with his contact information and departed promptly. The purpose of this visit was merely to meet the young master and convey certain information. In the following 3 months, there would be ample time to share further details. He Liang stood still, watching as Huang San left, clutching a bundle of items, rendered speechless. His thoughts were tangled, making it difficult to untangle them. He turned to ascend the stairs to return home, but a female voice called out his name from behind. He Liang. Turning around, he beheld a remarkably exquisite face. It was Chun Ming Tong, dressed in a pristine white dress, revealing her long legs. She resembled a pure and beautiful swan. She carried a bulging backpack, the contents unknown. Looking at He Liang, her eyes were filled with disappointment. She had returned from the provincial key school that afternoon, preoccupied with thoughts of He Liang, unable to let go, ultimately deciding to make a final resolution. Her beautiful eyes gazed at He Liang with a mix of frustration and regret. "Here are my 6 subject notes. I have organized them for you. Study diligently," she said, her disappointment palpable. "Tomorrow, I will depart for Suzhou University for training. This is a farewell. We may never meet again." The boy before her, who once stirred her heart, now left her feeling utterly disillusioned. Having just entered the community, she encountered a fearsome man in a suit, bearing a scar on his face. And now she stood before He Liang, drenched in crimson, wielding a kitchen knife. Was it mere coincidence? Could such a thing happen by chance? She did not believe it. Ultimately, he was no longer the He Liang she once knew. Chen Mingtong felt an indescribable sorrow. His immature attempts at self-aggrandizement, defying director Wu Qing, fighting and brawling. He Liang's image crumbled repeatedly, leading her to relinquish all hope. Goodbye. I doubt we will meet again. Chen Mingtong placed her backpack down, her expression icy, and swiftly departed. She didn't even wish to exchange another word with He Liang. Mingtong. By the time he pursued her out of the community, Chen Mingtong had already entered a car and driven away. He Liang exhaled deeply, gazing at the stars above, and let out a bitter laugh. This troublesome affair seems unending. He then returned home. Lin Qin and He Ning, upon seeing He Liang covered in crimson, were startled and rushed over. Xiaoliang, are you hurt? What happened during your outing? Should we take you to the hospital? Their faces were etched with concern. He Liang looked at their weathered faces, feeling a pang of emotion and gratitude, and softly replied, It's nothing, just a fall. Some ketchup spilled. They are my parents. Suddenly, a piece of information flashed in He Liang's mind. All-Purpose Work System, 4th Mission. Chapter 50, Shadow, Lin Wudi. He Liang was taken aback by the abrupt appearance of the 4th mission, feeling quite surprised, yet soon elated. If he could complete this 4th mission, he would likely advance to an intermediate worker, unlocking the 3rd black hole. Due to the assassin's presence and the mysterious He family, He Liang felt an urgent need for self-defense. After all, it was evident that the assassin was utterly unconcerned about the legal consequences of murder. He Liang concentrated his thoughts and accepted the mission information. 4th mission, elevate physical fitness to advanced level, laying the foundation for the martial body. Reward, 59 experience points. 59. He Liang's eyes lit up. His current experience points stood at 45, and with the addition of this 59, he would have enough to attain the rank of intermediate worker. This mission was of paramount importance to He Liang's physical fitness, the foundation of the martial body. A contemplative expression crossed He Liang's face, followed by a smile. This is indeed good news for me. I had already intended to enhance my physical fitness for next week's sports meet, and this mission aligns perfectly with my plans. Subsequently, He Liang had dinner with his parents. After returning to his room, he attempted to contact Chen Mingtong via WeChat. However, she had deleted him. He Liang fell silent for a moment before closing the WeChat window. Chen Mingtong had misunderstood him repeatedly, and he never had the opportunity to explain. So he understood her disappointment. But now, she had severed ties with him. A sharp pang of hurt and complexity surged within He Liang, leaving him feeling lost. So be it. After a prolonged silence, He Liang's expression gradually returned to calmness. He could obtain Chen Mingtong's contact information from a teacher, but it seemed unnecessary. He dismissed the thought of reaching out to her, feeling a sense of disillusionment. For the next 2 days, He Liang studied at home. With no sign of the assassin, he found a semblance of peace. However, the occupants of the adjacent room, 501, had moved out. In their place, Kwang San had arrived. He Liang did not seek out Kwang San, nor did Kwang San make any overtures. He simply kept watch over He Liang, taking no other action. On Sunday afternoon, He Liang headed to school. As he stepped outside, he encountered Kwang San. Kwang San exuded an air of calmness, embodying the demeanor of a detached assassin. Yet he respectfully addressed He Liang, Young master, another individual will arrive shortly to protect you. He Liang furrowed his brow slightly, unwilling to disrupt the tranquility of his life. However, Kwang San had been measured in his actions over the past few days and had not overstepped any boundaries, so He Liang nodded in acknowledgement. I understand. After a brief pause, Kwang San continued, the forthcoming individual has been specially arranged by the old master for you. His temperament is somewhat peculiar, young master, do take heed. He appeared to recall something, his expression becoming quite strange. He Liang nodded and then departed. Upon arriving at school, He Liang made his way to the playground. Physical ability, beginner, intermediate cost 100 labor coins. He Liang glanced at his labor coins, which totaled 330. Without hesitation, he opted for advancement. Instantly, his labor coins dwindled to 230. Subsequently, a peculiar force emerged, as He Liang sensed a mysterious energy surging from his lower abdomen, coursing through his limbs. His body was undergoing enhancement. This enhancement was not painful. Rather, it felt remarkably gentle, providing a sense of gradual progression. He Liang even felt his mind becoming increasingly sharp. The brain requires oxygen to think, and now, with enhanced physical capability, the rate at which red blood cells could transport oxygen would also increase. He Liang focused his thoughts. Physical ability, intermediate, advanced cost 200 labor coins. After a moment's hesitation, he chose not to advance immediately. He felt it prudent to wait until his current enhancement concluded before leveling up. There should be a sequence to things. One must not be overly hasty. He then returned to the classroom and sat down to tackle exercises. Despite possessing an all-encompassing labor system, he did not become complacent. Wang Yuning approached him with questions. Much like before, He Liang was not averse and earnestly explained the solutions to her. The last seat, Zhang Wu, was naturally fuming with indignation. However, he soon let out a cold laugh. I've already signed him up for the sports meet. I shall see just how far he places. In his mind, He Liang was merely a frail academic overachiever. As time passed, evening study hall approached swiftly. The homeroom teacher entered, a peculiar expression on his face. Classmates, quiet down, he called out, and the class fell silent, curious gazes directed at him. I have an announcement. Our class has a transfer student. The students below were momentarily taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances and murmuring softly. A transfer student? But we are in the last semester of our senior year. How can there be a transfer student now? With less than 100 days until the college entrance examination, and to join our elite class directly? This news left them astonished, yet simultaneously filled with anticipation. Outside, footsteps echoed as a young man entered. He stood at a height of 175 meters, possessing striking features, with eyes seemingly holding starlight and a confident smile gracing his lips. However, his appearance was somewhat unconventional, with 3 differently colored headbands tied around his forehead. Hello everyone. I am Lin Wudi, he announced loudly, writing his name on the blackboard. The name had a certain audacity. Many boys murmured among themselves, feeling a sense of vigilance. For this fellow truly was quite handsome. Several girls in the class had already begun to glow with admiration. The teacher nodded and said, I hope everyone can interact well with our new student, Wudi. He then turned to Lin Wudi with a smile. Let me arrange a seat for you. However, Lin Wudi's gaze suddenly sharpened, his expression becoming serious as he looked at He Liang. The entire class froze. That gaze was undoubtedly directed at He Liang. Did he know He Liang? Confusion rippled through the classroom. Zhang Wu and Guolin's eyes lit up. They were eager for more people to share their disdain for He Liang. Lin Wudi spoke, I will sit behind the boss. The class fell silent in an instant. Boss. Without further ado, Lin Wudi strode to take a seat behind He Liang, clearly referring to him as boss. The atmosphere became suffocating. Guolin and Zhang Wu were left utterly dumbfounded. Instantly, the focus of the entire class shifted back to He Liang. The students behind He Liang were rendered speechless, unsure of how to react. The homeroom teacher felt a headache coming on. This student had been directly assigned by the vice principal, and the hidden implications seemed to carry significant weight. Qin Xin, change your seat, the homeroom teacher said, rubbing his forehead, unwilling to offend Lin Wudi. Soon, Lin Wudi settled into his new position. He Liang turned around, feeling speechless, as he had already begun to suspect Lin Wudi's identity. As expected, Lin Wudi earnestly stated, Young master, my code name is Shadow. You may also call me Quan Lu. Chapter 51, The Third Black Hole Shadow, Quan Lu, Lin Wudi. To be frank, He Liang had no desire to address any of these names. They all felt rather juvenile. I understand. He Liang suppressed his discomfort and nodded calmly before turning back to his studies. He still struggled to overcome his internal resistance towards those from the He family. Lin Wudi, however, merely chuckled, seemingly unfazed. As soon as the class ended, Lin Wudi swiftly dashed out of the classroom, leaving many girls who wished to get to know him feeling disappointed. Shortly after, he returned with an unperturbed expression, holding a wooden staff. The staff appeared to be carved from the trunk of a tree, measuring an impressive 50 centimeters in length, catching everyone's attention. What are you doing with that? He Liang was taken aback by this scene. Lin Wudi pondered for a couple of seconds before earnestly stating, Boss, this is a sword, a wooden sword. A vein throbbed on He Liang's forehead as he retorted, I meant, where did you get that? What do you need it for in the classroom? Lin Wudi answered without hesitation, I am a sword immortal. Without a sword in hand, I cannot find peace. Moreover, I need this to protect you, boss. He Liang stared blankly at Lin Wudi for a full 10 seconds, finally realizing that Lin Wudi was not joking. This guy was truly peculiar. He Liang suddenly understood why Quan San had a strange expression when mentioning Lin Wudi. As a newly transferred student, coupled with his handsome looks, it was only natural that he would attract considerable attention, and his eccentricities had certainly piqued the curiosity of many classmates. His demeanor led several to suspect that he might be mentally unstable. Yet, Lin Wudi remained unfazed by the scrutinizing gazes, his expression as calm as ever. To him, being here was merely about protecting the boss. Zhang Wu approached He Liang, his expression dark, looking down at him with a condescending air. He Liang, I've signed you up for 3 events. I hope you won't back out. His tone dripped with mockery, laced with disdain. Academics may be your forte, but sports are mine. With both athletics and grades, I too can attend one of the nation's top 10 universities. This was his source of pride, in a sense. He also considered himself a top scholar. I will not back out, He Liang replied calmly, casting a sidelong glance at Zhang Wu. Lin Wuti, however, raised an eyebrow, lightly gripping the wooden sword beside him, and asked He Liang, "Boss, should I take care of him for you? He is weak. With one strike, he would surely perish." He Liang was utterly astonished. Lin Wuti was truly audacious in his words. Zhang Wu's forehead twitched in anger. Weak? Lin Wuti's contemptuous demeanor was nothing short of a provocation, igniting Zhang Wu's fury. However, as Lin Wuti was a transfer student, he found it difficult to retaliate in the moment, merely snorting in response. Transfer student. Whether I can fight or not is not for you to decide. You'll know once we spar. He Liang pressed Lin Wuti's wrist, which was raised with the sword, down gently, maintaining a calm demeanor. Class is about to start. Just then, the preparation bell rang, and Zhang Wu shot a cold glance at Lin Wuti and He Liang before returning to his seat. Indeed, birds of a feather flock together. These two were equally detestable in his eyes. Lin Wuti gazed at He Liang in confusion, asking, "Boss, why don't you want me to take him down?" He Liang took a deep breath, firmly convinced that Lin Wuti's mental state was indeed troubling. In this society governed by rules, He Liang regarded Lin Wuti seriously. Do not speak casually about violence, nor should you resort to it. Lin Wuti scratched his head and chuckled. All right, I'll heed the boss. He added, where I come from, we don't have so many restrictions. He Liang raised an eyebrow and replied, and don't call me boss. After a brief pause, Lin Wuti tentatively asked, if I'm the Sword Immortal, can I call you Sword Saint? He Liang maintained a stoic expression and turned away. Just stick with boss. As the college entrance examinations approached, time felt both fleeting and fulfilling. Soon, Wednesday arrived, the day of the sports meet. The annual event was of considerable importance to the school, and many in the third year were particularly eager for it. Rumors had circulated recently about a conflict between the top scholar He Liang and the school's athletic champion Zhang Wu, claiming that He Liang, overestimating his abilities, intended to challenge Zhang Wu at the sports meet. This tale grew increasingly exaggerated, portraying He Liang as an unsuspecting fool. The monotonous life of the third year suddenly sparked interest among the students. With He Liang excelling academically, many were eager to find faults in him, hoping to reclaim a sense of superiority. So the academic prodigy He Liang also has his shortcomings. He is not infallible after all. Guolin smirked. He desperately needed this sense of superiority. During the opening ceremony, He Liang stood at the back, with Lin Wuti ahead of him. Even at this moment, Lin Wuti clutched his wooden sword, and astonishingly, he had managed to procure a wooden scabbard to carry it on his back. He Liang had heard that 2-century-old trees had fallen at the school, causing quite a stir, but the higher-ups quickly suppressed the news. Boss, your vitality seems to have surged these past few days. Lin Wuti suddenly turned around, looking at He Liang with curiosity. A shiver ran through He Liang, and he countered. You can sense it? Over the past few days, under the influence of a mysterious force, his body had been undergoing constant enhancement. He could feel the evident changes within him. Yes, Lin Wuti nodded earnestly. I'm the Sword Immortal. My perception of vitality is quite sharp. He Liang chose not to engage with Lin Wuti's somewhat juvenile remarks, having heard enough of them in recent days to feel exhausted. Instead, he fell into deep contemplation. The enhancing force within him had diminished significantly. I should be able to elevate my physical fitness from intermediate to advanced. He Liang's expression hardened, and with a flicker of thought, he commanded, intermediate physical fitness, upgrade to advanced physical fitness. Instantly, his work currency decreased by 200. A searing, fiery power surged from He Liang's abdomen throughout his body. This strength was no longer gentle. It was far more intense than before. He Liang felt as if he were being roasted alive, overwhelmed by an unbearable heat. This transformation caught Lin Wuti's attention, and he spun around, his gaze fixed on He Liang. I knew I wasn't mistaken. You truly are my boss. Evidently, He Liang's enhancement had not escaped Lin Wuti's notice. However, He Liang was too preoccupied to respond, as information flooded his mind. Fourth task, elevate physical fitness to advanced, laying the foundation for martial physique. Reward, 59 experience, completed. Host, He Liang, for 100, position, intermediate worker, next level, advanced worker, daily wage, 70 work currency, 120. Moreover, the third black hole has been unlocked. Chapter 52, Preliminary Round. The third black hole. He Liang's heart raced with excitement. The lottery and study zones had already provided him with ample assistance, and he eagerly anticipated what the third black hole would unveil. Above the third black hole, golden letters gradually appeared. Martial physique. Martial physique. This was precisely what He Liang needed for self-preservation. The third black hole could fulfill that need. Amidst the ruckus outside as various leaders delivered speeches, He Liang's thoughts were wholly absorbed in the all-purpose worker system. He reached out to touch the third black hole, and suddenly his vision transformed before him. Martial physique talent, ordinary. Excellent 300 work currency. Heavenly martial decision, refining stage 200 work currency. These two simple items brought a smile to He Liang's face. With only 120 work currency and earning 70 daily, it would take until the day after tomorrow to redeem anything. He Liang felt a restless itch, yearning to acquire the heavenly martial decision immediately. The system displayed only this singular martial art, which undoubtedly was not weak. Although He Liang was unaware of the specifics of the heavenly martial decision, he sensed its uniqueness. Additionally, the system indicated that his martial physique talent was ordinary. This brief snippet of data was enough for He Liang to deduce a great deal. He then raised his head and inquired of Lin Wudi, "Can you elaborate on the martial physique for me?" Lin Wudi raised an eyebrow and nodded with a grin. The two retreated a few steps to a quieter area to converse in hushed tones. There is a belief that once a person's vitality is honed to a certain extent, further growth becomes arduous. And thus the martial physique was born to help individuals surpass new limits, Lin Wudi explained. The first stage of the martial physique is called the refining stage, which comprises 9 levels, laying the foundation for the essence refinement stage. Essentially, the refining stage involves honing the muscles and enhancing vitality. He Liang furrowed his brow, still lacking a direct understanding, and subsequently asked, "Is there a comparison?" Lin Wudi stroked his chin and replied, "Indeed. Generally, a martial physique practitioner at the 6th level can outshine Olympic champions in every aspect. Well, a 6th level martial physique practitioner can easily take on 30 or 40 ordinary people." This explanation was even more straightforward. "What is your current level?" He Liang suddenly inquired. "Me?" Lin Wudi appeared momentarily stunned before adopting a mysterious expression. "On the surface, I am in the mid-stage of essence refinement, but in truth, I am not." He Liang's expression shifted, realizing that Lin Wudi was even more formidable than he had anticipated. "What is the truth, then?" He inhaled deeply. Lin Wudi gazed at the sky, hands clasped behind his back, and softly sighed. "In truth, I am in the realm of the sword immortal. When I break 3 binds, I can vanquish all foes in this world." He Liang looked at Lin Wudi with an impassive expression and remarked, "So, the 3 headbands on your forehead are the binds holding you back?" Lin Wudi nodded, exuding an aura of strength. He Liang silently categorized Lin Wudi as a late-stage chinibu, a term for adolescents who have delusions of grandeur. He then proceeded to ask Lin Wudi additional questions about the martial physique. Aside from the juvenile comments, Lin Wudi provided detailed explanations, opening the door to a new world for He Liang. "I will first save enough work currency for the heavenly martial decision and prioritize its redemption," He Liang resolved. Subsequently, while enhancing his studies in 6 subjects in the study zone, he also worked on redeeming his martial physique talent. Now that he was an intermediate worker, earning a daily wage of 70, it was a substantial increase compared to before. If this continued, he would undoubtedly achieve mastery in all 6 subjects before the college entrance examinations, with plenty left over. As He Liang pondered, the opening ceremony concluded, and the competition officially commenced. The first day featured preliminary rounds. He Liang had signed up for the same events as Zhang Wu, the 1,000 meters, 400 meters, and 200 meters. Unfortunately, the lottery had not paired him with any of his classmates' top scholars. Zhang Wu sighed sarcastically, lamenting that none of his 3 preliminary events had He Liang competing alongside him. This left him feeling somewhat disappointed. "I hope He Liang can make it through the preliminaries. Otherwise, I won't get to torment him tomorrow," Zhang Wu said. Among the third-year students, many were keenly interested in this development, and numerous onlookers were eagerly anticipating He Liang's potential misfortune. He Liang was acutely aware of the thoughts running through these individuals' minds. Last night, he had conducted a rough self-assessment, and his intermediate fitness level was already quite formidable, surpassing most athletes. Today, as he transitioned to advanced fitness, he didn't dare to claim he could rival Olympic champions. However, it was certain that he could easily outpace the majority of athletes. The top 2 from each group would advance to tomorrow's semifinals. On the track, 8 students appeared tense, clad in shorts, their eyes brimming with youthful vigor. They began with several sets of high knees, activating their bodies. As the whistle blew, the first group commenced their run. Zhang Wu surged ahead, charging forth. 200 meters is not particularly long, and Zhang Wu opted for a full sprint. He was tall and robust, each stride expansive, yet it did not hinder his speed, leaving the spectators in astonishment. How swift! In just a few meters, he had already distanced himself significantly from the second place. Many gasped, acknowledging Zhang Wu's terrifying athletic prowess. The The student in second place gritted his teeth, desperately trying to catch up to Zhang Wu. But soon he despaired, realizing he was chasing at the cost of his life. He exerted himself harder than when pursuing a crush, yet he simply could not keep up, only to be left further behind by Zhang Wu. Being in the same group as Zhang Wu was utterly humiliating. Ultimately, Zhang Wu confidently secured first place with a time of 24:01. After finishing, his expression remained largely unchanged, exuding calmness. 24? This is merely the preliminary round. I'm just warming up. The crowd was taken aback by his audacious words, yet Zhang Wu undeniably possessed the ability to back them up. Some claimed that he had even clocked a time under 22 seconds in private. Instantly, many turned their gaze toward He Liang, filled with a mix of pity and disbelief. How could he possibly compare? Zhang Wu's achievement was enough to instill despair in others. He Liang, who devoted himself to studying, was no match for such rigorously trained athletes. Many sighed in resignation. Yet, He Liang appeared unfazed, seemingly oblivious to the surrounding scrutiny. Lin Wudi scoffed. Isn't that too slow? Even our most mediocre runners are much faster. He Liang shot him a silent glare, refrained from speaking such nonsense outside. Despite Lin Wudi appearing of a similar age, his words often lacked thought, resembling the naive chatter of a child. Did he really think he could compare himself to the top athlete? Lin Wudi sneered, contemplating how foolish such a notion was. As their conversation continued, the second group was already on the field. He Liang ceased his chatter, preparing for his turn. Chapter 53. Strive for second place to advance. He Liang was in the third group. Each group contained 8 participants, with the top 2 advancing to the semifinals. Although the school had a considerable number of students, few dared to sign up. While the second group was running, He Liang was already warming up, clad in school shorts. He stretched his ligaments and performed several sets of high knees. After the second group finished, the 8 students of the third group took to the track. He Liang's presence immediately attracted numerous gazes. Is that He Liang? Linda, seated at the judge's table, noticed him with some surprise. He then revealed a smile, praising. A well-rounded student, embodying the ideals we aim to cultivate. He did not believe He Liang would achieve a high ranking in athletics, but he admired his fighting spirit. I had planned to treat him to a meal last time, but unfortunately, I had matters to attend to at home. I must invite him for a meal this week. Linda mused to himself. Vice Principal Zhang Hui, sitting beside him, nodded in agreement, a smile on his face. Then, suddenly recalling something, he remarked, Zhong Bin, the physical education teacher from Suzhou University, has just participated in a competition here in Longan District and will come to observe Zhang Wu tomorrow. Teacher Zhong had previously seen Zhang Wu at the city sports meet and believed Zhang Wu had considerable potential for recommendation to Suzhou University. Linda nodded with a smile, softly saying, this year is promising. Chen Mingtong is likely to be recommended to Suzhou University. As long as He Liang maintains his performance, he can secure first place in Longan District, competing for a top 10 spot in the province. Li Su and Guolin also performed decently. If they excel, they could aim for a national ranking within the top 15 schools. If Zhang Wu can take the path of special recruitment and be pre-recommended to Suzhou University, then Qingda High School will undoubtedly become the most illustrious institution in Longan District this year. While they spoke, the third group's 200 meters had already commenced. Outside, many were cheering for He Liang. However, the sincerity of these cheers was questionable, often tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. Wang Yuning stood by the finish line, nervously holding a bottle of room-temperature mineral water, her gaze fixed on He Liang as he prepared to run. He Liang, positioned in lane 1, appeared calm and composed, while the others around him exhibited eager expressions. This group included a second-year athlete, the best performer in athletics among his peers. Upon seeing He Liang enter the fray, a smirk crept onto his lips. A third-year scholar? If only he focused on his studies instead of running athletics. How amusing it would be to outshine the school's brightest. Ready, the referee announced loudly, and the atmosphere in the arena thickened with anticipation. Beep. The whistle pierced the air, stirring the emotions of countless spectators. The 8 competitors launched forward simultaneously. The straightaway was long enough to establish a significant lead. The second-year athlete surged ahead, legs propelling him to the forefront. The others behind him pushed their limits. 200 meters is neither too short nor too long, demanding a full-throttle sprint. He Liang started off in last place. Indeed, his physique appeared somewhat feeble. Guolin observed this and immediately scoffed derisively. His voice was loud enough for many surrounding students to hear. The remaining students regarded He Liang's slow start with pity etched on their faces. Some even smiled, relishing the superiority they felt, while He Liang seemed to lag behind. His demeanor remained tranquil, his pace steady. Did they wish to witness his downfall? He Liang was well aware of their thoughts. He deliberately held back, choosing to save his strength to prove a point. It must be said, while the trope of the underestimated protagonist is often ridiculed, it is undeniably satisfying. Suddenly, He Liang accelerated. This burst of speed allowed him to overtake the first two competitors. He Liang was on a roll. Such a change did not go unnoticed. Humph. Guolin snorted, dismissively stating, it's merely a forced surge. He maintained that pace. 100 meters left. He Liang continued to gain speed. He surpassed the fifth and then the fourth. Just 50 meters remained. The tension among the spectators was palpable. Go, He Liang. Wang Yuning tightened her grip on the water bottle, her face a portrait of anxiety. Guolin's eyes widened, his silence betraying his shock. Zhang Wu, who had been joking with his classmates about He Liang, fell silent, his expression darkening. He Liang accelerated again, pushing his limits. In the final 50 meters, he was just a few paces away from second place. These heart-stopping seconds felt interminable. Approaching the finish line, He Liang surged ahead. What? The second-place runner's face turned pale as He Liang overtook him. The third-place competitor was now at risk of being eliminated. Clenching his teeth, his expression twisted with determination. He summoned every ounce of strength in his legs. He increased his speed, seemingly closing the gap with He Liang. Yet He Liang abruptly accelerated again. The sensation of hope dashed was intensely disheartening. In a thrilling finish, He Liang secured second place with a time of 26:89. The third-place competitor was left reeling, while the first-place second-year athlete couldn't shake off his unease. However, he soon rationalized it. He's still far behind me. The only reason he got second is that the third place and below are just too weak. Wang Yuning approached, holding a bottle of mineral water. Her expression filled with concern as she gazed at He Liang. He Liang, are you feeling all right? Drink some water. It seemed she recalled something. Her face flushed slightly, and her voice diminished. He Liang was taken aback for a moment, then accepted the bottle, smiling. Thank you. Guolin had gone to the fourth group. Zhang Wu came over and, upon seeing Wang Yuning providing water to He Liang, felt a surge of anger. His expression stiffened as he looked at He Liang. Forcing a smile, He Liang, congratulations on advancing to the semifinals. The 200 meters had many participants, with 12 groups, resulting in 24 students divided into 4 groups for the semifinals, where the top 2 would advance again, leading to a final of 8. This posed a significant test of endurance. Ordinary individuals would struggle even with a single event. He Liang cast a glance at Zhang Wu and replied calmly, it's fine. Just luck. He knew Zhang Wu was certainly capable of reaching the finals, but this guy wanted to seek validation from him? The reason He Liang held back his full strength today was to prepare for tomorrow. His principle was clear. If one does not provoke me, I shall not retaliate. If one provokes me, I will crush them. Lin Woody approached, looking puzzled. Boss, you didn't even exert half of your strength. Zhang Wu sneered inwardly. To say one hadn't exerted half their strength was quite bold. However, he was reluctant to provoke this madman, as rumors had already circulated in class over the past few days. Lin Woody seemed to have some cognitive issues and displayed indifference towards everyone except He Liang. In the fourth group, Guolin secured first place with a time of 24:77. He approached He Liang, panting. He Liang, we're in the same group for the 1,000 meters this afternoon. He chuckled mockingly. Let's work hard together. Aim for second place to advance. Chapter 54. Acceleration. Guolin had just claimed first in the fourth group with an absolute advantage and was brimming with pride. His words carried an air of arrogance. He Liang observed him for a moment, then seriously retorted, I didn't see you taking out the trash last night. Did you do it? Guolin's smug expression faltered in an instant, and the atmosphere became awkward. He Liang, you. Once he regained his composure, Guolin's fury ignited, pointing at He Liang with wide eyes. That incident had become his shameful secret, a stain he could not erase, the greatest embarrassment from high school. However, Guolin did indeed take out the trash every day. He couldn't afford to lose face. Suddenly, a thought crossed Guolin's mind, and he squinted, revealing a sly smile. He Liang, you seem quite confident about the 1,000 meters this afternoon. He Liang shot him a glance, aware of the malicious intent behind his words. Yet, he felt no fear and calmly replied, I suppose so. Guolin laughed heartily, feigning innocence. Why don't we have a little competition? A wager. At this, He Liang felt amusement bubbling within him. Go on, he said. Guolin raised his head, sensing that He Liang had taken the bait, and pressed on. If I win, you forfeit 3 events. If I lose, I forfeit. He Liang scrutinized Guolin, his eyes narrowing slightly. Many students were watching the conflict between him and Zhang Wu. If He Liang forfeited now, how would others perceive him? It would be more embarrassing than losing. Others would think He Liang was cowardly, retreating. At first glance, Guolin's proposal seemed innocuous, but upon deeper reflection, Its maliciousness became apparent. Guolin smirked, pressing He Liang. What do you say, He Liang? Lin Wudi, standing nearby, shook his head in disbelief. Wang Yuning tugged at He Liang's sleeve. Worry etched on her face as she gently shook her head. He Liang offered a slight smile to Wang Yuning, his clear and bright eyes defiantly meeting Guolin's. I accept. Guolin beamed. Splendid. He had observed He Liang's running in the 200 meters, where his final sprint was akin to a sudden burst of light, unleashing all his potential. Such a level, he believed, could never surpass him. With that, Guolin departed. Lin Wudi sighed softly. Boss, why do you have so many fools around you? He Liang shot him a glance, but remained silent. He had never sought trouble, yet some individuals always wished to stir it up, and their methods were increasingly absurd and direct. Wang Yuning felt uneasy and said, He Liang, you really don't need to compete with them. He Liang chuckled. If they want to compete, then let them. It's no big deal. He was never one to shy away from challenges. There was still a 400-meter race in the morning. He Liang drew a weak group and deliberately controlled his performance, just barely surpassing the third place to secure second. Successfully advancing. Humph. This loser is at this level. He will undoubtedly kneel in the afternoon. Guolin, who had been observing the previous two events, believed he had unraveled He Liang's capabilities and laughed confidently. The news of the bet between He Liang and Guolin, spread deliberately by Guolin, reached many ears. Zhang Wu flashed a smile, his sun-kissed, muscular frame drawing attention as he joked with friends. I think He Liang will probably lose to Guolin this afternoon. Too bad I won't get to face him. Although Guolin was not an athlete, his results in track and field surpassed those of ordinary athletes. As time slipped by, it soon reached 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The playground was bustling with activity. Multiple events were simultaneously conducting their preliminaries. On the track, the 1,000 meters first group was about to commence. Guolin and He Liang were prominently among them. No problem, as long as nothing unexpected occurs. I will undoubtedly be the center of attention and crush He Liang. This time, he had thoroughly assessed his opponents, and there were no athletes or fast runners. He was certain he would finish first. He Liang, calm in demeanor, felt the abundant energy surging within him. He sensed something stimulating his entire being over the past few days, leading to a qualitative transformation in his physical capabilities. How terrifying is advanced athleticism? One could refer to high school biology. He Liang excelled in advanced high school biology, earning the top spot in Shenzhen City. This was also the source of He Liang's confidence. Guolin was confident, and so was He Liang. On your marks, someone called out, reminding the 8 students to prepare for the race. Under the blazing sun, the 8 contestants sweated lightly, their hearts filled with gravity and determination. 1,000 meters was no trivial task. Beep. The whistle sounded, and Guolin shot off like a cheetah, his long legs quickly securing first place. He had no intention of trailing. He aimed to maintain his lead throughout and claim victory. He Liang's strides were not as lengthy as Guolin's. Yet his frequency of steps continued to escalate. Accelerate, accelerate again. Guolin also sped up at the outset, but his acceleration was measured. He was saving energy for the final sprint. However, He Liang surpassed Guolin within the first 100 meters. He Liang had taken the lead. Fool. A flicker of displeasure crossed Guolin's eyes, but it quickly transformed into a sneer. He had seen many students like this before. Those who sprinted hard in the first 100 or 200 meters, gaining all the attention, only to tire midway and finish last. In his eyes, He Liang was evidently one of them. With such a pace, could he sustain it for the entire distance? Guolin scoffed. He had experience and clung tightly to He Liang's tail, maintaining his pace. You want to run this fast? I'll see how long you can keep it up. He Liang, of course, noticed Guolin closely tailing him, the distance barely 5 meters. That was less than a second's gap. At the 300-meter mark, He Liang held first place. At 500 meters, He Liang was still in the lead. The 8 students on the track had already formed 3 groups. He Liang and Guolin occupied the first tier, stretching the second-tier students half a lap behind. Guolin's earlier disdainful attitude had shifted dramatically. How is this possible? He gritted his teeth, adjusting his breathing. This loser, how could he possibly be faster than me? How could he still be holding back? At 600 meters, He Liang maintained first. At 800 meters, He Liang remained in the lead. No, he had to sprint now. Guolin's eyes were clouded with bloodshot veins. He had been accelerating continuously, feeling that he had performed exceptionally well over the past 800 meters. Yet He Liang showed no signs of slowing down. At this moment, Guolin could no longer ponder the reasons behind He Liang's speed. In this race, he absolutely could not afford to lose. Guolin let out a low roar, sweat pouring down in torrents as his legs crossed over each other, unleashing a more powerful force. His speed surged instantly. He was now merely a step away from He Liang. But in the next moment, He Liang accelerated. Chapter 55. A Gamble on Soft Drinks. Hope emerged, only to be followed by despair. Damn. Guolin barely managed to raise his speed, which nearly collapsed under He Liang's sudden burst of acceleration. With just over 100 meters remaining, they were in the final sprint phase. He Liang offered no opportunity for Guolin. The distance between them remained consistently around 10 meters. They were locked in a fierce battle, racing towards the finish line. In the 1,000-meter preliminary round, He Liang claimed first place in the first group with a time of 3 minutes and 1 second, while Guolin secured second place with a time of 3 minutes and 3 seconds. To be candid, this speed was by no means slow. Guolin was merely a high school student, not specializing in athletics, but he had some foundational training in track and field since childhood. Under normal circumstances, this performance would be considered exceptional. However, this was a competition, not a personal best. Cough, cough, cough. Guolin struggled to catch his breath, cold air flooding his lungs, causing him to cough on the spot. I lost. His expression was one of disbelief, pale and unwilling to accept the reality. He had lost to He Liang in the 1,000 meters? What a ridiculous joke. He Liang, on the other hand, did not even spare him a glance. Instead, taking a bottle of mineral water from Wang Yuning and sipping it slowly. He Liang, you are incredible. Wang Yuning's eyes sparkled. She was at a loss for words to describe He Liang. Outstanding academically and exceptional in sports, He Liang seemed almost too perfect, amplifying her admiration while deepening her sense of inferiority. Lin Wudi approached, casting a glance at Wang Yuning, and chuckled. This is nothing. If the boss were to unleash his full potential, he could probably lap that entire group. Wang Yuning naturally dismissed this comment. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the atmosphere was electric. He Liang. First place? 3 minutes and 1 second. Hiss. Once the results were in, they were stunned by this reality. A bitter smile formed on their lips. As the truth sunk in the entire school, there were certainly not 10 individuals capable of achieving such a time. Setting aside comparisons between He Liang and the athletic prodigy Zhang Wu, even in this performance, He Liang would easily dominate ordinary high school students. What superiority complex they had was immediately shattered. Zhang Wu. A student swallowed hard, looking at Zhang Wu. Zhang Wu felt annoyed, snorted, and replied, You don't think someone who finished 3 seconds behind could compare to me, do you? He had undergone professional training, capable of finishing within 2 minutes and 45 seconds. In comparison, He Liang's time was still far behind. However, seeing He Liang basking in glory did ignite some anger within him, and he cursed under his breath, Damn it. If I hadn't drawn a different lot, I would have taught him a lesson. He Liang's outstanding performance spread widely. Many began to realize that he was not merely a bookworm, but a student excelling in both academics and athletics. Gradually, jealousy dissipated. When the gap was small, they felt envious and whispered acidic remarks. But when the disparity became substantial, such feelings vanished entirely. So, who do you think is stronger, He Liang or Zhang Wu? Someone posed the question. A nearby friend looked at him in shock. Have you lost your mind? He Liang may have performed well, but Zhang Wu ranked in the top 3 at last year's high school athletics competition in Shenzhen City, representing Longgang District. It was said that Zhang Wu's level was on par with that of an average city team, though he had not pursued a professional path. This was not jealousy. It was merely a matter of discussion. The student who raised the question hesitated, finally saying, But we seem to be unaware of where He Liang's limits lie. His friend scoffed, If you don't believe us, let's make a bet. How about 2 bottles of soft drinks? The student, unwilling to back down, replied, Fine, let's bet. This was merely a microcosm. He Liang's brilliance had drawn attention, and similar discussions were rampant. The betting grew in prominence, hinting at an opening trend. Some astute students took this opportunity to generate buzz, inviting others to place their bets with him. Of course, they weren't wagering money, but rather soft drinks. Surprisingly, around 20 to 30 students joined in on the wager. Most were betting on Zhang Wu to win, with only a handful daring to bet on He Liang. Zhang Wu was furious upon learning of this betting pool. When did He Liang, of all people, become a competitor in sports? He felt his authority was being challenged. He Liang, having heard about the news from Lin Wudi, displayed indifference, saying, Whatever. Lin Wudi scratched his head, chuckling, right? Those fools actually dared to place such bets. Suddenly, He Liang fixed his gaze on Lin Wudi and asked, Did you place a bet? Lin Wudi felt a twinge of guilt and laughed awkwardly. I only bet 10 bottles of soft drinks. Then, recalling something, he lowered his voice. Boss, that roommate named Wang Yuning seems to doubt you. She even placed a bet on you winning. She placed a bet too? He Liang was taken aback, recalling Wang Yuning as the studious, innocent girl. He couldn't help but feel a mix of gratitude and complexity. She truly had good judgment. Lin Wudi gave him a thumbs up, praising him. Soon, they returned to the classroom. He Liang's competitions for the day were over. He had advanced in the 200 meters, 400 meters, and 1,000 meters, all qualifiers. The 200 and 400 meters would have semifinals, but since few students participated in the 1,000 meters, the 8 students would go directly to the finals tomorrow afternoon. Guilin, unable to bear the embarrassment, withdrew, leaving only 7 students remaining. A night passed. On Thursday morning, the competitions resumed. He Liang's first event was the 200 meters semifinals. Despite the increased level of competition, he still secured second place without difficulty. In the 400 meters semifinals, He Liang maintained the same performance, again finishing second. On the podium, 2 teachers were engaged in conversation. "Brother, that's the He Liang I mentioned. He almost received a guaranteed admission to Suzhou University," said biology competition teacher Zhong Lin, smiling proudly at a middle-aged man with a muscular frame and graying hair beside him. This man was Zhong Bin, the PE teacher from Suzhou University. He was visiting Qingda High School, partly to observe Zhang Wu and partly to see Zhong Lin. "Oh." Zhong Bin glanced at He Liang and laughed heartily. "I thought he was just a bookworm, but it seems his athletic abilities are not lacking either." He added, "This time, I mainly want to see that student Zhang Wu. I met him once before and believe he could potentially try for a special admission route to Suzhou University." Chapter 56, Breaking Limits. Zhang Bin was not particularly interested in He Liang. His focus was on athletic prodigies like Zhang Wu. Having not trained specifically for a long time, Zhang Wu still maintained a high level, indicating great potential if he were to train seriously. Zhong Bin laughed as he watched Zhang Wu dominate his heat in the 400 meters. Zhong Lin smiled slightly. Both he and Zhong Bin had entered the education field, and Zhong Bin had exceptional innate talent, having once been a member of the provincial athletics team in Guangdong province. As they conversed, Vice Principal Zhang Hui approached. "Teacher Zhong Bin, it is an honor to meet you," he said with a warm smile that exuded approachability. Zhong Bin is a forthright individual who quickly discerned Zhang Hui's intentions. After exchanging a few words, he took the initiative to say, "I have come to observe Zhang Wu. If his 1,000-meter time can reach around 2 minutes and 45 seconds, he will qualify for the special admission to Suzhou University." This special admission is divided into an initial and a secondary examination. The initial examination involves both physical and cultural assessments, while the secondary examination consists of an interview. The cultural assessment is considerably more lenient compared to that of regular candidates. Zhang Wu has always been the best athlete in our school, and his academic performance is also commendable. Zhang Hui beamed with even greater enthusiasm. This statement holds true, although Zhang Wu is an athlete. He ranks within the top 40 in his grade academically. Zhang Hui perceived Zhong Bin's implication. As long as Zhang Wu passes the initial examination with Zhong Bin's presence, the secondary examination should be almost guaranteed. Subsequently, he invited Zhong Bin to dine together. In the afternoon, the first event of the athletics competition, the 1,000-meter final, was about to commence. On the grass field, numerous students eagerly anticipated the competitors. On the track, only 7 participants remained, as Guilin had already withdrawn. The scorching sun blazed overhead, relentlessly scorching their skin. Such weather truly tested both physical endurance and willpower. He Liang, clad in shorts, occupied the first lane, having started from the back and relying on overtaking during the curves. Generally, students in this lane experience considerable psychological pressure due to falling behind from the outset. Yet He Liang remained composed, his demeanor calm as if he were not competing at all. This was not due to his maturity or indifference towards the race, but rather a sense of confidence. Zhang Wu stood in the third lane, casting a furtive glance at He Liang behind him, thinking, "Finally, I've encountered my rival. I'll just wait to outpace him." To outpace someone is a source of humiliation. For these ambitious students, it is even more so. Simultaneously, his heart raced with excitement. Suzhou University. Vice Principal Zhang Hui had discreetly informed him at noon that the prestigious sports instructor Zhong Bin from Suzhou University was present. The vice principal urged him to perform at his best and achieve an outstanding result, which would provide an opportunity for special admission to Suzhou University. Although Zhang Wu excelled in sports, how many elite athletes were there nationwide? In a top-tier institution like Suzhou University, numerous prodigies would vie for special admission. Zhang Wu had not dared to hope for such an opportunity before, but now it seemed possible. What academic achievers, once I enter Suzhou University, I shall be no less than any of you. Thinking of He Liang, his spirits soared with pride and delight. To surpass He Liang and secure a special admission to Suzhou University. Today was indeed a fortuitous day. Zhang Wu was destined to reach the pinnacle of his life. Meanwhile, He Liang's eyes sparkled with a smile, albeit one tinged with a hint of intensity. This time, there would be no holding back. The finals were upon them. Since Zhang Wu sought to outshine him and establish his presence, He Liang resolved to engage him in this competition. Positions were taken. A loud voice echoed, and the 7 competitors tensed their muscles, ready to sprint. "Go for it, big guy!" Lin Wudi shouted from the grass, his voice booming like a loudspeaker. "He Liang, you can do it." Wang Yuning, blushing, mustered her courage and shouted at the top of her lungs. Nearby, as if orchestrated, a series of encouraging voices erupted. "Zhang Wu, charge! Zhang Wu, speed it up!" Amidst the chorus of encouragement, the whistle blew. The 1,000-meter final officially commenced. Zhang Wu's solid physique attracted the attention of many female students. Sprinting, Zhang Wu's eyes radiated confidence and determination. His pace in the 1,000-meter race was steadily increasing. Right from the start, he unleashed an astonishing speed, rapidly catching up to the front runners. By the time he reached the first curve, he had already moved into second place. In less than 150 meters, Zhang Wu claimed the lead. "I am destined to be the star of the day." Flames of ambition flickered in Zhang Wu's eyes. He aimed to run at his best, crushing everyone in his path. He Liang was merely an insignificant contender in comparison to him. Suddenly, gasps of astonishment echoed around him. Zhang Wu smirked, thinking that the students must be in awe of him. This feeling of being the center of attention was exhilarating. Yuning would see, too, that he was far superior to that weakling He Liang. Abruptly, his expression froze. A gust of wind swept by, and a figure in a school uniform overtook him. He glanced sideways, only to find it was He Liang. What nonsense! Zhang Wu's forehead throbbed, veins bulging. How could this guy be running so fast at the front? This was a 1,000-meter race. Could he maintain such speed throughout? What a show-off! Zhang Wu dismissed He Liang in his mind, thinking, he lacks the basic rhythm for long-distance running and will ultimately face humiliation. He maintained his own pace, refusing to chase He Liang blindly. He believed that when He Liang slowed down, he would seize the opportunity to surpass him. He Liang led the pack, his legs moving swiftly as he continued to accelerate. I underestimated advanced physical endurance. He Liang realized a crucial point. His high school biology studies pertained to the high school realm. However, physical endurance bore no prefix. This was advanced endurance among all of humanity. Compared to that, the city team was entirely different. He Liang considered that he could potentially compete against the provincial team. The world record for the men's 1,000-meter race was 2 minutes and 11.96 seconds. He Liang was eager to discover how far he could push himself. Sprinting, He Liang gradually forgot Zhang Wu's provocations. On this track, he had no pursuers. The only one he needed to surpass was himself. He Liang entered a unique state, focused solely on the rhythm of his breath and the sound of his feet pounding against the ground. Faster, even faster. Break the limits. This was the singular thought consuming He Liang's mind. The track was 300 meters long, and by the time he reached the 600-meter mark, He Liang had already pulled 30 meters ahead of Zhang Wu. This was no longer a close contest. The gap was glaringly apparent. Zhang Wu, in the rear, stared wide-eyed, gritting his teeth, veins standing out on his neck, his face a mask of disbelief. What nonsense! How is he still accelerating? Zhang Wu's breathing had become somewhat erratic as he also sought to speed up. In the final lap, I must overtake you. I, Zhang Wu, will absolutely not lose. Zhang Wu fought to close the distance, forcefully quickening his pace. 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. Closer, closer. He sensed the chance to overtake was within reach. Only 300 meters remained. Sweat dripped from He Liang's forehead as his legs began to ache, a result of lactic acid buildup. Yet, he was far from his limit. His eyes gleamed with determination. It was time for the final lap. The sprint awaited. In the next moment, his strides quickened, seeming to overlap. Speed surged. Chapter 57, Excited Zhongbin. The final lap. The last 300 meters. Zhang Wu intended to sprint and surpass He Liang. However, He Liang's acceleration shattered his defenses. What the heck? His expression was one of shock and disbelief. He Liang's figure was visibly distancing itself at an alarming rate. He still had reserves of energy. What kind of joke is this? Zhang Wu was not refraining from sprinting. He was already at full speed. Yet it was evident that He Liang's sprint was faster and more ferocious. He desperately chased the elusive figure, hoping for a comeback, but as time slipped away, despair settled in. He Liang was too fast. There was no way to catch up. The distance between them quickly expanded from 10 meters to 30 meters, then 50 meters. This gap continued to grow. At this moment, He Liang had even lapped 2 other competitors. Outside the track, the crowd erupted in a frenzy. The spectators stared, mouths agape as if they could fit 2 duck eggs inside. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? In an instant, their minds went blank. He Liang is in first place? He has pulled ahead of Zhang Wu by nearly half the straightaway, lapped the other two finalists. They could hardly believe the scene unfolding before them. How could this be possible? Zhang Wu possessed strength not inferior to that of an average city team. So why did he appear to be utterly outmatched by He Liang? He Liang, you can do it. Wang Yuning's face flushed crimson, her admiration for He Liang reaching its zenith. To her, He Liang embodied the quintessential Prince Charming, utterly exceptional. Lin Wudi stood beside, stroking the sword sheath. A smirk on his face. Basic skills, don't underestimate. Not far away, Guo Lin, dejected, gazed at the situation in the stadium, lost in deep silence. Finally, he suddenly looked up and shouted at the sky. Damn you, He Liang, how dare you toy with me? The previous 1,000 meters. He Liang's sudden acceleration was clearly a mockery directed at him. If He Liang had displayed such prowess from the start, what was the point of running at all? It turned out that the fool was none other than himself. On the leadership podium, the officials were visibly moved. Most had heard of Zhang Wu's name. Yet now, seeing Zhang Wu distanced by another was simply unbelievable. Zhang Bin could hardly contain himself, standing up to watch He Liang sprinting with all his might. His voice filled with excitement. Is this truly an untrained high school student? In his eyes, He Liang's running technique was far too rudimentary and immature. Yet his physical prowess was monstrous. It was astonishing. He Liang's stride was not particularly long, a definite disadvantage compared to top athletes. But the frequency of his leg movements was incredibly terrifying, compensating for this weakness. From the moment the whistle blew, Zhang Bin had already pressed the timer. Initially, he intended to observe Zhang Wu's performance, but now a true prodigy had emerged. Although He Liang was still running and had not yet completed the race, Zhang Bin could already roughly estimate He Liang's performance from the timer's readings. Zhong Lin was dumbfounded, his mouth twitching as he muttered to himself. This kid not only excels academically, but is also so outstanding in sports. Zhong Bin clenched his fists, his eyes sparkling with determination. No, this is beyond the question of good or not good. He is a genuine sports genius. If he participates in the guaranteed admission to Suzhou University, he will surely succeed. In reality, taking part in Suzhou University's athletic admissions was no simple feat. It involved qualifying criteria, at the very least. One needed to place in the top 3 at the provincial middle school championships, or have some other prestigious accomplishments to qualify for guaranteed admission. Zhang Bin had initially intended to pave a way for Zhang Wu, considering that Zhang Wu had never achieved such a level of performance. However, upon witnessing He Liang, his attention was instantly diverted. Zhang Wu appeared to him only as a moldable talent, while He Liang was an unpolished gem of exceptional quality. Zhong Lin swallowed hard. Being outside the realm of sports education, he was somewhat unclear about the achievements involved, and he couldn't help but say, but He Liang wants to take the college entrance examination. He even voluntarily gave up his qualification for the biology competition. Zhong Bin replied resolutely, such a sports prodigy, with proper training, could absolutely shine at the national championships. I must find a way to get him into Suzhou University's sports program. Any conditions can be negotiated. In the stadium, He Liang was the center of attention. He overshadowed everyone, including Zhang Wu, the record holder of the school. He was now the king of the track, an absolute monarch. Go, He Liang! Countless girls cheered and screamed for him. With his handsome appearance and status as the school's strongest scholar, now excelling in athletics as well, he was perfect, multifaceted. At this moment, He Liang had become the idol of all the school's girls. Testosterone surged, and this sensation was known as a heart flutter. The noise around him intensified, akin to boiling water, with countless voices calling his name. Yet He Liang's eyes remained clear, undistracted by the external commotion. At this moment, he felt exceptional. His heart was as calm as water. Yet his entire being was bubbling with energy, as if every cell's potential had been unleashed, propelling him forward. Rational yet passionate, he was nearing the finish line. His heart suddenly steeled, and he erupted once more. A second acceleration. At this point, He Liang had already lapped the 4th contestant. Ultimately, he crossed the finish line. Whoosh. Even the judges were exhilarated. This record would likely remain unchallenged by anyone from Qingda Middle School in the future. Nearly 10 seconds later, Zhang Wu dashed to the finish. He Liang jogged back to the grass, sweat dripping from his forehead onto the ground, his breath a tad uneven. This time, he had not held back. It was a true challenge of self, pushing himself to the limit. His legs ached, yet he felt invigorated. Lin Wudi approached, holding a white towel, and handed it to He Liang. Boss, wipe your face. He Liang glanced at him, surprised by this thoughtful side of the guy. Thanks. He accepted the towel, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Not far away, numerous students surrounded them, especially a greater number of girls. Their eyes sparkled as they gazed at the legendary student. He Liang passed the towel back to Lin Wudi, wanting to take a sip of water. In that instant, many girls' gazes sharply turned to Lin Wudi, their eyes filled with envy. Why was this guy the one handing a towel to He Liang? Many girls' attention immediately focused on the towel. Lin Wudi felt a chill down his spine, a slight shiver of trepidation, so much hostility. Without a word, he tossed the towel to Wang Yuning. Could you hold this for me? Thanks. Wang Yuning accepted the towel, and the girls' gazes shifted with a mix of envy and jealousy. Wang Yuning froze for a moment, then blushed, instinctively wanting to return the towel to Lin Wudi. But halfway through, she hesitated, unwilling to give it to anyone else. Meanwhile, the remaining contestants finished running, and it was time to announce the results of the 1,000-meter final. Chapter 58. Carrying you is another matter. The judge's hands trembled slightly as he looked at the timer in his hands, his throat moving as he excitedly and passionately announced the results of the 1,000-meter final. First place, He Liang, 2 minutes 32 seconds 46. Second place, Zhang Wu, 2 minutes 44 seconds 99. The others were of no concern to the students. 2 minutes 32 seconds 46. Upon hearing this result, the students collectively gasped. Such a time was indeed astonishing, utterly terrifying. How many could run in 2 minutes 32 seconds 46? High school students breaking the 3-minute barrier were already rare. With this time of 2 minutes 32 seconds, it was unlikely that anyone from Chengda Middle School would ever surpass this record. Zhong Bin was even more exhilarated, his eyes shining with joy. This child was undoubtedly worth nurturing. Come to Suzhou University, and I will personally train him. The world record stands at 2 minutes 11 seconds 96, and He Liang was only about 20 seconds off. Keep in mind, He Liang was still just a high school student. In a few years, as his body fully matured and he learned specialized athletic techniques, reaching a peak performance of under 2 minutes 20 seconds was entirely plausible. As this result was announced, the crowd erupted in excitement. Many had varied thoughts, but all shared a sense of astonishment. A stunning debut. This was the consensus among everyone. Some glanced at Zhang Wu, unsure of what to say. Zhang Wu had truly shot himself in the foot. Zhang Wu's face turned pale, his expression dazed. He sat on the grass in a daze, even neglecting to cool down after running. Second, I actually couldn't beat He Liang. The one I looked down upon has thoroughly crushed me. He found it utterly unbearable to accept this reality. 2 minutes 32 seconds? He repeated the time. The higher 1's level, the more one understands the cost of each second gained. It requires learning specialized athletic techniques. One must possess exceptional physical conditions. Furthermore, it demands relentless training day and night. Yet He Liang, a regular high school student, had outpaced him by 11 seconds. What a joke. This blow left him feeling cold inside. His friends approached, softly comforting him. Zhang Wu, your strengths are endurance and stamina. There are still the 400 meters and 200 meters to go. In those events, you can surely surpass He Liang. Don't be disheartened. Zhang Wu's eyes gradually brightened, as if a drowning man had grasped the only straw. His expression twisted, becoming fierce. That's right. I shall not be defeated. The surrounding cacophony of screams and cheers only solidified his resolve. I am destined to triumph. He refused to believe He Liang possessed much stamina. He Liang was merely an ordinary student, lacking the rigorous training regimen of athletes like himself. How could his physical prowess be exceptional? 1,000 meters must be his limit. Zhang Wu, his face sullen, arose and commenced his warm-up. He would not suffer defeat again. 40 minutes elapsed. The track once more reverberated with excited voices. What? Zhong Bin's expression betrayed a hint of bewilderment as he gazed upon the familiar figure on the track, casting a questioning glance towards Zhong Lin. Zhong Lin, as though recalling something, offered a wry smile. That child entered 3 events, the 200-meter, 400-meter, and 1,000-meter races. He is now competing in the 400-meter final. Upon the track, 8 contestants assembled. He Liang and Zhang Wu were conspicuously among them. For an average student, attempting a 400-meter race immediately after a 1,000-meter run would undoubtedly prove insurmountable. However, Zhang Wu possessed the fortitude to endure. His stamina was his most cherished asset. Zhang Wu, his countenance grim, fixed his gaze upon He Liang in the 5th lane, his expression an undisguised challenge. This time, he would reclaim his honor. On your marks. Beep. The whistle pierced the air, and 8 lithe figures surged forth from the starting line. He Liang endeavored to maintain a steady rhythm of respiration, initiating a full-fledged sprint. 400 meters was merely a little over 1 lap. Explosion. A constant explosion of power. The advanced physique bestowed upon He Liang engendered a holistic enhancement of his physical attributes. Strength, endurance, speed, explosive power, flexibility. There was no deficiency. What the hell? Zhang Wu, observing He Liang's continual distancing, felt the veins in his neck throb violently. Is this some kind of joke? He's sprinting at full speed for the entire race. Had he not run the 1,000-meter race, he could have sustained a similar sprint. Zhang Wu refused to accept that He Liang could sprint at such a pace for the entire distance, yet a sense of unease gnawed at him. Pursue. Zhang Wu ultimately gritted his teeth and commenced a burst of speed to close the gap. I shall not be defeated. The thought of Wang Yuning spurred him to propel his legs with greater alacrity, seemingly diminishing the distance between them, at least for a moment. In the first 150 meters, the field had already stratified. He Liang and Zhang Wu surged to the fore, separated by a mere 2 steps. In close proximity. As for the others, they lagged far behind. All eyes were riveted upon He Liang and Zhang Wu. He Liang detected the sound of labored breathing behind him, but his expression remained unchanged, adhering to his own rhythm. 1 lap completed. He Liang accelerates. Roar. A guttural sound emanated from Zhang Wu's throat as he exerted every ounce of his strength in pursuit. Never before had he yearned to overtake the figure ahead with such fervor. Not even in municipal competitions had he experienced such a sentiment. The 2 figures sprinted along the track, one in pursuit of the other. These are 2 monsters, managing to sprint 400 meters after completing a 1,000-meter race. Some individuals wryly remarked. Evidently, physical constitutions cannot be compared. However, He Liang appears to have a slight advantage. A nearby male voice whispered. Despite Zhang Wu's desperate and relentless efforts, the distance between them continued to widen incrementally. Seconds later, He Liang was the first to cross the finish line. Subsequently, Zhang Wu crossed the line in second place. The outcome was definitive. Zhang Wu's countenance underwent a sudden transformation, revealing an expression of agony. He was experiencing a calf cramp. He crumpled to the track, an exceedingly perilous predicament, as the remaining contestants were still sprinting towards the finish line, and a collision could have dire consequences. Abruptly, a somewhat slender figure seized him, hoisted him onto his back, and proceeded towards the lawn. Damn it! Release me! Zhang Wu, recognizing the figure, assumed an exceedingly unsightly expression. Are you patronizing me? He Liang. He Liang remained impassive, disregarding his protests, and, while other contestants were yet to reach the finish line, carried him directly to the lawn and gently set him down. Zhang Wu fixed his gaze upon He Liang, his teeth gnawing at his lips, nearly drawing blood. What is this supposed to mean? He Liang, what are you implying? Zhang Wu's animosity towards He Liang had been undisguised from the outset. He Liang was not naive. He undoubtedly perceived the implications of his actions. A sense of shame and indignation welled up within Zhang Wu's heart. He Liang glanced at him, stating calmly, Your animosity towards me is your prerogative. My assisting you is an entirely separate matter. This is not condescension, but rather a gesture of respect towards a fellow competitor. Thank you for competing alongside me in the 400-meter race. I found it to be quite stimulating. Zhang Wu's words were abruptly truncated as a dawning comprehension washed over him. He Liang's perspective and contemplations differed entirely from his own. After a protracted silence, Zhang Wu suddenly raised his head, fixing his gaze upon He Liang, and croaked. I have lost this competition. He Liang, his expression unchanged, offered Zhang Wu a slight nod before departing. The results of the 400-meter race were released. First place, He Liang, 52.19 seconds. Second place, Zhang Wu, 55.36 seconds. This outcome once again astounded the masses. The standard for a national second-class athlete was 53.14 seconds. He Liang had already met the criteria. Moreover, this was the result he achieved after completing the 1,000-meter race. Had he not run the 1,000-meter race, He Liang could potentially have attained the standard of a first-class athlete. 30 minutes later, the 200-meter final commenced. Zhang Wu, afflicted by severe cramps, was undoubtedly incapable of participating in such a high-intensity competition. Furthermore, he had come to the realization that he had lost this competition from the very beginning. In the 200-meter race, Zhang Wu forfeited. He Liang took to the track, dominating the field and crushing all opposition, achieving a time of 22.16 seconds. He Liang, a god. The entire venue erupted in jubilation, cheering for He Liang. Despite the presence of other events, He Liang was unequivocally the most prominent athletic prodigy in the entire arena. Wu Jun, a second-year student, felt a chill run down his spine. He desired to articulate something, but the words became lodged in his throat, refusing to emerge. In academics and athletics, He Liang completely overshadowed everyone. Without a doubt, He Liang would become a legend at Chengda High School, frequently mentioned by numerous teachers. Deng Xuan gnawed at her lips, her heart laden with regret. She harbored an exceptional fondness for being the center of attention, the object of envy, and it was precisely for this reason that she had initially approached He Liang, and subsequently Wu Jun. However, now, she was filled with remorse. He Liang was so exceptionally outstanding. I still have a chance, she mused, a glimmer of determination flickering within her. She refused to believe that any male could resist her saccharine appearance. Moreover, her prowess in matters of intimacy was far from mediocre. Following a series of competitions, the sun gradually descended, culminating in the closing ceremony. Immediately upon its conclusion, a multitude of female students from the same grade and younger grades swarmed towards He Liang. Their gazes were filled with peculiar expressions as they approached him. He Liang, may I add you on WeChat? Senior He Liang, could you tutor me in my studies? Senior He Liang. He Liang found himself somewhat vexed, but maintained a polite smile as he offered tactful rejections. Boss, let's make a swift exit. Lin Wudi, displaying remarkable alacrity, cleared a path through the throng, leading He Liang away. After the conclusion of evening self-study, the head teacher entered the classroom, informing He Liang, the vice principal requests your presence immediately. Instantly, the collective gaze of the entire class converged upon He Liang. He Liang, his expression placid, accustomed to such attention, offered a slight nod and rose to his feet. Understood. He departed, prompting a flurry of discussion among his classmates. What do you suppose the vice principal wants to discuss with He Liang? Are you daft? Consider the level of athleticism He Liang displayed today. He could completely trounce a multitude of specially admitted sports students. If he were to participate in the examination as a sports student, coupled with his academic prowess, Wham, Tsinghua, and Peking University would be readily accessible. Incredibly terrifying. The eyes of the students in the class were brimming with envy. He Liang was simply too exceptional. In the biology competition, he could secure admission to Sujiang University. In athletics, he could dominate a cohort of specially admitted students, rendering him fully capable of participating in the physical examination. His academic performance was nothing short of heaven-defying. Ranking first in Longan District, with the potential to contend for a position among the top 10 in the entire province. This individual possesses an extraordinary versatility, akin to that of a protagonist from an anime. While the boys may feel a pang of envy in their hearts, they can only admire him in silence. Guolin lowered his head, his mood as dark as the waters of a deep lake. Ever since He Liang's recovery, his spirits had plummeted day by day. With He Liang's departure, he rose and made his way towards Zhang Wu. He murmured, Zhang Wu, are you truly content to be surpassed by He Liang? Why not consider a collaboration? Zhang Wu lifted his gaze, exuding a chilling aura that compelled Guolin to take a few steps back. With a derisive snort, Zhang Wu regarded Guolin with contempt. Get lost. Collaborate? To deal with He Liang? This time, losing is simply losing. I have no desire to engage in such petty maneuvers. Guolin's lips twitched, yet he dared not unleash his anger upon Zhang Wu. Zhang Wu's robust physique and volatile temperament made him somewhat formidable. He Liang arrived at the office of Vice Principal Zhang Hui, where three individuals awaited him, Zhang Hui, Zhong Lin, and Zhong Bin. Upon entering, He Liang felt the fervent gaze of the robust middle-aged man upon him, as if he were being devoured whole. The vice principal wore a warm smile, addressing He Liang kindly. He Liang, this is teacher Zhang Bin from Sujiang University. He is a notable figure in our provincial athletics team and has made quite a name for himself at Sujiang University. He Liang raised an eyebrow, anticipating what was to come. Zhong Lin, standing nearby, nodded with a smile. He is also my brother. He Liang's expression turned to one of surprise. Zhong Bin stepped forward, his gaze intense as he laughed. He Liang, would you be interested in participating in our special admission examination at Sujiang University? With your abilities, gaining entry would be a mere formality. Zhong Bin had heard of He Liang's excellent academic performance, ranking first in the Longan District. Given his academic achievements and the athletic prowess displayed today, gaining admission to Sujiang University would be a walk in the park. If you join us at Sujiang University, I guarantee you will receive dedicated mentorship to excel in national competitions. You are a promising talent with the potential to achieve remarkable results. Despite Zhong Bin's increasingly enthusiastic propositions, He Liang remained composed, displaying no signs of being swayed. After a moment's contemplation, he replied earnestly, Thank you, Teacher Zhong, for your consideration, but I prefer to take the college entrance examination. I would like to choose my university then. Zhong Bin, still somewhat reluctant, pondered for a moment before suggesting, How about this? If you agree to come to Sujiang University, we can offer you a special scholarship that covers your tuition for 4 years, along with a 10,000 yuan scholarship upon enrollment and a series of additional benefits. Zhong Bin coaxed gently, fearing that such a promising talent might choose another university or, worse still, pursue a degree in the humanities, thereby wasting his athletic potential. He Liang shook his head lightly. Teacher Zhang, I remained steadfast in my decision. Had it been a different time, He Liang might have been tempted. However, he now found himself amidst a plethora of opportunities. Once the results of the college entrance examination were announced, he was confident that the offers from various universities would far surpass Zhang Bin's proposal. After much persuasion from Zhang Bin, He Liang stood firm in his resolve. Ultimately, Zhang Bin sighed lightly, not wishing to press further. He exchanged contact information with He Liang, suggesting that if he ever changed his mind, he should feel free to reach out. He subtly indicated his willingness to facilitate He Liang's admission. Thank you, Teacher Zhang. He Liang expressed his gratitude with a smile before departing the vice principal's office. What a pity. Zhang Bin sighed softly. Teacher Zhang, what do you think of that Zhang Wu fellow? Zhang Hui inquired with a smile directed at Zhang Bin. Zhang Bin paused for a moment. Recalling that his initial intention had been to recruit Zhang Wu, he laughed heartily. That young man is quite impressive. Bring him in, and I shall have a word with him. As He Liang exited, he encountered Deng Shui, who approached him with an alluring figure and captivating eyes. Senior He Liang, I have a question I can't solve. Could you teach me? Undoubtedly, Deng Shui was approaching him with ulterior motives. Observing her seemingly innocent yet subtly seductive gaze, He Liang maintained a stoic expression. I cannot assist you. Perhaps you should consult Wu Jun, the top student in your second year. With that, He Liang strode away. He vividly recalled Deng Shui's unpleasant demeanor during the tumultuous 3 months prior. Deng Shui felt a surge of urgency as she grasped He Liang's arm, leaning in closer, a faint scent of perfume wafting from her. Yet He Liang merely scoffed internally, shaking her off without hesitation and continuing on his way. Deng Shui watched as He Liang's retreating figure faded, a sense of dissatisfaction brewing within her. If only He Liang would become my boyfriend. Undoubtedly, she would then become the center of attention, envied and admired by many of her female peers. However, at present, He Liang's demeanor towards her was far from amiable. He Liang returned to his classroom to continue his studies. With the school sports meet concluded, the focus shifted to preparing for the college entrance examination. He Liang remained composed. Relinquishing grand plans was merely a means to a better future and a broader range of choices. As the exam date drew closer, He Liang felt no anxiety. His daily earnings had reached 70. If managed wisely, he could significantly enhance his scores. Beyond the entrance examination, there were also matters concerning the He family to consider in 3 months. He Liang furrowed his brow, pondering the implications. The 3 prominent families of Shenzhen City? Just the name alone was enough to instill fear. Moreover, they possessed martial arts capabilities akin to those found in novels, indicating an extraordinary lineage not easily comprehended by ordinary individuals. Yet, if given the choice, He Liang wished to steer clear of the He family. The notion of becoming a direct descendant of the He family held little allure for him. His current family life was already sufficient, warm, loving, and comfortable. Furthermore, with the all-purpose work system he had acquired, both he and his family were destined for prosperous growth. Wealth and power were readily attainable through this system, eliminating any need to rely on the He family. However, at present, He Liang found himself with limited options. His eyes gleamed with determination. The He family sought to summon him back, and from Kwang San's attitude, it was evident they were resolute. They wielded immense wealth and martial prowess, and for now, He Liang was unable to resist. Very well, I shall not dwell on this any further. He Liang sighed internally. First, I must focus on the college entrance examination and hone my martial skills. Zhang Wu, the vice principal is looking for you. Step outside. A student approached Zhang Wu, drawing the attention of the entire class. He Liang had already surmised the reason behind this, but remained unfazed, concentrating on his studies. One by one, he filled in the answers on his papers. Time passed swiftly. On Thursday midnight, He Liang lay in his dormitory bed, wide awake. He awaited the all-purpose work system to deliver his salary. As the clock struck midnight, it was payday. His earnings had risen from 190 to 260. He Liang's expression brightened with joy, excitement coursing through him as he accessed the martial arts black hole. Martial arts talent, ordinary. Excellent 300 work coins, heavenly martial arts. Body refinement stage, 200 work coins exchanged for heavenly martial arts. Instantly, a flood of information surged into his mind. He Liang took a deep breath, striving to assimilate the knowledge. After a full half hour, he had managed to grasp the essence. This information pertained to the body refinement stage of heavenly martial arts. I have so few cultivation methods, do not deceive me. He Liang's lips twitched in frustration. He had learned from Lin Wudi that the body refinement stage was the first realm of martial arts, primarily aimed at strengthening the physique and condensing essence blood. The body refinement stage consisted of 9 levels, each marked by the condensation of a drop of essence blood. Upon achieving the 9th level, one would possess 9 drops of essence blood, at the pinnacle of vitality. These 9 drops would serve as the foundation for attempting a breakthrough to the second realm of martial arts, the essence refinement stage. He Liang retained all this information very well. However, the heavenly martial arts described an entirely different scenario. The body refinement stage comprised 99 levels. To condense 99 drops of essence blood, He Liang was at a loss for words. This was detailed in the records of heavenly martial arts. 99 levels. How long would it take to cultivate through all of them? He felt a sense of dread and despair. Yet, He Liang had no means of acquiring alternative martial arts techniques. Moreover, this is the martial art of the universal labor system. He Liang wore a helpless expression. Although the Tianwu decision appeared to be a significant pitfall, likely one that could never be filled, it was nonetheless the sole martial body technique manifested by the universal labor system. To claim it was ordinary, lacking in any uniqueness, He Liang could not believe. He resolved to practice it. After a prolonged silence, He Liang gritted his teeth and made the decision to cultivate the Tianwu decision. For an ordinary person, it might take a century to master this technique fully. However, the universal labor system allows for the exchange of talents, and as he continuously upgraded his gifts, his cultivation speed would gradually become extraordinary. The following day, during the last class on Friday afternoon, the homeroom teacher announced that next week would be the district-wide examination in Deepshin City, urging everyone to take it seriously. Previously, the sample size for the Dragon Dry District's exam was too small, hindering accurate self-assessment. However, the exam in Deepshin City was different. Once the results were released, students would be able to gauge their standings in the province and ascertain the universities they might be eligible for. He emphasized the importance of this examination. After class, He Liang departed, followed by Lin Wudi. "Where are you headed?" He Liang raised an eyebrow and inquired. "Room 501, Lin Wudi answered candidly. "Guangsen lives there, so I will reside there too." He Liang sighed and said, "Let us go." Upon returning home, after dinner, He Liang informed his parents, mom and dad. "A classmate from next door has moved in, and I am going to visit him." Lin Xin and He Ning expressed mild surprise, but nodded with smiles, saying, "Go ahead, and remember to be polite." He Liang acknowledged and proceeded to knock on the door of room 501. Moments later, the cool and aloof Guangsen opened the door. "Young master, please come in." Upon seeing He Liang, his demeanor shifted to one of respect. He Liang shook his head, saying, "Do not call me young master. Just refer to me as He Liang." He then stepped into Guangsan's home. "Where is Lin Wudi?" He Liang asked, noticing his absence. "He is practicing his sword in his room," Guangsan replied. "In such a small space?" He Liang expressed surprise. "He is different from ordinary martial body practitioners." Guangsan hesitated, unsure how to explain. Just then, the door to the adjacent room swung open, and Lin Wudi emerged with a grin, saying, "I am not like ordinary martial body practitioners. I am a sword immortal. I need not train, but merely recall my past insights to become a sword immortal once more." Guangsan's expression remained impassive as he said, "Young master, He Liang, you need not concern yourself with him." He Liang smiled faintly and nodded. Having grown accustomed to Lin Wudi's eccentric manner of speaking over the past few days, Lin Wudi looked at He Liang with curiosity and asked, "Boss, do you have something to discuss with us?" He Liang pondered for a moment before nodding and stating, "I want to inquire about the martial body." Chapter 61. The Deepshin City examination approaches. After considerable contemplation, He Liang resolved to thoroughly understand the martial body. Lin Wudi's eccentric remarks left him feeling unsettled, fearing he might miss out on crucial information. Thus, he sought guidance from Guangsan. Martial body. Guangsan's expression momentarily faltered before he nodded, understanding He Liang's curiosity. When ordinary individuals encounter such extraordinary powers typically found in novels, it is only natural for them to feel a sense of yearning and anticipation. "What do you wish to know, He Liang?" Guangsan inquired. He Liang's eyes sparkled with clarity as he replied earnestly, "Everything." Lin Wudi scoffed at his side. Guangsan contemplated for a moment before explaining to He Liang. The martial body comprises 3 primary realms: body refinement, essence refinement, and harmonization. The latter 2 realms may seem distant to you, so let us discuss the body refinement realm. The body refinement realm consists of 9 layers, and each layer requires the accumulation of a drop of essence blood. Achieving perfection in all 9 layers allows one to break through to the essence refinement stage. This is common knowledge. Generally speaking, for those with average talent and standard techniques, reaching the first 5 layers of body refinement typically takes around 10 years, while the latter 4 layers require an additional 15 years. Upon hearing this, He Liang felt a jolt in his heart. For an ordinary person, merely reaching the pinnacle of body refinement would take 25 years. Guangsan paused before continuing. "This is under normal, diligent cultivation. Unexpected circumstances may arise. rendering the process even slower. However, Lin Wuti interjected with a chuckle, "Boss, I only took 4 years to ascend from the first layer of body refinement to its peak." Kwang San's eyelid twitched, feeling helpless against this eccentric individual. Indeed, Lin Wuti was a prodigy, possessing the best martial body talent among the Kwang clan, personally bestowed with the title of Shadow by the Elder. Yet, He Liang's heart remained heavy. Whether it was 25 years or 4, both seemed burdensome. He had to cultivate through 99 layers. That was 11 times more than others. Would he truly be able to reach the pinnacle of body refinement in his lifetime? A chill ran down He Liang's spine. Suddenly, he recalled something and turned to Kwang San, asking, what factors influenced this cultivation speed? Kwang San pondered briefly before responding. Primarily 3 aspects: martial body talent, martial body techniques, and rare materials. He Liang nodded thoughtfully. There was little to discuss regarding martial body talent. Thus, he continued, let me speak of martial body techniques. These techniques do not possess a hierarchical classification, yet the limits, power, and characteristics they can achieve vary significantly. Kwang San paused slightly before adding, for instance, I am aware of a technique called the Hunyuan Gong. Its cultivation speed surpasses that of other techniques by more than double. Yet practitioners of this technique are relatively weak and may forfeit their hopes of advancing to the essence refinement stage. There is another technique known as the Zhou Gong, the origins of which are unknown. This technique requires the accumulation of 36 drops of essence blood to reach its peak. Although it bestows immense power upon completion, it demands an excessive amount of effort, and to date, I have yet to hear of anyone achieving the pinnacle of body refinement with it. Upon hearing this, Lin Wuti scoffed. I wonder which fool would choose to cultivate such a technique. With the time spent perfecting the Zhou Gong, one could probably reach the mid-stage of essence refinement. He suddenly sensed a sharp, unwelcoming gaze upon him, which made him abruptly stop speaking. He Liang felt a pang of discomfort and wished to tell Lin Wuti, stop criticizing. Please, what about rare materials? He Liang swiftly changed the subject. Kwang San explained, rare materials are unique substances that, when used properly, can accelerate cultivation speed. However, these items are incredibly valuable and difficult to obtain. He Liang sighed inwardly, feeling the arduous path of the martial body once more. After a moment's hesitation, he asked again, what was the strength of the person who attempted to assassinate me last time? The recollection of that incident sent a shiver down his spine. As a high school student, the sudden threat of assassination was terrifying, a stark reminder of the fragility of life. Kwang San hesitated before responding. It was a member of the family. They were at the 3rd layer of body refinement. Cultivating martial body experts is quite challenging. What is your realm? He Liang inquired. The peak of essence refinement. Kwang San answered candidly. Lin Wuti shot a glance at Kwang San, saying, if I were to remove my first headband, I would be Kwang San. Kwang San scoffed, ignoring Lin Wuti's words. They were accustomed to his frequent bouts of unwarranted arrogance. He Liang continued to ask Kwang San various questions regarding the martial body, to which Kwang San answered without reservation. Which faction was the assailant from? Have you found any leads? He Liang suddenly asked. The memory of the attack still haunted him. Kwang San pondered for a moment before replying, I have found out. It was someone from within the family. He reassured He Liang, young master, you need not worry. The elder has already issued warnings to all parties, and they will not dare to act recklessly for now. Once the elder fully recovers, it will be time for retribution. Lin Wuti let out a cold laugh. Isn't it just Yin Balian? Kwang San cast a frosty glance at Lin Wuti, prompting him to sheepishly close his mouth and refrain from further chatter. Yin Balian. He Liang silently etched this name into his memory, resolute that when he fortified his martial prowess, he would reclaim his honor. He discerned that Kwang San was reluctant to divulge matters concerning Yin Balian. Thus he refrained from probing further. After exchanging a few words, He Liang took his leave. Time flowed swiftly, and soon it was the following Wednesday. The 2-day unified examination of Shenzhen City commenced. The exam, excluding the English listening section, had a total score of 720. Seated at his desk, He Liang meticulously checked his writing instruments twice, feeling assured before he internally declared, open the study zone. Level, beginner, intermediate, advanced, ultimate high school mathematics, advanced. Ultimate cost 500 labor coins high school Chinese, intermediate. Advanced cost 200 labor coins high school English, intermediate. Advanced cost 200 labor coins high school physics, advanced. Ultimate cost 500 labor coins high school chemistry, intermediate. Advanced cost 200 labor coins high school biology, advanced. Ultimate cost 500 labor coins appraisal, intermediate. Advanced cost 2,000 labor coins as before. Nothing had changed. In truth, had He Liang accumulated labor coins since last Friday, he would have possessed 410 points. However, He had expended 300 to exchange for martial talent, upgrading his ordinary martial aptitude to an exceptional one. Consequently, he was left with only 110 labor coins. Nonetheless, given his current capabilities, he was adequately prepared for the unified examination in Shenzhen City. Chapter 62. The Academic Prodigy. Qinzhe. While waiting for the exam to begin, the multitude of students engaged in hushed conversations. Various topics flitted about, but soon a new subject dominated the discourse. How many points do you think He Liang will score this time? What rank will he achieve in Shenzhen City? He Liang had been exceptionally brilliant lately, his academic prowess creating a considerable gap with the second and third places in his grade. His comparisons transcended the humble Chengde High School and even the Longan district. Though He Liang's brilliance stirred a mixture of envy and admiration within them, they also harbored hopes that he would achieve a remarkable score, overshadowing many academic elites from prestigious schools in Shenzhen City. I believe that as long as He Liang performs normally, he can easily secure a top 3 position in Shenzhen City, one boy pondered aloud. Another nearby rolled his eyes and replied, of course, if He Liang maintains the level he demonstrated in the last Longan district examination, scoring around 680 or 90 points, the top 3 is definitely within reach. It's even possible for him to take first place. The previous result had indeed been quite astonishing. Guolin's expression darkened, followed by a scoff. First place? Dream on. The crowd turned their gazes towards him. Yet, they were aware that Guolin and He Liang were not on the best of terms, dismissing his words as mere bravado. Guolin scanned the gathering and stated coolly, I'm not speaking whimsically. My cousin studies at the top high school in Shenzhen City. The classmates' eyes sharpened with curiosity as they regarded Guolin. The top high school in Shenzhen City, as its name suggests, is the foremost institution in the area. With superior educational resources, it has produced countless academic elites and prodigies. In previous years, the top scorers in the college entrance examinations had almost exclusively come from this school. Located in the Luofu district, it was rumored that last year, they even secured second place in the entire province. And so what? A girl huffed. Unable to bear Guolin's sardonic remarks as He Liang had almost become a campus idol. Guolin's expression soured, but he continued, this year, the top high school in Shenzhen City has produced an academic prodigy. I've heard he has shattered numerous examination records, holding the first position for 3 years without faltering once. The class was instantly taken aback, collectively gasping. In an institution known for its exceptional talent, never scoring lower than first? That seemed excessively exaggerated. Guolin felt a surge of satisfaction at their astonishment. Casting a sidelong glance at the distant He Liang, his spirits lifted further. This is no jest. As far as I know, the teachers at the top high school in Shenzhen City hold him in very high regard. They claim that as long as he performs normally, securing a top 3 position in the college entrance examination is a certainty. Such an assessment was indeed daunting. The prospect of claiming a top 3 position in the province was no trivial matter. Although the veracity of this claim remained uncertain, its mere circulation indicated the formidable nature of the prodigy from Shenzhen City's top high school. What is his name? Someone swallowed hard, unable to restrain their curiosity. Guolin replied nonchalantly, Qinzhe. Suddenly, a boy recalled something and exclaimed, is it him? The entire class turned to him in surprise. The boy managed a wry smile and said, you all know I transferred here from Jiangsu province, right? The others nodded, puzzled by his statement. Back when I was at Hongqing No. 1 High School in Jiangsu province, Qinzhe was the most outstanding academic prodigy there. Throughout 3 years of middle school, he topped every subject, and in one unified examination, he achieved first place among 8 key high schools. The class was once again struck with disbelief. Jiangsu province was well known, infamous for its exceptionally gifted students and highly challenging examinations. It was a renowned educational powerhouse. And now, the prodigy from Shenzhen City's top high school had come from such a prestigious background, achieving fame there? Terrifying. Utterly terrifying. At this moment, the confidence of the students in He Liang began to wane. Indeed, while He Liang might possess remarkable academic talent, he was up against a monster with superior educational resources. It was only natural that he might fall short. Someone sighed softly, as if to comfort themselves. Guolin felt increasingly at ease. Though he could not surpass He Liang, could He Liang truly compete with Qinzhe? At that moment, he felt a newfound sense of confidence. He Liang was merely exceptional in this small sphere, but in the larger world, he might not hold much significance. He Liang, of course, noted Guolin's gaze and the surrounding discussions. Yet, his heart remained tranquil. Academic elites? Prodigies? Too small-minded. He Liang had long since transcended such trivialities. The 3 prominent families of Shenzhen City, martial prowess, and other intriguing matters had entered his life during this period, broadening his horizons significantly. His trajectory diverged starkly from that of an ordinary high school student. His stage encompassed far more than just academics. Naturally, he did not believe he would be outdone in that realm either. A faint smile graced He Liang's lips, his eyes radiating a captivating confidence. Ding ding, ding ding. The bell rang, and the students hurriedly returned to their seats. The papers were distributed without issue. He Liang did not rush to begin writing. Instead, he flipped through the pages to ensure there were no printing errors. The first subject was Chinese. He Liang grasped his black pen, his eyes gleaming with determination. Once he began to write, the corresponding knowledge points flooded his mind. His writing speed was astonishing, truly akin to a flurry of strokes. Multiple choice questions, dictation, poetry appreciation, reading comprehension, essay writing. The paper was steadily filled with his answers. From blank to scrawled with ink, it was a gratifying and fulfilling experience. After an hour, He Liang set down his pen and exhaled deeply. His state was excellent. He refrained from carelessly casting the test aside. Instead, he meticulously reviewed it. Thus, the following 2 days unfolded in the throes of examination. It was only on Thursday afternoon that this unified examination came to a close. The homeroom teacher approached He Liang, visibly anxious, and inquired, "He Liang, how did you perform this time?" To them, He Liang was akin to a treasure, and they were apprehensive that he might not perform to his potential. The last time He Liang secured first place in the Longon district, the school had made a grand report, primarily to bolster the admissions for the following year. If He Liang were to underperform this time, it would spell trouble. He Liang smiled faintly, appearing calm and composed. "The exam went well. I did not underperform." Upon hearing this, the homeroom teacher let out a sigh of relief. He offered a few encouraging words to He Liang before preparing to leave. Suddenly, He Liang recalled something and said, "Teacher, could you assist me in securing a classroom? I wish to study alone in a quiet environment during evening self-study." This request, of course, was not entirely truthful. The reality was that he desired a tranquil space to cultivate the celestial martial art. The homeroom teacher pondered for a moment before nodding. "I will speak to the higher-ups about it. Your request should pose no problem. Await my news." Chapter 63. Approval. With that, the homeroom teacher departed, leaving He Liang to wait for a response. He felt no concern. Such a request was not unreasonable, and he believed the school would likely approve it. The cultivation of the celestial martial art differed significantly from his earlier notions of using various fitness tools like barbells and yoga mats for training. While He Liang was unaware of how other martial arts were practiced, he understood that the celestial martial art emphasized internal development. A quiet classroom would adequately meet the foundational requirements for his practice. Soon after, He Liang returned to his classroom. The last math problem had proven somewhat challenging. It was not merely about math. The difficulty across all subjects was evidently elevated. He felt exasperated, anticipating his score would suffer greatly. His classmates were still engaged in discussions about the exam. They frowned and sighed, lamenting that this round of the Shenzhen City Unified Examination was significantly more challenging than the previous Longon District exam. They estimated their scores would likely drop by over 30 points. Guolin wore a proud expression, feeling he had performed exceptionally well this time. However, upon seeing He Liang, his demeanor darkened, and he could not suppress a scoff. In his eyes, the coveted early admission spots or athletic recruitment opportunities were unimaginable fortunes for ordinary students. Yet, He Liang's nonchalant dismissal of such a precious chance was infuriating. It was as if he regarded treasures others cherished as trifles. Zhang Wu respected He Liang, but Guolin did not. He would never concede. Lin Wudi turned to He Liang, his pallor evident. "Boss, how did you fare on the exam?" "Not bad, why?" He Liang glanced at him, sensing that Lin Wudi seemed unwell. Had he encountered adversities? A chill ran through He Liang's mind, contemplating whether assassins were on the prowl again. What were those scribbles on the test papers? Lin Wudi swallowed hard, fear flashing in his eyes. The past few days of exams had been more torturous than his time training in the Nine Dragons Gorge. The dense array of numbers and text overwhelmed him, making his head spin. He recognized every character, yet when strung together, what were they? Had He Liang not sternly warned him to abide by school rules and refrain from mischief, he would have smashed both the desk and the papers. He Liang sighed, realizing he had overthought the situation. With a hint of disbelief, he remarked, "You don't know anything at all? Didn't the He family make you study cultural subjects?" Lin Wudi awkwardly scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. "Well, I did, but I skipped all of it." The He family even had something akin to a private school, staffed with top-tier teachers. But Lin Wudi detested the somber atmosphere and simply fled. Initially, someone kept an eye on him, but after he demonstrated remarkable aptitude in both cultivation and learning, the elder had reluctantly allowed him to go his own way. After a moment, Lin Wudi scoffed, Learning all that is pointless. Having my sword is enough. He Liang face-bombed, then said, if there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me. Lin Wuti grinned. Boss, if there's anyone you can't defeat, just call me. I'll take care of them. He Liang smiled faintly, choosing not to engage further on that topic. Lin Wuti felt He Liang was underestimating him and could not help but sneer. Boss, don't be fooled by how strong Kuang Sin seems. If I unravel the first headband, I can slay him with 5 strikes. He Liang shot him a sidelong glance. Having learned much about martial arts in recent days, he understood that the power gap between small ranks was significant and not easily bridged. He casually asked, what if you unravel the second headband? Lin Wuti lifted his head, confidence radiating from his smile. Then I could cut through qi. He Liang fell silent. Cut through qi? Such bravado was growing increasingly absurd. In his mind, Lin Wuti seemed increasingly unreliable. If I were to unravel the third headband, I could conquer all martial arts. Lin Wuti appeared elated, trembling with excitement. He Liang retorted, then why not do it now? Lin Wuti's expression froze, as if doused in cold water, and he awkwardly chuckled. Well, my cultivation isn't up to par yet. If I were to remove all 3 headbands, while I could vanquish all martial arts, I would perish in the process. Stop. Let us end this discussion. He Liang interrupted, realizing that such topics held no merit. Wang Yuning approached He Liang, inquiring, He Liang, would you like to play some badminton after the exam? No, you all go ahead. I wish to review the test papers. He Liang politely declined. Wang Yuning nodded regretfully. All right then. She made her way to the gym, where her friends were urging her to play. After a moment's thought, she hesitantly told her friend, Yuting, I won't play. I'm going back to review my mistakes. Zheng Yuting seemed to sense something and sighed softly. Yuting, you want to attend the same university as He Liang, don't you? His college entrance examination is bound to place him in one of the top 3 schools nationwide, which is unlike us. She had a close relationship with Wang Yuning and was well aware of her secret admiration for He Liang. She had observed Wang Yuning's efforts over the past few days. Yet, some individuals were like the moon in the sky, difficult to reach. Wang Yuning had excellent grades, consistently placing within the top 7 of her grade. However, aiming for Qingbei or Sujiang University felt overly ambitious. Her expression dimmed slightly, but she remained resolute. I'm going back, Yuting. Some things I do not wish to relinquish. Perhaps it's out of reach, but I must at least try. With that, Wang Yuning returned to the classroom to study. During the first evening study session, the homeroom teacher came to inform He Liang. The administration had approved his request and allocated a dedicated study room for him. He could access it during morning and evening self-study sessions. Here is the key. The teacher handed He Liang a black key. Thank you, teacher, He Liang said, accepting it gratefully. He then took his exercises and headed for the classroom. His sudden departure drew the attention of some students, but others were not particularly surprised, for it was He Liang. Upon exiting the classroom, he encountered Zhang Wu, who had just returned from the restroom. Zhang Wu halted and regarded He Liang with a cold expression. He Liang paused, narrowing his eyes as he attempted to decipher Zhang Wu's thoughts. He Liang, next week I will participate in the athletic recruitment for Sujiang University. Zhang Wu's tone was devoid of any ulterior motives. It was a calm exchange. He Liang nodded slightly, contemplating before adding, congratulations. The two fell silent, the atmosphere growing awkward and tense. Their relationship was inherently complex. While they could not be considered friends, a subtle shift had occurred since the last athletics competition. Suddenly, Zhang Wu inquired, will you be aiming for Sujiang University? He fixed his gaze on He Liang, as if seeking a definitive answer. Hard to say, He Liang replied candidly. Zhang Wu inhaled deeply before continuing. If we end up at the same university, I will challenge you again. Next time, I won't lose. He suddenly broke into a grin. And, I won't give up on Yuning. You better be prepared. He Liang too smiled. This was the Zhang Wu he was familiar with. Chapter 64. The difficulty of cultivation. The two ceased their conversation, silently parting ways in mutual understanding. He Liang arrived at the study room that had been prepared for him at school. It was quite a coincidence that this study room was the same one previously used as a backup classroom for the biology competition. Inside, numerous biological instruments were arranged. But now this classroom belonged to He Liang. Situated on the second floor, it was in close proximity to the third-year classes. With a click, He Liang opened the door and stepped inside. After a moment's contemplation, he drew all the curtains shut. That would suffice. He then took a seat by the window on an old, worn chair, placing his exercise book beside him. For the former He Liang, before the emergence of the martial body, practical study was of utmost importance. However, with the advent of the martial body's black hole, He Liang naturally sought a more cost-effective path for growth. While labor coins could directly enhance his learning, the Tianwu decision could not. There were no options for cultivation among the available exchanges. With anticipation, He Liang closed his eyes, pondering the essence of the Tianwu decision. To cultivate the martial body, one must meet certain qualifications. The most fundamental requirement was one's vitality. Some individuals are born robust, with abundant vitality, making their cultivation efforts significantly more fruitful. He Liang now understood the implications of building a foundation for the martial body, as mentioned in the fourth task. Only with advanced physical fitness could one barely meet the cultivation criteria. Those like Kuang San and Lin Wudi, blessed with extraordinary talent from a young age, were precisely the ones chosen by the He family. The martial body indeed had its thresholds, and they were not low. The condensation of essence blood required one to focus their intention at the center of their brows, referred to as the pineal gland in the scriptures. He Liang concentrated, his thoughts immersed at his brow. His expression grew somber, appearing as though he were deep in thought. This sensation was unique. It was He Liang's first attempt. Following the cultivation method of the Tianwu decision, he directed his consciousness from his brow to his lower abdomen. This process was exceedingly arduous. While concentrating may sound simple, maintaining a singular focus proved to be quite challenging. The moment his mind wandered, that extraordinary sensation dissipated. Once, twice, 10 times, 100 times. Not a single success. After an entire night, He Liang had attempted 357 times, yet not once did he succeed. Moreover, he felt mentally drained, as if he had expended an immense amount of energy. It was more difficult than he had imagined. He Liang's heart sank slightly. Even if he were to succeed, it would merely be the first step on the path of cultivation. Encountering the challenges of the martial body for the first time was indeed daunting. Nevertheless, He Liang did not give up. He recognized his lack of foundation and that his talent had not reached extraordinary heights. On the way back from evening self-study, he pondered, how many attempts did Lin Wudi take to successfully embark on the path of cultivation? Lin Wudi paused momentarily before chuckling. Well, our cultivation method is called the Zhou Tian decision, and I managed to complete the first cycle on my third attempt. He Liang couldn't help but grimace. From Lin Wudi's words, he discerned that the difficulty of different cultivation methods varied, as did their practices. The Tianwu decision was truly a formidable challenge. He Liang sighed bitterly but harbored no thoughts of giving up. Having resolved to cultivate the Tianwu decision, he would not turn back. The more challenging the cultivation, the more it attested to the uniqueness of the Tianwu decision. This was He Liang's conviction. On Friday afternoon, Linda approached He Liang. He Liang, let me treat you to a meal this week. Linda smiled, with the exquisite Lin Yu beside him. Lin Yu, who had initially been pouting, brightened up upon hearing the invitation for dinner. Brother He Liang, let's eat together. He Liang was momentarily taken aback, but before he could respond, Linda's phone rang. After glancing at the caller ID, Linda's brow furrowed, and he awkwardly said to He Liang, "Excuse me, I need to take this call." "It's fine, go ahead." He Liang waved his hand. Linda nodded and stepped a short distance away to answer the call. The wind blew a bit strongly, and some words reached He Liang's ears. Illness, family, provincial city, and so forth. Linda's expression grew increasingly grave and troubled. He recalled that, during their visit to the antique street, the principal had also received a call and left in a hurry. He Liang surmised that there was something troubling Linda's family. After 5 minutes, Linda returned, his smile strained, and with an apologetic tone said, "I'm sorry, He Liang. I may have to make a trip to the provincial city in the next few days, so I won't be able to treat you to a meal. It's all right. I appreciate the sentiment." He Liang shook his head. After chatting for a moment, Linda hurriedly departed, clearly in a rush. He Liang didn't press for details, recognizing that some matters were best left unexamined. Upon returning home, He Liang spent the entire Saturday at the adjacent room 501, seeking guidance from Kuang San regarding the martial body. Realizing something was amiss, Kuang San's expression turned serious as he warned, "Young master, if you truly obtain some incomplete texts or wish to attempt cultivation, please do not proceed recklessly. Haphazard cultivation may ruin you. Without systematic guidance, it is easy to encounter peril." He emphasized repeatedly that it was best to seek guidance from those who had come before him. "I'm merely looking to familiarize myself with some basic knowledge," He Liang casually explained. He refrained from revealing the details of the Tianwu decision to Kuang San. "You are so troublesome. If the boss wants to hear it, let him listen," Lin Wudi remarked, casting a glance at Kuang San, his tone unabashedly blunt. Kuang San shot him a glare but did not retaliate. Subsequently, he reluctantly explained matters to He Liang, who listened attentively, occasionally nodding in contemplation. By the end of the weekend, He Liang had gleaned a wealth of knowledge. Upon returning to school on Sunday, he learned that the results of the citywide examination were about to be released. Wow, so soon. The classroom was abuzz with excitement. Some students had heard from their teachers that the results would be announced that night, alongside city, district, and grade rankings. For the students, results were of paramount importance, and everyone was filled with anxiety and anticipation. Wang Yuning felt particularly anxious, having studied diligently during this period. She believed she had performed well in the exam, but she was uncertain about the outcome. Her beautiful eyes glanced toward the handsome boy nearby, who was immersed in his work, her heart silently wishing to draw closer to him. At that moment, in Shenzhen City, Luofu District, at Shenzhen No. 1 High School, the students in the science rocket class were in an uproar. Their faces were filled with astonishment, scarcely able to believe what they had just heard. This news was too shocking. For those students who had been overshadowed by Qinja for 3 years, it seemed utterly unrealistic. Teacher, are you saying someone has outperformed Qinja? Qinja is only second in the city this time. Chapter 65. Shenzhen City's top score as the results were released. It was the top students who were most astounded. Their homeroom teacher informed them that someone had scored higher than Qinja, which was simply unbelievable. Among all the schools in Shenzhen City, there were 4 renowned institutions, representing the pinnacle of education in the city, housing the most exceptional students. Over the past 3 years, these 4 prestigious schools had held multiple joint examinations. Yet, each time, Qinja had emerged victorious without question. Teacher, are you sure there is no mistake? Some students looked at the homeroom teacher with disbelief. How could Qinja possibly be second? There is no error. I heard the top student comes from Longan District, a private school, the teacher replied, his brow furrowed but still affirming the news' authenticity. This revelation was even more staggering. A student from a private school in an underprivileged educational district had surpassed Qinja? What was the score? They asked, swallowing their disbelief. Qinja scored 691. While the first place is a student named He Liang, with a score of 692, the teacher stated matter-of-factly. The classroom fell silent, students exchanging glances, astonished that the scores were separated by a mere point. Yet that single point made all the difference. No, given the difficulty of this exam, Qinja couldn't possibly score below 700. One student muttered. They were all top achievers, having emerged from a sea of questions, sensitive to scores. The entire class turned their gaze toward the student by the window on the far left. The student, with bangs and fair skin, exuded a subtle air of composure. As the entire class turned their gaze towards him, Qinja remained unfazed and silent. After a moment of contemplation, the homeroom teacher explained, "You are correct. During last week's unified examination, Qinja had a slight fever and was feeling unwell. Otherwise, his score would have been much higher." This clarification left the class enlightened. No wonder, they thought. How could anyone surpass Qinja? Some breathed a sigh of relief and smirked. In their eyes, Qinja was an invincible academic deity, a symbol and belief of the top high school in Shenzhen City. How could he possibly be outperformed? Qinja's expression remained unchanged. Indeed, his poor performance was due to his health. Otherwise, scoring above 700 on such a paper would be effortless for him. However, had the teacher not mentioned his fever, he would not have bothered to explain himself. His self-confidence was not something that a single test score could shatter. In just over a month, there would be another unified examination in Shenzhen City, and everyone should prepare diligently. The homeroom teacher announced as he distributed the printed gray-black report cards. The second unified examination? How intriguing. Qinja thought, knowing that he would surely dominate all competitors with absolute superiority, allowing the student from Longan District to revel in their moment of joy. In Shenzhen City, Longan District, at Chengda High School, evening quietly descended, the moon veiled by starlight. With the ringing of the evening self-study bell, students swiftly returned to their classrooms. In Class 2 of the 3rd year, the homeroom teacher entered, radiating joy and grinning broadly. To those familiar with him, this unmistakably signified some good news. Clearing his throat, the teacher held a sheet of white paper, glancing down with an even brighter smile. "You all know that the results of the unified examination have been released, right?" he exclaimed, his voice booming with enthusiasm. "Yes." The students replied in unison, their spirits lifting with palpable excitement. This was their first citywide ranking, and they still harbored hopes. In a moment, I will distribute the report cards, and you will see your individual subject rankings and overall scores. The list is clear, with every rank included. Now, let me announce the top 3 students in our class. The teacher's smile widened. This time, aside from He Liang, another student surprised him, Guolin. With a score of 621, class rank, 3rd, grade rank, 4th, Longan District rank, 36th, Shenzhen City rank, 781. The class erupted into murmurs of astonishment, exchanging bewildered glances. Given the difficulty of the exam, Guolin's score was commendable, yet to rank 3rd in the class was perplexing. Naturally, they paid attention to the city rankings. But they were more accustomed to comparing class and grade standings, thus the significance of ranking 781 escaped them. After all, that number was nearly 4 digits. Surely, one of the top spots was occupied by He Liang, but who else? The classmates were curious. The teacher's gaze shifted to Wang Yuning, and with a smile, he continued. Wang Yuning, with 639 points. Class rank, 2nd, grade rank, 2nd, Longon District rank, 12th, Shenzhen City rank, 520. The class was stunned, some even speechless. Even Wang Yuning herself struggled to believe it. While she consistently ranked among the top 7 in her year, she felt she was still a tier below Guolin and Li Su. Yet now, she had surpassed both. It felt like a dream. A girl sitting beside her giggled and shot Wang Yuning a playful glance, implying, Yuning, it seems you've learned quite a bit from He Liang. The girl feigned jealousy. Look at that ranking in Shenzhen City, 520. How envious. Wang Yuning rolled her eyes, feeling a rush of shyness. You're annoying, stop saying that. Guolin was left in shock. After the exam, he had felt confident, focusing solely on He Liang as his rival. But now, Wang Yuning had overtaken him, pushing him down the ranks. A sense of humiliation surged within him. However, the class's attention was elsewhere. Teacher, what about He Liang? A bold male student whistled and inquired loudly. He Liang was on another level compared to the other students, and they were particularly curious about his prowess. Hee. The teacher chuckled, raising a finger. He Liang, class 1st, grade 1st. This ranking was no surprise to anyone. The teacher feigned composure, hands clasped behind his back. Longon District 1st. Oh, and by the way, with a score of 692, he is the top in Shenzhen City. The words were calm, yet everyone could discern the excitement and elation in his voice. The top in Shenzhen City. He Liang had actually achieved the highest score. The class was in shock. They had always known He Liang was exceptional, but this score was still astonishing. Unlike Guolin's rank of 781, which was nearing 4 digits. This top score was entirely different. It was a direct result of emerging victorious from a sea of countless students from prestigious schools. Previously, they had only compared within their small sphere, but now the stage was Shenzhen City. He Liang remained the strongest. A boy seemed to recall something, sneering. Didn't someone mention that the top high school in Shenzhen City, Qin something, was impressive? How intimidating. Guolin's face flickered between green and red. You might as well just read my ID card. At the same time, a wave of astonishment and commotion erupted from Class 1. Clearly, they too had learned of a genius who had achieved the top rank in Shenzhen City. However, He Liang was not in the classroom at that moment. Due to the evening self-study session, he was in his private study room, diligently practicing the Tianwu decision. Today marked his 9th attempt, and he had surprisingly succeeded. He Liang opened his eyes, filled with delight. Just moments ago, his focus had deepened, and achieving success within 10 attempts was unexpected. He gathered his thoughts, recalling the sensation from earlier. When his intent guided his focus from his brow to his abdomen successfully, a warm feeling surged within him. Believing that where there is one, there will be another, He Liang persisted in his attempts. Indeed, after a few failures, he succeeded once more. With each successive trial, He Liang grew increasingly adept, his success rate climbing higher. This was attributed to his exceptional talent, diligent training, and the guidance of Kuang San. If only he could exchange his talent for an even greater one. He Liang sighed inwardly. The next level of exceptional martial talent required 1,000 labor coins. Such a sum was substantial, far beyond what could be accumulated in just a few days. During the first evening self-study session, He Liang focused intently, achieving success 7 times in total. With each success, he sensed a flame igniting in his abdomen, the essence of blood gradually condensing, a peculiar sensation. Once he successfully condensed the first drop of essence blood, he would have completed the first layer of body tempering. He Liang's eyes sparkled with anticipation for the future. As the evening self-study session concluded, the outside world erupted into noise. The commotion was far louder than before, leaving He Liang puzzled. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Without hesitation, he rose to open it. Before him stood Wang Yuning, her innocent and charming face slightly adorably dazed. He Liang, do you know the results of the unified examination? Wang Yuning asked, her expression a mix of nervousness and excitement. He Liang paused for a moment before smiling. I really don't know. How did you do? You did exceptionally well, Wang Yuning replied, her smile revealing a hint of mischief that caught He Liang off guard. You scored 692 points, ranking 1st in Shenzhen City. Wang Yuning announced. He Liang's expression froze, stroking his chin. 1st in Shenzhen City? That's quite surprising. Although he had performed well, he had not expected to maintain a score above 690, let alone secure the top rank in Shenzhen City. After all, he still had several subjects that had not yet been converted to advanced levels. Wang Yuning cast a somewhat astonished gaze towards He Liang. If others knew they had ranked first in Shenzhen City, they would have been beside themselves with joy. Yet He Liang's demeanor seemed excessively calm and indifferent. What about you? He Liang casually inquired. A smile graced Wang Yuning's delicate face as she replied, I ranked second in my class, second in the grade, and 520th in Shenzhen City. Well done, keep up the good work, He Liang said with a nod. After exchanging a few words, Wang Yuning took her leave. Upon returning to the classroom, her expression suddenly flushed. I just told him I ranked 520th. Will he misunderstand or think too much? Probably not. Her heart raced and her cheeks burned, her thoughts drifting far away. In reality, He Liang had not given it a second thought, his mind consumed entirely by martial arts training. Outside in the corridor, Guolin found Li Su. Both wore grim expressions. Guolin, you ranked fourth in the grade? Li Su chuckled, rubbing salt into Guolin's wounds. Guolin snorted in disdain, glancing at Li Su, and replied coldly, Aren't you just third? Both fell silent. Wang Yuning's superior ranking certainly irked them. But it was He Liang who truly unsettled them. A fallen underachiever had, after 3 months, transformed into a scholarly genius, overshadowing them all. They were unwilling to accept it. I remember you know quite a few shady characters outside of school, right? Guolin suddenly said, seemingly hinting at something. Li Su, taken aback, shot Guolin a glance and replied with a smile, You seem to know quite a lot. The Li family held a modest reputation in Shenzhen City. Although Li Su was merely a distant relative, he possessed some influence. As for Guolin, Li Su was well aware of his background. Guolin's father was a shareholder in a company, thus not lacking in wealth. Guolin sneered and stated plainly, Some people may excel academically, but that alone is not enough. They ought to learn some principles of life. I share that sentiment, Li Su replied with a faint smile. Over the past few days, He Liang's rise had increasingly frustrated them, finally reaching a breaking point. They could no longer endure. After class on Friday, someone would teach He Liang a lesson in humility. Li Su narrowed his eyes and murmured. Unlike Guolin, he would not confront He Liang openly, but his methods would prove far more ruthless. After exchanging a few more words, they parted ways. In the following days, He Liang's routine became a predictable cycle, attending morning and evening study sessions, honing his martial arts skills in the biology competition training room, and attending classes to solve problems. Even when the teachers lectured, he chose to focus on his work, entirely disregarding them. The teachers paid him no mind, recognizing that students of his caliber naturally possess their own learning methods, rendering their guidance unnecessary. On Thursday evening, during the third evening study session, He Liang closed his eyes, concentrating his thoughts on his abdomen. Over the past few days, he had become increasingly adept at martial arts training, and failure no longer plagued him. Each success brought him a sense of further consolidation within his abdomen. This was a process of accumulation. With every triumph, He Liang's breathing grew more rhythmic. Just 5 minutes before class concluded, He Liang succeeded once more. His persistent efforts had transformed quantitative changes into qualitative ones. After numerous attempts, what he had been working to consolidate finally began to manifest. His entire body felt warm, akin to the sensation of a sauna, and beads of sweat quickly formed. In his lower abdomen, something intensely heated seemed to emerge. Vital energy. He Liang's heart soared with joy. That burning sensation corresponded precisely with the area where his thoughts had been gathering. Subsequently, the vital energy gradually dissipated, coursing through his limbs and bones. This was a feedback loop. It signified that He Liang had become a martial arts practitioner at the first level of body tempering. After a full half hour, the intense warmth within him began to subside. He Liang felt his physique had been further enhanced, surpassing his previous strength. In his awareness, he sensed a force emanating from his abdomen, akin to a source of power. As Kuang Sen had mentioned, the body tempering stage served as the foundation. Each instance of consolidating vital energy would enhance one's physical attributes, preparing the body for future advancements. If faced with unavoidable peril, one could ignite the consolidated vital energy to unleash formidable combat prowess for a short duration. However, this method of eruption would severely deplete one's source energy, leading to a regression in realm. He Liang reflected on Kuang San's words, feeling a surge of excitement. From this moment forward, he had finally taken his initial steps into martial arts, acquiring extraordinary power. Chapter 67, Malicious Intent, a small trial of strength. He Liang closed his eyes, meticulously sensing the changes within his body. He clenched his fists, experiencing the illusion that he could strike down a bull with a single blow. In terms of physical attributes, He Liang was vastly superior to his pre-breakthrough self. Most crucially, his perceptual acuity had significantly increased. The slightest rustle of wind or movement in the grass became remarkably clear. He could see 3 ants outside the window transporting food and hear the sound of the wind rustling the leaves. But I certainly won't engage in any fights. He Liang chuckled bitterly, feeling somewhat helpless. Throughout his life, he had scarcely engaged in any brawls. Now, he felt akin to an infant wielding a kitchen knife. While he possessed excellent physical capabilities, he was far from a match for seasoned fighters or assassins. When I return, I should ask Huang-san if she can teach me some combat techniques, He Liang resolved. He noticed the changing light and shadow. His expression slightly tightened as he glanced outside. After breaking through to the first level of body tempering, not only had his physical attributes improved, but his sensory perception had also sharpened. Just moments ago, the curtain he had deliberately drawn seemed to have been opened, and someone was peering in. Outside. The short and stout Wu Qing wore a cold smile as he quickly departed. So, you applied for a classroom just to slack off. Well done, He Liang. During this period, Wu Qing's life had been rather challenging. He Liang's rise had diminished his own standing, and Zhang Hui had repeatedly urged him to apologize to He Liang. The thought of apologizing to a student he had once ridiculed was utterly intolerable. He was the director, while He Liang was merely a student. Why should he apologize? However, for the sake of his position as grade director, he was compelled to put on a polite facade. He Liang's apparent laziness. His eyes glinted with malice. He had observed He Liang for several days, noting that each time, He Liang closed his eyes, leaving his desk work untouched. This was undoubtedly laziness, without question. Wu Qing could certainly confront He Liang to reprimand him, but he refrained from doing so. I can only hope he performs poorly. He recalled that in a month there would be the second comprehensive examination in Shenzhen City. Let him slack off for a month. I refuse to believe his grades won't plummet. Wu Qing's heart brimmed with cold laughter as he contemplated this. The best way to undermine He Liang was not through momentary admonishments but rather by observing him falter. Facing doubt and pity from others. Allow him to ruin himself. That would be the ultimate revenge. He departed quietly. On Friday, during the final class meeting in the afternoon, the homeroom teacher analyzed the results and praised two students. You should learn from Wang Yuning. You ought to take He Liang as your model. Lin Wudi appeared dazed. His expression vacant. On the report card, he was conspicuously at the bottom. He Liang rubbed his head, feeling a headache as he looked at him. Did you write your English essay? Lin Wudi nodded vigorously, speaking in a hurried whisper. I did. He Liang felt increasingly exasperated and continued. Did you fill out the multiple choice questions? Lin Wudi assuredly nodded. I filled them all out, boss. He Liang buried his face in his hands, sighing in resignation. Then how did you score only 9 points? Lin Wudi's other scores were also dismal, but his English was exceptionally poor. In the entire grade, he was the only one with a single-digit score. Lin Wudi was on the verge of tears. After class, the two of them left together. Guolin encountered Li Su at the school gate. How's the arrangement coming along? Guolin inquired quietly, his eyes filled with hatred. Rest assured, 7 people are going to surround him. He won't escape. Li Su chuckled softly, indicating that he had prepared a grand gift for He Liang. Should they go and take a look? Upon hearing this, Guolin was stirred with curiosity, eager to see He Liang's predicament. Just the thought of it brought him joy. No, Li Su shook his head cautiously. It's best to stay away from such matters. Meanwhile, He Liang and Lin Wudi were strolling down the street. Boss, I'm going to buy a pack of spicy strips from that shop up ahead, Lin Wudi said, swallowing hard, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Those things are truly delicious. Since leaving the He family, he had encountered things he had never experienced before, particularly the spicy strips, which had become an addiction for him. Go ahead. I'll wait here. He Liang waved his hand, urging him to hurry back. Lin Wudi departed without a backward glance, while He Liang stood still, contemplating matters concerning martial arts. Suddenly, a sharp object pressed against his lower back. It was a knife. Kid, come with me, a menacing voice growled from behind. The tone was low and threatening. If you don't want to die, behave yourself. He Liang's expression changed slightly, then he nodded subtly. A killer? His mind raced. But the aura from the person behind him felt weak. He appeared to be just an ordinary individual. They walked deeper into an alley. Soon, the individual released the knife and shoved He Liang hard. He Liang turned around, calmly surveying the young man before him, who had messy blonde hair and looked somewhat frail. He was skillfully toying with a small knife, his gaze towards He Liang laced with mockery and coldness. Moreover, 6 others emerged from either side of the alley. 3 on each side, completely cutting off any chance of escape for He Liang. Each of them was casually dressed, and tattoos could be vaguely seen on their bodies. Their expressions fierce and far from respectable. 7 ordinary individuals, He Liang analyzed inwardly. Maintaining a calm exterior, he probed. Who are you? I don't believe I have offended any of you. He Liang, I don't think we got the wrong person, the blonde sneered, licking the tip of his knife with a peculiar malice. He Liang narrowed his eyes. You have offended individuals you shouldn't have. Today, we're going to teach you a lesson on how to behave, the blonde said coldly. With a glance, the 7 closed in on He Liang. He Liang's muscles tensed, a chill in his eyes. Though he had never fought before, he felt a rush of excitement. Yet, his instincts told him he wouldn't be defeated. As the 7 approached, the first to charge was a burly man standing at about 6 feet tall. Kid, he yelled, throwing a punch at He Liang's face, relishing the thought of it. These schoolboys were too naive. They needed some proper education. He Liang remained calm, but his blood surged. In his eyes, the burly man's punch was too slow. He stepped forward, effortlessly dodging the blow. With a sharp shout, He Liang unleashed a powerful straight punch. He had little experience in fights, but he could certainly throw a punch. Impossible. The speed of that punch surpassed even professional boxers the burly man had encountered. With a resounding thud, the punch landed squarely in the burly man's abdomen. The others, however, appeared unfazed. A student's punch? Isn't that just a tickle for a bear? But the next moment, the burly man crumpled to the ground, curling up like a boiled shrimp. What had just struck him was not merely the fist of a seemingly frail high school student, it was akin to the blow of a professional boxer. On the ground, the burly man clutched his stomach, agony written all over his face, leaving the surrounding thugs in shock. He Liang was equally surprised, glancing at his fist, which felt heavier than he had anticipated. Enhanced physical prowess had endowed him with strength comparable to that of a professional boxer. Having broken through to the first layer of body refinement, his power had surged again, placing him in a league far beyond that of mere boxers. All he lacked were some techniques for channeling his strength. If he reached the 9th layer of body refinement, how terrifying would he become? He Liang took a deep breath, a fervor igniting within him. He was only at the 1st layer. If he reached the 9th layer, could he contend against hundreds of ordinary individuals? What if he refined his essence? What if he achieved harmony? Just the thought of it was exhilarating and filled him with anticipation. All of you, come at me, the blonde yelled, his eyes flashing with cold light as he urged the others to attack. He Liang steadied his mind and began to fend off the others. Even though he was physically superior, without combat experience, he started to feel somewhat overwhelmed. This was a fight, one that could draw blood. Moreover, one of the opponents wielded a knife. Despite his superior physique, He Liang had little fighting experience, and ultimately, experience held the upper hand. To say he felt no fear would be a lie. The blonde moved like a serpent, circling around, seemingly searching for a flaw in He Liang's defense. He Liang forced himself to remain calm, advancing forward and delivering 2 punches that sent 2 men crashing to the ground. Yet, the blonde revealed a sinister smile. Having found an opportunity, he lunged forward with his knife aimed at He Liang. With the others distracted, the blade sliced through He Liang's left arm. Blood sprayed. He Liang's arm was cut, not deep but not shallow either, as crimson droplets flowed steadily. A surge of pain jolted through him. Kid, I originally just wanted to teach you a lesson, but now that you've hurt my brother, it seems you'll be spending a few days in the hospital. The blonde sneered, expertly toying with the knife in his hand. But from the depths of the alley, a figure suddenly appeared, capturing everyone's attention. It was Lin Wudi. He held a stick of grilled meat in his hand, but upon witnessing the scene in the alley, his smile froze. Boss, you've been stabbed? You're bleeding. His expression instantly turned serious, and he hurled his backpack aside. The wooden sword was drawn. With a face full of cold determination, Lin Wudi shed his usual laid-back demeanor. His voice laced with anger and intensity. You're all dead. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from his spot. In an instant, he crossed over 10 meters, arriving before the blonde and his crew. The wooden sword emanated a terrifying aura, as if it aimed to obliterate everything. In Lin Wudi's eyes, an unparalleled sword spirit seemed to dance. The murderous intent radiating from him made the temperature in the vicinity plummet, as if one had entered an icy abyss. He Liang's heart skipped a beat. Even he felt that chilling killing intent, instinctively shouting, Lin Wudi, hold back. In that moment, he truly felt that Lin Wudi could kill several people. Lin Wudi's wooden sword hesitated slightly, altering its trajectory to strike the blonde's knife-wielding right hand. In a seamless motion, he struck the remaining thug's arms in succession. The fluidity of his movements was breathtaking as he sheathed the sword. Gazing at the crimson blood seeping from He Liang's arm, his expression complex. Lowering his head, he spoke with a hint of remorse. Boss. He Liang patted his shoulder and smiled. Thank you. Lin Wudi lifted his head, his eyes filled with a myriad of emotions. Then, He Liang turned his gaze to the others. Those thugs, however, lay sprawled on the ground, their faces stricken with fear. What has happened to my hand? The blonde exclaimed, staring wide-eyed at He Liang and Lin Wudi, feeling as if his right hand had lost all strength. Lin Wudi's expression turned icy, shedding his usual foolish demeanor. Boss, I've already incapacitated their hands. If you hadn't wanted to show mercy, I would have killed them outright. He Liang's heart raced at the revelation that Lin Wudi had rendered several of them unable to use their arms. Who sent you? He asked, his face cold. The blonde trembled with fear, still attempting to sound tough. I swear, my boss is the Black Wolf. If you don't want to. Lin Wudi stepped forward, delivering a kick to the blonde's mouth, causing several bloody teeth to fly out. The blonde whimpered, terror etched on his face as he gazed at Lin Wudi. Ultimately, he confessed in a low voice, we don't know. It was the Black Wolf who ordered us to come. He Liang's expression grew cold. Who is the Black Wolf? The Black Wolf, the notorious leader of the underworld in Longon district, is reputed to have connections with a significant power. Huang Mao hoped that this title would instill fear in the two individuals present. Where is he? Lin Wudi inquired coolly. Huang Mao swallowed hard before responding. The Black Wolf is currently out of the province and won't return for at least half a month. After a few more questions yielded no useful information, Lin Wudi asked, "What shall we do with them, boss?" He Liang cast a deep glance at the individuals on the ground, contemplated for a moment, and then turned away, saying, "Let's go." Lin Wudi raised an eyebrow slightly. "Boss, killing them wouldn't pose a problem," implicitly suggesting that he had a way to cover up the act. "Let's go," He Liang said decisively as he picked up Lin Wudi's backpack and the hot pot container from the ground. "Eat less next time. It's not good for your health." As Lin Wudi observed He Liang's figure disappearing into the sunlight beyond the alley, he felt a stir of emotion within him. He then hurried after He Liang without glancing at the individuals on the ground. Upon returning to the community, the door to room 501 opened. Upon seeing He Liang's arm injury, Kwang San's expression turned grave, allowing the two to enter. "Are there assassins?" Kwang San asked seriously. "No. Just a minor injury from a scuffle," He Liang spoke calmly first. However, Kwang San was not easily deceived. He turned to Lin Wudi, his gaze filled with skepticism. Lin Wudi, looking distressed, ultimately confided in Kwang San. Kwang San's expression turned icy as he addressed Lin Wudi. "I don't care about your usual demeanor. But when it matters, if you make a mistake, you know what to do, right?" The elder had tasked them with safeguarding the young master. Yet a few petty thugs had managed to injure him. Although it wasn't a severe wound, it highlighted their incompetence. A small injury is still an injury. Lin Wudi lowered his head, his voice somber. "I understand. I will self-punish according to family rules." He Liang furrowed his brow and replied, "It was merely a small cut. There's no need to make a fuss over it." He found it hard to comprehend their conversation. What seemed trivial to him appeared to weigh heavily on them. Kwang San hesitated to interject, as this was the young master's matter. However, Lin Wudi suddenly lifted his head, his carefree demeanor replaced with earnestness. He clenched his fists tightly. His words filled with determination, as if he had transformed into a different person. "This is my fault. Even without Kwang San, I would accept the punishment." Chapter 69. January, "I will send someone to investigate this matter," Kwang San said with a serious expression, looking at He Liang. He Liang nodded slightly. Kwang San stood up, and He Liang tended to his wound. "By the way, Kwang San, could you teach me some combat techniques?" He Liang suddenly voiced, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. Kwang San was momentarily taken aback, and then his expression shifted slightly. He had not noticed before, but now he sensed a hint of energy emanating from the young master. "This is body refinement. Young master, have you reached the first level of body refinement?" Kwang San asked, bewildered. He then furrowed his brow, recalling the elder's instructions. Before He Liang could respond, Kwang San looked at him earnestly and asked, "Young master, has your dragon-shaped birthmark on your left shoulder been feeling a bit prickly lately?" "Yes," He Liang replied, slightly startled, nodding. He chose not to mention the Tianwu decision. It was best to keep such a technique concealed. If Kwang San pressed further, he was prepared to offer a vague excuse. Kwang San narrowed his eyes, refraining from inquiring about the Tianwu decision, as he was reminded of another matter. Some individuals, even without a technique, could achieve breakthroughs in body refinement. However, such individuals possessed extraordinary physiques, being one in a million geniuses. The elder had instructed him to contact him immediately if the young master's dragon-shaped birthmark was prickly and if he experienced a breakthrough. Clearly, Kwang San believed that He Liang's situation stemmed from his physical constitution rather than from a technique. "Young master, I can teach you," Kwang San said. "Come tomorrow." After a brief exchange, He Liang returned home, while Kwang San made a phone call. "Elder, the young master mentioned that his left shoulder mark is prickly, and he has achieved a breakthrough to the first level of body refinement on his own." On the other end of the line, a heavy breath was heard, followed by an aged yet deeply moved voice. "Kwang San, are you certain?" "Absolutely." After a moment of silence, as if a decision had been made, the voice continued. "In a month, bring him to Sujiang University." No reasons were provided, and Kwang San did not inquire further. The following day, He Liang donned a black tracksuit and sought out Kwang San, but Lin Wudi was nowhere to be found. Kwang San explained he is gone to accept his punishment. He pondered for a moment before looking at He Liang and asking, "Young master, do you wish to train with weapons or with your fists?" He Liang hesitated briefly before answering. "Let's start with fist techniques." Subsequently, Kwang San began to instruct He Liang in practice. "Aren't we going outside?" He Liang glanced around the somewhat cramped space, taken aback. "No need. The initial requirements are not high." Kwang San shook his head. "In fact, this confined space is more suitable for you. First, you need to master the technique of generating force, such as the straight punch. Although a straight punch may seem simple, it involves multiple components. The push-off from the legs, the twist of the waist, and the transfer of power from the upper arm to the forearm. Huang San began his explanation. His instructions were clear and straightforward, allowing He Liang, a complete novice, to understand. I see. He Liang nodded repeatedly, his eyes sparkling with comprehension. Young master, pay attention. Huang San stood up to demonstrate. He positioned himself upright, his expression serious as he faced forward, then suddenly thrust his right fist forward. This punch, devoid of any energy, was so swift that He Liang could only catch a glimpse of its afterimage. A sharp whooshing sound filled the air. Huang San had unleashed a sonic boom. The air inside the room differed from that outside. Huang San explained, indoor air is relatively sealed, making it more conducive for you to experience the sensation of punching. He then encouraged He Liang to try. He Liang rose and thrust his fist forward with vigor. However, after executing the punch, he frowned in dissatisfaction. My balance is off after throwing the punch. He sensed the issue and quickly focused his attention to try again. One punch, then another. Huang San nodded slightly, observing He Liang's continuous improvement. However, this required a foundation and skill. It was not something one could master in a day. Once He Liang grew weary, Huang San shifted to theoretical explanations. With his guidance, He Liang progressed rapidly. Finally, Huang San informed him, young master, the elder has asked you to visit Suzhou University in a month. He Liang furrowed his brow in surprise. To Suzhou University? He did not understand the reason and looked at Huang San. Huang San shook his head slightly, indicating he was also unsure. He Liang ceased to inquire further. Although he felt a hint of resistance within, some matters could not be avoided and needed resolution. Fortunately, from Huang San's words, He Liang sensed that the elder, his biological grandfather, harbored goodwill towards him. Time swiftly passed, and a month soon elapsed. During this period, He Liang's life was quite simple. At school, he primarily focused on exercises, and in the mornings and evenings, he practiced the Tianwu decision. After returning home, aside from cherishing warm moments with his parents, he sought Huang San to learn combat experiences. Notably, Zhang Wu had successfully passed the physical assessment at Suzhou University, and as long as he achieved a normal score in the college entrance examination, he would secure a special admission. Given Zhang Wu's usual performance, achieving that score was not a daunting task. This news sparked envy among many students, while Zhang Hui beamed with joy, his smile growing ever brighter. With the grand plan of recommending Chun Mingtong and now Zhang Wu's special admission, coupled with the academic prowess of He Liang, this cohort was indeed thriving. Subsequently, the second unified examination in Shenzhen City approached, igniting a wave of tension among the class. Guolin cast a dark look at He Liang, who was not far to his left. Damn it, I didn't get him last time. Guolin's expression was one of displeasure. Recently, Li Su had approached Guolin, informing him of a change in circumstances. He had failed. Moreover, his pallor and words indicated that he would no longer provoke He Liang. Guolin pressed for details, but Li Su was reluctant to elaborate. You may have given up, but I certainly will not. Guolin thought to himself. He was bewildered by Li Su's resignation. However, his animosity toward He Liang remained undiminished. Being in the same class, the feeling of being suppressed was particularly unbearable. This time, it was uncertain whether He Liang could secure first place again. Some girls giggled, their words laced with admiration. Guolin instinctively scoffed. First? A boy shot him a glance and sighed. Guolin, say less. Guolin felt the sting of his previous humiliation. They all sensed it. His complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white, yet he retorted with a cold snort. I am merely speaking the truth. Last time, He Liang had outscored Qin Zhe by a single point, but Qin Zhe had been feverish during that exam, and it had been quite severe. He remarked coolly, otherwise, do you think he would score below 700? He Liang wishes to take first place again? Huh. Meanwhile, He Liang was redeeming his earnings. All the labor credits he had accumulated over the past month were being spent on 6 subjects. Chapter 70. I performed better than before in 1 month. How many labor credits had He Liang amassed? 2,310. He checked his personal information. Host, He Liang, for 100. Position, intermediate laborer, next level, advanced laborer. Daily wage, 70 labor credits, 3190. This amount included some previously accumulated credits. Combined, it had astonishingly exceeded 3,000. Is it truly this much? He Liang was momentarily stunned, feeling as if he were in a dream upon seeing this figure. Subsequently, his spirits lifted, and a smile graced his lips. He opened the study zone. With a thought, the three-dimensional display before him began to shift continuously. Levels, beginner, intermediate, advanced, ultimate. High school mathematics, advanced, dash, ultimate costs 500 labor credits. High school Chinese, intermediate, dash, advanced costs 200 labor credits. High school English, intermediate, advanced costs 200 labor credits. High school physics, advanced, ultimate costs 500 labor credits. High school chemistry, intermediate, advanced costs 200 labor credits. High school biology, advanced, ultimate costs 500 labor credits. After some contemplation, He Liang made a decision to elevate Chinese, English, and chemistry to advanced. With a swift motion, his labor credits diminished by 600, leaving him with 2,590. However, now all 6 subjects were at the advanced level. Gazing at the elevated subjects, a sense of satisfaction surged within him. He was ready to become a hexagonal warrior. Soon, a thought crossed his mind, and he proceeded to upgrade, elevate Chinese, mathematics, English, physics, and biology to ultimate. Each of these 5 subjects consumed 500 credits, totaling 2,500 labor credits. He Liang felt a slight pang at this expenditure. When he first obtained the all-purpose labor system, even 1 or 200 labor credits felt precious. Now, he was casually spending 2 to 3,000. The feeling was somewhat indescribable. Then, a flood of information entered his mind. It was gentle and nourishing, like a fine rain soaking into parched earth, very soothing. This sensation was pleasant. It did not feel as though knowledge was being forcibly shoved into his mind. Instead, it felt as if He Liang was regaining memories, allowing him to expand his knowledge base while perfectly integrating it. Despite his reluctance to part with the labor credits, every bit of it was worthwhile. The all-purpose labor system was even more mysterious and powerful than he had imagined. He Liang mused. In his mind, countless knowledge points twinkled like stars, interconnected under various links. Within minutes, He Liang underwent a remarkable transformation. Aside from chemistry, all his other subjects had reached the ultimate level. Meanwhile, Guolin was conversing with several friends, emphasizing, Chinja rarely scores below 700 in exams. I even heard he achieved an astonishing score of 710 on a 720-point test. He continuously extolled Chinja's prowess. Although he made no mention of He Liang, everyone could sense he was targeting him. Ding ding. Please enter the examination room. The bell rang. Subsequently, the first subject, Chinese, commenced officially. How terrifying was ultimate high school Chinese. He Liang's gaze swept across the exam paper, and the answers seemed etched upon the pages. For the multiple-choice questions, He Liang needed only to read them once to sense where the discrepancies lay. As for the ancient poetry recitation, it was needless to say. He recalled it in an instant, filling in the blanks effortlessly. From the moment he received the paper, his right hand, gripping the pen, never paused. He wrote furiously, analyzing poetry, understanding readings, crafting essays. In his mind, countless flashes of inspiration coalesced into an almost flawless composition, leading him to fill in the answers. His responses were akin to the standard answers, but even more precise and elegant. Completing the entire paper, He Liang felt no sense of hesitation or stagnation. This sensation was astonishing and exhilarating. He gazed at the filled exam paper before him, brimming with confidence. This paper would undoubtedly score no less than 145, and that was after he had deliberately underestimated his performance. In the afternoon, mathematics. He Liang completed 12 multiple-choice questions in under 10 minutes. Various simplified algorithms surged in his mind, allowing him to proceed without interruption. The square root of 3, 1/3. The advanced high school biology he had previously encountered had already exhibited its brilliance. Now, at the ultimate level, it was even more extraordinary. By the time He Liang finished the entire mathematics paper, barely an hour had passed. This was while he meticulously checked his results, yet he still worked at such speed. In his spare moments, He Liang attempted various methods for the last 2 complex problems, jotting them down on the paper. The second method, third method, fourth method. For the final question, he had written down 6 different solutions. Despite his efforts to conserve steps, the paper was still densely packed with his work. Then, He Liang's gaze shifted to the second-to-last question's final part, which also had multiple solutions. However, due to time constraints, he only utilized 2 methods. The third method was half-written on the draft paper, without the chance to transfer it to the exam paper. As the papers were collected, He Liang furrowed his brow. Staring at the questions on the draft paper, Wang Yuning approached curiously, observing He Liang with gentle inquiry. He Liang, did you leave any questions unfinished? He Liang was still pondering the problems. Instinctively, he nodded and replied, for the second-to-last question, I am still considering. The surrounding students exchanged glances, some expressing regret. It turned out that He Liang also had questions he could not solve. Compared to the monsters from the first high school in Shenzhen, his mathematical foundation seemed to fall short. Upon hearing He Liang's admission, Guolin was overjoyed, his delight evident on his face. He could hardly contain himself. wanting to laugh and proclaim to everyone that He Liang was merely average. He Liang lifted his head, surveying the room. Noticing the gazes of his classmates and Guolin, he suddenly understood. He narrowed his eyes, his expression turning calm, his gaze revealing composure, offering no explanation. The next day, the examinations continued. English was less demanding in terms of thought than mathematics, primarily testing foundational knowledge. He Liang found it even smoother to navigate, quickly filling in the answers. The afternoon's comprehensive science paper was the most gratifying subject for He Liang, while others worried about the volume of questions and the limited time, needing to make choices. He Liang relished the challenge of quantity. After 2 days of examinations, they finally concluded. The homeroom teacher approached He Liang once more, appearing somewhat composed. Yet tension lurked in his eyes. He Liang, how did you perform? He had heard from students that He Liang seemed to have struggled in mathematics. He preemptively reassured him. Experiencing a little lapse in performance is quite normal. Do not feel too much pressure. He Liang's eyes sparkled with brightness and clarity, accompanied by a hint of a smile as he said, "This time, I performed better than ever before." The homeroom teacher paused for a moment, observing He Liang's confident expression, which seemed genuine. After a brief hesitation, the teacher nodded, placing a reassuring hand on He Liang's shoulder, and earnestly advised, as the college entrance examination approaches, it's essential to maintain your composure. If you ever face any troubles, do not hesitate to consult me. Bottling them up is never wise. He Liang, with a faint smile on his face, gently nodded, responding, "Thank you, teacher." The homeroom teacher offered a few more words of encouragement before departing. Lin Wudi leaned in, his face contorted in frustration, muttering, "What is this? I can't make heads or tails of it. These papers are utterly ridiculous. I can't take it anymore." He Liang shook his head slightly, glancing at him, feeling somewhat speechless. Over the past month, He Liang had come to fully understand Lin Wudi's academic abilities, which were alarmingly deficient. He could hardly solve a simple first-year math problem. "So how did you do?" Lin Wudi sighed, turning his gaze towards He Liang. After a moment of contemplation, He Liang sighed again, but chose not to discourage him. "Let's go eat," He Liang said casually, steering the conversation away. Lin Wudi quickly followed He Liang. After their meal, He Liang took his exercise books and textbooks and headed to the study room, with Lin Wudi trailing behind him. The school turned a blind eye to Lin Wudi, as there were rumors of his powerful background. He was merely there to obtain a diploma. Consequently, the teachers tended to overlook him, except for the homeroom teacher, who had explicitly asked him not to hinder He Liang's studies. Upon entering the study room, He Liang skillfully began practicing the Tianwu decision. At this moment, he already possessed 3 drops of essence blood within him, a testament to a month of diligent training. His exceptional talent, coupled with a full month of effort, had finally amassed 3 drops. The goal of accumulating 99 drops loomed ahead, leading He Liang into a contemplative silence. Feeling somewhat overwhelmed, however, a surge of power emanated from his lower abdomen, instilling him with confidence that he could unleash formidable strength throughout his limbs in an instant. By conventional standards, he was at the 3rd level of body refinement, yet according to the Tianwu decision, he remained at the 1st level. Only by gathering 9 drops of essence blood could he reach the pinnacle of the 1st level. Once I exchange the final subject for the ultimate one, the college entrance exam will pose no issue, He Liang mused, a smile creeping onto his lips. At that moment, he could finally invest his labor coins into martial training. Contemplating further, he felt a mix of hesitation and complexity. Next Thursday, he needed to visit Sujiang University. Huangsen had informed him that the date was set for next Thursday. After a moment of reflection, He Liang shook his head. Some matters, despite his reluctance, must be faced. He then resumed his training. Outside the window, Wu Qing peered through the glass at He Liang, a devious grin spreading across his plump face. In the reflection, he appeared almost demonic, a tad sinister. Indeed, he's slacking off again. He gently lowered the curtain, nearly laughing out loud. For the past month, he had been observing He Liang every night, convinced that He Liang had not touched any of the exercise books, merely resting his eyes. In his view, He Liang was simply being lazy, dozing off. If his grades don't plummet, I might as well eat excrement live. Wu Qing's heart brimmed with cold amusement. His mood exceptionally buoyant. His nightly observations felt more diligent than his own job attendance. Watching He Liang's decline filled him with a peculiar sense of satisfaction. Delicately, he lowered the curtain and departed, careful not to alert He Liang to his presence. After he left, He Liang glanced at the spot where Wu Qing had been. Wu Qing. He was honing his martial body, and with his acute senses, it would be preposterous not to notice being spied on for a month. Yet, he harbored a question. Since Wu Qing had seen him not studying, why had he not confronted him? Even He Liang did not fathom the underlying reason. At the same time, at Shenzhen City's first high school, Class 3 of the senior year, a key class, the teachers had gone to a meeting, and the atmosphere in the classroom was lively. Having just completed the municipal examination, the group of high achievers felt no fatigue, but rather eagerly engaged in discussion. The last question of the math exam had posed considerable difficulty. A girl whispered her regret for not completing it fully. A nearby boy nodded in agreement, sighing. I too failed to solve that minor question. That was just one question. The overall difficulty of this exam was less than our usual monthly tests, declared a tall, slender boy with black-rimmed glasses, confidently adjusting his spectacles. He ranked third in the class and was certain he would score above 660. The difficulty of this joint examination was not as high as I anticipated. He smirked, his pride evident, though he feigned modesty, stating, I should easily score around 660. The others exchanged glances, seemingly amused. Oh, look who's boasting now. The third-ranked student chuckled to himself. He instinctively turned to glance at a student seated by the window on the left. Chinja. Chinja gazed out the window, his expression calm and composed, seemingly lost in thought. However, the boy noticed a slight smile curling at the corners of Chinja's mouth, suggesting he was in good spirits. Chinja must have performed exceptionally well this time. The third-ranked student's heart raced, unable to suppress his curiosity, having been overshadowed by Chinja for 3 years. He keenly observed Chinja's every move. In his eyes, Chinja's character was unique, reserved, and tranquil, rarely engaging with others. The only person he connected with was Wang Ao, the biological prodigy who had transferred to Fuxian district in their second year. When was the last time Chinja smiled like that after an exam? That expression stirred a memory within him. The third-ranked student swallowed hard, recalling the time Chinja had scored an astonishing 710, shocking the entire school. He vaguely remembered that Chinja had displayed a similar smile after that exam. Perhaps I'm overthinking it. The third-ranked student shook his head, acknowledging his own paranoia. Nearby, other students were chatting. I wonder how He Liang from Longon district performed. One student chuckled. I just hope he isn't merely a fleeting phenomenon. Haha, last time, he probably just got lucky. Chinja isn't under the weather this time. Although their words were lighthearted, it was evident they were concerned. Having been overshadowed by someone, especially a student from a lesser-known private school, was an unpleasant experience. Chinja rested his chin on his left hand, gazing out the window, pondering. He Liang? That name rings a bell. It seemed Wang Ao had mentioned him. A flicker of contemplation crossed his eyes as he tried to recall. However, he soon shook his head with a smile. Let's see how he fares in this exam. I did well this time. I just hope he can keep up. Quoting classics aptly without excess. Their praises were incessant, almost celestial in their admiration. The group leader shook his head slightly, casting a glance at the excited faces of the three, and emphasized, you are still somewhat youthful. The criteria for a perfect score in language composition are exceedingly high, and it is rare even in the college entrance examination to encounter such essays, making them difficult to assess. He believed that the three teachers had yet to grasp the concept of difficulty regarding full marks. Were it up to him, he would scarcely grant a perfect score to any student's composition. He casually remarked, let me see the paper. Half an hour later, the group leader, his face aglow with excitement, slammed the table. A perfect score. This composition is undoubtedly deserving of full marks. Brilliant. Simply brilliant. The other three teachers exchanged glances, smiles breaking out spontaneously. That composition truly was remarkable. In the mathematics discussion group, one teacher gasped, staring at the dense data and scribbles before him, feeling a slight tingle on his scalp. At first glance, it appeared as mere chaotic doodling. However, upon closer inspection, he discerned a clear and distinct organization. 6. What does this signify? But then he understood. It represented 6 different methods of solution. His eyes widened in astonishment as he hurriedly began to verify the answers and steps. Such innovative thinking and methodologies. This student was undoubtedly a mathematical prodigy. A ray of hope amidst the gloom. This method is absolutely extraordinary. Ultimately, after verification, all 6 methods proved correct. He could hardly believe what he beheld. While the difficulty of the mathematics was not particularly high, that referred to the other questions. The final question, however, was intentionally designed to create a disparity. It was derived from a problem in the International Mathematical Olympiad, with 3 possible answers. Typically, average students would struggle to solve even 1 or 2, believing they had completed the task, while the third was the most challenging and elusive. Yet this student had managed to uncover all of them. 6 methods. His scalp tingled with a mix of exhilaration and disbelief. Group leader. He grasped the paper and made his way toward a few teachers who were grading nearby. His voice rose in volume, capturing their attention. What is the matter? The mathematics group leader furrowed his brow. Their essay paper here. For the last question, the student employed 6 methods. Instantly, all the teachers turned their gazes, astonished and incredulous. 6 methods. The standard answer listed only 3 methods. Let me see. The mathematics group leader felt a jolt of excitement and quickly said. The group gathered around the paper, engaging in mental calculations. Being seasoned teachers, they swiftly deduced the correctness of all 6 methods. All were indeed correct, especially the 6th method, which was exceptionally clever. Which student authored this? The mathematics group teachers engaged in animated discussion, their thoughts clear and innovative, occasionally struck by brilliant insights that left them in awe. As the group leader examined the other answers on the paper, his admiration and astonishment grew. Each question demonstrated logical clarity, complete steps, and was exceptionally well written. This was undoubtedly a genius, a rare talent. The mathematics group leader took out his phone and snapped a photo of the paper, suppressing his astonishment. A perfect score. He gestured grandly, declaring it the only perfect score thus far. Simultaneously, in the physics group, the group leader was informed, there is a perfect score in physics. A teacher exclaimed, tightening his fist in astonishment. A perfect score in physics? The physics group leader raised an eyebrow. Unlike mathematics, achieving a perfect score in physics is considerably more challenging. Particularly, this set of physics questions involved a substantial volume of calculations. The comprehensive exam consisted of biology, chemistry, and physics combined into one paper, necessitating decisions and trade-offs within a limited time frame, which further elevated the difficulty of attaining a perfect score in physics. He took the paper and scrutinized it carefully, gradually realizing the brilliance within. After a full 5 minutes, he inhaled deeply. It is impeccably structured. Every step adheres to the standards of a model answer. This paper deserves a perfect score. The surrounding physics teachers exchanged glances, intrigued as they approached the paper. Soon, the classroom filled with exclamations of astonishment. In a nearby classroom, the biology group was busy grading papers. The biology group leader frowned, remarking on the noise from next door. Beside him, a group member stood, trembling slightly. His face flushed with excitement. There's a perfect score here. You all should come take a look. A perfect scoring paper? The biology group leader was taken aback by this revelation. In his experience, if one scrutinized closely, there would always be some points deducted. How could it possibly be a perfect score? He regarded the group member with suspicion, doubting whether he recognized the handwriting as belonging to one of his own students and had thus given it inflated marks. With a scoff, he accepted the paper. A perfect score? Achieving a perfect score in biology is not so simple. However, upon examining the handwriting, his heart skipped a beat. He had been part of the grand scheme of the paper grading group. This handwriting, he could never forget. He swallowed hard and continued to read. The multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank questions were all correct. This was quite normal, as many papers had achieved similar results. However, what was rare was the latter section. Any imprecise or insufficiently detailed expressions could easily become grounds for point deductions. Yet, gazing upon this nearly flawless paper, he simply could not find a reason to deduct points. Perfect score. He re-examined the paper and finally declared aloud, the first and only perfect score in biology has been achieved. On Tuesday morning, each group submitted their compiled scores. A designated teacher was responsible for aggregating the results. Upon reviewing the initial data, their composure began to waver. Is there a problem with the system? He wore a perplexed expression, glancing around at his colleagues. After confirming multiple times, they assured themselves that the data was indeed accurate. They summoned the leaders of each group and pointed at the data with stern faces. Are you certain this data is reasonable? The top scorer in all 6 subjects. And it's all attributed to one student. Is this logical? Although the chemistry score was a tie, still, is this reasonable? The 6 group leaders exchanged glances. And suddenly, smiles crept onto their faces. They nodded affirmatively at the statistician. Simultaneously, they realized something. What had left them astounded was indeed the same student. Chapter 73. Extraordinary scores, however. As the leaders of the 6 subjects exchanged glances, they could also see the astonishment and incredulity reflected in each other's eyes. This score was undeniably dreamlike. Nevertheless, the papers had been meticulously reviewed more than twice before marks were awarded, assuring no errors. Even when it came to the college entrance examination, this grading method was undoubtedly valid. The second-ranking student, named Qin Zhe, found his remarkable score of 712 somewhat overshadowed beneath the first-place result. The Education Bureau statistician's expression shifted, and he solemnly surveyed the room before slowly stating, "Bring me the papers. I need to verify their authenticity." Once this score is released, the students from the 4 prestigious institutions will undoubtedly erupt in chaos. I have a duty to ensure the validity of these scores. The Education Bureau officer's demeanor turned grave, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the table. The 6 group leaders exchanged knowing smiles, without a hint of hesitation, returning to their respective classrooms to retrieve the papers, along with the standard answers, and presented them to the Education Bureau officer. The officer, not lacking in perception, could clearly see that the answers on each paper closely mirrored the standard responses, some even exceeding them. Ultimately, he sat in silence for a long while, somewhat dazed. Is it truly possible for such a student to exist? I had thought that students like Qinzhe were the finest in Deepshan City in nearly a decade. Abruptly, he sat upright, swiftly verifying the information on the forms. The Education Bureau officer was filled with a whirlwind of astonishment, admiration, and a host of complex emotions. Yet, soon enough, excitement and exhilaration surged within him. In the city of Shenzhen, the top 10 rankings have always been dominated by the 4 prestigious schools. However, a peculiar anomaly has emerged this year. The various secondary schools, upon learning of this development, might display expressions of sheer astonishment. Complete the forms swiftly and send them out immediately. Initially, the completion of the forms was expected by Wednesday, but under the pressure of adrenaline, productivity surged, and they were finalized by 8 p.m. on Tuesday. After multiple verifications, everything was confirmed accurate. With a click of the mouse, the results of the second unified examination in Shenzhen were released. As the results were announced, numerous teachers began receiving a Word document. It was the second period of evening self-study, and teachers were either in their offices or seated in classrooms. At Shenzhen No. 1 High School, Class 3, an exemplary class, the homeroom teacher was diligently grading assignments when his phone suddenly lit up. His gaze sharpened with excitement as he saw the document titled Shenzhen Second Unified Examination, Student Results, Review Version. The results had arrived. He quickly opened the document. Although last time, due to Qinzhe's illness, a second-place ranking was somewhat unflattering, this time it was different. Upon opening it, he saw Qinzhe, total score 712. This score was extraordinarily impressive, having lost only 8 points. The top in the class, the top in the grade, the top in Luofu district, and Shenzhen second? Shenzhen second. He abruptly stood up, muttering in disbelief. 712 points, and still not the top in Shenzhen? What an international joke. His reaction pierced through the quiet classroom. All eyes turned towards him in an instant. Teacher, what do you mean Shenzhen second? The classmates nervously exchanged glances with the homeroom teacher, as the recent days had been sensitive, with everyone eagerly awaiting the unified examination results. Even Qinzhe squinted slightly at the homeroom teacher. However, the teacher's gaze was fixed intently on the first line. That name, though only seen once during the first unified examination, was indelibly etched in his memory. He Liang. He took a deep breath, his expression suddenly rigid. This score was simply unreal. What was that row of ones? It was utterly absurd. Even someone as composed as Qinzhe felt a ripple of anxiety within. Directing his gaze toward the homeroom teacher and inquiring, Teacher, has the Shenzhen Unified Examination results been released? The homeroom teacher hesitated for a moment, his face stiff as he nodded. Looking at the bright and excited eyes of the class, he felt at a loss for words. After a long pause, he finally spoke, his lips curling into a bittersweet smile. It has been released, just now. Qinzhe performed well, scoring 712. The moment the teacher finished speaking, the class erupted like boiling water. Incredible! Qinzhe, you are a legend. 712 points. This score must set him apart from others in Shenzhen. Just the thought of it sent shivers down their spines, prompting them to bow down before the Great One. However, Qinzhe furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. The homeroom teacher's expression was off. Ignoring the praises and astonishment from his classmates, he intently scrutinized the homeroom teacher and calmly asked, Is there someone who scored higher than me? The entire class froze at Qinzhe's words. They quickly waved their hands, their faces relaxed. Qinzhe, you are overthinking it. 712 points. I've never heard of such an extraordinary score. How could anyone score higher? This time, Shenzhen had 3 students scoring over 700, which was already remarkable. However, the homeroom teacher did not respond immediately. The atmosphere grew tense, and silence enveloped the room. All eyes were fixed on the homeroom teacher, their throats tightening, lips quivering. It can't be. There is indeed one. He Liang, the homeroom teacher finally murmured. The class erupted in chaos. Qinzhe, gripping the pen tightly, felt a slight tension in his hand, yet outwardly he maintained a semblance of calm. Teacher, how many points did he score? May I know? The homeroom teacher gazed at the scores on the Word document, momentarily at a loss for words. He even questioned if the result was erroneous. Yet the student's eyes were filled with fervor and complexity, expressing a palpable discontent with the results. With a deep sigh, he finally spoke. The first place is He Liang from Longan District. Class first, grade 1st, Longan district 1st, and Shenzhen 1st. Chinese, 150, the highest in Shenzhen. Mathematics, 150, the highest in Shenzhen. English, 120, the highest in Shenzhen. Physics, 110, full score. Chemistry, 99, biology, 90, full score. All three subjects the highest in Shenzhen, with a total of 299 in the science subjects. Across 6 subjects, with a full score of 720. He only lost 1 point. The homeroom teacher recounted He Liang's scores in their entirety. During this time, the entire class fell into a profound silence. Even Qing's muscles tensed, lost in thought. The students gaped, unsure of what to say. The number 719 reverberated in their minds. Chapter 74. 6 subjects first in Shenzhen, Longan District, at Chengda High School. A classroom was filled with numerous teachers, probably around 30 to 40 in total. They were currently attending a meeting led by Vice Principal Zhang Hui, discussing various topics. Wu Qing was notably seated in the front row. As we approach the college entrance examination, we must be attentive to the students' emotions and promptly understand their needs. Vice Principal Zhang tapped his fingernails on the table, smiling at the gathered teachers. Suddenly, a loud crash interrupted the gathering as a cup fell to the floor. The noise was jarring, disrupting the flow of thought and cutting off Vice Principal Zhang's speech. All eyes turned toward the source of the sound. It was the homeroom teacher of Class 3. He stared at his phone, his face a mixture of disbelief and then wild joy. What happened to Teacher Li? His rapid change in expression bewildered the others. Even with his cup of goji berries splattered on the floor, soaking his pants, he seemed oblivious to his surroundings. Vice Principal Zhang Hui, his smile somewhat diminished, turned to him and softly inquired, "Teacher Li, your cup has fallen." The homeroom teacher of He Liang raised his head, excitement and anticipation shining in his eyes. He sprang to his feet, not even glancing at the shattered cup. "Vice Principal, our student He Liang has achieved first place in the second unified examination in Shenzhen." The room fell silent for a moment, but the subsequent words were even more astonishing. Moreover, in all 6 subjects, he scored the highest in Shenzhen. The homeroom teacher exclaimed, almost trembling with emotion. After speaking, he couldn't help but glance at his phone, confirming he had misread. His voice betrayed his uncontainable excitement. His body shaking. He achieved a total score of 719, losing only 1 point. The entire room was engulfed in an eerie silence. Everyone stared blankly, dumbfounded by the revelation. After a lengthy pause, the homeroom teacher of Class 2 managed to chuckle. "Teacher Li, are you sure you didn't misread? 719 points. How is that possible? A student who lost only 1 point. How could that even exist? Such a student has never appeared in all these years of unified examinations." He Liang's homeroom teacher grew anxious, his eyes widening in disbelief. "You don't believe me?" Bang! Vice Principal Zhang Hui slammed his hand on the table. His face flushed with excitement, he grinned broadly, his eyes fixated on his phone. "It's true. I received the notification too." The entire room erupted in chaos. Many teachers felt as though they were struggling to breathe. 719 points? What does that even mean? We are merely a private institution. How could such a student emerge? It's surreal, almost dreamlike. But this was indeed the reality. Wu Qing was left speechless. How could this be possible? Wasn't he just slacking off? Without diligent study, how could one possibly achieve high scores? Moreover, this score seems absurdly inflated. His emotions surged more intensely than boiling water. What a joke. He clenched his teeth tightly, his small, beady eyes revealing disbelief and an inexplicable fury. The meeting had concluded. "Mr. Li, please come with me," Vice Principal Zhang Hui exclaimed, his voice rising with agitation. He intended to discuss matters with He Liang's homeroom teacher. As numerous teachers dispersed, the shock in his heart lingered. Vice Principal Zhang turned to He Liang's teacher and earnestly advised, "He Liang's performance is outstanding. You should pay him more attention moving forward. Many matters can be negotiated." He nearly uttered the words green light directly. In the realm of school admissions, reputation holds significant weight. He Liang had substantially elevated the prestige of their school. Chengda High School. Presently, He Liang was crucial in the eyes of these leaders. After pondering for a moment, Vice Principal Zhang continued to advise the homeroom teacher for another 10 minutes before taking his leave. He Liang's homeroom teacher couldn't help but chuckle. Subsequently, he hastened back to his class. This news needed to be shared. Upon returning, the class had just commenced the 3rd evening study session. Hearing the hurried yet familiar footsteps, most students instinctively raised their heads. "Classmates, I have some good news to announce." The homeroom teacher's first words were a joyous proclamation. The students exchanged glances, a flicker of anticipation igniting within. Good news. The results of the citywide examination were out. The homeroom teacher stated directly, heightening the students' anticipation. Could it be? Guolin's heart sank, a foreboding sensation creeping in. He would rather perform poorly himself than see He Liang claim first place again. The teacher's expression did not suggest that He Liang had been surpassed. With fervent eyes, the teacher gazed at He Liang, suppressing his excitement and trembling body, exclaiming, "Please applaud for our classmate, He Liang. He has once again secured the top position in our class, the grade, Longan District, and the entirety of Shenzhen City." In truth, there was no need to specify class or grade, but the teacher felt that such elaboration conveyed his exhilaration more effectively. Guolin's fists clenched tightly, his demeanor darkening abruptly. Many students looked at Guolin with peculiar expressions. Before the exam, Guolin had confidently asserted that the previous top student from Shenzhen City, Qin Zhe, had merely performed poorly due to health issues. Otherwise, claiming first place would have been effortless. Yet now, the slap of reality came swiftly. Applause erupted in the classroom, gradually intensifying from scattered claps to a resounding ovation. While everyone was astonished and envious, they could comprehend the situation. After all, He Liang had also previously been the top student in Shenzhen City, setting a precedent. The homeroom teacher looked at the class once more, laughing heartily, leaving everyone puzzled. This time, the first place was different. The teacher stepped up to the podium, took a deep breath, placed his hands on the desk, and excitedly proclaimed, "Classmate He Liang has achieved first place in all 6 subjects in Shenzhen City. Except for chemistry, where he lost a single point, he scored full marks in all others. His total score is 719. In an instant, the applause ceased, as if a mute button had been pressed. The entire class stared blankly, mouths agape as if they could fit 2 duck eggs inside. What did they just hear? First place in all 6 subjects, 719 points? A male student muttered the number in disbelief, clearly still processing the information. An eerie silence enveloped the room. All gazes turned toward the seat by the window on the far left. However, that seat was empty. The main character was in the study room. Chapter 75. The Dragon Mark, an unexpected change in the dimly lit classroom. Obscured by curtains, the lights were bright within. He Liang sat in the far left corner, able to gaze outside and breathe in the fresh air infused with a subtle scent of trees. Yet, at this moment, his eyes were tightly shut, and his expression slightly grave. His internal energy surged. He had already gathered 3 drops of essence blood. At this very moment, He Liang was concentrating on forming the 4th drop. His mind immersed, the energy within him boiled. Each gathering of essence blood required utmost caution, for failure would signify a significant setback in the consolidation of one's vital energy. If injured, he would be unable to attempt to break through for days, leaving him in a weakened state, a condition often referred to as being severely depleted. In the previous 3 attempts at gathering essence blood, He Liang had never failed. But this time, it felt perilous. During the process, He Liang became slightly distracted by the ruckus outside, leading to instability in the still-forming 4th drop of essence blood. He exerted all his effort to control it, yet his experience and technique were still rather immature. The essence blood began to separate and dilute. Alas, He Liang sighed inwardly, already understanding that this attempt at a breakthrough would end in failure. However, in the next moment, an unexpected change occurred. A scorching heat emanated from the dragon mark on the back of his neck. An indescribable force suddenly surged forth, resolutely counteracting the separation. This power was ethereal, not a tangible force, but rather a manifestation of spiritual energy. He Liang's heart jolted. He could distinctly feel that this power originated from the dragon mark on his neck. There was no time for further contemplation. He hastily guided the essence blood to coalesce. In mere seconds, the 4th drop of essence blood was successfully formed. Not only that, but the power from the dragon mark showed no signs of dissipating. He Liang quickly harnessed this extraordinary force to continue his cultivation. During the body refining stage, the essence blood was what was being tempered. Blood coursed through the body. In a certain sense, body refining was a process of blood refinement. Each gathering of essence blood represented a strengthening of the blood, a process of purification. The blood replenished afterward would be of higher quality, which is referred to as having sufficient vitality. The 5th drop of essence blood? He Liang felt a surge of astonishment. Under the influence of that peculiar power, the blood within him seemed docile as a sheep, gathering in his dantian, shedding layers of impurities, and beginning to coalesce essence blood. Soon, the 5th drop of essence blood was also successfully formed. The intensity of that power began to wane. As the extraordinary force gradually receded like a tide, He Liang opened his eyes. Both the 4th and 5th drops of essence blood had been successfully gathered. He stared blankly, feeling utterly incredulous. Instinctively, he reached to touch the dragon mark on the back of his neck. However, a sudden wave of excruciating heat emanated from the mark. This heat felt akin to ancient punishments, as if a scorching iron brand was being seared onto him. Pain. A pain that resonated deep within his soul. He Liang's complexion turned ashen, his lips clenched tightly. Even as they bled, he remained oblivious. The pain came swiftly and departed just as quickly. Yet, in that fleeting moment, He Liang's expression turned completely pale, sweat pouring down his body, trembling uncontrollably. What is this? His features contorted from the pain. Yet he forced himself to remain calm. Boss, what's wrong? Lin Wudi, gripping a wooden sword, looked at He Liang with concern. Moments ago, the boss had been fine, but now his expression had twisted, exhibiting signs of distress. It's nothing. He Liang waved his hand, hesitating before asking, Wudi, do you know anything about my dragon mark? Lin Wudi shook his head, somewhat bewildered. I don't know. He Liang fell silent. Yet he understood one thing clearly. His grandfather should be aware of it. Perhaps Kwang Sen also knew something. Today's outburst, while not life-threatening, had startled him and left him feeling heavy-hearted. What if it happened during the college entrance examination or at some other crucial moment? He Liang's expression grew grave. Recently, the dragon mark had shown signs of anomaly, inexplicable heat. But today's incident was an outright explosion. He stood up and walked outside. As soon as the door opened, he encountered his homeroom teacher, who wore a beaming expression. The teacher gently patted He Liang's shoulder and said with satisfaction, He Liang, you performed splendidly in the Shenzhen City Unified Examination. You topped 6 subjects, with only a single point deducted in chemistry. The rest were perfect scores. Your total score is 719. He anticipated that He Liang would be overjoyed, yet He Liang displayed a calmness that exceeded his expectations. A faint look of surprise flickered across his youthful, slightly immature face, and he merely nodded in acknowledgement. He then shifted the conversation to another matter. Teacher, I need to take a leave of absence. Leave of absence? The homeroom teacher appeared momentarily taken aback, struggling to keep pace with He Liang's train of thought. But he nodded nonetheless. What is the reason, and how long will you be gone? He Liang paused before responding. There is a matter at home. I'm not sure how long it will take, but it should be at least 2 or 3 days. The teacher hesitated for a moment, then graciously nodded. Foregoing any inquiry into the specifics, I'll approve it right away. Any leave exceeding 1 day requires higher-level approval, but for a student like He Liang, Vice Principal Zhang had already expressed that he would give the green light, making this minor leave easily granted. He Liang nodded appreciatively. At this moment, the teacher noticed that He Liang's complexion appeared oddly pale, and he was perspiring. He anxiously asked, Are you feeling unwell? Should we take you to the school nurse? He Liang shook his head, saying, No need, teacher, I'll head home tonight. The homeroom teacher was momentarily stunned, but then smiled and agreed. Lin Wudi, trailing behind He Liang with a wooden sword, didn't he need to request leave? He knew that if he asked for leave, the teachers would not approve it for so long, so he simply followed his leader in skipping class, confident that someone would cover for him afterward. Upon returning to the classroom, all eyes turned toward He Liang. The atmosphere was inexplicably eerie and quiet. It was both the time for evening self-study and the result of He Liang's presence. No one knew what to say, and the collective gaze caused He Liang's steps to falter slightly. Suddenly, a thunderous applause erupted from the class, starting off as sparse and soft, but swelling into a resounding cheer. The surrounding classes could hear it clearly, yet no teachers came over, for they all understood that Class 1 of the 3rd year had produced a prodigious scholar who achieved an extraordinary score. As He Liang looked around at his classmates, a swirl of complex emotions stirred within him, and he smiled. Then, amidst their bewilderment, he began to pack his bag. Someone could not help but ask, He Liang, where are you going? He casually replied, I just asked the homeroom teacher for leave. There is something at home, and I'll be gone for a few days. Instantly, envious gazes from the entire class fell upon him. The jealousy and sour expressions directed at He Liang were blatantly ignored. Guilin could not lift his head, but his hands were clenched into fists, pressing down hard on the desk, causing it to tremble, revealing his inner turmoil. He Liang. Guilin felt exasperated. Throughout his life, he had been the exemplary child in the eyes of others. Yet, since encountering He Liang, he had always felt overshadowed. Each of He Liang's extraordinary actions felt like a display of superiority, a relentless pressure. He couldn't help but ponder whether the teachers and school favored He Liang more. Though he was reluctant to admit it, the answer was undoubtedly yes. This only fueled his dissatisfaction and resentment. This loser, this pauper, he cursed inwardly, shifting his derision from academic prowess to familial economic status. However, He Liang didn't spare him a glance as he departed. Let us go, Wudi. He Liang called out to Lin Wudi, fully aware that Lin Wudi was even less likely to remain obediently at school. Lin Wudi chuckled, nodded, and quickly grabbed his empty backpack to follow He Liang. Upon arriving at the office, the teachers had already prepared the leave request for He Liang. This was a temporary leave note. The homeroom teacher smiled and said, "Take care of your health, and if anything comes up, just call me." He went on to emphasize this point for quite a while before allowing He Liang to leave. He Liang handed the leave note to the security guard and exited with ease. Meanwhile, Lin Wudi, from another location, effortlessly climbed over the wall and escaped. Afterward, He Liang took a vehicle home. His first destination was not his own house, but the adjacent room 501. He knocked on the door, and Kwang San opened it. Upon entering, Kwang San's expression shifted, revealing surprise. "Young master, your vitality seems unusually erratic." He could sense the intense energy emanating from He Liang. "Kwang San, are you aware of my mark?" He Liang asked solemnly, his expression grave. He had returned urgently for this matter. Kwang San hesitated, adjusting his sunglasses, and lowered his voice. "Has something happened?" He Liang had already prepared his explanation during his journey back. Taking a deep breath, he said, "During the evening study session, the mark exhibited some anomalies, as if it were being scorched by flames." Recalling that sensation sent shivers down his spine. He then recounted the entire incident. 3 parts truth and 7 parts fabrication. Kwang San was unaware that He Liang had already begun cultivating martial arts. He assumed that He Liang instinctively gathered his vital blood for some special reason. When He Liang mentioned the anomaly of the dragon-shaped mark, Kwang San's eyes, hidden behind his dark glasses, involuntarily narrowed. Such occurrences were unheard of. "I don't know much about the dragon-shaped mark," Kwang San pondered for a moment. The atmosphere grew tense with silence. After a lengthy contemplation, Kwang San added, "However, I do know one thing. Every male heir of the He family is born with this mark." He Liang squinted, absorbing this new revelation. "If you wish to know more, you must ask the old master." He Liang nodded and inquired, "When do we set off?" Kwang San promptly responded, "At 9 a.m. We expect to arrive at Suzhong University by 8:30 p.m. The old master plans to visit Suzhong University on Thursday, so if you have any questions, you may ask him then." In his words, he conveyed deep respect for the old master, who was He Liang's grandfather. After a moment of silence, He Liang hesitantly asked, "What kind of person is my old master?" For some reason, he found it difficult to utter the word grandfather. This question stumped Kwang San. After careful consideration, he replied, "He is a person who protects his own." Half an hour later, He Liang returned home. His sudden arrival naturally surprised Lin Qin and He Ning. "Little Liang, why are you back?" Lin Qin asked, her tone gentle as she sensed something was amiss. Did something happen at school? Generally, his return did not signify something good. He Ning looked on with weary concern. He Liang felt warmth in his heart and shook his head gently, revealing a radiant smile. "Mom and Dad, there is no need to worry unnecessarily. I requested a few days off from school to visit Suzhong University." Lin Qin was astonished and quickly replied, "But it's the college entrance examination period. Shouldn't you prioritize your studies? Taking a few days off might not be wise." He Liang explained to them that he was visiting Suzhong University because a physical education teacher from the university had taken an interest in him, wanting him to try for a special admission that would come with a first-class scholarship. Of course, this was merely a FAAD. In reality, He Liang had already declined the offer from the Suzhong University teacher. It was only then that Lin Qin and He Ning began to understand. He Liang continued with a smile, "My score on this unified examination was quite good. Aside from a 1-point deduction in chemistry, I achieved perfect scores in all other subjects, totaling 719. Shenzhen City, the first." He spoke of his achievements with an air of nonchalance, leaving the 2 listeners momentarily stunned. Both were not particularly educated, having barely graduated from middle school. Nevertheless, they could discern the exaggeration in his claims. Had they not known He Liang's character, they would have found it hard to believe it was true. After a considerable time, they finally managed to recover from their shock. Gradually, their apprehensions about He Liang eased. Given the child's exceptional talent, a brief delay in attending Suzhong University for a special recruitment should pose no issues, should it? "How many days will you be gone?" Lin Qin gently inquired. "Around 3 days." He Liang hesitated briefly before responding. The couple exchanged glances, and He Ning went to the bedroom. Moments later, he emerged with a slightly thick stack of summer currency. "Here is 1,000. I'll transfer another 1,000 via WeChat." "Enjoy your outing," He Ning said. A hint of reluctance hidden in his eyes, yet his tone was resolute. He Liang felt a warmth in his heart, touched by his father's gesture. He Ning usually considered even a bottle of mineral water or an ice cream too extravagant to purchase. Even after receiving 700,000 from a jade transaction, he remained unchanged. Thus, presenting 2,000 was indeed a significant expenditure for him. He Liang accepted the summer currency without hesitation, replying earnestly, "I will spend it wisely." "Stop lingering, I'll heat the food." Lin Qin smiled and headed to the kitchen. The family shared a harmonious meal. After dining, He Liang returned to his room to pack. There were still things to organize for the trip. While tidying up, another thought crossed his mind. The students selected for the grand plan must be training at Suzhou University now, right? Would there be an opportunity to meet them? Images of Kai Ming, Wang Ao, Ning Shui, and Chun Ming Tong flashed through his mind. Chapter 77 Arrival at Suzhou University. Suzhou University, situated in the heart of Jiangsu Province's capital, lies amidst a vibrant locale abundant in resources. It ranks as one of the nation's top universities, second only to Tsinghua and Peking University, with a formidable faculty. Its graduates have begun to shine in various fields over recent years. Many perceive that Suzhou University harbors ambitions to rival the esteemed Tsinghua and Peking universities. Numerous students believe that gaining admission to Suzhou University is nearly on par with these prestigious institutions, a testament to its rapid development in recent years. However, the admission scores have surged significantly, averaging just 5 points lower than those of Tsinghua and Peking. This institution is a coveted destination for countless students nationwide. When He Liang arrived at Suzhou University, it was already 8 in the evening. The moon hung high, casting a serene beauty over the scene. He arrived half an hour earlier than anticipated, smiling slightly, though fatigue flickered in his eyes after a long journey involving 3 different modes of transport. Entering Suzhou University was not difficult, as there were no barriers set outside. He Liang, Kwang San, and Lin Wudi easily made their way in. "Let us head to the Science and Education Hotel to rest," Kwang San suggested, indicating that she had made prior arrangements for their accommodation. Within the university, various hotels cater to visiting dignitaries or parents seeking temporary lodging. The Science and Education Hotel was one such establishment. Although the price was steep, costing over 200 per night, this expense would be covered by Kwang San. As He Liang surveyed his surroundings, curiosity piqued within him. Despite it being late, the streets were bustling with people, mostly pairs of young couples strolling hand in hand, exuding the sweetness of romance. Is this what university life is like? He Liang mused. Struck by the contrast to high school, he noticed many attractive senior students, their faces adorned with exquisite makeup, showcasing their figures in a variety of fashionable attire. Igniting his imagination, this scene was a stark departure from his high school experience, leaving him with an eagerness for university life. The trio soon checked into their hotel. As they did, a stunning girl in a white pleated skirt frowned from a distance. "Is that He Liang?" The familiar handsome profile entered the hotel. "That person seems both familiar and unfamiliar," she pondered. Ming Tong, "Stop dawdling," a slightly plump girl beside her giggled. Chen Ming Tong hesitated before nodding slightly. The girl, named Wu Li, sparkled with excitement, chattering. In today's biology competition, Wang Ao and Li Jie performed remarkably. They only lost 5 points. Wu Li, also a student admitted through the grand plan, had quickly become Chun Ming Tong's close friend. Suddenly, she recalled something and curiously gazed at Chun Ming Tong, continuing. "By the way, I heard there's a student named He Liang from Shenzhen City. They say he scored even higher than Wang Ao." Chun Ming Tong remained silent for a long moment before saying, "Let us go to the supermarket." She headed straight towards a nearby supermarket, deliberately steering clear of the topic. Wu Li was momentarily startled but quickly followed. "Ming Tong, wait for me." The next day, He Liang rose early but received disheartening news. Kwang San appeared somewhat resigned. Sighing at the door, "Young master, the old master cannot make it this time." "Cannot make it." He Liang furrowed his brow, surprised. His emotions were complex, feeling a mix of relief and disappointment. "Yes," Kwang San nodded. "There have been some issues within the family, and he cannot leave for the next few days. So, shall we return?" He Liang exhaled deeply, accepting the reality. As for why Kwang San did not take him to the He family, it was likely due to other considerations. "No, although the old master won't come, someone else will," Kwang San remarked, her eyes behind her sunglasses glinting with something peculiar. "Kwang Air." He Liang's heart stirred. Looking closely at Kwang San, awaiting further explanation. "She is coming to lend you something," Kwang San continued. "But we will have to wait until she arrives to know the specifics." He Liang speculated quietly, nodding slowly. "She should not have arrived yet. In the meantime, young master, you can explore Suzhou University," Kwang San suggested, sensing He Liang's curiosity about the university. Soon after, Lin Wudi dashed out. "Boss, I'm going with you." Kwang San nodded. Despite Lin Wudi's brash demeanor, his strength was commendable. All right. He Liang felt a genuine curiosity about university life and headed outside. The two left the hotel, observing the lively atmosphere, with young students carrying deliveries and animatedly discussing various topics. Lin Wudi slowed his pace, whispering, "Boss, be cautious when you meet Kwang Air this afternoon." He Liang looked at him curiously, smiling. "Cautious of what?" Lin Wudi scratched his head, Appearing somewhat flustered, they say Kwang Air is a bit of a wild card, practicing some rather unorthodox techniques. Just be careful, okay? He Liang was taken aback, initially thinking Kwang Air was male, only to discover she was a woman. You can't defeat her? He Liang inquired tentatively. Lin Wudi's expression shifted, snorting dismissively. If I unbind the second headband, defeating her would be a piece of cake. He Liang narrowed his eyes, thoughtfully nodding. It appeared that Kwang Air surpassed Kwang San by a notable margin. He chuckled, shaking his head as they made their way toward the commercial street, casually remarking, "Let us grab some breakfast." Upon entering the commercial street, He Liang spotted a familiar face, Wang Ao. He was taken aback and, out of courtesy, nodded slightly. Wang Ao recognized He Liang immediately upon their first encounter. Though they had only met once, the impression had been profound. The subsequent grand plan had further solidified that memory. He Liang, Wang Ao called out, suddenly inquiring, "Why didn't you opt for the special admission?" Despite harboring some animosity towards He Liang, it stemmed primarily from their competitive rivalry in biology. "I wish to explore the path of the college entrance examination," He Liang replied with a smile, his words devoid of any regret. Wang Ao cast a deep glance at him before nodding and departing. Lin Wudi widened his eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "Boss, your connections are impressive. You even know someone here?" He Liang shook his head slightly and continued onward. Whether it was coincidence or fate, he stumbled upon a familiar face outside the rice noodle shop, Chen Mingtong. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere grew somewhat tense. Chapter 78. Transformation. He Liang had never anticipated encountering Chun Mingtong at Suzhou University, and he was taken aback by the abruptness of their meeting. Chun Mingtong stood up suddenly, her knee-length dress accentuating her exquisite features, drawing the attention of several young men. Yet, her expression was a blend of rigidity and complexity. He Liang maintained a calm demeanor, unsure of what to say. His feelings towards Chen Mingtong were intricate. During his low moments, she was one of the few who stood up for him, repeatedly offering her help, which he cherished. However, misunderstandings had arisen, and he, like anyone else, felt a flicker of frustration. Although he could have clarified matters, the moment he caught sight of the cold determination in Chen Mingtong's eyes, the impulse to speak was swiftly extinguished. "Mingtong," he nodded at her, his expression serene, revealing no other thoughts. Chen Mingtong instinctively took a step back. He Liang suddenly recalled a certain lyric, smiled faintly, and, accompanied by Lin Wudi, left without hesitation. Their departure was peaceful and natural, akin to the casual greeting of old friends. Chen Mingtong abruptly turned, her expression conflicted as she gazed at He Liang's retreating figure. Her mouth opening as if to voice 1,000 thoughts, yet ultimately falling silent. Beside her, her friend Wu Li looked at her with curiosity, whispering, "Mingtong, who is he?" "He is not bad looking." She failed to notice the complexity etched on Chen Mingtong's face and added playfully, "He is the type I like. Why not share his contact details with me?" 3 parts earnestness, 7 parts jest. Yet, after a prolonged silence, Chen Mingtong shook her head softly. "I'm not familiar with him. I don't have his contact information." In truth, she had taken the initiative to delete He Liang from her contacts. Wu Li sighed in mild disappointment. "Well, that's a pity." He Liang and Lin Wudi then found their way to a noodle shop, casually resolving their breakfast needs. Following that, they began to wander around Suzhou University. "Boss, this university is enormous, far larger than that shabby Qingda High School," Lin Wudi exclaimed, his eyes darting about in wonder. For him, this environment was a novelty. Having grown up amidst rigorous training and monotonous cultivation, he had never encountered such enticing distractions. He Liang shot him a glance and shook his head. When he first met Lin Wudi, he was somewhat naive, but as time passed, indulging in spicy snacks and hot pot had undeniably shaped him into someone more worldly, though that youthful exuberance remained unchanged. "What a pity we can't enter the library," He Liang mused, gazing at the grand structure with a hint of regret. While they could roam the campus freely, entry to the library required a student ID card. Lin Wudi grimaced at the mention of the library, making a face as if he had bitten into something bitter. "Boss, what is so interesting about those daunting tomes?" "Reading broadens the mind," He Liang replied with a smile. "Even outside of school, acquiring knowledge is never a waste." Lin Wudi felt that He Liang's current demeanor resembled that of his previous teachers, speaking in a way that seemed profound. He Liang chuckled, offering no further explanation, and continued on his path. As they wandered, he observed various things and contemplated many ideas, experiencing a subtle transformation in his mindset. What kind of person do I aspire to be? His gaze drifted over the diverse student body. Those who managed to enroll in Suzhou University were undoubtedly top scholars and prodigies from various regions, individuals to be admired and envied, brimming with vitality. Had he not possessed the all-in-one work system, He Liang would have been akin to them. If he had performed reasonably well, He might have secured a place at Tsinghua or Peking University, or perhaps Suzhou University. In pursuit of improving his family's circumstances, he would have diligently studied for scholarships, striving for a future that promised a lucrative career. Yet, life is unpredictable. He Liang chuckled softly, reflecting on his sentiments. The emergence of the all-in-one work system had shattered those norms. Work coins could be exchanged for various learning resources, as long as he had sufficient coins. He could achieve mastery in myriad disciplines, academics, art, sports, culinary skills, music, and more, effortlessly reaching the pinnacle of excellence. Moreover, there were 6 mysterious black holes yet to be unlocked, intriguing and alluring in their unknown potential. He Liang strolled leisurely, his thoughts drifting far afield, gradually crystallizing into a clear and resolute desire. Since I possess the all-in-one work system, why not become an omni-scholar? Throughout this journey, he contemplated the painful moments when his parents purchased pork, the ridicule he endured from Wu Qing during his fall from grace, and the perilous encounters with martial artists intent on his demise. He yearned to elevate his family's quality of life and earn the right to seize control of his destiny. This, indeed, is what I aspire to achieve. He Liang smiled, feeling a newfound lightness within. His thoughts solidified, and a youthful vigor surged through him. Lin Wuti eyed He Liang with suspicion, sensing a subtle shift in his boss's aura. The two meandered until 2 in the afternoon. Upon returning to their hotel, He Liang felt fatigued. The sun had been relentless, leaving him drenched in sweat. After a moment's thought, he tidied his clothes and headed to the bathroom for a shower. 10 minutes later, He Liang emerged, feeling rejuvenated. A quick nap would be delightful, he mused. However, his expression shifted in an instant. There, on the bed, lounged a woman. She appeared to be in her mid-20s. Tall and with skin as smooth as cream, clad in what resembled a qipao, her alluring eyes radiating a beguiling charm. "Little brother, would you like to take a nap with sister?" she purred. He Liang stepped back, his mind racing with thoughts. "Are you Quan Air?" he blurted out, suddenly realizing. The woman's eyebrows arched slightly as she covered her mouth, chuckling. "I dislike that name. I prefer you call me Sister Red Rose." Her voice was soft and laced with a playful lilt as if she were teasing, stirring something within him. This woman was a captivating enchantress, unlike Deng Shui's allure, which felt contrived and was tainted by He Liang's prior knowledge of her character. Red Rose exuded an irresistible charm in every gesture, embodying a mature allure that was utterly intoxicating. Yet, He Liang compelled himself to maintain his composure. He regarded Red Rose, his breathing gradually steadying, and calmly stated, "I wish to know what the old master intends to give me." Red Rose shot him a glance, as if to convey his lack of understanding of the situation. Subsequently, she stood up and stretched her waist, her long and graceful figure fully illuminated in the light. Slowly, she extended her right hand towards her chest, the process deliberate, all the while gazing at He Liang with a cheerful smile. He Liang's heart skipped a beat. Could it be? The Red Rose truly pulled out a letter from her pocket. "Here, take it. This is from the old gentleman himself." The Red Rose lightly tossed it to He Liang. Instinctively, He Liang caught the letter, seemingly accompanied by a waft of fragrant air. He Liang stared at the letter in his hand trembling slightly, almost throwing it away on the spot. However, he quickly composed himself, forcing his thoughts aside, and opened the letter. Inside was a single sheet of paper, with only a few words, perhaps around 100. He Liang scanned it quickly, his breath catching as his pupils constricted slightly. The letter's content was sparse, primarily informing He Liang about the dragon-shaped mark. He Liang was learning for the first time just how perilous the dragon-shaped mark could be. If I hadn't been found by Kuang San. A chill crept into He Liang's heart. After a long pause, he raised his head and looked at the Red Rose. "Did you bring the thing mentioned in the letter?" "Of course." The Red Rose smiled at He Liang, nodding with her lips slightly pursed. "What? Do you want it now? Not even a little afternoon nap with your sister first?" He Liang waved his hand, smiling wryly to decline her. "No, thank you." Now he understood why both Kuang San and Lin Wuti had changed their expressions when discussing the Red Rose. The Red Rose let out a gentle sigh, appearing somewhat regretful as she bent down, her skin subtly visible. He Liang turned his head away, and the Red Rose smiled. Retrieving a black box from beneath the bed, she entered a 9-digit code to unlock the black box. Inside, there was yet another box. This box was not locked, but it was entirely made of gold, shining dazzlingly. The Red Rose's slender fingers glided over the golden box as she said to He Liang, "This is something only the direct descendants of the He family can view. Dear sister will step out first." "Thank you," He Liang replied. The Red Rose was momentarily taken aback, regarding He Liang with surprise, then smiled and nodded before exiting. Once outside, the Red Rose surveyed her surroundings and softly said, "What? Are you two still hiding?" Not far away, Lin Wuti and Kuang Sin emerged. The old gentleman instructed us to guard before the young master comes out, the Red Rose said lightly. Lin Wuti and Kwang Sen exchanged glances, nodded, and approached the door. Inside the room, He Liang opened the golden box. Inside lay a dark green dragon-shaped statue. The statue was only the size of a fist, yet its craftsmanship was exquisite. Every detail was meticulously crafted, resembling the most perfect creation. However, this dark green dragon-shaped statue gave He Liang a peculiar sensation, almost as if it were a living entity. He Liang took a deep breath, recalling the contents of the letter. The mysterious grandfather he had yet to meet revealed a significant secret. Every male direct descendant of the He family would develop a dragon-shaped mark on their neck, and upon reaching the age of 19, this dragon mark would begin to undergo a transformation, the most evident characteristic being the frequent emergence of a burning sensation. With the onset of this burning sensation, if the dragon-shaped statue was not utilized, one would face the dire consequence of exploding from their own blood essence within half a year. He Liang touched his neck, feeling a chill as he realized, had I not practiced the Tianwu decision, the previous change in the dragon-shaped mark would not have been a boon, but rather a lethal poison. Moreover, the records indicated that this dragon-shaped mark would continuously release terrifying blood essence. With each accumulation, the terror would multiply. He Liang had felt that piercing pain the first time. The second time, he might not endure it. This thing was undeniably sinister. He Liang furrowed his brow, casting a dubious glance at the dragon-shaped statue. What is this? A curse that has existed since birth. It would be hard for anyone to accept. He instinctively touched his dragon-shaped mark, feeling a weight in his heart. The letter mentioned that he needed to immerse his consciousness into the dragon-shaped statue, and the curse would dissipate. At that time, the dragon-shaped mark on his neck would also vanish significantly. He Liang's expression shifted as he picked up the dragon-shaped statue. Making a decision, he took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and plunged his consciousness into the dark green dragon-shaped statue. Unbeknownst to him, as he closed his eyes, the statue's eyes slowly turned, fixating on He Liang with a glimmer of strange light. He Liang directed his perception towards the dark green dragon-shaped statue. Soon, he experienced a unique sensation. His dragon-shaped mark established a connection with the statue. It was as if an invisible thread linked the two. Gradually, he felt warmth radiating from the area of the dragon-shaped mark on his neck. He Liang felt a flicker of joy in his heart. The letter indicated that this was a sign of the curse beginning to lift. Suddenly, a mysterious power surged from behind. It was the same power that had previously aided his breakthrough. He Liang sensed that this power was about to be absorbed by the dark green dragon-shaped statue. This power had been concealed within the dragon-shaped mark? So immense. He Liang was astonished, for this power was hundreds of times greater than that which had previously assisted his breakthrough. Outside, a glimmer of greed flickered in the eyes of the dragon-shaped statue. But soon, that greed transformed into astonishment. As it attempted to draw in that spiritual power, He Liang's essence blood emitted a pulling force. This force grew stronger, even surpassing that of the statue. The dark green dragon-shaped statue's eyes reflected indifference and strangeness, amplifying its suction to create a tug-of-war. What is happening? My essence blood is actually competing for this special power? He Liang was acutely aware of the situation within him. Chapter 80. The unbelievable breakthrough. The development of the situation exceeded He Liang's expectations. The curse of the dragon-shaped mark was gradually being dispelled. However, beneath this curse seemed to lie a vast reservoir of special power. This power was distinct from blood essence, a mysterious force that He Liang had never encountered nor heard of from Kwang Sen or Lin Wuti. Yet, this special power could facilitate He Liang's rapid condensation of blood essence. The essence blood He Liang practiced was competing with the dark green dragon-shaped statue for this mysterious power. The suction of the dragon-shaped statue intensified. He Liang's heart trembled, astonished by this realization. Yet, in contrast, his essence blood suction also strengthened, refusing to yield. He Liang's body had transformed into a battlefield where both sides vied for dominance. He immersed his consciousness within, triggering a change. His perception, under the influence of his essence blood, delved into the interior of the dragon-shaped statue. Such overwhelming special power. Upon entering, He Liang was stunned. The special power within the dragon-shaped statue was several dozen times greater than that within his own body. The Tianwu decision stirred restlessly, and He Liang's expression fluctuated outside. He sensed that the dragon-shaped mark was no longer hot. According to the records, this indicated that the curse had been lifted. Now, should he compete for this beneficial special power? He hesitated for only a moment. Seize it. He gritted his teeth and quickly made up his mind. He had an instinct that this power could potentially help him swiftly reach the peak of body tempering. Thus, He Liang fully activated the Tianwu decision. Previously, even unconsciously. His essence blood was sufficient to contend with the dark green dragon-shaped statue. Now, with the Tianwu decision in motion, the results were self-evident. A suction force tenfold stronger than before erupted instantly. In the eyes of the dragon-shaped statue, astonishment flickered. It was the first time it encountered resistance. However, this suction was indeed terrifying. It was one-sided. The special power He Liang possessed was being forcibly drawn away. Not only that, special power acquired from other sources within the dragon-shaped statue was also being extracted. He Liang's essence blood was overwhelmingly domineering, directly plundering. The dragon-shaped sculpture sensed a tremendous threat, exerting all its suction power. However, compared to He Liang, it was but a minor player. In less than a minute, more than half of the power within the dragon statue was drawn out. At that moment, the dragon statue dared not compete with He Liang for the special power. It actively severed the connection to prevent the special energy it had stored for years from being entirely drained. This time, it was truly a case of failing to steal a chicken and losing the rice. With a thud, He Liang felt a powerful repulsive force emanating from the dragon statue, pushing him away and causing him to fall to the ground. Yet, He Liang had no energy to concern himself with the dragon statue at this moment. Such immense power. He Liang was astounded. If the special power unit that aided him in condensing the fourth and fifth drops of essence blood was considered one, then what resided within him now was over 300. He Liang felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Would this power cause me to explode? In the next moment, the special power began to transform, flowing into He Liang's limbs and bones. First, condensing essence blood. Gritting his teeth, He Liang hurriedly activated the Tianwu decision. The sixth drop of essence blood was effortlessly condensed. Then, the seventh, eighth. The essence blood condensed at an astonishing speed. The special power was so extraordinary that He Liang felt no discomfort or pain during this process. Perhaps, the Tianwu decision played a role in this. Simultaneously, He Liang realized another point. The previous heat and pain were caused by a curse, not by this special power. This special power was beneficial to He Liang, not harmful. Soon, He Liang had condensed 9 drops of essence blood. But this was not the limit. Centering on the first drop of essence blood, he began to condense the 10th drop. For a normal person, condensing 9 drops of essence blood would signify reaching the peak of body refinement. But for He Liang, this was merely the pinnacle of the first layer, just the beginning. However, according to the description of the Tianwu decision, the condensation of the 10th drop would be simple, as the remaining essence blood would surround the initial 9 drops. The essence blood continued to condense. This mysterious special power possessed incredible efficacy, continuously promoting He Liang to condense essence blood. If outsiders were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly be astonished. Time passed slowly. Outside, Kuang San and Lin Wudi had been guarding for 5 hours. Lin Wudi, growing impatient, murmured, "Boss is quiet. Should we go in and take a look?" But Kuang San, expressionless, stopped him. Wait. He knew that the old master had entrusted something significant to the young master, and it should not be interrupted lightly. Meanwhile, inside, He Liang had reached a critical moment. At his limit, He Liang had his eyes closed, his skin slightly reddened, trembling. The intensity of the vital energy within him had reached a staggering level, even though about half of the special power remained unused. This was already the utmost limit He Liang could achieve at this moment. Within him, a staggering 61 drops of essence blood had been condensed. His body felt swollen, akin to someone who had overeaten. He needed to find a way to expel this special power. He Liang's mind raced with strategies. He forcefully opened his eyes and shakily picked up the dragon-shaped sculpture from the ground. You wished to devour this power, didn't you? Here's your chance. Yet, He Liang could not articulate this thought, as merely lifting the sculpture had already reached his limit. Even though he held the dragon statue, and even reached out with his will, it showed no inclination to resonate with him. What a joke. It had painstakingly stored that special power for so long. How could it allow this fellow to swallow it? Now it coveted the remnants? This time, it would rather die than open itself willingly. He Liang's heart began to race with urgency. He had truly reached his limit, even feeling a balloon-like pressure that threatened to burst. What to do? He Liang forcibly suppressed the impulse to condense more essence blood he could no longer consume. The special power, having no outlet, began to wander within He Liang's body, ultimately, slowly merging into his fascia and bone marrow. He Liang felt elated. Heaven does not forsake those in dire straits. Thus, it took over an hour for the special power to completely integrate into his fascia and bone marrow. He Liang sighed in relief and began to operate the Tianwu decision to digest the swelling essence blood. This was a breathtaking and incredible breakthrough. He Liang had numerous questions in his mind, but at this moment, He needed to stabilize the raging vital energy in his body. Chapter 81. The ultimate of 6 schools. He Liang operated the Tianwu decision with all his might, feeling his body temperature rise beyond normal. His skin aching as if it would burst. This was due to the excessive surge of power. The vital energy within him boiled, akin to having consumed too much alcohol. Feeling intensely heated. Without that special power, He Liang would never have reached this stage, but the process was perilous. Fortunately, there was no need for further enhancement now. He Liang methodically digested the power within him. It was not until 3 in the morning that He Liang felt the pain dissipate significantly. He exhaled deeply, opened his eyes, and stood up to stretch his body. Clenching his fists gently, he felt as though he possessed a volcanic force ready to erupt at any moment. He Liang believed that if he unleashed his full strength, he could create a hole in the hotel wall. The room was enveloped in darkness, where one could not see their own hand. However, He Liang's senses were sharper than ever. He could even perceive the slightest shift in the wind. This sensation. His eyes glimmered faintly in the darkness. He pressed the light switch nearby, and instantly the room was illuminated, albeit a bit blinding. He Liang quickly adjusted and approached the mirror to glance at himself. To his astonishment, the dragon-shaped mark on his neck had completely vanished, leaving no trace behind. The curse had disappeared. A flicker of joy flashed in He Liang's eyes. The letter indicated that as long as the dragon-shaped mark dissipated, he would no longer suffer from sudden pains in the future. More importantly, the danger to his life was eliminated. He Liang lowered his gaze to the dragon-shaped sculpture on the floor, his eyes narrowing slightly. This object was quite sinister. After pondering, he hesitated for a moment, but eventually picked up the dragon-shaped sculpture and placed it on the bed for careful examination. The current dragon-shaped sculpture had changed somewhat since the first time he saw it. It seemed that the dark green hue had dulled a bit, and its liveliness had diminished significantly. With his heightened perception, He Liang trusted his judgment. What connection existed between the dragon-shaped mark and the sculpture? Was it possible that the special powers within the dragon statue were absorbed from the male heirs of the He family throughout the generations? He Liang speculated, and he felt this conjecture was likely true, as he was a first-hand witness. Had it not been for the Tianwu decision, his special power would have been plundered. In He Liang's heart, he silently defined the dragon-shaped sculpture as not a good thing. Furthermore, the letter mentioned that there were 9 such dragon-shaped sculptures in the He family, and this was merely one of them. He Liang examined the dragon-shaped sculpture for several minutes, but could discern nothing further, so he reluctantly gave up. Subsequently, he placed the dragon-shaped sculpture into a golden box, then into a black box, sealing it away. When he opened the door, he found Kuang San and Lin Wudi waiting outside. "What are you doing here?" He Liang asked, slightly taken aback. "It's so late. Why aren't you resting?" Kuang San felt relieved upon seeing He Liang and replied earnestly, "It was Hong Rose who said you were engaged in something of great importance, instructing us to keep watch over you." Lin Wudi nodded in agreement, gritting his teeth as he added, "That woman, who knows where she's run off to?" Suddenly, he shivered, and a fragrant breeze appeared beside him. "You mustn't slander your sister. Sister has been watching closely at all times." The red rose appeared unexpectedly, her smile enigmatic as she gazed at Lin Wudi, her beautiful eyes seemingly harboring a hint of melancholy. Lin Wudi immediately fell silent, aware of the rumors surrounding the red rose that instilled in him a sense of caution. "You are tasked with preventing anyone from entering. This is an order from the old master," she said with a playful laugh. Suddenly, she turned her attention to He Liang, her eyes narrowing slightly. "It seems my little brother has undergone quite a transformation this time." Both Lin Wudi and Kuang San were taken aback, then looked at He Liang, their faces gradually revealing shock. He Liang, now exuding a remarkable vitality, had undergone a stunning metamorphosis in just a few hours. It was simply incredible. He Liang nodded but offered no explanation, unsure of how to elucidate such matters. The 3 of them exchanged glances, recognizing that this likely pertained to some secrets of the He family, beyond their inquiry. "The box is inside. I have placed everything in it." He Liang pointed toward the interior. "All right, I will take these items back to the family." Red Rose replied with a flirtatious smile, "We shall undoubtedly meet again, and perhaps then we can enjoy a midday nap together." With that, she walked away, taking the black box with her, her figure vanishing into the corridor. At 3 or 4 in the morning, returning to the He family, He Liang was puzzled, but Kuang San adjusted his sunglasses, took a deep breath, and solemnly stated, "The situation within the family is quite dire. We desperately need manpower to maintain order." He Liang felt a chill run through him, but refrained from probing further. "Let us head back tomorrow," he said softly. Lin Wudi and Kuang San nodded and returned to their rooms to rest. The next day, Friday, He Liang, Lin Wudi, and Kuang San departed at noon. After a long journey, they finally arrived in Longon district of Deepshan City by evening. He Liang went directly home. preparing earnestly for the upcoming college entrance examination. With the exam approaching, He Liang was resolute in his preparations. In the following days, no assassins appeared to threaten He Liang, and within the school, only Guo occasionally grumbled about him, subtly maligning his reputation. Overall, it was a period of relative tranquility. Moreover, He Liang had elevated his chemistry skills to the ultimate level. All 6 subjects had reached their pinnacle. His eyes shone with determination, and he felt a rush of excitement. This meant he had no weak subjects. Each was extraordinary. He now harbored unwavering confidence to participate in the college entrance examination and achieve remarkable results. It was truly astonishing to reflect on how, when he first acquired the all-purpose work system, he earned merely 10 points a day, and he had once thought reaching the ultimate level in all 6 subjects was a mere fantasy. Yet now, he had successfully realized that dream. He anticipated the arrival of new tasks to secure a promotion, which would elevate his daily earnings. He increasingly recognized the value of his work currency, allocating the remaining to enhance his martial talents. He Liang had a clear vision for his future plans. Time passed gradually, and soon the day before the college entrance examination arrived. Chapter 82. The college entrance examination. The day prior to the examination at Qingda High School saw students buzzing with excitement and anxiety. After enduring 2 more days, they would conclude their grueling high school lives, stepping into the promising realm of university. May we answer all questions correctly and pass the undergraduate threshold. Many students prayed fervently, akin to lighting incense. On this day, the school displayed generosity, treating every student in the cafeteria to a large lobster and several shrimp. He Liang, in particular, drew the attention of the authorities, who were concerned about his well-being. Strolling across the campus where he had spent 3 years, He Liang felt a wave of nostalgia. After this examination, he would reveal himself to the public. With 6 subjects at the ultimate level, he was certain to shine and achieve extraordinary results. At that moment, He Liang's thoughts drifted to his family, a smile gracing his lips. They would surely be proud, and his family's circumstances would greatly improve. That night, many students struggled to sleep, He Liang included. This was the culmination of 3 years of effort. Relaxation was not an option. Amidst a flurry of nerves and meticulous arrangements, the college entrance examination finally commenced. Ding ding. The bell rang, prompting students to begin writing. The first subject was Chinese, with the exam scheduled from 8:30 a.m. to 11 o'clock a.m. As soon as the test papers were distributed, He Liang swiftly filled in his name and student number. He quickly scanned the questions and raised an eyebrow. This examination was significantly more challenging than any practice papers he had encountered. While other subjects were yet to be considered, this Chinese exam was arguably the toughest in the past decade. However, for top students, this would be an opportunity to distinguish themselves. For He Liang, who had achieved the ultimate level, it was even more so. With a serene expression and composed demeanor, he began answering the questions at a steady pace, his concentration at an unprecedented peak. Once he completed the exam, he reviewed his answers twice. Ding ding. He submitted his paper. All students hurriedly set down their pens and submitted their work orderly. Yet, many wore furrowed brows, expressions of despair as they lamented the difficulty of the questions. However, it was in the afternoon's mathematics exam that they truly grasped what it meant to confront a devilish challenge. Who devised this paper? Some students felt like cursing. The difficulty was palpably daunting even before they delved into the questions. Yet, the exam had to be tackled. He Liang, however, remained unperturbed, his demeanor calm and collected. The challenging math paper was, in fact, good news for him, allowing him to create a wider gap from others. He realized that there was no need to compare himself with anyone else. Once he received the test paper, he completed the multiple choice section in under 7 minutes, employing various problem-solving techniques with finesse. The remainder of the exam flowed smoothly, with only the final, challenging question requiring careful consideration. He pondered not merely the method of solution, but which of the 3 approaches in his mind would be the most elegant. The second one, perhaps. He Liang nodded slightly. Yet many top students were indeed struggling, as this math exam's difficulty was at a devilish level. Those who usually scored above 130 were uncertain if they could even break 110 this time. Upon exiting, the atmosphere outside was rife with commotion. Students wearing faces of despair. I can't believe this. Whose paper was this? It's utterly ridiculous. The homeroom teacher, overhearing the commotion, felt a wave of concern. Spotting He Liang emerge, he hurried over. He Liang's tranquil demeanor exuded a subtle confidence, reassuring the teacher. Recognizing this calmness, the teacher felt somewhat relieved. You performed well this time, the teacher remarked. He Liang discerned the teacher's unspoken words and smiled. I did better than any prior exam. The teacher's eyes sparkled with hope. But before he could respond further, He Liang had already walked away. Wang Yuning approached He Liang, her expression anxious. This exam was quite challenging. He Liang nodded. Indeed. Given the difficulty, tomorrow's won't be any easier. Wang Yuning smiled brightly. Fortunately, I studied many topics over the past few days. During this period, Wang Yuning seemed to have an epiphany. Her hard work bore fruit, and her grades soared. In fact, in the recent small tests, she even surpassed Gua. The following day, the exams for comprehensive science and English awaited. Students thought they had faced enough challenges, but the comprehensive science exam revealed what true despair felt like. This was undoubtedly the most difficult college entrance examination in a decade. Even the top students felt the pressure mounting. However, He Liang indeed excelled in the examination. Relishing the experience, his brush danced across the paper, calculating the answers to each question, and his rough draft was remarkably neater than many others' notebooks. As for English, there was no need to elaborate. The difficulty primarily lay in vocabulary and comprehension, areas where He Liang was unlikely to falter. After the Gaokao, He Liang's performance was nearly flawless. Finally, it was over. He Liang exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of liberation wash over him. On the bus back to school, his classmates were raucous and boisterous, their youthful faces brimming with exuberance. Only Guilin appeared disgruntled. This dissatisfaction did not stem from his own performance, which had actually surpassed his usual standards. Yet, he could not fathom why He Liang looked so untroubled, as if he had not performed poorly at all. This fellow. Guilin gritted his teeth, hoping for He Liang's downfall. Wang Yuning sat beside her best friend, who nudged her with an elbow, casting a knowing glance. "What's up?" Wang Yuning inquired, puzzled by her friend's expression. Lowering her voice, her friend giggled. "Yuning, the Gaokao is over. Don't you want to say something to He Liang?" Wang Yuning's face flushed crimson like an apple. "Stop joking," she whispered hastily. Yet her friend merely laughed mischievously. "We all understand." Wang Yuning's heart raced, filled with an inexplicable anticipation. Although reason warned her that this endeavor was fraught with peril, her friend, though outwardly cheerful, inwardly sighed. As an observer, she could see clearly that He Liang likely harbored no romantic feelings for Wang Yuning. Still, she wished fervently that her friend wouldn't miss out on a chance she might regret later. She cast a hopeful glance at He Liang, wishing for her friend to successfully confess her feelings. Chapter 83. Will you outperform me again? Meanwhile, at the first high school of Deepshan City, Class 3 of the senior year, Qing's homeroom teacher watched him with a hint of anxiety, eager to inquire about his performance yet hesitant to speak. At such moments, approaching a student who may have performed poorly would be akin to rubbing salt in a wound. His classmates also directed their gazes at Qing. Each of his results had astonished them, earning him their utmost admiration, even among their ranks of academic prodigies. How had he fared this time in the Gaokao? If Qing secured the top position in the province with an exceptional score, it would grant them the opportunity to boast that they were in the same class as the province's top scholar. "Don't forget about that He Liang from Longan district," someone whispered, nudging his companion. They were a proud bunch, and the thought of He Liang having eclipsed them twice left an unpleasant taste in their mouths. However, while He Liang's remarkable achievements might have included an element of luck, his inherent abilities were undeniably formidable. They secretly hoped that Qing would surpass He Liang this time. As Qing surveyed his surroundings, he felt a swell of emotions after the Gaokao. With a smile, he declared, "Stop looking at me. I did exceptionally well this time. My performance was better than ever." The eyes of his classmates widened in astonishment. It was the first time they had heard Qing admit his success so openly. Could he really be on the verge of flying high this time? The homeroom teacher's tense expression eased, and he nodded repeatedly. "That's wonderful." Historically, the best score at the first high school of Deepshan City had only reached third in the province, consistently overshadowed by a prestigious school from the neighboring city. Yet this time, Qing had the potential to break that trend. The school had invested heavily in recruiting him from Jiangsu province, making him a prized academic talent. All the administrators hoped for an extraordinary performance from Qing to bolster the school's reputation. Despite the robust faculty at the first high school of Deepshan City, they required promotion through remarkable achievements. If a student attained the top score, it would serve as the best form of advertisement. Students engaged in fervent discussions. The previous province-wide exams had posed only moderate challenges, leaving little room for distinction. However, this Gaokao was extraordinarily difficult, leaving even the most diligent of students feeling overwhelmed. The so-called academic elites from lesser schools might grasp fundamental knowledge, but when faced with such challenging questions, the gap between them and the students of elite institutions was undeniable. They unanimously believed that while He Liang possessed a solid foundation and could tackle medium to low difficulty questions, he would likely falter when confronted with the more challenging problems compared to Qing. Qin chuckled to himself, gazing out the window as thoughts swirled in his mind. Having been overshadowed by the same individual twice, it would be disingenuous to claim he felt no resentment. This time, will you outshine me again? He mused quietly to himself, a smile playing on his lips. His pride was slowly being challenged by this unseen rival. Upon returning to school, He Liang quickly tidied up before leaving. Outside, his parents were eagerly waiting, filled with excitement. Xiao Liang, the Gaokao is over. Tonight, let us celebrate with a feast at home, Lin Qin said with a gentle smile. Yes, yes. We've prepared your favorite dishes, sauerkraut fish, braised pork, and stir-fried pork belly. He Ning nodded enthusiastically, a broad smile gracing his face. They both longed to ask He Liang how he had performed but refrained, not wanting to burden him with pressure. Feeling warmth in his heart, He Liang responded casually. Mom and Dad, I did well in the Gaokao. I didn't perform poorly. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. Ha. Upon hearing He Liang's declaration, He Ning and Lin Qin's faces lit up with joy. He Ning clapped He Liang on the shoulder, exclaiming, Our He family is yet to produce a college graduate. Suddenly, his words faltered as he recalled something, his gaze dimming slightly, and his smile turning somewhat strained. Lin Qin noticed and quickly redirected the conversation. The child has been through 2 days of exams and must be tired. Let us not linger here. Let us head home. He Liang suspected the reason for his father's momentary silence, but chose not to address it. With a quiet sigh, he contemplated how to approach the matter once it was brought to light. Let us go home, he finally said with a smile. As they returned home, there were still 15 days until the Gaokao results would be announced, a period filled with both anticipation and anxiety for the students. For He Liang, the next half-month was quite pleasant. He spent time with his parents and occasionally visited the neighboring 501 class for guidance from Kwang San. During the physical training phase, He Liang's vital energy surged within him, but aside from the initial dramatic breakthrough that alerted Kwang San, the latter was unable to discern the extent of He Liang's progress. However, he sensed that the young master had made significant strides. Young master, the matters concerning the family have been largely resolved by the old master. It is likely that after your Gaokao results are released, you will need to visit the He family, Kwang San stated earnestly. What for? He Liang asked, his eyes glinting with curiosity. Kwang San considered for a moment before responding seriously. The old master has nearly recovered, and with your father, the current head of the family, having been absent for several years, it is time to determine the primary heir according to our customs. He Liang's heart jolted. Am I not allowed to decline this position as heir? He inquired softly. Kwang San regarded him with surprise, softening his tone. Young master, once you become the primary heir of the family, you will acquire immeasurable power and wealth, even the authority to command as martial arts experts. He Liang, however, merely smiled with a hint of quiet confidence. I do not desire such things. Kwang San was taken aback. Throughout their interactions, he had conveyed the He family's might to the young master. Yet, despite this knowledge, the young master remained so indifferent. He meticulously scrutinized He Liang's expression, which surprisingly did not reveal any signs of deception. After much contemplation, Kwang San finally stated, This is the rule. Moreover, if you choose not to go, the second heir, the very faction that once sent someone to assassinate you, will ascend to the position of first heir. He Liang narrowed his eyes slightly, his smile retracting as he nodded in agreement. It seems I must indeed visit the He family. His reluctance was not born out of cowardice, but rather from his own convictions and an unwavering confidence in the future. However, he was not foolish enough to relinquish the He family to his adversaries. Kwang San felt a wave of relief wash over him, and he couldn't help but reveal a rare smile. Lin Wudi stepped forward, exuding confidence. Don't worry, boss. I'll take care of anyone in the family who harbors ill intentions towards you. He laughed heartily, except for subjects like language, mathematics, English, physics, chemistry. In biology, I can tackle everything else. He Liang sighed, exasperated. And you take pride in that? He feared Lin Wudi's combined scores might barely reach 150. With a hearty laugh, Lin Wudi felt liberated since he no longer had to endure the drudgery of school studies. Boss, the results are being announced tomorrow. Are you nervous? Kwang San also exhibited a hint of curiosity, having learned that He Liang had excelled academically and was likely to rank among the top 10 in the province. He Liang regarded the two of them, paused momentarily, then nodded seriously. I am quite anxious. There should be numerous interviews, and I need to consider how to present myself before the cameras. Lin Wudi and Kwang San exchanged glances, realizing that their young master had a penchant for humor. Chapter 84. The examination results are released. The announcement dates for examination results across various provinces were not uniform. Among them, Guangdong province had the latest announcement, permitting candidates to check their scores only by noon on June 28th. Of course, students would also receive text notifications on their mobile phones, albeit somewhat later, typically around 2 or 3 in the afternoon. On June 28th, at 11:58 a.m., Guilin was at home, eagerly opening his expensive laptop. Click, click, the mouse clicked rapidly. And the high monthly internet fee finally bore fruit as he effortlessly accessed the Guangdong Provincial Examination Score Inquiry website. Examination scores. He took a deep breath, his face alight with excitement. The culmination of 3 years of effort was about to be revealed, leaving him unable to contain his exhilaration. He believed he had performed exceptionally well, surpassing his usual capabilities. As his urgency and tension mounted, the time in the lower right corner changed to 12 o'clock. Guilin impatiently entered his examination number and identification number. In his excitement, he made a mistake the first time, but managed to input correctly on his second attempt. The web page flickered, and soon a series of data appeared. Chinese, 116, Mathematics, 121, English, 125, Comprehensive Science, 239, Total Score, 601, Guangdong Province Ranking, 6676. His heart raced, and his expression morphed into pure elation. 601. While he had indeed scored over 600 in school examinations, this was the actual high-stakes examination, deemed the most challenging in a decade. Numerous experts had predicted that, under normal circumstances, students would score around 40 points lower than their usual performance. Yet, here he was with a score of 601. Furthermore, his ranking in Guangdong Province was commendable. Gaining admission to the prestigious Zhongshan University was entirely within reach. Nationwide, aside from the top-tier institutions, he had a fair chance everywhere else. Ecstatic, he felt as if a massive burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He then opened his phone to view a series of photographs, revealing the examination numbers and identification numbers of others, including Li Su. Guilin chuckled, recalling that he had taken several photos while distributing examination numbers. Clicking the mouse repeatedly, Li Su's scores materialized. Total score, 600, Guangdong Province Ranking, 6,691. I outperformed him. The thought filled Guilin with even more excitement. At examination time, while one might claim to be competing against outsiders, the primary concern was always the performance of classmates. Especially for someone like Guilin, who ranked among the top in his grade. He hesitated, swiping his finger across the phone screen twice. Wang Yuning. After a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth and entered the details. The next moment, his face darkened in shock as he exclaimed, "How is this possible?" 642. Wang Yuning. Total score, 642, Guangdong Province Ranking, 729. His mind buzzed. He almost believed he had misread the numbers. 642? That was 41 points higher than him. How could that be? Guilin clenched his fists tightly, his face darkening with fury. How could this happen? How could this happen? Even if she had outscored him by a few points in recent exams, he understood that exceptional candidates sometimes emerged unexpectedly. However, that did not mean he was willing to accept someone like her, surpassing him. A wave of despair washed over him, yet he quickly slapped his own face, forcing himself to regain composure. There was still one more person. Guilin gritted his teeth, scrolling through his phone, his eyes filled with resentment and complexity. He Liang. Taking a deep breath, he cursed under his breath, "That damn fellow cannot possibly perform well. Just a poor wretch, just a loser. Someone like him should be scavenging like his parents." Under the arrangements made by his family, he attended several tutoring classes every weekend, diligently studying every day. Why should he fail against someone like He Liang? It was incomprehensible. He clicked the mouse, and the page flipped. When the scores came into view, Guilin's pupils constricted sharply. His breath caught in his throat as he slumped in despair. The next moment, he erupted in sheer hysteria. Standing up with a contorted expression, "What kind of joke is this? This cannot possibly be the result of any human effort." He suspected a system error and felt a flicker of hope, frantically refreshing the page. Yet, the figures remained unchanged. Guilin was on the brink of insanity. At the first high school of Deepshan City, numerous teachers anxiously inputted Qinzha's information on the screen. Moments later, the information appeared. Qinzha, Chinese, 146, Mathematics, 149. English, 148, Comprehensive Science, 294, Total Score, 737, Guangdong Province Ranking, 2. The teachers exchanged incredulous glances, some momentarily speechless. Upon seeing the scores, they were filled with astonishment and joy. However, their hearts sank when they realized the provincial ranking. Frankly, this score was nothing short of monstrous. Achieving 737 points on such a challenging exam, no one could dispute that Qinzha had performed exceptionally well. But, second in Guangdong Province, was there truly someone who had scored above 737? The homeroom teacher of Qin Zhou wore a bittersweet smile, while not entirely disappointed. Achieving such a score was undeniably praiseworthy and could even warrant a place on the school's honor roll. Second in Guangdong province meant that he could choose from any university nationwide. Moreover, such an extraordinary score would undoubtedly attract the attention of top universities, which would offer generous terms. Turning to his fellow teachers, he inquired, "Who is the top student in Guangdong province? Do we have the details?" Although students were allowed to check their scores, official statistics were not immediately released. However, teachers from prestigious schools like theirs often had access to internal resources and could learn the results ahead of time. As he inquired, he dialed Qinzhe's number. Beep, beep. The call connected. "Qinzhe, your results are out. Congratulations. Second in the province, runner-up." On the other end, Qinzhe remained momentarily silent before softly replying, "I just checked." His voice carried a hint of complexity as he slowly inquired, "Teacher, do you know who is first? Is it a student from another city? Or is it that He Liang from Longon district?" Qinzhe's homeroom teacher momentarily faltered, unable to respond before a nearby teacher abruptly stood up, glancing around and proclaiming loudly, "Although we cannot access the specific scores, the list of the top 10 has been released." As Qinzhe's homeroom teacher leaned in for a closer look, he shook his head and bitterly smiled upon seeing the name at the top. The first place is He Liang. Chapter 85. First in Guangdong province, whenever the Gaokao results are announced, various new media outlets act like sharks sensing blood, keenly monitoring any news. The Gaokao has always been the most compelling topic. As internal news from Guangdong province surfaced, many new media outlets quickly caught wind of it and began to report vigorously. A renowned editor at a well-known media outlet, upon reading the incoming information on his computer, exclaimed, "This is big news." He abruptly rose, his face flushed with excitement. What did he see? Lines of scores and various words reflected in his eyes, each point a sensational highlight drawing everyone's attention. As a new media professional, a plethora of titles instantly flooded his mind. From humble beginnings, a prodigy emerges. Shocking. Guangdong province welcomes the strongest academic genius, achieving astonishing Gaokao results. Unreplicable. National top scholar. He hurriedly began to type away at his keyboard, crafting the article. Simultaneously, the admissions offices of top universities were swiftly apprised of the top 10 list from Guangdong province. At Suzhou University, the head of the admissions office widened his eyes upon seeing the rankings from Guangdong, accidentally spitting out the warm water steeped with goji berries he had just sipped. This score, his mouth dropped open in astonishment, as if it could accommodate 2 duck eggs. Clearly written beside the score was the notation that this was the raw score, without any additional points. A raw score achieving such heights. The next moment, he slammed his hand on the table and made a phone call. "Xiao Shou, book me a ticket." "When?" "Now. The sooner, the better. To Shenzhen City in Guangdong province." "Hurry up." "What for?" "For recruitment." A young man who had just entered looked bewildered. "Director, are we inviting top students from various provinces? Can a few of us handle that?" Having been there for 4 to 5 years, he had never seen the director personally go out for recruitment. However, the director's face was flushed, his voice rising in excitement. "This student, I must recruit personally. No matter the cost, we must bring him to our university." In recent years, Suzhou University had been striving to compete with Tsinghua and Peking University. If they could secure this student, it would undoubtedly make headlines, effectively overshadowing Tsinghua and Peking University in a certain regard. While the Gaokao papers varied across provinces, calling that score the national top was certainly not an exaggeration. This student would undoubtedly create a nationwide sensation. The director of the admissions office at Suzhou University was already packing his bags. Meanwhile, the admissions offices of Tsinghua and Peking University reacted similarly upon seeing the score, dispatching their own directors to ensure they could recruit this remarkable student. At that moment, a student who had secured a spot in the Huahong program was finishing class. Kai Ming, ranked second in the Huahong program from Longon district, was engaged in conversation with a few peers. "Let me tell you, although Longon district is an educationally disadvantaged area, we have a private school, Qingda High School, that has produced an exceptional student." A few grains of rice clung to his mouth as the nearby students turned to him. Kai Ming chuckled, his unshaven face making him appear to be in his 30s. "That student is He Liang. During the Huahong program, he even scored a few points higher than Wang Ao." Hearing this, the surrounding students gasped in surprise. Wang Ao was a top genius among their group of recommended students. "Why haven't we seen him?" someone quickly inquired. "He chose to take the Gaokao," Kai Ming replied, momentarily at a loss for words. Before sighing softly, he forfeited his recommendation. Kai Ming felt a pang of frustration. Realizing that while He Liang's usual scores were impressive, To abandon the opportunity to attend Suzhou University was truly regrettable. What if he doesn't perform well on the Gaokao? He rubbed his head, recalling, wait, today is the day the Gaokao results are released in Guangdong province. A male student hesitantly asked. I remember Qin Mingtong is also from Qingda High School, right? Does she know He Liang? Kai Ming shot him a glance. Qin Mingtong, with her stunning beauty, had already garnered a following in their training class. She should know him. I remember, he glanced around, raising an eyebrow. Qin Mingtong had to take leave to return to Long'an District due to a family illness. Meanwhile, at home, He Liang, accompanied by his parents, began checking his scores. However, their computer and internet speed were woefully inadequate. After several minutes of fruitless attempts, the website appeared to be crashing. Lin Qin and He Ning were both extremely anxious, yet they feigned calmness to alleviate pressure on He Liang. Suddenly, He Liang's phone screen lit up, and a melancholic melody from the anime Guilty Crown began to play. It was a phone call. He Liang refreshed the page while answering the call. Hello? On the other end, the voice was chaotic, filled with excitement from many people. He Liang, have you checked your Gaokao scores? The familiar voice belonged to his homeroom teacher. He Liang smiled, responding, I'm checking now. His emotions were a blend of fervor and tranquility. The fervor stemmed from his eagerness to see how he had performed on this significant examination, where he aimed for perfection across all subjects. The tranquility arose from his absolute confidence in his abilities, as he could estimate his scores with precision. Ordinary students worry about whether their scores are sufficient for admission to a particular university, while the top scholars ponder how high they can rank within the province. For He Liang, however, such concerns were irrelevant. His sole focus was on whether he could create a miracle. The voice on the other end continued to exclaim excitedly, albeit somewhat incoherently, He Liang, your scores are remarkable. You've achieved. He Liang felt his homeroom teacher's words dragging on. First, at that moment, the website finally refreshed successfully. A series of numbers suddenly appeared before his eyes. His parents shot up from their seats, even knocking over a cup, oblivious to their surroundings. He Liang's pupils dilated as he nodded slightly, a smile creeping onto his face. I see it now. The screen displayed his scores clearly. He Liang, Chinese, 150 mathematics, 150 English, 150 comprehensive science, 300 total, 750 rank in Guangdong province. 1 Chapter 86. Reactions of the crowd upon seeing this score. He Liang's excitement was undeniable. He exhaled deeply, his eyes sparkling with joy. 750 points. He had considered the possibility of achieving such a score. But with the grading process and teachers' subjective impressions, he knew it was a delicate matter. If a teacher graded quickly and held a bias against a student, it was not uncommon for them to deduct a point. He Liang believed that scoring within 5 points of 745 was entirely reasonable. It seemed that he had not performed poorly this time, and luck was indeed on his side. He smiled, picked up the cup that had fallen to the ground, and placed it back on the table. On the other end of the phone, the head teacher spoke with a quivering voice, struggling to articulate. Congratulations, He Liang. You have truly made us proud. Thank you. Teacher, He Liang replied with a smile. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he voluntarily hung up the phone. Meanwhile, Lin Qin and He Ning were both too excited to speak. They had not attended high school, yet they understood the significance of being the top scorer in Guangdong province. A top scholar. A perfect score. The top of Guangdong province. Our family has produced a top scholar. He Ning's face glowed with excitement as his calloused hands trembled slightly. Lin Qin was equally animated, her mouth stretched into an uncontrollable smile. He Liang, standing nearby, laughed quietly, allowing his parents to revel in their joy and excitement. It took them a full half-hour to somewhat contain their surprise. Xiao Liang, I see many television stations interviewing top scorers. Do you think someone will come to interview you? Lin Qin asked nervously. On television, there were often scenes of interviews with various top scorers, including their parents. There will probably be some, just approach it with an open mind, He Liang replied. In contrast, he, the candidate, appeared far more composed than Lin Qin and He Ning. Which school do you plan to apply to next? He Ning inquired seriously. Choosing a school is crucial. Tsinghua, Beida, or Suzhou University. These three are among the most prestigious institutions in the country, superior to others. If one must choose, it must be from among these three. For ordinary students, it is a matter of choosing a university, while for He Liang, it is about selecting the university. It depends on the offers. He Liang replied with a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Whichever institution provides the best conditions, I shall attend. He Liang, more aware of the implications of being the top scorer with a perfect score than his parents who had not attended high school, understood that the three elite universities would undoubtedly strive to recruit him. Subsequently, Lin Su turned to his parents, his tone softened significantly. The 700,000 at home can be used to improve our living conditions. There's no need to save it. Your son has changed now. Lin Qin and He Ning exchanged glances, both filled with pride. Now, they merely needed to wait. Applications would be filled out the day after tomorrow. He Liang smiled, his demeanor calm and collected. At that moment, the class group chat became lively. Qin Jiu, I got 517. I can get into a decent university. Proud. JPG, Mo Howren, I did pretty well too, almost 500. Nice. Yi Ro, what about the top scholars? How did they do? Lin Peixin, curious. He tagged Wang Yuning, Guolin, and He Liang. Guolin did not respond. He was completely oblivious to the class chat, having succumbed to despair. Wang Yuning replied, her cheeks flushed with excitement as she waved her fist in glee. With a score of 642, she was poised to attend one of the top-ranked universities in the nation. Moreover, she had a special bonus point. Perhaps, I can attend the same university as He Liang. Wang Yuning felt elated and thrilled. During this period, her diligence had surpassed all previous efforts. Fueled by a singular obsession, she wanted to attend the same university as He Liang. Upon seeing the class chat messages, she quietly took a screenshot and paired it with an adorable meme. The moment that screenshot was uploaded to the chat, the entire conversation fell silent. 642. No way. After a brief pause, the chat erupted with various memes. Yi Ro, Yuning, that's insane. Wang Yu, shocked face. JPG, Lin Yan, impressive, impressive, impressive. Important things must be said thrice. Following this, a stream of astonished and worshipful emojis flooded the chat. The head teacher tagged everyone. No one dared to spam memes anymore. They held their breath, staring at their phone screens. At that moment, the head teacher was sure to announce some good news. Congratulations to He Liang, who has achieved the top score. Subsequently, the head teacher shared a screenshot of He Liang's score in the chat. All the students stared at the image in disbelief. 750. Is this even a score a person can achieve? Oh my goodness. Their minds buzzed. A top scholar, a perfect score. Chengda High School had produced a top scholar, and a perfect one at that. Yi Ro, bowing to He Liang, the top scholar. Wang Yu, bowing to He Liang, the top scholar. Mo Howren, bowing to He Liang, the top scholar. The chat was filled with bows. The head teacher, even more exhilarated, sent out 500 yuan red envelopes. Pain? Absolutely not. A top scholar emerged, and the school's reward would be many times that amount. Even without a bonus, simply having produced a top scholar warranted such a gesture. Failing to do so would leave him feeling unfulfilled. Ha! He laughed heartily in the office, his voice echoing outside. However, no teacher dared to say anything. They were all filled with envy and resentment. Why did He Liang have to be in their class? They were well aware that students like He Liang were not products of their teaching. He had learned entirely on his own. Vice Principal Zhang Hui entered with Wu Qing. Not bad, not bad. We've produced an exceptional student this time. Zhang Hui beamed, repeatedly patting the head teacher's shoulder, showering him with praise. Meanwhile, Wu Qing felt worse than one who had just tasted something foul. The student he had mocked with a dropout contract had become the top scholar. His face hurt. Chengda High School's office phone was about to explode. Hello, I am Director Lin from the Tsinghua University Admissions Office. Is He Liang a student at your school? Hello. I am Wuda from the Beida University Admissions Office. I would like to discuss the application process with your school's top scholar. As long as he agrees to come to Beida, we can negotiate any conditions. Prestigious universities were frantically calling Chengda High School. Some had even obtained He Liang's phone number. However, at that moment, He Liang had already turned off his phone. If he were to return each call, it would surely be exhausting. Fortunately, he was still logged into his computer. He saw the messages in the class chat and smiled. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Wang Yuning had sent him a message. Yuning? He Liang paused slightly. He opened the message Wang Yuning had sent. Chapter 87. The Influence of a Perfect Scorer. He Liang read the message from Wang Yuning. Congratulations. He Liang, you've achieved a perfect score. She added a meme depicting adoration for the academic deity. It looked adorably silly and quite charming. He Liang's fingers danced on the keyboard as he responded. Thank you. You did well too. Congratulations. After a moment, Wang Yuning replied, He Liang, may I treat you to dinner tomorrow? The reason I performed so well is largely due to your guidance during this time, and I must thank you. He Liang was taken aback, shaking his head with a wry smile. He began typing a response to decline. However, Lin Qin and He Ning were eager. He Ning shot He Liang a glare, cleared his throat, and said, This girl is inviting you. Why not go? Lin Qin was even more direct, deleting He Liang's response before he could send it. With lightning speed, she sent a positive reply. Then, with a smile, she nodded at He Liang, saying, Go have some fun. They were not unfamiliar with attending parent-teacher meetings, and certainly remembered Wang Yuning. She was bright, well-mannered, and quite attractive. Now that the college entrance examination was over, they would not only refrain from obstructing He Liang's romantic pursuits but would actively encourage them. In this regard, they were quite open-minded. He Liang felt somewhat speechless, looking at his parents, and sighed helplessly. I can't decline now, Mom. You've already sent the message. He Ning patted his shoulder, a broad grin spreading across his face as he laughed heartily. Rest assured, tomorrow Dad will give you 1,000 yuan. Funding is not a concern, so go ahead and enjoy yourself. Though he felt a twinge of regret, the predominant emotion was joy. His son had excelled in the examination. What was wrong with spending 1,000 yuan for a day of fun? Meanwhile, at another location, Wang Yuning clutched her teddy bear tightly, her stunning face etched with anxiety. Would he agree? Her cheeks flushed, her heart racing like a startled deer. When she noticed He Liang had responded positively, her heart raced even faster as she waved her small fists, her pretty face aglow with excitement. Were it not for the exhilaration stemming from the examination results as a reason, her shy nature would have certainly prevented her from taking the initiative. That evening, He Ning and Lin Qin took He Liang out for a meal at a restaurant. The couple was particularly generous this time, spending a hefty 500 yuan. Under normal circumstances, such an expenditure would be almost unimaginable for their family. However, both were in high spirits today, and they even indulged in a bit of alcohol. By around midnight, the trio returned home. After a warm shower, He Liang changed into his pajamas and climbed into bed. He then opened his phone, only to find a plethora of missed calls and messages. Thankfully, at this late hour, no calls were forthcoming. Taking a glance, He Liang noticed there were 67 text messages. As he opened each one, he discovered they were all from various university admissions offices. Clearly, the admissions personnel possessed extensive networks, managing to obtain He Liang's phone number through various channels. The most notable were the messages from Tsinghua University, Peking University, and Suzhou University, each presenting enticing offers that left He Liang feeling quite captivated. Among them, Tsinghua's offer of 300,000 yuan in scholarships, with the freedom to choose his major and advisor, was particularly appealing. This was merely the preliminary offer. If negotiations continued, securing 500,000 yuan in scholarships would not be difficult at all. What a grand gesture, He Liang mused, realizing the impact of being the first student in the nation to achieve a perfect score. The conditions from other universities were similarly impressive, some even better. He also received information from other top 10 universities nationwide. Although He Liang was likely to choose one of those 3 premier institutions, he pondered the possibilities. This would certainly ease the financial burdens at home. He smiled, contemplating that simply selecting a top-tier university could yield around 400,000 yuan in scholarships. Furthermore, his high school, Chengde High School, would undoubtedly offer a scholarship for producing a top scorer, which would surely exceed 100,000 yuan. Additionally, his local village committee would also provide rewards. The total was indeed substantial. He Liang felt immensely satisfied. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. A particular message title caught his attention. Shocking. Guangdong Province welcomes the most exceptional scholar, achieving an unprecedented exam score. So soon? He Liang was momentarily taken aback, then tapped his finger. The internet speed was a bit slow, and his phone lagged, but after half a minute, the page finally loaded. There it was. A feature promoting He Liang. From humble beginnings to great achievements, a weak school produces a top scorer. Let us approach the top scorer, He Liang. He Liang stared in disbelief. The subsequent information portrayed him as an extraordinarily diligent genius who would settle for nothing less than the top score. Moreover, there was a video. When he opened it, he found it was an interview with his homeroom teacher. The interviewer asked, "How did you manage to nurture such an outstanding student?" His teacher, beaming with pride, hesitated for a moment before exclaiming, "He Liang is a remarkably gifted child, who also works incredibly hard. However, achieving this score surprised even us teachers." He lavished words of praise upon He Liang. The interviewer continued, "Has He Liang disclosed which university he intends to apply to?" His teacher simply smiled mysteriously and shook his head, leaving much to the imagination. Following that was another message. A professional analyst dissected the situation, stating that this year's Guangdong Province examination was significantly more challenging than in previous years. For He Liang to attain a perfect score under these circumstances was nothing short of miraculous. They had even consulted the Education Bureau about the scoring validity and any potential errors, but the Bureau had confidently affirmed, perfect score. Undoubtedly, He Liang's exam paper must have impressed a panel of educators to earn such a response. Am I really that impressive? He Liang pondered as he read through the accolades, almost believing he had 3 heads and 6 arms, or an IQ of 300. At that moment, his homeroom teacher quietly sent a message. "He Liang, please come to school tomorrow at 4 o'clock. I will open the back door for you." The heads of the admissions offices from Tsinghua, Peking, and Sujiang University wish to meet with you to discuss your options. He Liang's lips curled into a smile. The moment had finally arrived. He replied affirmatively. He had arranged to meet Wang Yuning in the morning, which would not interfere with the afternoon's events. After scrolling through his phone, he was surprised to find that the phrase perfect score top scorer had become a trending topic, rapidly climbing the ranks. At last, He Liang was truly gaining national recognition. The next day, at 8 in the morning, He Liang set out early, donned in a casual black outfit, looking clean and tidy. Coupled with his already handsome features and a calm smile, he attracted the attention of many young women along the way. The nearby convenience store was the designated meeting spot with Wang Yuning. At 8:17, He Liang checked the time on his lagging phone. He was not late, as the agreed time was 8:30. Just as he arrived, Wang Yuning appeared shortly after. He Liang. Upon hearing the gentle call of his name, He Liang turned around and was momentarily stunned by Wang Yuning's beauty. Today, she looked exquisite. Dressed in a flowing white dress, her long hair cascading freely behind her. Her long, fair legs poised elegantly, and with a touch of makeup enhancing her features, she was a far cry from the cute, simple girl he had known at school. Seeing He Liang momentarily lost in thought made Wang Yuning's heart race with excitement. "Let's go," He Liang said, scratching his head awkwardly. Wang Yuning adjusted her black-framed glasses, lowering her head demurely. According to their plan, they were to visit a nearby shopping plaza. This was, indeed, He Liang's first outing with a girl his age, which felt peculiar, yet he dismissed any further thoughts, assuming Wang Yuning had simply invited him out of gratitude and for discussing their exam experiences. Initially, they were a bit quiet, but soon they began to chat freely. "He Liang, how did you manage to score a perfect mark? That's incredible." Wang Yuning's eyes sparkled with admiration. He Liang chuckled softly, humbly replying, "I just kept my mindset relaxed, and my teachers were supportive. Otherwise, I wouldn't have achieved this score." Wang Yuning giggled, her admiration for He Liang growing. The mere thought of spending time alone with him filled her with joy and a sense of wonder. "Yuning, you scored 642 this time. You have many top universities to choose from. Have you decided where you want to go?" He Liang paused before asking. The university admissions are based on provincial rankings. Although Wang Yuning scored 642, this year's exam was particularly challenging. That score is equivalent in value to previous year's 660. In fact, it might even hold more weight. Excluding Tsinghua, Peking, and Sujiang, she should have no trouble applying to other prestigious schools. "What about you, He Liang?" Wang Yuning inquired, her eyes sparkling, but she did not answer directly. "As for me, I'll see which university offers the best conditions." He Liang shrugged and replied with a grin. "The heads of the admissions offices from Tsinghua and Peking invited me to Tsinghua High School to discuss my options this afternoon. I'm quite fond of Sujiang University after my last visit. The environment and atmosphere there were truly enticing." This casual remark transformed Wang Yuning back into an enamored admirer. How impressive. Suddenly, she added, "Perhaps I will also apply to Su University and attend the same school as He Liang." He Liang was momentarily taken aback. Wang Yuning's score was indeed commendable, but claiming admission to those top 3 universities seemed a bit far-fetched. Sensing his thoughts, she continued, "My grandfather was a martyr, and I receive a 20-point bonus for the college entrance examination." He Liang then understood, but the topic felt somewhat sensitive. He was uncertain whether to offer consolation or congratulations. After a brief silence, they arrived at the commercial plaza. As they strolled and browsed, their rapport deepened considerably. Wang Yuning wished to treat He Liang to a meal at He Liang, but He Liang felt it unnecessary to splurge, so they settled for a modest restaurant. The meal cost just under 100, which was quite reasonable. Their interactions grew increasingly harmonious, devoid of awkwardness. Time passed leisurely, and soon it was 1:30 in the afternoon. Not far from them, a young man with a shiny bald head suddenly widened his eyes. Was that He Liang, the top scorer? In his hand was a selfie stick. He was Zhang Xiaoxian, a well-known food live streamer. He was currently broadcasting live with over 100,000 viewers. Just last night, he had come across He Liang's post and was quite familiar with his appearance, never expecting to encounter him in person. That face was unmistakable. Zhang Xiaoxian's heart raced as he sprang up. The viewers in the live stream were puzzled. What's happening? Is he rushing to the restroom? Look at the shock on the streamer's face. I bet he saw his ex. The barrage of comments flowed rapidly, showcasing the viewers' vivid imaginations. Zhang Xiaoxian smiled enigmatically at the camera. Brothers, today I'm going to broaden your horizons. Do you know what a perfect score is? Upon hearing this, the comments surged exponentially. Who doesn't know the perfect scorer, He Liang? I've lived for over 20 years, and this is the first time I've heard of someone achieving a perfect score without any deductions. Zhang Xiaoxian hastened towards He Liang. Addressing his audience today, I, Zhang Xiaoxian, will provide you with an exclusive interview with the perfect scorer. He quickly aimed a camera at He Liang. Approaching He Liang with a beaming smile, he politely asked, "Hello, are you He Liang?" Both He Liang and Wang Yuning were momentarily stunned. After a moment of hesitation, He Liang nodded. "I am." Zhang Xiaoxian exclaimed excitedly, "I am a food live streamer on a small platform, and upon seeing my idol, I couldn't resist coming to interview you." His enthusiasm was palpable, nearly uttering the word idol. "May I ask you a few questions?" "It will only take a few minutes," he inquired cautiously, adopting a humble demeanor. He Liang smiled and nodded, "Of course." The man's pleasant demeanor made it unnecessary to dismiss him coldly, and besides, there was no rush. The comments in the live stream had already gone wild. "Incredible. The streamer is interviewing the perfect scorer. Wow, it's the real deal." He Liang was currently a trending topic across major headlines. Many had searched extensively, yet had not found any interview footage of him. Consequently, viewers began sharing the live stream, and the number of participants surged rapidly. Watching the viewer count rise, Zhang Xiaoxian felt a rush of excitement. He turned to He Liang and remarked, "He Liang, your girlfriend is truly beautiful. You two make a perfect pair. I'd like to ask how you study. Could you share some tips?" The exquisitely dressed Wang Yuning was evidently perceived as He Liang's girlfriend. Her heart raced inexplicably as she nervously glanced at He Liang. He Liang slightly shook his head, clarifying, "She is my classmate." Wang Yuning felt a twinge of disappointment. Soon after, He Liang began to answer some of Zhang Xiaoxian's questions. In front of the camera, he appeared composed and confident, yet not aloof. The viewer count skyrocketed, eager to discover if the perfect scorer possessed extraordinary abilities. After He Liang departed, they expressed their astonishment. "So the perfect scorer is so humble. He is just like us, with 2 eyes and 1 brain. I need to visit Qingda High School," He Liang mentioned to Wang Yuning. She felt a flutter of anxiety and tentatively asked, "May I accompany you?" She quickly added, "I mainly want to consult with the teachers about which schools would be best." He Liang, without much thought, nodded and smiled, "Of course." They then proceeded to Qingda High School. Upon seeing He Liang, the security guard at the back entrance immediately let them through. It was already late June, and although the third-year students had a break for the college entrance examination, the second-year students were still attending classes. They could see many students nearby. He Liang led Wang Yuning to the homeroom teacher's office. The vice principal, Zhang Hui, He Liang's homeroom teacher, and several other homeroom teachers were present. Upon seeing He Liang, everyone expressed their delight. "He Liang, you did exceptionally well this time." The vice principal, Zhang Hui, wore a genuine smile, devoid of his usual insincerity, and nodded kindly at Wang Yuning. "You too, Wang Yuning. The admissions offices from several schools will be arriving shortly. We can discuss matters then." Vice Principal Zhang Hui added with a smile. The homeroom teacher laughed heartily. "We will strive to secure better conditions for you." Naturally, they were keen on their own school's top scorer. Finding a spot to sit, the homeroom teacher and several others engaged in light conversation with He Liang and Wang Yuning. Wang Yuning turned to the homeroom teacher and inquired, "Teacher, I scored 642, plus the special bonus of 20 points. Do I have a chance at Tsinghua or Peking University? Or Sioux University?" Her expression was tense, as it concerned her future and her desire to attend the same university as He Liang. The homeroom teacher appeared to be aware of Wang Yuning's special bonus. He Liang listened curiously. After a moment of hesitation, he replied, "It's hard to say. Tsinghua and Peking University might be a bit challenging, but previously Sioux University had opportunities. However," he added, "I've heard that this year, Sioux University has adjusted its admission scores slightly higher for other provinces as it seeks to establish itself." Wang Yuning's expression grew even more anxious. The homeroom teacher reassured her, "Don't worry. Once the directors from the 3 universities arrive, I can ask them on your behalf." This was indeed a prime opportunity to gain insight directly from the admissions office leaders. "Thank you, teacher," Wang Yuning expressed gratefully. A second-year teacher approached He Liang and Wang Yuning. "He Liang, Wang Yuning, after you finish speaking with the admissions offices, could you come to our class to discuss your study methods?" He was the homeroom teacher of Class 1, Grade 2, looking at them with anticipation. It would serve as an inspiration for the younger students. The homeroom teacher smiled and nodded at He Liang. He Liang, remaining composed, smiled and replied, "Of course." Wang Yuning naturally agreed as well. Outside, hurried footsteps approached, and the somewhat cramped office suddenly filled with 3 middle-aged individuals, 2 men and a woman. Their glances exchanged competition and hostility. Upon seeing He Liang, their expressions brightened as they rushed towards him, eager not to be overshadowed. Vice Principal Zhang Hui warmly addressed the 3, "Please take a seat. Today, everyone has the time to have a good discussion." The 3 admissions office directors exchanged serious glances, each harboring their own agendas, their minds already filled with prepared arguments. while their outward demeanor appeared cordial. An underlying tension suggested that a verbal battle could erupt at any moment. Why was the top scorer of the college entrance examination so sought after? This is due to the fact that the top scorer in the college entrance examination represents high scores, serving as a direct symbol of the admission threshold for schools. In the minds of most people, when the top scorer selects a certain university, it undoubtedly implies the quality of education and social reputation of that institution, which has garnered the attention of the top scorer. Conversely, once chosen by the top scorer, the school's social reputation and educational quality are further enhanced. Especially, here stands a perfect scorer. In the vast land of China, it has been decades since a perfect score has been achieved. He Liang's fame has already soared to numerous trending searches. Securing him is far more valuable than an ordinary top scorer. It is the best publicity for universities. They must attract him. The director of Suzhou University was resolute in his determination, willing to offer even some outrageous conditions to recruit him. This time, it was not just his personal decision. The leaders behind him had indicated that they could propose some superior terms. He Liang, do you have any preferred schools? The director of Tsinghua University displayed a friendly smile. He Liang, with a slight smile, faced the three directors with neither arrogance nor servility. Not really, he shook his head. The directors felt a tinge of disappointment, but nodded in acknowledgement. The starting point is the same. Our Tsinghua University covers an extensive area. Our Beida University boasts multiple programs ranked among the world's best, and we also have. The director of Suzhou University, unwilling to be outdone, began to highlight his institution's advantages. Vice President Zhang Hui slightly retracted his smile, raising his hand to his mouth in a coughing gesture. Ahem. The three fell silent. Zhang Hui chuckled. Perhaps the directors could speak more candidly? He Liang glanced at Zhang Hui in surprise. He hadn't expected the vice president of his own university to be so straightforward. The three directors awkwardly chuckled but quickly adjusted. Tsinghua offers 450,000 in scholarships, with the major of your choice. What other conditions would you like to discuss, He Liang? The director of Beida interjected, 500,000 in scholarships, major of your choice. Tuition waived for 4 years, and other conditions can be negotiated. The director of Suzhou University, resolutely, declared, 700,000 in scholarships. Tuition waived, international dormitories. And major of your choice. He Liang, feel free to mention any conditions for negotiation. A collective gasp echoed in the office. The director of Su University was clearly intent on securing He Liang. Yuning gazed at He Liang, who seemed to be enveloped in a golden aura amidst the lavish offers from the prestigious universities, deepening her admiration for him. Chapter 90. The choice. He Liang listened quietly, refraining from expressing his thoughts for the moment. However, when the director of Su University announced this astonishing offer, even he felt his heart race. He Liang had researched online. Top universities typically offered two main incentives to attract excellent students: financial assistance and academic opportunities. While all three universities allowed him to choose his major, the financial aspect. 700,000. In small second and third tier cities, that amount could nearly cover the full price of a regular house. Although He Liang had previously mentioned such sums, and even though Kuang Sen had informed him that once he returned to the He family and secured the position of the first heir, acquiring not just 700,000 but even 7 million would be effortless, this immediate offer felt more tangible and real. The directors of Tsinghua and Beida were momentarily speechless, exchanging glances. Taken aback by the bold move from Su University's director, "We'll need to consult with higher authorities," they finally muttered. Despite their positions, such a significant amount could not be decided upon lightly. The director of Su University felt a slight relief. For now, they were in the lead. "I'll step out to make a phone call." The directors of Tsinghua and Beida stood up awkwardly, casting a slightly reproachful glance at the director of Su University. The direct approach had rendered their prepared arguments moot. The director of Su University turned to He Liang, smiling warmly. "He Liang, I am Wang Defa. You can call me Director Wang. Do you have any further conditions you wish to discuss?" His eyes were filled with tension and anticipation. "Well," He Liang pondered for a moment, then suddenly asked, "Director Wang, may I ask you a question?" Wang Defa was momentarily startled but nodded. "Go ahead." He Liang smiled slightly, glancing at Wang Yuning beside him. "My friend scored 642 in the college entrance examination in Guangdong province, with an additional 20 points for special circumstances. Can she get into Su University?" The room fell silent, everyone surprised by He Liang's unexpected question. Wang Yuning looked somewhat dazed, her large eyes wide with astonishment. However, Wang Defa reacted swiftly. "This matter can be arranged." He thought rapidly. This year, Su University's cutoff scores had indeed risen, and even with the additional points, gaining admission with a score of 642 would be challenging. However, If He Liang was willing to come, the situation could be negotiated. After all, Wang Yuning's score was 642, not 342. Wang Defa calculated quickly. This score was well within his control. Wang Yuning felt a surge of emotion welling up inside her, nearly moved to tears. She could clearly see that He Liang was trying to help her. This was a pivotal decision regarding her future. His words could potentially change her destiny, offering her better options. She clutched the hem of He Liang's shirt and whispered, blushing, "Thank you." He Liang smiled back. "It's a small matter. It may seem trivial." But the truth was that what he prioritized was not the major or the dormitory conditions. It was the money. His family was in dire need of financial resources. It may be mundane, but it was genuine. Based on the current attitudes displayed, He Liang was almost certain that even if the other two university directors raised their offers, the director of Su University would match them. He felt a 90% certainty of attending Su University. He had visited Su University once and found it quite agreeable. Under such circumstances, assisting Wang Yuning felt like a natural course of action. The principal and Zhang Hui looked at He Liang with admiration. Their school was destined to achieve greatness this year. The directors from the other two universities returned, their faces flushed and gritting their teeth. "He Liang, our school can offer 750,000. The directors of Tsinghua and Beida struggled to voice their counteroffer. The director of Su University immediately countered, 800,000. "We have no problem matching any other conditions offered by your schools." The firm declaration of 800,000 shattered the defenses of the directors of Tsinghua and Beida. This exceeded their limits. While they desperately wanted to recruit He Liang, securing 800,000 required approval from their leaders. After several moments of silent deliberation, Zhang Hui could already see the outcome. He smiled widely and said, "Directors, let us enjoy some freshly brewed tea." He diverted the topic, attempting to avert any awkwardness. The director of Su University clenched his fists, his cheeks flushed with excitement. He realized that he had essentially won. As for schools other than Tsinghua and Beida, they were simply not in the same league, lacking any competitive edge. He Liang nodded, smiling. "I will choose Su University tomorrow when filling out my application." He turned to Wang, asking, "Yuning, will you be applying as well?" This was a deliberate question. Wang Yuning immediately understood, nodding eagerly. Yes. She was elated. Based on her score, gaining admission to Su University was indeed the best choice. Wang Defa laughed heartily. No problem. This was almost a confirmation to He Liang that Wang Yuning would be admitted early. The decision was made. For He Liang, this brought a satisfying conclusion to his high school journey. The principal beamed with joy, clapping his hands. "Congratulations." After a few exchanges, Wang Defa exchanged contact information with He Liang, adding him on WeChat. Then he departed. The perfect score had chosen Su University. This was news worth celebrating. In the office, a series of applause erupted like thunder, resonating with fervor. The teachers were deeply touched. After a brief exchange, a teacher from the second-year class caught hold of He Liang. "He Liang, would you share your study experiences with our class?" He Liang nodded with a smile, agreeing to the request. Following the teacher, he arrived at class 1 of the second year, a key class for science students. The homeroom teacher exchanged a mysterious smile with He Liang and Wang Yuning and whispered, "You two stand outside for a moment. I have a surprise for them." Subsequently, the homeroom teacher entered the classroom and announced in a loud, clear voice, "The college entrance examinations have concluded, and I have invited Wang Yuning to share her study experiences." She deliberately withheld mention of He Liang, causing a stir in the classroom. "Wang Yuning? I heard she scored 642. That's incredible." This year's exam was significantly more challenging than previous years. Wang Yuning blushed slightly. He Liang, with a smirk, whispered, "They're calling for you, go on in." With a soft Wang Yuning entered, and applause erupted. She began earnestly sharing her study methods, captivating the male students in the room. Wow, a top student and a beautiful girl. Her adorable demeanor must have captured the hearts of many. Even Wu Jun in the front row felt a stir of emotions. Seated in the center, Deng Shui glanced at Wang Yuning on stage, noticing the admiration in the boys' gazes, and felt a pang of resentment and jealousy. "I finished sharing," Wang Yuning said with a sweet smile. "I hope the juniors can get into their dream universities." Below, boys murmured, "I wish the senior would share more." The homeroom teacher chuckled, "Don't rush, we have another esteemed guest." The class's anticipation peaked, their eyes widening. Could it be? The teacher started clapping and exclaimed, "Let us welcome the top scorer, He Liang." The class collectively held their breath, turning in unison towards the entrance. The handsome He Liang walked in through the main door, a smile gracing his lips, exuding confidence in his sleek black sportswear, stirring the hearts of many girls. Oh my! The teacher actually invited He Liang. The atmosphere in the classroom ignited. He was the only student in the nation to achieve a perfect score. How remarkable. The current He Liang held a status far beyond that of his former self. Senior He Liang, please sign my name. Some exuberant boys began to cheer. If he were merely an ordinary excellent student, they might have felt a tinge of jealousy. But in the presence of He Liang, what use was jealousy? Wu Jun, seated closest to the podium, quickly lowered his head, unable to meet He Liang's gaze. The scorn he had once displayed now stung painfully. Ironically, he occupied the position closest to the podium, a seat of pride for top students. Yet now, it felt as though he was overshadowed by He Liang. He felt like a mere clown. With a clenched fist and bitten lip, Wu Jun wrestled with feelings of humiliation and helplessness. No matter how he fantasized or resisted, he could never surpass such a score. Not to mention, could he even achieve that score? He wouldn't dare dream of it. Deng Shui felt similarly conflicted and regretful. Meanwhile, He Liang focused intently on sharing his study methods, which proved quite beneficial for the second-year students, albeit primarily motivational platitudes. After half an hour, amidst fervent applause, He Liang and Wang Yuning departed. Their return to school had been a resounding success. After a brief conversation with the homeroom teacher and the vice principal, Zhang Hui solemnly informed He Liang, "We will apply for a scholarship for you, not less than 150,000. The precise amount would be negotiated later." This unexpected fortune only deepened Wang Yuning's admiration for He Liang. As they left the school, they approached a fork in the road where He Liang was about to part ways with Wang Yuning. Her heart raced as she caught a glimpse of the handsome boy beside her, and she resolved to muster the courage to speak up. Just as her face flushed and emotion overwhelmed rationality, He Liang's phone rang. He waved at her awkwardly and answered the call. He raised an eyebrow, nodded, said okay, and hung up. He then turned to Wang Yuning, inquiring, "Yuning, what's up?" At that moment, Wang Yuning felt flustered and unable to articulate her feelings, repeatedly waving her hands. Nothing at all. All right, I'll take my leave." He Liang smiled slightly and walked away casually. Wang Yuning watched his retreating figure, clenched her delicate fists, then released them. "Wang Yuning, why are you so timid?" She chided herself, patting her head and sticking out her tongue. Yet, she whispered to herself, "But how wonderful it is to be in the same school as He Liang. Surely, there will be opportunities to express my feelings." Meanwhile, He Liang hurried home. After completing his school application tomorrow, he would join his friends on a trip to the He family. He told his family it was a planned outing with a close friend. Lin Qin and He Ning would undoubtedly agree. Upon arriving home, his family was already dressed for an outing. "Let us go out for dinner," He Ning said with a smile. "Tomorrow, our son is heading off on a trip, so we must treat him to a good meal tonight." The three set out. "Oh, Xiao Liang, tonight I'll help you pick out a new phone and SIM card," He Ning added jovially. "Your phone is quite sluggish, and since you're entering university, it's time for an upgrade along with a new data plan." He Liang nodded in agreement with a smile. "Mom and Dad, I've already picked my school," he suddenly declared, teasingly withholding the information. Lin Qin and He Ning exchanged anxious glances, their anticipation palpable. "Which school did you choose?" "Shijiang University," He Liang stated earnestly. Lin Qin and He Ning's faces lit up with smiles. He Liang continued, "The offered conditions, aside from the major, include a sum of 700,000. This revelation sent Lin Ning and Lin Qin's hearts racing, exclaiming in astonishment, 700,000. He Liang smiled gently, adding, "That's not all. The vice principal of Qingda High School, Zhang Hui, informed me he would apply for a special scholarship for me, no less than 150,000. The couple exchanged incredulous glances. Gasping in awe, "Our child has grown," they exclaimed. Recently, He Liang had secured 700,000, and with the various rewards for being the top scorer, it was likely to exceed 1,000,000 or more. 170,000. And this was not merely a small sum. "That's how it is, tomorrow. The two of you should go house hunting," He Liang affirmed with a smile. "We need to save this money for your marriage." But He Liang's expression turned serious as he shook his head. "Mom, Dad, I will only earn more and more. Feel free to use this money boldly. Besides, I will occasionally stay at home. In a better living condition there will be more comfortable for me." He even half-joked, which family would demand one? 7 million as a bride price? The couple was momentarily taken aback, then slowly nodded in agreement. A family joyfully indulged in a Chongqing hot pot before heading to a mobile phone store to select a new device. Half an hour later, He Liang had a new phone and SIM card. Although the family had recently received a substantial income, the couple still haggled with the store staff, managing to reduce the price by 200, much to their satisfaction. Once home, He Liang began the tedious task of backing up data onto his new phone. In the process, he decided to delete some long-unused contacts. Upon seeing Qin Mingtong's name, he paused momentarily, then with a gentle press of his finger, included her in the multi-select deletion. A thought suddenly crossed his mind. Tomorrow marks the day for filling out college applications. Would she attend? Logically, as a student with guaranteed admission, she should also be completing her application. However, he soon shook his head in self-deprecation. Why was he even pondering such matters? He vividly recalled the moment at Soojeong University when he had taken a slight step back. The next day, He Liang rose early. He drew back the curtains, and bright sunlight flooded the room, momentarily blinding him. After a yawn, he neatly folded his quilt and proceeded with his morning routine. After exchanging a few words with his parents, he departed, this time with a brand new suitcase and a black backpack filled with clothes and daily necessities. Following the completion of his application, He Liang intended to visit the He family for a decisive discussion. Eldest, young master, downstairs. Kwang San and Lin Woody had been waiting for some time. Kwang San maintained a cool demeanor, still referring to He Liang as young master, while Lin Woody sported a silly, playful expression. Let us go fill out the college applications, He Liang said with a smile, nodding to them. Upon hearing the words college entrance exam, Lin Woody recoiled slightly, his head throbbing painfully. He had achieved the lowest score in the history of Chengda Middle School on his college entrance exam, 6 subjects totaling a mere 99 points, and that was with earnest effort. Even He Liang was baffled by how he managed it, reflecting that the difficulty must have been comparable to his own perfect score. Upon arriving at Chengda Middle School, Lin Woody hesitated outside the office, unwilling to enter. He Liang shook his head helplessly and proceeded inside alone. Perhaps due to arriving early, there were no other students present. Only a few teachers. However, Principal Linda, Vice Principal Zhang Hui, and Senior Class Director Wu Qing were all in attendance. Upon seeing He Liang enter, each of their reactions varied. Linda and Zhang Hui greeted him with increasingly radiant smiles, while Wu Qing's face shifted through a spectrum of colors, from red to white, then pale blue, and finally a deep, dark hue. His inner turmoil was palpable. Good morning, Principal. He Liang respectfully greeted Linda before acknowledging the others. Naturally, the group praised He Liang, the top scorer. Linda expressed his admiration, saying, "You have created a miracle. Congratulations, He Liang." Just then, a figure appeared at the office door. It was Director Wang Defo from Soojeong University. Upon seeing He Liang, his eyes lit up. It seems I arrived at just the right moment. He wanted to witness He Liang complete his application to feel reassured. With a smile, He Liang greeted him. And soon the application process commenced. After an hour, He Liang finally exited Chengda Middle School. Taking a deep breath, he felt a complex mix of emotions, which quickly transformed into resoluteness. He was inherently decisive, and now was not the time for hesitation. Kwang San and Lin Woody observed the still somewhat youthful figure of young master ahead of them, feeling a surge of excitement for reasons they could not quite articulate. In unison, they exclaimed, "Yes." Meanwhile, at the first hospital of Shenzhen City, on the 5th floor in the intensive care unit, a middle-aged woman, bald from chemotherapy, lay quietly in her hospital bed. Nearby, Chen Mingtong was softly conversing with the attending physician. "Doctor, how is my mother's condition?" Chen Mingtong asked, her face pale and her exquisite features etched with worry. A few days prior, the hospital had called to inform her that her mother had suddenly fallen ill, entering a critical state that could threaten her life. Naturally, she rushed back from Soojeong University to care for her mother, feeling utterly distraught in these trying days. Her mind a tangled mess, completely disconnected from the outside world, her phone perpetually on airplane mode. Having never met her father, the thought of losing her mother too filled her with dread and her eyes with tears. The attending physician smiled gently. "In the past couple of days, your mother's condition has stabilized. Rest assured, she is past the critical phase." Chen Mingtong felt a wave of relief wash over her, a rare smile gracing her lips as she quietly exited the ward. Suddenly, it dawned on her. Today was the day for filling out college applications. The first hospital of Shenzhen City was quite close to Chengda Middle School, just a 20-minute drive. Chen Mingtong hailed a taxi and headed straight for the school. As they drove, the driver glanced at her through the rearview mirror. "Student, are you from Chengda Middle School as well?" Startled, Chen Mingtong hesitated but eventually nodded. "Yes. I'm a senior, heading back to fill out my application." The driver responded with a hint of nostalgia. "That makes sense. At this time, students should be returning to fill out applications. My son is also a freshman at Chengda Middle School. Which university did you get into?" "Soojeong University," Chen Mingtong replied truthfully. The driver expressed his surprise and continued, "Chengda Middle School has gained quite a reputation lately. I've heard that several students have been admitted to Soojeong University." Chen Mingtong was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. Several students? She was well aware of the difficulty of gaining admission to Soojeong University. Was it possible that multiple students from Chengda Middle School had succeeded? How could that be? Unless, perhaps, there was still a glimmer of hope for He Liang. The mere thought of that handsome boy filled Chen Mingtong with a mix of discomfort and unease. The driver continued, "Yes, my son, being a freshman, knows quite a bit of insider information. I heard one got in through a sports recommendation. Chen Mingtong immediately thought of Zhang Wu, surprised yet nodding in agreement. The driver continued, and another one got in through a biology competition. That's me, Chen Mingtong replied softly, nodding. The driver looked at her in surprise. There are still two who got in through the college entrance exam. One girl named Wang Yuning, I believe. Chen Mingtong was once again taken aback. However, the driver became increasingly animated, loosening the clutch slightly to accelerate. But the last one is a legend. A perfect score. Chen Mingtong's mind buzzed. Certain she must have misheard. Was it the result of not eating properly for days, causing her to hallucinate? She couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh internally. A perfect score? That must be He Liang. The driver spoke with rising excitement. A perfect score. My son, Xiaohui, is currently using He Liang as his role model to strive harder. Chen Mingtong remained silent for a long time before finally responding. You mean He Liang scored a perfect score and became the top student in Guangdong province? The driver paused for a moment, then exclaimed in astonishment, yes. The recent trending news is all about him. Various media outlets are clamoring to report. Student, it seems you're not very up to date with current events. At that moment, the car gradually came to a halt. Student, we've arrived at Qingda Middle School. The driver glanced at the impressive banner in the distance. His eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, his tone buoyant. Without needing to get out of the car, Chen Mingtong had already spotted the banner proudly displayed outside the school gate. Congratulations to our own He Liang for being awarded the top student of Guangdong province. Below it were golden letters proclaiming, the only student in the nation to achieve a perfect score. Chen Mingtong trembled slightly as she opened the car door. Her expression filled with disbelief. Her heart was a tumult of conflicting emotions, her mind buzzing. He Liang, top scorer? A myriad of scenes flashed through her mind. Had he not fallen from grace? Chapter 93. What have I done? Chen Mingtong alighted from the vehicle, her beautiful eyes fixated on the banner. How could this be? Her gaze reflected disbelief, conflict, and a complexity that words could scarcely convey. Her delicate frame trembled slightly as she parted her lips. Her voice quivering. The top scorer in the college entrance examination? Full marks? The He Liang she remembered had descended from the pedestal of academic excellence. Succumbing to lethargy and abandoning his studies. He had clashed with the principal, cheated in competitions, displayed an arrogant disposition, disregarded the counsel of others, and had even skipped classes to visit Tsu University. The He Liang, who had caused her heartache and even disdain. How could he have attained the title of top scorer? A hollow feeling surged within her, and she found herself reluctant to accept this reality. Chen Mingtong took a moment to compose herself, inhaling deeply and lightly patting her cheeks. It was as if she were trying to convince herself, murmuring, first, I must fill out my application. She entered the school and made her way to the teacher's office. At that moment, both the teachers and the principal were present, their faces adorned with smiles as they engaged in lively conversation. Good morning, principal. Good morning, teachers. Chen Mingtong greeted respectfully. Just then, a girl clad in a school uniform entered. Upon spotting Chen Mingtong, her face lit up with surprise. Mingtong, she exclaimed joyfully. Ouyang Liqin was Chen Mingtong's closest friend at the school. Chen Mingtong, seeing Ouyang Liqin, felt a mix of astonishment and delight. Liqin, however, with the principal and teachers in attendance, they refrained from engaging in lengthy conversation. Teachers, I am here to fill out my application. Chen Mingtong forced a smile and said softly. Her homeroom teacher nodded approvingly, a radiant expression on her face. No problem. Although 3 students from the neighboring class are heading to Tsu University, at least we have one from our class, right? Though the value of the student pales in comparison to He Liang, it is still quite commendable compared to previous years. Principal Linda also smiled and nodded at Chen Mingtong. Congratulations, Chen Mingtong, on your acceptance to Suzhou University. Beside him stood a charming little girl, as adorable as a porcelain doll, gazing curiously at Chen Mingtong. Chen Mingtong recognized her as Linda's granddaughter, Lin Yu. Upon hearing her grandfather's congratulations, Lin Yu's eyes widened in excitement. Grandpa, is she the sister whom the big brother gave the admission quota to? Lin Yu affectionately patted her head. Yes. The homeroom teacher of Class 1 chuckled awkwardly, but still cheerfully added, Mingtong, you truly ought to express your gratitude to He Liang for this. The homeroom teacher of Class 2 remained silent, yet inwardly rejoiced. It was fortunate that He Liang had chosen to forfeit his spot. At that moment, He Liang's decision not to participate in the admission process was indeed the right choice. Moreover, he even did her a favor. Chen Mingtong stiffened, casting a glance at her teacher, instinctively exclaiming, he gave me his quota? Wasn't he cheating? The crowd fell silent, looking at her with bewilderment. What cheating? Lin Yu pouted, clearly displeased. Brother He Liang did not cheat. When he voluntarily told Grandpa and Uncle Zhang Hui that he was forfeiting his spot, I was also present. Humph. Lin Yu was evidently quite fond of He Liang, unwilling to tolerate any disparagement against him. Chen Mingtong's expression froze, her body trembling uncontrollably, her heart tumultuous. She found it hard to believe. Hadn't Guilin and Li Su claimed that He Liang had cheated? Moreover, how could someone with such remarkable scores forfeit his admission? Suddenly, she realized a crucial piece of information. He had achieved full marks, becoming the top scorer. Indeed, for someone capable of achieving such an extraordinary result. Was the admission quota truly significant? Pain surged through her heart. Could it be she had misunderstood him? Chen Mingtong's mind raced back to the countless times she had displayed her disdain and disbelief towards him. It seemed He Liang had always sought to explain himself to her, to convey that he was indeed capable. After completing her application, Chen Mingtong and Ouyang Liqin departed from the school. Noticing Chen Mingtong's distracted demeanor and pale complexion, Ouyang Liqin couldn't help but pause. Mingtong, you don't look well. Did something happen? Chen Mingtong, however, fixed her gaze intently on her friend, startling her. Liqin, can you tell me about He Liang? She suddenly asked, leaving Ouyang Liqin momentarily stunned. Ouyang Liqin shook her head gently but smiled, of course. She expressed her astonishment. Reminiscing, when He Liang fell from the pedestal of academic excellence, something none of us could have anticipated occurred. Privately, Director Wu Qing had actually targeted He Liang, attempting to expel him. It was utterly outrageous. Chen Mingtong felt a pang in her heart, her lips parting without uttering a word, her complexion growing even paler. Was it true that He Liang's so-called defiance against the director stemmed from this? Later, He Liang participated in the grand plan, achieving first place in Shenzhen City and relinquishing his spot for you. Ouyang Liqin chattered animatedly, her eyes sparkling with envy. Mingtong, He Liang has treated you exceptionally well. I'm so envious. Do you think he likes you? Didn't you once have feelings for him? She believed she was playfully teasing her friend. Yet each word seemed to pierce Chen Mingtong's heart. Each syllable rendered her complexion even more pallid. As Ouyang Liqin spoke of He Liang, her eyes lit up, transforming her into an ardent admirer, completely oblivious to Chen Mingtong's shifting expression. And during the sports meet, do you know Zhang Wu? That top athlete from their class. Zhang Wu provoked He Liang, and He Liang directly accepted, signing up for the 1,000 meters, 400 meters, and 200 meters. He utterly dominated Zhang Wu at the sports meet. Ouyang Liqin clutched her chest, slightly flushed. At that moment, He Liang was so handsome. Moreover, he even carried the injured Zhang Wu off the track. Such magnanimity towards someone who had targeted him. He's truly a wonderful person. As they waited at a traffic light, Ouyang Liqin continued, and then He Liang topped the Shenzhen Unified Examination twice, surpassing those academic elites from Shenzhen First High School. He was so impressive. Finally, his college entrance examination results were astonishing. Suddenly, she sensed something was amiss with her friend. Turning to look, she discovered Chen Mingtong with her head bowed, her delicate frame trembling. Mingtong, are you feeling unwell? Ouyang Liqin inquired with concern. Chen Mingtong raised her head, her eyes reddened, biting her lip fiercely, struggling to prevent tears from spilling. Ouyang Liqin was startled, hastily asking, Mingtong? What's wrong? Chen Mingtong remained silent, fearing that if she spoke, the flood of tears would be inevitable. Yet her mind couldn't help but replay the countless times she had expressed disappointment, disdain, and contempt towards He Liang. What had she done during those days? Chapter 94. It's He Liang. You know him, right? At that moment, Chen Mingtong's self-esteem shattered like a plate falling from a table, splintering into fragments. She bit her lip fiercely, striving to keep her tears from falling to the ground. The guilt swelling within her threatened to overflow. Even Ouyang Liqin grew anxious, her expression worried as she repeatedly asked, Mingtong, what's wrong? Don't scare me. Chen Mingtong shook her head, her voice tinged with undeniable remorse. I'm fine. Her voice quivered with emotion. How much injustice had He Liang endured? Chen Mingtong reflected upon her actions, wishing she could turn back time. It seemed she had been a bit too excessive. Ding! Chen Mingtong's phone suddenly rang. She picked it up, and on the other end, a voice filled with excitement greeted her. It was her uncle, his tone brimming with enthusiasm. Mingtong. Their progress with the loan. A businessman named Su Fu is willing to lend 1,500,000 to cover the surgery expenses. Come to the hospital now. Mr. Su is waiting for you to sign. Chen Mingtong's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and she suppressed her feelings of self-reproach, taking a deep breath before saying, all right. She then glanced apologetically at Ouyang Liqin. Liqin, I must go to the hospital and cannot accompany you. Ouyang Liqin waved her hands repeatedly, saying, it's fine. It's fine. Go see your aunt. She was well aware of the circumstances surrounding Chen Mingtong's family. Chen Mingtong responded with a soft and promptly took a taxi to the hospital. Half an hour later, Qin Mingtong arrived at the first hospital of Shenzhen City. Outside the ward, 3 individuals were engaged in conversation. One of them was her uncle, while the other 2 were somewhat unfamiliar to her. One was short and plump, yet had a cheerful demeanor, giving off an impression of a kind shopkeeper. The other was tall and thin, appearing stern and unyielding. Upon Qin Mingtong's arrival, her uncle smiled and said, "Mingtong, you've come. Come greet these 2 uncles. This is Uncle Su Fu, and this is Uncle He Yun." Su Fu and He Yun looked at Qin Mingtong with mild surprise, not expecting to see such a stunning young lady. "Hello, Uncle Su, Uncle He," Qin Mingtong said obediently, despite her current somber mood. She forced herself to suppress the complex emotions as she visited the hospital. Her mother was afflicted with a mysterious illness, lying in a coma, nearly akin to a vegetative state. The attending physician in Shenzhen City recommended a surgery that would cost approximately 1.5 million yuan, with an 80% chance of awakening and recovering her mother. Naturally, Qin Mingtong wished to raise that amount. However, the sum was considerable. Even if she were to mortgage the current Ruixin factory, it might not suffice. And even if it did, further funds would be required for her mother's treatment and recovery. "You must be Mingtong. I've heard of you. You are truly a good child," Su Fu said with a smile, nodding at her. Qin Mingtong forced a smile in return, thinking that Su Fu was sent by Hong Yun. She felt a complicated mix of emotions towards Hong Yun, whom she did not particularly like, and even held a slight aversion to. However, he indeed helped her support the Ruixin factory, and the sudden willingness of numerous surrounding companies and bosses to assist them was largely thanks to him. Thus, her feelings towards Hong Yun were quite tangled. Sighing inwardly, she found her emotions difficult to decipher. Initially, she had gone to Sujiang University for training to temporarily avoid Hong Yun, but now that she was back, he might come pursuing her in a couple of days. The image of He Liang unexpectedly surfaced in her mind, adding to her inner conflict. Su Fu slowly nodded and said, "Here is the contract. I am willing to invest in your Ruixin factory. This share can be converted into cash with 1.5 million. Qin Mingtong's uncle cautiously took the printed contract and examined it, soon revealing a mix of excitement and confusion on his face. Tentatively, he asked, "Boss Su, doesn't the share request seem a bit low?" To be precise, it was not just low, 1.5 million for merely 1%. This was essentially a gift. Qin Mingtong's heart jolted, disbelief flickering in her eyes as she looked at her uncle. "Mingtong, Boss Su only wants 1% of the shares." Qin Mingtong's uncle was quite certain there were no hidden traps in the contract, as he had studied law in university. Su Fu, however, waved his hand lightly, saying, "You ought to be grateful to old Master Ning." His straightforward remark momentarily stunned both Qin Mingtong and her uncle. Seeing their expressions, Su Fu was slightly taken aback but quickly continued, "The elderly master of the Ning family, one of the 3 major families in Shenzhen City." Qin Mingtong and her uncle exchanged puzzled glances. Boss Su, it seems we do not know old Master Ning." Her uncle chuckled awkwardly. Qin Mingtong's heart sank. Could it be a misunderstanding? As the illegitimate daughter of the Li family head, though lacking formal recognition, she was aware of certain matters. How could a figure of old Master Ning's stature possibly concern themselves with their small factory? Not to mention them. Even the Hong family might have few individuals who could catch the old master's eye. Su Fu, smiling amiably, understood the nuances of human interaction and thus took the opportunity to say, "You may not know him, but consider yourselves fortunate to have encountered a benefactor." He then looked at Qin Mingtong thoughtfully and remarked, "I only learned later that old Master Ning had promised to assist a young man he valued with a task." Su Fu spoke with a mix of admiration and surprise. "What a rare opportunity. That is indeed a promise from old Master Ning. I envy it greatly." The others present began to grasp the significance of this promise. Su Fu shook his head and chuckled. "What surprised me was that the young man used such a precious opportunity to make a request." Qin Mingtong suddenly realized and blurted out, "Ruixin factory?" Su Fu nodded with a smile. Her heart was a tumultuous sea of emotions. Indeed, it was Hong Yun who had helped her. Among those she knew, only Hong Yun had the slightest chance of being connected to old Master Ning. This favor was monumental, so significant that Qin Mingtong felt lost, unsure of how to repay it. Her mind raced with conflicting thoughts. Su Fu cheerfully remarked, "So, besides thanking old Master Ning, you must also express gratitude to that young man." He Yun, standing nearby, looked intrigued, recalling the young man whose appraisal skills had astonished him. Su Fu stroked his chin and smiled. "You should be quite familiar with him. He is from your school, the recent top scorer who has been making waves. It's He Liang. You know him, right?" Qin Mingtong's head shot up abruptly, the name echoing in her mind like a thunderclap, nearly causing her to faint. Her complexion turned pale, and her breathing became rapid. Had she misheard? She opened her mouth, seemingly exhausting all her strength. Uncle Sue. You mean the one helping me is He Liang? Chapter 95. I was wrong. Chen Mingtong's tone was laced with confusion and disbelief. He Liang? The one I know. Her heart raced chaotically. She secretly hoped Su Fu had made a mistake. However, Su Fu, stroking his stiff beard, nodded with certainty and said, Indeed. He ended with a sigh. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. His talents are remarkable. No wonder he has caught old Master Ning's favor. Su Fu referred, of course, to He Liang's appraisal prowess. He Yun, beside him, nodded in agreement, rare praise escaping his lips. He is undoubtedly a prodigious talent in the field of appraisal. Now that the college entrance examination is over, I plan to invite him to some gatherings within the industry. With his abilities, he will surely shine brightly in the appraisal realm. Just as He Yun finished his words, Su Fu's phone suddenly lit up with a notification. Upon seeing the message, Su Fu raised an eyebrow. He then nodded towards He Yun and turned to Chen Mingtong and her uncle, smiling. We have some matters to attend to, so we must take our leave. Naturally, Chen Mingtong's uncle beamed, quickly responding, All right, then Boss Su, please carry on. Such a great favor. We shall never forget in our lifetime. If you ever need anything, do not hesitate to seek us. After exchanging a few words of gratitude, they offered to see him off, but Su Fu declined, leaving with He Yun. Chen Mingtong's uncle, filled with relief, let out a deep breath and wore a radiant smile as he turned to Chen Mingtong. Mingtong, this time we owe it all to your classmate He Liang. What is your relationship with him? He turned to continue, but his words abruptly halted. Chen Mingtong's body trembled, her head bowed so her expression was hidden. Upon hearing the inquiry about their relationship, she could no longer hold back. She lifted her head, her eyes red-rimmed, tears streaming down her cheeks. As the tears streamed down her cheeks, Chen Mingtong bit her crimson lip, her entire being trembling uncontrollably. The pride she held within her heart lay shattered. She admonished herself not to cry, yet the urge proved insurmountable. Soft sobs escaped her lips, growing louder by the moment. Why do you want to help me? She lamented, collapsing onto the floor like a broken doll, her chin dripping with tears that seemed to multiply. Overwhelmed, she succumbed to a heart-wrenching wail that echoed through the corridor. Why do you want to help me? For the past 3 months, I have shown you nothing but disappointment. I have clearly expressed my disdain for you. I have so deeply misunderstood you. He Liang, you scoundrel. Why do you want to help me? Memories of her past misconceptions flooded her mind, each recollection intensifying her emotional turmoil. Chen Mingtong curled her arms around her knees, weeping with a rawness that tore at her soul. She could not fathom why her heart ached so profoundly, nor why she felt such guilt. The emptiness within her was overwhelming. She had pushed He Liang away, and now there was no turning back. Her uncle, alarmed, inquired repeatedly, Mingtong, what is the matter? Please, don't cry. What has happened? Tell your uncle. He endeavored to project warmth and a listening ear. Yet, how could Chen Mingtong confide in him? Should she admit that she had rejected someone she had always cherished? Should she confess that her goodwill had been met with misunderstanding? That someone had relinquished their opportunity for her, yet she had perceived him as deceitful and had shown him her contempt? That He Liang had bestowed upon her a precious promise while she had treated him with disdain, contempt, and even severed all ties? After weeping for an extended period, an unexpected surge of strength coursed through her. She pushed herself off the ground, her nails digging into her palms, her eyes brimming with tears of guilt. Yet a flicker of determination emerged. I must see him. I must meet him in person. Without glancing back, she urged her uncle, please take care of my mother, and dashed away, tears streaming down her face. Chen Mingtong drew the attention of many passers-by. A youthful beauty in such despair naturally sparked a flurry of speculation. Did she break up? Is she being mistreated by a cad? She hailed a ride, anxiously watching the driver's slow progress on her phone. For the first time, she felt as if time was dragging on interminably. Her mind fixated on a singular thought. I must see He Liang. She was unsure of the reason, or what she would say upon meeting him. Yet the urgency of that desire was undeniable. Upon the driver's arrival, Chen Mingtong hurriedly entered the vehicle. She knew He Liang's address, having been there previously to deliver books. It was too long before they arrived. Without an elevator, she swiftly ascended the stairs, her once weary body now invigorated with newfound energy. Standing before room 502, she trembled as she pressed the doorbell, wiping her tears away, biting her lip, her body shaking. However, no one answered. She pressed the doorbell again, and after 5 minutes of silence, despair began to creep in. Why? Was he not home? Tears welled in her eyes as another thought surfaced. Or perhaps, he doesn't wish to see me? In a state of disarray, her mind raced with countless thoughts. The more she tried to suppress the memories of her misunderstandings with He Liang, the more they surged forth like mushrooms after the rain, uncontainable. Trembling, she reached for her phone. Without a moment's hesitation, she opened WeChat, locating He Liang's contact, only to discover she had deleted him. Yes, she had indeed removed him from her contacts. The guilt and self-reproach within her intensified, leaving her utterly desolate. She opened QQ to find He Liang's contact and sent a message. Are you there? But immediately after, a small red dot appeared, indicating a new message. Chun Ming Tong felt as though she had been struck by lightning, stumbling backward and collapsing onto the filthy ground. So he had deleted me too? This realization struck her with profound impact. Is this your decision and stance? The pain in her heart deepened as she opened her contacts list, found He Liang's number, and dialed. The number you have dialed is not in service. Please check and try again. Chun Ming Tong's face turned pale. Trembling, she picked up her phone to re-add He Liang on WeChat. After completing that action, the screen, damp from her tears, became unresponsive. With a mix of anticipation and fear, she waited 10 minutes, half an hour. Yet, she received no notification of having added him as a friend. A hollow feeling enveloped her. What should I do? He doesn't want to add me. He doesn't want to see me anymore. Hugging her knees, she sat on the ground, oblivious to the way her pristine dress had become soiled. She resembled a helpless little girl, weeping uncontrollably. He Liang, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. I'm so sorry. Chapter 96. I am your boss. A black Mercedes swerved along the highway. He Liang toyed with his brand new phone, purchased the previous night with his parents, and had a new SIM card as well. Gazing out the window, his expression turned pensive. Suddenly, the screen illuminated with a WeChat notification. Sliding his finger across the screen, he fell silent upon seeing the name, Chun Ming Tong. He recognized her avatar instantly. After a moment's hesitation, he opted to exit the chat. Neither rejecting nor accepting her request, he thought, you deleted me. Now you wish to add me back? Though He Liang did not consider himself petty, he had his own temper. Chun Ming Tong had once helped him. Yet he felt that his response had been less than she deserved. Up front, the driver, Kwang San, remarked, young master, we should arrive at his residence in about an hour. He Liang nodded slowly. In recent days, he had come to understand the power dynamics within Shenzhen City. The pinnacle of influence was held by three prominent families, the Ning, Sun, and He families, all established in the heart of Shenzhen City, in the Futian district. Their destination was Futian. The atmosphere in the car was somewhat tense. Lin Su felt a mix of apprehension. This anxiety did not stem merely from visiting a powerful family or the fear of unknown forces, but rather from the daunting prospect of entering a new social circle and facing unfamiliar relatives. Lin Wudi, sitting nearby, chuckled, boss, rest assured. If anyone dares to provoke you, I'll handle them. A glint of sharpness flickered in his eyes. Kwang Sen cleared his throat. Lin Wudi, that's enough. There are matters only the young master can discuss. Lin Wudi scoffed, but refrained from further comment. However, He Liang squinted, turning to Lin Wudi. Could you enlighten me on the situation? Lin Wudi perked up, feigning helplessness as he glanced at Kwang San. Kwang San, this is unavoidable, the young master is asking. Kwang San hesitated, his expression darkening, but remained silent. Previously, he had been reluctant for the young master to learn too much, but now, with the old master's stance confirmed and their return imminent, sharing some insights would not be out of place. Lin Wudi snorted, boss, it's quite simple really. Your father, the head of the family, went missing 3 years ago. According to protocol, a new candidate for the family head must be determined. He Liang remained quiet. He had long been aware of his estranged father's disappearance. He nodded, and then Lin Wudi continued, in such cases, the position should go to the head's offspring. But since the head has no descendants, the second branch is eager to make a move. They are advocating for their eldest son to take the position. Lin Wudi wore a face full of disdain. That's just a fool. Kwang San, maintaining a stern demeanor, admonished, Lin Wudi, mind your words. Although they, as members of the Dark Division, were only accountable to the old master and the direct line of the family. That individual ultimately belonged to the clan's legitimate lineage and should not be casually judged. Lin Wudi, however, remained unfazed. After all, the boss was backing him. So why should he feign humility? He Liang, with a calm expression, urged, please, continue. Not long ago, news surfaced that the family head had left an heir outside, which naturally displeased some individuals. Lin Wudi curled his lip, but fell silent under Kwang San's icy gaze. Yet He Liang had already grasped the situation's nuances. Frowning, he understood that matters were certainly more complicated than they appeared. The upcoming visit to the He family would not be a simple endeavor. Seemingly perceiving He Liang's thoughts, Kwang San spoke softly, young master, there is no need for excessive concern. With the old master's strength restored, he is gradually regaining control over the family's affairs, leaving others unable to interfere in matters of succession. I see. He Liang nodded, his expression composed, betraying no inner thoughts. An hour later, they arrived at their destination, a bustling area at the heart of the Fuxian district. Amidst the thriving urban landscape stood a traditional Sihiyuan, its presence somewhat incongruous against the backdrop of towering skyscrapers. Yet, passers-by gazed upon it with reverence, as if aware of the significance contained within its walls. In such a locale, the establishment of such an expansive Sihiyuan spoke volumes about the He family's strength, offering a serene contrast to the city's frenetic pace. Huangsan parked the car, and the trio disembarked, only to be nearly sideswiped by a black luxury vehicle that careened into view with reckless speed, almost colliding with Huangsan's Mercedes. The screeching sound startled everyone. Lin Wudi, filled with rage, drew his wooden sword and stood protectively in front of He Liang, seemingly aware of who had arrived. He Liang's heart raced at the sight of the car. Though he had little knowledge of automobiles and had never had the means to explore such luxuries in his previous life, this vehicle was renowned. A Rolls-Royce. In its elongated version. As the window rolled down, a pallid-faced young man with a mocking smile emerged. He was handsome, clad in designer attire. Appearing to be in his 20s, a cigar dangling from his lips. With a smirk, he remarked, "My apologies, almost hit you there, Kwang Lu." Yet his expression bore a hint of regret, as if lamenting the missed opportunity for a collision. Lin Wudi's face turned ashen, ready to strike. He Jian, with his hands raised in mockery, chuckled, "Little pup, you're merely a dog raised by our family. Why the anger?" He Liang restrained Lin Wudi, having already deduced the identity of the young man in the Rolls-Royce. "Boss." Lin Wudi's fury was palpable, yet he held it in check. He Liang remained calm, subtly shaking his head. Lin Wudi's clenched fists relaxed, then tightened again, visibly seething. He Jian sneered as he exited the vehicle, followed by a striking young woman. Her appearance captivating, adorned with exquisite makeup. He Jian wrapped an arm around her waist, casting a disdainful glance at He Liang and Lin Wudi. As he passed Lin Wudi, he sneered, "A dog should know its place. Don't overstep." Before he could finish his sentence, a sharp gust of wind cut through the air. Suddenly, a fist loomed large before He Jian. Bang! In the next moment, He Jian was sent sprawling 2 or 3 meters away, crashing to the ground in disarray. Blood trickled from his nose, mingling with a metallic scent. He Liang stood calmly before Lin Wudi, stating, "I am your boss. I will handle certain matters for you." These simple words resonated deeply within Lin Wudi, evoking a powerful sense of gratitude as he gazed at that slender silhouette. Chapter 97. Yin Balian. From the moment Lin Wudi was mocked to He Liang's intervention, the scene unfolded too swiftly, so rapid that even Huangsan was caught off guard. He Jian clutched his swelling right cheek, disbelief etched across his face. You dare strike me? I'll kill you, you bastard. What nonsense is this? He Jian, have never endured such humiliation in my life. Not even from my parents. I don't know who this student-looking brat is, but my fury is about to explode. From the rear door emerged a delicate middle-aged man, a dagger in hand, advancing towards He Liang with a glint of malice in his eyes. However, Lin Wudi sprang forward. At that moment, he exuded an ethereal grace akin to a sword immortal, his wooden sword carving a dazzling arc as it struck the delicate man's arm. The man's complexion flushed, his forward momentum abruptly halted, and he staggered back a few steps, coughing violently. Glaring at Lin Wudi, the delicate man hissed, "Kwang Lu, do you know what you are doing?" He Jian rose, enraged, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Wudi. "Once I become the heir, I'll make you wish you were never born." "Do you believe that?" Lin Wudi chuckled coldly, stepping aside to reveal He Liang. "My boss is the rightful heir of the He family." He Jian's eyes widened in realization, and his pupils constricted as he fixated on He Liang. The delicate man also cast a sinister glance at He Liang, his demeanor darkening. He Liang remained composed, addressing Lin Wudi, "Thank you." Lin Wudi scratched his head, grinning foolishly at He Liang's words, then grew serious. "Boss, it's only right." He Liang regarded He Jian, recognizing their blood connection, yet felt no sense of kinship. Huangsan, feeling the tension, interjected, "I kindly ask both parties to refrain from further hostilities. Let us enter the He family." This altercation had drawn the attention of several onlookers. He Liang? He Jian regarded He Liang with a grim expression, which morphed into a cold smirk, as if looking upon a corpse. At the entrance of the Sihiyuan, a regal woman emerged. Clad in a qipao, her beauty was striking. Her long black hair styled elegantly, exuding a ripe charm akin to a sweet peach, if not for the crow's feet at the corners of her eyes. One might mistake her for being in her 20s. Upon seeing He Jian's disheveled state, her eyes narrowed slightly, yet her expression remained amiable as she smiled warmly. "We are all family here. Let us avoid any conflict and head inside." He Liang narrowed his eyes, sensing something unsettling about this woman. Lin Wuti whispered. She is He Jian's mother, the second matriarch, named Yin Balian. Boss, do not underestimate her. She is no pushover. He Liang nodded subtly. Yin Balian turned her gaze to He Liang, chuckling. By the way, you should address me as Aunt. He Liang, maintaining his calm demeanor, replied, Hello, Aunt Yin. Yin Balian's eyes flickered momentarily before she quickly regained her composure, smiling. Let us all go inside. As they entered, He Jian muttered threats under his breath to He Liang. Watch yourself. One day, I'll make you wish you were dead. He was well aware of the rumors surrounding He Liang's status as an illegitimate child, and Yin Balian had often cautioned him to choose his words carefully. Yet, his frustration was impossible to suppress. He Liang shot him a glance, unwavering. I hope it doesn't backfire on you. Upon entering the inner hall, they encountered a traditional layout adorned with historical paintings, exquisite tea sets, and neatly arranged seating, reflecting the refined taste of the Sihiyuan's owner. He Liang, Yin Balian, and He Jian took their places. As for the others, they remained standing, a matter of status. Although the surroundings exuded opulence, showcasing the wealth of the He family, He Liang's return was not motivated by greed. He turned to Yin Balian, his expression calm, and inquired, Aunt Yin, may I ask if the elder is present? Yin Balian narrowed her eyes slightly and smiled gently. Not yet. Father has gone out to visit friends and should return tonight. She added cheerfully, knowing that there are still direct bloodlines outside. Us elders are quite pleased. Surely, your father, who has been missing for 3 years, would also feel joy upon hearing this. Her expression dimmed slightly. But I wonder, will your father have the chance to see you again? What seemed like a caring conversation carried an underlying implication. He Liang felt a stir in his heart but maintained a composed demeanor, responding mildly, There is no need for your concern, Aunt Yin. Upon inheriting the He family, I will naturally exert great effort to seek his whereabouts. He Liang did not yield, standing his ground. Lin Wuti beside him wore a knowing smile. This was indeed invigorating. Although the boss appeared gentle on the surface, he possessed his own principles and assertiveness. Respect me a foot, and I will respect you a mile. Harm me a grain, and I will take 3 pecks in return. This was the essence of He Liang. Inheritance? He Jian slammed the chair, his face darkening, ready to curse. What a joke. That position was already in He Jian's eyes. How could a mere illegitimate child, an outsider, aspire to inherit the He family? Yet, Yin Balian silenced his impending words with a glance. She smiled at He Liang, nodding kindly, that is only right. Your mother, who tragically passed away in a car accident years ago, would surely smile from the afterlife upon seeing you inherit the position of family head. He Liang's expression turned cold. Aunt Yin's words were indeed pointed. There is no need for your concern, Aunt Yin. He closed his eyes, adopting a demeanor that suggested he wished to end the conversation. Yin Balian's gaze flickered momentarily before she spoke again. He Liang, after your long journey, you must be somewhat fatigued. Would you like me to arrange a room for you to rest? He Liang stood and nodded. Then I shall trouble you, Aunt Yin. In truth, he wished to avoid further dialogue with her. Soon after, Lin Wuti led He Liang to the guest room, while He Jian huffed and departed as well. The living room was left empty, with only Yin Balian remaining. She delicately rubbed her chin with her fair fingers, her eyes glinting with a cold smile as she murmured to herself, He Liang, such an interesting nephew. It seems I must arrange for you to meet your mother. Chapter 98. Conversations dressed in a cheongsam that accentuated her well-maintained figure. Yin Balian rose gracefully from her seat. In the shadows, a fleeting silhouette emerged, accompanied by the raspy voice of a middle-aged man. Madam, that item has still not been found. A hint of coldness appeared in Yin Balian's eyes as she chuckled lightly. It seems my father has hidden it quite well. Her red lips parted with regret. He truly does not understand the value of such things. It is a waste. The raspy voice from the shadows hesitated. Now that He Hua, that damned old man, has recovered, should we temporarily return to the family estate? Yin Balian, however, remained unfazed. Smiling as she replied, Recovered? It is merely a fade. She began to stride outside. That item belongs to me. The He family is also mine. As for him, he should be enjoying his retirement. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she halted, a captivating smile spreading across her face. Oh, not just anyone can call him that damned old man. Let the family law take its course. In the shadows, a figure trembled slightly. Yes. Yin Balian stepped into the bright sunlight, her lips curling into an alluring smile as she licked them. The timing is just right. As for her son, He Jian's injury, she seemed utterly unconcerned. After He Liang and Lin Wuti returned to the guest room, they began to converse. Lin Wuti spoke of Yin Balian with evident trepidation. Boss, she is a wicked woman. Yet when pressed to elaborate on her wickedness, Lin Wuti found himself at a loss for words. He Liang nodded, his expression serene. I can see that. After a moment's thought, he inquired, what about your people in the dark division? This courtyard appears rather deserted. He Liang had initially expected a lively atmosphere, but found it quite the opposite. Outside, 2 bodyguards in black exuded a fierce demeanor, yet they were not martial practitioners. Within the courtyard, there were hardly any others, aside from a few individuals resembling caretakers. This is by design. Lin Wudi stroked his head. According to regulations, the collateral branches are not permitted to reside in the main family. He continued, many residences outside indeed house collateral members of the family. There are certainly many of them. He Liang nodded in realization. Lin Wudi added, as for us in the dark division, we each have our own matters to attend to, so it is impossible for us to remain in one place. He Liang understood this. What about the second family head? He narrowed his eyes. Lin Wudi's expression shifted slightly as he glanced around, seemingly checking if Kwang-san was present. Once assured of her absence, he whispered, I've only heard that the second family head was once a business prodigy, but ever since that wicked woman arrived, he has taken to drinking daily. Who knows where he might be drinking now? He Liang furrowed his brow. Does the elder not intervene? Lin Wudi shook his head. That is beyond my knowledge. My only responsibility is to protect you, boss. He touched his wooden sword, his expression growing confident. With me here, that wicked woman cannot harm you in the slightest. He Liang's thoughts whirled as he chose not to speak further. As time passed, it was soon 7 in the evening. He Liang opted not to venture out. For one, he felt somewhat uncomfortable in this place. For another, he wished to avoid any encounters with Yin Balian until he had grasped the intricacies of the situation. This ant, cloaked in beauty yet akin to a venomous serpent, made him feel exceedingly uneasy, as if she lurked in the shadows, ready to strike from behind. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. Come in, He Liang called out, lifting his head. Kwang-san entered, wearing sunglasses. Young master, the elder has returned and is now waiting for you in the study. He Liang's eyes brightened, and he sprang from his chair in excitement. Feeling a mix of anticipation and complexity, taking a deep breath, he said, let us go. Under Kwang-san's guidance, they arrived outside a study. Kwang-san pulled Lin Wudi away, ensuring they were at a safe distance to avoid overhearing anything inappropriate. He Liang remained silent for a few seconds before knocking on the door. Come in. Not long after, an elderly voice beckoned from within. He Liang opened the study door and stepped inside, closing it behind him. At the desk sat an elderly man with a head of silver hair. His weathered face was etched with deep wrinkles, and his eyes, somewhat clouded, held a blend of authority and kindness. Yet upon seeing He Liang, his hand, which held a pen, trembled slightly, revealing a flicker of excitement. Suppressing his emotions, he exclaimed joyfully, He Liang, my grandson, welcome back. He Hua stood up. Though not particularly tall, merely around 1.65 meters, he stood straight and proud. Top of the class, you were even more exceptional than I imagined, He Hua said. His expression one of gratification. Outside, Lin Wudi and Kwang-san remained silent, seemingly having not heard the old man's hearty laughter in quite some time. Inside the study, He Liang's gaze flickered slightly. With his mouth opening slightly, he could not bring himself to utter the words grandfather. He Hua, witnessing He Liang's state, could only shake his head in resignation. With a soft sigh, he remarked, poor child, I can somewhat comprehend the complexity of your feelings. He then spoke earnestly. I will explain everything to you. He Liang remained silent, quietly listening. Although this elder, connected by blood, stood before him, the truth of his abandonment still pricked at his heart, making it impossible to dismiss the pain entirely. He Hua gazed out the window, speaking in a drifting tone. I only recently learned that I have a grandson out there. He continued, years ago, before Qing Feng, your father, went missing, he never informed me of your existence. Had I known earlier, I would not have allowed you to wander alone in the world. He was aware that He Liang had been adopted by an exceedingly impoverished couple, enduring a life fraught with hardship. A pang of regret tugged at his heart. All these years, I have wronged you. Yet, He Liang solemnly replied, I have been doing well these years. However, a sense of relief washed over him, knowing that his biological grandfather had at least acknowledged his existence. After a moment of silence, He Liang inquired, can you tell me where my biological parents are? He Hua nodded, stating, they are missing. He added, 3 years ago. They vanished without a trace. He Hua narrowed his eyes and continued, if there is any sign of them, there is only one. What is it? He Liang blurted out. He Hua smiled with a hint of comfort, calmly replying, the dragon-shaped statue you have seen. It is merely its root. He Liang's complexion paled, and he coughed twice. A trickle of dark blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Alarmed, He Liang instinctively stepped closer to He Hua. Chapter 99. The fifth task. He Hua's breath was somewhat labored, the blood at his lips a troubling shade of dark. What is happening? He Liang furrowed his brow. Kong-san told me your health should have improved by now. He Hua gently shook his head, maintaining a composed demeanor. Some old injuries have yet to heal. It is not a significant issue. His nonchalance did little to allay He Liang's concern. He Hua did not dwell on the topic, but proceeded, the dragon-shaped statue is not simple. Your father vanished while seeking its origins. Though He Hua's expression remained calm, the turmoil within him was known only to himself. One son had disappeared, while the other squandered his existence in drunken revelry. Anyone would find it unbearable. He Liang inhaled deeply, then asked, "What about my biological mother?" Indeed. He Hua's gaze darkened slightly as he nodded. He Liang fell into a contemplative silence. He Hua swiftly changed the subject. According to tradition, the He family should be passed on to you. He Liang narrowed his eyes and, after a lengthy pause, replied, "I never said I was willing to inherit it." He Hua appeared surprised, yet the smile on his face grew broader. Typically, anyone would rejoice at the prospect of inheriting such a vast family. However, he could see that his long-lost grandson was not overly enamored by this opportunity. He Hua calmly stated, "I do not expect you to decide so hastily. 3 days from now is my 70th birthday. You may give me your answer then." He Liang's expression shifted. He Hua smiled amiably, appearing quite congenial. "I will not pressure you on this matter." Yet, He Liang's demeanor remained tense, turning cold as he asked, "Yan Balian wants to kill me?" This was no secret. He Liang had encountered an assassin upon his first meeting with Kong-san. Lin Wuti had quietly informed him that Yan Balian was likely behind it. He Hua's expression changed subtly as he pondered for a moment before stating seriously, "While this possibility exists, there is still no evidence. Give me 5 days, and I will provide you with an explanation." He Hua's voice grew somber, laden with unspoken reasons. "I am currently investigating, including matters from years past." He Liang remained silent, opening his mouth to ask something further, but was interrupted by He Hua's sudden paleness and violent coughing. Witnessing this, He Liang reluctantly said, "You should rest for now. I shall not disturb you any longer." He Hua, visibly unwell, did not insist. "I will be at home for the next few days. Feel free to come and ask anything you do not understand." "I understand," He Liang replied as he exited the study, softly closing the door behind him. His expression a blend of complexity and myriad thoughts. Lin Wuti and Kong-san arrived. Lin Wuti wore a curious expression but hesitated to inquire further. "Let us go back to our room," He Liang suggested. As they walked, they unexpectedly encountered He Jian. He Jian cast a shadowy, somewhat provocative glance at He Liang, followed by a grim-faced middle-aged man with a buzz cut, whose strength left He Liang feeling somewhat uneasy. "Peak of refining essence," Lin Wuti whispered to He Liang, his expression grave. He Liang's eyes narrowed, mulling over the implications. Regardless of whether he inherited the family legacy, both Yan Balian and He Jian were undoubtedly adversaries. He Jian was brash and reckless, akin to a spoiled child. Though he possessed martial prowess, he was merely at the 3rd level of body refining, posing little threat. However, Yan Balian exuded a distinctly dangerous aura. Upon returning to his room, He Liang lay on his bed, contemplating the He family. With a mere reach, he felt he could grasp wealth and power beyond the reach of ordinary men. Yet, an underlying discomfort lingered within him, rendering the prospect of such power somewhat unpalatable. After freshening up, he retired early, seeking solace in sleep. The night passed quietly. The following morning, Yan Balian sought out He Liang. With a radiant smile, akin to a blooming flower, she softly inquired, "He Liang, do you know the Ning family?" He Liang, on guard, thought it peculiar for her to bring this up so early in the day. "The weasel is wishing the chicken good luck," he mused. Yet, he nodded, "I know. The 3 great families of Xinjiang City, the Ning family, the Sun family, and the He family." At this moment, He Liang deduced that the elderly Ning we had met in the antique street must indeed be the patriarch of the Ning family. Yan Balian nodded with satisfaction. "Then I need not elaborate." She continued, "Tomorrow is the coming-of-age ceremony for Ning Shui, the granddaughter of Old Master Ning. Our 3 families have always maintained a good relationship, and as the eldest grandson of the He family, you should attend the gathering." Kong-san, standing nearby, hesitated briefly before affirming this point. He Liang felt astonished. It was Ning Shui's birthday? He recalled the strikingly beautiful girl in a cute Lolita dress, exuding an air of aloofness. "Will you attend?" Yan Balian asked with a smile. Was she attempting to entice him? Yet, she spoke with reason, and he thought it impolite to refuse. "I will attend," he replied after a brief moment of consideration. Yan Balian's smile widened. "Remember to choose a nice gift," she said, handing him a bank card. "There is 10 million inside. It should suffice for something decent." With that, she gracefully departed. He Liang stared at the card in his hand, a wry smile escaping his lips. 10 million, as if it were just 1,000. However, his expression soon grew serious as he turned to Kong-san. "Is there any issue with this?" Kong-san pondered before replying. "There should be none, but caution is still advised." He Liang nodded. deep in thought. The current situation of the He family was exceedingly precarious, though Yin Balian appeared affable and well-mannered. Both the patriarch and Kong San, as well as Lin Wudi, remained vigilant against her. Yet, without evidence or certainty, they refrained from taking decisive action, as if waiting for something. He Liang was no detective. Upon arriving at the He family, he had not unraveled all the intricacies. There remained much to learn. What he must contemplate over the next 3 days is whether to accept the inheritance. Although he initially had a preference, when it came time to make a decision, a sense of pride surged within him. Is he invincible? He gazed at Kwang San, who had gone to carve his sword. Young master, is there something you wish to discuss with him? Kwang San inquired. He nodded. I am unfamiliar with this place and would like him to accompany me in selecting a gift. Tomorrow is Ning Shue's birthday. Time was of the essence, and he intended to set out immediately to choose a present. Suddenly, a notification chimed in his mind. Task. A glimmer of excitement flickered in He Liang's eyes. The all-purpose labor system had presented him with his 5th task. Task 100. Gift. 5th task. Present a gift that astonishes everyone, making Ning Shue's heart flutter. Reward. 46 experience points. A gift that astonishes everyone. He Liang furrowed his brow, not expecting such a troublesome task. The birthday of the Ning family's treasured pearl would undoubtedly attract many notable figures. It would be no surprise to present any gift, for it was not just an ordinary birthday, but a coming-of-age ceremony. Glancing at the bank card in his hand, he suddenly felt that 10 million might not suffice. Even if he spent it all on gifts, would he truly be able to acquire something that would amaze everyone? He Liang shook his head, deeming it unrealistic. Those esteemed individuals had likely seen all manner of extravagant items. Young master, I will take you to meet Lin Wudi. Kwang San offered, leading the way. Apologetically, he added, I must visit the elders soon, so I want of time to accompany you. He Liang waved his hand and shrugged. No worries, just take me to meet Wudi. The two walked side by side into the depths of the house. He Liang followed, contemplating the gift while accessing his data screen. Host, He Liang, for 100, position, intermediate labor, next level, advanced labor, daily wage, 70 labor coins, 1930. Logically, it should be more than this. However, He Liang had incurred expenses in 2 places. He upgraded his martial body talent from good to genius level, spending 1,000 labor coins. Additionally, he had spent some labor coins on various minor skills. Elevating the martial body talent from genius to monstrous would require 2,000 labor coins. A wave of anticipation washed over He Liang, though he quickly shook his head, realizing the progress was still too slow. The Tianwu cultivation method was most challenging during the body tempering phase, requiring 99 drops of essence blood. Currently, he had only condensed 69 drops. At this pace, it might truly take him years to complete. Thus, his return to the He family was not solely to meet his blood relatives and decide whether to inherit the family legacy. He also had another purpose, the dragon-shaped statue. The energy contained within that statue could enable him to break through at an astonishing speed. Lost in thought, they arrived outside Lin Wudi's room. He knocked on the door, and Lin Wudi emerged, sporting 2 large dark circles under his eyes. Upon seeing He Liang, he exclaimed with delight, Boss, you've come. He Liang glanced into the room, which was filled with wooden swords, numbering no less than 100. These are all my treasures, Lin Wudi said with a proud grin. I carved them one by one. He Liang marveled, impressive. Then, shifting the conversation, he asked, Wudi, would you accompany me to buy some things outside? Sure, no problem. Lin Wudi readily agreed, thumping his chest. The two left the He family and began to stroll around the vicinity. As they wandered, He Liang felt a headache coming on. Holding a substantial sum of 10 million. He was somewhat at a loss for how to proceed. Having little familiarity with luxury items, he stared at rows of lipsticks, perfumes, and bags, feeling overwhelmed. Furthermore, what could possibly astonish everyone? He Liang helplessly shook his head, glancing at the vibrant array before him. These items were certainly not the answer. Boss, what are you planning to purchase? Lin Wudi raised an eyebrow, inquiring. Tomorrow is Ning Shue's birthday, and I'm here to select a gift, He Liang explained. Holding up his bank card. With 10 million at my disposal, I'm unsure how to spend it. Do you have any suggestions? Lin Wudi squinted his eyes and suggested. For a girl, why not just pick some underwear or lingerie? He Liang promptly tapped his head in exasperation. Don't say such things. He Liang thought it absurd to have any expectations from Lin Wudi as suggestions. Lin Wudi looked aggrieved, scratching his head. Then maybe just send some gold bars or jade stones. Jade stones. He Liang's eyes lit up, a smile spreading across his lips. Yes. If Lin Wudi had reminded him, he might have forgotten. He still had 3 uses left for the ultimate treasure appraisal technique. While 10 million would be challenging to spend on a gift that astonished everyone, purchasing raw stones to open, that was indeed a possibility. He Liang turned to Lin Wudi and asked, Is there a place nearby to buy raw stones? Lin Wuti nodded. Of course, there's a jade stone market. But it's incredibly expensive. He then widened his eyes. Boss, are you planning to gamble on jade? He Liang chuckled and nodded affirmatively. Exactly. Lin Wuti clicked his tongue in surprise. I didn't expect you to have such a hobby. As the two conversed, they took a vehicle toward their destination. About half an hour later, they arrived at a place called Longyu Pavilion. This establishment, located on a bustling street, was adorned in a somewhat antiquated style, standing in stark contrast to the fast-paced pedestrians nearby. From the outside, it seemed quite expansive, boasting 3 stories and catching the eye. This place is quite famous, Lin Wuti noted. Curious, He Liang asked, has anyone profited from it? Lin Wuti squinted, scratching his head. For that person, not really. There's a peculiar talent from the Sun family who enjoys gambling on jade. 2 months ago, he spent 5 million here on 3 pieces of rough stone, all of which yielded exceptional jade, valued at over 3 million. Lin Wuti recalled the event with effort. He Liang raised an eyebrow, surprised. 3 million. That's quite a staggering figure. Just as he was about to speak, the atmosphere nearby became lively. Many people began to gather, chatting excitedly. Sun Ming is coming to buy from Longyu Pavilion. Make way, make way. Most of the crowd consisted of middle-aged and elderly individuals, their expressions filled with excitement and admiration. That young man from the Sun family is quite young, only around 20, yet his understanding of jade gambling surpasses that of us old folks. Isn't that the truth? I specifically came here for him today. He Liang turned to Lin Wuti. Is that Sun Ming? Lin Wuti nodded. Yes, that's him. However, he has a peculiar personality, too arrogant for my liking. He Liang nodded slightly, suddenly sensing something. With a twinge of muscle tension, a pat landed on his back. He Liang turned to find 2 familiar faces, Su Fu and He Yun. He Liang, it's been a while. He Yun smiled at him, surprise evident in his expression. So, you are the child the family head has outside. In recent days, the He family had announced the existence of a direct descendant, causing quite a stir in their circles. Su Fu's smile grew even brighter, radiating warmth. Young brother He Liang, here to buy jade? He Liang smiled and nodded at them. I'm just here to take a look. I didn't expect it to be so lively. He gestured toward the bustling crowd. Su Fu chuckled, stroking his chin. That's because Sun Ming is coming to gamble on jade. This time, Sun Ming is here specifically for the Ning family's young ladies' coming-of-age ceremony, hoping to select some fine jade. Oh, He Liang's eyes narrowed slightly. He hadn't anticipated that Sun Ming's purpose would align with his own, crossing paths once again. Let us head inside, He Liang suggested. The crowd outside was growing denser, and the entrance had become quite congested. If they didn't enter soon, it would become difficult to do so later. The 4 of them promptly stepped inside. He Liang turned to He Yun. Uncle Yun, are there any rules at Longyu Pavilion? He Liang had always harbored a fondness for He Yun, and upon discovering their blood relation, his address became notably more affectionate. A rare smile graced He Yun's face as he nodded in acknowledgement. The Longyu Pavilion boasted 3 floors. The first floor was filled with rough stones. He Liang surveyed his surroundings, noting the uncut stones, which varied in price from several thousand to hundreds of thousands. What about the second floor? He Liang inquired further. The second floor features exquisite pieces, He Yun replied after a moment's contemplation. Most of the jade stones there have been cut, many of which have been painstakingly transported from war-torn regions, thus their prices are steep. Steep? He Liang raised an eyebrow. Prices start at a few $100,000 and can reach several million, He Yun stated matter-of-factly. Gambling on jade can lead to ruin. If one wins, their wealth can multiply. But if one loses, they may find themselves in dire straits. He Liang maintained a calm demeanor, though inwardly he felt a chill at the thought of such prices. In the past, he would never have dared to consider them. If it weren't for the multi-million-dollar prepaid card in his possession, he wouldn't have even thought of ascending to the second floor. As he examined the stones present, He Liang, with his intermediate appraisal skills, could already discern that many were worthless. Let us proceed, he declared decisively after a brief contemplation. The 4 of them made their way toward the staircase, where 2 guards stood, adhering to the rule that one must possess at least 1 million to ascend. He Yun explained in a hushed tone. Not far away, a robust middle-aged man adorned with jade rings on each finger approached, his face alight with a broad smile. Is that not Master He Yun? What an unexpected delight to see you and young Master Sun here today. It was evident that He Yun was quite renowned in this circle. After a few exchanges, the 4 were granted entry. The threshold to the second floor was high, with few able to gain access. Upon entering, the lighting was markedly brighter, and the arrangement of raw stones was impressively orderly. Approximately 100 stones were displayed, categorized by price into 3 sections: below 1 million, between 1 and 5 million, and above 5 million. Almost 80% of the stones had been cut, revealing hints of jade, considerably increasing the odds of finding valuable pieces compared to uncut stones. The remaining 20%, while not yet revealing signs of jade, still possessed an enticing appearance. At this moment, the second floor was sparsely populated, with only about 10 individuals present, yet considering the strict entry requirements, He Liang mused on the abundance of wealth among the elite. Is that not He Liang? Upon seeing the four ascend, a few acquaintances approached to greet them, most of whom were well past 50, their hair graying. Amidst their conversation, a commotion arose from below. Young Master's son has arrived. Make way. The scene grew chaotic as several individuals ascended the staircase, including a somewhat diminutive young man in his 20s and four imposing figures clad in black. Following them were two elderly gentlemen, equally qualified to enter. The proprietor below exclaimed, "Today, young Master's son is here to give you all a glimpse of the grandeur on the second floor. However, entry is strictly prohibited." The stairway quickly became congested with people, and a multimedia display showcased the second floor's allure. Is young Master's son truly that famous? He Liang pondered, surprised by his influence. He nodded slightly, remarking, "He is quite well known here. Even those who do not engage in stone gambling have heard of him. His exploits have graced the news several times due to his luck in gambling on jade." He Liang's expression turned serious as he continued, "Among the three prominent families, the Sun family boasts the greatest wealth, primarily due to their connections with various jade mines." He Liang nodded in understanding. It was noted that Sun Ming had displayed a keen interest in jade from a young age, exhibiting a remarkable talent for gambling on stones. 3 years prior, he had spent 100,000 in a neighboring province to uncover a jade worth nearly 6 million. A year ago, he acquired 10 pieces for 30 million, of which 6 contained jade, tripling their total value. He Liang's eyes widened in astonishment. That is indeed impressive. The risks in stone gambling are notoriously high. Finding even one valuable piece among 1,000 is not guaranteed. To find 6 out of 10 is remarkable. 2 months ago, he spent 5 million here on 3 raw stones, all of which yielded jade worth 30 million. He admitted, unable to hide his admiration. His talent is unparalleled in my experience. He seemed to consider He Liang's presence and added with a smile, "Of course. His environment from a young age played a significant role. Had you been raised in similar circumstances, you would likely be equally adept." Upon ascending, Sun Ming did not greet anyone, but remained fixated on the jade stones. As Lin Wudi had noted, Sun Ming possessed a peculiar demeanor. He Liang scrutinized Sun Ming closely. Standing at approximately 1.65 meters, he hunched slightly, resembling a slender monkey, with a noticeable lump near his ear. He Liang then turned his attention to the raw stones, thinking, "I must act quickly before they are all purchased." Regardless of his ties to the He family or his relationship with old Master Ning, he felt compelled to attend Ning Shui's birthday celebration tomorrow. Moreover, he wished to select a gift that would astound everyone. Nearby, Sun Ming cast a glance at He Liang before casually selecting a stone. In a husky voice, he declared, 5 pieces. This counts as 1. The bodyguards promptly responded with respect. As Sun Ming had stated, he would only choose 5, no more. Gasps of astonishment echoed from those at the stairway. The price of that particular piece was a staggering 6 million. He Liang paid little mind to the reactions of others, his thoughts igniting with determination. Ultimate appraisal technique. I have only 3 chances left. May it not disappoint me. In the next moment, He Liang felt as if he had stepped into a new realm. Surrounded by a kaleidoscope of colors, some vibrant, others muted, some utterly devoid of luster. This spectacle, akin to a flourishing garden, was breathtaking. Yet, in the section below 1 million, a singular brilliance shone like the king of flowers, overshadowing all else. In He Liang's eyes, this radiance was deep purple, with a striking flash of 7 colors at its center. I have found it. A smile spread across He Liang's face, this time. His ultimate appraisal technique had not been in vain. Chapter 102. Is this lad teaching Sun Ming how to gamble on stones? He Liang was astonished. This journey to select jade had unfolded with an almost unbelievable ease. Just one use of the ultimate appraisal technique had led him to the finest piece. Yet upon reflection, it seemed less surprising, considering the raw stones here had been meticulously selected, inherently increasing the likelihood of encountering quality jade. He Liang's gaze shifted continuously, scanning the 100 or so raw stones on display. He shook his head slightly, contemplating the high stakes involved, with prices often reaching hundreds of thousands or millions. To fail to uncover premium jade would result in significant losses. Taking a deep breath, he resolved not to waste any more time. He made his way towards the stone that had captured his attention. 666,000. A fortuitous number. He Liang's expression remained composed, devoid of hesitation as he swiftly removed the purple price tag from the glass case enclosing the raw stone. According to the rules, he had claimed it. Nearby, several elderly onlookers flinched, grumbling to themselves about yet another wealthy young heir acting with reckless abandon. How could one possibly uncover quality jade like that? They felt discomfort and unease. As connoisseurs in this field, their selections were always made with utmost caution. Yet He Liang's casual choice left them feeling as if their beliefs had been trampled upon. It was unsettling. Have you made your choice, boss? Over there. Lin Wuti approached alongside Su Fu and He Yun. Yes, I have made my selection, He Liang replied with a smile, nodding affirmatively. Grasping the purple price tag tightly, He Liang's smile radiated brightly. He Yun, with a stern expression, fixed his gaze intently on the raw stone chosen by He Liang. In his mind, although He Liang did not possess the extraordinary talents of Sun Ming, he was undoubtedly a prodigy in the field of gem appraisal. He would not casually select a raw stone. After observing for a while, He Yun's confusion deepened. Based on his decades of experience in this domain, he believed the raw stone chosen by He Liang had a low probability of yielding jade. Even if it did produce jade, it would likely be of very ordinary quality. He Liang, are you not going to reconsider? He Yun's stern face slightly creased. Could it be that you chose too hastily? He pondered his words carefully before speaking. He Liang gently shook his head, pointing at the raw stone with a smile. This is the one, it will yield. The elderly individuals around them shook their heads disapprovingly. One of them even murmured, as an elder here, I can tell you that this raw stone was previously priced at 1.23 million. However, after a year of being on the market, many masters and seasoned veterans deemed it unlikely to yield jade, which is why the price has dropped. Young man, if you wish to engage in this endeavor, you should invest more thought into it. He clearly disapproved of He Liang's reckless spending, shaking his head in counsel. Several others nearby nodded in agreement. Indeed, selecting raw stones requires considerable knowledge. Young man, heed our advice. I was once as proud as you in my youth. But then, a voice, slightly raspy, interrupted their conversation. 3 million. Give me that raw stone in your hand. Sun Ming glanced at He Liang, licking his lips. His voice hoarse. His gaze was fixated on the stone held by He Liang, his right hand gripping the pouch on his ear with excitement. Behind him, a burly man in black already held 4 price tags. Sun Ming had already selected 4 raw stones. The surrounding crowd exchanged glances, momentarily speechless, as if their throats had been constricted. A raw stone valued by Sun Ming? Their eyes shifted towards He Liang, and their expressions changed. This young man was extraordinarily fortunate. The stone worth over 600,000 was suddenly acquired by Sun Ming for 3 million. Sun Ming occasionally cast glances at He Liang, but most of the time, his attention was fixed on the raw stone selected by He Liang, his eyes sparkling with interest. This raw stone had been on display for over a year, and Sun Ming had observed it multiple times. However, only now did he perceive its potential. The material within should be of exceptional quality, well concealed. It's not for sale. Yet, a calm and resolute voice rejected him without a hint of hesitation. Sun Ming turned away without looking back. 5 million. Not for sale. Only then did Sun Ming slowly turn to face He Liang, continuing, 8 million. His raspy voice echoed across the room. The seasoned veterans on the second floor and the spectators on the first floor gasped in astonishment. 8 million for a raw stone was an exceedingly rare occurrence, especially for one that was not highly regarded by the majority. Not for sale, He Liang replied calmly, his demeanor composed and unruffled. This is surprising, the crowd murmured, equally astonished by Sun Ming's offer and He Liang's resolute refusal. Did this young man believe that Sun Ming's interest in the raw stone made it too precious to part with? As they reconsidered, this seemed more plausible. After all, Sun Ming's reputation was formidable. Sun Ming frowned, his expression intensifying. 10 million. You lack confidence in this raw stone. Why not sell it to me? At this moment, even He Yun felt that He Liang should concede the raw stone to Sun Ming. 10 million was no trivial sum. He Liang suddenly smiled, saying, I am quite confident. Sun Ming's frown deepened, and after a moment's hesitation, he yanked the 4 price tags from the burly man in black. He discarded one priced at 999,000 and presented the other 3, priced at 33 million, 3, 33 million, and 4, 99 million. Care to trade? He speculated that He Liang might simply be playing around. Perhaps exchanging 1 for 3 would entice He Liang. He Liang found this amusing. Realizing why Lin Wuti had described Sun Ming as peculiar, this logic was almost adorably juvenile. He Liang waved his hand decisively. There is no need for further discussion. I will not trade this raw stone. His firm words left no room for negotiation. Sun Ming scratched his head, momentarily at a loss for words. He Liang, however, smiled at him, pointing at the price tag of 4.99 million. Sun Ming exclaimed in delight. Are you willing to trade? He Liang shook his head, replying, if I were you, I wouldn't purchase that one. The surrounding crowd found this somewhat absurd. Was this young man attempting to teach Sun Ming how to gamble with stones? Sun Ming turned to look at the raw stone priced at 4.99 million, then turned back to He Liang, stating earnestly, I believe it will yield. He then glanced at the owner. Cut the stone. His concise response seemed more like a child throwing a tantrum than a challenge. Sun Liang turned back to He Liang, asking, shall we take a look? His tone was not one of provocation, but rather a child's defiance. He Liang surveyed the surrounding raw stones, noting their lackluster appearance. None were worthy of his attention. He Liang smiled and said, certainly, I will accompany you to observe. Suddenly, a commotion erupted on the first floor. I recognize him. Don't you think he resembles that perfect score scholar? The crowd erupted in excitement, their voices echoing until they reached the second floor. Chapter 103. An appointment. The narrow staircase was crowded with astonished faces, all staring at He Liang in disbelief. The owner on the second floor and the seasoned veterans of gem appraisal also displayed expressions of shock, their mouths agape. They were taken aback by He Liang's identity. Sun Ming looked up, his expression a mixture of surprise and curiosity. Are you He Liang? He Liang shrugged and smiled. If you are referring to that perfect score scholar, then yes, that would be me. Though he mentioned his status, he did not exhibit arrogance. Wow, I've seen him in many headlines. Upon hearing He Liang's admission, many began to chatter excitedly, astonished. However, their skepticism towards He Liang soon resurfaced. The media seemed eager to dig into every detail of He Liang's life, even from when he was 3 years old. Naturally, this led the public to question how someone from a poor family could afford to gamble with stones. The crowd glanced at Su Fu and He Yun, their minds filled with speculation. However, one thing was certain. A voice from the staircase drew everyone's attention. Since he is He Liang, he surely cannot be well-versed in stone gambling. The crowd nodded in agreement. Perhaps He Liang was academically gifted, but it was impossible to compare his expertise in stone gambling to Sun Ming's. For a completely unfamiliar individual, some might have wondered if he possessed any innate talent or experience in this field, but everyone present was well aware of He Liang's reputation. Meanwhile, the owner, astonished by He Liang's identity as the perfect score scholar, showed no hesitation in cutting the stone. The raw stone priced at 4.99 million was unveiled, revealing a dazzling emerald green that shimmered enchanting beauty under the light. But with each cut, Sun Ming's expression grew increasingly grim. He paced back and forth, hesitating before sprinting towards the cutting area. Within just a few cuts, he reached a judgment. It was clear, this stone would not yield jade. This 4.99 million raw stone was worthless, a mere facade. Not only Sun Ming, but even other experts could discern this. How could that young man have guessed correctly? They cast bewildered glances at He Liang, feeling an inexplicable unease. Sun Ming approached He Liang with an imposing demeanor. Lin Wudi's expression turned frigid as he positioned himself resolutely in front of Lin Su, his countenance icy. What do you intend to do? If Sun Ming were to attempt any aggression against their leader, he would unhesitatingly cleave him with his sword. Wudi, allow him to approach. He Liang's voice, however, resonated with tranquility and composure. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Wudi relented and stepped aside. Sun Ming approached He Liang. Turning sideways and gesturing towards the discarded stone cut by the proprietor, his brow furrowed in perplexity. How did you discern this? He inquired. He Liang demurred, mere serendipity. Sun Ming was evidently unconvinced. After a moment of contemplation, he seized the price tag of 999,000 from one of his bodyguards, the sole one among the four that he had been reluctant to exchange with He Liang. As if possessed, Sun Ming fixed his gaze intently upon He Liang. Tell me, he pressed, will the jade extracted from my rough stone command a higher price than that extracted from yours? He Liang cast a fleeting glance at him before declaring without hesitation, mine. Sun Ming asserted with utmost seriousness, I believe it will be mine. Let us wager then. He Liang was beginning to feel a throbbing in his head. Sun Ming, despite appearing to be in his 20s, possessed the obstinacy of a child. Insistent on proving his superiority, one of the bodyguards, a flicker of hesitation crossing his countenance, leaned in and whispered to Sun Ming, young master, the master instructed. Sun Ming furrowed his brow, displeasure evident. Suddenly struck by an idea, he turned to He Liang, his eyes gleaming with newfound light. You are He Liang, the one who returned from abroad, from the He family. I am aware of it. He Liang offered a slight nod, neither confirming nor denying. You intend to present the jade extracted from the stone to Ning Shui, do you not? Sun Ming continued. He possessed a sharp intellect, albeit coupled with an eccentric disposition. Upon witnessing He Liang's lack of denial, he comprehended the situation. A smile graced Sun Ming's visage. I, too, intend to do so. But my father has instructed me to select 5 stones to be unveiled at the Ning family tomorrow. Beating his chest, he preempted He Liang's response. Why not combine your stone with mine, and unveil them together tomorrow. Let us compete. His logic was, admittedly, somewhat puerile. However, He Liang, upon reflection, experienced a surge of inspiration and nodded in agreement. Is that so? Perhaps it is not unfeasible. Indeed, Sun Ming's suggestion had sparked an idea within him. If unveiled at the event tomorrow, the ensuing shock and awe would likely surpass the mere act of presenting jade. A smile played upon Sun Ming's lips. He Liang, on the other hand, remained unconcerned. He possessed unwavering confidence in his ability to extract jade from the rough stone. Woody, transport this stone back to the He residence. He Liang instructed. Lin Woody thumped his chest resolutely. Consider it done. The onlookers shook their heads, sighing in resignation. The spectacle had eluded them. Whether He Liang's stone contained jade was what they had eagerly anticipated. Yet, he had chosen not to unveil it at this moment. They mentioned unveiling it tomorrow. Did they not? If genuine, exquisite jade is extracted, news will undoubtedly circulate. We shall know tomorrow. Someone analyzed, a hint of skepticism in their tone. The crowd's eyes lit up, nodding in agreement. Subsequently, He Liang, accompanied by his entourage and the stone, departed from Dragon Jade Pavilion. The rough stone he had selected was roughly the size of a head, obviating the need for extensive handling. It was simply encased in a large box, secured with nylon rope to a trolley, and deemed ready. He Liang, are you truly confident of extracting jade? He Yun's austere countenance was etched with doubt. His brow furrowed deeply. Tomorrow marks the coming-of-age ceremony of the Ning family's daughter. If jade is not extracted, it will be somewhat unfortunate. Perhaps you should select additional gifts? He Liang chuckled softly, his handsome face radiating an air of nonchalance. Uncle Yun, rest assured, this rough stone is certain to yield jade. He Yun shook his head once more. Even if it does, it may not surpass Sun Ming's. You should not have consented to wager with Sun Ming. Sun Ming is exceedingly confident in his rough stone. If the jade you extract tomorrow is significantly inferior to his, many will capitalize on it. Despite his austere nature, He Yun's thinking was not inflexible. He Liang offered a faint smile, his expression imbued with inexplicable confidence. I am certain that the jade I extract will be superior to his. Lin Woody, standing nearby, chuckled heartily. Have faith in our leader. He is absolutely infallible. Su Fu offered a wry smile, shaking his head in resignation. The events of today would undoubtedly spread like wildfire within their circles. He Liang, the long-lost scion of the He family, a straight-A student, had agreed to a wager with Sun Ming, the renowned jade gambling prodigy of the Sun family, at the coming-of-age ceremony of the Ning family's daughter. This directly involved all three prominent families. Tomorrow, both individuals would undoubtedly be the cynosure of all eyes. Subsequently, He Liang exchanged a few words with Su Fu and He Yun before returning to the He residence with Lin Woody. Upon arriving at the He residence, Kuang San approached with a grave expression. Young master, the old master requests your presence. He Liang's expression flickered momentarily before he casually replied, Very well. I shall proceed there immediately. Arriving before the study, He Liang knocked. Enter, He Hua's voice resonated. He Liang entered the study, discovering He Hua engrossed in the perusal of an ancient tome. Did you summon me for a specific matter? He Liang inquired softly. He Hua smiled. Cognizant that He Liang still found it difficult to address him as grandfather, he nodded slowly, his countenance serious. Indeed, there are two matters I wish to discuss with you. There is a chair over there. Please be seated. He Liang complied, taking a seat. The study was not expansive, but it was replete with books, with 4 bookcases lining the walls. Copies of the Tao Te Ching, Huang Din Aging, and various ancient tomes adorned the shelves, filling the air with the aroma of aged paper. I have summoned you to discuss 2 matters. He Hua deliberated for a moment before posing a question that caught He Liang by surprise. What is your assessment of Kuang Lu? Kuang Lu? He Liang pondered for a moment, realizing that he was referring to Lin Woody. He nodded affirmatively. Apart from his occasional eccentricities, he is an excellent individual. He Hua's smile deepened, and he murmured softly, he is a formidable sort, one that wounds both foe and self. He Liang narrowed his eyes, remaining silent as he listened to He Hua continue. Once, there existed a place known as the Hai Rong Orphanage. A martial arts expert of the heretical path offended the He family and fled to the Hai Rong Orphanage, intending to exploit the lives of those ordinary individuals to perform a sacrificial ritual to restore his strength. Kuang Yi, an operative of the He family's secret division, engaged him in combat at the Hai Rong Orphanage. Although victorious, the battle resulted in the deaths of nearly all 50 orphans residing there. He Liang's pupils constricted, realizing the implication. He Hua nodded gently. Only 7-year-old Kuang Lu survived. He was taken back to the He residence by Kuang Yi and henceforth became Kuang Lu. He Liang inquired, why do you assert that Woody is a sword that wounds both foe and self? According to this logic, Lin Woody should be grateful to the He family. And indeed, Lin Wudi's demeanor towards you suggests gratitude. He Hua rose, setting aside the book, and gazed at the moonlit sky, his voice calm. He possesses an extraordinary talent. After returning from the orphanage, Kuang Lu's personality became increasingly eccentric, often proclaiming himself as sword immortal and speaking in a delirious manner. When he was 11 years old, Kuang Si was his instructor. He had 4 other students training with Kuang Si at the time. One of them made a slightly provocative remark regarding the orphanage, causing Kuang Lu to become agitated and injure all 4 of them. He Liang frowned. What does this signify? He Hua suddenly turned to face He Liang, nodding emphatically. Of course, it signifies nothing, considering that Kuang Lu was merely at the low levels of body tempering, as were the other 4. However, Kuang Si, who was at the high levels of qi refining, sustained significant injuries while attempting to restrain the irrational Kuang Lu. Does this not signify something? He Liang exclaimed in astonishment. The high levels of qi refining could not restrain the low levels of body tempering? This is somewhat incredible. He Liang is no novice. He is fully aware of the disparity between the two. He Hua nodded gently and said, therefore, within the shadows. He is the only one to whom I have bestowed the title of Shadow, and I have high hopes for him. He possesses immense potential and extraordinary talent. In the future, he may become the shadow of the He family, a figure that instills fear and trepidation in our enemies. He Hua's expression grew solemn. However, you must exercise caution. If Kuang Lu truly loses his sanity, he may very well harm you, or even kill you. He Liang lowered his head, taking a few seconds before raising it again. Taking a deep breath and calming his demeanor, he will not. He Hua gazed at He Liang, whose face bore some resemblance to his father's, as if recalling something. Then he shook his head and smiled. I only wanted to inform you of this. After all, that was the only unusual occurrence. Aside from his somewhat erratic personality, Kuang Lu has not shown any other troubling tendencies. He Hua continued, by the way, do your utmost to prevent Kuang Lu from encountering Kuang Yi. He Liang raised an eyebrow. Why? He Hua shook his head with a gesture. Their relationship is quite poor, very hostile. If they meet, it is highly likely that Kuang Lu will take action. He Hua then shifted the topic. The second matter is somewhat significant. His expression grew serious, and he focused his senses to ensure no one else was nearby before saying, do you still remember the dragon-shaped statue I had Kuang Air delivered to you last time? He Liang nodded. Of course, I remember. After all, it was that which removed my dragon-shaped mark. Moreover, the most crucial aspect is that he gained immense benefits from the dragon-shaped statue, causing his cultivation to soar like a rocket. He Hua lowered his voice, his gaze dropping. I will take you to a place to see its root. He Liang's expression shifted, and he nodded. All right, I am indeed quite interested in that dragon-shaped statue. The two departed from the He family, moving swiftly and quietly, ensuring not to disturb anyone. Is it to avoid letting Yan Balian know? He Liang inquired directly. He Hua nodded yes. Many matters may be connected to her. However, she has others standing behind her, and there is also a master protecting her. He Liang responded with an understanding hum. To act against her without provocation lacks certainty, hence the reason for holding back. He Hua nodded helplessly. Under the cover of night, they moved swiftly. After approximately half an hour, they arrived at a man-made flower field. Here, He Liang raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. He Hua replied, it's beneath this. The surroundings were quiet, with few signs of human presence. The injuries I bear are a result of it, he revealed, disclosing a startling secret to He Liang. He Liang fell into a brief silence before asking, do you trust me so much? Both the location of this object and your injuries, along with matters of invincibility, should be secrets of the He family, correct? We have only met for 2 days. He Hua, not turning back, replied calmly, you are my grandson. If I do not trust you, whom shall I trust? He Liang's expression grew somber, and he fell silent, following He Hua into the flower field. Within the flower field, various insects were rampant. He Hua located a specific spot and rhythmically stomped a few times, channeling his energy. Instantly, a passage large enough for one person to enter formed downward. Let us go. It is inside. The reason I brought you here is for another purpose. After you used the dragon-shaped statue, it underwent a transformation. Chapter 105. The blood-devouring dragon tree. The two slowed their pace, proceeding through the passage. The tunnel was not dark. Lights flickered to life on either side, casting a warm glow. Meanwhile, the opening that concealed the passage gradually closed. After a staircase that felt lengthy, the two descended for a full 3 minutes, reaching a depth of nearly 50 to 60 meters underground. Other than a slight dampness in the air, He Liang found breathing relatively easy. After a few more steps, the space inside opened up dramatically. What is this? He Liang surveyed the surroundings, his eyes narrowing. This underground area was nearly the size of half a playground. At its center stood an ancient tree, rooted deeply in the earth, exuding an abnormal crimson hue, devoid of any leaves. Suspended from its branches were 4 dragon-shaped statues. A single glance filled He Liang with a sense of oppression and eeriness. Is this its root? He Liang furrowed his brow, suppressing his discomfort, and asked in a hushed tone. Yes, He Hua nodded gently, instinctively positioning himself half a step in front of He Liang. With a profound gaze, He Hua softly remarked, He Liang, I have an important secret to share with you. He Liang's demeanor grew significantly serious. I am listening. Subsequently, the small space resonated with He Hua's slightly aged voice. After a moment, He Liang, astonished, nodded, grappling to comprehend He Hua's words. This crimson tree was known as the blood-devouring dragon tree, its history shrouded in mystery. Each generation of the He family's direct male line bears a dragon-shaped mark on their necks, typically manifesting around the age of 20, marked by an intense outburst of stimulation. The pain is accompanied by a surge of vital energy. Each occurrence intensifies until the vital energy explodes. Only the dragon-shaped statues birthed by the blood-devouring dragon tree can consume the dragon-shaped marks, allowing the He family's males to survive. He Hua's gaze darkened slightly as he spoke in a hoarse voice. However, I suspect it merely utilizes our He family. He instinctively touched the back of his neck. I even suspect that our He family's dragon-shaped mark is this thing's curse. It seeks to absorb something unique. He Liang remained silent, yet in his heart, he found himself agreeing with He Hua's perspective. Due to the Tianwu decision, his understanding of the dragon-shaped statue deepened significantly. What does this have to do with his disappearance? He Liang inquired. He Hua naturally understood who He Liang referred to. He gently shook his head. Your father sought to uncover the source of this thing. He once received intelligence and went to a certain ruin, never to return. Suddenly, he removed his shirt. I once attempted to forcibly explore the ancient tree itself, but to no avail. Haha, I ended up injuring myself. He Liang, upon seeing the back of He Hua, could not help but exclaim, how is this possible? He Hua's back was covered by a dragon-shaped mark, far exceeding the size of what He Liang had initially seen. It was grotesque, eerie. He Hua smiled faintly. This mark erupts almost every day, and there are also other minor side effects. He Liang's gaze towards He Hua shifted. Having experienced such pain himself, he found it hard to fathom how He Hua managed to conceal it with such composure. This resilience astonished He Liang. He Hua donned his shirt, choosing not to delve further into the matter. Each time the dragon-shaped statue is used, it connects to the ancient tree, as if a mysterious power binds them together. Yet the statue you returned last time has been unable to reattach. He Liang fixed his gaze on He Hua. This is what you referred to as the transformation. He Hua nodded, indeed. So, the statue originally had 5? He Liang continued to inquire. Yes, He Hua affirmed. In an instant, He Liang's mind began to race. He glanced at He Hua's back and then at the dragon-shaped statue, contemplating deeply before hesitating. He Liang raised his head earnestly and said, perhaps, I can help you remove this mark. He Hua's expression momentarily froze. He had brought He Liang here primarily to explain the reason for his father's disappearance. But he had not anticipated He Liang to utter such astonishing words. Around 2 o'clock in the morning, He Liang returned silently to his room. However, unlike when he left, he now held a certain black and gold box in his hand. Inside the black gold box lies a dragon-shaped statue, sitting in his chair. He Liang slightly squinted his eyes, scrutinizing the peculiar statue before him, which seemed almost lifelike. This was not the statue that the Red Rose had brought him. It was a different one. He Liang informed He Hua that he might have a method to remove the mark, but it required studying the dragon statue to ascertain its feasibility. Without hesitation, He Hua nodded in agreement. He felt a mix of guilt and affection for this grandson. The mark, the statue, He Liang muttered to himself, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This object was indeed a remarkable find. He Liang seized the dragon statue. Licking his lips in anticipation, he closed his eyes, allowing a sliver of perception to penetrate. He deliberately released the energy contained within his essence blood. The unique energy absorbed from the dragon statue had not been fully digested and lingered within his essence blood. As expected, the dragon statue stirred. It sought to establish a connection with He Liang, attempting to devour his power. However, He Liang suddenly opened his eyes, severing the link. Just as he suspected. After several attempts, He Liang gradually felt more assured. By the time the experiment concluded, it was nearly 5 in the morning. After attending Ning Shui's coming-of-age ceremony tomorrow, he would assist his grandfather. He would try that method. After toying with and observing the dragon statue for a while, He Liang locked it back into the black gold box. He lay down on the bed. After a day and night of exertion, he was quite fatigued. He fell into a deep slumber and woke up to the clock striking 2 in the afternoon. Lin Wudi was knocking urgently at the door. Boss, hurry up. We need to head out. He Liang stepped outside, his expression puzzled. It's only a little past 2 in the afternoon. Why so early? Lin Wudi pouted. Who can say otherwise? These folks are a hassle. various rituals, tea ceremonies, a plethora of trivial matters. All right, I'll take a shower and we can leave. Bring that piece of raw stone with you, He Liang casually remarked. As for the black gold box, He Liang entrusted it to He Hua to prevent theft. He Hua would not be attending the banquet. It was primarily a social gathering for the youth, with minimal involvement from the older generation. However, He Hua had heard about He Liang's wager with Sun Yu. He patted He Liang on the shoulder and smiled. At the banquet, there's no need for concern or feelings of inferiority. The He family stands behind you. Your grandfather will support you. He Liang felt a warmth in his heart and turned to smile. Don't worry. I'll be back. Chapter 106. Underestimation. Stepping out of the study, He Liang gently closed the door. A hint of a smile graced his handsome face, feeling a sense of release and ease within. He could discern the genuine goodwill from his grandfather, connected by blood. After a few days of interaction, the lingering resentment in his heart seemed to dissipate significantly. While pondering, he called out to the still-dazed Lin Wuti, "Wuti, stop dawdling, let's get moving." Lin Wuti jolted back to reality, nodding vigorously. Huang San was already waiting outside. Having prepared the car, a sleek black Mercedes lay in wait, low-key yet not lacking in luxury, its market value well over $1 million. Having spent ample time with He Liang, Huang San understood his aversion to ostentation. Lin Wuti loaded the box containing the raw stone into the trunk before they set off. How long until we reached the Ning family? He Liang struck up a conversation with the two. About half an hour, Huang San replied. He also took the opportunity to brief He Liang on the customs of the coming-of-age ceremony. Young master, you're likely unfamiliar with such gatherings. I'll be by your side, so you need not worry about anything. Huang San spoke with utmost diligence. Thank you, Huang San. He Liang stroked his chin, contemplating the Ning family's background. The head of the Ning family was Ning Yan, who had 2 sons and a daughter. The eldest was quite gifted in business, reputed to be mature and composed. The second son had trained in a special forces camp, gaining considerable fame. As for the youngest, Ning Shui, she was dearly cherished by her grandfather Ning Wu and her 2 brothers, akin to a precious gem in the family. Thus, this coming-of-age ceremony was of significant importance. However, He Liang was confident that his gift would not diminish in value. The brilliance of the raw stone overshadowed all others, akin to the king of flowers in its splendor. Completing the system task should pose no problem. He Liang squinted, gazing at the rapidly passing scenery. Half an hour later, they arrived at the Sahaiwi Hotel. In the underground parking lot on the 3rd floor, He Liang stepped out of the car, surveying the surroundings and remarking, "The cars around here look rather expensive." Various luxury vehicles adorned the area. Although He Liang could not identify the brands, their worth was unmistakably high. "This is the Sahaiwi Hotel, one of the most prestigious in Shenzhen," Huang San explained. "The Ning family has reserved the entire 3rd floor today. Only those with a certain status can park here." Lin Wuti scoffed. "I hope this coming-of-age ceremony wraps up quickly." He scratched his head and tentatively asked He Liang, "Boss, what if we slip away after delivering the gifts?" Huang San shot him a disapproving glance, reprimanding him with a deadpan expression. "This isn't school. You can't just skip out." The 3 took the elevator to the 1st floor. The Sahaiwi Hotel boasted 3 levels interconnected by a spiral staircase, showcasing a layered design. The 1st floor was spacious, adorned with 20 to 30 large round tables draped in red cloth, accommodating around 300 guests, half of whom were already seated. The atmosphere buzzed with chatter and movement, creating a lively scene. Crystal chandeliers hung overhead, their refracted lights soft and gentle. The walls displayed authentic calligraphy and ancient paintings, giving the place the ambience of an exhibition hall rather than a hotel, exquisitely luxurious. He Liang felt somewhat dazzled, marveling at the opulence. Suddenly, a voice laced with derision broke through the ambience. "Some people must be seeing this for the first time, huh? Just a bunch of bumpkins, taking this opportunity to broaden their horizons." He Jian approached from behind, a sneer plastered on his face as he ascended the stairs. "Just don't embarrass the He family." Behind him, several youths of similar age cast amused glances at He Liang. Lin Wuti immediately grasped the wooden sword behind him, readying himself. The tension in his expression was palpable as he gritted his teeth. "Boss, just say the word, and I'll take him down." He Liang shook his head, his expression calm and composed. "No need." Lin Wuti felt a surge of frustration. He Liang noticed the expression on Lin Wuti's face and smiled faintly, saying, "Now is not the right time." Hearing this, Lin Wuti's mood brightened, and he muttered, "I've been wanting to take him down for ages. Boss, just call me when you do." He Liang smiled slightly, his gaze following He Jian's retreating figure, glinting with a cold intensity. They proceeded upstairs, the eyes of the onlookers converging upon them, as if laden with weighty significance. Those who arrived at this venue were undoubtedly of considerable means. Yet He Liang felt no trepidation or inferiority. He possessed his own confidence. This confidence did not stem from the He family, but from his all-encompassing work system. The system had transformed his life, opening doors to limitless possibilities. He Liang surveyed the gathering, his lips curving upwards, his posture straightening even more. Upon reaching the third floor, he noticed a significant decrease in the number of attendees. There were barely over 100 people present, most of whom were young, around his age. As He Liang ascended, many curious gazes fell upon him, puzzled by the unfamiliar face. To be in this place, one must possess an extraordinary background. Before He Liang could survey the surroundings, Sun Ming hurried over, clutching his ear and the small pouch beside it, excitedly asking, "Shall we open the raw stone now?" He Liang rubbed his forehead, a wry smile escaping his lips. Immediately, he firmly declined, stating, "Let us wait a moment. Now is not the time." Many had already speculated about He Liang's identity and whispered among themselves. He was indeed the bloodline of the He family. I heard he is the recent top scorer who has stirred up quite the commotion. The eldest son of the He family? How fortunate he must be. A sense of envy and jealousy bubbled within many toward He Liang. An ordinary person suddenly discovering he is the heir to the He family's vast fortune was akin to a pie falling from the sky. However, among the young individuals present, a sense of pride and superiority was ignited. Although his status was exceptional, there were certainly aspects where he paled in comparison to them. Knowledge and experience were among those qualities. Their gazes towards He Liang were tinged with a hint of disdain. The superiority born from jealousy magnified this contempt. So what if He Liang was the eldest son of the He family? At present, his performance was hardly impressive. In such a luxurious hotel, it was likely that He Liang had never set foot here before. The attendees had been privileged with superior educational resources from a young age: martial arts, dance, calligraphy, music. Some of these pursuits were beyond the reach of ordinary families. Yet, they were easily accessible to them, with the added advantage of top-tier educators for one-on-one training. They had heard of this top scorer and knew of his previously impoverished background, even residing in a dilapidated building. It was impossible for him to be familiar with such high-end pursuits. With this thought, they felt a wave of relief. Although they would later feign kindness towards He Liang, even trying to curry favor, their feelings of superiority and disdain emerged instantaneously. To them, He Liang was merely a lucky bumpkin. Chapter 107. He Jian's gift. The young man who could ascend to the third floor clearly hailed from a distinguished background, and the weight of his gaze was not to be underestimated. The onlookers cast their scrutinizing glances towards He Liang. While an ordinary person would have turned pale and been consumed by anxiety, He Liang remained remarkably composed. They were disappointed to find no trace of inferiority or fear on his face. He Liang ignored the peculiar glances and surveyed his surroundings. This third floor, aside from the dining tables, featured a dozen sofas and entertainment items such as a piano and ukulele. Clearly, the decor was far from that of a typical hotel. Lin Wudi noticed his boss taking note of these items and rolled his eyes. He casually remarked, "Soon, someone will come to play music." According to what they call ambience, an utterly chaotic affair. He Liang chuckled. "These are merely the playthings of the affluent. This trip has indeed broadened my horizons." Looking around, he noticed that most present were young individuals, but he did not see Ning Shui or Old Master Ning. Clearly, it was still too early. The main character had yet to make an entrance. He Liang found an unoccupied sofa and sat down. Not far away, on a black leather sofa, He Jian was enjoying himself with a few companions, puffing smoke. A young man sporting bleached hair and clad in designer attire cast a disdainful glance at He Liang. With a sneer, he mocked, "He looks like a bumpkin. His entire outfit probably doesn't even total 500. And he dares to compete with Brother Jian for the position of heir to the He family? I wonder who gave him the audacity. It's downright laughable." This young man was Huang Du, one of He Jian's subordinates. His family had made their fortune in real estate, boasting assets exceeding 80 million, barely securing him a place in this circle. Upon hearing Huang Du's words, He Jian's expression soured. He Liang's return as the legitimate heir to the He family had undoubtedly shaken the inner circle. However, He Jian was unwilling to lose face. He could never acknowledge that the heir, whom he had always considered his own, might belong to He Liang. Thus, in recent days, he had offered vague explanations to a few friends, stating that the position of heir was still under consideration by the old master, implying competition was still in play. Seeing He Jian's displeasure, Huang Du assumed it was directed at He Liang and chuckled, thumping his chest. With a smug grin, he declared, "Don't worry, Brother Jian. I'll handle that bumpkin for you. He'll understand the gap between you two." He Jian looked at him with mild surprise, crossing his legs curiously. "How do you plan to handle him?" Huang Du feigned mystery. "Just watch the show, Brother Jian." Seeing Huang Du's confidence, He Jian felt a flicker of anticipation but maintained a nonchalant facade, sneering, "Him? I never even considered him a rival. Apart from his title, he possesses nothing else. I've never regarded him as a contender." As their conversation unfolded, an hour passed. Suddenly, the lights dimmed. All eyes turned towards the stage as figures emerged from behind the curtain. Leading them was Ning Shui. At this moment, Ning Shui appeared strikingly different from the Lolita style He Liang had previously witnessed. Dressed in a black evening gown adorned with a large bow at the neckline. Her youthful beauty was both alluring and modest, exuding a regal presence as she gracefully made her entrance, radiating brilliance. From innocence to majesty, she was breathtaking. With a delicate yet understated makeup, her exquisite face and elegantly straight legs captivated the audience, making her the center of attention. Beautiful, utterly stunning. Many young men were left spellbound, their hearts racing. He Jian couldn't help but swallow hard, his eyes ablaze with desire. He Liang was equally taken aback. He remembered Ning Shui's slightly cold demeanor, but her current attire suited her remarkably well. He Jian clapped the sofa, his breath growing heavier, and strode towards Ning Shui. Displaying a self-assured grin, he retrieved a beautifully crafted blue velvet gift box from his pocket. "Shui, you look stunning today." He handed the box to Ning Shui. With a click, it opened to reveal a set of keys. "This is a custom-made sports car by Master Jack Toth from the US, which I commissioned 3 months ago for 2,600,000. I guarantee you will love it." The audience gasped collectively. A sports car worth 2,600,000. Just like that, he offered such a gift. Some were momentarily stunned, then couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Young Master Jian has truly invested heavily this time. He Jian's pursuit of Ning Shui was no secret, and most attendees were aware. However, they were astonished by his extravagant gesture. Master Jack Toth was among the top 5 sports car designers globally and had announced 5 years prior that he would no longer design cars. It was unclear how He Jian had managed to persuade him. There were many envious glances among the women present, although all were wealthy. He Jian stood out as one of the elite young masters in this circle. Frankly, He Jian was not unattractive. He could even be described as handsome. His smile was refreshing, imbued with a touch of gentleness as he gazed at Ning Shui, a suitor's gaze that could easily captivate any young woman. He felt confident that Ning Shui would surely be moved by his gesture. "Thank you." Ning Shui nodded slightly, her stunning face revealing no sign of excitement. Behind her stood a middle-aged butler who took the box containing the car keys. He Jian noticed his smile faltering slightly, but quickly regained his composure. After exchanging a few congratulatory words, he stepped off the stage. The crowd exchanged glances, shaking their heads in disbelief. Ning Shui was the prized jewel of the Ning family, and her standards were undoubtedly high. He Jian's extravagant gift left everyone in awe. Those who had intended to present their own gifts hesitated. Observing this, He Jian felt a sense of relief wash over him, a smile creeping onto his lips. This gift, though merely 2,600,000, with the master's personal touch, is worth no less than 3 million. Moreover, there exists a special significance. Who else could present a gift as splendid as mine? Reflecting on this, He Jian felt a tinge of regret. Had he known better, he would have waited until others had presented their gifts before making his grand entrance. A final flourish that would overshadow all else was the manner in which he ought to have appeared. However, at this moment, regret proved futile. For there exists no remedy for remorse in this world. Huang Du, astutely observing the atmosphere, hastened to flatter, "Brother Jian, you are incredible. Who could resist such a gift?" The entire gathering is in awe, hesitant to present their offerings. He Jian felt a surge of pride within, though he maintained a facade of nonchalance, replying, "It is merely a small gift, really." Before he could finish, Sun Ming interjected with fervor, his gaze fixed not on Ning Shui, but rather on He Liang. "We also have gifts for you." The 108th chapter. The scene Sun Ming's proclamation drew the attention of the crowd. It was rumored that he and He Liang had arranged a stone gambling event at Longyu Pavilion during today's coming-of-age ceremony, and it appeared to be true. Furthermore, it was astonishing to witness Sun Ming, typically aloof, placing such importance on a boy from humble beginnings. Whispers circulated among the attendees, their expressions revealing a mix of intrigue and disdain. Who instilled such confidence in him to dare to compete with Sun Ming? Despite not being part of the inner circle, Sun Ming held a prestigious position as the second heir of the Sun family, his every action attracting scrutiny. His reputation in the realm of stone gambling was unparalleled. A mere country bumpkin, perhaps swollen with pride due to his status as the He family's eldest son, dared to challenge a prodigy like Sun Ming? The crowd's gaze towards He Liang grew ever more curious. Lin Wudi snorted in discontent, instinctively reaching behind him. Yet, He Liang calmly pressed down Lin Wudi's hand, unperturbed. Why the rush? His smile belied the calm depths of his eyes. He understood thoroughly. In a circle that had become a collective, there was a tendency to exclude newcomers, especially someone like He Liang, who, upon entering, could easily ascend to the pinnacle. Who would willingly accept such a fate? Who would not harbor jealousy? Particularly among these impetuous youths, it was impossible for them to remain devoid of thoughts or expressions. The real show had yet to begin. He Liang shrugged. Meanwhile, Ning Shui. Her large, beautiful eyes followed Sun Ming's words, her emotions seemingly unique. She, too, had not anticipated the dramatic turn of events. With He Liang emerging as the heir of the He family, Sun Ming called out, He Liang, shall we begin our stone gambling? Do you wish to go first? Or shall I? He Liang sensed that Sun Ming was not attempting to assert dominance in front of Ning Shui. Rather, he simply sought a fair contest in stone gambling. His intentions were genuine, with his focus solely on the game. That works, He Liang replied, his voice clear and confident. Sun Ming's face lit up with delight as he nodded repeatedly, excellent, then we. Just as he was about to speak, an aged, resonant voice infused with warmth interrupted. What's the rush? I am quite curious about the gifts from you two youngsters as well. The crowd turned toward the source of the voice. An elderly man, slightly hunched and wearing reading glasses, bore the marks of time on his face, radiating stability and joy. It was Ningwu, the patriarch of the Ning family. The young attendees paused in surprise, quickly straightening their posture, their expressions transforming into deep respect. This man was a legend of the Ning family. Gradually, several older individuals began to take their seats. Ningwu nodded with a smile toward He Liang, then declared, You two shall be the grand finale. One must save the best for last. He Liang offered a wry smile and cast a somewhat apologetic glance at Sun Ming. Sun Ming puffed his cheeks in mild annoyance, but he dared not voice his displeasure in light of the elder's presence. Others found it peculiar that the patriarch seemed to harbor expectations for He Liang's gift. Was He Liang truly under the elder's scrutiny? He Jian, seated on the sofa, wore a mask of a forced smile, his facial muscles twitching with suppressed agitation. His hand, which held a high-end wine glass, trembled uncontrollably. What nonsense! The entrance of He Liang and Sun Ming had already stirred a commotion, and now with the patriarch's appearance, it indicated anticipation. The shock and awe brought forth by his custom-made $2,600,000 sports car paled in comparison. This feeling ignited his fury. He Liang. His eyes shot daggers in He Liang's direction, his irritation intensifying. Damn it! The more I think about it, the angrier I become. At the beginning of the gathering, I was already humiliated by that dog, and now he has the audacity to steal my thunder at Ning Shui's coming-of-age ceremony. His gaze towards He Liang grew darker. The surrounding individuals took notice, their understanding deepening. Huang Du, perceptive as ever, remarked, Brother Jian, He Liang is just a clown. Once the stone gambling begins, he will reveal his true colors. Everyone here will surely laugh at him. Such words somewhat soothed He Jian's heart. By this time, several guests had begun to present their gifts. For many, their offerings represented not only personal sentiments, but also the stance and display of their respective factions toward the Ning family. A century-old exquisite perfume from France, valued at over 6 million. 3 roots of authentic wild ginseng, worth a fortune. Rare sandalwood, priced at over 10,000 per gram. An exquisite 8 immortals table crafted from premium rosewood. A precious jade hairpin from the Yuan dynasty, valued at no less than 12 million. He Liang observed the array of gifts being presented with unspoken. Is this truly the realm of the affluent? Typically, he could only hear of such things. 2 million for a bottle of perfume? Perhaps it exists, but He Liang had never laid eyes on such extravagance. The lively and orderly gift-giving segment drew closer to its conclusion after half an hour, yet the anticipation in the air grew ever more palpable. The gazes of the crowd turned towards Sun Ming and He Liang. Shall you go first, or shall I? Sun Ming inquired, casting a glance at He Liang. After a moment's contemplation, he suggested, if I start first, it may not reflect well on you later. Why don't you go ahead? His expression was earnest, genuinely considering He Liang's feelings. This goodwill left He Liang in a state of bemusement, yet he shook his head and replied with a smile, You go first. I have a bit of confidence in my stone. Very well. Sun Ming regarded He Liang with a deep gaze, then without hesitation, presented his raw stone first. The cutting machine was already prepared, and He Liang was familiar with the cutter. He Yun, with his stern demeanor, had arrived unbeknownst to He Liang. Upon meeting He Liang's eyes, he offered a slight smile and nodded gently. He Liang glanced aside, and, indeed, Su Fu had also made an appearance. Let us start with a casual cut, Sun Ming suggested. Su Fu approached He Liang, whispering, Old Yun is an expert in this field. His cuts are swift and precise. He Yun began slicing the first raw stone. Sun Ming had 5 pieces of raw stone, one of which was added later. The piece being cut now was not the one he had purchased for 999,000. The stone cutting process was intricate and meticulous, with each cut requiring utmost care. He Yun's expression was focused, his heart filled with anticipation. The audience watched eagerly, their appetites whetted. It's jade. It's jade. Before long, gasps of astonishment erupted as a brilliant glimmer dazzled their eyes. The 109th chapter. Exquisite blue Tian jade. The crowd's eyes fixed intently on the raw stone beneath the cutting machine. A piece of translucent greenish-white jade, resplendent under the lights, captured their admiration. Many individuals displayed expressions of astonishment, unable to resist drawing closer. Master He Liang, what kind of jade is this? Someone inquired, curiosity etched across their face. The surrounding crowd perked up, their ears keenly attuned. He Liang, a remarkable talent from the He family, was renowned for his expertise in gambling stones and appraising treasures. After a prolonged observation, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he slowly nodded, his voice tinged with wonder. This is a piece of exquisite blue Tian jade. Its luster is vivid, the patterns are distinct, exhibiting shades of bluish-white or pale green, and overall it appears translucent and delicate. He murmured, certain yet astonished, indeed. This is a piece of top-tier blue Tian jade. His cutting motions were swift and precise. Blue Tian jade. What level of jade is that? Many exchanged glances, opening their mouths but refraining from asking, mindful of their pride. He Liang surveyed the crowd, aware of their curiosity, and began to elucidate. In our Huaxia jade hierarchy, there are 4 categories of exceptional jade collectively known as the 4 famous jades of Huaxia: Hetian jade, Xiaoyan jade, Dushan jade, and the blue Tian jade I am currently cutting. The attendees were left in awe. Just this introduction alone elevated the perceived status of the event. He Liang shook his head slightly. However, the classification of the 4 famous jades does not necessarily correlate with high prices. Some can even be acquired for a few hundred. The audience collectively exhaled, their initial tension easing considerably. Yet, He Liang took a deep breath, his gaze fixed intently on the jade as he solemnly declared, "This piece of blue Tian jade, in my estimation, is indeed of the highest quality. Its value is at least 7 million. Instantly, the crowd began to swallow hard. 7 million. Their eyes darted towards the additional 4 rough stones brought by Sun Ming. There were still 4 more naturally. Those who ascended to the 3rd floor were not lacking in wealth, but for many, 7 million was no trifling sum. Now I understand why the Sun family is recognized as the wealthiest family in Deep Truth City, someone murmured with a wry smile. A nearby young man chimed in. Isn't that the case? The key is, the Sun family has this prodigy, Sun Ming. Many couldn't help but compare him with He Liang, chuckling softly. Compared to a talent like Sun Ming, He Liang appeared almost comical. Despite the advanced cutting machinery and He Liang's seasoned techniques, the process of cutting jade took a considerable amount of time. However, when gambling is involved, it is always exhilarating and filled with anticipation. Moreover, Old Master Ning wore a beaming smile, clearly intrigued, so no one voiced complaints about the pace. Yet, some individuals were less than pleased. He Jian wore a disgruntled expression, his demeanor dark. His fingers unconsciously tightened around his wine glass, nearly crushing it. One could easily imagine how foul his mood was. The earlier gifts paled in comparison to He Jian's luxury car, but Sun Ming's jade cutting completely overshadowed him. Huang Du hastily attempted to change the subject. Brother Jian, the better the jade that Sun Ming produces, the more embarrassing it will be for He Liang later. This thought seemed to alleviate He Jian's mood somewhat as he cast a sidelong glance, scoffing, as if he could compare to Sun Ming. That stone of his looks like it was picked from a rubbish heap. In truth, from an aesthetic standpoint, all 5 stones from Sun Ming's selection were distinctive and remarkable, exuding an aura of rarity. In stark contrast, He Liang's rough stone was simply pitiful, poorly shaped, and small. Yet what irked He Jian was He Liang's expression, which remained consistently calm and composed. Even Lin Wudi felt a twinge of anxiety at this moment, though he verbally expressed faith in his leader. Sun Ming's display was simply too astonishing. He Liang patted him on the shoulder, a slight smile gracing his lips, his eyes bright and clear. Don't worry, my leader will not lose. His words seemed infused with a magical quality, gradually easing Lin Wudi's concerns. He chuckled, feeling a bit proud. Of course, you are my leader. How could you possibly lose to him? Huang Xin shook his head from the side, realizing that Lin Wudi had been thoroughly brainwashed by the young master. Though he was on He Liang's side, he himself harbored doubts about the young master. Minutes passed, and the exquisite blue Tian jade was finally cut. Approximately 21 million. He Liang pondered for a moment before confidently stating, the crowd had great faith in He Liang's judgment. There were still 4 stones left. The audience was filled with a mix of shock and anticipation, all eyes turning to the focal point, Sun Ming. Even Ning Shui couldn't help but glance over. Sun Ming, however, appeared nonchalant, declaring, continue cutting. The previous 4 were merely appetizers. The crowd gasped collectively. Appetizers? Did he mean that the stone he would bet against He Liang was the true treasure? A piece of blue Tian jade valued at no less than 21 million was merely an appetizer that was somewhat daunting. He Liang's expression remained unflustered, unaffected by the statement. Subsequently, He Yan spent half an hour cutting 3 more pieces. To everyone's astonishment, all 3 turned out to be jade of exceptional quality, each with astonishing value. According to He Yan's assessments, the values were 21 million, 8 million, 6 million, and 10 million respectively. Adding them up resulted in a staggering 36 million. Some began to calculate, feeling as though they were in a dream. Sun Ming was simply too extraordinary. Out of 5 stones, 4 had yielded jade. Even excluding the purchase cost of the jade, this was by no means inferior to He Jian's gifts. Old Master Ning clapped his hands in delight, chuckling. The Sun family's reputation as gambling stone prodigies is indeed well-deserved. For these top families in Deep Truth City, a few tens of millions were not considered a large sum, but what he recognized was Sun Ming's talent. Others nearby nodded in agreement upon hearing the old master praise Sun Ming. He Liang, the next stone is the one I shall compare with you. Sun Ming suddenly spoke, his gaze fixed intensely on He Liang, as if the previous 4 pieces held no significance to him whatsoever. He exhibited neither arrogance nor pride. He Liang stood up, a smile gracing his face, and nodded. I too am eager to see what kind of jade you will unveil. At Longyu Pavilion. Aside from the rough stone chosen by He Liang, it was indeed Sun Ming's last uncut rough stone that shone the brightest. As the operator, He Yan was filled with anticipation. Upon hearing Sun Ming's words, he immediately began cutting. At first glance, it was eye-catching. Another piece of blue Tian jade. 1 cut, 2 cuts, 3 cuts. The blue Tian jade gradually revealed itself. The crowd's expressions grew increasingly astonished. Even those who were not connoisseurs could perceive that this piece surpassed the previous one in brilliance. The color, shape, and texture were all superior. Even its size was undoubtedly larger than the earlier piece. He Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement, his hands steady in operation. This jade was likely more valuable than the combined worth of the previous 4 pieces. Chapter 110. The clown He Yan's face flushed with excitement, deliberately slowing his pace. Even he had rarely encountered such exquisite jade. He had never personally cut a piece of such top-quality jade. Ning Shui's beautiful eyes reflected a hint of peculiarity. Her lips, slightly pursed, captivated by the exceptional blue Tian jade. The desire for beauty is universal, and jade resonates with the public's aesthetic preferences. It is no wonder she was entranced. Sun Ming's face broke into a smile. This piece of jade did not disappoint his expectations. Time passed, and after several minutes, He Yan halted his actions, wiping the sweat from his brow, and declared, "It has not let us down." The crowd held their breath. The blue Tian jade beneath the machine was completely cut. It was roughly 1.5 times larger than the previous piece. Its color was pure and transparent, with impurities so negligible they were nearly imperceptible. Under the light's refraction, the brilliance was dazzling, causing many women to gasp in awe. Even the typically composed He Yan was visibly excited, kneeling down to closely examine the masterpiece he had just cut. Some in the audience trembled with anticipation, eager to inquire about the jade's value. Yet before they could speak, He Yan exuberantly exclaimed, "The art of jade appreciation is replete with nuances, often expressed in the adage that shape may differ by a mere thread, yet prices can vary by multiples. Quality may be subpar, yet still demand tenfold price differences. Color discrepancies might only be slight, yet values can escalate into the thousands. This particular piece of bien jade, in both form and texture, as well as hue, surpasses the previous one by an immeasurable margin." As he spoke, He Yan's voice was imbued with a palpable excitement, his words tinged with a hint of jubilation. This piece of bien jade could very well be worth close to 100 million. He Yan could hardly contain his astonishment, his face reflecting profound awe. Did I hear correctly? Close to 100 million. The atmosphere was electric, and the young onlookers exchanged startled glances, their expressions a mirror of disbelief. Suddenly, old Master Ning interjected, his tone laced with humor and a note of affirmation. The term close to 100 million is, in fact, a conservative estimate. The true value can only be higher, never lower. His deep, time-worn eyes then turned to Sun Ming, genuinely impressed. "Young man, you truly possess remarkable talent." The younger crowd fell silent, realizing that under the weight of this extraordinary gift, the offerings of others paled in comparison. Yet, Sun Ming seemed entirely unconcerned with the jade he had presented. Instead, taking advantage of the momentary shock that enveloped the crowd, he turned his gaze toward He Liang, his voice brimming with eager anticipation. "He Liang, it's your turn." A collective rush of attention shifted toward He Liang, who now stood at the center of the stage. The onlookers regarded him with a mix of amusement and skepticism. How could he possibly compare? Were it not for the knowledge of Sun Ming's innocent character, One might suspect that he intended to embarrass He Liang. Sun Ming's words had thrust He Liang into the spotlight. A soft chuckle erupted from the crowd, quickly followed by a ripple of laughter, as they struggled to stifle their mirth. The eldest son of the He family, clad in his inexpensive attire and wearing an expression of calm, resembled a jester clinging to his last shred of dignity. Yet, the mask of the jester, adorned with smiles, was on the verge of being torn away. Rising with a smirk, He Liang stretched leisurely, exuding an air of composure. Locking eyes with Sun Ming, he remarked with a grin, "I won't disappoint you." He then turned to Lin Wudi and instructed, "Wudi, place the stone on the machine." "Absolutely, boss." Lin Wudi promptly hefted the raw stone toward the cutting machine and gently set it down. With a twinkle in his eye, He Liang turned to He Yun. "Uncle Yun, I appreciate your help." Under the gaze of the crowd, he maintained his poise, demonstrating remarkable decorum and politeness. He Jian, lounging on the sofa with his legs crossed, scoffed quietly, still putting on airs. Just a clown seeking attention. What does he know about the art of stone gambling? Who would expect anything of worth from him? They were merely here for the spectacle. He belittled He Liang's worth. Suddenly, old Master Ning spoke up. "I too am eager to see what young friend He Liang will unveil." The abruptness of his praise left He Jian's face a deep shade of crimson, silencing his companions, who dared not speak, aware of the respect commanded by old Master Ning. The atmosphere became palpably awkward. Upon hearing old Master Ning's words, He Liang lifted his head, his smile broadening. Nodding, he replied, "Now, I feel the weight of expectation. However, I believe this raw stone will not let you down." His demeanor was relaxed, yet exuded confidence. "Uncle Yun, we may commence." He then gestured toward He Yun. The raw stone, quite unappealing in appearance, was irregularly shaped and rough around the edges, a stark contrast to Sun Ming's 5 exquisite pieces. He Yun began to cut, his expression serious. He was well aware of He Liang's abilities. While perhaps not on par with Sun Ming's, he was certainly no slouch. Thus, he proceeded with caution, never underestimating the task at hand. However, as the cutting progressed, He Yun's brow furrowed deeply. 5 minutes elapsed, and still no sign of jade. Not even the faintest glimmer of quality was evident. The stone had devolved into mere rubble, now barely the size of a fist. The onlookers had initially held their breath, harboring a modicum of hope. But now, this farce was becoming quite the spectacle. A few chuckles escaped, and one person remarked sarcastically, "I've been anticipating this since yesterday." It certainly hasn't disappointed. Though the tone was mocking, they noticed He Liang's expression remained as composed as ever, leaving them at a loss for words. Meanwhile, He Jian reveled in his relief, feeling utterly pleased. Even now, he was putting on a brave face. Such resilience was commendable. But one could hardly ignore the thickness of his skin. Huang Du chuckled, while He Jian dismissed him with a sneer. "He may lack other talents, but he surely possesses a thick skin." Old Master Ning, sensing the awkwardness surrounding He Liang, addressed him with a comforting tone. "Young friend He Liang, the risks involved in stone gambling are considerable. It's entirely normal not to unveil jade." His voice gained a hint of authority as he explained. "Previously, during my time in Longan District, young friend He Liang provided me with invaluable appraisal services. He is truly a talented young man." The young onlookers momentarily stiffened. Though they attributed old Master Ning's comments to a desire to ease the tension, they glanced toward He Liang, perhaps assuming his spirits were deeply wounded. Yet, He Liang looked at old Master Ning, his smile unwavering, and softly replied, "Old Master, I assure you, I will not disappoint you." Suddenly, laughter erupted, with some unable to contain themselves. He Jian's laughter rang particularly loud, as He Liang epitomized the concept of a stubborn duck refusing to yield. Just then, He Yun's astonished voice cut through the laughter, abruptly silencing the crowd. "Wait, it's remarkable." Chapter 111. Happy Coming of Age Ceremony. He Yun's incredulous exclamation halted the cacophony, akin to a duck's quack being abruptly stifled. The crowd turned their attention to the stone He Yun was cutting, and to their astonishment, a hint of white jade began to reveal itself. Lin Wudi, standing beside He Liang, looked distinctly unconventional with his 3 headbands. Having grown weary of the onlookers' gazes, he sneered, "Who said you couldn't uncover jade? My boss's choice of stone could never yield failure." Many who had previously mocked fell silent, their faces paling. He Jian stepped forward, wearing an amused expression as he remarked, "Oh, simply revealing jade is sufficient? That merely indicates a stroke of good fortune." With a derisive glance at He Liang, he continued, "You're betting against Sun Ming. Do you truly believe you can unveil something superior?" The crowd snapped back to reality, as if they had found a point of attack and regained their composure. Their gazes now tinged with a hint of confidence. He Liang suddenly smiled, locking eyes with He Jian, his expression deceptively cheerful, yet tinged with frost. "You are indeed correct. I am wagering against Sun Ming. So what does that have to do with you? He Jian was left speechless, his complexion flushing with anger, his eyes blazing. You. Lin Wuti, feeling satisfied by the exchange, thought, exactly. My boss is competing with Sun Ming. What gives you the right to intervene? He Jian trembled with rage. Directing a furious glare at Lin Wuti, ready to unleash a torrent of insults. You're just as suddenly, He Liang stepped forward, his footfalls heavy with purpose. Interrupting He Jian mid-sentence. At that moment, the atmosphere around seemed to chill slightly. It appeared that as long as He Jian continued his discourse, He Liang would not hesitate to take action. He Jian's expression shifted constantly, conjuring a particular unsettling image in his mind. Humph. He Liang, I truly anticipate that you will unveil a piece of jade worth over 100 million, huh? Suppressing his fury, He Jian forcefully returned to his seat. He Yun, undeterred by the commotion, continued to carve the jade. The more he cut, the more his movement slowed. The astonishment in his eyes gradually transformed into horror. Each cutting motion felt as though he were walking on thin ice. At some point, old Master Ning had unexpectedly approached He Yun's side. His eyes gleaming with intensity as he scrutinized the scene below. The attention of the crowd began to converge upon them. Yet, upon witnessing the spectacle, their mouths fell agape in astonishment. Their expressions were exaggerated, rivaling the astonishment they had felt upon seeing Sun Ming's exquisite blue jade. Ning Shui could not help but lean in closer, her beautiful eyes shimmering with intrigue. The surrounding murmurs began to swell, a cacophony of excitement. This is simply stunning. What kind of jade is this? Under the lights, the creamy white jade resembled a heavenly masterpiece. Pure, flawless. Moreover, every facet was perfectly proportioned, devoid of any unnatural imperfections. He Yun became increasingly meticulous in his cutting, fearful of any misstep. Not only he, but even the onlookers felt their hearts race with each of He Yun's movements. That exquisite white jade was too beautiful. It was so perfect that they wished for it to remain unmarred. How could such flawless jade exist? Initially, it was merely the size of a fist, and logically, it should have been cut swiftly. Yet, beads of sweat began to form on He Yun's forehead, his speed diminishing nearly tenfold. Each cut seemed to demand precision down to the millimeter, lest he disrupt the structure of the creamy white jade. This process stretched on for nearly an hour. Compared to earlier cuts, this was exceedingly slow. Yet throughout, not a soul dared to speak, fearing that their words might disturb He Yun's focus and ruin that perfect white jade. At last, the machine ceased its cutting, leaving behind only the sound of heavy breaths. Sun Ming's eyes were wide as he craned his neck forward. Beads of sweat dotted He Yun's forehead, his back dampened by tension and excitement. He inhaled deeply, as if cradling a cherished treasure, and meticulously examined the creamy white jade, his lips trembling slightly with anticipation. It was like pure cream, radiant and rich in texture, with dense and intricate veins. This is the finest Hitian jade. Gazing at the flawless oval piece of creamy jade in his hands, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. The shape, the texture, the color, this was not merely extraordinary. It could rightfully be dubbed the emperor of all jades. He did not blink, analyzing the creamy jade from every angle. Every aspect was the pinnacle of perfection. The crowd was unsure of the jade's actual worth. However, it was evident that He Yun's reaction far surpassed that when he had unveiled the exquisite blue jade. A young woman hesitated for a moment before cautiously inquiring, Master He Yun, how much can this jade be sold for? He Yun suddenly sprang to his feet. Turning to the young woman, his tone elevated, sell? His sudden movement startled those around him. He Yun seemed to realize his own overexcitement. Suppressing his exhilaration as he carefully set down the creamy white jade, he took a deep breath, surveying the crowd with bright eyes. This is truly the finest jade. Its value cannot be measured in mere currency. After years in this circle, I have only witnessed a piece of comparable quality at an international exhibition in the capital. He chuckled softly. Such exquisite jade is priceless. Suddenly, a deep voice from a middle-aged man broke through. 400 million. The concise and urgent declaration instantly captured everyone's attention. Eyes turned towards the source of the voice. It was Sun Shi, the second head of the Sun family. A balding middle-aged man adorned with jade rings on each finger approached with a smile. The Sun family was renowned for their jade. If Sun Ming was a prodigy in jade gambling, then Sun Shi was a notable collector of jade. As Sun Shi approached, the crowd parted for him. His gaze first fell upon old Master Ning, his tone sincere. Uncle Wu, you know I have a penchant for this. May I negotiate with this young lad for the jade? Old Master Ning's expression remained unchanged as he chuckled. The value of this jade is indeed too high. It may not be suitable as a gift. Before the jade was unveiled, no one had anticipated such a remarkable piece. Old Master Ning turned to He Liang, smiling gently. Young friend He Liang, this jade need not be treated as a gift. Whether you wish to trade it or keep it for personal use, I have no objections. He Liang's demeanor was calm. The crowd looked at his face, anxious for him. 400 million. He Liang felt a wave of emotion. If he were to sell this jade to Sun Shi, it would mean a windfall of 400 million. Such an amount was indeed a dream come true. However, He Liang shook his head without hesitation. Sun Shi's expression tightened, and without a moment's pause, he stated, "If you are willing, I can offer 500 million. The crowd gasped in astonishment. An extra 100 million, just like that? Clearly, they had underestimated the rarity and value of this jade. I'm sorry, but I do not intend to sell it. He Liang replied apologetically to Sun Shi. He then nodded towards old Master Ning, smiling slightly. I hope I haven't disappointed you. He then looked at Ning Shui, their eyes locking. Ning Shui felt her heart race inexplicably as she gazed into He Liang's clear eyes. He Liang's confidence shone through as he declared, before coming here, I had already made up my mind. Regardless of what this jade reveals, I will gift it to you as a coming-of-age present. He Liang walked towards the cutting machine, crouching down to lift the nearly fist-sized exquisite Hetian jade. He turned to face Ning Shui, his clear eyes fixed on her as he extended the jade towards her. A charming smile graced his handsome face, genuine and sincere. Happy coming of age. Chapter 112. A bit handsome Ning Shui, who had initially donned a refined and aloof queenly attire, now appeared somewhat bashful. At that moment, a hint of shyness crossed her stunning face. Unknowingly, her heart raced. Whether it was due to the flawless Hetian jade in He Liang's hands or the man himself, she could not tell. With slightly pursed lips, Ning Shui delicately accepted the exquisite jade. The surrounding crowd watched in rapt attention. This priceless Hetian jade. Many felt a mix of emotions. If it were them, would they have the audacity to act? Perhaps not. Suddenly, Ning Shui's lips curled into a smile. Seemingly mustering her courage, she lifted her head, her exquisite face adorned with a breathtaking smile. Her enchanting eyes sparkled as she looked at He Liang, softly saying, He Liang, thank you for your gift. I truly love it. That smile could captivate a city. It seemed to overshadow even the exquisite Hetian jade she held. The young men around swallowed hard, their eyes fixated on Ning Shui. Nearby, Sun Shi opened his mouth but could only offer a helpless smile, unable to voice his thoughts. The exquisite Hetian jade had already changed hands. Ning Wu remained silent, yet his gaze towards He Liang grew increasingly appreciative and admiring. He understood He Liang's background. He and Ning Shui had once personally driven him home. They had seen He Liang's modest and challenging living conditions. Yet now, He Liang had gifted this jade worth 500 million without a shred of hesitation. Although He Liang's status had changed, the transformation in his mindset was not so easily grasped. This audacity made even Ning Wu regard him with newfound respect. Ning Wu's gaze towards He Liang became increasingly favorable. You and your father are quite alike, old Master Ning remarked, seemingly recalling something with a smile. He Liang's expression momentarily froze. My father? He felt a strange emotion within him, yet in such a setting, it was not the time for deep discussions. On the sofa, He Jian was left dumbfounded. His face had turned pale. Shame, disbelief, and a myriad of emotions surged within him. What an absurd international joke. Witnessing Ning Shui's reaction, anger swiftly consumed his heart. The cup in his hand shattered upon the ground, red wine splattering everywhere. He fixated his gaze on the spotlighted He Liang. If daggers could be cast with a glare, He Liang would have been slain 1,000 times over. 500 million in jade, casually offered? What nonsense is this? Why? How could he possibly produce jade? He Jian clenched his teeth, fists taut, rage threatening to explode from his chest. Yet the reality was undeniable, forcing He Jian to accept the situation. Deep down, he refused to acknowledge that this was a skill of He Liang's. Luck. It had to be sheer luck. Nevertheless, he noticed many onlookers casting bemused glances in his direction. After all, wasn't he the one who had boldly questioned He Liang's ability to produce jade? He Jian's complexion oscillated between pale and flushed, nearly bursting with fury. Beside him, Huangdu appeared visibly anxious. After a moment's hesitation, Huangdu whispered, Brother Jian, it must just be good luck. He Jian shot him a look as if to devour him, suppressing his fury as he growled, Isn't that just stating the obvious? What else could it be? Huangdu and the surrounding individuals nodded in agreement. Huangdu continued, Brother Jian, this gamble relies heavily on luck. He may just have had a stroke of good fortune. There's no need to get upset. I'll expose him for what he truly is soon enough. He grinned. After all, some things require genuine skill. Outside, the light began to fade. It was already 7 o'clock. And the gift-giving segment, entwined with Sun Ming and He Liang's jade gamble, had consumed nearly 2 hours. Everyone, let us gather for dinner. Ning Yan, the head of the Ning family, boomed with laughter, beckoning the guests. Instantly, The crowd began to file in. Yet Sun Ming rushed to He Liang's side, eyes wide, giving a thumbs up. Impressive. How did you determine that? He frowned, muttering some technical terms, growing increasingly puzzled, scratching his head. How on earth did you discern there was jade inside? Could you teach me? His gaze was sincere, devoid of the arrogance He Liang had anticipated. Let us have dinner first, He Liang replied with a smile. And we can discuss this afterward. With his ultimate gem appraisal technique, combined with his intermediate appraisal ability, He Liang was indeed capable of discerning certain clues. Suddenly, a spark ignited in his eyes. A chime echoed in his mind. Fifth task. Present a gift that astonishes everyone and captivates Ning Shui. Reward. 46 experience points. Completed. Host. He Liang. 5100. Position. Intermediate worker. Next level. Advanced worker. Daily wage. 70 labor currency. 2000. A faint smile curved He Liang's lips. Lin Wudi chuckled. Boss, you're incredible. I knew you could unveil jade. Just moments ago, they had all been dumbfounded. Huang Xin shot Lin Wudi a sidelong glance. Not long ago, Lin Wudi had been tense and anxious. If anyone had been astonished, it certainly included Lin Wudi. Suddenly, a lively melody danced through the air. Was that a piano? This unexpected piano performance captivated everyone's attention. On the third floor, two pianos stood in opposite corners. And now the left grand piano was resonating. Before it stood a young man, his hair dyed half yellow, appearing to be around 20. Lin Wudi snorted. That's Huang Du, he GNS sycophant. Huang Du, sensing the multitude of gazes directed at him, felt a mix of excitement and nervousness. However, he maintained an air of calm and even elegance. Extending one hand towards He Jian, he proclaimed loudly, "Today is Miss Ning Shui's birthday, and Brother Jian specifically asked me to perform a piece for you." Huang Du's voice echoed around the room as he inwardly chuckled. This was a trifecta of achievements. First, it ensured that everyone present would remember him. Second, it honored He Jian, as he had specifically mentioned this was at He Jian's request. Third, it would serve as a topic to draw out He Liang, exposing him for who he truly was. With this thought, his smile grew even brighter. He Jian, reclining on the sofa, felt considerably more at ease, looking at Huang Du with a hint of admiration. Applause erupted around them, the atmosphere growing animated. Huang Du smiled and nodded at the crowd before gracefully taking a seat at the piano bench. His feet dangled naturally, spine erect, and he leaned slightly forward. Each finger curved effortlessly, poised accurately over the black and white keys, elegant and natural. Just this posture alone captivated many in attendance. Professional. Several women gazed at him, their eyes sparkling with admiration, entranced. At this moment, Huang Du appeared rather dashing. At the age of 4, Huang Du had been enrolled in a specialized piano training institution by his father, receiving guidance from professional instructors in an unparalleled learning environment, coupled with relentless practice. Although he had not pursued a professional career in piano, his foundation rivaled that of students at music conservatories. 7 years ago, he had even participated in a piano competition for the youth division in Guangdong province, securing 4th place. Initially indifferent to the piano, he had fallen in love with it in high school after playing a piece titled Dance of the Flowers, which earned him his first girlfriend. Since then, he had charmed nearly every girlfriend he had through his musical talent. Noticing the admiring gazes from the surrounding girls, he smirked slightly. Ding! His hands danced effortlessly over the keys, filling the 3rd floor with a melodious sound, harmonious and gentle. He began with scales to warm up his fingers. And even this simple exercise displayed the remnants of his diligent practice. Those familiar with the piano nodded in appreciation, awestruck. Scales are fundamental. Yet to execute them accurately and swiftly reveals true skill. After approximately 15 seconds, the scale abruptly ceased. Huang Du exclaimed, "This piece is dedicated to Miss Ning Shui, chosen by Brother Jian. I hope you enjoy One Summer's Day." Many girls' eyes lit up with excitement. One Summer's Day? The name was enchanting. The girls gazed at Huang Du, their cheeks flushed with anticipation. How romantic it was to have a piece performed at an adult ceremony. Coupled with Huang Du's decent looks, it ignited countless fantasies among the women present. When would someone play a piano piece for me on my birthday? Even Ning Shui turned her head slightly, filled with expectation. One Summer's Day? Few knew that Ning Shui had also studied piano. Though merely a hobby, her superior resources ensured her skills and music theory knowledge were commendable. She not only recognized the piece, but had practiced it herself, as it was from an anime she adored, Spirited Away. Soon, a soothing piano melody resonated throughout the floor. It was gentle, yet carried a hint of innocence and sorrow, as if unveiling a beautiful painting for all to behold. How delightful! Many girls softly gasped, their eyes misty with enchantment. Music has always been a captivating force, especially in such a unique setting. Its impact on the women was profound. The dazzling technique, coupled with a composed demeanor and graceful melody. At that moment, Huang Du appeared remarkably charming. Even Ning Shui was taken aback by Huang Du's performance. His control over dynamics and rhythm was exceptionally impressive. Thus, amidst the chorus of admiration, minutes slipped by quietly. Huang Du gently placed his fingertips down, and the melodic strains of the piano gradually faded into silence. The audience erupted into thunderous applause, a cacophony of claps echoing throughout the room, with the female attendees exhibiting heightened excitement. Such beautiful music! How romantic! I wish to hear another piece. Compliments flooded Huang Du's ears, and he felt an immense sense of pride, though he maintained a facade of elegant composure with a slight smile. He performed a gentlemanly bow towards Ning Shui, exhibiting impeccable manners. The applause intensified. As the clamor subsided, Huang Du smiled faintly and remarked, "Actually, I merely threw out a brick to attract jade." His words elicited puzzled expressions from the crowd. Throwing out a brick to attract jade? They glanced around, bewildered, wondering if someone else would perform. Huang Du paused and continued with a smile. "I had previously heard that young master He Liang would also be playing a piece, so I came forward to serve as the brick." A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. They exchanged glances between He Jian and the inscrutable He Liang, their expressions tinged with curiosity. It was evident to the discerning that Huang Du was attempting to provoke He Liang. Ning Shui furrowed her brows slightly. She was well aware of He Liang's background. How could he possibly play the piano? Wasn't this a deliberate embarrassment? Huang Du chuckled inwardly. If He Liang denied ever saying such a thing, he could easily claim it was mere hearsay, a misunderstanding on his part. A simple apology would have minimal repercussions for him, but for He Liang, it would be entirely different. While it was commonplace not to play the piano, most in attendance could not. He Liang's stature made the situation unique. Many harbored a natural aversion towards him due to his lineage. If He Liang refuted Huang Du's assertion, it might breed suspicion and prejudice among some. After all, luck played a role in previous successes. Yet skill was not something that could be feigned. Perhaps He Liang would feel a sense of inferiority and shame because of this. Huang Du smiled at He Liang. His intentions clear. At the very least, he could dampen the exuberance He Liang had garnered from showcasing his exceptional jade earlier. He was resolved to align closely with He Jian, committing fully to this endeavor. Integrating into a social circle was no simple feat. He Jian, seated on the sofa, regained his color and smirked with satisfaction, nodding approvingly at Huang Du. This young man possessed quite the cunning mind. Huang San, clad in sunglasses and possessing a robust physique, stepped forward with a solemn expression, ready to speak. Yet, he was stopped by He Liang. "Young master," Huang San's expression shifted slightly, and he whispered, "You need not concern yourself with this. It is merely the most juvenile of provocations." Everyone present could discern the intent behind Huang Du's words. However, He Liang remained unperturbed, shaking his head calmly. He then took a few steps forward, a smile gradually gracing his face as his voice resonated clearly. "I never made such a statement." Huang Du and He Jian's hearts leaped with joy. As expected, many attendees altered their perception of He Liang. Several young men began to regain a sense of confidence, realizing their gifts paled in comparison to He Liang's. Yet, people ultimately sought validation and pride from other avenues. Experience, perspective, and talent. Didn't these qualities apply here? It seemed they had rediscovered a semblance of balance. Conversely, the women present felt a wave of disappointment. He Liang's earlier display of generosity towards Ning Shui had captivated many, and such admiration often led to an idealized image of a person. Yet, they now recognized that their initial infatuation was fleeting. When it came to matters of depth and capability, He Liang fell short. A facade of feigned apology appeared on Huang Du's face as he awkwardly stated, I must have been presumptuous. I must have misheard." Just as he attempted to continue, He Liang interjected. A hint of a smile graced He Liang's handsome features as he calmly declared, "However, I can indeed play a piece for Ning Shui." Chapter 114. The Wedding in the Dream. He Liang was not acting impulsively for the sake of appearances. He had a genuine understanding of the instruments available in the music room of Chengda Middle School, which housed pianos, guitars, ukuleles, and more. Previously, in a bid to familiarize himself with the all-purpose work system, he had proactively experimented with various instruments and athletic gear, including the piano. Thus, he was aware of the work currency required for its upgrade. The expenditure turned out to be significantly less than he had anticipated, well within the bounds of rational consumption. Why not seize the opportunity to assert himself against these individuals? A glimmer of cold determination flickered in He Liang's eyes. However, his declaration to perform startled the crowd. They believed it impossible for him to play the piano. He Jian glared at He Liang, his expression twisted with disdain. The others shared the same sentiment. The renowned top student from a humble background was a well-documented narrative paraded by the media. He Liang had no conditions to have studied piano. Even Lin Wudi and Kuang San were taken aback by He Liang's words. They had never witnessed him practicing the piano. Even if He Liang had encountered a piano in his childhood, one could not expect proficiency without regular practice. Kuang San furrowed his brow slightly and urged, "Young master, it's unnecessary to engage with them." Suddenly, a resounding round of applause erupted. The audience turned to find He Jian clapping fervently. A sardonic smile plastered on his face. "I am quite looking forward to this," he remarked. He Liang's lips curled into a slight smile as he exchanged a reassuring glance with Kuang San. He then approached a grand piano. Kuang San hesitated, feeling a sense of helplessness, while Lin Wudi crossed his arms, asserting, "Trust the boss. He has never let us down." Kuang San glanced at Lin Wudi, bemused. "Your demeanor is even more anxious than mine." He Liang settled at the piano, his posture unrefined and awkward. He Jian chuckled mockingly, unable to contain his laughter. The onlookers frowned. He Liang's seating position was entirely incorrect. A pianist should sit with a third of their body on the bench. Yet He Liang appeared oblivious to this basic knowledge. This was a stark contrast to the professional demeanor Huang Du had displayed earlier. They shook their heads, their views on He Liang shifting yet again. Many young women wore expressions of disappointment, wishing he had declined the opportunity rather than clumsily strutting forward for the sake of pride. Ning Shui furrowed her brows, also lacking faith in He Liang. However, nearby, Old Master Ning chuckled. "I am rather eager to see this." Ning Shui turned her head, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. "Grandfather, his demeanor does not suggest he knows how to play the piano." Old Master Ning smiled knowingly. "Just as you did not know he would gift you that exquisite jade. Did you?" Ning Shui's expression momentarily froze as she recalled He Liang's earlier gesture, her heart racing. Meanwhile, He Liang placed his hands on the piano, his mind racing with thoughts of the all-purpose work system, the learning interface unfolding in his mind. Gradually, new data emerged. Level: amateur, municipal, provincial, national, world-class. Piano: amateur, municipal, cost 80 work currency. A glint of determination flashed in He Liang's eyes. Over the past few days, he had discerned certain patterns within the all-purpose work system. The work currency required for skill upgrades was significantly less than that for foundational subjects like language and mathematics. Why not elevate his proficiency at this moment? The data before him shifted instantly. Piano: municipal, provincial, cost 150 work currency. Upgrade to provincial. Piano: provincial, national, cost 400 work currency. He Liang took a deep breath. Provincial level indicated the pinnacle of piano proficiency within a given province. At this juncture, it was sufficient. Simultaneously, He Liang felt a torrent of piano-related information surge within his mind. The gentle transitions were akin to memories that lay dormant, now awakened. Sheet music, relevant music theory, posture, nuances of playing, and more. He Liang gazed at the intermingling black and white keys before him, suddenly feeling an overwhelming sense of intimacy. His hands felt remarkably light. A powerful desire to play, along with a surge of confidence, erupted from the depths of his heart. Meanwhile, the dissatisfaction among others deepened. What was he doing? He had been seated on the piano bench for nearly 3 minutes, saying nothing and playing nothing. Wasn't that just wasting time? He had barely mustered the courage to step up, and now it seemed he could not save face. Suddenly, He Liang stood up. The scattered murmurs of complaints around him gradually faded. He turned to Ning Shui, offering a faint smile, and said, "For your coming-of-age ceremony, I shall gift you a piece, Wedding in a Dream. I hope you will enjoy it." With that, he took his seat at the piano. In that moment, He Liang's gaze transformed completely. It was as though he had become a different person. What was happening? This scene left everyone in awe. At this moment, He Liang's posture was markedly different from before. He leaned slightly forward, his hands resting naturally on the piano keys. Compared to Huang Du earlier, he appeared even more relaxed, elegant, and composed. The youthful and handsome countenance of He Liang radiated tranquility. His eyes fixated intently on the piano before him, as if he had become one with it, entirely indifferent to the surrounding clamor. There was a certain aura about him, a rapturous focus that seemed to envelop him. Many in the audience felt a momentary daze, as if a piano master were poised to perform. He Jian grew increasingly displeased. Sneering, "He certainly knows how to put on an act." Indeed, Huang Du chimed in, hastily agreeing. Yet, inexplicably, he felt a foreboding sense of unease. In the next moment, He Liang's long, slender fingers began to dance across the keys. A warm-up, climbing the scales. So slow? Huh. I knew he wouldn't be able to play well. Upon hearing his speed, which was considerably inferior to Huang Du's earlier performance, He Jian could not help but stifle a low laugh. However, Huang Du's pupils contracted slightly. No, that's not right, Jian Ge. The others nearby cast puzzled glances at him. Huang Du swallowed hard. His playing speed may be slow, but the force and rhythm are impeccable. One might even say it is exceedingly perfect. An amateur watches the spectacle, while a connoisseur observes the intricacies. Playing the piano is not merely about memorizing key positions. For true masters, the control of rhythm, the tension of emotion, and the subtleties of force are what truly matter. Before Huang Du could elaborate, He Liang's fingers suddenly accelerated. The clear sound of the piano resonated through the third floor. Faster and faster, the tempo quickened. He Liang's ascent through the scales now surpassed Huang Du's previous pace by a considerable margin. The high notes whispered like secrets, while the bass boomed like a torrential downpour. The music seemed to tug at the hearts of all present. Suddenly, the piano fell silent. He Liang's voice rang out, addressing the room. The warm-up is complete. Now, I shall play Wedding in a Dream for you. Chapter 115, Astonishing Performance. Whence comes the mastery? The crowd instinctively held their breath, eyes wide, fixated on He Liang at the piano. Was this earnest display a true testament of skill, or mere bravado? In the next instant, He Liang's long, fair fingers danced over the black and white keys, rising and falling like ethereal sprites. The delightful sounds of the piano intertwined, forming a unique melody that echoed in the ears of the audience. He Liang's expression was one of intense focus, as if he had completely immersed himself in the performance. The pinnacle of provincial piano prowess was being showcased in all its glory. The dynamics were perfectly measured. The shifts in rhythm were captivating. The attention to detail astonished even the most discerning music aficionados. The soothing melody bore a hint of melancholy, yet conveyed beautiful fantasies, transporting everyone into a narrative. At the border of the land of dreams, a campfire flickered. Gazing at the distant castle, he recalled the past. Upon returning, he was unsure whether it was right or wrong, yet he felt compelled to come back. A meteor streaked across the sky, leaving a trail of dazzling brilliance. He vaguely remembered her, the princess he adored, shining like a meteor in the heavens, too radiant for him to dare approach. Yet, 6 years had passed, and he could not forget he had returned. Entering the castle, a festive atmosphere enveloped him, colorful banners fluttering everywhere, and people sang joyfully. Is there a celebration today? He asked a passerby. Today, the princess is to wed the prince of a neighboring kingdom. In that instant, he heard the sound of dreams shattering. He stood frozen, the anticipation of 6 years flashing across his face, crumbling into the snow. Suddenly, he pushed through the soldiers blocking the crowd and rushed forward. The guards drew their swords. But it was too late. He had reached the princess. He opened his arms, and in that moment, he saw the look of terror on her face. A sharp pain pierced his back as he heard the sound of an arrow striking his body. Do not fear. I shall protect you, he whispered softly. Gradually, he collapsed at her feet. Moments earlier, unbeknownst to anyone, an arrow had been aimed at the princess from the crowd. The scene shifted abruptly. He opened his eyes to see the princess in a wedding gown, smiling down at him, her face radiant with shyness and happiness. Beside them, angels sang blessings. Is this a dream? He murmured, yet a smile graced his face. To have a dream is enough. The Grand Hotel of the Four Seas, 3rd floor. Apart from the piano's melody, there was complete silence. At the spiral staircase connecting to the lower floors, guests from the 1st and 2nd floors had quietly appeared, drawn in by the enchanting performance. They listened intently, utterly immersed, their emotions shifting in tandem with the melody of the piano, though devoid of lyrics. The imagery was strikingly vivid. Some sentimental young women had reddened eyes, and as they witnessed the man in the story envisioning marriage with the princess, their emotions overflowed like a dam bursting, unable to contain themselves. Woo-woo. Tears glistened in their eyes, and they sobbed softly, as some deep-seated emotion was stirred within. Music often touches the most fragile parts of the heart. A master of provincial excellence was performing extraordinarily before them. The impact and empathy were overwhelming. By the time they regained their senses, the piano had fallen silent. To be precise, it had been a full 3 minutes since the final note had resonated. Everyone appeared to be lost in reverie, still enveloped in the aftermath. Ning Shui gazed at the upright figure of He Liang at the piano. Her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. Wedding in a dream. Her large, expressive eyes sparkled, her eyelashes fluttering gently, emotions swirling within her that were difficult to articulate. Looking at He Liang made her heart race inexplicably. As the cherished jewel of the Ning family, she had encountered many so-called young talents. Yet, none had evoked such an inexplicable flutter in her heart. He Liang exhaled slowly, staring blankly at his own 10 fingers. Did I play that? Possessing provincial-level expertise was one thing, but experiencing the act of playing was an entirely different sensation. A wave of satisfaction and accomplishment surged within He Liang. Subsequently, he stood up, turning to Ning Shui, his clear, pure eyes glimmering with a smile. He Liang bowed slightly and said, "I hope you enjoyed my performance." As Ning Shui met his gaze, the feeling of excitement intensified. She hesitated to maintain eye contact, her cheeks flushing as she shyly responded, "I loved it. Thank you." Hearing her words, He Liang smiled gently. The crowd, too, awakened from their reverie due to the exchange between the two, erupted into thunderous applause. The applause was tenfold more resounding than when Huang Du performed. The audience on both the first and second floors couldn't contain their heartfelt clapping. It was truly magnificent. The performance was exceptional. Countless words of praise were directed toward He Liang, who wore a faint smile, embodying humility and composure. In stark contrast, He Jian's expression was as grim as if he had just consumed something vile. Bloodshot eyes fixated on He Liang. His lips trembled with disbelief. What is this nonsense? How could he possibly play the piano? His mind was engulfed in anger and disbelief. How could this He Liang, who had seemingly emerged from obscurity, possess such piano skills? It was unfathomable, utterly irrational. Beside them, Huang Du appeared pale, his shock rivaling that of He Jian. The level of He Liang's performance was astonishing. No matter how arrogant or self-deceiving he might be, he had to concede that He Liang played far better than he ever could. Halfway through the performance, he realized that He Liang was on an entirely different level. A wave of shame surged from within, making him wish to vanish into the ground. Was he merely a stepping stone? He was the true jester. "You played exceptionally well," came a voice, aged yet filled with excitement. The crowd turned their gaze toward the source. It was an elderly man in gray, tall and somewhat gaunt, speaking with a voice that resonated like a bell. Many recognized him and gasped in surprise. Was that not Master Lang Yun? Indeed, it was. They never anticipated that the Ning family would invite such a master. Lang Yun ranked among the top 5 piano masters in the country, renowned even internationally. Currently, he served as a music mentor at the foremost music academy in Xia country, holding significant prestige. To think he had been discreetly invited here. Ning Shui turned to her grandfather, who smiled gently and touched his nose. "It was my invitation. I wanted to surprise you." He looked at He Liang with a glimmer of admiration. Master Lang is notoriously strict in his teaching. It's rare for him to compliment anyone. At that moment, Lang Yun gazed at He Liang as if he were a treasure. Suppressing his overwhelming emotion, he inquired, "Young man, who is your teacher? Under whose guidance did you study?" He Liang shrugged and forced a smile, then replied earnestly, "I merely experimented on my own. My skills are limited. I hope I haven't embarrassed myself." Chapter 116. The excited and unrestrained Master Lang Yun. The room fell silent, the audience regarding He Liang with bewildered expressions. The meaning in their looks was unmistakable. "Are you joking with us?" Lang Yun, equally bewildered, instinctively questioned, "You have had no teacher guiding you?" Rationality told him that this was impossible. After all, reaching a high level on the piano requires a solid foundational knowledge. Whether it be posture, playing habits, or mastery of rhythm, these are not things one can learn alone. Initial stages necessitate a teacher's guidance. Otherwise, one risks straying further off course, ultimately leading to irreparable mistakes. Yet He Liang's performance had been nearly flawless. Even Lang Yun himself could hardly find fault. Such proficiency could not possibly exist without a teacher. He stared at He Liang, who nodded, his eyes wide with disbelief, and asked once more, "You have never studied piano formally?" He Liang sighed in resignation, then feigned regret. "I could never afford a dedicated piano instructor. However," he added, "I have loved the piano since childhood, so I watched numerous instructional videos. Occasionally, I would practice at nearby piano shops or public venues like karaoke places." This statement was, of course, a fabrication. Yet, upon hearing it, another silence enveloped the crowd. They exchanged incredulous glances, unable to vocalize their astonishment. Was this true? Was he truly not jesting? If it had been anyone else, they would have scoffed, deeming such claims absurd. But before them stood He Liang, a poverty-stricken perfect scorer. It seemed that this was the only plausible explanation. He had self-taught? "Are you joking with me?" Huang Du was plunged into self-doubt, his expression vacant. He recalled his own arduous journey of studying diligently under various piano instructors since childhood. What is the piano? Even with considerable talent and excellent guidance, one requires at least 3 years to grasp the fundamentals. To achieve even modest success necessitates 7 or 8 years of relentless practice. How could He Liang, with just a few casual attempts, reach such heights? The impact on Huang Du was profound. Self-taught? What does that make me? A failure? A cripple? A surge of frustration erupted within Huang Du, leading him to question his very existence. Meanwhile, Lang Yun's eyes sparkled with newfound intensity, and he trembled with excitement. His face flushed, startling those around him. You mean to say you learned by watching videos and playing casually? Is that true? He Liang nodded helplessly, fully aware that he could not disclose his secret system. Lang Yun's chest heaved as his thoughts raced. He was not oblivious to He Liang's background as a perfect scorer, familiar with his impoverished circumstances. The average piano lessons outside cost a minimum of 1 or 200. He Liang's family could hardly afford such education. Emotionally, he struggled to dismiss He Liang's words. Yet rationally, he knew He Liang was speaking the truth. He felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief, soon followed by an uncontrollable surge of excitement. How incredibly high was this talent? He Liang's skill undoubtedly placed him among the top tier in the province. Even within the music academy, he likely surpassed some of the piano instructors. If He Liang's claims were genuine, then his talent rivaled that of the most extraordinary piano prodigies in history. Lang Yun's gaze burned with intensity, causing He Liang to feel an uncomfortable tingle. Lang Yun suddenly envisioned the current state of piano in Xia country. Presently, there were hardly any internationally renowned masters or prodigies in the realm of piano. Yet, He Liang ignited a flicker of hope in him. At barely 20, he had achieved this level through sheer experimentation. If given the opportunity for formal study, how extraordinary could he become in just a few years? He could undoubtedly become a figurehead for Xia country, perhaps even leave a significant mark on the history of piano. Lang Yun, a master genuinely concerned for the future of piano in Xia country, could not contain his excitement upon discovering He Liang's extraordinary talent. In a moment of impulsive enthusiasm, he declared, He Liang, I am Lang Ping from the First Music Academy of Xia country, a mentor there. Your musical talent is far greater than you realize. Would you be willing to come to our academy for further study? If you agree, I will personally guide you, and we can discuss any other terms. The audience was taken aback, astonished. Master Lang had not accepted students for several years. How could He Liang have broken this long-standing rule? Even He Liang himself was somewhat dazed and surprised, yet he quickly grasped Lang Yun's intentions. He smiled and shook his head gently, declining. This is merely a hobby of mine. I do not intend to pursue it professionally. Lang Yun was immediately filled with frustration. With such talent, why would he not pursue a professional path? He was resolute, looking at He Liang with unwavering determination. Did you not love the piano as a child? If you choose to follow this path, I assure you will achieve international acclaim. His words once again shocked the surrounding audience. Although they had sensed He Liang's exceptional skill during the performance, it was only after Master Lang, an esteemed figure in the piano community, spoke that they fully comprehended the depth of He Liang's talent and ability. Under the weight of many gazes, He Liang continued to gently shake his head. He noticed that Lang Yun seemed to wish to say something further, and could only shrug his shoulders with a hint of apology. Master Lang Yun, it is currently Ning Xue's coming-of-age ceremony. Let us discuss this topic after the ceremony. Prompted by He Liang's words, Lang Yun quickly regained his composure and nodded. He turned to Ning Wu, expressing some contrition. Old Ning, I apologize for my excitement. Ning Wu smiled faintly. No worries. He cast a glance at He Liang, filled with both astonishment and admiration. After a series of twists and turns, the guests finally gathered around the dining table. However, during the meal, everyone's gaze frequently drifted toward He Liang. In fact, he outshone even Ning Xue, the protagonist of the coming-of-age ceremony. First, he unveiled a piece of exquisite Hetian jade valued at no less than 500 million. Then, he showcased a piano talent that left Master Lang Yun flustered. A male guest could not help but murmur, he is the eldest son of the He family. He even topped the college entrance examination. He Jian, upon hearing this, turned a shade of deep purple with fury. Damn He Liang, stealing my thunder once again. Yet, with old Ning present, he dared not leave outright, and could only endure in silence. He Jian ceased speaking, sulking over his meal, while the person beside him, Huang Du, continued to question his own existence. Many girls cast admiring glances at He Liang, their eyes filled with infatuation. Chapter 117, a glimpse of understanding at Ning Xue's coming-of-age banquet. The atmosphere felt somewhat peculiar. Although everyone was seated, the sounds of conversation were stifled. They had yet to recover from the shock of He Liang's extraordinary jade reveal and his piano performance. Many eyes discreetly scrutinized He Liang, their thoughts swirling in complexity. Fortunately, as the jewel of the Ning family, Ning Xue's coming-of-age ceremony had a designated host to manage the proceedings. He was a stout man in a formal suit, around 30 years of age, exuding a jovial demeanor. I am truly grateful to everyone for attending Miss Ning Xue's coming-of-age ceremony. He exclaimed, "We have prepared special gifts for you all." He worked to enliven the atmosphere, quickly making the gathering more jubilant. The guests gradually shed their complexities and began to engage in light-hearted banter. "Happy coming of age, Ning Xue. Happy coming of age, little Xue." One after another, they raised their glasses and offered tea to Ning Xue and old Ning, eager to leave a favorable impression on them. The three prominent families of Shenzhen City were not easily approached. Thus, an hour slipped by amidst the revelry. As the guests finished their meals, the host took the microphone, smiling brightly. "Next, let us invite our Miss Ning Xue to present a dance for her coming-of-age ceremony." His voice echoed around the room, capturing everyone's attention. A coming-of-age dance, a tradition of the Ning family. In the Ning family, there has always been a custom. The legitimate heirs reaching adulthood select a partner of the opposite sex to dance a coming-of-age dance during the ceremony. They were already aware of this beforehand. Who would Ning Xue choose? The men present felt a sense of anticipation. Of course, they knew that such a selection was often predetermined days or even earlier in advance. After all, not everyone could perform the coming-of-age dance. Only with prior arrangements and practice could one dance at the ceremony. Scanning the room, they attempted to identify the fortunate partner. He Jian's face darkened. He had not been informed in advance. This meant Ning Xue had not chosen him. Old Ning chuckled, nodding kindly at Ning Xue. "Little Xue, go ahead." Ning Xue, reluctant to dance with a male, had consulted old Ning before the ceremony, wishing to perform the coming-of-age dance solo. As the cherished granddaughter of the Ning family, old Ning adored her immensely. Without hesitation, he agreed. "Since you prefer it that way, performing alone is perfectly fine. After all, I am not an old stickler. This only requires a ceremonial gesture." Ning Xue nodded gently and stood up. She glanced around, momentarily pausing on He Liang, but quickly shook her head. He Liang likely did not know how to dance. Moreover, he was unaware of what she was about to perform. Most importantly, she felt a tinge of embarrassment and was reluctant to invite He Liang directly. Unbeknownst to her, she found herself in a state of contradiction, simultaneously eager and unwilling. She could not quite explain this turmoil within her. The host straightened his back and smiled as he introduced. "The coming-of-age dance Miss Ning Xue will perform is a jazz dance." He elaborated, even humorously mimicking a clumsy jazz dance, eliciting laughter from the audience. This host knew how to lift the mood. However, upon noticing the male guests' anticipatory gazes, he could guess their expectations. He was about to announce that the coming-of-age dance would be performed solely by Ning Xue when a small voice of discontent interrupted. "What are you all craning your necks for? My boss has already gifted Jade and played the piano. If there's dancing, it must be my boss who goes up." The remark was not loud, but the room was so quiet that more than half the attendees heard it. They turned to see Lin Wudi from the He family. Lin Wudi was taken aback, having underestimated the audience's hearing. However, he appeared unfazed, puffing out his chest. He showed no reluctance to meet the gazes of the crowd, even attempting to glare back, it should be. Ahem. Under the piercing gaze of Kwang San, Lin Wudi fell silent. He Liang could only rub his forehead in exasperation. "Wudi, you certainly know how to create trouble for me." Ning Xue also glanced at He Liang, her beautiful eyes reflecting something peculiar. She was hesitant to extend the invitation, but now, things felt different. The host, wearing a wry smile, knew it was time to defuse the situation. He cleared his throat, stepped forward, and smiled. "Actually, this dance will be performed by Miss Ning Xue." Suddenly, a clear, slightly bashful voice cut through the air, interrupting the host. "He Liang, would you like to dance the coming-of-age dance with me?" As soon as Ning Xue finished speaking, she felt a wave of regret wash over her. Compelled by the host's words, she had blurted it out impulsively. A wave of tension washed over her, and she felt the abruptness of her request. Lin Wudi chuckled and shot He Liang a knowing glance. "Boss, go for it." He Liang lightly tapped Lin Wudi's head, and under his reproachful gaze, he stood up from his seat. He nodded slightly at Ning Xue, a smile gracing his features. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he gently nodded, "All right." Ning Xue was momentarily taken aback, but soon she realized he was standing up to save her face. Otherwise, if she had extended the invitation and been rejected, it would have been a significant embarrassment. Yet, when He Liang took the stage, that would also risk his dignity. With this thought, Ning Xue felt both touched and regretful. She looked at He Liang, her lips parting as if to say something, but He Liang had already spoken first. With a charming smile adorning his handsome face, he said, "I have a modicum of knowledge about dancing." The comical jazz dance previously demonstrated by the host had triggered a response from the all-purpose work system. With a mere thought, He Liang saw the data unfold before him. Level: amateur, city, provincial, national, world jazz dance, amateur. City level cost 50 work coins to exchange for city level. The data before him shifted instantaneously. Piano, city level. Provincial level cost 100 work coins to exchange for provincial level. He Liang smiled slightly as he approached Ning Shui. The crowd exchanged astonished glances. Their earlier conversation did not seem premeditated at all. In other words, it was a spur-of-the-moment decision. He Liang, can he really dance? Chapter 118. Is it true? Impossible. Utterly impossible. A young man shook his head repeatedly. Emotionally and rationally, he denied the possibility of He Liang performing jazz dance. His academic performance was extraordinary. He had triumphed in gambling stones against the renowned prodigy Sun Ming from the Sun family. His piano talent had left Master Lang Yun astounded. And now, you expect us to believe that you can also dance jazz? Under the intense scrutiny of the crowd, He Liang remained remarkably composed. He held his head high, exuding confidence and dignity. He strode directly towards the graceful Ning Shui. Initially, He Liang had no knowledge of jazz dance. However, after exchanging for provincial-level jazz dance skills, a wealth of knowledge flooded his mind, illuminating him instantly. He cast a surprised glance at Ning Shui. Jazz dance primarily seeks joy, liveliness, and vitality. Its hallmark is the freedom of movement, unbound by the rigid forms and postures of traditional classical ballet. To put it simply, the movements are sensual, casual, and open. Ning Shui left an impression on He Liang that was predominantly aloof. He couldn't reconcile her style with that of jazz dance. From the cute Lolita to the regal queen attire, and the spirited, sensual jazz dance. He Liang couldn't help but marvel at the sheer versatility of styles. Ning Shui glanced at He Liang, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of apology. In a voice only they could hear, she softly said, He Liang, you need not force yourself. I can dance this jazz alone. He Liang returned her a reassuring smile. Don't worry, I truly know a little. Ning Shui studied He Liang intently, hesitated for a moment, then slowly nodded. I want to dance coming of age, can you do it? Various dance images flashed rapidly in He Liang's mind. Soon, he smiled faintly and nodded affirmatively. Under Ning Shui's skeptical gaze, the two ascended the stage together. Below, amidst the gazes of most young men, there was a sense of doubt. They even began to question if they were the true bumpkins who had emerged from impoverished backgrounds. How could he possibly dance jazz? A young man clad in designer labels muttered quietly. He spends all his time studying at school. It's already a stretch for him to find time to practice piano, let alone dance. Nearby, a girl scoffed softly. What is impossible? It's merely something you cannot achieve. The young man was momentarily at a loss for words, glancing around. It was only then that he noticed the admiring and expectant gazes from the surrounding girls directed at He Liang. He Liang had already conquered them with his talent and prowess. I can't believe it. He inwardly cursed, feeling a pang of discomfort in his chest. The very girl he was pursuing had her eyes glued to He Liang, utterly unwilling to look away. He exchanged glances with a few other young men nearby, and a sour feeling surged within him. Meanwhile, on stage, He Liang and Ning Shui stood ready, positioned about 2 meters apart, facing the audience, not looking at each other. The passionate music erupted suddenly. As the sounds enveloped them, the two on stage sprang into action. The audience's eyes brightened instantly. The first movement was powerful and precise. Clean. Crisp. Such finesse could not be achieved without a foundation in dance. Ning Shui's somewhat regal attire contrasted strikingly with her spirited movements, captivating the attention of all the young men present. The stark contrast resonated perfectly with them, igniting a flurry of emotions. One by one, their eyes widened in astonishment. The music pulsed with a lively rhythm, constantly shifting. Ning Shui's movements matched the rhythm, vigorous and buoyant. Meanwhile, the girls erupted in excited screams. Wow, so cool. Many boys reluctantly diverted their longing gazes from Ning Shui to He Liang. Can he really do it? Their expressions transformed into sheer astonishment. He Liang's movements oscillated between fervor and gentleness. He executed hip movements, twisted his waist, and let his body undulate like waves. He seamlessly merged with the rhythm and music. Certain intricate details, whether through expressions or leg kicks, left the audience in awe. If Ning Shui exuded contrasting sensuality, He Liang showcased masculinity and charm to the fullest. The girls in attendance were utterly enraptured. Studying, gambling, piano, dance. What could He Liang not accomplish? While He Liang was not conventionally handsome, he possessed an undeniable charm. Coupled with his status as the eldest son of the He family, he was practically the embodiment of a dream boyfriend. All the girls in the audience were unable to tear their gazes from He Liang. Even the boys could not help but be captivated by He Liang's jazz dance. Ning Shui danced admirably, her contrasting sensuality incredibly alluring. Yet, He Liang's physical performance clearly surpassed hers by several levels. Jazz dance is an improvisational form, allowing dancers to not only move with the rhythm but also to incorporate their unique flair. And at this moment, He Liang embodied just that. His movements mirrored Ning Xue's in some respects, but diverged in others. This distinction in details infused his performance with heightened passion. Kwangsun wiped the sweat from his forehead, swallowing hard, and sighed in relief. Lin Wudi beside him smirked and said, "Why are you worried? The boss will definitely not disappoint us." Kwangsun shot him a glance. Speechless. "Then what about that damp tissue in your hand?" Yet, he too felt a surge of incredulity. He had researched much about He Liang and spent 3 months with him, yet he had no inkling of the young master's talents. To him, the young master seemed enveloped in an aura of mystery. As Ning Xue danced, her heart raced with astonishment. He truly could dance jazz. Standing apart, their positions and the rapid pace of the dance meant she couldn't see He Liang's movements clearly. However, judging by the audience's reactions, it was evident that He Liang was excelling. Amidst the gasps of awe, Ning Xue could no longer suppress her curiosity and glanced in He Liang's direction. That single glance completely captivated her. He Liang's jazz dance embodied the essence of balance, rhythm, and fluidity. Certain details were undeniably striking. Ning Xue's movements faltered slightly as a result. Yet, just then, the music accelerated. Ning Xue quickly regained her composure and adjusted. However, this adjustment led to an unexpected mishap. Her ankle twisted slightly, her balance wavering. She was on the verge of falling. But at that critical moment, a hand grasped her delicate, fair hand. Chapter 119. Breathless, a powerful hand suddenly reached out, steadying her left hand. The warmth flowed through her, causing Ning Xue to instinctively shiver. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of He Liang, smiling as he steadied her. Before she could ponder further, she felt a gentle tugging sensation along her arm. Then, He Liang's other hand unexpectedly found its way to her waist. In that instant, Ning Xue felt a jolt of electricity coursing through her, causing her to tremble. The sensation was inexplicably exhilarating. He Liang's hands moved subtly, guiding Ning Xue as she adjusted her ankle. Ning Xue fought to suppress the strange sensations coursing through her body in the flush of embarrassment, quickly regaining her composure. She was clever and immediately recognized that He Liang was assisting her. With He Liang's deliberate guidance, Ning Xue pivoted on her toes, smoothly executing a series of jazz dance movements. A glimmer of amusement flickered in He Liang's eyes as he imperceptibly nodded. Without hesitation, he released her, and they adjusted back into rhythm. Hiss. This. Their brief contact lasted only 2 to 3 seconds. Yet it sparked a wave of gasps and astonished murmurs from the audience. They were not blind, of course. It was clear to all that Ning Xue had almost stumbled due to a misstep. However, the surprise came from He Liang's swift reaction in catching Ning Xue. No, not just catching her. He Liang, with his astonishing dance skills, seamlessly guided Ning Xue through the subsequent dance moves. It was evident that this was a spontaneous improvisation. Yet, neither of them felt any awkwardness or discomfort. In fact, those few movements possessed a unique aesthetic charm. They perfectly synchronized with the rhythm. The spectators exchanged glances, utterly astonished. He Liang not only dazzled the audience with his mesmerizing jazz dance, but also adeptly corrected others' missteps during the performance. How formidable must his dance foundation be? His quick reflexes were simply astounding. Many boys in attendance swallowed hard, exchanging looks of disbelief. Eventually, they couldn't help but smile wryly, acknowledging his exceptional talent. The young master of the He family was truly remarkable. At this point, who could still harbor any prejudice? He Liang had completely conquered them with his abilities. This was not about status or family background, but rather about talent. The significance of comparison had vanished. Meanwhile, numerous girls gazed at He Liang with sparkling eyes, filled with admiration. His movements were so gentle, so gentlemanly. Indeed, he was extraordinary. He Jian, overhearing these exclamations, felt veins bulging in his neck as he struggled to suppress his simmering anger. His face turned ashen, and he glared at He Liang on stage, clenching his fists. A low growl escaped his throat. What nonsense! He Liang, how dare you touch Xiao Xue? He Jian had never laid a finger on Ning Xue. Yet, He Liang had just wrapped his arms around her waist. Although it was merely a dance performance, an adjustment due to Ning Xue's mistake, it was utterly unacceptable to He Jian, who had already regarded Ning Xue as his girlfriend, especially since he already had a deep-seated dislike for He Liang. If it weren't for the presence of old Master Ning, He Jian would have rushed onto the stage to slap He Liang. He Jian fought to contain his fury, but his tablemates could sense his agitation. They all fell silent, afraid to speak. The atmosphere at the dining table grew tense and cold. On stage, After He Liang's guidance allowed Ning Shui to regain her composure, she felt a mix of embarrassment and restlessness. She rarely experienced such close physical contact with the opposite sex. Her heart raced as if it were about to burst. However, that sensation didn't seem entirely unwelcome. In fact, when He Liang finally let go, she felt a fleeting sense of loss. Her emotions were complex and difficult to articulate. Yet, she quickly steeled herself, reminding herself that this was not the time for such thoughts. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to cast aside distracting notions. The adult ceremony jazz dance was far from over. A few minutes later, as the music began to fade, Ning Shui concluded her performance with a final crisp movement. Breathing heavily, her cheeks flushed, she realized that although the dance lasted only a few minutes, it had required significant physical exertion. Each movement demanded precise control of strength, which posed its own challenges. She turned to He Liang, her face growing even warmer as she whispered, "He Liang, thank you for your help just now." He Liang nodded in acknowledgement, smiling as he replied, "It was nothing, it was my duty." Following this, the two faced the audience and took a bow, signifying the end of their performance. The boys and girls present felt a pang of envy. Some envied Ning Shui, while others envied He Liang. Yet, they could not help but admit that at that moment, He Liang and Ning Shui stood on stage like a pair of celestial beings. One was the cherished jewel of the Ning family, beautiful and graceful, while the other was the brilliant firstborn of the He family, a paragon of talent. Their family backgrounds were remarkably well-matched, making them a perfect pair. Once they descended from the stage, He Liang returned directly to his table. Lin Wudi gave him a thumbs up. His face filled with admiration as he chuckled. "Boss, you were incredible." He Liang shot him a glance and sighed. "Wudi, just don't cause me any trouble." Although the tokens spent on the jazz dance weren't substantial, they still constituted his hard-earned salary, which required time to accumulate. Elevating his martial arts talent to an extraordinary level would have to be postponed for now. He Liang shook his head slightly. Lin Wudi grinned, puffing out his chest as his eyes sparkled. "Boss, if you don't show off a bit, how will you slap these people in the face?" He then leaned closer to He Liang, whispering, "Boss, look at He Jian, his face is green with envy." He Liang couldn't help but glance over in that direction. He Jian, seated at a different table approximately 7 or 8 meters away, wore a ghastly expression as he glared at He Liang. Their eyes met, and the intensity of He Jian's gaze seemed murderous. He Liang could almost feel He Jian's pent-up rage. He Liang offered a mild smile to He Jian, maintaining a calm demeanor. In He Jian's eyes, this appeared as an arrogant display of superiority. Instantly, blood vessels in He Jian's eyes seemed to redden. "Damn, this bastard, who had no parents." He Jian couldn't help but mutter under his breath. He had resolved that once this adult ceremony concluded, even if his mother, Yin Balian, tried to stop him, he would find someone to teach He Liang a severe lesson. He Jian wanted to hurl insults, to declare that He Liang was poor, that he was nothing but a rustic bumpkin whose vision and experiences could not compare to theirs. He wanted to claim that He Liang knew nothing beyond academics. Yet, the words wouldn't come out. It felt as if any utterance would only serve to humiliate himself. He Jian was desperate, utterly desperate, staring at He Liang. His expression darkened. The sensation was unbearable. A sickly, metallic taste surged in his throat. He Jian was so infuriated that he felt like he could vomit blood. Chapter 120. The eight-legged monster in a fit of rage. He Jian found himself unable to contain his wrath, and a trickle of crimson seeped from the corner of his mouth. Blood? Those around him froze, mouths agape, staring in disbelief. He had actually coughed up blood. Such a thing they had only witnessed in novels and films. Yet here it was happening in reality for the first time. Brother Jian. How furious must he be? Huang Du felt a shiver run down his spine. The animosity directed at He Liang must be immense. He Jian quickly sensed the unusual gazes of those around him and realized what had happened. He hastily grabbed several tissues to wipe his mouth, only to see the bright red liquid, which made his complexion even more ghastly. If anyone caught wind of this, he would become the laughingstock. He quickly cleaned himself up, crumpling the tissues to hide the evidence. Humph. He Jian cast a dark glare at the others at the table. They quickly averted their eyes, feigning ignorance. Unbeknownst to everyone at the table, within the tissues stained with He Jian's blood lay a minuscule black egg, no larger than a grain of rice. The egg quivered silently before splitting open. From within emerged a purple eight-legged monster. If one had a sufficiently powerful magnifying glass, they would see that this creature possessed 3 compound eyes like a fly and a mouth filled with 9 needle-like appendages, looking grotesque. It had a pair of gray wings adorned with patterns. The creature struggled free from the tissue, immediately locking its multifaceted eyes on He Liang. Unnoticed by anyone, it flew toward He Liang, It approached slowly from behind and gently landed on his collar, its body shifting colors to blend with his attire, thereby camouflaging itself. Lin Wuti twitched his nose, glancing around in confusion as he murmured, "Is there something strange in the air?" He scanned the vicinity but detected nothing amiss. "Forget it. Time to eat." Lin Wuti shook his head, his eyes gleaming at the feast laid out before him, his hunger palpable. The eight-legged monster perched on He Liang's shoulder remained still, silent. Meanwhile, the adult ceremony banquet approached its conclusion. "We sincerely thank everyone for coming. This adult ceremony for Miss Ning Xue has now come to an end," the host announced, signaling to everyone that they could leave. Many stood up, clapping enthusiastically. He Liang's vision blurred momentarily as two familiar figures appeared before him, Sun Ming and Master Lang Yun. Both wore expressions of urgency and excitement. "He Liang, you have yet to tell me how you identified that raw stone. He Liang, come to my music academy for further studies. I shall personally guide you." At that moment, Ning Xue approached He Liang, her delicate face slightly flushed, capturing the attention of several boys around. "He Liang, my grandfather wishes to have a word with you." The gazes of those surrounding were filled with envy and admiration for He Liang. A few girls, initially daring enough to approach him to add him on WeChat, hesitated upon seeing Ning Xue and refrained from doing so. "Over there, my grandfather is calling me." He Liang helplessly glanced at Sun Ming and Master Lang Yun, smiling as he said, "Let's exchange contact information and discuss later." He understood well that whether it be the discussion on gambling stones or topics with Master Lang Yun, they were not something that could be finished in a moment. "All right." Sun Ming and Lang Yun exchanged a glance, both seeing the mutual helplessness and reluctance in each other's eyes. But they could only nod in agreement. Breaking away from the two, He Liang made his way toward Old Master Ning. "Old Master Ning, it's been a while," He Liang greeted with a smile. Old Master Ning nodded at He Liang, teasing, "Today, you truly surprised my granddaughter, haha." Ning Xue, standing beside, blushed beautifully, but remained silent. He Liang shrugged and replied, "It's just a small gift, as long as Ning Xue likes it." Old Master Ning looked at He Liang with appreciation. A top student and a pianist who can also gamble stones. It's rare to encounter such an outstanding young man like you. He Liang accepted the praise modestly. With a gentle smile, his demeanor neither proud nor insincere. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Old Master Ning shifted the conversation. "Do you remember the jade seal I gifted you during the auction hosted by Su Fu?" He Liang's gaze sharpened. The jade seal? A memory surged in his mind. It was when he accompanied Old Master Ning to Su Fu and He Yun's auction. Su Fu had presented several rare antiques, and Old Master Ning had invited He Liang to appraise them. Delighted by a piece of old pit glass, Old Master Ning had gifted He Liang a broken jade seal for identification. Under the ultimate treasure appraisal technique, the seal dimly radiated a spectrum of colors, appearing quite unique. "I remember," He Liang nodded, somewhat puzzled. "Is there something wrong?" Old Master Ning chuckled. "I happened to discover another piece. It is almost identical to the one you possess." He Liang was taken aback, realizing, "I left the jade seal at the He residence. If you are interested, I can bring it to you tomorrow." Old Master Ning gently shook his head. "I do not want that. Instead, I intend to gift you the jade seal I have." He Liang was momentarily stunned. Caught off guard, Old Master Ning adjusted his reading glasses and smiled. "You have already gifted my precious granddaughter a piece of jade worth billions. I am not so stingy as to withhold a jade seal of unknown origin." Before He Liang could refuse, he continued, "However, I have placed that item in the trunk of my car in the lower garage." He handed the car keys to Ning Xue, saying, "Swear, it's the one I'm in. You can take He Liang to the trunk to retrieve it." This statement left both Ning Xue and He Liang slightly astonished. Yet, Ning Xue quickly regained her composure, a mix of delight and hesitation swirling within her. However, her hesitation soon dissipated, and she nodded, taking the car keys. "All right, I will take He Liang there." He Liang, also coming to terms with the situation, smiled at Ning Xue. "Thank you for your help." Ning Xue lightly shook her head, beaming, "Follow me." They then left together towards the garage. Before departing, He Liang told Kwang San and Lin Wuti, "I'm going to the underground garage to get something." Lin Wuti's eyes lit up, opening his mouth. "Boss, I'll go with you." Before he could finish, Kwang San expressionlessly covered his mouth and pulled him away. "Young master, go ahead, Kwang Lu and I will wait for you here." Once they left, Lin Wuti wore a disgruntled expression. "Why didn't you let me follow the boss?" Kwang San shot him a glance and coldly replied, "Can't you read the situation?" Lin Wuti was taken aback, looking around with a puzzled expression. "What situation?" Kwang San sighed internally and fell silent. Chapter 121. The gift at the He residence, in a certain room. Yin Balian sat at her vanity. In the mirror, her made-up face displayed an enigmatic smile. Her jade fingers toyed with a strand of black hair, which, in terms of length and color, was distinctly her own. Blood slaughter goo, she murmured softly, smiling slightly. My dear nephew, this is a gift I am sending you. Yin Balian gazed at her exquisite reflection, playfully lifting a lock of hair, chuckling. Of course, if the first gift is insufficient, there is a second grand gift as well. I believe you will find it to your liking. At the Four Seas Grand Hotel, He Liang and Ning Shui were making their way to the underground parking lot. They walked side by side in a somewhat silent manner. Neither was particularly talkative, creating a slightly awkward atmosphere. Ning Shui's heart raced, unable to suppress her thoughts. Did her grandfather's request for her to take He Liang to retrieve the jade seal carry any special significance? Had he perceived something? Or was he hinting at something? Ning Shui couldn't help but let her imagination wander, feeling her cheeks flush. He Liang proactively broke the silence, inquiring, You were recommended to Sujiang University through the grand plan, correct? Ning Shui nodded slightly. Yes, I was the second recommended from the Fuxian district. Upon recalling that, her tone held a hint of surprise, clearly intrigued. He Liang, you were the first in Shenzhen City. Why didn't you choose to be recommended at that time? After all, He Liang had also chosen Sujiang University now. He Liang smiled calmly. It was due to two reasons. Ning Shui's curious gaze turned to him. He Liang did not keep her waiting long and explained, Firstly, I wanted to see what score I could achieve in the college entrance examination. He Liang smiled somewhat shyly, then continued. The second reason is that I knew the benefits of high scores in the college entrance examination outweigh those of the grand plan. Thus, I gave up my recommendation. Ning Shui nodded gently, evidently recognizing He Liang's confidence in achieving high scores. And the reality proved that his choice was indeed correct. Ning Shui gradually gained a deeper understanding of He Liang. Yet, the more she learned, the more curious she became about him. He Liang came from a not particularly affluent family. How did he master so many skills? She sensed a veil of mystery surrounding He Liang, compelling her to explore further. He Liang, where did you learn jazz dance? Ning Shui inquired curiously. You dance wonderfully. I feel you are even better than my instructor. He Liang was taken aback, thoughts racing in his mind, quickly formulating a response. A good friend taught me during my extracurricular classes in junior and senior high. The conversation between them gradually unfolded. Ning Shui's eyes sparkled with curiosity, eager to ask more. However, just then, He Liang's phone unexpectedly rang. A call. He Liang paused, then pulled out his phone from his pocket. Upon seeing the screen, he realized it was his mother. Ning Shui softly urged, You can take the call first. All right. He Liang glanced at her apologetically before nodding. He answered the call. On the other end, Lin Qin's gentle voice came through. Xiao Liang, how was your trip? Have you eaten? Is the money enough? Do you need me to have your father send you more? Before He Liang could respond, Lin Qin continued with her barrage of inquiries. Although they had reached the underground parking lot, the signal here was surprisingly good, allowing for a clear conversation. Hearing his mother's concerned questions, He Liang felt a warmth in his heart, though a hint of annoyance flickered within him. He chuckled and said, I just finished my meal and am not short of money for now. Lin Qin continued to inquire, Where are you traveling at the moment? Your father and I have already set our sights on a property, but it's in the Futian district. He Liang's expression shifted momentarily, then he smiled and replied, I am currently in Futian district. Lin Qin on the other end of the phone was somewhat taken aback. In a few days, your father and I might go to the Futian district to check out some houses. Would you like to join us? He Liang chuckled but remained silent. Suddenly, the arachnid creature on his collar began to stir. Its terrifying 9 mandibles abruptly pierced into He Liang's neck. A toxin coursed through his body. In the next moment, it felt as if all his vitality had been drained away. The arachnid's body began to wither and shrivel, ultimately disintegrating into wisps of ash. Meanwhile, He Liang felt a slight sting in his neck. Then, he sensed his blood and energy beginning to fluctuate erratically. A surge of violent intent surged up from the depths of his being. An overwhelming urge to annihilate everything around him arose. Slaughter. Destruction. Such thoughts raced frantically through He Liang's mind. Veins of crimson appeared in his eyes. His entire body began to tremble slightly. No. The moment this impulse manifested, He Liang sensed something amiss. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the heavenly martial art. 69 drops of essence blood began to surge with power. An unending torrent of profound energy suppressed his boiling blood. This terrifying force surged like a tide, disrupting He Liang's vital energy. This disruptive power was formidable. Even someone at the peak of body refinement could not withstand it, as it would incite a sense of brutality, wreaking havoc on the surroundings. Yet, in an instant, this force was forcibly subdued by the heavenly martial art. The 69 drops of essence blood were no trifling matter. In terms of controlling his vital energy, He Liang was even stronger than those at the initial stage of essence refining. Nearby, Ning Shui was puzzled as to why He Liang had suddenly stopped speaking. She turned her head, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. He Liang took a deep breath and looked at Ning Shui, shaking his head to signal that he was fine. On the other end of the line, Lin Xin also expressed her confusion. Xiaoyang, why have you stopped talking? Are you busy? He Liang quickly responded, no, I just. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. In his line of sight, a sharp knife flew towards Ning Shui with blinding speed. Be careful, He Liang shouted. Instinctively, he activated the heavenly martial art and hurled his phone away. Clang, clang. The knife collided with the phone in midair. Ultimately, both fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Oh, a middle-aged man's voice echoed in surprise. It seemed he was astonished that He Liang was able to detect and react to the attack. However, a shadow darted swiftly from behind a pillar in the parking garage, lunging toward Ning Shui. The target was not He Liang, but Ning Shui. He Liang's gaze sharpened. The opponent was a martial artist. Moreover, he appeared to be at the initial stage of essence refining. There was no time to ponder why an assassin had appeared here. He Liang called out softly, Ning Shui. Retreat. Instead of backing down, he advanced to confront the middle-aged man. Chapter 122. Assassination. He Liang, clad in a simple and lightweight black tracksuit, did not hesitate to confront the oncoming assassin. His speed was not at all inferior to that of the attacker. In an instant, he and the middle-aged man, who was at the initial stage of essence refining, were entangled in a fierce clash. The middle-aged man wielded a green-hued poison dagger with both hands, brandishing it like a pair of antlers. The consequences of even a single scratch would be dire. He Liang remained vigilant, evading with precision. In the brief exchange, they exchanged more than a dozen blows within mere seconds. The situation was grim. Although He Liang appeared to hold his ground for the moment, a sense of heaviness settled in his heart. The essence refining stage was primarily about honing one's muscles and refining one's blood. The most notable characteristic was the significant enhancement of physical capabilities. Generally speaking, upon reaching the 6th level of body refinement, one's physical prowess would surpass that of Olympic champions. However, the essence refining stage did not primarily represent a transformation in physical strength, but rather a change in mental acuity, characterized by a heightened perception of details. A martial artist at the initial stage of essence refining might not physically surpass someone at the peak of body refinement by much. Yet, in combat, they could easily defeat 3 peak body refiners by capitalizing on minute details. He Liang possessed 69 drops of essence blood, endowing him with a physique far superior to that of the peak body refinement stage. Even compared to someone at the initial stage of essence refining, he was significantly stronger. Under normal circumstances, He Liang would not fear the middle-aged man. He could rely on his profound essence blood to handle the confrontation. However, at present, a significant portion of his focus was devoted to suppressing the turbulent flow of his vital energy. The sudden surge of malevolent thoughts had yet to completely subside. Prolonged combat would gradually tip the scales against him. Should he burn his essence blood? The thought flickered through He Liang's mind. Burning essence blood could temporarily grant immense power, but the cost was the irreversible depletion of his essence. Before he could act, the middle-aged man halted abruptly and spoke. Not only are you resisting the blood slaughter curse, but as a body refiner, you can actually hold your ground against me? I seem to have underestimated you. His voice was peculiar, sounding as if his throat had been injured, rasping unpleasantly. He Liang's heart sank as he instantly realized that the violent impulse within him was also a result of the man's influence. You. The middle-aged man opened his mouth, seemingly about to say more. Suddenly, 3 shimmering green needles shot toward He Liang. They were 3 poisoned silver needles. His prior words had merely been a distraction to divert He Liang's attention. He Liang, anticipating the attack, swiftly sidestepped to the left, narrowly evading the 3 poisoned needles. A flicker of surprise crossed the middle-aged man's eyes. This young man was surprisingly cautious. He glanced at Ning Shui, who was about to dial a number on her phone. With a low grunt, he turned and fled like a bat, quickly exiting the underground parking lot. He Liang watched the middle-aged man's retreat, feeling an urge to pursue. However, considering Ning Shui's safety, he hesitated and ultimately shook his head, refraining from chasing after him. Ning Shui hurried over, her stunningly beautiful face reflecting both concern and anxiety. He Liang, are you all right? He Liang shook his head slightly and replied, I'm fine, I wasn't injured. Call the Ning family to come down. Ning Shui nodded repeatedly and made the call. He Liang glanced at the ground, revealing a bitter smile. He had only purchased the phone a few days ago, and now it was utterly ruined? On the ground, the phone screen was completely shattered, scattered in pieces, and the entire device was bent backward, entirely blacked out. It was evident that it was irreparably damaged. Shaking his head, He Liang bent down to retrieve the SIM card. Meanwhile, Ning Shui let out a deep breath and finished her call. She approached He Liang, noticing his damaged phone and feeling a twinge of guilt. He was trying to assassinate me. I'm sorry for involving you. It's nothing. He Liang stood up and shook his head. Protecting you is more important. This was merely a casual remark. Yet, Ning Shui's heart raced. Her face flushed as other thoughts crossed her mind. He Liang cast her a curious glance. What's wrong? Ning Shui waved her hands adorably, hesitating for a moment before handing her phone to He Liang, whispering, You were talking to my parents just now, right? Use my phone to let them know you're safe. The abrupt end to their conversation, with He Liang only able to utter a warning before the phone cut off, would surely have left his parents worried. He Liang acknowledged this and took Ning Shui's phone, smiling as he said, Thank you. He quickly dialed his parents' number. Xiaoyang, what happened? Upon hearing He Liang's familiar voice, Lin Qin felt a surge of anxiety. Did I just hear someone say be careful? Are you all right? He Liang reassured her. It's nothing serious. I just accidentally dropped my phone, and it was run over by a car. I'm using a friend's phone to call you now. Lin Qin sighed in relief. A phone is a trivial matter. Just don't get hurt. After inquiring a few more details from He Liang, she finally felt completely at ease. I'll talk to you later. I have something to attend to, He Liang stated, noticing several figures approaching in the distance. He ended the call. As the figures drew nearer, Lin Qin recognized them as Old Master Ning, the head of the Ning family, Ning Yan, accompanied by two cold-faced men. Upon seeing the greenish dagger on the ground, their pupils contracted and their expressions darkened. Old Master Ning suppressed his smile and approached Ning Shui. Shui, please elaborate on the situation. Ning Shui explained in detail. 3 minutes later, the group nodded slowly, yet their faces grew increasingly grim. How audacious for someone to infiltrate here and attempt to assassinate you. Even Old Master Ning, usually smiling, was furious. Ian, find out who is responsible. His expression turned stern as he declared, to attempt to assassinate my granddaughter, I must uncover who possesses such audacity. In this world, taking a life is not particularly difficult. However, one must always consider the consequences. To dare to assassinate his granddaughter, one must be prepared to face the wrath of the Ning family. Taking a few deep breaths, Ning Wu calmed himself. He then turned to He Liang, his gaze filled with a mix of gratitude and regret. If it weren't for you, my granddaughter would have been in grave danger today. His expression was solemn. I will ensure you are handsomely rewarded. He Liang waved his hands dismissively. It's nothing. Subsequently, Ning Wu retrieved a square box from the trunk of a low-profile luxury car and handed it to He Liang. This is a jade seal, he added, pausing momentarily. And I will have further rewards for you. He Liang shook his head. You are too kind. Realizing the Ning family would soon be preoccupied, He Liang took his leave. With the jade seal in hand, he ascended the stairs to find Kuang San and Lin Wudi preparing to return to the He family. However, upon reaching the third floor, he discovered Lin Wudi confronting a middle-aged man clad in a gray robe. Lin Wudi's demeanor was cold, wielding a wooden sword, his aura fierce and menacing. You dare to appear before me? The man, tall and lanky with graying hair and deep-set eyes, carried a wooden sword on his back, instantly reminding He Liang of Lin Wudi. Lin Wudi glared at the middle-aged man, his grip on the sword tightening, ready to strike at any moment. Sensing Lin Su's arrival, Lin Wudi's demeanor softened slightly. He Liang stepped forward, frowning. What is going on? Before Lin Wudi could respond, the middle-aged man spoke first. You must be He Liang, the eldest son of the He family. His penetrating gaze scrutinized He Liang, his expression stern and unyielding. I am. He Liang suppressed his curiosity and nodded. And you are? I'm Kuang Yi, a protector of the He family, the middle-aged man replied flatly. You may call me Kuang Yi. He Liang was taken aback, quickly realizing the gravity of the situation. No wonder Lin Wudi reacted so strongly. Both He Hua and Kuang San had warned him to avoid letting Lin Wudi meet Kuang Yi, as it could easily lead to conflict. The precise reasons were unclear to He Liang, but it was evident that Lin Wudi was seething with anger, more so than He Liang had anticipated. Being close enough, He Liang could feel Lin Wudi's taut muscles, ready to spring into action at any moment. Kuang San stood nearby, wearing a faint smile behind his sunglasses, somewhat aware of the past events that shaped Lin Wudi's feelings. He was reluctant to intervene too heavily. Kuang Yi cast a calm glance at Lin Wudi, stating, I am here to see Old Master Ning, not you. He Liang promptly replied, Old Master Ning is currently in the underground garage. You can find him there, he added. Kuang Yi nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you. Without hesitation, he turned and departed with swift decisiveness. Lin Wudi seemed reluctant, taking a half step forward, his wooden sword's tip rising slightly. He Liang quickly stepped in front of Lin Wudi, saying, Wudi, we should go. Lin Wuti fell silent for a moment before gradually retracting his imposing aura, muttering, "Fine." He then gazed into the distance, giving Kuang Yi's retreating figure a deep look before raising his voice. "One day, I will kill you." He Liang sensed the seriousness behind his words. In the hall, some guests had yet to leave, and upon hearing the word kill, they looked on in astonishment. Kuang Yi paused momentarily, his tone unruffled. "I look forward to it." He then descended the spiral staircase. Lin Wuti inhaled deeply, struggling to suppress his overwhelming desire to fight. His usual playful demeanor vanished. Observing this, He Liang felt a mix of curiosity and concern, but refrained from asking further questions. He gently patted Lin Wuti on the back, saying softly, "Wuti, let's go." The three departed from the Sahaiwi Grand Hotel. Kuang Xin drove, with Lin Wuti and He Liang seated in the back. Even at this moment, He Liang could feel a heat coursing through him, a sense of violent impulse. However, under the control of 69 drops of potent blood essence, this sensation was gradually subsiding. The chaotic thoughts flooding his mind began to wane. "I want to ask you both something," He Liang initiated. Lin Wuti appeared somewhat lost, still preoccupied with his encounter with Kuang Yi, but he perked up slightly at He Liang's words. "What is it, boss?" He Liang continued. "Is there any method to induce instability in one's blood and qi, causing a feeling of restlessness and a violent urge to destroy everything?" Upon hearing this, Kuang San's gaze sharpened slightly. There are indeed various methods to achieve such effects, including pills, silent powders, and even certain insects. He Liang described his sensations. After hearing this, Lin Wuti grimaced. "Boss, I don't understand these theoretical concepts." Kuang San added, "Young master, your description is too broad for a precise assessment." "I understand," He Liang replied, choosing not to press further. By the time they returned to the He family, it was nearly 11 o'clock. The atmosphere was quiet as they entered, with few people in sight. The expansive courtyard was sparsely populated. He Jian did not usually stay here, as he had his own house and a circle of indulgent friends, preferring not to return to the He family and face any constraints. Previous visits by He Jian were merely to retrieve belongings, often accompanied by female friends. As for the second head of the He family, a previously unacquainted uncle, he had never returned, reportedly spending his days in a drunken stupor. Strangely, Old Master He seemed to indulge He Jian and this perpetually intoxicated uncle without imposing much restraint. A flurry of thoughts crossed He Liang's mind. He then cradled the box containing the jade seal, returning to his room. After changing clothes, he took a hot shower. He would examine the jade seal later. First, he needed to address the matter of the dragon-shaped mark. "I must make a decision regarding the position of air as well," He Liang murmured to himself, his expression growing serious and contemplative. After completing his college entrance examination, He Liang hurriedly arrived at the He family's residence, intent on resolving a pressing issue. After a quick blow-dry of his hair, he made his way to He Hua's room. Along the way, he encountered a stunning woman clad in a qipao yen balian. Approaching 40 years of age, she maintained her beauty remarkably well, appearing no older than 27 or 28, exuding an alluring charm reminiscent of ripe peaches. With a gentle smile, she regarded He Liang and softly inquired, "He Liang, you must be weary from your travels today. Where are you headed?" He Liang, maintaining a nonchalant demeanor, curtly replied, "That seems of no concern to you." Yen Balian's eyes narrowed slightly as she chuckled. "Then perhaps you should take some time to explore. It is essential to familiarize yourself with your surroundings upon your arrival at the He family." With that, she moved past him. He Liang squinted, murmuring to himself, "If only I had a bank card loaded with millions for my coming-of-age ceremony." Shortly thereafter, an assassination attempt transpired. He Liang could hardly believe this was mere coincidence. He arrived at He Hua's door and paused to knock. Soon, He Hua's voice beckoned from within. "Come in." Chapter 124. Reverse plunder upon entering He Hua's chamber. He Liang surveyed the modest space. Contrary to his expectations, the room was quite small and rather sparsely decorated. A blue bookshelf stood by the window, housing around 40 to 50 well-worn books. "I am back," He Liang greeted He Hua with a smile. Over time, He Liang's attitude had shifted slightly. He felt ambivalent toward his yet-to-be-met father and the entire He family, yet this elderly man before him was gradually earning his respect. "I have heard about your coming-of-age ceremony at the Ning family," He Hua said, a smile breaking through his pallid, aged visage. "You are far more accomplished than I had anticipated." He Liang offered a non-committal smile before his gaze sharpened, and he inquired, "Is the dragon-eating statue here?" He Hua nodded, understanding that He Liang intended to attempt lifting the curse of the dragon-shaped mark. He then retrieved a black and gold box from beneath the bed, revealing the dragon-eating statue within. "Is it just left lying around like this?" He Liang asked, bemused. He Hua, perceiving his thoughts, responded with a light chuckle. "The dragon-eating statue is not as significant as you might imagine. Even if lost, a new one will eventually form. He paused before adding, of course. It is not as inexpensive as you think. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had Kuang Air deliver it to you specifically. He Liang nodded silently and accepted the black and gold box. With a click, it opened to reveal the dark green dragon-shaped statue. What should I do? He Hua asked directly. Although he doubted He Liang's ability to resolve the dragon-shaped mark, a flicker of hope ignited within him. Simply unbutton your shirt and lie on the bed, He Liang instructed earnestly. He Hua complied, nodding in agreement. Having reached the pinnacle of Qi harmony, He Hua, despite being gravely wounded by the curse of the dragon-shaped mark, still possessed considerable perception. He had already discerned that this only grandson of his, lost to the world, had attained body refinement, and likely not in a mere ordinary manner. He understood that He Liang harbored secrets of his own, but chose not to pry or question. He Liang observed the elderly man, who had closed his eyes and laid on the bed, taking a deep breath. The dragon-shaped mark before him appeared not only unchanged since he last saw it days prior, but seemed even more vivid. He Liang's gaze deepened, and he grasped the dragon-eating statue tightly. After spending the night studying it, he had gleaned some insights. He subtly stimulated his blood energy, releasing his aura. Like a shark sensing blood, the dragon-eating statue instantly reacted, its entire form imbued with an uncanny energy, no longer resembling a mere inanimate object. It began to exert a pulling force, attempting to consume the special energy concealed within He Liang's blood. This special energy, unlike blood qi, was far more abstract, akin to a spiritual power that greatly attracted the dragon-eating statue. Although He Liang maintained a calm facade, a hint of tension gripped his heart. He deliberately placed the hand holding the dragon-eating statue upon the dragon-shaped mark on He Hua's back. I cannot absorb the dragon-shaped mark, but the dragon-eating statue can. This was the reasoning behind He Liang's belief that he could attempt to dispel the mark. Without hesitation, the dragon-eating statue began to work on removing the dragon-shaped mark. Its instinct, etched into its consciousness, dictated that only by eliminating the curse could it absorb that special energy. Lacking a high level of intelligence, it promptly commenced its task. Indeed, addressing the dragon-shaped mark required focusing on the dragon-eating statue. He Liang observed as the mark on He Hua's back gradually diminished, his eyes brightening. Moreover, this also validated a suspicion of his. Each distinct dragon-eating statue possessed a sort of subconscious unique to itself, which did not overlap. The previous dragon-eating statue that He Liang had absorbed special energy from was utterly unwilling to reopen the connection. Yet the current statue was evidently keen on dispelling the dragon-shaped mark, reveling in the process. The dragon-shaped mark on He Hua's back was significantly larger than that of an ordinary direct descendant of the He family, at least 10 times so. Although the absorption was effective, it was slow. Half an hour passed before the mark had been reduced by roughly 1/5. At this juncture, the dragon-eating statue began to sense something amiss. Why is there so much curse? It hesitated, weakening its pull. However, He Liang narrowed his eyes, silently intensifying the power of his blood. Like the aroma of delectable food growing more intense, it stimulated the dragon-eating statue. After a brief struggle and hesitation, the statue resolved to continue the dispelling. Witnessing this, He Liang's face broke into a smile. Truly, it was a creature that wouldn't abandon its hunt without seeing its prey. For the next half hour, he employed this method, repeating it 3 times. Each time the dragon-eating statue considered giving up, He Liang would amplify his blood energy, showcasing even greater value. After 3 repetitions, however, the method began to falter. The statue's ability to dispel the dragon-shaped mark on He Hua's back dwindled to less than 1/10 of its initial strength and continued to diminish. He Liang was certain that this was not a matter of the dragon-eating statue reaching its limit, but rather its unwillingness to continue. He glanced at He Hua's back. The dragon-shaped mark had weakened significantly, now reduced to half its previous size. That was sufficient. A glimmer of determination sparked in He Liang's eyes. After all, there were still 3 more statues on the dragon-eating blood tree. With this thought, He Liang felt a surge of inspiration. He proactively released a portion of that special energy. The dragon-eating statue, unaware it could consume this, presumed it was yet another futile attempt. Yet, the next moment, it successfully absorbed it. The statue seemed momentarily stunned, its pulling force briefly pausing. But soon after, it dramatically increased its absorption capacity. The connection had opened. He Liang observed the dragon-eating statue and sent forth more special energy. In less than 5 seconds, the statue had maximized the absorption channel. Now was the moment. He Liang's gaze sharpened. Tian Wuju activate. He was uncertain whether other techniques could absorb this special energy. However, Tian Wuju could. Moreover, it was far stronger than the pull of a single dragon-eating statue. In an instant, He Liang reversed the absorption. consuming over 10 times the amount of energy taken from him. How many generations of special energy from the He family had the dragon-eating statue absorbed over the years? It was difficult to count, given that the He family was a lineage spanning several hundred years. At this moment, the dragon-eating statue was taken aback. Having absorbed the special energy of the He family's direct descendants for so long, it was utterly unprepared for someone from the He family to reverse the flow of absorption. In the next instant, the dragon-eating statue grew frantic. This special power was its very foundation. How could it allow another to plunder it? It intensified its pull. Yet He Liang, like a seasoned hunter, operated Tian Wuju to its utmost, steadily contending with the dragon-eating statue for the special energy. Chapter 125. The dismal dragon-eating statue. He Liang's demeanor remained composed, his handsome visage devoid of panic. His grip on the dragon-eating statue tightened with increasing intensity. At this moment, the dragon-eating statue in his hands was oblivious to the precedent of its predecessor, which had already fallen victim to He Liang's treachery. The dim-witted statue, confronted with a reverse predation, instinctively reacted with fury. Competing for special energy with me? Immediately, it intensified its absorption. What it did not anticipate was that He Liang also augmented his own absorption. Within a mere 10 seconds of contention, the statue sensed something was amiss. The force of the opponent's absorption surpassed its own. From a primal rage to a dawning realization, it began to feel a sense of dread. Then, it conceded. This entire process consumed roughly half a minute. The statue relented, promptly diminishing its suction in an attempt to sever the connection. Concurrently, a repulsive force emanated from its form. But how could He Liang possibly let go? He chuckled softly, unleashing the full force of 69 drops of essence blood, gripping the statue with an unyielding strength. Simultaneously, he fervently absorbed the special energy. As He Liang had anticipated, within the dragon-eating statue lay a torrent of special energy. With each absorption, he felt invigorated, and the 70th drop of essence blood coalesced instantly. This unique energy remarkably accelerated the condensation of He Liang's essence blood. In less than 5 seconds, the 71st drop emerged seamlessly. The smile on He Liang's face grew increasingly pronounced, while the dragon-eating statue became increasingly agitated. It could not compete. Now, even closing the connection proved difficult. The statue was visibly enraged. Its pair of dragon eyes flickered, as if a mysterious aura began to emanate. At He Liang's neck, a dragon-shaped mark was subtly manifesting. It sought to curse He Liang, to inscribe the dragon-shaped mark. You think I was unprepared for this? He Liang responded coolly, his expression unchanging. Previously, he and He Hua had speculated that this dragon-shaped mark originated from the dragon-eating blood tree and the dragon-eating statue. How could He Liang possibly be caught off guard? This dragon-shaped mark, in its essence, was quite akin to that special energy. A glimmer sparked in He Liang's eyes. The power of his essence blood might not influence the mark, but the special energy certainly could. During this time, He Liang discovered that the essence blood cultivated through the heavenly martial decision bore peculiar traits. Each drop contained a trace of special energy. It was not that it had not been digested. Rather, it seemed to incorporate this special energy within the essence blood itself. This was the cultivation of a unique essence blood. The heavenly martial decision was even more mysterious and powerful than he had anticipated, with many aspects still awaiting exploration. This thought flickered briefly in He Liang's mind. In an instant, his essence blood surged, deliberately targeting the dragon-shaped mark on his neck. The mark was swiftly diluted by He Liang's essence blood until it vanished entirely. It worked. A spark of brilliance flashed in He Liang's eyes. Yet he also understood that this method could temporarily only be employed by himself. The essence blood's power could not escape his body. Thus it could not be applied to others, preventing him from aiding He Hua in dispelling the dragon-shaped mark. Meanwhile, the dragon-eating statue was momentarily stunned. It began to falter, feeling incredulous. However, He Liang had once again intensified his absorption, resembling a demon intent on plundering everything from it. It felt as if it were a helpless, virtuous woman being forced. At that moment, despair enveloped it. Since resistance was futile, should it then yield to enjoyment? No. How could that be? The dragon-eating statue hesitated for merely a dozen seconds. He Liang had already siphoned away a fifth of its accumulated special energy over decades. There could be no further hesitation. Even with its limited intelligence, the statue sensed the imminent peril to its existence. Consequently, nearly 1/10 of the special energy within it erupted violently. An overwhelming repulsive force was instantly generated. This force was so formidable that it took He Liang by surprise, forcibly dislodging his grip. He Liang was compelled to step back, feeling a twinge of pain in his palm. Simultaneously, the statue shot off in another direction, crashing into the white wall with a resounding thud. One could only imagine the psychological shadow He Liang had cast upon it. He Liang shook his head slightly and approached the wall, grasping the dragon-eating statue. He yanked it free. Alas, it truly could not be lured any longer. He Liang attempted to stir his essence blood, but the statue remained immobile, akin to a lifeless object. Nevertheless, that was sufficient. A faint smile graced He Liang's lips as he glanced at He Hua behind him. At that moment, the dragon-shaped mark on He Hua's back had shrunk to merely a third of its original size. Upon closer inspection, the power that had been siphoning his essence blood had diminished by more than half. You truly accomplished it? He Hua's expression was one of astonishment. Even with his extensive travels and experiences, he found this moment surreal, as if caught in a dream. It had indeed been dispelled. Subsequently, his face flushed crimson with overwhelming excitement, and he trembled with elation. He Hua's eyes turned red, and tears welled up. This dragon-shaped mark had existed for centuries. Generations of He family heirs had exhausted every possible means, dedicating their lives to eradicating even a trace of it. His son, He Liang's father, had vanished while searching for a way to eliminate this very mark. Though He Hua had urged He Liang to attempt its removal, his hopes had been modest. Yet now, barely 20 years old, He Liang had truly achieved this monumental feat. He Hua's heart brimmed with shock and disbelief, but even more so with exhilaration. He feared he was dreaming, pinching his arm to feel the pain, affirming that this was indeed reality. For over 10 seconds, He Hua's lips trembled, rendering him speechless. The complexity of his emotions was beyond articulation. He Liang, however, chuckled and shook his head. There's still a third left, no need to rush. He Hua's face radiated with hope. As long as it can be removed, that is enough. Tomorrow, we shall try again. He Liang, witnessing the renewed vitality and high spirits of the elder, couldn't help but smile. Naturally, He Hua nodded vigorously. The surprise He Liang had given him was monumental. The joy and excitement within He Hua were palpable. Then, He Liang's expression turned slightly serious. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke earnestly regarding the matter of inheritance. I have reached a decision. Chapter 126, He Liang's intent to kill. Upon hearing He Liang's words, He Hua's gaze immediately sharpened. The joy within him was momentarily overshadowed. He Hua's expression grew solemn as he paused, inquiring earnestly, He Liang, what are your thoughts? The He family had endured for centuries, and He Hua was unwilling to see it perish in this generation. He Liang was the only one capable of inheriting the family's legacy. He Liang maintained a calm demeanor. His clear, water-like eyes locked onto He Hua's. After a long moment, He Liang finally sighed and spoke. To be frank, I do not wish to be associated with the idea of inheritance at this time. He Liang was candid. He was still young, having yet to attend university, with many experiences yet to explore. The notion of inheritance presented a weighty pressure, alongside a sense of responsibility. Should he accept it, he would find himself bound by numerous constraints. However, his gaze bore a steely resolve as he continued. Yet, I also do not wish for Yin Balian and He Jian to inherit the He family. He Hua smiled, a hint of satisfaction in his tone. As long as you have this intention, that is sufficient. His subsequent words astonished He Liang. In truth, I never intended for them to inherit the He family. He Liang's expression froze momentarily, and he hesitated. What if I hadn't appeared? He Hua chuckled softly, yet his gaze was filled with certainty. I would not allow He Jian to inherit the He family either. He Liang fell silent for a moment. After a long pause, he finally asked, perplexed, why? He had long sensed that He Hua's feelings towards He Jian. At this point, He Liang chose not to continue. However, he understood that He Hua was aware of his meaning. He Jian, despite being his grandson, led a chaotic and indulgent life, his character spoiled to the core, embodying the archetype of a debauched youth who only knew how to revel in pleasure. Yet, He Hua seemed to turn a blind eye to it. He Hua smiled, his profound eyes revealing a hint of complexity. I never told you that he is the bloodline of the He family. He Liang's expression shifted, genuinely surprised this time. He Hua continued ambiguously. Of course, in a certain sense, he is indeed a part of our bloodline. With a light sigh, He Hua shook his head and said, if you have time tomorrow, go to Longyun Bar to find your uncle. He will tell you everything. Also, the He family has not yet reached the point where you, a young lad, must bear the burden. He Hua changed the subject, smiling. Afterward, I will have your uncle temporarily take over the He family, and you can focus on your university studies. In a few years, we can reconsider the matter of inheritance. He Hua looked at He Liang with a smile in his eyes. You should meet your uncle as well. He had merely been waiting for He Liang's stance. And now that He Liang had expressed it, that was enough. The implications of He Hua's words were profound. He Liang contemplated for a while before slowly nodding, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Before arriving, he had prepared himself to shoulder a heavy responsibility. But now it seemed the outcome was far better than he had anticipated. He could still attend university and would not be bound by obligations. He Liang turned to the elder and inquired, "How long will it take for you to recover once the dragon mark is removed?" "A few days should suffice," He Hua replied. A glint of sharpness flickered through his aged eyes. "At that time, I will settle everything." He inhaled deeply. "I am certain now that your father's disappearance, along with certain events from years past, cannot be dissociated from Yen Balian. Once my strength is restored, I will bring an end to it all." He Liang discerned a tone of decisiveness and a hint of murderous intent in the elder's words. Unsure of what to say, He Liang simply nodded. They continued to converse extensively. When discussing the brutal situation He Liang had suppressed during his coming-of-age ceremony, He Hua too could not determine the exact cause. However, he could surmise, it is highly probable that it is a form of poison. It should be the work of Yen Balian, whose background is related to such matters. He Liang proceeded to inform He Hua about the assassination attempt. A glint of coldness flashed in He Hua's eyes, his expression darkening. "What is this? Framing and scapegoating?" With his extensive experience, he immediately grasped the crux. Is this an attempt to wait for this old man to die, inciting the Ning family's animosity towards the He family, and then use this as a pretext to swiftly consolidate the He family? Once He Hua passed away, chaos would inevitably ensue within the He family. If a conflict arose with the Ning family, the situation would become even dire. Without question, there would need to be a leader to stand forth as the representative of the He family to address both internal and external troubles. At that time, neither the perpetually inebriated He Liang's uncle nor the still young He Liang himself would suffice to uphold the family. Yen Balian only needed to employ a few tactics to effortlessly consolidate the power of the He family. He Liang was not foolish. He simply had not grown up amidst the intrigues of such a family and lacked extensive experience. Yet, once it was pointed out, He Liang instantaneously understood, a chill creeping into his heart. However, soon after, a fierce killing intent arose. "She wants to use me?" That woman, who appeared as pure as a white lotus, harbored such deep and malicious thoughts. From the assassination attempt in Longon district to today's framing during the coming-of-age ceremony, and the circumstances surrounding He Liang's parents, he felt an intense surge of murderous intent for the first time towards an individual. "I heard that Kwang Lu encountered Kwang Yi today?" He Hua inquired, bringing He Liang back to his senses. He Liang nodded, recalling something, and asked, "Why do Wudi and Kwang Yi harbor such animosity?" He Liang had observed Wudi's disdainful attitude towards Kwang Yi on the third floor of the hotel. He Hua pondered momentarily, seemingly organizing his thoughts. Finally, he said, "I only know a little. Initially, everyone in the orphanage was afflicted by malevolent means, with no cure in sight. Yet, Kwang Yi saved Kwang Lu, perhaps. Kwang Lu resents Kwang Yi for having the ability to save him, but not the others." He Liang felt a weight in his heart after hearing this, and the atmosphere grew inexplicably oppressive. It was hard to imagine that friends from his youth had perished, leaving him as the sole survivor. Now, He Liang began to understand why both Kwang San and He Hua had advised against letting Wudi and Kwang Yi meet. He Hua softly remarked, "However, Kwang Lu is not inherently bad. He still harbors gratitude towards the He family that raised him. His resentment is primarily directed at Kwang Yi alone." He Liang nodded, and after exchanging a few more words, prepared to leave. "Let us call it a night. I will return tomorrow." He Liang stated, "However, I need you to retrieve another dragon-devouring statue." He Hua nodded with a smile, instructing, "Remember, after 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, go to Longyan Bar to find your second uncle. He will share much with you. Your second uncle is also eager to meet you." Chapter 127. The Poison Man. The next afternoon at 3 o'clock, He Liang punctually brought Lin Wudi and Kwang San to Longyan Bar. The bar was not far from the He family, just a 15-minute drive to the destination. It was a high-end entertainment bar. At 3 in the afternoon, who could possibly be at the bar? He Liang looked intently, observing the empty seating. With only a few waiters and a bartender present, Kwang San explained, "Longyan Bar is actually an asset of our He family." Kwang San expressed a hint of regret. The second head of the family had remarkable talent in business, even expanding operations beyond the province. Unfortunately, his voice trailed off, the sentiment of regret unmistakable. Lin Wudi rolled her eyes and scoffed. "It's all that wicked woman's fault." He Liang listened nearby, his expression contemplative. The second head of the He family, his second uncle He Qian, was viewed by many as a fallen business prodigy, having descended from a commercial genius to a man who drank every day. However, from their conversation last night, it seemed that his second uncle was not as simple as the rumors suggested. He Liang mused silently. Not long after, the boss approached. He seemed to recognize He Liang. His face beaming with a smile, Please, this way. The boss has been waiting for you for a long time. This took He Liang by surprise, but he nodded. All right. Subsequently, the boss led the trio to the third floor. The first floor of Long and Bar was for general seating, while the second and third floors featured private rooms. Upon reaching the VIP room number 1, the bar owner knocked on the door, producing a crisp sound. After a moment, a middle-aged man's voice with a hint of laughter came from inside. Come in. The bar owner stepped aside, offering He Liang a slight smile. Whispering, I will take my leave now. He Liang looked at the door before him and pushed it open. After barely a fifth of the door was ajar. Upon seeing the scene inside, He Liang promptly closed the door without hesitation. His expression remained calm as he turned to Kwang San and Lin Wudi. Kwang San, tomorrow is the old man's birthday. Take Wudi around to see if there are any suitable gifts. Lin Wudi appeared somewhat bewildered. Kwang San was momentarily stunned. How could a gift for the old master be procured so easily from the surroundings? He glanced at He Liang and then at the entrance. As if a thought had struck him, Kwang San nodded contemplatively. All right, just return in half an hour. He Liang casually remarked. Boss. Before Lin Wudi could finish his sentence, he was dragged away by Kwang San. Once Lin Wudi had departed, He Liang exhaled a sigh of relief and pushed the door open once more. Inside the bright and spacious private room, there was merely a table and a black leather sofa. The simple and clean arrangement took He Liang by surprise. On the sofa sat two individuals. One was a short and stout middle-aged man, approximately 1.60 meters tall, with a buzz cut. His eyes were particularly striking, twinkling with a blend of humor and danger. The other individual had a stern countenance, a wooden sword resting on his knees. Kong Yi. This was precisely why He Liang had sent Wudi away. The moment He Liang entered, Kong Yi's gaze, along with He Qian's, fell upon him. Kong Yi rose, nodding slightly to He Qian. I'll take my leave. Take care. No need for formalities, He Qian replied with a smile. It was evident that the two were quite familiar. Kong Yi paid no heed, shouldering his wooden sword as he made his exit. He regarded Lin Su with a pair of sharp eyes, seemingly surprised. Then, he nodded slightly to He Liang. Congratulations. He Liang was somewhat perplexed. But Kong Yi had already walked away. A flash of realization struck him. Had he discovered my cultivation breakthrough? He Liang was astonished, because in the body refinement realm, one's vital energy was usually restrained. Unless one completely stirred their energy, it was challenging for others to perceive their cultivation. Even Kwang San and Wudi, both advanced in their own realms, had been unable to detect his progress. Come over, He Qian said with a cheerful demeanor. He Liang hesitated for a moment, but eventually approached and sat on the sofa. The atmosphere did not remain silent for long. He Qian's eyes scrutinized He Liang before he burst into a hearty laugh. Ever since I learned of your existence, I have been eager to meet you. The old man has already informed me of your purpose for being here. You wish to meet me? He Liang inquired with curiosity. He Qian's demeanor struck He Liang as peculiar. Despite his daily indulgence in alcohol and his corpulent figure, he did not exude an oily presence. Indeed, I wish to meet you. There are matters I wish to share, He Qian replied. Noticing He Liang's gaze wandering towards the place where Kong Yi had just left, He Qian teased, Are you interested in the one who just departed? Without waiting for He Liang's response, He Qian continued, Kong Yi is the strongest within the dark department. Yet he does not belong to it. His status is unique, as he serves the He family. He revealed astonishing information. His cultivation is at the advanced level of harmonization. Not much weaker than the old man. He added gravely, It is precisely because of him that our family has not crumbled too severely. Since you have made a choice, it is crucial you understand these things. He spoke with a weighty tone, then shifted the conversation. Of course, the reason I summoned you today is not merely to discuss this. He Qian, quite the conversationalist, lifted a wine glass filled with red wine and took a sip, exhaling the aroma before looking at He Liang. Would you like a drink? He Liang shook his head. No, thank you. Let us get to the point. He Liang approached the topic directly, gradually adopting a serious demeanor. Just as He Qian had stated, since he had chosen to become the heir of the He family, there were indeed matters he needed to comprehend. He Qian smiled. Are you curious why I indulge in alcohol daily and neglect my duties? Do you wish to know about Yan Balian and He Jian? He Liang was taken aback for a moment before nodding. Yes. He Qian took another sip, reeking of alcohol. Yet he appeared quite lucid. 19 years ago, I traveled to a certain place. Well, let us call it a vacation. He Qian's eyes narrowed. In that place, I entered a certain village, and when I awoke, it was 16 years later. He Liang listened, bewildered, and could not help but interject. You were unconscious for 16 years? He Qian chuckled. Not unconscious, more like in a daze. Upon my return, I was manipulated by a certain method, like a marionette. He spoke of the most terrifying events with the lightest of tones. Yan Balian is one of the villagers. Together, we conceived He Jian. He Liang furrowed his brow. The word conceived sounded rather unsettling. He Jian was not born from the act of procreation between her and me. To be precise, he is a puppet, created using my blood, along with specific insects and a uniquely born infant. Chapter 128. Revealing the past, He Qian recounted his astonishing past, as if it were someone else's story, with a smile on his face. 19 years prior, He Qian had traveled to a Miao village. When he returned to the He family half a month later, he had become a mere puppet, lost in a haze. His transformation from a business prodigy to a fallen drunkard began then. The specifics of this transformation were not elaborated upon, but it was evident that he had fallen victim to a peculiar insect, causing a drastic change in his character. Among those who returned with He Qian was a pregnant Yin Balian. He Huan noticed that something was amiss with He Qian. Who could accept a son who returned from a trip with such a drastic change in temperament? Naturally, He Hua suspected Yin Balian. Yet she carried the blood of the He family, and without clarity regarding the truth, He Hua could not act recklessly. Thus, he explored numerous avenues to treat He Qian. Seeking the truth, He Hua consulted many renowned medical masters and purchased rare medicinal treasures at high prices, even resorting to various folk remedies, yet all proved futile. Ultimately, in desperation, He Hua adopted the simplest method, using the unique source energy of the harmonization realm to gradually heal He Qian. 16 years passed, and 3 years ago, through persistent efforts, He Hua managed to restore He Qian's consciousness. However, this restoration was temporary, with his waking hours limited to no more than 2 hours a day. Coincidentally, He Hua quietly discovered a method known as the wine goddess decision. This technique, if practiced by He Qian, would extend his waking hours, but at an immense cost. Daily consumption of alcohol was mandatory, effectively making him a drunkard. This would severely damage his health, with a lifespan not exceeding 50. Yet, He Qian resolutely chose to practice this method. The more He Liang listened, the more shocked he became, grappling with a mix of emotions. It was difficult to reconcile the jovial demeanor of the man before him with the astonishing events he had endured. He Qian squinted, chuckling. 3 years ago, I regained my wits, and naturally, I had my suspicions about Yin Balian. After all, I had barely seen her during my time in the Miao village, let alone had relations with her. I and the old man investigated for quite some time, and only confirmed over a year later that He Jian is not my biological son. He took a deep breath, a complex glimmer in his eyes. He is merely a puppet formed using my blood, along with other infants and specific methods, crafted by Yin Balian. He Liang was baffled. What is a puppet? He Qian cast a sidelong glance at He Liang before explaining. A puppet is inherently unique, though he bears no blood relation to me. The results from various blood tests indicate otherwise. Moreover, he serves as the ideal host for the insect, a sort of vessel, if you will. Reflecting on this, he paused before continuing. However, this comes at a cost. He Jian has at most 3 months remaining. He Liang's pupils dilated sharply. At that moment, realization dawned upon him. This was the reason for your leniency towards him, wasn't he it? For a child raised for many years, despite lacking blood ties, how could there be no emotional connection? He Qian smiled bitterly. I do not know if this choice is correct. Nevertheless, in his final days, I am unwilling to constrain him, nor do I wish to reveal such a cruel truth. In these last moments, I simply want him to live a little more comfortably. He Liang remained silent for a considerable time, his clear eyes resting upon He Qian. Skipping over the topic, he sighed lightly. What about Yin Balian? He Qian's small eyes suddenly sharpened. Yin Balian? I have no intimate relationship with her, nor have I ever harbored any feelings. His voice grew increasingly cold. The old man and I have uncovered some past matters. She came to the He family with the intent to seize everything, including the dragon blood tree. He Liang's expression tightened, yet he refrained from speaking. He Qian continued. There is a formidable shadow by her side. Once the old man recovers, everything will be settled. Clearly, he held great confidence in He Hua's strength. He Qian sighed softly. Your father sent you away when you were young, perhaps out of concern for what Yin Balian might do to you. As he spoke, He Qian's expression darkened slightly. Moreover, not only does this concern me, but your father's disappearance 3 years ago is likely also connected to Yin Balian. Even, your mother's death 3 years ago might involve her. He Liang's heart tightened abruptly, a pang of pain coursing through him. His murderous intent toward Yin Balian intensified. He Qian squinted, his eyes resembling mere slits. In just a few days, the old man will recover, perhaps even reach a higher realm. At that time, everything will be resolved. He shifted his tone, adding, regarding your father's disappearance, the old man and I have made some progress in recent days. He Liang's eyes brightened instantly, staring intently at He Qian. 3 years ago, Yin Balian must have deliberately leaked certain information, luring your father to seek the secrets of the dragon blood tree. He Qian paused intentionally. then revealed a shocking detail. Sujing University. Sujing University. He Liang exclaimed in astonishment. He Qian noted the expression of disbelief on He Liang's face and nodded affirmatively. The last place your father vanished was indeed Sujing University. He Qian's expression relaxed, and he suddenly smiled. Once the grievances with Yin Balian over these years are settled, I will assist you in temporarily managing the He family. You can focus on your studies at Sujing University and, in the meantime, find your father. He looked at He Liang with a teasing smile. You surpass our expectations. You are a top scholar. Clearly, he had gathered information about He Liang from various sources. He Liang fell silent. He had not anticipated how interconnected everything was. Upon hearing the secrets of the He family over the years, he felt significantly less resentment toward his father, He Qingfeng, whom he had never met. Sending him away from the He family was merely a decision made out of necessity. Yet, the mere mention of Sujing University left him utterly astonished. After a long pause, He Liang finally turned to He Qian, his expression calm as he nodded. I will bring him back. He Qian burst into laughter 3 times. His demeanor then shifted to seriousness. Tomorrow is the old man's 70th birthday. At that time, the He family will officially confirm and announce your identity as the heir. He Qian continued, due to Yin Balian. The He family has gradually declined over the years, and with the heir's identity still uncertain, many have been watching closely. Tomorrow will mark a change in this trend. His plump, rough hands clapped He Liang's shoulder, chuckling. Tomorrow, many will come to extend their congratulations. You must present yourself properly. Do not tarnish the prestige of the He family's heir. He Liang couldn't help but chuckle at that. The previously heavy and oppressive atmosphere of discussion seemed to have lightened considerably. He Liang smiled at He Qian, saying, rest assured. He Qian looked at He Liang. Raising his glass, shall we have a toast? This time, He Liang did not refuse, sure. Chapter 129. The true work of Wang Shiji. After conversing with his second uncle for several minutes, He Liang prepared to take his leave. He Qian had consumed quite a bit of alcohol, his face beaming with joy. His eyes squinted, almost closing. The old man's 70th birthday was secondary. The crucial matter was announcing that He Liang was the heir to the He family. By the way, the old man said not to bring him any gifts. Huh. He Liang looked at He Qian, puzzled. He still had 2 chances to use his ultimate treasure appraisal technique. He planned to visit the antique market later to see if he could uncover anything valuable. He Qian chuckled. How long have you been back in the He family? How could you have the time and connections to gather suitable gifts? Moreover, you presented Ning Shui with an invaluable premium jade yesterday. If you do not present something worthy tomorrow, others might have something to say. He squinted, smiling. I will announce the heir's confirmation tomorrow. You can just wait for others to present you with gifts. He Liang was momentarily taken aback, but nodded. All right, I understand. He then left the VIP room and descended to the first floor. Lin Wudi and Kuang Sen were already waiting for him, both empty-handed, evidently having found no suitable gifts. Lin Wudi awkwardly scratched his head. Boss, we couldn't find anything appropriate. He Liang shook his head slightly and replied, let us take a trip to the antique market. Although He Qian and He Hua had good intentions in advising He Liang not to bring gifts, how he chose to proceed was his own affair. The 3 arrived at the antique market. He Liang first ascended to the 3rd floor of Longyu Pavilion. A glance around felt familiar. These were all the original stones from before. He Liang shook his head in disappointment. There had been little change, indicating no new stock. He didn't even need to use his ultimate appraisal technique and left Longyu Pavilion. After wandering for a while without success, a commotion suddenly erupted ahead. He Liang paused. Looking in that direction, a throng of people surrounded a shop entrance, expressing astonishment as if witnessing something extraordinary. Lin Wudi, filled with curiosity, stretched his neck to look. Let us go check it out, He Liang suggested, intrigued as well. Xianwan Go, a shop name imbued with spirit. At this moment, the entrance was enveloped by layers of people, both inside and outside. Heavens, is that the true calligraphy of Wang Shiji appearing here? I never expected such a treasure to be here. How much could it be worth? The sounds of gasps and exclamations reached He Liang's ears. Wang Shiji. He Liang was taken aback, feeling astonished. Wang Shiji was a renowned calligrapher in Chinese history. The phrase carving into wood 3 points describes the profound strength and high skill of his calligraphy. If this truly is an authentic piece by Wang Shiji, it would surely be worth billions. Kuang San was also surprised, remarking, last July, at the auction in Yanjing, an authentic piece by Wang Shiji sold for 700 million. He Liang nodded, making his way inside. Kuang San, with his robust build and sunglasses, exuded a cold demeanor, causing passers-by to unconsciously part ways for them. Inside, a pale-faced young man, brimming with pride, was conversing with the shop owner, flanked by 2 bodyguards in black. He Jian? He Liang was taken aback to see He Jian in this place. A realization dawned upon him. He Jian glanced outside, seemingly relishing the attention of the crowd. He deliberately laughed loudly. Boss, the 300 million for the Wang Shiji authentic piece has already been transferred. The owner, a tall, slender middle-aged man with graying temples and a slightly receding hairline, wore a shrewd expression. He smiled broadly, flattering. Young Master Jian, you are truly generous. Your taste is impeccable. Such a precious piece can only be acquired by someone like you. He continued with his flattery, causing He Jian's smile to broaden, and he showed no inclination to leave. Basking in the admiration of onlookers, his expression was ostentatious, full of pride, of course. This is a gift for my father's 70th birthday. He could already envision himself basking in glory at the grand celebration tomorrow, the center of attention among the throngs. Perhaps the venerable elder would be so pleased he would choose him as the heir. The thought ignited a fervor within him, dispelling the lingering pang of loss he had felt. After all, he was the young master of the He family. 300 million, a sum of such magnitude. How enviable. Is this what it means to be extravagantly wealthy? Around him, exclamations of awe resonated. He Jian cast a glance outside, his face beaming with pride. However, upon spotting a familiar handsome face, his expression froze. He Liang, what is he doing here? Suddenly, it dawned on him. He too was preparing a gift for the elder. A wave of exhilaration surged through He Jian's heart. Yesterday, at Ning Shue's birthday gathering, he had been thoroughly overshadowed by He Liang and Sun Ming. But tomorrow, he would be the star of the show. He scoffed internally, convinced that there was no way He Liang could find another exquisite jade piece like the one from yesterday. He Jian's gaze brazenly challenged He Liang, his demeanor dripping with provocation. Lin Wudi, standing beside him, felt a surge of anger. Boss, I'm genuinely afraid I might lose my temper and take him down myself. He seethed, suppressing his frustration. He Liang remained unfazed, shaking his head. Ignore him, let's go. Lin Wudi, bewildered and reluctant, protested. Boss, aren't you going to go in and pick out a genuine piece from Wang Shiji? He Liang rubbed his forehead in exasperation, looking at Lin Wudi as if he were bewildered. Do you think your boss is omnipotent? Besides, how many genuine pieces by Wang Shiji could a single shop possibly have? Lin Wudi scratched his head sheepishly. True enough. Yet, he couldn't help but pout. But seeing that ugly mug of his tomorrow will be unbearable. He Liang disregarded He Jian's taunting smirk and prepared to explore other avenues. Witnessing He Liang's hasty retreat filled He Jian with immense satisfaction. He Liang, you're out of options now, aren't you? Tomorrow, I, He Jian, shall decisively overshadow you. Even if you unearth a second jade piece of yesterday's caliber, it could never rival the value of my authentic piece by Wang Shiji. It's not merely about monetary worth, but rather the essence it embodies. Furthermore, jade is banal. He belittled He Liang in his thoughts, desperately attempting to construct a comparison to restore his self-assurance. As he visualized the scene of tomorrow, a vivid image formed in his mind, causing his breath to grow somewhat labored with anticipation. Meanwhile, He Liang emerged from the crowd, intending to seek out other suitable gifts. However, he overheard two youthful voices engaged in hushed conversation. That damn boss of Xianwan Pavilion. He actually deceived us with fake calligraphy. One of the juvenile voices was laced with indignation. The other chimed in, exactly. Humph. But that piece was a forgery. The real one is still in our possession. If it weren't for Mom being hospitalized and needing money, I wouldn't even consider giving him a replica. Their voices were low, but He Liang, possessing remarkable hearing and a keen sense of direction, caught every word. He paused, glancing toward the source of the voices. Two boys, no older than 10, glared furiously at the distant Xianwan Pavilion, whispering to each other. They likely had no idea that someone could overhear their hushed exchanges from such a distance. Lin Wudi, intrigued, turned to He Liang. Boss, what is going on? He Liang narrowed his eyes. Perhaps, he thought, he might actually procure an authentic piece from Wang Shiji. Chapter 130. Forgery and authenticity. The two young boys continued their muted discussion. But, even if that scoundrel boss gave us money, it's still not enough for Mom's hospital bills. What should we do, brother? The older boy fell silent, uncertain of how to respond. Just then, they were enveloped in shadow. Looking up, they saw He Liang. He Liang smiled warmly, attempting to appear friendly. I would like to propose a transaction with you. Sell me the authentic calligraphy of Wang Shiji. The brothers were taken aback. Did you hear us? He Liang maintained a cheerful demeanor. As for the price, I assure you, you won't be disappointed. The younger brother, Jingju, brimming with anger, retorted, no way. You must be trying to deceive us. Just like that unscrupulous boss at Xianwan Pavilion. Before he could continue, his older brother Zheng Ji pulled him back, signaling him to be quiet. He then addressed He Liang. All right, we'll sell it to you. But you must follow us. Zhang Ju, bewildered, protested, "Brother, we can't sell it." Zhang Ji shot him a look, urging silence. Zhang Ju remained frustrated, his mouth opening and closing without uttering a sound. In their household, the older brother was the decisive figure, earning his younger siblings' trust. He Liang, intrigued, asked Zhang Ji, "What makes you so certain I can afford it? Why such confidence?" The 10-year-old Zhang Ji replied, his face resolute, "I've seen you before. You bought jade at Lone Yu Pavilion. You're from the He family. You can afford it, and won't he trick us?" He Liang was somewhat taken aback. The boy was astute, possessing a surprising amount of knowledge. Lin Wudi, now curious, remarked, "Boss, do you really think these kids have an authentic piece by Wang Shiji?" Zhang Ji and Zhang Ju bristled at his words. "We definitely have the real piece at home," Zhang Ju retorted, hands on his hips, visibly displeased. Their youthful naivety led them to unwittingly reveal their secret. It turned out their mother's surname was Lin, and their family's ancestor was one of Wang Shiji's students. Indeed, there existed authentic works of Wang Shiji in their household. Their family had once been prosperous, living comfortably until their father fell into gambling and vanished with most of their savings 6 months ago. Their mother had fallen ill, requiring expensive treatment, which compounded their financial woes. The brothers had no choice but to consider selling the family heirloom, the authentic calligraphy of Wang Shiji. A secret even their father was oblivious to. He Liang nodded thoughtfully. "I see. That adds a layer of credibility." After a 20-minute walk, they arrived at a modest building. Room 302 was the home of the Zhang brothers. Zhang Ji opened the door, and they stepped inside. The interior was cramped, barely 50 square meters in size. "Wait here," Zhang Ji instructed, casting a glance at He Liang before dragging Zhang Ju into the back room. Inside, Zhang Ju hesitated. "Brother, do we really have to sell it to him?" Zhang Ji affirmed, "Of course we will." Then, lowering his voice, he added, "But we'll sell him a different piece." Zhang Ju looked confused. "What do you mean?" Zhang Ji whispered, "We'll sell him a forgery. If it weren't for Mom's hospital bills, I wouldn't he even want to part with a replica?" Zhang Ju's eyes widened in shock. "So we're selling him a fake?" Zhang Ji nodded firmly. "We're tricking him, no question about it. All rich folks are the same." Zhang Ju hesitated. "What if we get caught?" Zhang Ji shrugged. "If we're discovered, we'll just say we didn't know. Maybe it was a mistake. What can he do to us?" The young Zhang brothers appeared to be viewing the world through a rather simplistic lens. After approximately 5 minutes, the two boys emerged, clutching a weathered black box. The box, made of an unknown material, appeared quite old, with yellowed edges. He Liang squinted, but outwardly remained composed. The item was securely contained within. Zhang Ji watched He Liang warily. He Liang smiled and nodded, stating that as long as it was indeed a genuine artifact by Wang Shiji, the price would pose no issue. For the He family, money was not a concern. Zhang Ji and Zhang Ju exchanged glances and handed the black box to He Liang, hoping he would not deceive them. He Liang accepted the box, gently lifting the lid, releasing a musty scent. Inside lay a piece of authentic calligraphy, carefully sealed in a special bag akin to a preservation film, eliminating air to prevent oxidation. 400 million, Zhang Ji announced. A staggering sum that even made Kwang San furrow his brow. As one of the 3 prominent families in Shenzhen, the He family could easily afford not just 400 million, but even 4 billion. However, the question remained, was this price justified? Furthermore, the words of these 2 children were merely one side of the story. What if this was not a genuine work of Wang Shiji, but merely a counterfeit? Kwang San glanced at He Liang and quietly voiced his concerns. Lin Wudi's eyes widened as he observed the 2 boys. 400 million? Why don't you just go rob a bank? The exorbitant price that spilled from the children's lips was difficult for anyone to accept. Lin Wudi's lips twitched. Do you think money just falls from the sky? 400 million is not the same as 4. The brothers Zhang Ji and Zhang Ju stood firm, their expressions resolute. If you want to buy it, then buy it. If not, we won't sell it. He Liang narrowed his eyes and chuckled. If it is indeed a genuine piece by Wang Shiji, then 400 million is certainly worth it. He cast a knowing glance at Zhang Ji and Zhang Ju. The 2 children believed their whispers were discreet, but He Liang, endowed with the enhanced perception from the Tianwu decision, had reached an astonishing level of sensory awareness. His hearing surpassed even that of Kwang San and Lin Wudi, thus he caught their words. He Liang scrutinized the calligraphy within the black box. Despite possessing intermediate appraisal skills, determining its authenticity remained a challenge. However, He Liang was not without his methods to discern the true nature of the calligraphy, ultimate appraisal technique. Without hesitation, he expended one opportunity. The scene before him shifted dramatically. Each item radiated its unique hue, a reflection of its value. To his astonishment, 3 extraordinary glows flickered within the small room. 2 of them emanated from the room Zhang Ji and Zhang Ju had just exited. One was bright, the other dim, their colors distinctly different, showcasing a significant disparity. Undoubtedly, the smaller glow was the imitation crafted by Lin's ancestors. The larger glow was dazzling and brilliant, rivaling the exquisite Hittian jade He Liang had previously selected. What truly astonished He Liang was why the calligraphy piece in his possession shone even more brilliantly. Moreover, its radiance was overwhelmingly superior, a kaleidoscope of colors. Its luminous sphere was even more than double that of the genuine work of Wang Shiji present in the room. Could it be that this was not merely a forgery, but indeed a true masterpiece? He Liang's heart raced. Furthermore, it seemed this was not an ordinary piece of calligraphy. The Zheng brothers clenched their fists, appearing confident on the surface, yet their hearts raced with anxiety. Could this fake truly deceive someone from the He family? Would he actually make a purchase? Chapter 131. A trap without negotiation. Zheng Ji and Zheng Ju were enveloped in immense tension, their hands gripping their clothing tightly, perspiration forming in their palms. Within the small room, even He Liang and Kuang San, not to mention Lin Wudi, sensed something was amiss with the two children. Lin Wudi's gaze grew increasingly dangerous as he slowly spoke. You aren't selling me counterfeit goods, are you? Zheng Ju's face paled, swallowing nervously. As children, they were not accustomed to pressure and displayed instinctive reactions. Zheng Ji quickly steadied himself, realizing they could not afford to reveal any weakness. Gritting his teeth, he declared with unwavering certainty, "This is definitely the real deal. Whether you believe it or not, humph. If you don't want to buy it, just give it back." Although he felt a twinge of panic, he could only feign strength, hoping to deceive He Liang. Lin Wudi's gaze toward the two children grew more suspicious. Kuang San was almost certain there was something fishy going on. But then He Liang spoke up. "So you want 400 million, do you?" The Zheng brothers, like sailors grasping a floating plank, nodded incessantly. Yes, 400 million. As long as we get 400 million, this will be yours. We won't ask any further." He Liang slightly narrowed his eyes, his expression inscrutable, a blend of joy and sorrow. He feigned contemplation, causing the two children to feel increasingly anxious and curse internally. After a long pause, He Liang turned to Kuang San and instructed, "Kuang San, call my second uncle." Kuang San's expression grew serious. "Young master, do you truly intend to buy it?" He Liang smiled and nodded affirmatively. Seeing He Liang's determination, Kuang San sighed internally and dialed his second uncle. Lin Wudi, feeling anxious, disregarded the atmosphere and exclaimed, "Boss, I sense this calligraphy is fake. 400 million. Don't get swindled." These two boys incessantly quoted 400 million, a reflection of their youthful naivete regarding the concept of money. However, Lin Wudi was far from foolish, and he hurriedly cautioned He Liang. The two children felt another wave of tension wash over them, silently cursing Lin Wudi, their emotions fluctuating like a roller coaster. He Liang looked at Lin Wudi, a calm smile adorning his face, exuding confidence. "Do you think I would fall for a scam?" Lin Wudi was momentarily speechless, finally managing to stammer, "Boss, that's not what I meant." After a moment, he gritted his teeth and earnestly said, "I believe in you, boss." Then he fell silent, no longer uttering a word. The two children's eyes brightened, internally scoffing. Two fools. Do they really not know? The Lin family possesses 4 pieces of legacy calligraphy. 3 are imitations, while the genuine one remains. Meanwhile, He Liang had taken the call from Kuang San. "Second uncle, I need some money to make a purchase." He Liang stated directly. His second uncle, slightly surprised, inquired, "How much?" With a serious expression, He Liang replied, 400 million. On the other end of the line, there was a brief silence, but soon He Qian's affirmative voice resonated. "All right, I will transfer the money to Kuang San immediately." He had surmised He Liang's intentions, but refrained from probing further, respecting his choice. He didn't even ask what He Liang intended to buy. After exchanging a few more words, the call ended. He Liang handed the phone to Kuang San, who found it peculiar. "Second uncle, just agreed like that? And wasn't he supposed to be drinking heavily?" Yet, the conversation had seemed decisive and clear-headed. A myriad of thoughts flitted through Kuang San's mind. Soon, a message notification arrived. He Liang looked at the two children and calmly stated, "The money has arrived. Let us proceed with the transaction." 400 million was undoubtedly a substantial sum, but He Liang was confident that the calligraphy he held, labeled as an imitation, was worth far more than that. Following this, the bank transfer commenced. 400 million was a significant amount for any bank, making immediate transactions without prior appointment challenging. Typically, the bank manager would engage in negotiations, hoping to retain the funds. However, the He family had their own resources and channels, rendering such issues trivial in the face of their vast influence. With a few phone calls from Kuang San, everything was arranged. After spending half an hour in the small room, the two children finally confirmed the transfer had gone through. their faces lighting up with uncontainable joy. He Liang, accompanied by Lin Wudi and Kuang San, departed. The two children were overjoyed, repeatedly clapping their hands. This is fantastic. Mom can afford her treatment now. With this, she will recover. Zhangzhu dashed to the balcony, watching as He Liang and his companions drove away. A cold smile creeping onto his face. Brother, you were right. Those three are complete fools, haha. He even made a face in the direction where He Liang had left, calling them big dummies. Foolish. Spending money on counterfeit goods. Zheng Ji was equally elated. Brimming with confidence and pride, these wealthy individuals are certainly not virtuous. We shall take advantage of them without hesitation. Inside the car, Kuang San cast a puzzled glance at He Liang through the rearview mirror. Young master, those two little rascals' expressions are distinctly off. You must have noticed as well, right? Why did they make the purchase? Lin Wudi perked up his ears. However, recalling the need to trust the words of the boss, he remained silent. He Liang chuckled, a glimmer of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. Indeed, they did provide me with a counterfeit. Lin Wudi could no longer sit still, exclaiming, those two little brats are audacious. Boss, let us drive back. I'll help you teach them a lesson. He Liang patted Lin Wudi's shoulder with a smile, saying, hold your horses. I haven't finished speaking yet. His smile faded slightly as he continued. However, they believe they have given me a fake. This item is genuine. Moreover, it is likely not an ordinary artifact. Kuang San felt a stir in her heart. Was this all an act orchestrated by the young master? He Liang's words were imbued with unwavering confidence, indicating he had reached a credible conclusion. Having been acquainted with He Liang for some time, Kuang San had come to understand his character. Given his certainty, it seemed highly probable that this item was indeed authentic. He Liang chuckled. This genuine article is certainly worth more than 400 million. Its brilliance exceeds that of the exquisite Hetian jade I personally acquired. Lin Wudi felt a wave of relief wash over him, sneering, those two little ones dared to deceive us. They thought themselves clever. But now they've brought misfortune upon themselves. Humph. He Liang smiled faintly, gazing out of the window as they drove away, quietly reflecting. To those who wish to deceive me, I shall turn the tables. Chapter 132. A unique gift soon after. He Liang's eyes sparkled with delight as he turned his attention to the black box resting on his legs. Inside lay a piece of calligraphy, encased in a thin, special preservative film that isolated it from the air to prevent oxidation. He Liang refrained from dismantling the unique wrapping. Such historically precious artifacts are often intended for display and should not be exposed to air for prolonged periods, lest they yellow, emit a foul odor, or decay, diminishing their value. The worth of calligraphic works varies greatly. For instance, masterpieces by renowned calligraphers like Wang Shiji, who left a profound mark in history, could easily exceed mere billions if genuinely crafted with care. He Liang was certain that the calligraphy he possessed was far from an ordinary piece. For 100 million? He was convinced it surpassed that valuation. Thus, the gift was confirmed. After observing it for a while, He Liang gently closed the black box, nodding in satisfaction. Upon returning to the He residence, He Liang entered his room and placed the black box beneath his bed. Subsequently, he retrieved two additional items, two fragments of jade seals. Resplendent, in emerald green. The jade seals were uniformly green, devoid of any inscriptions on the base, leaving their origins and intended purpose a mystery. He Liang held the two jade seals in his hands, meticulously comparing them. A quarter of an hour passed without revealing any discernible differences. Size, texture, and hue were strikingly identical. Even if crafted by the same artisan, achieving such precision would be a formidable challenge. Intriguing, He Liang mused, lightly tapping the tabletop. Revealing a contemplative expression, he found the jade seals to be exceptionally unique. During his initial use of the ultimate appraisal technique, he had detected a radiant, multicolored glow emanating from them, a soft and gentle light unlike anything he had discerned from other items. However, the glow was faint. After scrutinizing them for a considerable time without deriving any conclusions, he decided to store both pieces in the same box. Yet, as they drew near, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. It was as if an irresistible force emerged, drawing the two jade seals together, resulting in a resounding snap as they fused. He Liang stared in astonishment, hastily attempting to pry them apart with his hands, only to find them utterly inseparable. How astonishing! The two jade seals had merged seamlessly, with no visible seams, as if they were always one. This heightened He Liang's intrigue in the jade seals. He was tempted to utilize his remaining ultimate appraisal technique to discern the transformation of the fused seals. However, after a moment's hesitation, he shook his head, deciding not to squander his precious opportunity. Generally speaking, jade seals are characterized by their square shape. With the discovery of this second seal, could there be a third, perhaps a fourth? He Liang boldly speculated. It is highly probable. Perhaps even 4 or 9. 4 or 9 seals united could form a new square jade seal. After inspecting them for a while longer and finding no further clues, he finally stored the jade seals away. Outside, a knock resonated at the door. After responding, Lin Wuti stealthily entered, glancing around as if wary of being discovered. "Boss, I need to discuss something with you." Lin Wuti chuckled, still wearing the 3 headbands that seemed permanently affixed to his head. "What is it?" He Liang raised an eyebrow in inquiry. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Wuti scratched his head and asked, "Boss, could I have a few drops of your blood?" As he spoke, he produced a glass vial seemingly sourced from a chemistry lab. He Liang's expression shifted. "What do you need my blood for? You ought to clarify." Lin Wuti fidgeted for a while before finally admitting, "I heard that tomorrow marks the old man's 70th birthday, and the heir will be announced. There's no need to think twice. The heir is undoubtedly you." He expressed this with unwavering confidence. "Thus, I want to present you with a gift." His expression turned slightly mysterious, a rather special gift. Hearing this, He Liang felt a surge of gratitude. While Lin Wuti could occasionally be slow to react and somewhat oblivious, his loyalty was undeniable. "All right." He Liang did not hesitate, taking the glass vial and gently biting his fingertip to let his blood flow into it. The slight sting was familiar. He had learned to cook and cut vegetables at a young age, enduring many minor injuries. However, with the Tianwu decision, such minor wounds healed rapidly. The Tianwu decision endowed He Liang with abundant vitality, far surpassing that of an average person, and his accelerated metabolism allowed him to recover swiftly. "Here you go." He Liang handed the glass vial to Lin Wuti, who accepted it with a beaming smile, thumping his chest. "Boss, I promise to deliver something extraordinary tomorrow." He Liang chuckled. "Your intention is what matters. The rest is inconsequential." Lin Wuti grinned. Curiosity got the better of He Liang as he inquired, "How long have you been wearing that headband? Doesn't it feel tight or hot?" It seemed that from their first meeting until now, he had never seen Lin Wuti without it. Lin Wuti casually replied, "I've worn it since I was 11. He Liang's heart skipped a beat. 11? Wasn't he that the only time the old man mentioned Lin Wuti had gone berserk? Lin Wuti continued, "I am a celestial sword immortal. Before attaining enlightenment, I needed to suppress my power with these 3 headbands." He Liang's forehead twitched. The notion of being a sword immortal was clearly a whimsical fabrication of Lin Wuti's, and he did not take it seriously. However, these 3 headbands seemed to hold particular significance for Lin Wuti. Could they truly suppress his rage? After conversing for a while, He Liang recalled something and narrowed his eyes, looking at Lin Wuti. "Be cautious around Yin Balian these days." He was concerned that before his second uncle and the old man took action, Yin Balian might sense their intentions and lash out, potentially harming Lin Wuti and others from the He family. Lin Wuti crossed his arms and let out a cold laugh. "Boss, rest assured, if I were to get serious, I would have already slain her." He exuded an air of arrogance, "And I certainly wouldn't allow her to lay a finger on you." He Liang shot Lin Wuti a warning glance. "Behave yourself. Caution is advisable." Lin Wuti then nodded sheepishly, eagerly agreeing. After exchanging a few words, he left in high spirits, claiming he needed to prepare a mysterious gift. As night fell, He Liang silently opened the door to his room, making his way toward He Hua's chamber. It was time for the second attempt to remove the dragon-shaped mark. He Liang was filled with anticipation. "I now possess 81 drops of essence blood. After absorbing the special energy from the dragon-devouring statue today, could I possibly reach 99 drops? Achieving body refinement perfection?" Chapter 133. Take me there. He Liang was quite hopeful about this. Reaching the pinnacle of body refinement would signify the perfection of the physical form and the potential to break into the essence-refining realm. According to Kuang San and Wuti, in the entire Huaxiao martial arts realm, body refinement was foundational, emphasizing the process of honing and tempering. However, once one entered the essence-refining stage, they could be deemed a martial arts master. With hope in his heart, He Liang entered He Hua's room. The elder was already prepared and awaiting He Liang. He Hua looked at his grandson, a smile gracing his face. "I have brought the new dragon-devouring statue you requested yesterday." Moreover, He Liang had instructed him not to return the 2 previously used dragon-devouring statues to the dragon blood tree and to keep them from encountering one another. He Liang reasoned that the dragon-devouring statues might have a means of exchanging information, which could hinder his absorption process. He Liang gazed at the table, where another slightly eerie and vividly lifelike dragon-devouring statue lay. Its dragon-like eyes seemed to exude an air of sinister indifference, watching He Liang intently. Unable to help himself, He Liang revealed a benevolent smile. Grasping the dragon-devouring statue, he approached He Hua, who had unbuttoned his shirt. The process then began anew. As expected, The dragon-devouring statue commenced the absorption of the dragon-shaped mark from He Hua's body. Just as only 1/10 of the curse remained, He Liang abruptly halted. There was still one more dragon-devouring statue. If the curse disappeared completely, it would become difficult to siphon energy from it afterward. He Liang activated the Tianwu decision, prompting the dragon-devouring statue to open a passageway, eager to devour the special energy contained within He Liang's essence blood. However, the outcome was predictably unfortunate. He Liang began to reverse the process of siphoning. Special energy surged endlessly from the dragon-devouring statue. A familiar sense of fullness spread throughout He Liang's body. His essence blood began to coalesce once more. 82 drops. 83 drops. The gathering of each drop of essence blood filled He Liang with hope for achieving body refinement perfection. Simultaneously, his curiosity about the origins of this special energy intensified, accompanied by awe. The simplicity with which it assisted him in condensing his essence blood was indeed remarkable. Yet, just as He Liang reached the 98th drop, the dragon-devouring statue suddenly reacted violently, igniting its special energy, unleashing a terrifying repulsion, unwilling to be absorbed further. Even though He Liang was prepared, having summoned his vital energy in advance and gripping the statue tightly, he was still cast aside. He Liang felt a tingling in his right hand. The force of repulsion exceeded his expectations. As he probed within himself, he helplessly shook his head. 98 drops. He was merely one drop away from achieving the pinnacle of body refinement. It was a regrettable moment. The dragon-devouring statue had unexpectedly erupted at the last drop, catching him off guard. However, he then self-deprecatingly mused that he perhaps had been a tad too greedy. Initially, he thought that condensing 99 drops of essence blood through the Tianwu decision would be an arduous task. Yet, with the aid of this special energy, he had nearly achieved perfection in just a few months. This was indeed a cause for celebration. Subsequently, He Liang gazed at He Hua's back. At this moment, the dragon-shaped mark had nearly vanished, its form becoming faint. He Hua stood up and naturally observed the diminishing mark in the mirror, instantly revealing his delight. He Liang smiled and remarked, "We shall try again tomorrow night, and the mark will be completely eradicated." He Hua nodded, his gaze towards He Liang filled with satisfaction. Then, He Hua inquired, "Did you see your second uncle today?" He Liang nodded, indicating that he had. After pondering for a moment, he added, "I am aware of Yan Balian and He Jian's matters." He Hua regarded He Liang intently and asked, "What are your thoughts on this matter?" The question was rather ambiguous. He Liang furrowed his brow and glanced at He Hua. After a considerable pause, he responded, "Regarding He Jian, I do not believe your decision was wrong, nor do I think it was right. As for Yan Balian, you will provide me with an answer, will you not?" Upon hearing this, He Hua smiled. He nodded gently, his elderly face bearing a trace of sternness. "Within 3 days, I will restore my cultivation. By then, I shall deal with Yan Balian." He then recalled something, adding, "And concerning your father's situation, it is now known to be related to Suzhou University." He Liang nodded, softly stating, "I am aware of this matter. My second uncle mentioned it." He Hua, however, appeared quite serious. "There is another matter I have only just learned of." He Liang's eyes brightened at once, his demeanor becoming earnest. After a moment's deliberation, He Hua continued, "He Liang, you participated in the grand plan, did you not?" He Liang looked at He Hua with confusion. "I did participate, but what does this have to do with anything?" He Hua sighed softly. The grand plan seemed to be a spontaneous decision by Suzhou University and the Shao Group. However, according to my latest intelligence, this matter was determined 3 years ago. He Liang's pupils narrowed slightly. 3 years ago, this seemed to be a significant time point. He Hua went on, "Your father's disappearance may be connected to the grand plan. If you travel to Suzhou University, it might be worth investigating from this angle." However, He Hua then smiled again. "Of course, you need not dwell too much on this. I have sent others to Suzhou University. They may yield results." He Liang's heart was filled with complexity, sensing an inexplicable coincidence. Suddenly, he recalled a certain event. Previously, while at the stairway, he had overheard Li Su conversing with Chen Mingtong. It seemed that Chen Mingtong's biological father was from the Li family, the second head of the Li household, and her father had also vanished 3 years ago? Yet, He Liang soon chuckled to himself. "I might be overthinking this. What are the odds?" Moreover, this did not concern him. Afterward, He Liang exchanged a few more words with He Hua before taking his leave. A night passed. At 7 in the morning, He Liang rose early, completing his morning routine. This day would undoubtedly be busy, as he was to attend as the eldest grandson and heir of the He family. Just after finishing breakfast, he noticed Kwang Sen wearing an unusual expression, seemingly lost in thought and worry. Curious, He Liang turned to Kwang Sen and asked, "Kwang Sen, has something happened?" After a moment's hesitation, Kwang Sen spoke under He Liang's gaze. Today is the 70th birthday of the old patriarch. All the dark divisions must return. Kuang Yi has returned as well. Upon hearing this, He Liang felt a jolt. Kuang San continued with a sigh. Kuang Lu went to the back mountain to find Kuang Yi. He Liang could no longer remain seated. He rose, speaking firmly. Take me there. Chapter 134. If you don't give, I will take in the back mountain. On the lawn, Lin Wudi stood several meters away, confronting a stern middle-aged man. The atmosphere was somewhat bizarre. The two bore a resemblance, both carrying wooden swords on their backs, akin to brothers inheriting the same lineage. Kuang Yi maintained a calm demeanor, glancing at Lin Wudi, and initiated, Kuang Lu, what brings you to seek me? Lin Wudi's eyes were filled with a chilling intensity. Memories of past events lingered vividly, as though they were unfolding before him, impossible to forget. Whenever he contemplated the matter, an impulse to confront this man surged within him. Suddenly, he drew his sword from behind, his aura sharpening with each moment. Raising the wooden sword, its tip pointed directly at Kuang Yi. The sword energy pressed down on the surrounding grass, making it bow low. In that instant, Lin Wudi resembled an unparalleled divine blade, exquisitely sharp. Anyone who dared to meet his gaze might feel a slight sting in their eyes. Aside from the howling wind, the area was enveloped in silence. Kuang Yi squinted at Lin Wudi and slowly spoke. On the eve of the grand celebration, you wish to duel with me? He gradually drew the wooden sword from behind. Speaking calmly, is it again due to the events of the past? Over the years, Lin Wudi had sought him for a battle multiple times, but this time, it seemed different. High-level refining, Kuang Yi stated matter-of-factly, noting Lin Wudi's current cultivation level. Kuang Lu, you cannot defeat me, so why bother? Kuang Lu was unique. Generally, those at the refining stage possessed a strong spirit and heightened sensitivity to details. Only upon reaching the harmonization realm could one cultivate a source energy capable of unleashing sword energy, blade energy, and the like. However, Kuang Lu, even at the refining stage, had managed to harness a fraction of source energy, allowing him to release sword energy. Perhaps this was the sole reason Kuang Yi had rescued Kuang Lu in the past. Kuang Yi narrowed his eyes, sensing the rising intensity of Lin Wudi's aura. This young man was serious. Unexpectedly, Lin Wudi suddenly spoke. Hand over the thunderstruck wood. I know you possess it. Kuang Yi raised an eyebrow, his typically stern face displaying a hint of surprise. This was the first time Lin Wudi sought him, not because of past grievances. After a moment of silence, Kuang Yi replied, even if I have it, you are not yet at the harmonization stage, and thus cannot wield it. Lin Wudi's expression grew colder, suppressing his intense desire to strike. Today, he sought Kuang Yi for something far more important, unrelated to their past. Gripping his sword tighter, he declared, if you do not give it to me, I will take it. Oh, Kuang Yi couldn't help but laugh at the audacity. Such a brazen act, yet Lin Wudi spoke with such earnestness and conviction. However, his expression soon turned serious. I have no reason to give you the thunderstruck wood. Thunderstruck wood is a rare material, only found among a minuscule number of trees struck by lightning. Its value had long since surpassed millions, and it was a treasure that could not be sought after. Even for Kuang Yi, it was a precious commodity. I possess 3 pieces of thunderstruck wood. Why should I give any to you? I have nothing to trade with you. Lin Wudi stubbornly shook his head. But I want it. Kuang Yi was both amused and exasperated, retorting, you are engaging in thievery. Do you realize that? Tomorrow is the old master's 70th birthday. Are you planning to present it to him? Such a special occasion left no room for Kuang Yi's conjectures. Lin Wudi shook his head, his gaze fixed intently on Kuang Yi as he coldly stated, no, I intend to give it to my boss. He Liang? Kuang Yi was momentarily taken aback, but soon erupted in laughter again. However, the smile faded, and he said flatly, I will not give it to you. He was not a member of the He family. Within the He family, he was not merely the shadowy figure known as Kuang Yi, but rather a revered guest invited by He Hua himself. If you do not give it to me, I will take it. Lin Wudi's determination was unwavering. He had promised his boss he would present him with a surprising gift. After returning, he had tried other types of wood, but to no avail. Lin Wudi quickly realized that only thunderstruck wood could create that particular item. Thus, he had come to seek Kuang Yi without hesitation, for only this man possessed it. Kuang Yi's demeanor turned frigid, realizing that dialogue with Lin Wudi was futile. He coldly remarked, ridiculous. Your matters with Kuang Lu have nothing to do with me. He sheathed his wooden sword and turned to leave. Suddenly, Kuang Yi pivoted, fingers pinching a trembling wooden sword. Lin Wudi's youthful yet resilient face reflected in Kuang Yi's gaze. Kuang Yi did not draw his sword, but merely trembled his fingers, unleashing a formidable force that surged through the sword towards Lin Wudi. The impact forced Lin Wudi to stagger back 7 or 8 steps, his feet crushing dozens of blades of grass, nearly sinking into the ground. He felt his vitality stir. His internal organs seemed to tremble, leaving him in discomfort. The difference between high-level harmonization and high-level refining was monumental. I have already stated that I will not give it to you, Kwang Yi said, his expression devoid of warmth. Your boss is your concern, not mine. Before he could finish, Kwang Yi's pupils contracted, unable to suppress his astonishment. Lin Wuti had undone the first headband. I have warned you. If you do not give it to me, I will take it. A voice, filled with frost and unwavering determination, echoed across the expanse of grass. Lin Wuti's face was etched with defiance and resolve. Was it unreasonable? Indeed. Yet Lin Wuti had promised to deliver a unique gift to his boss. If it was for his boss, what harm was there in being a little unreasonable, a little thievish? Kwang Yi's heart trembled profoundly as he fixated on Lin Wuti. He was among the few who understood the immense cost of undoing that headband. After a moment of silence, Kwang Yi's expression darkened. Kwang Lu, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Do you understand the consequences of removing those 3 bands? I saved your life, not for you to squander it. Kwang Yi's cold reprimand pierced through the air. You have only spent 3 months with him, and you would go this far? He simply could not comprehend. Lin Wuti's face flushed slightly, yet the blood within him surged with unprecedented vigor, an unending strength coursing through his entire being. Powerful, far beyond his previous might. At this moment, Lin Wuti could contend with those at the harmonization stage. Consequences? He was well aware, yet he remained resolute in his decision. With a determined step, the ground seemed to tremble. Lin Wuti swung the wooden sword, slicing through the air with a sound reminiscent of the wind, aimed at Kwang Yi. The sword's shadow flickered, its speed exceeding that of before by more than double. Kwang Yi's gaze flickered. With a nimble step, he deftly evaded the heavy and sharp strike. Then, with a swift motion, he pointed at the wooden sword. The sword emitted a sharp sound, a crack appearing along its length. Lin Wuti was affected by this terrifying force. His balance compromised, and he stumbled sideways a few steps to dissipate the impact. The disparity remained vast. Even if you remove the headband, it will be of no use. Kwang Yi declared coldly. I have already stated that I will not give it to you. Resign yourself to that fact. Lin Wuti remained silent. Yet, his right hand moved toward the second headband. One was insufficient. He would take 2. Kwang Yi's pupils constricted. Kwang Lu, have you lost your mind? Do you know the price of removing the second headband? Lin Wuti, undeterred, replied. I have already stated, I wish to present a unique gift to my boss. I promised him. For this, he would remove the second headband. What did it matter if it cost him? Chapter 135. The price. Kwang Yi's expression shifted slightly, revealing a hint of complexity, his gaze tinged with disappointment. With a touch of ire, Kwang Yi coldly remarked, Well, Kwang Lu, I saved your life with the rejuvenation technique. Only for you to squander your vitality in such a manner? Kwang Lu's physique was extraordinary, harboring incredible potential and strength. The level of that power transcended that of masters. It was precisely for this reason that Kwang Lu could refine a fraction of source energy at the refining stage and unleash sword energy. Yet, Kwang Yi was acutely aware that Kwang Lu could not contain that force. The 3 headbands served as a buffer, suppressing that power. But now, Kwang Lu had undone the headband. While this allowed him to temporarily gain immense strength, even rivaling harmonization, it imposed an overwhelming burden on his body. The removal of the first headband alone could cost Lin Wuti 3 years of his lifespan and confine him to bed for a week. I cannot comprehend how. After merely 3 months of following He Liang, you would go to such lengths simply to present him with a gift, roared Kwang Yi. Lin Wuti grasped the second headband, a grin spreading across his face. You all recognize me as Kwang Lu, yet only he knows that I am Lin Wuti. Seizing the headband, he pulled with sudden force to the side. Kwang Yi's eyes twitched, not out of fear of Lin Wuti undoing the second headband, but from confusion. Suddenly, a figure rushed in from the distance. Wuti, a sharp voice made Lin Wuti halt, his hand that had been pulling the headband freezing in place. That voice belonged to the boss. Lin Wuti turned, his face flushed from exertion, the veins in his body beginning to throb painfully. Pain was evident on Lin Wuti's visage. He Liang hurried over, and upon seeing Lin Wuti's expression and the headband on the ground, he grasped the situation. The color drained from He Liang's face. Do not undo the second band. His handsome features were etched with sternness, a hint of reproach in his tone. Lin Wuti's heart trembled, and he lowered his hand, forcing a casual smile as he replied, Boss, it's nothing, really. Not far off. Kwang Sen arrived in haste. Kwang Yi cast a deep glance at He Liang, remaining silent as he strode past Lin Wuti and He Liang. Lin Wuti felt a surge of urgency. His purpose for coming this time remained unfulfilled. Suddenly, Kwang Yi stopped, retrieving the wooden sword pendant from around his neck and tossing it to Lin Wuti without looking back. He changed his address for Kwang Lu, speaking coldly. Lin Wuti, keep this well. With that, he departed with the swiftness of a storm. Lin Wuti picked up the wooden sword pendant. Recognizing the special texture as the lightning strike what he had sought, a look of delight blossoming on his face. However, after hearing Kwang Es' words, he couldn't help but fall into a brief silence. Watching Kwang Es' retreating figure, Lin Wudi's expression grew complex. Yet he ultimately found no words to express his thoughts. He Liang knelt down, retrieving the first headband Lin Wudi had undone, personally readying it for him. "Thank you, boss." Lin Wudi grinned, clearly in high spirits. "Why did you come to find?" He Liang frowned. Before he could finish, Lin Wudi suddenly lost color from his face, a look of agony crossing his features. Stumbling, he collapsed to the ground, curling up as veins in his arms and neck bulged, resembling blood-red worms writhing grotesquely. Blood gushed from Lin Wudi's ears, nose, and mouth, his body convulsing violently. Lin Wudi emitted a heart-wrenching cry that echoed across the open field, barely able to contain his inhuman suffering. Yet, his grip on the lightning strike would remain unyielding. He Liang, witnessing this, felt a surge of shock and quickly turned to Kwang San. "Kwang San, what is happening? Is there any way to assist Wudi?" Kwang San offered a bitter smile, replying, "Perhaps, this is merely the side effect of undoing the first headband. I cannot help him." Lin Wudi's cries filled He Liang with a sense of constriction in his heart. He crouched down, yearning to aid Lin Wudi, yet found himself powerless. Suddenly, Lin Wudi's breath hitched, his eyes rolling back as he fainted from the pain. Even in his unconsciousness, his body continued to convulse, as if driven by primal agony. One can only imagine the terrifying pain inflicted upon Lin Wudi by undoing the headband. He Liang's expression darkened, yet determination surged within him as he swiftly hoisted Lin Wudi onto his back. His blood surged, his steps quickening. Each stride nearly 10 meters as he hastened towards the He family home. Kwang Yi, perched on a tree nearby, witnessed He Liang carrying Lin Wudi back. His gaze was somber, remaining silent, yet he had distinctly heard Lin Wudi's agonized wails. He finally murmured, "Kwang Lu, Lin Wudi." He Liang rushed back to the He family home with Lin Wudi at breakneck speed. Without pausing, he sought out He Hua. Upon seeing Lin Wudi's condition, He Hua's brows furrowed, his aged face shadowed with gravity. "Is it that strange power again?" His gaze hardened as he turned to Kwang San. "What has Kwang Lu done?" Kwang San replied solemnly. "He just went to the back mountain to find Kwang Yi." He Hua understood instantly. Evidently, in a confrontation, Lin Wudi had once again unleashed that dreadful power, nearly shattering his own body. He Liang inquired, "Is there a way to help Wudi?" He Hua pondered briefly before nodding. He retreated to his chamber, retrieving a jade vial containing 2 pills resembling black mud. "These pills are precious, and when combined with my source energy," He Hua deliberated before stating, "they can expedite his recovery and alleviate some pain. However, some after effects will inevitably remain. This young man truly acts recklessly." He sighed deeply. He was aware of the complexities between Kwang Yi and Lin Wudi, which made it difficult to advise. Without hesitation, He Hua administered the black mud pill to Lin Wudi, channeling his source energy into him. Approximately half an hour later, He Hua's complexion had paled as he withdrew his hand, having not yet fully recovered, feeling somewhat strained. Lin Wudi slowly regained consciousness, forcing his eyes open, grimacing. "Old man, boss." His voice was weak. Suddenly remembering something, Lin Wudi swiftly scanned his surroundings. And upon realizing the wooden piece was still in his hand, he allowed a smile to break through. He Liang frowned and coldly admonished, "Wudi, you are not to undo your headbands again. Do you understand?" This time truly startled him. Lin Wudi gazed at the concern etched on He Liang's face, warmth swelling in his heart, and he chuckled. "All right then." Chapter 136. Preparations complete. He Liang regarded Lin Wudi intently. At this moment, he comprehended Lin Wudi's extraordinary nature. The 3 headbands indeed possessed power, and once undone, immense strength could be gained. However, the cost of temporarily borrowing such formidable power was not trivial. Merely undoing the first headband had left Lin Wudi in this dreadful state. He Liang glanced at He Hua, whose expression was slightly grave, understanding that the after effects were likely more severe than he had anticipated. It was unfathomable to consider what would happen should Lin Wudi undo the second or third bands. He Liang recalled their first encounter at school, when Lin Wudi had claimed that undoing the first headband would allow him to easily defeat the peak of Kwang San's refinement. Undoing the second would enable him to sever the chi, and the third would allow him to vanquish all martial artists. Yet, should all 3 be undone, the power would be overwhelmingly great. He would perish. Realizing this, He Liang's heart sank further. While he had initially thought Lin Wudi's claims were exaggerated, the price appeared all too real. Consequently, he forced himself to maintain a stern demeanor, reiterating his prohibition against Lin Wudi undoing his headbands in the future. He Hua narrowed his eyes, his expression darkening further. The moment the source energy entered Kwang Lu's body, he had sensed the cost that Kwang Lu would have to bear. His essence was compromised, and his vitality waned. far worse than he had anticipated. Thus, he warned Kuang Lu. Kuang Lu, you are the shadow I have chosen. He Hua's voice was serious, his eyes fierce. Lin Wuyi gradually fell silent. The resources provided by the He family were not given without reason. In the future, you will be the shadow behind He Liang, his most formidable weapon. I hope you will reflect carefully on when to wield that special power. Upon hearing this, Lin Wuyi's eyes brightened slightly. The first thought that sprung to mind being, the boss is indeed the heir? Yes. He Hua nodded gently, followed by a sigh. After that, he fell silent, exchanging a knowing glance with He Liang before departing. Let him be taken to the guest room. Kuang Wu has returned as well. Her medical expertise is quite profound and can aid Kuang Lu in his recovery, Kuang San remarked. Lin Wuyi's expression immediately soured. Damn. I do not wish for that madwoman to tend to me. He Liang glanced at Kuang San, who explained, it stings a bit, but the results are remarkable. He Liang nodded slightly, coldly responding, take him over. Lin Wuyi felt a wave of despair wash over him, rendered speechless. After escorting Lin Wuyi to the guest room, Kuang San and He Liang departed from the He family, as there were numerous preparations to be made. At 4 o'clock this evening, we shall head to Fenggan Hotel, which is under our family's banner and will serve as the venue for the old master's birthday banquet. Kuang San elucidated the day's itinerary. The guest list is extensive, featuring prominent figures from various fields in Deep Truth City, all of whom have been invited. Kuang San proceeded, before that, you will require an appropriate formal outfit. With that, he led He Liang to purchase clothes. Along the way, he introduced the notable guests for the occasion. Most importantly, the elders from the Sun and Ning families will be attending, Kuang San stated thoughtfully. The elder from the Ning family shares a cordial relationship with the old master. However, the patriarch of the Sun family possesses a rather eccentric temperament. Curiosity piqued, He Liang turned to Kuang San, asking, in what way is he peculiar? The Sun family rose to prominence through their jade stone business, boasting the most extensive assets among the 3 major families in Deep Truth City. The elder son has an affinity for collecting various jade artifacts and calligraphic works, Kuang San explained. If your genuine calligraphy by Wang Shiji happens to be authentic, it might pique the elder son's interest, regardless of whether it was a gift from the old master. He Liang chuckled at this, recognizing the elder son's straightforward nature. Kuang San continued, however, the younger generation of the Sun family also harbors a prodigy in calligraphy. Sun Ming is a genius in the realm of gambling stones, while his elder brother Sun Shu has displayed remarkable calligraphic talent since childhood and is a disciple of the renowned master Wang Ling. He Liang nodded thoughtfully. He had indeed heard of Wang Ling, a distinguished calligrapher often seen on television screens. As they approached a clothing store, He Liang anticipated a lengthy selection process. Yet, with just a few commands from Kuang San, the proprietor swiftly presented 13 tailored black suits, complete with shoes. Young master, I have already prepared these according to your height and weight, Kuang San stated with poise, his serious gaze concealed behind sunglasses, exemplifying meticulous professionalism. He Liang was taken aback, responding, thank you. It's only proper, Kuang San replied, shaking his head. These 13 suits have been carefully selected. Please take a look. He Liang smiled and began trying them on. For an ordinary student like him, he had never donned such formal black attire before. Feeling as though he had suddenly transformed into an adult, gazing into the mirror, he felt a sense of peculiarity. The black suit fit him flawlessly, the fabric soft and comfortable. Kuang San approached, his eyes glimmering with approval. Young master, this outfit suits you perfectly. Clad in a sleek suit, He Liang appeared both simple and dignified, his youthful countenance adorned with a subtle smile, exuding a composed aura that highlighted his maturity. Though barely 20, he emanated a sense of steadiness and reassurance, perfectly befitting the evening's grand banquet. This one will do. He Liang nodded in satisfaction, clearly enamored with the ensemble. Afterward, the two departed. Following a flurry of preparations, they left the He family at 3 o'clock, heading to Fenggan Hotel. Simultaneously, numerous factions in Deep Truth City set out, eager to align themselves with the He family and gain favor in front of the old master, especially since it was rumored that the heir to the He family would be confirmed tonight, prompting many to seek connections with the next generation of heirs. At the Ning family residence, Ning Wu turned to Ning Shui, smiling as he inquired, are you attending the old man's 70th birthday celebration at the He family today? He Liang will be there, he teased. Ning Shui's exquisite visage flushed slightly before she nodded gently, her bright eyes sparkling with curiosity. I heard the He family is announcing their heir? It should be him, right? Ning Wu chuckled. Who else could it be but him? He Jian? I can hardly believe that old man would be so foolish. Ning Wu continued to jest, Shui heir, you usually don't pay attention to these matters. Ning Shui shot her grandfather a glance, softly retorting, he did give me a splendid coming-of-age ceremony and even saved me. Naturally, I must attend. Ning Wu, chuckling, adjusted his spectacles, choosing not to expose her sentiments. Then let us go. I shall bring him a grand gift. Chapter 137. The banquet commences. Fengyun Hotel is quite distinct from the previous Sahaiwi Hotel, boasting 4 floors. If Sahaiwi is ostentatiously lavish, Fengyun Hotel embodies understated luxury. Numerous seemingly casual decorations often entail exorbitant costs. For the occasion of Iwa's 70th birthday, the responsible party has meticulously arranged every detail, unwilling to let any aspect go awry. They understand that He Hua prefers a low-key approach, thus the decor is intentionally understated yet elegant. Today, Fengyun Hotel is closed to the public, exclusively preparing for He Hua's grand celebration. By around 5:30 in the afternoon, the first 3 floors were already bustling with distinguished figures from Deep Truth City. Compared to Ning Shui's coming-of-age ceremony, the scale of this event is significantly greater. As the attendees are no longer predominantly young people, the 4th floor began to see guests arriving steadily, including notable entrepreneurs like the owner of Elixir Sai, the president of Deep Truth University, and the internationally celebrated pianist, Liang Yun, alongside various family patriarchs. Today's guests comprise the elite of Deep Truth City. Despite the He family's recent decline due to the disappearance of patriarch He Qingfeng and the erratic behavior of the second son, He Qian, leading to negative speculation, the He family's inherent prestige remains unparalleled. Su Fu felt a twinge of nervousness as he entered the 4th floor, accompanied by He Yun. I thought I wouldn't be able to come up here, Su Fu chuckled. Given the occasion of the old master's 70th birthday, he would typically lack the standing to ascend to the 4th floor. However, due to his good relations with He Yun and He Liang, he had secured a place. With a cheerful demeanor, he turned to He Yun and inquired, "Who do you think will be named the heir today?" He Yun's expression remained stoic. "I do not know." Su Fu laughed. "In my view, it should be He Liang. Among the 2 young heirs, He Jian and He Liang, it is evident that He Liang surpasses He Jian in every regard. Moreover, He Liang is the eldest legitimate grandson, making his claim even more rightful." He Yin paused momentarily, narrowing his eyes before gently shaking his head. "It is difficult to say. He is from a collateral branch of the He family and possesses some understanding of internal dynamics. The old master is quite indulgent toward He Jian." After contemplating for a while, He Yin added, "That indulgence is nearly to the extent of granting him anything he desires. Even though He Jian has led a scandalous lifestyle in recent years, the old master has shown him considerable leniency, offering only verbal warnings without imposing any serious penalties." Su Fu nodded thoughtfully. As the first 3 floors grew increasingly lively with guests seeking to partake in the festive atmosphere, the 4th floor saw a more select gathering of slightly over 100 individuals. However, the demeanor of those present was exceptional, with only around 20 or 30 young individuals among them. At this level, most were familiar faces, even if they were not well acquainted. They had likely heard of one another's reputations and quickly began conversing. Within this setting, prominent figures from the He family's collateral branches warmly welcomed the guests, ensuring a pleasant and harmonious atmosphere. As time passed moment by moment, around 7 o'clock, the main characters finally made their entrance, gracefully walking in. Yin Balian, adorned with a delicate makeup and dressed in an elegant white cheongsam, was accompanied by 2 young men in neatly tailored suits, who maintained a respectful distance from each other. There was also He Hua, his face radiating with joy and a hint of a smile. "I sincerely appreciate everyone's presence at my 70th birthday celebration." He Hua expressed his gratitude, prompting a thunderous applause from the audience. "I have little to say, so I wish everyone a delightful evening," He Hua added with a gentle smile before the guests took their seats. He Liang sensed the weighty gazes of numerous individuals upon him, as if they were curious about him. At Ning Shui's coming-of-age ceremony, the majority of the attendees were young people. However, this time, those aged 30 or 40 and above dominated the crowd. They exchanged glances and engaged in hushed conversations, discussing the heir of the He family. Is that really the He family's eldest grandson? His name has been on everyone's lips these past few days. Indeed, the first ever top scorer to achieve a perfect score without any marks in the history of the college entrance examination, effortlessly tossing aside a priceless piece of Hitian jade. He even received an invitation from Master Langya. Whispers of admiration floated around, and He Liang, with his keen hearing honed by practicing the heavenly martial arts, caught snippets of their conversation. Yet, he paid little mind to such superficial accolades and merely smiled in response. He spotted Ning Shui, who was dressed in a light blue patterned dress, her long, graceful legs standing elegantly. Her lustrous black hair was pinned up, making her resemble a celestial maiden stepping out of a painting, captivating the attention of many peers. This was a different style, contrasting with the charming Lolita look and the aloof queen demeanor. A hint of cold beauty graced her delicate face as she looked towards He Liang. Her heart fluttered slightly. and a radiant smile illuminated her features, striking a balance between sweetness and an icy allure that drew many gazes. He Liang found himself mesmerized by Ning Shui. Her versatile outfits, each flawlessly executed, stirring his admiration. He returned her smile with a gentle nod and made his way over to her table according to their seating arrangement. Joining the younger guests, He Jian, seated nearby, appeared somewhat awkward, his hands resting stiffly, anger concealed in his eyes. He had just waved at Ning Shui, but she seemed oblivious to his presence, her bright gaze solely focused on He Liang. Damn He Liang. This only fueled his jealousy further, making him increasingly eager for the upcoming gift-giving segment. When the time comes, I'll present the true masterpiece of Wang Shiji, astonishing everyone. A confident smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Not far away, many individuals approached He Liang to greet him, including He Yun and Su Fu. Even Master Lang Yun regarded He Liang with keen interest, for last time, He Liang had yet to provide him with any assurance. Sun Ming, who shared a table with He Liang, eagerly asked, He Liang, may I sit here? He took the initiative to pull out a chair beside He Liang. Eager to discuss the knowledge of appraising treasures, He Liang smiled and nodded, of course. However, he felt a slight furrow forming on his brow as he sensed the hostile gaze of an unfamiliar boy of similar age across the table. Unfortunately, Lin Wudi was still resting in the He family's guest room. Otherwise, he could have clarified the boy's background. Sun Ming, observant, noticed He Liang's discomfort and whispered, That's my second brother, Sun Shu. He Liang raised an eyebrow. Sun Shu? The disciple of the calligraphy master Wang Ling? This name had been mentioned by Kuang San before. Sun Ming touched the bump near his ear and nodded. I don't have a good relationship with him. So be cautious. Cautious in what way? He Liang inquired, puzzled. Sun Ming casually replied. He has feelings for Ning Shui. He missed her coming-of-age ceremony due to some issue. But he knows you danced with her there, which seems to have upset him at home. Chapter 138. A special gift of genuine artistry. Sun Ming was merely eccentric, wholly engrossed in the study of stone gambling. But that did not imply he was foolish. Even through his peculiar interests, he had acquired considerable knowledge. In contrast to his estranged second brother, Sun Shu, he found himself more fond of He Liang, who shared similar interests. He quietly informed He Liang that his second brother had thrown a fit at home the previous day, seemingly due to He Liang's physical contact with Ning Shui. He Liang was taken aback, but soon chuckled softly, shaking his head. I see. He did not view this as a significant matter, as he was not Ning Shui's suitor, and there was no conflict between them. Soon, a steaming array of dishes was served, featuring various ingredients rarely seen outside. Many of these delicacies were entirely new to He Liang. The enormous, reddish-brown Boston lobster, steamed to perfection, was a feast for the senses. The exquisite, oversized geoduck, served on a bed of crushed ice, was prepared as sashimi. Emperor crabs and manta crabs, in various hues and sizes, were plentiful. The A5 grade Wagyu beef, tender and beautifully marbled, was a rare delight. He Liang's gaze swept across the table, noting the abundance of plump oysters, which he knew must be expensive. He couldn't help but be impressed by the lavishness of the He family. Having been there for several days, he finally grasped the full extent of their opulence. How much would this table cost? He Liang was unfamiliar with the specific prices of these ingredients, but collectively, it must amount to several $100,000. Feeling somewhat awkward, He Liang struggled with unfamiliar eating methods, while others at the table regarded him with peculiar expressions. After all, today was the celebration of the venerable He Patriarch's birthday. Apart from the birthday celebrant, the most captivating figures were He Liang and He Jian. He Jian, with a mocking glint in his eye, elegantly sliced a piece of A5 Wagyu with his knife and fork, a skill honed since childhood. Sun Shu, feeling a sense of superiority, had heard of He Liang's remarkable performance at Ning Shui's coming-of-age ceremony. Yet, it was precisely for this reason that he viewed He Liang as a rival, a phantom competitor. The most direct way was to constantly compare He Liang to himself. He smiled faintly, using a specialized knife to cut a piece of the uniquely shaped geoduck, dipping it in a sauce whose name He Liang could not recall. He Liang was well aware of the attention he garnered at the table. However, he remained unfazed, exhibiting no signs of discomfort. To him, it was merely a matter of how to eat. What if his technique was clumsy? He paid no heed to the scrutinizing gazes around him. Beside him, Sun Ming's eating style was far from elegant among the wealthy second-generation individuals. He stood out as a peculiar sight, devouring his food with abandon, which drew disapproving looks from many. Yet, Sun Ming was equally unfazed. He Liang, how did you assess that stone last time? You still haven't told me. Sun Ming asked eagerly, his eyes shining with curiosity. He Liang chuckled, quietly clarifying for him. This time, he held nothing back. With his ultimate appraisal technique combined with a mid-level understanding of treasure assessment, he had deduced quite a bit. He shared his insights with Sun Ming, who, while he might not possess He Liang's breadth of knowledge in stone gambling, was nonetheless captivated by He Liang's diverse expertise. The more he heard, the more Sun Ming's eyes sparkled with admiration for He Liang. "You are truly remarkable," Sun Ming exclaimed, thrilled to find someone his age with whom he could engage in meaningful conversation. He Liang's extensive knowledge enthralled him, deepening his admiration. Meanwhile, Sun Shu, observing their discussion on stone gambling from a distance, felt increasingly dissatisfied. Stone gambling? He sneered internally. Anything associated with gambling must be of no value. Since childhood, he had had a poor relationship with the youngest Sun Ming, primarily due to their differing ideologies. He was a renowned calligraphy prodigy, even a disciple of Wang Ling. Logically, he should have been the center of attention wherever he went. Yet, each time, Sun Ming seemed to overshadow him. He engaged in stone gambling, garnering countless praises from the older generation, his prodigious talent overshadowed by the moniker of a genius. He even made several appearances in local newspapers, bringing tangible profits to his family. Yet, with the heart of a youth, he was prone to comparison and jealousy. Naturally, Sun Shu grew increasingly dissatisfied with Sun Ming. Filled with hostility, mastery of practical skills was what truly mattered. With an expressionless face, he observed He Liang and Sun Ming, silently reflecting that gambling was merely a game of chance. Walking by the river often enough would inevitably lead to missteps, resulting in wet shoes. He regarded this as a dubious path, unworthy of respect. However, his gaze darkened, and his expression soured as he noticed Ning Shue's beautiful eyes frequently glancing towards He Liang. Hearing He Liang's calm explanation of stone gambling, her sparkling gaze became even more radiant, inciting his ire and discomfort. His animosity towards He Liang intensified. May Elder He be as blessed as the eastern sea and live longer than the southern mountain. Nearby, someone began to present gifts to Elder He, marking the commencement of the proceedings. One by one, guests approached Elder He's table to offer their tributes. This not only showcased their family's wealth but also served as a means to curry favor with Elder He. The gifts this time were evidently of a much higher caliber than those presented during Ning Shue's coming-of-age ceremony. A custom-made Rolls-Royce Phantom, globally limited, was valued at no less than 40 million. A villa in the heart of Shenzhen, estimated to be worth over 2 to 3 million. In addition to these conspicuous gifts, there were numerous treasures of immeasurable value. The vividly patterned Ming Dynasty blue and white porcelain was a royal relic. A renowned painting by the famous Tang Bolong, depicting 100 birds vying for a phoenix. Seeing the stream of gifts, He Jian felt increasingly assured, a confident smile involuntarily gracing his lips. My gift will surely astonish everyone. His heart raced with anticipation, desiring to be the center of attention, basking in the envy and astonishment of all present. Yet, recalling the misstep he made during Ning Shue's coming-of-age ceremony, he refrained from presenting his gift immediately. He intended to be the grand finale. He cast a sidelong glance at his table companions, He Liang and Sun Shu. He was determined to overshadow these rivals, to capture Ning Shue's attention entirely. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly lively, with He Hua smiling and nodding to each gift giver, exchanging pleasantries. Consequently, others departed with beaming faces. At this moment, He Liang realized that he had perhaps underestimated the He family's standing in Shenzhen. The gifting segment was proceeding smoothly toward its conclusion. Yet the anticipation among the guests grew stronger. The gifts presented later were naturally of more prestigious caliber. Those who presented earlier were largely reluctant to appear inferior in comparison to the prominent families. He Jian could hardly contain his eagerness. Though he planned to be the last to present, the fire in his heart urged him to perform. With a flourish, he stood up, becoming the focal point of the gathering. With a beaming smile, He Jian feigned calmness and poise as he approached He Hua. Nearby, a bodyguard in black swiftly approached with an exquisite gift box, the gift from He Jian. For my grandfather's 70th birthday, I, He Jian, present an authentic piece of calligraphy. He Jian stated with a faint smile. The audience exchanged glances, their expressions filled with astonishment. Wang Shiji, a name of immense renown, known for his exemplary image in various educational texts, is universally recognized as the greatest calligrapher throughout history. How could they not have heard of him? If this truly was an authentic piece by Wang Shiji, its value would be staggering. Gasps of disbelief echoed through the crowd. Such a treasure was exceedingly rare, with only a handful existing nationwide. Some began whispering about a recent auction on Antique Street, where an authentic piece by Wang Shiji was sold for 400 million. Could this be true? Antique Street is notorious for its rumors and sensationalized news, and while they had previously dismissed such tales, the connection to He Jian's gift now sparked curiosity. He Jian reveled in the attention directed toward him, a sense of pride swelling within. His lips curled into a subtle smirk, his pale, delicate features illuminated by a confident smile as he retrieved a framed sheet of calligraphy from the black box. I acquired this from Xian Wangge for 400 million yesterday, hoping my grandfather will appreciate it. His voice rang out, filled with pride. He Jian noticed Ning Shui's beautiful eyes, tinged with surprise, directed at him, which only heightened his sense of joy. For him, the genuine act of giving was secondary. The satisfaction of garnering attention and indulging his vanity was paramount. Beside He Hua stood two distinguished elderly gentlemen, appearing to be of similar age. One, sporting reading glasses and a gentle smile, was Ning Wu, the patriarch of the Ning family. The other, slender as a monkey with square black glasses and graying hair, was Sun Jian, the elder of the Sun family. Could it truly be an authentic piece by Wang Shiji? Sun Jian's eyes brightened at the mention of Wang Shiji. His eagerness palpable. His greatest passion lay in collecting antiques, authentic paintings, and exquisite jade. He was well versed in these matters and had a keen interest in calligraphy and jade. Hearing about Wang Shiji's authentic work made it impossible for him to remain composed. A couple of years ago, I came across an authentic piece by Wang Shiji in Yanjing. He remarked, gazing intently at the calligraphy in He Jian's hands, filled with anticipation. However, a hint of doubt lingered in his eyes as he nudged He Hua, old Hua. Your grandson wouldn't have presented you with a forgery, would he? He Hua chuckled but offered no reply. He Jian, exuding confidence, approached and unveiled Wang Shiji's work. His self-assured demeanor piqued the curiosity of many. He Hua nodded with a smile, accepting the calligraphy from He Jian. The three elderly gentlemen scrutinized the piece, keenly observing its aged appearance, wrapped in a special membrane to prevent oxidation. As Sun Jian examined it, he raised an eyebrow in analysis. From its appearance, it seems to be from that era. At this remark, He Jian's smile widened as he responded, of course, Xian Wangge provided the authentic calligraphy. And I've consulted several appraisers to confirm its authenticity. The surrounding guests marveled, whispering in hushed tones. Truly. The young master of the He family not only had access to such resources but also displayed remarkable generosity in his purchasing. Perhaps He Jian was the heir that elder he would soon endorse? This remained uncertain, but He Jian's gift would likely overshadow He Liang's contributions. Hearing such remarks, He Jian's eyes sparkled with delight, his entire being radiating uncontainable pride. Sun Jian, undeterred by the surrounding chatter, turned to He Hua, old Hua. May I take a closer look at this piece? He Hua nodded slowly. Though Sun Jian was somewhat straightforward in nature, their relationship was amicable. In fact, the ties between the three families were relatively cordial. Sun Jian took the calligraphy, examining it closely, his brows furrowing in concentration. The strokes are interwoven, varying in size, with distinct changes in line thickness, showcasing considerable skill. However, he suddenly frowned, pondering for a moment before stating, I fear this might be a forgery. This declaration left the crowd utterly stunned. A forgery? How could that be? No way. Among them, He Jian's expression stiffened, a surge of anger boiling within him. Had it been anyone other than Sun Jian making such a claim, he might have erupted in outrage. He shook his head vehemently. Impossible. I consulted several professional appraisers to confirm its authenticity. Sun Jian shot He Jian a sidelong glance and retorted, Are you certain? He Jian was left momentarily speechless, as he had only recently acquired the painting, and the professional appraisers he had managed to consult were of limited expertise, with little time for thorough examination. Upon hearing Sun Jian's remarks, he suddenly felt somewhat unsteady. Sun Jian ignored him, focusing intently on the calligraphy in his hands, a cold smirk gracing his lips. There are numerous methods to ascertain whether a piece of calligraphy is an authentic artifact from antiquity. The artist's unique style, the period's characteristics, the signatures and seals, and the historical context of the paper or scroll. His voice commanded the attention of all present. For everyone knew that Sun Jian possessed considerable expertise in the field of calligraphy, having dedicated decades to its study, surpassing the proficiency of most professional appraisers. Yet, how could this change anything? He Jian, feeling a sense of indignation at the skepticism directed towards him, retorted, If this turns out to be a forgery, my reputation would be utterly ruined. I would become the laughingstock of the community. Sun Jian cast a fleeting glance at He Jian and replied nonchalantly. From the perspective of this paper and scroll, it does indeed appear to be a product of that era. His discerning eye had encountered numerous similar pieces, and his tone was imbued with conviction. The style of the calligraphy also corresponded with that historical period, bearing a striking resemblance to the authentic works of Wang Shiji. This assertion was bolstered by his prior close encounters with the genuine article. The style was tranquil and natural, the strokes subtle yet profound, exhibiting both grace and strength. He extolled the quality of this calligraphy, asserting its authenticity. However, The next statement marked a pivotal turn, yet it still feels off. He continued, I have had the privilege of seeing Wang Shiji's authentic calligraphy up close. What you have presented bears a resemblance of nearly 90%, but it possesses an added heaviness and a diminished ethereality. This assertion seems somewhat cryptic. When it comes to stylistic matters, unless the differences are glaringly apparent, opinions can vary greatly. He Jian furrowed his brow, inhaling deeply, yet remained obstinate. However, the professional appraiser I consulted confirmed that the signature seal is indeed Wang Shiji's. Sun Jian discerned He Jian's lingering disbelief and shook his head repeatedly, mirroring He Jian's stubbornness. With a sardonic smile, he uttered an astonishing claim. What if I told you that I have seen several identical pieces in Yanjing? Upon hearing Sun Jian's words, He Jian was left utterly dumbfounded. Not only he, but the other guests wore expressions of sheer astonishment, bewildered by the notion of identical works. He Jian felt his lips dry and parched, repeating the phrase in disbelief. He Liang, seated at the same table, maintained a calm facade but was internally astonished. He was aware that He Jian's so-called authentic piece was a forgery, yet he had not anticipated that someone would discern this so readily and publicly expose it. His gaze fixated on Sun Jian. It was clear that this elder was, as Kong San had remarked, rather forthright in demeanor. With a slight shake of his head, He Liang sensed the attention of many guests shifting towards him, curious to observe the expression of the direct descendant of the He family. However, He Liang's expression remained composed, neither joyful nor sorrowful, leaving them none the wiser. Sun Jian, seated at the main table, chuckled. A few years ago, I visited Yanjing and encountered the genuine article. Beside it were several replicas certified by national experts, crafted by Wang Shiji's disciple, Wang Jiao. He stated matter-of-factly, dispelling the guest's confusion. And this piece of yours is identical. The audience's understanding dawned as they realized the presence of Wang Shiji's seal was due to it being a replica by his disciple. Sun Jian continued, shattering He Jian's final shred of hope. Look at the signature. He Jian hastily glanced at the signature, where the 3 characters of Wang Shiji were indeed present. Do you not feel that something is missing? Sun Jian's gaze was penetrating. Upon mentioning this, He Jian felt as if a line or two had been deliberately omitted from the bottom. The layout did indeed appear somewhat awkward. Perhaps the names of the disciple or Wang Jiao had been intentionally erased. Sun Jian scoffed. It might just be the names of the disciple or Wang Jiao. He Jian felt as if a lightning bolt had struck him, his expression frozen, his already pallid face drained of color. Sun Jian's acute observations and logical reasoning had even begun to convince He Jian of the forgery. In an instant, rage surged within him, nearly causing an explosion. He bit his lip, trembling uncontrollably, his neck veins bulging. The thought of the shopkeeper's face filled him with a desire to take immediate action against him. Sun Jian cast another glance at He Jian, having witnessed this reaction countless times before, and remarked with a sneer, in places like the antique street, one must possess a discerning eye. If one ends up purchasing a forgery, one can only blame their own lack of discernment. It is a mutual agreement. So who can be blamed? This comment only served to deepen the pallor of He Jian's complexion. The final veil of modesty had been stripped away, leaving him unable to even pinpoint who to direct his anger towards. He could feel the gaze of those around him converging, but unlike before, their expressions were not filled with astonishment, but rather with amusement. What a farce. His heart felt as if it were bleeding. For 100 million. The most critical blow was that he had failed to impress, instead becoming the subject of ridicule. Sun Jian chuckled, of course. Since it is a replica by Wang Shiji's disciple, it could still fetch several million today. Wang Jiao held little renown in history. How much had the value diminished? This remark further exacerbated He Jian's discomfort. Beside him, He Hua gently shook his head and interjected, this is your heartfelt intention. Regardless of authenticity, I appreciate it greatly. He intervened to prevent Sun Jian from continuing. He Jian's face turned ashen, and after muttering a few words, he left the stage in disgrace. This spectacle was utterly humiliating. He Liang felt sympathy for He Jian, as being publicly exposed in such a manner was akin to social death. Sun Shu let out a knowing laugh, rich with implications. Upon hearing the laughter, He Jian's face contorted with rage, his teeth clenched in frustration. He Jian, your luck seems rather unfortunate, Sun Shu remarked with a light smile. Though to He Jian's ears, it sounded rather grating. The implications were clear, akin to mockery, a jab at his expense. Both he and Sun Shu were vying for Ning Shui's affection, and their strained relationship was common knowledge within the circle. Before He Jian could respond, Sun Shu rose, a smile slowly forming on his face as he approached the main table. The crowd held their breath, anticipating that Sun Shu was about to present a gift. I wish to congratulate Grandpa He with blessings as vast as the eastern sea and longevity as enduring as the southern mountain. I'm Sun Shu. have nothing to offer but have earnestly requested my teacher to spend 7 days crafting a piece of calligraphy for you. The attendees gaped in astonishment. Another piece of calligraphy? Not far away, someone brought forth an enormous scroll. It was genuinely substantial, measuring nearly 3 meters. Sun Shu nodded, and the person unfurled it. It displayed 8 grand characters written in running script: longevity and prosperity. The vigorous strokes were powerful and magnificent, the brushwork sharp as a sword, leaving all who beheld it utterly astounded. Was this the work of Master Wang Ling, completed over a span of 7 days? They soon regained their composure, exclaiming in awe. Wang Ling, at the age of 63, was among the foremost calligraphers in the nation, mastering various styles such as running script, regular script, and clerical script. He authored Tianxia Shiran, earning the title of the foremost practitioner of modern running script. His reputation was immense, even being referred to as the sage of modern calligraphy. Many gazed at Sun Shu with newfound respect, realizing that he was not merely an ordinary student of Wang Ling. To have commanded 7 days of the master's time for this calligraphy piece was a testament to Sun Shu's esteemed position in Wang Ling's eyes. Sun Jian laughed heartily, his face aglow, seemingly boasting to He Hua. Old Hua, I must confess. Young Shu has been recognized as Wang Ling's closed-door disciple and is one of the 2 primary successors. The crowd marveled, their astonishment growing as they observed the composed demeanor of Sun Shu. The value of this calligraphy, having taken 7 days to complete, was undoubtedly significant. Though to claim it was worth billions might be exaggerated, this was primarily due to Wang Ling still being alive, lacking the historical appreciation that typically enhances value. However, in terms of artistic merit, it was undeniably high. Compared to Wang Shiji's casual notes, it may not fall short by much. Damn it, He Jin exclaimed, furious to the point of nearly spitting blood. This scoundrel, who had presented calligraphy just like him, had the audacity to overshadow him, especially after he had just unveiled a forgery. This is simply laying the groundwork for that scoundrel Sun Shu. At present, all eyes in the room are drawn to Sun Shu. He is the center of attention. With a chuckle, Sun Shu cast a glance at He Jian and He Liang, then lightly applauded. Not far away, another individual presented a piece of calligraphy. This is a work I prepared for you, a humble imitation of our teacher's style. A small gift, yet rich in sentiment. I hope you like it, Grandpa He. His expression exuded confidence, and the 2 unfurled the calligraphy paper. Suddenly, a new piece of calligraphy captured everyone's gaze. It mirrored the congratulatory words written by Wang Ling, yet it lacked 3 parts of its gravitas and was infused with youthful exuberance. The strokes were deftly crafted, showcasing vigor and brilliance. Even those unversed in calligraphy could discern that Sun Shu's technique was extraordinary, radiating the aura of a master. He stood tall and composed, relishing the complex gazes directed at him, feeling utterly elated. Sun Shu was the focal point, overshadowing He Jian, Sun Ming, and He Liang, wherever Sun Shu was. Their 2 shone the spotlight of the stage. Chapter 141. The astonished Sun Jian. The gift presented was a piece of calligraphy crafted by the country's top calligrapher, Wang Ling, over the course of 7 days. Moreover, he was one of Wang Ling's 2 true disciples. His status was exceptional, being the second son of the Sun family, one of the 3 prominent families in Deep Truth City. Coupled with his remarkable appearance and his daily practice of calligraphy, he had cultivated a subtle air of scholarly elegance. Sun Shu was undoubtedly the embodiment of a vibrant youth, the center of attention in the entire gathering. Old Hua, what do you think of the gift my grandson has presented? Sun Jian's face was beaming with pride. The Sun family had 3 direct descendants in his generation. The youngest, Sun Ming, was a prodigy in the gambling stone industry, renowned in the circle. The second, Sun Shu, was a genius in calligraphy, having been accepted as a true disciple by Wang Ling. The eldest, Sun Kong, possessed terrifying martial talent and had been selected for that place. The Sun family was indeed teeming with talent. He Hua smiled slightly, nodding in agreement. Your grandson's generation has indeed produced several remarkable individuals. He had heard of the reputations of these 3. Sun Jian tugged at his beard, his smile growing ever brighter. Sun Shu performed a respectful bow, his elegant smile gracing his face as he retreated gracefully. The gazes of the crowd followed him, filled with envy. Among the 20-plus young attendees, several young women were mesmerized, their hearts fluttering. Sun Shu maintained an outward composure, yet internally, he too felt the stirrings of youthful pride and exhilaration. Now, little Shui would surely. He glanced at Ning Shui, but his expression shifted slightly. This was because Ning Shui still had not looked at him. Instead, she gazed expectantly at He Liang, seemingly awaiting his gift. The hall erupted in applause, yet no one stepped forward for a moment. After all, Sun Shu's gift was exceptionally impressive, and any subsequent offerings would risk being overshadowed. Gradually, the atmosphere quieted. He Liang turned to Sun Ming, curiosity gleaming in his clear eyes. Sun Ming, aren't you going to present a gift? Sun Ming scoffed. I am part of the Sun family. Hasn't my family already sent something on my behalf? Sun Shu's gift was an act of self-indulgence, a ploy to attract attention, which he had no desire to emulate. Understanding dawned upon He Liang, and he nodded with a smile, soon rising from his seat without further hesitation. This fellow truly had some audacity. Sun Shu's gaze darkened slightly. Then he nonchalantly shook his head. What could I possibly give? He had deliberately inquired and knew that He Liang had not purchased any raw stones in recent days. Furthermore, premium jade was not easily encountered. A smirk danced in his eyes. Comparisons were indeed an intriguing phenomenon. Where there were people, there would always be comparisons. The myriad gazes converged upon He Liang, who stood dignified in a well-fitted suit, his demeanor calm, adorned with a hint of a smile. This refreshing aura caught the attention of many, with several young women blushing. Their hearts stirred not only by He Liang's handsome features, but also by his previous performance at Ning Shui's home. They eagerly anticipated a new surprise from him. Many elders were equally curious about He Liang, tinged with expectation. However, He Liang's next words left them in stunned silence. I shall also present a piece of calligraphy. His calm expression rendered the crowd momentarily bewildered. Calligraphy? Another piece of calligraphy? They were all taken aback. What sort of day was this? The younger generation had consecutively gifted pieces of calligraphy 3 times. However, many soon shook their heads skeptically. It was acceptable to give calligraphy, but why choose to follow Sun Shu's act? The comparison could only tarnish their own offering. What I present is an authentic piece by Wang Shiji. I hope you will appreciate it. He Liang directed his gaze at He Hua, unfazed by the astonished look surrounding him. This declaration left the crowd even more dumbfounded. What was this? They almost thought they had misheard. Another authentic piece by Wang Shiji? He Jian's eyes widened, his face twitching in disbelief. Was He Liang's gift identical to his? No way. It was exactly the same. Sun Jian squinted, chuckling as he nudged He Hua with his elbow. Old Hua, your eldest grandson. Wouldn't it be yet another counterfeit? With prior experiences in mind, this was a shared sentiment among the crowd. If He Liang's calligraphy turned out to be a fake as well, it would be a massive embarrassment. Everyone swallowed hard, their minds racing with the implications. For a grand 70th birthday celebration, both grandsons presenting counterfeit gifts would become a laughingstock. The critical point was that they had both given the same authentic piece of calligraphy. He Hua narrowed his eyes slightly, but upon seeing He Liang's composed demeanor, he suddenly smiled. I believe this piece is genuine. My grandson has yet to disappoint me. Sun Jian raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, then I am indeed looking forward to it. Not far away, Kuang San approached with a solemn expression, holding a black box that contained Wang Shiji's authentic calligraphy. Though he believed in He Liang, this was no trivial matter, and he couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety for He Liang. He Liang offered him an assuring look, took the black box, and extracted a piece of calligraphy. This artwork appeared somewhat diminished in quality, at least when compared to the previous 2. Several corners were slightly yellowed, and the ink seemed to have spread, lacking cohesion. Many sighed softly. Merely in terms of appearance, this already seemed inferior. However, Sun Jian suddenly leaped to his feet, his eyes wide with astonishment. His voice was filled with shock and excitement. He even disregarded the chair that toppled behind him. His unusual reaction naturally piqued the curiosity of the guests present. Over 100 pairs of eyes turned towards Sun Jian, eager to discover what could elicit such a reaction from the esteemed elder. Without waiting for He Liang to present it, Sun Jian rushed down, standing before him. Young man, may I see that calligraphy? His eyes sparkled with anticipation. He Liang glanced at He Hua, who subtly nodded in agreement, and then He Liang smiled, of course. Without hesitation, he handed the authentic piece of calligraphy to Sun Jian. Be gentle, don't damage it, Sun Jian exclaimed, his demeanor only intensifying the audience's curiosity. What had the old master perceived? After receiving the authentic calligraphy, Sun Jian examined it meticulously for nearly 3 minutes before exhaling sharply, his voice brimming with excitement. It cannot be mistaken. This is definitely the lower half. The crowd was filled with curiosity, their gazes fixed upon him. He Hua felt intrigued as well, inquiring, Old Jian, what did you discern? It seemed that his grandson had brought something extraordinary. He knew that Sun Jian's discerning eye was quite formidable. Sun Jian's face glowed with excitement as he declared with certainty, Did I not mention that I have seen the genuine article by Wang Shiji in Yanjing? The crowd nodded in unison. So what? He Hua furrowed his brow, pressing for clarity. Sun Jian continued. The piece by Wang Shiji in Yanjing only had the upper half. This one is the missing lower half. A collective gasp resonated through the crowd as they discerned the subtle implications in the words of Elder Sunday. In an instant, All eyes converged upon the genuine calligraphy scroll presented by He Liang. Could it possibly be the lower half? Chapter 142. The calligraphy for the birthday celebration. This thought flickered through the minds of the attendees, suggesting that what He Liang had procured was indeed an authentic masterpiece. Sun Jian spoke up, affirming their suspicions. This is the lower half. It cannot be mistaken. Even he had not anticipated encountering it here. He Liang smiled faintly, appearing less astonished than one might expect, for he had personally verified the object's value using his ultimate appraisal technique. The radiance emanating from it surpassed that of an ordinary genuine artifact by over twofold. It was undoubtedly not a mere replica. Sun Jian, visibly excited, perhaps revealing the tendencies of an enthusiast, hastily widened his eyes and explained, "Do you know how much the upper half fetched at auction in Yinjing?" The crowd shook their heads, indicating their ignorance, as they were not insiders. 17 billion. Sun Jian's cold laughter startled everyone with the figure he disclosed. 17 billion. The entire assembly was left dumbfounded. Even He Hua, typically composed, displayed a look of astonishment. Such wealth could not simply be conjured out of thin air. Sun Jian continued, "This is not an ordinary work by Wang Shiji. It bears significant provenance." He scratched his head and glanced at He Hua. "Old Hua, this piece has yet to reveal its true form. If you permit me, shall I assist in removing the outer layer?" He Hua contemplated briefly before nodding in agreement. Certainly. After all, he was not an aficionado of calligraphy, merely astonished by the value of this genuine work, but he had not yet reached the level of obsession. Moreover, he had considerable trust in his old friend. Sun Jian then turned to He Liang. "Young man, may I proceed to unseal this item?" He Liang nodded with a smile. "Of course." Sun Jian promptly summoned a pristine table, ensuring no other objects were present. With utmost caution, he gently tore away the special outer layer of packaging. He was exceedingly careful, fearing any mishap could ruin this treasure. The scroll was not large, measuring less than a meter, yet Sun Jian took a full 10 minutes to peel away the protective covering. As the membrane fell away, the genuine calligraphy came into view. Slightly yellowed, yet the characters appeared somewhat unrefined. Indeed, even the ink seemed carelessly scattered, failing to reveal any artistic merit. This must be a forgery. He Jian clenched his fists, his eyes reddening. He would rather allow Sun Shu to overshadow him than let this blood relative steal the limelight. After all, Sun Shu had at least presented a piece crafted by his mentor. Yet He Liang had boldly produced an identical work, the genuine artifact by Wang Shiji. If He Liang's offering was indeed authentic, then He Jian would forever bear a psychological scar. Sun Shu's expression was equally grim, though he remained silent. His fists were clenched tightly. What a joke. Initially, he had dismissed He Liang's audacity to present a calligraphy masterpiece after him, but now, had he merely become the stepping stone for He Liang? His gaze darkened. How could he possibly obtain the genuine article? It was highly probable that his grandfather had misjudged. He Liang, however, remained unfazed, watching Sun Jian with keen interest as he peeled away the membrane. His intermediate appraisal skills encompassed calligraphy. Thus he was familiar with various techniques and found it quite intriguing. After peeling away the membrane, Sun Jian undertook an astonishing and audacious act. He intended to tear it further. He aimed to rip the genuine calligraphy scroll apart. Sensing the myriad of perplexed gazes upon him, Sun Jian promptly clarified, "What you see is merely the surface artifact accumulated over the years. Within lies a concealed wonder." The crowd widened their eyes, puzzled by his words. Sun Jian elaborated, his expression brimming with excitement. In truth, the piece in Yinjing followed this same principle. This explained his audacity in such actions and assured him of their validity. Historical investigations suggest that this may have been a disciple of Wang Shiji, replicating his genuine work. At this moment, the crowd began to comprehend. In other words, the exterior was merely a shell, with the true work of Wang Shiji concealed within. The continuous twists and turns left everyone astonished, their curiosity reaching a pinnacle. The reality of the situation was so astonishing, Sun Jian paid no heed to them. He needed to concentrate, allowing no room for carelessness. For the Sun, He, and Ning families of Shenzhen, a sum of 10 to 20 billion was not particularly daunting. Yet for Sun Jian, as an enthusiast of the craft, the value of this calligraphy far exceeded that sum. After all, many treasures are priceless, elusive, and unattainable. Beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead as he meticulously began to tear away the outer layer of calligraphic paper. This ripping process took a full half-hour. No one had anticipated that a simple gifting ceremony would consume such an extended duration. Many dishes had grown cold. However, the attendees, all individuals of stature, did not mind. At last, the unwrapping concluded, and the item was fully revealed. It was a pristine piece of art. Merely gazing upon it left the crowd utterly astounded. It floated like a startled swan, exuding vigorous energy. The characters seemed capable of piercing the very soul, surpassing even Wang Ling's work by 1 or 2 tiers. Was this truly the masterpiece of the calligraphy sage? They marveled, while Sun Jian was even more exhilarated. Previously, he had only glimpsed it through a glass case from a distance in Yanjing, but now it was solidly in his hands. This close proximity allowed him to fully appreciate the captivating allure of the calligraphy. It was breathtaking. This was undoubtedly authentic. He assured the crowd with unwavering certainty. At this moment, no one dared to question it. The strokes were unmistakably crafted by a supreme master. Moreover, they perfectly aligned with Sun Jian's declarations. Someone curiously inquired, "Elder son, what does it say?" Sun Jian laughed heartily. "It is said that Wang Shiji, while slightly inebriated, pinned this birthday celebration for a dear friend celebrating a milestone." The crowd's eyes brightened. Even He Liang found it rather serendipitous. How fortuitous that it coincided with He Hua's 70th birthday today. "Old Hua, your luck is remarkable." Sun Jian continued to laugh heartily. Suddenly, he raised an eyebrow. "Oh?" This exclamation caused a ripple of tension among the audience. What unexpected twist awaited? Sun Jian expressed his regret. This birthday celebration, as historical research suggests, lacks the name of the honoree on the lower half. Beneath the calligraphy, there was a conspicuous blank line. This space was typically reserved for the recipient of the gift. Yet, for reasons unknown, Wang Shiji ultimately refrained from inscribing the name. Chapter 143. Let me try it. Sun Jian sighed softly, but inwardly felt that this calligraphy was serendipitously fortuitous. He turned to He Hua and laughed heartily. "Old Hua, the content of this calligraphy indeed aligns perfectly with today's occasion. This birthday celebration does not specify a particular age. It even omits the name of the person receiving the blessing. Isn't that a remarkable coincidence?" He chuckled, calculating it. This could be considered Wang Shiji, across countless dynasties, personally bestowing you a birthday blessing. Quite prestigious. Sun Jian pondered briefly, feeling a twinge of desire for the genuine piece. "Old Hua, how about you sell this to me? I am willing to offer 20 billion. His words once again astonished the crowd. 20 billion. The gifting ceremony had become a whirlwind of surprises, with twists continually unfolding. He Hua rose and approached Sun Jian, accepting the birthday celebration scroll without hesitation under his longing gaze. Although he smiled, his words were unapologetically firm. "This is a gift from my grandson. How could I possibly sell it to you? Do not mention 2 billion. Even if it were 200 billion, I would not sell it to you," he retorted with irritation. Sun Jian, feeling somewhat dissatisfied, understood He Hua's attitude and could only sigh in resignation. In truth, there was a tinge of regret regarding this calligraphy. It lacked a proper endorsement. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Sun Jian's mind, and his eyes lit up. "Old Hua, how about this? Once your authentic calligraphy is completed, I can have Shuer request his teacher to write your name in running script as a final endorsement. This way, it would bear the name of the birthday celebrant." The more he contemplated, the more his eyes sparkled with anticipation for this unique piece of calligraphy. With the ancient Wang Shiji and the modern master Wang Ling collaborating to present it to you, it would surely become a celebrated masterpiece. He Hua paused, and to his surprise, he felt somewhat intrigued. Their gazes turned towards Sun Shu, who, at that moment, felt a mix of envy and resentment towards He Liang. His heart was tumultuous, feeling twisted and uncomfortable. During his peak moments of pride and glory, He Liang had directly eclipsed him by unveiling the true work of Wang Shiji, taking everything from him. Without needing comparison, he recognized that the value of his teacher's calligraphy paled in comparison to what He Liang had presented. Hearing his grandfather Sun Jian's words only threw him further off balance, especially when he recalled the physical contact between He Liang and Ning Shui, igniting a fire of jealousy within him. Without much thought, he coldly interjected, "I think the authentic calligraphy should be endorsed by He Liang himself." At this, everyone turned to him with puzzled expressions. Why was his tone so oddly cryptic? Sun Shu abruptly realized the implications of his words and quickly halted, suggesting that He Liang write the endorsement would clearly undermine the value of this calligraphy worth over 10 billion. Moreover, it revealed his inner thoughts, giving off the impression of a petty spirit. Regret washed over him, and he dared not speak further. Sun Jian widened his eyes and scolded, "What nonsense are you spouting?" However, the atmosphere among the crowd shifted subtly. Some glances discreetly landed on He Liang, who might be feeling somewhat awkward at that moment. Yet, unexpectedly, He Liang smiled. This smile carried a blend of composure and confidence. He turned to He Hua, a slight smirk on his lips, and said, "If possible, I would genuinely like to give it a try." He Hua regarded He Liang with a sense of fondness. Although He Liang had never addressed him as grandfather since coming to the He family, he had begun to acknowledge him internally, especially after learning about Yin Balian's grievances over the years. He understood that the past was not entirely their fault, but but rather a matter of unfortunate choices. Therefore, on this elder's grand birthday, He Liang was willing to present a heartfelt gift, a remarkable gift. He Hua raised an eyebrow, meeting He Liang's sincere gaze, and found himself hesitating, not immediately rejecting the idea. He furrowed his brow and inquired, He Liang, are you serious? Over the past few days, he had come to understand the nature of his grandson. He could see that He Liang was not joking. Sun Jian glared furiously, Kid, do not act rashly. This is a priceless artifact left by Wang Shiji. You cannot just whimsically endorse it. He was alarmed. The profound essence of such a calligraphic masterpiece could be ruined by a mere boy. He looked at He Liang with warning in his eyes. Suddenly, a gentle yet amused voice interjected from the side. I believe, young friend, He Liang should give it a try. The unexpected comment drew everyone's attention once more. It was Ning Wu, the elder of the Ning family. Sun Jian's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Ning Wu. Old Wu, are you also joining in this folly? You are not from this field, and likely do not understand the value of such a piece. Even among the few remaining authentic works of Wang Shiji across the nation, this piece was among the most valuable both in price and artistry. Ning Wu chuckled, adjusting his glasses, and glanced at He Liang with a serious tone. If young friend He Liang dares to say so, he must surely have confidence. He continued with a smile. I consider young friend He Liang to be a friend across generations. He is steady in his endeavors and often brings surprises, never failing to impress me. Sun Jian's chest heaved with anger, feeling that Ning Wu was speaking nonsense. But He Hua's words only intensified his frustration. He Hua looked at He Liang with a glimmer of expectation. Do you wish to give it a try? He, not particularly interested in the calligraphy itself, felt compelled to indulge He Liang's desire. What did 20 billion matter in the face of such willingness? He Liang chuckled softly, a flash of brilliance in his eyes, brimming with confidence. In fact, I do have some knowledge of calligraphy. As he spoke, three-dimensional data suddenly materialized before him. Level, amateur, city level, provincial level, national level, world level. Calligraphy, amateur, city level requires 60 labor coins to exchange for city level. The data shifted before his eyes. Calligraphy, city level. Provincial level requires 120 labor coins to exchange for provincial level. Calligraphy, provincial level. National level requires 240 labor coins. Without hesitation, He Liang declared, exchange. The data blurred, revealing the next tier. Ultimately, only one world level remained. The cost for this step was quite steep. He Liang refrained from exchanging, for national level was already sufficient. He believed the national level would not fall short of Master Wang Ling's skills. He felt a surge of information flowing through his mind as he gazed once more at the true work of Wang Shiji, inspiration flooding him. He looked at the blank space with an overwhelming sense of confidence. He could do this endorsement. Furthermore, he would absolutely not mar the artistic essence of this calligraphy. He looked at He Hua earnestly and said, let me give it a try. Chapter 144, The Ink Unleashed. All right. I shall let you try. Even if this masterpiece were to be ruined, it would be of no consequence. He Hua's response left Sun Jian's chest heaving, his eyes wide with disbelief, utterly infuriated. He glared at He Liang, then at He Hua. What sort of grandfather and grandson were they? He felt a pang of sorrow. This exquisite masterpiece was about to be destroyed. What could a mere boy, not yet 20, possibly create? Sun Jian lamented inwardly, while those nearby overheard him. Especially He Hua, who had reached the pinnacle of his cultivation. He heard everything clearly. Yet, he merely smiled faintly, his expression unchanging. The guests around them exchanged glances, shaking their heads in skepticism. Conversely, several young women gazed at He Liang with glimmers of intrigue. Unlike the elders, they had attended Ning Shui's coming-of-age ceremony and held a sliver of expectation for He Liang. However, they were not foolish and had a clear understanding. They recognized that their anticipation stemmed from emotion. The rational part of them knew that this masterpiece was likely to be ruined. Could one person truly master learning, gambling, piano, jazz dance, and calligraphy? Not even those raised in affluent families, meticulously trained from childhood, could realistically achieve such breadth. Outwardly, Sun Jian maintained his calm, but internally he was scoffing. You think you're worthy? What nonsense you dare to utter, humph. He had practiced calligraphy for over a decade. Having picked up a brush at the tender age of 4.5, he understood the intricacies and difficulties involved. Works from a calligraphy sage like Wang Shiji, even if produced casually, could not simply be inscribed with a name by just anyone. Even ordinary calligraphy masters would struggle. The risk of ruining the essence of the work was too high, especially if the teacher himself attempted it. What could He Liang possibly achieve? One can hardly fathom the heights of ignorance. Calligraphy is not merely about achieving neat handwriting in school examinations. Sun Jian's gaze was somewhat frigid, yet his heart brimmed with satisfaction. He had anticipated that at the grand birthday celebration of the He family, He Liang would overshadow him, but now it seemed. Perhaps not. How foolish it was for him to shoot himself in the foot. Just then, someone had presented the 4 treasures of the study, hadn't they? He Liang's abrupt declaration left everyone astounded once more. The crowd suddenly realized he was utterly serious. He Liang's eyes darted toward the pile of gifts nearby. Before he could utter another word, Kuang San had already stepped forward, retrieving the 4 treasures. Brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. Unwrap it. He Liang commanded without hesitation. This was no trivial matter. Crafted from special materials, it was worth at least several million. Kuang San, obeying the order, wasted no time in removing the outer packaging to reveal the treasures within. He Liang took a few steps forward, seizing the brush and ink. His eyes gleamed with excitement. And a smile graced his lips. Splendid, it was a top-notch wolf hairbrush. For a calligrapher, a brush is akin to a swordsman's sword or a farmer's sickle, immensely significant. To attain the realm of unity between mind and hand, one must not only practice diligently but also wield a fine brush to achieve maximum results with minimal effort. He Liang scrutinized the wolf hairbrush in his hand. The tip was pointed and free of stray hairs, and its characteristics of fineness, density, and uniformity were all met. Stepping back to observe from a distance, weighing it in his hand, He Liang felt increasingly satisfied. One must admit, gifts bestowed upon the venerable Mr. He are seldom lacking in quality. They are meticulously selected from various sources. He Liang picked up the exquisite ink and the accompanying paper with a serious expression. He spread the blank sheet before him. Rather than rashly inscribing happy birthday, he intended to first practice on the blank paper. Dipping the wolf hair brush into the ink, he withdrew it, allowing the beautiful hue to stain the tip. The onlookers held their breath, watching He Liang with a mix of tension and regret. They feared witnessing a masterpiece being ruined. Who wouldn't feel a sense of loss? He Liang casually placed the brush upon the blank paper. What was he doing? The crowd exchanged puzzled glances, utterly bewildered. For, as He Liang set the brush upon the paper, he gently flicked his wrist, letting the ink splatter across the blank sheet in a wild abandon. This was no calligraphy. It was hardly even painting. Before long, the ink had marred the paper in chaotic splotches, devoid of any aesthetic appeal. It was sheer chaos. Someone murmured. They had heard that this grandson of the He family was exceptionally talented and precocious. Yet, it seemed the rumors were gravely mistaken. He Liang paid no heed to the gazes of others, instead replacing the blank paper with yet another fresh sheet. Just as before, he dipped the brush, placed it on the paper, and flicked his wrist, allowing the ink to stain the surface. The onlookers were baffled by this peculiar technique. However, Sun Shu's brow furrowed slightly. Not only him, his grandfather, Sun Jian, seemed to sense something as well, his pupils narrowing ever so slightly, lips moving as if forming words. Could it be? Impossible. He shook his head vigorously. Yet, memories of a past exchange meeting flooded his mind. 2 years prior, top calligraphers from across the nation had engaged in a private gathering, totaling over 20 attendees. Sun Jian, intrigued by calligraphy, had managed to gain entry. A master whose skills rivaled Wang Ling's elucidated a unique technique. To create exceptional calligraphy, one's state of mind during the process, the skills honed through daily practice, and high-quality materials were all indispensable. What I wish to emphasize is the matter of ink and brush. Top-tier calligraphers often begin with a familiarization process before writing. Only by understanding the viscosity of the ink and the characteristics of the brush can one truly create the desired work. At their level, even the minutest details must be considered. The master articulated 2 methods of familiarization. One method involved writing several characters on a blank sheet to practice, a common approach. The other, more advanced method, was the flicking of ink. The former is well known to all present, but I wish to discuss the latter. By flicking the ink, one could observe the intricate compatibility between the ink and the brush, along with numerous details. He spoke for a good 5 minutes. However, this theory of flicking ink left even many seasoned calligraphers present frowning, shaking their heads slightly. They deemed the hand dexterity and sensitivity required for such a process to be excessively high. Even among the majority of the calligraphers, most felt incapable of executing this familiarization process. Thus, this method had not gained widespread acceptance. Sun Jian had initially dismissed it, but now He Liang. Was he engaging in familiarization? With his wrist flicking, the ink danced across the paper like a wild stallion, leaving trails behind. Surely not. He squinted, his heart racing uncontrollably. He Liang had already switched to a 5th sheet of paper. More erratic flicks. Suddenly, He Liang halted, closing his eyes as if savoring and reflecting on something. After a few breaths, he opened his eyes, his handsome face radiating tranquility. Yet his entire being seemed to rise with newfound energy. That is sufficient. He grasped the exquisite wolf hairbrush and approached Wang Shiji's authentic piece. Happy birthday. With every step, He Liang's aura underwent a transformation. Everyone felt it. This youthful lad seemed to be nurturing something profound. He Liang paused, his eyes, clear as water, reflecting the true masterpiece of Wang Shiji upon the table. In the next moment, he moved the brush without hesitation. In an instant, He Liang's demeanor shifted. To the spectators, he no longer appeared a somewhat immature youth, freshly graduated from high school and on the brink of university. Instead, he embodied a calligraphy master, having immersed himself in this art for decades, exuding an otherworldly presence. With the exquisite wolf hairbrush in hand, he leaned over the table. Everyone's gaze was captivated. The earlier He Liang, who had haphazardly splattered ink on the blank paper, had displayed a flawed grip. But now, it was a different story. His grip, employing the five-finger method, was executed with such precision that even Sun Jian and Sun Shu could find no fault. This was the most prevalent grip style. The roles of the five fingers were defined: lifting, pressing, hooking, spacing, and resisting, emphasizing their cooperation to ensure a stable grip, allowing the brush to move freely in all directions. It may seem elementary, yet akin to the posture of a pianist, it requires specialized training to master. Moreover, the more fundamental the technique, the more it reveals one's skill. Outsiders may view it as mere spectacle, but those knowledgeable about calligraphy discerned how proficiently and expertly He Liang now held the brush, as if he had practiced for decades. Unbelievable. Sun Shu's heart raced, and he was oblivious to his trembling body. At this moment, He Liang's focus was singular. The surrounding noise, the chatter, the clatter of a dish breaking, seemed to vanish in that instant. In his eyes, only Wang Shiji's true masterpiece remained. Everything else blurred into insignificance. The cursive script on that piece, Happy Birthday, appeared to come alive, twisting and showcasing itself. Perhaps it was due to He Liang's recent acquisition of national-level calligraphy skills. At this moment, his inspiration and sensitivity reached an unparalleled peak. So extraordinary, it transcended that of ordinary calligraphers. Suddenly, He Liang smiled. A realization dawned upon him. It turned out that back then, Wang Shiji was not intoxicated. The brush tip met the paper, and his spirit reached its zenith. The two characters he intended to write were He Hua. He Liang executed the strokes without a moment's pause. His wrist flicked, the brush tip responding to his every intention, as if he held complete mastery over it. Fluid and direct. Cursive script, unlike the rigidity of standard script, thrives on spontaneity and emotional variation, flowing seamlessly. From the initial stroke to the final flourish, He Liang completed the task in merely 2 seconds. In a mere 2 seconds, He Liang raised his brush with lightning speed, defying the expectations of the onlookers. When he finally set down the exquisite wolf hairbrush, some spectators, still in a daze, shuddered as the realization dawned upon them. He had finished writing. Swallowing hard, many were no longer merely observers. They sprang to their feet, drawn toward the authentic piece titled He Show. An inexplicable sense of anticipation stirred within them, a result of He Liang's extraordinary demeanor. As the crowd cast their gaze upon the masterpiece, they were utterly mesmerized. It was perfection personified, as if it were destined to exist in that very form. The calligraphy of Wang Shiji exuded a serene and natural style, with graceful strokes that were both subtle and vigorous. The characters He Hua not only harmoniously blended with the original style, but also infused He Liang's unique flair, perhaps due to his youth or intentionality. The characters radiated a vitality reminiscent of the morning sun, adding a richness to the He Show piece. This work, inherently imbued with blessings for longevity and prosperity, thrived on positivity and vitality, which He Liang impeccably captured. Even if Wang Shiji himself were present, it would be arduous for him to surpass He Liang's brilliance. The audience was spellbound, witnessing the brushstrokes that animated the piece. Even those less versed in the art could not, in good conscience, declare it lacking. For the connoisseurs like Sun Shu and Sun Jian, and others who had a modicum of understanding of calligraphy, the details displayed by He Liang were astonishing. Sun Jian's aged face shifted from shock to exhilaration as he realized he was witnessing the completion of a timeless masterpiece. He found himself flushed with excitement, though more so with disbelief. Such finesse could not be the work of an ordinary person, nor could it arise without proper mentorship. The thought that perhaps, with the right guidance, a teacher could surpass He Liang briefly crossed his mind but was swiftly dismissed. He was reluctant to accept that he had been bested in his most proud domain by a contemporary, especially one he considered a rival. As he fixated on the work of Wang Shiji, nominated by He Liang, a tumult of emotions surged within him. Shock, incredulity, helplessness, jealousy, and an inexplicable flicker of anger. How could this be? How could He Liang possibly comprehend calligraphy, let alone master it? He scrutinized Wang Shiji's authentic work on the table, finding no faults whatsoever. The idea that a teacher could create something superior to He Liang's work was quickly stifled in his mind, as he couldn't bear to accept that a peer, especially a rival, had outshone him in a field he held dear. At that moment, Sun Jian turned sharply to He Liang, his eyes glinting with an eagle-like sharpness. He Liang, where did you acquire your calligraphic skills? Who is your master? The crowd's gaze converged on He Liang, their curiosity piqued. The young man, with his calm and youthful demeanor, smiled gently, addressing the throng with a voice untainted by pride. Master, I have not had the privilege of formal instruction. I merely attended a few club lessons at school and played around with the brush occasionally. As he concluded, he turned to look at He Hua, who was equally astonished. With a radiant smile, he exclaimed, I have not failed my mission. The audience remained in shock at his revelation. He claimed to have no mentor, learning only through casual school activities. How is that conceivable? Sun Jian frowned deeply, fixating on He Liang. You jest, He Liang. You cannot possibly have written these characters without guidance. He scrutinized He Liang's expression, hoping to uncover some hint of deception, but found none. He Liang remained composed. With a wry smile, He Liang shrugged. I wish I had someone to teach me from a young age, but my family's circumstances did not allow it. This statement left Sun Jian momentarily speechless, and silence enveloped the crowd as they absorbed He Liang's background, which was well documented online. A figure stepped forward from the assembly, piano maestro Lang Yun. He glanced at He Liang and quietly inquired, is it the same as with your piano, self-taught? He Liang met Lang Yun's gaze, smiled, and nodded, prompting further astonishment from the crowd. This child's learning ability was indeed remarkable. Without such extraordinary aptitude, how could he have achieved a perfect score on the Gaokao? Lang Yun's conviction to encourage He Liang's pursuit of the piano intensified. Such a prodigious talent, once dedicated to the craft, could undoubtedly ascend to international acclaim, perhaps rivaling historical masters. His words left the surrounding attendees speechless, their astonishment palpable. Learning, gambling, jazz dance, piano, calligraphy, what other skills did He Liang possess? At that moment, He Jian felt an explosion of emotions, far more intense than Sun Shu's. He was crushed under the weight of comparison, overshadowed by He Liang's brilliance, while he himself became a mere figure of ridicule. Anger and jealousy brewed within him, especially as he observed Ning Xue's admiring gaze upon He Liang, intensifying his discomfort. Clearing his throat, He Hua finally interjected, everyone, please return to your seats. His cough drew the attention of the crowd back to him. He signaled to a servant, who respectfully approached to carefully store the He Shou masterpiece in a ceremonial box. He Hua turned to He Liang, his expression warm. I am truly fond of this gift. You have surprised me with an unexpected delight. He Liang responded with a smile. I am glad you like it. As the guests resumed their seats, the meal had grown somewhat cold, and few continued to eat. He Hua's penetrating gaze swept across the room before he abruptly stood, commanding everyone's attention. Next, I will announce the heir to the He family. This declaration sent shockwaves through the assembly, redirecting their focus. The earlier astonishment dissipated as the implications of the announcement loomed large. Those seated on the third floor were influential figures in Shenzhen, and the revelation of the He family's heir would undoubtedly affect their future strategies and investments. Who would it be, He Liang or He Jian? Most attendees already had their suspicions. Given the contrast in their lineage and abilities, He Liang was evidently the stronger candidate. He Jian clenched his fists, his face flushed with anxiety as his heart raced. It must be me. It has to be. He fervently reassured himself. Drowning in a whirlwind of self-affirmation. My grandfather has always showered me with affection, granting my every wish since childhood. But in the next moment, he became rigid. His expression blank. I declared, the heir of the He family is He Liang. He Hua's slow yet resolute voice resonated throughout the venue. His decision shattered any lingering fantasies that He Jian might have harbored. How could this be? He Jian was reluctant to accept it, yet was compelled to believe it. In truth, he had long harbored suspicions, but he simply could not come to terms with it. His gaze instantly shifted to He Liang, his eyes gradually reddening. Why? On what grounds? Why did you come and take everything from me? The love of the He family, everything that belonged to the He family. Why did you seize it all upon your arrival? I was supposed to be the center of attention, the one everyone looked up to. Yet at this moment, no one was looking at him. Applause erupted, echoing like thunder. Everyone was congratulating He Liang. Sun Shu's expression soured, as a rival. He did not wish to see He Liang prosper, but he could not alter the He family's decision. Ning Wu, on the other hand, had a slight smile. Adjusting his glasses, he reflected on how that student he had encountered in the antique street had now become the heir of the He family, a true stroke of fate. Ning Xue's cheeks flushed, her gaze towards He Liang filled with a peculiar warmth. Her heart raced as if a deer were bounding within her. Scenes flashed through her mind. Their first meeting in Qingda, the auction showcasing a talent for appraisal that astonished even Master He Liang. Her coming-of-age ceremony where he gifted her a priceless jade, played beautiful melodies, and danced with her in jazz. He Liang's mystery drew her closer, compelling her to understand him. Ning Shui looked at the dashing He Liang, who, at this moment, appeared somewhat dazzling, somewhat handsome. The crowd harbored mixed emotions. However, there was no doubt that today's banquet served as a powerful affirmation for the He family. Outside, whispers circulated about the old master's ill health, suggesting the He family lacked a suitable heir, with many predicting its decline. Yet today, all those rumors were decisively dispelled. He Hua's face radiated with vitality, his voice robust, showing no signs of weakness. If he claimed to have 30 more years to live, few would dare to question it. Moreover, the He family had produced such an exceptional heir, one who amazed everyone. The He family was like the sun rising in the east. Many attendees subtly altered their perception of the He family. He Hua smiled with satisfaction. This was the effect he desired. Ning Wu suddenly stood up, drawing the attention of many. He clapped his hands with a beaming smile. Congratulations, young friend He Liang. As for this old man, I have prepared a modest gift for you. Chapter 147. The special training camp. Ning Wu, with his glasses perched on his nose, appeared gentle and amiable, and though not imposing in stature, no one dared to underestimate him. The three prominent families of Shenzhen City boasted centuries of rich history and enduring legacies. However, it was under the stewardship of Ning Wu, Sun Jian, and He Hua that the true status of these families was solidified, establishing their prominence in the city. Under their leadership, the three families expanded beyond city borders, their foundations far surpassing those of other families, making them the true behind-the-scenes rulers of Shenzhen City. These three were genuine legends. While the younger generation may not have heard much of their exploits, for the elder generation, their names resonated like thunder. What gift could the old master Ning present? Many were eager to see what such a figure would offer. Although he claimed it was a modest gift, no one believed his humble words. He Liang evidently had an established rapport with the old master Ning. On this significant day, the gift he presented would undoubtedly be extraordinary. Ning Wu did not keep everyone waiting for long. Adjusting his glasses with a smile, he announced, "The gift I present is not of great value. It is a qualification for special training at the Shu Wuying." At these words, the venue fell silent. Many stared with wide eyes, their mouths agape as if they could swallow 2 duck eggs whole. They could hardly believe their ears, questioning whether they were dreaming or had misheard. The qualification for special training at the Shu Wuying? What a joke. Surely, I cannot be mistaken. Many swallowed hard, their minds struggling to comprehend. The Ning family had the power to obtain a qualification for the Shu Wuying. Moreover, the old master Ning had bestowed this qualification upon He Liang. This news was explosive. He Hua's expression shifted, casting a deep glance at Ning Wu. "Old Wu, this gift carries significant weight." Sun Jian, ever blunt, exclaimed, "Old Wu, have you lost your mind?" Even He Liang was taken aback. The qualification for special training at the Shu Wuying. He immediately rose, looking at the old master Ning. Waving his hand with a wry smile, "Old master Ning, this gift is too much for me to bear." He was no novice in the world of martial arts. His acquaintances, Kuang San and Lin Wudi, had already enlightened him about many aspects of martial cultivation. In reality, martial cultivation was not a secret. Anyone of status was somewhat familiar with it. At the very least, everyone present knew of its existence. Every individual possessed the potential to cultivate martial arts. However, the number of those who could truly embark on this journey was exceedingly rare, requiring appropriate techniques, resources, and other conditions. Other families and factions, while not as privileged as the three prominent families of Shenzhen City, still managed to cultivate martial artists to varying degrees. Given that there were martial artists among civilian factions, it was inevitable that there would be institutions to regulate them. This was the official organization established in China. The Shu Wuying. As the name suggests, it is an institution that binds martial artists. It is said that those who surpass the realm of harmonization are few and far between. Moreover, the Shu Wuying has branches in every province, inviting the most elite martial talents from each province to join. However, the number of those admitted is remarkably scarce, and they must undergo selection. This selection occurs annually during a special training camp. Gaining entry into the training camp signifies a potential path to the Shu Wuying. Yet, the chances of entering the training camp are exceedingly rare. Each qualification for participation in the training camp is immensely valuable, even for the Ning family. Obtaining a single qualification would astonish those present, let alone granting this precious opportunity to He Liang, who was not a member of the Ning family. Ning Wu looked at He Liang, smiling and shaking his head. "I told you it was a modest gift. Just accept it." After a brief pause, he added, "Shui's elder brother has made significant contributions at the Shu Wuying. and thus the higher-up specially granted this qualification. Ningwu chuckled. You saved Shue's life. I promised to give you a gift, so don't be ungrateful. His expression was resolute. Without waiting for He Liang to refuse, he continued. Moreover, this is merely a qualification for special training. It will commence months later, not an immediate entry into the Shu Wuing. It is not a grand gift, just accept it. Clearly, he was determined to present this qualification for special training to He Liang. He Liang hesitated for a moment, but was not one to linger unnecessarily. He quickly nodded solemnly and stated, Then I shall shamelessly accept this gift. He understood that this qualification was far more valuable than Ningwu had suggested. Even though it was merely for training and not direct entry, the resources and connections available during that period were invaluable. This was a truly precious gift. The surrounding crowd, having overheard the conversation, came to realize the truth. So, it turns out that He Liang had saved Ning Shui? No wonder. They understood. Yet their gazes towards He Liang were still tinged with envy. However, they also came to another realization. He Liang was a martial artist? If one is not a martial arts practitioner, attending the special training camp at Shuiying would indeed be a waste. Old Master Ning surely must have considered this. The crowd exchanged glances, a sense of awe enveloping them. The heir of the He family was extraordinarily enigmatic. They speculated about He Liang's cultivation level. Yet no one knew the specifics. Unbeknownst to them, Yin Balian had just returned from the restroom and was now leaning against the wall in the corridor. At this moment, a captivating smile graced her lips. Upon hearing that Ningwu had granted He Liang the qualification for Shuiying, her joy seemed to magnify. Yin Balian's enchanting eyes fixated on the seemingly radiant He Liang, her exquisite countenance reminiscent of a pristine lotus flower, tinged with a hint of regret as her lips moved slightly. My nephew, it's a pity you won't live to see that day. She then cast a glance at He Hua, covering her mouth with a smile. You too, my dear father. There is something you would never imagine, as if recalling something. She shot a glance at the now pallid He Jian. In her smile, there was not a trace of maternal affection. Jianer, it was not in vain that I raised you all these years. Soon, it will be your time to shine dressed in a high-slit qipao that revealed her flawless white legs. She moved gracefully towards the main table, her pure smile illuminating the room. After 19 years of preparation, the harvest was finally near. Chapter 148, The Gifts from Ning Shui and Lin Wudi. As the banquet progressed, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. Glasses clinked and laughter echoed. Many stood, holding their cups, approaching He Liang to offer their congratulations, showering him with polite compliments. Their words were smooth and flattering, leaving one feeling at ease, as if embraced by the gentle spring breeze. The flattery was abundant. He Liang naturally responded with a smile, displaying no signs of timidity, which only enhanced the guest's impression of him. A young man of courtesy and talent, yet devoid of arrogance. That was the image He Liang left in many minds. Thus, the banquet gradually drew to a close. Thank you all for attending this old man's 70th birthday celebration. I have prepared a small gift for each guest. Please take one home. Finally, He Hua rose, his voice booming through the microphone, signaling the conclusion of the festivities. The crowd stood, all wearing smiles, exchanging farewells with He Liang and the old master before preparing to depart. He Liang let out a sigh of relief. Although he was not timid, managing such a scene required considerable effort, as he had never experienced anything like it before and was not accustomed to it. Fortunately, Kuang San had later joined him, providing reminders and assistance in various aspects. He Liang, you are truly impressive. May I add you on WeChat? A bold young lady of similar age approached He Liang. I am also quite interested in calligraphy and hope to learn from you someday. She smiled before departing. He Liang nodded with a smile, raising an eyebrow as he caught a glimpse of He Jian's furious and envious gaze from a distance. However, he paid it no mind. Suddenly, a melodious voice interrupted. He Liang, I have a gift for you. Turning around, He Liang was met with a breathtaking visage, with a touch of makeup. Her delicate brows framed a face exuding purity and tranquility, stirring emotions within him. It was Ning Shui. At this moment, she appeared somewhat shy, her gaze flickering, avoiding direct eye contact with He Liang. Upon getting closer, her heart raced. This was a sensation she had never felt before. Nevertheless, she mustered her courage, delicately retrieving a blue pouch that emanated a faint fragrance from her pocket. I made this myself. It contains a protective talisman, Ning Shui whispered, her beautiful eyes fixed on He Liang, seemingly anxious. He Liang was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Ning Shui had personally crafted the pouch for him. He glanced down, noting that the blue pouch was about the size of half a palm and exquisitely crafted. Realizing something, Ning Shui's cheeks flushed, and she softly explained. You saved me last time. This is only right. Consider it a celebration for you. He Liang regained his composure, smiling as he accepted the pouch. Thank you for your gift. Ning Shui felt a sense of relief as He Liang took it. But when he did not say anything further, she felt an inexplicable disappointment. Then I shall take my leave. She waved at He Liang, departing with an alluring fragrance. He Liang stored the pouch, and only then did Kwang San dare to approach. Young master, Kwang Lu called. He mentioned your gift is ready. He will come to deliver it after you return. Lin Wuti was evidently excited. Having called to inform Kwang San about the matter, He Liang's eyes twitched, and he sighed, somewhat helpless. In his condition, can he even move? Let him rest well in the guest room. I will visit him after I return. By the time He Liang returned to the He household, it was nearly midnight. He entered the room where Lin Wuti was recuperating. The air was filled with a unique medicinal scent, and He Liang even detected hints of vinegar and spice scanning the room. He noticed a dozen or so unlabeled bottles and jars scattered across the table. Lin Wuti was not asleep at all. He lay on the bed, wrapped in layers of bandages, resembling a mummy. Upon seeing He Liang, he emitted muffled sounds. He propped up his pillow, just enough to see the television. It was still airing a fantasy drama, with the protagonist wielding a sword, effortlessly defeating foes. He Liang casually picked up the remote and lowered the volume. He had originally planned to find Lin Wuti the next day, but the noise from the television compelled him to enter. He thought that if Lin Wuti was indeed asleep, he would help turn off the lights and the TV. Why aren't you sleeping at this hour? Is your health not a priority? He Liang frowned. Lin Wuti mumbled indistinctly, it's not my fault after a considerable while. He Liang finally deciphered his meaning. From beneath his pillow, Lin Wuti produced a small wooden sword, about the size of half a palm. Is this the gift you wanted to give me? He Liang's pupils constricted in shock. His gaze fixed on Lin Wuti, he inquired in a low voice. The wood's grain was unmistakable, thunderwood. Lin Wuti had sought Kwang Yi for this piece of wood. Lin Wuti managed a nod, his words flowing more easily now as he chuckled. You must carry this little wooden sword with you at all times. Never let it leave your side. He remained cryptic about its purpose, but the brightness and determination in his large eyes spoke volumes. He Liang fell silent for a moment. Though he appeared calm, his heart was stirred. Such a significant sacrifice made for this gift, his voice was laden with complexity. Before he could continue, Lin Wuti exclaimed loudly, this is for you, it's worth it. He Liang remained silent for a while longer before firmly grasping the wooden sword, his expression serene. I will carry it with me. Lin Wuti then burst into laughter. Subsequently, He Liang picked up the remote and turned off the television. Rest well, don't stay up late. After a few words of advice, He Liang exited Lin Wuti's room, gently closing the door behind him. He Liang tightened his grip on the wooden sword, a thought crossing his mind as he retrieved the blue pouch. Upon opening it, he found a note inside, adorned with 4 elegant characters pinned by Ning Shui, may all be safe. He placed the wooden sword into the blue pouch, finding it fit perfectly. Satisfied, he nodded and tucked it away. Adjusting his mindset, he took a deep breath, his gaze burning with determination as he glanced towards He Hua's room. It was time for the final healing. Tonight, could I possibly break through to the refining essence realm? Chapter 149. The strange creatures. With anticipation, He Liang knocked on He Hua's room door. Come in. A robust voice responded from within. In recent days, with He Liang's assistance, He Hua had gradually regained his vitality, and his health was improving. The remaining traces of the dragon-shaped mark still affected him, but the impact had diminished significantly. Did you bring the dragon-devouring statue? He Liang closed the door and inquired with a smile. He Hua nodded and stood up, retrieving the statue from a concealed compartment. If all goes well, we should be able to completely remedy the situation tonight, He Liang stated earnestly. He Hua nodded in agreement, reflecting, if it weren't for you, my old bones might not have lasted another year or so. The long-standing He family would surely decline. He chuckled, adding, indeed, you are a blessing to our family. He Liang remained unfazed by the praise, his demeanor calm. I merely happened to possess a solution to the problem. The matter of the Tianwu decision was of great significance. Even though the elderly man was connected to him by blood, He Liang would not divulge it lightly. This was beneficial for both He Liang and He Hua. With a smile, He Hua said, after tonight, I will convene the Dark Division to meet with you. Since you have become the He family heir, it is inevitable that you will need to take control of the Dark Division in the future. His gaze sharpened as he added, moreover, the matter concerning Yin Balian must be addressed promptly. Sighing lightly, he continued, Yin Balian is a very astute woman. I believe she has already realized something. He Liang's thoughts shifted, and he suddenly asked, what about He Jian? He Hua looked at He Liang in surprise, not expecting him to pose that question. However, he quickly replied, tomorrow, I will fabricate a reason to temporarily have him leave the He family. He Liang sensed the underlying meaning. Clearly, the elder and his uncle intended to keep He Jian in the dark for the remainder of his days. He chose to remain silent, for this was not a matter he should discuss. He Hua regarded He Liang and shook his head, saying, his character can indeed be quite unpleasant. If he provokes you, I hope you can bear with it. He Liang's expression remained composed as he responded, it depends on the situation. He had his own judgments on certain matters and would not be lenient simply because of He Jian's unfortunate circumstances. He Hua smiled, gaining a deeper understanding of his grandson, and chose not to elaborate further. Subsequently, the two began the process of removing the dragon-shaped mark methodically. He Hua lay down and closed his eyes. He Liang held the final dragon-devouring statue, positioning it near He Hua's back. Tianwu decision, activate. The statue showed no interest in the vital energy. However, once He Liang stimulated his blood energy and emitted a wave of that unique energy, the statue reacted swiftly, lacking strong intelligence. It mistakenly believed that removing the dragon-shaped mark would allow it to consume the special energy. But it was gravely mistaken. This was a bait laid by He Liang. As soon as it completely absorbed the dragon-shaped mark and opened the passage, he would counteract immediately. Opening the door is easy, but closing it is challenging. He drew out the special energy within the dragon-devouring statue, demonstrating a stronger suction to prevent the statue from closing the door. The 99th drop of essence blood was particularly difficult to condense, much more so than the previous 98. Under the influence of the special energy, it took a full half-minute to finally coalesce. He Liang felt a surge of warmth, a profound sense of vitality flooding his heart. Without needing to sense it closely, he understood that his strength had ascended and many aspects had transformed. His senses became increasingly acute. Though the difficulty of condensing the 99th drop was unexpected, it was still not the limit. He did not relax. The passage of the dragon-devouring statue had yet to close. Having just condensed the 99th drop of essence blood, he swiftly resumed absorbing the special energy. Streams of unique energy continuously flowed into each drop of essence blood. There was no obvious, immediate sense of power increase, yet He Liang felt a profound sense of fulfillment. It was indescribable. However, mere seconds later, the dragon-devouring statue erupted. Just like its previous brothers, it unleashed a wave of special energy, and the terrifying repulsion forced He Liang to let go. He Liang felt a twinge of regret. He still couldn't break through to the refinement stage through the dragon-devouring statue, but it was no matter. He could sense that he was just a hair's breadth away from that breakthrough. He Hua, eyes still closed and accustomed to the process, inquired, is it done? He Liang smiled and nodded, replying, it is complete. You may open your eyes and rise. He Hua opened his eyes and, even he, rushed to the mirror. Seeing no traces of marks on his back, he couldn't help but beam with joy. It's truly resolved. He gazed intently at He Liang, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. This is only natural. He Liang replied with a smile, his handsome features betraying no hint of arrogance. At the same time, in Yin Bailian's room, despite it being the dead of night, she sat at her vanity, meticulously applying makeup. After setting down her eyebrow pencil, she seemed to sense something and broke into a subtle smile. On her left wrist, a long, dark strand of hair was tied. She gently removed it, wrapping it around her fingers before placing it on the table. That long, dark hair suddenly sprouted countless appendages. These appendages were minuscule, requiring a magnifying glass to discern. Yet, if one were to see them clearly, they would be horrified, feeling their scalp prickle. This single strand of hair was, in fact, a living organism. Yin Bailian tapped her fingers on the table, humming a cheerful tune, gazing at her exquisite reflection. The smile at the corner of her mouth deepened. Beside her lay an ancient, worn leather book. The book contained incomprehensible ancient texts and several illustrations. The first illustration depicted a person bursting forth from their body, teeming with countless parasitic insects, a scene both bloody and bizarre. The second illustration showed a long, dark strand of hair merging with those insects to form a grotesque creature. The third depicted this creature sniffing 4 strange statues before heading towards a blood-red ancient tree. The Miaogu scriptures, stolen from the clan, contained elements she never imagined truly existed, and they were about to fall into her hands. Yin Bailian chuckled softly. She could feel the strange black hair stirring. The seeds sown back, then were now bearing fruit. By marking the dragon-shaped mark on the goo master, she sought to draw out the goo. When the 4 statues appeared, it would react. The black hair on the table twisted and moved unnaturally, resembling maggots. Everything was coming to a close. My dear father, my beloved nephew. Chapter 150, Yin Bailian's scheme. The Miaogu scriptures are the sacred text of the Miao village. From a young age, Yin Bailian had been designated as a candidate for the village's priestess. With this title, she had the privilege to peruse the sacred texts, allowing her to remember portions of their contents. In fact, she had even painstakingly crafted a copy by hand, which was the very book beside her now. The emergence of that wretched woman, who became her rival for the priestess position and garnered the admiration of 2 elders, had placed her own standing in jeopardy. Thus, She took several loyal followers and left the village to retrieve the blood tree from the Miaogu scriptures, intending to return and reclaim her position. Naturally, she intended to seize everything belonging to the He family as well. Yin Balian rested her delicate, fair hands on her chin, appearing far younger than her nearing 40 years. She chuckled lightly, her fingers caressing Baiji's cheek. It's almost time. Behind her, a shadow gradually emerged. Miss, how shall we deal with Kuang Yi and He Hua? Came a voice, aged yet formidable, its presence almost rivaling He Hua's. Having been a candidate for the priestess for many years, Yin Balian had her own loyal followers. The figure behind her was the expert in harmony that He Hua feared. This master clearly knew much and spoke in a deep tone. If we were to covet the blood tree, we would undoubtedly face obstruction from He Hua, who might even destroy it outright. Yin Balian narrowed her beautiful eyes. Yet her expression remained undisturbed. These past few days have indeed been delightful. She uttered a cryptic remark, then smiled coldly. Isn't Elder Song accompanied by that wretched woman to the Futian district? You should lure him to Elder Song. A shadow behind her trembled, seemingly recalling a dreadful presence. There are 4 elders in the Miao village, all of whom are above the He Qi level. Elder Song. Even this master of He Qi spoke with a quiver. Yin Balian revealed a pure smile and softly remarked, what do you think would happen if my esteemed father were to encounter Elder Song? The shadow fell silent. The answer was unmistakable. He would die, but he might not be easily lured away. He Hua is no fool, having maintained control over the He family for so many years, especially in this sensitive period. He would not easily leave the He family. Yin Balian gently shook her head, applying red lipstick to her lips. He will. My esteemed father is admirable in every way, but he places too much emphasis on familial ties. She retrieved a jade hairpin from her vanity drawer and casually tossed it towards the shadow. With this, He Hua would surely come. The figure in the shadow's pupils constricted sharply, recognizing what it was. He Qingfeng's possession? When He Qifeng lost his spouse, this jade hairpin became his most treasured item. Even he could recognize it. But how could the young lady possess it? He had heard that He Qingfeng's disappearance was related to the young lady. Could it be true? Having followed her for so many years, he was still unaware of the truth behind that incident. Despite his multitude of doubts, he refrained from asking. If I possess this item, I am confident I can lure He Hua away. He replied in a hushed tone. If all goes as planned, He Hua will meet his demise at the hands of Elder Song. Yin Balian chuckled, her tone gentle. I still need some preparations. Let's set the time for 3 days from now. As for Kuang Yi, I know he won't be at the He family these days. By the time he returns, it will be too late. Once He Hua is dead, he is not the type to serve the He family, so it will not affect us. Clearly, Yin Balian had meticulously devised every detail. The shadow hesitated and inquired again. Miss, what about He Liang, the young master? As for my nephew, I shall personally escort him on his journey. As for Jianair, having raised him for so many years, he ought to repay me, shouldn't he? Yin Balian's profile, illuminated by the light, appeared somewhat fearsome, half angel, half devil. Her smile suddenly diminished slightly. Miao Shursan, you are asking too many questions today. Miao Shursan's expression stiffened, and he dared not inquire further. Despite being a master of He Qi, he felt no freedom to indulge before the young lady. Should she become a saintess, she could even command the 4 elders above He Qi. Moreover, she was no weakling herself. Thus, time was set. 3 days hence, with Kuang Yi absent from the He family, He Hua would be slain by Elder Song. Yin Balian herself would personally escort that impudent nephew, utilizing that peculiar creature to seek the blood tree. The He family's assets, the blood tree of the He family, would all belong to Yin Balian. This was the conclusion she had penned for the He family. The next day, at the back mountain lawn, He Hua arrived quietly. He gazed at the middle-aged man across from him and smiled. Kuang Yi, he spoke, revealing the identity of the middle-aged man. Kuang Yi's expression shifted slightly, as if sensing something, and he squinted. Your body has recovered? He Hua nodded in affirmation. Kuang Yi's demeanor turned grave. In that case, I need not remain at the He family any longer. I have repaid your kindness from years past. He Hua narrowed his eyes, brushing aside that topic, and suddenly said, I wish to request something from you. What is it? The soul blood technique. Kuang Yi's expression tightened as he regarded He Hua intently. Then, realizing something, he replied coolly, You wish to control the Dark Department's soul blood to pave the way for your designated heir? He Hua remained noncommittal. Kuang Yi frowned. You do not seem like such a person. But before He Hua could respond, he casually tossed an old book towards him and continued, Your affairs are none of my concern. However, there is one person whose soul blood you cannot retain. Even if you identify them as the He family shadow, you cannot. He Hua was naturally aware of whom Kuang Yi referenced, and he smiled. My intention in acquiring this technique may not align with your assumptions. With that, he departed. Neither of them were ones to linger unnecessarily. He returned to the He family. Now, he walked with a steadiness, his complexion rosy, and his breath smooth. In no more than 3 days, I shall fully restore myself, He thought with certainty. The He family's resources are formidable. Once the dragon seal no longer troubles me, I will quickly recover. Simultaneously, it seemed that when He Liang treated him, some special substances had been left in minimal quantities, allowing his recovery to accelerate. Before long, I shall strive for that realm. Once I achieve that level, the He family will advance further. This thought flickered momentarily in Yehua's mind. He then approached Lin Wudi's room. Old master. Lin Wudi was awake, and today he seemed considerably more articulate. Yehua nodded at him and switched off the television that was playing a fantasy drama. His expression gradually grew serious. Kuang-lu, I ask you, are you willing to be entirely loyal to the He family and become the shadow of my grandson He Liang? Lin Wudi's previous smile slowly faded, and he solemnly replied, I am willing to become the boss's shadow. However, Yehua's expression remained unchanged as he calmly stated, I possess the method of controlling soul blood. Now I ask you, are you willing to offer your soul blood to He Liang? The atmosphere grew somewhat tense. Lin Wudi understood the significance of soul blood, as well as what it meant for one individual to hold dominion over it. This time, it appeared that words alone would not suffice. The old master seemed eager to witness his actions. Lin Wudi grinned, his teeth bared. His clear and resolute voice echoed within the room. Chapter 151, Shadow, Sword Immortal Lin Wudi. I am willing. Lin Wudi's articulation was exceptionally clear at that moment. His unwavering and powerful voice resonated within the confines of the room. Yet Yehua did not reveal a smile. Instead, he stated coldly, Kuang-lu, think carefully. Once you grant your soul blood to He Liang, your life and death will be in his hands. Any martial artist who has cultivated their body to the refinement stage can utilize special methods to extract a substance known as soul blood. This ancient method is rumored to be related to the peculiar techniques of the Miao village and is a means for certain factions to control their assassins. However, Yehua had never employed it, primarily because he detested using such methods to manipulate hearts, and secondly, extracting soul blood would severely diminish the potential of the individual, greatly impacting the upper limits of their martial cultivation. Yet today was somewhat exceptional. Yehua gazed steadily at Lin Wudi and spoke, My grandson is indeed formidable, exceeding my expectations. He excels in learning, calligraphy, jade gambling, dance, and even martial arts. Yehua spoke slowly, as if reminiscing, but each word carried strength and conviction. He is exceptionally talented, with an irresistible charm. However, Kuang-lu, you have only known him for 3 to 4 months. His eyes narrowed slightly, a murky depth now clear. Can you tell me why you are willing to follow him? Why are you willing to relinquish your soul blood? Why do you trust my grandson so much? Lin Wudi fell silent, taken aback. He had not anticipated that the old master would summon him to discuss such a topic. He felt somewhat awkward. Why do I trust the boss so much? That question seemed difficult to answer. Yet, his gaze began to drift. Memories flashing through his mind like pages in a book. Long ago, at the He Liang orphanage, he had a group of peers, carefree and joyous every day. If there was any concern, it might be the incessant reminders from the grandfatherly director urging him to read more. However, on the day he turned 7, he faced the greatest turning point of his life. The He Liang orphanage was nearly annihilated under the hands of a sinister master, and he was the sole survivor. At 7 years old, Lin Wudi was far more mature than his contemporaries. The memories of that day were indelibly etched in his mind, impossible to forget. The blood-stained recollections pierced his soul, the despair in Sister Xiaoling's eyes, the frozen smile on Ahei's face, the shock on the grandfatherly director's countenance, and the terror on the faces of the elder sisters who cared for him. To this day, he has not forgotten a single detail. After being taken to the He family, Lin Wudi received guidance from the instructor Guangxi, training alongside several others of similar age. That individual was a monster, a harbinger of doom. My father referred to such people as celestial misfits. Celestial misfits? Why do they say that? It's not just me. I've heard. He was the one who brought ruin to the entire orphanage, and he alone survived. Perhaps it was Lin Wudi's exceptional performance that kindled jealousy among his peers. Or perhaps it was mere childlike naivety, but many rumors, vile and exaggerated, spread over time. Eventually, conflict erupted. Kuang-lu, so what if you were a celestial misfit? Humph, you're just a coward. Otherwise, why are you the only one left alive? Don't say that. Perhaps, the entire orphanage was a celestial misfit. That day, Lin Wudi was utterly infuriated. He allowed others to speak ill of him, but He Liang orphanage was the last sanctuary in his heart, and he would not permit anyone to defame it. In a fit of rage, the 11-year-old Lin Wudi unleashed a terrifying power, injuring the seasoned Guangxi. The accusers were frightened and hurt. Yet, brute force has never been a solution to the root of the problem. From then on, the rumors grew increasingly extreme. A person who could injure an instructor and put a training partner in the hospital could not be a good person. Lin Wudi was labeled a monster, a lunatic. His peers distanced themselves, wary and exclusionary. Lin Wudi became reclusive, with no one willing to approach him. Even the adults, sensitive to his feelings, conveyed a semblance of closeness. But he could sense their underlying fear of his power. Later, he discovered the fantasy martial arts dramas on television. How he yearned to be an invincible celestial sword master, possessing formidable strength. If only that were true, the people from Hai Rong orphanage would not have faced tragedy. He wished to be an aloof celestial sword master, unbound by any constraints, able to ignore the vile gossip, living well all by himself. Thus, the persona of Sword Master Lin Wudi was born. For all these years, this belief has sustained his existence. However, upon encountering an elder of similar age, the softest part of his heart was touched. He had thought he would remain alone forever. Yet, the elder encouraged him to read like the grandfatherly director. The elder treated him to his favorite sour and spicy noodles, just as Sister Shaoling did. The elder stood up for him, fiercely confronting He Jian, a blood relative. The elder did not shun him for being a monster, for being a celestial misfit. While others called him Kuang Lu, only the elder called him Lin Wudi. Lin Wudi smiled, though the pain from his muscles made the smile somewhat grim. His teeth gritted. He forced himself to sit upright, suppressing the myriad aches coursing through his body. His gaze was resolute as he softly declared, "I do not know how to express this. However, I am willing to offer my soul's blood. I, Lin Wudi, wish to become the shadow of the elder." The usually playful Lin Wudi understood the weight and significance of those words. At that moment, he was solemn and determined. He Hua glanced at Lin Wudi, seemingly sensing that steadfastness. Suddenly, he smiled, and the atmosphere lightened considerably. He Hua turned and, without looking back, said, "Kuang Lu, remember what you said today?" Lin Wudi was taken aback. Wasn't he asking for his soul's blood? He felt dazed, bewildered, but He Hua had already departed, gently closing the door behind him. Not long after He Hua exited, he paused his steps. "Come out," he said calmly. From behind a pillar, Kuang Yi emerged. "Your recovery is better than I anticipated," he remarked, his expression devoid of any emotion. "You still harbor some concerns," He Hua observed with a hint of amusement in his eyes. Kuang Yi raised an eyebrow, pausing before asking, "Why did you decide against taking his soul's blood?" He could sense that, at times, He Hua truly wished to propose the extraction of Kuang Lu's soul's blood. He Hua chuckled, seemingly jesting. "Even if I wanted to, would you allow it?" His eyes narrowed, filled with mirth as he softly and meaningfully stated, "Moreover, I believe it is no longer necessary. This is sufficient." Kuang Yi fell silent for a moment and nodded towards He Hua before departing straight away. He Hua smiled, unfazed, turning his gaze toward a particular room. "Next, it is time to deal with you." Chapter 152, Preparations for Battle. He Liang remained in his room, eyes closed as he meticulously sensed the changes within his body. The 99 drops of essence blood represented He Liang's formidable foundation, akin to a blazing sun, filling him with vitality. He tightened his fists slightly, feeling an overwhelming power surging within him, as if he could split mountains and shatter stones. The condensation of the 99th drop of essence blood not only fortified his physique, enhancing his physical prowess, but also significantly improved his sensory perception. He Liang tilted his ear slightly and could hear the birds chirping outside the door, their sounds crystal clear. A confident smile gradually appeared on his face as he murmured, "If it were me now, I could kill that assassin at the initial stage of essence refining in 3 moves." This was not arrogance. It was merely a conservative estimate in his mind. Although the cultivation of the heavenly martial art was notoriously arduous, the benefits were undeniably apparent. He Liang nodded contentedly, reflecting on how choosing to cultivate the heavenly martial art was the right decision. Of course, without the special energy, he would not know when he might reach the next stage, which was the downside of practicing the heavenly martial art. He could only hope that the subsequent stages of essence refining would not be as challenging. A hint of worry crossed He Liang's mind as he chuckled softly. After all, the dragon-eating statue was nearly depleted, and without the dragon mark curse to summon special energy, his prospects seemed bleak. Soon, he began to ponder the differences between the body refinement stage and the essence refining stage. Firstly, the combat styles differed. Combat in the body refinement stage typically involved wielding various cold weapons or engaging in close-quarters hand-to-hand combat. At critical moments, one could burn essence blood to gain tremendous combat power, but the cost of this was the loss of the essence blood and the forfeiture of one's cultivation. He Liang shook his head. Nevertheless, he was curious. While others could burn at most 9 drops of essence blood, he could burn 99 drops. How great would the increase in combat power be? Of course, curiosity aside, he could never afford to do so. Every drop of essence blood represented a month's worth of arduous training. In the absence of special energy, burning it would be far too costly. He quelled his curiosity. The primary change in the essence refining stage lay not in the body, but in perception. Breaking through to the essence refining stage would scatter the essence blood, merging it with the body, initiating a months-long blood exchange. Once the exchange was successful, one would fully enter the initial stage of essence refining. He Liang nodded gently, recalling the information he had gathered. At the same time, a thought flickered in his mind. If the invincible could cultivate half a source of energy, even in the refining realm, could I possibly achieve the same? He felt a surge of anticipation. Source energy could manifest external strength, creating offensive techniques akin to sword energy or blade energy, rendering combat methods far more agile, which greatly intrigued him. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. He had developed quite a keen sense, and although he had not opened the door, he recognized it was He Hua who had arrived. Rising, he made his way to the entrance. Indeed, it was the old master He. Come, I shall introduce you to the Dark Division, He Hua said with a smile. All right. He Liang readily agreed, leaving with He Hua. The two swiftly departed from the He family, heading toward the back mountain. I have already informed everyone in the Dark Division to gather. However, Kuang Lu cannot come, and Kuang Yi will be unavailable these days, He Hua remarked, omitting the fact that he had sought out Lin Wudi alone. He Liang nodded lightly, his clear eyes fixed on He Hua, inquiring, how many people are in the Dark Division? 13, He Hua replied with a smile. Soon, they arrived at the back mountain, where 11 individuals were conspicuously gathered. Among them were 2 familiar faces, Kuang San, who had always assisted He Liang, and Kuang Er, the Red Rose, who had previously delivered the dragon-devouring statue to the old master. The rest were largely unfamiliar, most appearing to be nearly 30 or even older. As He Liang scanned the group, his sharp perception detected a sense of danger emanating from these 11 individuals. Are they all in the refining realm? He thought, his expression growing serious as he realized this fact. He Hua shot He Liang a knowing smile. Every member of the Dark Division is formidable. We have seen the young master. The 11 voiced in unison, their voices resonating with clarity. Numerous curious gazes were directed at He Liang, as it was anticipated that he would inherit the He family. He Hua stepped forward, his demeanor growing slightly solemn. Today, I have summoned you all for 2 primary matters. At this declaration, all eyes turned towards He Hua. First, of course, is for you to meet my grandson. He Hua stated calmly. He is the confirmed heir of the He family. Henceforth, his commands will carry the weight of my own. Understood. The crowd solemnly responded, their expressions turning grave. Each member of the Dark Division had been meticulously selected, their strength and loyalty unquestionable. He Liang remained silent behind He Hua, quietly observing each member of the Dark Division. Their bearing was extraordinary, standing tall. Upon catching He Liang's gaze, the Red Rose offered him a playful wink, to which he could only manage a wry smile and a slight nod. He Hua continued, the second matter is. He paused, a formidable aura bursting forth from him. In the coming days, I require you to protect my grandson and the second family head. Additionally, be prepared for battle at any moment. Everyone be ready. He did not specify the threat directly, yet his serious expression left no room for complacency. A sense of alarm rippled through the crowd. Since the establishment of the Dark Division, such a gathering had been unprecedented. Yes, they nodded resolutely, responding without hesitation. Very well. You may disperse, He Hua said, nodding in satisfaction. He Liang was somewhat taken aback. Had they really concluded matters after only a brief exchange? From greeting to dispersal, it had scarcely been 5 minutes. Yet, the members of the Dark Division did not linger, they swiftly departed. He Hua turned back to He Liang, smiling. This is the customary approach of the Dark Division. They need only receive and execute their orders, without any unnecessary words. I understand, He Liang nodded thoughtfully. He was acutely aware of who the impending battle was against. Next, I shall only wait for my recovery, He Hua narrowed his eyes. 3 to 4 days will suffice. After that, Kuang Yi will return from her personal matters. By that time she must die. The final words brimmed with murderous intent, enveloping the atmosphere in a chilling stillness. Chapter 153, The Eve of Battle, the Jade Hairpin's Ambush. I shall not return to the He family just yet. I have an old friend to visit, He Hua said to He Liang, indicating his intention to delay his return. I will head back, He Liang nodded in response, and they parted ways. Coincidentally, at the entrance of the He family courtyard, He Liang encountered Yin Balian, clad in an elegant green qipao that perfectly accentuated her graceful figure. Her exquisitely fair face bore no trace of wrinkles, looking far younger than her 40 years. With a light smile adorning her lightly made-up features, she looked at He Liang and said, "Little Liang, back already? Did you go out to meet friends?" He Liang squinted at Yin Balian, giving a slight nod before silently turning away. He felt no fondness for her. In fact, he was struggling to suppress the murderous intent bubbling within. Yin Balian's lips curled into a subtle smile as she watched He Liang's retreating figure, softly saying, "Make sure to eat well these days. Don't let yourself go hungry." Though her words seemed filled with warmth and concern, He Liang's expression tightened slightly. Yin Balian was certainly not an ordinary character. She was acutely aware of something, and it was impossible for her to be oblivious to the situation. Yet, she remained so composed. Could it be that she was plotting something? A sense of foreboding crept into He Liang's mind. He did not believe that possessing the system made him the chosen one. Nor did he think he could effortlessly triumph and reach the pinnacle of life. This world was not filled with fools. Nonetheless, despite his disquieting premonition, the arrangements made by He Hua were equally astonishing. The old master himself was at the pinnacle of the harmonious energy realm and was on the verge of a breakthrough. He was meticulously waiting for Kuang Yi, a high-level master of the harmonious energy realm, to return, even gathering the entire Dark Division, with several refining realm members on standby. To prevent Yin Balian from leaving unmonitored, there were dedicated individuals keeping watch. This was all due to the awareness of her extraordinary nature, which prompted such arrangements, aiming to capture her with overwhelming force. Given the unprecedented seriousness with which Yin Balian was regarded, things should, logically, proceed without issue. There should be no problems. He Liang reassured himself as he returned to his room. In the following 2 days, he found a semblance of peace. Daily, he remained in his chamber, striving to break through to the refining realm. After all, He Liang firmly believed that he was his greatest support and source of confidence. He wished to transcend to the refining realm before the impending battle. Besides training, he also checked on Lin Wudi's recovery, engaging in casual conversation. "Boss, I feel like I've almost recovered. I should be able to get out of bed tomorrow." Lin Wudi grinned, with only his eyes unwrapped, shining brightly. After several days of confinement, the restless spirit within him could no longer be contained. "Just stay put." He Liang shot him a glare, exasperated. "Didn't I say it's better to stay in bed for a week?" Yet, he was astonished by Lin Wudi's recovery speed. For Kuang San had privately informed him that Lin Wudi was healing several times faster than anticipated. After exchanging a few words, He Liang departed, urging Lin Wudi to rest properly. Over the next 2 days, the He family remained eerily tranquil. He Jian seemed occupied with matters of his own, possibly unwilling to confront He Liang and the He family, thus avoiding any confrontation. The atmosphere was unsettlingly calm. To those close to him, it felt suppressive. Tomorrow, when Kuang Yi returned, it would be time to act. He Hua had texted He Liang that tomorrow at noon would be the moment of action. The grievances of the past 20 years would finally be settled, leaving Yin Balian with no escape and ensuring she paid the price. Tomorrow, huh? He Liang felt somewhat reassured. As Yin Balian's routine had remained unchanged over the past 2 days, she had hardly stepped beyond her doorstep, showing no signs of unusual behavior. As night fell, the moon's brilliance was gradually overshadowed by the stars. Slowly, dark clouds began to drift into the sky. The atmosphere appeared dense and oppressive, suggesting that heavy rain might soon descend. Outside, the wind howled like a malevolent specter. He Hua, ensconced in his chamber, focused his mind and practiced his unique cultivation technique. His breath was remarkably steady, even more potent than during his peak. Perhaps it was the result of accumulated experience or a resurgence, bringing him tantalizingly close to the mastery level, just a mere half step away. Within a fortnight, he felt an 80% certainty of breaking through. A glimmer of determination flickered in He Hua's eyes. Taking that step would elevate the He family to the undisputed forefront of the 3 prominent clans in Shenzhen City, granting them the capability to rival the foremost families from other cities. The advantages brought by top-tier martial cultivators to a family were immense. Suddenly, He Hua's expression turned serious as the window glass emitted a piercing sound. A jade hairpin, half its length, hurtled towards him with astonishing force and penetrating power. Swiftly, He Hua tilted his head to evade the surprise attack. The hairpin embedded itself in the wall. The glass window was pierced but remained intact, showcasing the assailant's formidable strength, at least that of a master of the harmonization realm. He Hua raised an eyebrow. In the He family, who else could possess the harmonization realm skills but Yin Balian? As he caught sight of the hidden weapon, his body trembled in recognition. The prized possession of He Qing Feng. How could He Hua not recognize it? This was impossible. His expression darkened. He understood He Qingfeng's character all too well. He would never allow that hairpin to fall into anyone else's hands. What had transpired? A presence flashed outside, a blatant provocation towards He Hua. This hairpin seemed to convey a message. To find He Qingfeng, he must pursue him. Instantly, a flurry of thoughts raced through He Hua's mind. Rationally, he discerned that there were too many intricacies at play, that the timing was too coincidental, and that he should refrain from venturing out. Yet, that was He Qingfeng's most cherished item. 3 years of disappearance had turned the elder's hair white. He could not suppress his urge, even knowing there might be ulterior motives. Even recognizing this as a blatant trap, he still felt an irresistible pull. He rose and gazed outside. The presence was swiftly receding, surely that of a harmonization master. He Hua fell silent for a moment before rapidly opening his door. Even if there were issues, as long as there was news of Qingfeng, he was willing to brave the dragon's lair and tiger's den. Yet, He Hua also held a sense of confidence and judgment within himself. At his age, he could no longer act recklessly. His cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the harmonization realm, a fact known to only a select few, serving as a substantial trump card. There were few in Shenzhen City who could instill fear in him. To be cautious, he had quietly notified all members of the Dark Division to protect He Liang and Qianer. Should anything arise, he would return at the fastest possible speed. With a resolute decision in his heart, He Hua cast aside any hesitation. His form became spectral as he surged forward, swiftly closing the distance to the presence ahead. His eyes radiated murderous intent, coupled with a hint of concern. What had transpired with Qingfeng's hairpin? Chapter 154. He Liang's decision. He Hua pursued the mysterious figure, moving away from the He family. Over the past 3 years, even with the He family's capabilities, it had been challenging to ascertain He Qingfeng's whereabouts. They only knew that his disappearance was likely connected to Yin Balian, and that the last known location of He Qingfeng was possibly linked to Suzhong University. In this moment, He Hua could not afford to pass up the opportunity before him. He sent out a message, alerting the Dark Division to be on guard. Several members remained in the bar watching over He Qian, while those guarding He Liang at the He residence were equally vigilant. For instance, the formidable duo of Quan Er and Hong Mei, along with Kuang San, were all present. What sound was that? He Liang's ears perked up, and his eyes narrowed. Though it was midnight, he had yet to retire. The sound emanated from the direction of the old master. After a moment's hesitation, he rose to his feet and headed towards He Hua's room. As he traversed the corridor, he soon arrived at He Hua's door. Upon glancing at the window glass, He Liang was startled to see a small hole, clearly made by a sharp object. An assassination attempt? His pupils contracted sharply, and he quickly stepped forward, lightly knocking on the door. Knock, knock. However, no response echoed from within. His expression darkened slightly as he pushed the door open with a bit more force. It was not locked, yet no one was inside. He Liang surveyed the area, and through the marks on the glass and the wall, he deduced several things. There was no blood, and the old master had not been harmed. As a master of the harmonization realm, he was not easily ambushed. This implied a high probability that someone had lured him away. This realization sent an unsettling premonition coursing through He Liang's mind, especially at such a critical moment. Suddenly, soft footsteps approached from behind. Although the footsteps were light, they were not concealed. Even before turning around, He Liang recognized the approaching figure. He spun around abruptly. The newcomer was none other than Yin Balian. At that moment, Yin Balian donned a striking red qipao, her makeup more exquisite than any time He Liang had previously encountered her. It was as if she were celebrating an auspicious occasion or festival, intentionally dressed so. In the night, the red qipao appeared eerily out of place. Something was amiss. He Liang's heart raced as he scanned his surroundings. There was no sound, nor any sign of others. He was nearly certain that the old master's disappearance was connected to Yin Balian. He Liang, why are you out so late? Yin Balian approached He Liang with a smile. Yet, he sensed a threat emanating from her. He did not rashly allow her to come closer, instead retreating silently. Yin Balian chuckled softly, yet her movements were swifter than He Liang anticipated. In the blink of an eye, she closed the 7 or 8 meter distance, standing before He Liang. With a gentle palm, she struck towards his chest. An overwhelming force surged forth. He Liang had scarcely registered the attack before he was sent flying backward, crashing through several flower beds. She possessed cultivation? Cough, cough. He Liang stood up. Although he was unharmed, he felt pain in his chest. Yin Balian narrowed her eyes. Observing He Liang, He Liang, your cultivation is far beyond what I imagine. That strike could incapacitate even a peak body refinement master. Yet He Liang merely coughed lightly, appearing relatively unscathed. This nephew was truly intriguing. Your cultivation must be at least high-tier body refinement. He Liang spoke gravely, fixating on Yin Balian. Yet, internally, he was astonished, more so feeling the weight of the situation. He and He Qian had been informed that Yin Balian possessed no cultivation. But now, had they misjudged her? Or did she possess some special means to conceal her aura? Regardless, nearly 20 years of concealment was terrifying. This was their oversight. He needed to find a way to escape. He Liang did not wish to engage Yin Balian directly. He remained composed. Yin Balian's cultivation was at least peak body refinement. Even with his training in the Tianwu secret arts, he could not be her match under normal circumstances. He made a move to leave. Xiao Liang, am I truly that frightening? Yin Balian smiled serenely at He Liang, her demeanor exceedingly poised and elegant. In the next moment, her speed surged like lightning, even faster than before. With a single step, she arrived before He Liang, her palm striking out with even greater ferocity. Suddenly, someone appeared before Yin Balian. A faint scent wafted through the air. It was Hong Mei. Red Rose also unleashed a palm strike, clashing with Yin Balian's, yet could not help but retreat several steps. Cough. The peak body refinement Hong Mei coughed up a mouthful of blood. Earlier, He Liang had seen the enchanting Hong Mei, but now her complexion was pale and her body trembled. Her aura was utterly weakened. Hong Mei cast a grave glance at Yin Balian before turning away, softly saying, "Young master, you should leave first." She somehow managed to render the entire Dark Division powerless. My constitution is peculiar. I can barely move, yet in this state, I am no match for her. Yin Balian squinted at the Red Rose, a smile gracing her lips. I never expected that there are still those within the Dark faction who can move. However, judging by your current condition, you are not faring well either. Allow me to liberate you. She had long concealed herself within the He family, meticulously planning for this day and employing a disposable venomous insect that even she felt pity for. This insect had excellent concealment properties, and she had expended considerable effort to apply it to all members of the Dark faction, excluding Kuang Yi. He Liang's heart sank, a chill running through him. Her preparations were far more thorough than we had imagined. To flee or not to flee, he undoubtedly wished to escape. Yet upon seeing the Red Rose, if he left, he would never forgive himself. He Liang fell silent, refraining from departing, seemingly abandoning his impulse to flee. This urgency caused the Red Rose to grow anxious. Normally, she could joke, but this was not the time. She lowered her voice. Young master, hurry and leave. Distinguish between the primary and secondary. Your life is of utmost importance. Nevertheless, He Liang's expression gradually calmed. He took a deep breath and whispered, her cultivation level is merely at the peak of refining essence. I believe I can give it a try. He Liang narrowed his eyes, betraying no excessive panic, for he still had means at his disposal. Burning vital essence. This was his trump card. With the Red Rose shielding him, perhaps he could escape. But what then? Since Yin Balian had made her move, she was prepared to tear apart the facade and break the stalemate. The Red Rose would perish. The invincible in the guest room would likely meet the same fate. And even the members of the Dark faction, including Kuang San, would probably die. He Liang could not bring himself to make the decision to flee. His fists clenched slightly, blood and energy surging within him. Chapter 155. The terrifying Yin Balian in the realm of body refinement. The greatest explosive technique is the burning of vital essence. Once the vital essence is ignited, martial practitioners will attain a speed, strength, and perception far superior to normal conditions. The more vital essence burned, the greater the strength. Yet, each drop of vital essence consumed signifies months or even years of arduous cultivation wasted. Moreover, igniting vital essence is fundamentally a means to stimulate potential, imposing a tremendous burden on the physical body. Should the frequency or quantity of vital essence burned exceed certain limits, irreversible damage could occur. He Liang was on the brink of advancing and refining essence. He had never considered that he would need to burn his vital essence at such a critical moment. A miscalculation indeed. He Liang narrowed his eyes, feeling the flow of blood quicken, his entire being growing increasingly heated. The astonishing cultivation of this woman was his greatest miscalculation. Yet, this could not be blamed on He Liang. Had he not only just arrived at the He family a few days ago? Yin Balian had even concealed her true self from the elder residing in the He family, deceiving the entire intelligence network of the He clan. Not to mention a newcomer like He Liang. Yin Balian observed the two with a composed demeanor. She was not in a hurry, for news had arrived. He Hua had already caught the attention of Elder Song. Once targeted, there was no escape. She resembled a victor surveying her spoils. All that remained was to kill you, thus concluding her 2 decades of endeavors. Yin Balian smiled, her charm captivating yet sending chills down the spine. Kill me? Perhaps not. He Liang clenched his fists, his heart pounding powerfully, like a copper drum. He sensed that as long as he wished, he could ignite his vital essence at any moment to enhance his combat capabilities. How many drops to burn? The strength at the peak of refining essence cannot be underestimated. And He Liang felt uncertain. Thus, he resolved to burn 50 drops of vital essence to test his limits. However, suddenly, he felt his body weaken. Behind him, a figure wrapped in bandages, revealing only a pair of bright eyes, appeared. It was Lin Wudi. Lin Wudi lowered his hand from behind He Liang. He had learned special techniques capable of disabling a person's strength or even rendering them speechless through acupoint manipulation. Take the boss away. Lin Wudi took a few steps forward. His eyes fixed on the red rose, his voice eerily calm. He Liang's face flushed red. He wanted to speak, but his throat could not produce a sound. Lin Wudi had sealed his acupoints, making even the slightest movement of his fingers a challenge. Kuang Lu. The red rose looked toward Lin Wudi. Aware that he had been unwell these past few days, yet now he could move. However, the red rose's expression shifted slightly as she noticed Lin Wudi's trembling legs. Standing precariously, pain was evident in his eyes, clearly struggling to act. He Liang's complexion grew even darker, and he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Within him lay 99 drops of vital essence. It was not something ordinary body refinement could compare to, and he forcefully surged through the acupoints, regaining the ability to speak. Wudi, release my acupoints. He Liang's expression was grave as he spoke coldly. He could now articulate, yet it would take time to fully clear his acupoints. I have means to rival those at the high stage of refining essence. How could He Liang fail to notice Lin Wudi's weakness? He understood all too well that in this condition, Lin Wudi would need to free his headband to confront Yin Balian. But what would happen if he were to unbind it again in his current state? He Liang did not wish to contemplate this. He stared intently at Lin Wudi. Wudi, release it. Lin Wudi gently shook his head, looking at He Liang with a hint of tenderness. Boss, you should go. Then he turned to the red rose. Speaking solemnly, take the boss away. With that, his hand reached for the headband. The first headband was quietly undone. Yet, he did not stop. Lin Wudi's hand moved toward the second headband. He did not turn back, yet it seemed he was conveying to the red rose, and He Liang, she is not refining essence. Upon hearing this, both the red rose and He Liang were taken aback. Yin Balian narrowed her eyes slightly, then softly clapped her hands. Seemingly in admiration, Kuang Lu, I have long heard that you were quite exceptional. I did not expect you to see through my cultivation. Her expression bore a hint of regret. My cultivation has been sealed for 20 years. I've nearly forgotten it myself. Yin Balian's aura gradually surged, step by step, surpassing refining essence. You unexpectedly remain unaffected by my venomous insect. This indeed surprises me, but Yin Balian smiled lightly at Lin Wudi. You all shall die. At that moment, the red rose hesitated no more. For the members of the dark faction, they were well aware of what needed to be done at a critical juncture. She grasped He Liang's shoulder and hurriedly made for the exit. Let go of me. He Liang's handsome face now bore a hint of anger. He could accept the death of many, but he could not allow himself to leave alone and cling to life in such a manner. Yet the red rose paid him no heed, her expression grave as she led He Liang away. Yin Balian narrowed her eyes. She would not permit the two to leave, especially not He Liang. She still needed He Liang's corpse to validate certain conjectures. Yin Balian moved, her cultivation fully revealed, lunging towards the direction in which the red rose was fleeing. The red rose was already weak, carrying He Liang. Her speed was only slightly faster than that of an ordinary person. In Yin Balian's eyes, this was far too slow. But then, a figure approached like a parasite. It was Lin Wudi. At this moment, Lin Wudi had evidently unbound the second headband. His entire being radiated with sword energy, even shredding the bandages that enveloped him. A fearsome and fierce aura surged toward Yin Balian. Yin Balian's expression turned icy as she retreated several steps, evading the sword energy. If you wish to kill the boss, you must first pass through me. Lin Wudi's face held no smile, his demeanor calm, as if he were merely stating a fact. The second headband had been unbound. An unstoppable force began to erupt from within him. This was a power many times greater than before. Yet simultaneously, his capillaries seemed to struggle to contain it. Blood seeping from his body. Seeking death. Yin Balian's smile vanished. Her cultivation had exceeded the expectations of the He family. And Lin Wudi's emergence had caught her off guard as well. After a moment of hesitation, she made her decision. Today, she would not allow He Liang to escape. Closing her eyes, Yin Balian inhaled deeply, her words resonating with a unique rhythm. Return, soul. When she opened her eyes once more, it was as though she had transformed entirely. Her gaze was filled with a chilling coldness, devoid of any semblance of life. Yet her breath expanded again, reaching the intermediate stage of chi harmonization and continuing to ascend. As the chosen saintess of the Miao village, she possessed a considerable repertoire of secret techniques. Yin Balian stepped forward, her palms striking in relentless succession, though seemingly gentle, Each blow forced Lin Wuti to retreat step by step, imbued with astonishing power. Chapter 156. I command. Unravel. Lin Wuti's eyes gleamed as if a peerless sword had sliced through the air, an overwhelming sword aura erupting from his entire being, compelling Yin Balian to withdraw her offensive. The ground bore the marks of countless sword scars, vividly etched into the earth. Invincible, He Liang shouted in a frantic tone. His usual calm demeanor shattered. Yet, he was pulled farther away by the red rose, his voice diminishing. Boss, don't worry. Lin Wuti laughed heartily. Have you forgotten? I am the sword immortal. The sword immortal of the heavens. How could I perish? He Liang's presence continued to fade. Lin Wuti chuckled softly. Boss, I've always said I would protect you, but it was you who shielded me before. Today, let me safeguard you for once. Yin Balian's icy gaze bore into Lin Wuti, and in that moment, she sensed the terrifying potential within him, seemingly boundless. You monster, she coldly retorted. Lin Wuti smiled. Perhaps so. However, someone once told me that I am not a monster. I am Lin Wuti. Humph. Yin Balian's expression grew increasingly frigid as she beheld Lin Wuti, who had now unraveled the second headband. After tearing off the facade, she held nothing back. The intermediate stage of chi harmonization caused Lin Wuti's expression to tighten. The second headband might not hold for long. He was acutely aware of this. Taking a deep breath, he called out, Sword, come. Yin Balian's expression shifted slightly. In a certain room within the courtyard, nearly 100 wooden swords surged forth, all soaring into the air, positioning themselves before Lin Wuti, blocking the doorway. The sword tips pointed menacingly at Yin Balian, completely sealing off her escape. She could feel the sharp auras aimed at her. If others were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be astonished. Could it be that a sword immortal truly existed in this world? To pursue the boss, I must first dismantle his sword array. Lin Wuti thought calmly. The source energy controlled the swords. Yin Balian was shaken, casting a deep glance at Lin Wuti. She had not anticipated that the He family's shadow would indeed be such a monster. This was a talent she had never encountered even within the Miao village. Then, Yin Balian flicked her right hand, summoning a short sword with a green-tipped blade. She was unwilling to waste time allowing He Liang to escape, her figure darting towards Lin Wuti like a specter. If she could only slay Lin Wuti, this so-called sword array would crumble without a fight. Numerous wooden swords shot towards Yin Balian, swift as lightning. She deftly sidestepped the incoming swords, her short sword clashing against them. Lin Wuti's expression changed. The sword was poisoned. His wooden swords were decaying. That green-tipped short sword was peculiar. Lin Wuti felt his perception attached to the wooden swords being continuously weakened. Several swords that had made contact twisted and fell to the ground, their connections severed. Yet Lin Wuti did not retreat. As long as the red rose had not yet taken the boss away, he could still sense his presence, let alone Yin Balian. As nearly 100 wooden swords continued to plummet to the ground, Lin Wuti, wielding a wooden sword, furrowed his brow, his physical form approaching its limits. Crack! Yin Balian infused her source energy into the green short sword, cleaving through the last remaining wooden sword. A gust of wind swept through, parting the dense clouds above, while moonlight gently illuminated Lin Wuti's face, which could no longer conceal the pain radiating from his entire being. A headband still adorned his forehead. Lin Wuti fell silent. Had it truly come to this? Then he smiled, softly murmuring, Boss, please eat the sour and spicy noodles I love. I want to accompany you to college. Memories of his days with He Liang replayed in his mind like a film, each scene vividly unfolding before him. Yet Yin Balian, devoid of any words, advanced upon him. Lin Wuti hurled the last wooden sword towards Yin Balian, momentarily halting her movements. Source energy, command the sword. The final wooden sword. This one was evidently different from the previous ones. It managed to entangle Yin Balian for a brief moment. But Lin Wuti knew it would not hold for long. Simultaneously, his hand reached towards the third headband. He chuckled, recalling his earlier encounter with He Liang. Boss, I once told you unravel the first headband. And I can defeat the madman with 5 swords. Unravel the second. And I can slay with chi harmonization. The third. I can cleave through all martial bodies. Alas, you shall not witness my majestic form. His right hand grasped the third headband. Lin Wuti was determined to tear it apart. Even if it meant death, he would pull it free. Yet, his face flushed, veins bulging in his neck, and he could only manage to unravel a fifth of it. Within him, a unique energy roared, stimulating Lin Wuti's latent potential. Behind him, an ethereal image of a transcendent divine sword materialized. This was not merely the source energy commanding the sword. It was the embodiment of the sword. Even Yin Balian was taken aback. She seemed to have realized something. Could it be? How is this possible? Her eyes glinted with intensified murderous intent as she launched her short sword, like a tempest, towards the decaying wooden swords. He Liang must die, and so must you, monster. Lin Wudi's muscles tensed, his blood boiling to its zenith, every ounce of his energy focused on the headband. It would not unravel. The remaining 4/5 remained stubbornly intact. Though it was merely a delicate headband, a slight tug should suffice to tear it apart. Yet Lin Wudi's right hand trembled, as if pulling at the tight binding of Sun Wukong's golden circlet, utterly unyielding. Lin Wudi roared, "Not enough. Unravel for me. I command, unravel." The headband loosened another 5th. The transcendent divine sword behind him quivered, solidifying further. Yet it was still not enough. Success remained elusive. The agony coursing through his body twisted Lin Wudi's expression into one of sheer torment. Capillaries burst, and within mere seconds, he was drenched in blood. Yet, Lin Wudi understood he must hold the line. If he fell, what would become of the boss? "I say, once more." Lin Wudi bellowed, his voice growing hoarse. His body convulsed, veins in his arm pulsating violently. The headband unraveled halfway. Vision swirled before his eyes, a theme shrouded in darkness. They were all dead. I am called a monster, a harbinger of doom. None dare approach me. They all refer to me as Mad Six. But who knows that I aspire to be a sword immortal? My desire is to be Lin Wudi, the one who can protect everyone. Yet, for all these years, only he has called me Lin Wudi. The wooden sword shattered. Yin Balian, with a terrifying aura, brandished her green short sword, lunging towards Lin Wudi's heart. I cannot fall now. If I do, what will happen to the boss? The one person who acknowledges me, what will become of him? Yin Balian's figure loomed larger in Lin Wudi's vision, yet only this thought consumed his mind. Suddenly, he felt the headband loosen. In this extreme situation, it might just unravel. Lin Wudi's expression softened, a relieved smile breaking through the bloodstains on his face. "Boss, I know you bought a lot of my favorite spicy strips, but it's not necessary. Thank you for your recognition these past days." With a sudden burst of strength, he pulled. Chapter 157. I must protect him. In Lin Wudi's mind, countless fragmented images swirled. A terrifying abyssal creature seemed to rise, threatening to consume his sanity. As the headband unraveled, blood vessels emerged in his eyes. It mirrored the fury of years past, when he had overwhelmed his contemporaries in the dark department. Then, an unexpected scene unfolded before the astonished onlookers. A figure dashed through the He family gate with lightning speed, like a cannonball, placing itself between Lin Wudi and Yin Balian. The sheer velocity astonished both combatants. Slap. And then that figure grasped Lin Wudi's hand. The boss. Lin Wudi's face contorted in rage, yet his eyes displayed disbelief. His vision swiftly regained clarity. No, this shouldn't be happening. He had previously immobilized the boss's acupoints. Even at the pinnacle of body refinement, one could not easily break free. Why? The boss shouldn't even have reached the pinnacle of body refinement. Countless questions raced through Lin Wudi's mind. But soon, his pupils constricted sharply. Yin Balian's green short sword remained unsheathed. No, upon seeing He Liang, the force behind her thrust intensified. In that moment of Lin Wudi's shock, a sword pierced through his chest. He stared blankly at that calm visage, his throat quivering for a moment. Then he lowered his gaze to the short sword that had emerged from his back, penetrating through to his chest. At that moment, blood still dripped from the sword's tip. Instantly, he shattered. A primal roar erupted from his throat, the phantom behind him solidifying with a long sword. The fury in his mind erupted like a volcano, threatening to soar into the heavens. Yin Balian, I will kill you. Today I must kill you. His right hand aimed to completely tear off that headband, whether in death or agony. All he desired was to slay Yin Balian. However, He Liang suddenly exerted his right arm with force, thwarting Lin Wudi. Simultaneously, he pivoted sharply, launching a punch towards Yin Balian. Yin Balian's pupils slightly contracted. He Liang's aura was now terrifying, mist rising, his skin flushed red, and the power behind his punch was formidable. She quickly drew her short sword and retreated. He Liang's complexion turned slightly pale. Cough. A mouthful of fresh blood could not be contained as it splattered onto Lin Wudi. Lin Wudi, I had warned you before. From now on, this headband must not be removed. He Liang's expression remained tranquil, as if the fatal wound near his heart did not exist. He looked at Lin Wudi, pressing down on his hand. Midway, he ignited 60 drops of essence blood, forcefully breaking the acupoint. Boss Lin Wudi's voice trembled slightly. He Liang turned to Yin Balian, his demeanor calm. Today, ultimately, a choice must be made. I will not flee. He Liang inhaled deeply, the heat within him becoming increasingly palpable. The essence blood continued to burn. He was at the pinnacle of body refinement. No matter how extraordinary the Tianwu decision he practiced, even with 99 drops of essence blood, He could not possibly defeat the intermediate level of chi manipulation possessed by the enigmatic Yin Balian. Yet he would not retreat. Yin Balian furrowed her brow, her gaze fixed on He Liang. His refusal to flee was indeed good news. Moreover, this dear nephew had even prevented the monster from erupting. A faint smile graced her lips. I merely wish to invite you, little Liang, for a discussion. He Liang remained silent. In an instant, the essence blood ignited. 80 drops. His skin flushed red, vapor rising, his entire being seemed ablaze. 90 drops. Stinging pain coursed through his body, as if 1,000 ants were gnawing at his heart. A normal person might collapse from burning 9 drops of essence blood, let alone 90. Yet He Liang did not falter. He understood that today there was no retreat. Yin Balian sensed something amiss. Essence blood burning? But in that fleeting moment of distraction, He Liang had ignited 98 drops. Finally 99 drops. In that instant, even Lin Wudi felt the intense heat radiating from He Liang's grasp, trembling. Boss, you must leave. I will hold her off. Lin Wudi's heart quaked. He sensed that the pain He Liang bore was perhaps no less than his own. Yet He Liang's expression remained tranquil. I am your boss. Those 5 words were sufficient. From the beginning, he had thought Lin Wudi somewhat deranged, but in the brief time that followed, he had accepted the title of boss. Outside, the Red Rose returned. Her face was filled with helplessness and urgency. How could she possibly stop He Liang, who was at the brink of collapse after igniting his essence blood? Within He Liang, all 99 drops of essence blood burned. In that moment, each drop felt like a sun, unleashing terrifying power. Simultaneously, a trace of special mysterious energy surged forth. That energy was from the dragon-devouring statue, merging with the essence blood. At that moment of burning essence blood, it was all forced out, stimulating He Liang's potential. He Liang grasped Lin Wudi's hand and suddenly sensed something. He swiftly reached for Lin Wudi's headband. So it turns out, you too possess this power within you. He Liang gently a strand of the headband. The phantom sword behind Lin Wudi instantly shattered, dispersing into faint luminescence. How is this possible? Lin Wudi was utterly astonished. For He Liang had forcibly suppressed his eruption. Moreover, a unique energy flowed from He Liang, mending Lin Wudi's body. Yet, within Lin Wudi, an unprecedented sense of weakness surged. The suppressed eruption quickly led to frailty. He Liang chuckled. Spicy noodles, you should eat them yourself. Following this, he seized Lin Wudi's shoulder and resolutely handed him to the Red Rose. Turning, he no longer looked back at the two. Red Rose, I command you in the capacity of the He family heir. Take Wudi away. The Red Rose accepted Wudi, her stunningly beautiful face drained of color. She could not abandon He Liang to leave. Do not make me repeat myself. I am his boss, thus I must protect him. I am your young master. Therefore I shall not trade your life for my own. His calm voice bore a profound determination, causing the Red Rose to tremble. Huang heir, I will not go. Lin Wudi struggled to rise, roaring like a madman. However, after being subdued, the after effects of his earlier exertion left him too weak. Merely attempting to rise, he stumbled and fell to the ground. The Red Rose remained silent, watching that retreating figure. She understood that she could not alter his thoughts, nor could she forcibly take him away. Ultimately, without uttering a word, she departed with Lin Wudi. Yin Balian smiled at He Liang, though his aura was strong. It was still insufficient. Observing He Liang suppressing Lin Wudi, she felt a sense of relief, even delaying her attack. Her short sword was poisoned, and He Liang's chest wound was grotesque and terrifying, undoubtedly affecting him. The longer the standoff continued, the more advantageous it became for her. Little Liang, Auntie has some matters to discuss with you. Yin Balian, in her vividly colored red cheongsam, approached He Liang with a sinister smile, her hand gripping the verdant short sword. Blood dripping from it. He Liang looked up at the sky, the moon obscured entirely by dark clouds. It felt oppressive and despairing. Chapter 158, A Sword, Piercing the Heart. He Liang exhaled deeply, his emotions complex. Acquiring the all-purpose work system was not a journey devoid of obstacles. The narratives in novels are mere fabrications. To hell with the destined child. He Liang muttered a curse under his breath, an unusual expletive escaping his lips. Then, his smile faded slightly as he regarded Yin Balian ahead. Though her short sword was poisoned, its effect on him seemed diminished. This was because the 99 drops of essence blood within him burned in unison, the special energy overflowing, preventing the toxin spread. Of course, this was merely a temporary measure. Yin Balian sought to buy time, and so did He Liang. From the intensity of her aura, he understood he was not Yin Balian's match. Where could a turning point lie? Even amidst dire straits, He Liang compelled himself to think calmly. His entire being felt searing hot, as if engulfed in flames, causing immense pain. Yet, his heart felt icy and heavy. If there were to be a turning point, it could only be with Kuang Yi or the old master. However, considering this, He Liang felt no joy, Not even a glimmer of hope. Not far away, Yin Balian covered her mouth and smiled. Are you still waiting for my father? Or perhaps Kuang Yi? Yin Balian walked gracefully, not in the least bit anxious. In her eyes, time was on her side. Kuang Yi could not possibly return. This time of year was particularly special for him, necessitating his departure. And her esteemed father? By now, he must have been flayed by Elder Song, right? Regrettably, I was unable to witness the anguished cries of my father. One can only imagine how melodious they might have been. Yin Balian smiled, yet her gaze remained icy, devoid of any warmth. He Liang remained silent as a single droplet of rain cascaded onto his brow. A torrential downpour was imminent. It was evident that Yin Balian had meticulously orchestrated today's events, anticipating numerous outcomes, even laying the groundwork for 2 decades to poison the dark faction. He Liang's heart gradually sank to the depths of despair. Yin Balian's words unmistakably conveyed her confidence that neither of them would return. With a beaming smile, she addressed her nephew. Oh, by the way, before you perish, allow me to inform you. My father, no, your grandfather, may very well have been slain by a master. I shall now escort you to meet him. These words sent a chill through He Liang, who lowered his head, his expression darkening as he clenched his fists. The masters, those who have transcended the realm of harmony, number but a few dozen even in Huaxia. He had heard tales of their formidable strength, far surpassing that of the harmonizers. A newly initiated master could easily vanquish a peak harmonizer with a single hand. There was no time to waste. The power within He Liang surged, the burning of his essence reaching a pinnacle. He had changed his mind. Suddenly raising his head, a glimmer of madness flickered in his eyes, a rare occurrence for him. With hope extinguished, he would make a desperate gamble. The essence within him erupted. A unique energy enveloped He Liang's entire being, seemingly impacting his refinement. However, He Liang was not a protagonist from a tale. Nor was he a destined child capable of breaking through during battle. One attempt, and it failed. Without hesitation, he seized a half-rotted wooden sword from the ground and charged at Yin Balian. The ground buckled beneath him, as if he were a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus. He Liang had little knowledge of swordplay, but this was the only weapon available to him now. Yin Balian, with a cheerful demeanor, continued to retreat and evade. With He Liang's arrival, she felt no urgency. Compared to Lin Wuyi, He Liang was her primary target. After all, she had already placed a tracking mark on Lin Wuyi, one that ordinary individuals could not easily shake off. He Liang's strength was astonishing, truly terrifying. It far exceeded that of a peak harmonizer. And even a master of refinement would be crushed under his overwhelming power and speed, unable to withstand even 10 moves. Yet, his opponent was Yin Balian, a mid-tier harmonizer. Not even a single punch could connect. Yin Balian even sheathed her sword, remaining entirely unperturbed. Yet, at that moment, the keenly perceptive He Liang sensed her gaze repeatedly lingering on the wounds on his chest. She was waiting for the poison to spread. Or perhaps, she sought to relish the anguish on his face. He Liang, at this juncture, had no time for such thoughts. He was burning himself, enduring the agony of his body threatening to collapse. Even if today heralded his demise, he was determined to leave a mark on Yin Balian. Futile. Yin Balian chuckled softly, stepping to the left. Your strength is too impulsive. Beyond its might, you lack sufficient control. She whispered softly into He Liang's ear. With a swift motion, He Liang swung his sword, but she deftly evaded once more. The sky unleashed a torrential downpour. The rain fell in a relentless patter. Yet the dark cloud showed no signs of dissipating, growing ever denser. He Liang remained silent, advancing towards Yin Balian with his sword drawn. Yin Balian's lips curled into a smile, her exquisite face betraying a hint of satisfaction. However, within her heart, a chill lingered. For this nephew appeared even more peculiar and enigmatic than Lin Wuyi, regardless of the secret techniques or the burning of essence. To wield harmonizer-level combat prowess at the refinement stage was utterly astonishing. Little Liang, have I not mentioned? Suddenly, Yin Balian's words were cut short. A crimson fabric was struck down by the rain. No, a shallow crimson mark had even been etched upon Yin Balian's face. Had He Liang just landed a blow with his sword? He was improving, gaining greater control over his strength. Moreover, his understanding of swordsmanship was advancing. How could this be possible? Yin Balian narrowed her eyes, realizing that He Liang had intentionally concealed his strength to deliver a lethal strike. Yet, he had still failed. Cough. Spurt. He Liang suddenly coughed up a mouthful of dark, tinged blood, no longer vibrant. A sense of regret flickered in his eyes. Ultimately, he had not succeeded. Had he? The aura within him began to wane. Simultaneously, an array of pain surged through him. This further weakened his combat effectiveness. The descent of this aura was akin to a sheer cliff. The burning essence could only yield a fleeting surge of combat strength. Yin Balian chuckled coldly, evidently sensing this. No matter how monstrous you may be, it must come to an end. Suddenly, she sensed something and glanced towards the courtyard's exit. Her expression one of disbelief. How could this be? Yet she quickly regained her composure, suppressing her rising emotions. She turned her gaze back to He Liang. Without uttering a word, her green sword lunged straight for He Liang's heart. Faster than before, He Liang's face contorted in agony, the scene before him becoming slightly hazy. He sought to evade that strike. Yet, it was impossible. With a swift motion, the sword pierced his heart. Rainwater mingled with blood, cascading to the ground. Outside, an ancient roar echoed. Yin Balian. Chapter 159. Self-reproach. The sound waves seemed to shatter the rain, filled with unparalleled fury, causing Yin Balian to tremble slightly. Yin Balian, how dare you harm my grandson? I shall ensure you meet a most regrettable end. From afar, the voice resonated. Even without the presence of its owner, one could envision the intensity of that rage. Yin Balian's heart surged with disbelief, her body quaking, her brows furrowed tightly. More than anything, she felt a swell of anger. How could that old fool have broken through to the realm of masters? This should not be. He ought to be cursed, his strength continually waning. Otherwise, why had he not allied with Kuang Yi to obliterate her in these past years? This situation should not have led to a breakthrough. What a farce. That old wretch. Yin Balian could not fathom it, biting her lip in frustration. Her teeth clenched. She felt as though her years of preparation had crumbled, igniting a surge of pent-up fury. Yet, she was also a resolute individual, swiftly making a decision. Even if I fail, you old fool shall not escape unscathed. With a single stroke, she thrust her sword directly through He Liang's heart. The dragon-slaying blood tree would be beyond my grasp. I shall take your grandson's life. When He Hua returned, Yin Balian understood that the dragon-slaying blood tree was no longer her destiny. 2 decades of preparation, countless resentments, seemed to coalesce into this singular strike. The terrifying force reverberating through the sword, intent on crushing He Liang's heart. However, the aura from afar surged closer at a maddening speed. Yin Balian realized that there would be no opportunity left if she did not flee immediately. Her face remained cold as she cast a distant glance at the courtyard. Then, without hesitation, she withdrew her sword, its blade drenched in crimson, yet her eyes remained unwavering. In an instant, she activated her techniques, fleeing with remarkable speed, never looking back. She was astute, choosing not to depart at the earliest moment, but to strike He Liang first. On one hand, it was a means of retribution against He Hua. On the other, she understood that her chances of escape would be far greater this way. Father, I am well aware of your nature. In this situation, you would not abandon your precious grandson to pursue me, would you? Hee. Yet, those 2 syllables were laden with resentment. Yin Balian moved with ghostly swiftness, leaping away and vanishing from the He family estate in the rain-soaked night. My 20-year plan has failed. There is no longer any reason to linger here. Mere moments later, He Hua burst through the main gate, shattering it into splinters, with chips scattering in the rain. He Hua sensed Yin Balian's aura rapidly receding. Even though he was gravely injured, with his current mastery of the Master Realm, he could easily pursue her, perhaps within a minute's time. Yet ahead, He Liang's body seemed to lose its support, tilting forward. He Hua trembled, his expression shifting dramatically. A terrifying aura enveloped him, and in an instant, he seemed to leap across several meters, directly embracing He Liang's body. Seeing the 2 gaping wounds on He Liang, the metallic scent of blood surged into his nostrils, staining his gray attire crimson. He Hua's eyes widened in fury, his rage palpable. Boom. At that moment, an overwhelming malevolence erupted from him. This was his only bloodline descendant. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms, causing blood to trickle down. He Liang caught a fleeting glimpse of a familiar figure, slightly dazed. He smiled, for he knew Yin Balian had failed. He Hua had finally returned. Moreover, it seemed that his aura had grown even stronger. The smile on He Liang's face deepened, yet his eyes gradually lost their luster. Grandfather. He felt somewhat disoriented, wanting to say something, but his throat was parched, and a metallic sweetness surged upward. Torrential rain poured from the sky, cold as ice, as if it sought to drag his body into the abyss, rendering him frigid. He Liang's consciousness slowly descended into darkness, unable to resist the urge to close his eyes, his voice diminishing to a whisper, his words ultimately unspoken. He felt an overwhelming fatigue, a desire to succumb to slumber. No. He Hua sensed He Liang's breath waning, his complexion instantly turning pale, drained of color. This was the first time He Liang had called him grandfather. That single utterance sent shivers down his spine. It should have been a moment of profound emotion. Yet, at this very moment, how could He Hua possibly feel anything but despair? He Hua disregarded the direction in which Yin Balian had departed. His eyes were bloodshot, tears streaming uncontrollably down his cheeks. Trembling all over, His breath came in rapid gasps as a torrent of emotions erupted within him, his face drenched in tears. He Hua could not contain a heart-wrenching roar. His voice was laced with self-reproach and overwhelming grief. This was his only grandson. Yet now, he lay pierced by Yin Baoyan's sword, teetering on the brink of death. He Hua refused to believe it. In the next moment, he trembled and declared, "Liang, you will not die? You cannot die. Grandfather will save you, no matter what." He poured his essence into He Liang's body as if it were without cost, as though trying to mend the two gaping wounds. But it was futile. Even though he managed to halt a portion of the ebbing breath, he could not prevent He Liang's overall vitality from weakening further. He Liang's life force dwindled. No. Grandfather will not allow you to perish. He Hua roared, his aura seemingly poised to pierce the heavens, scattering the dark clouds. Tears streamed down his face. He Hua felt rage. He cursed himself for being so foolish, for falling into a trap. How could he have been lured away? At that moment, he longed to slap himself. He hated that he had taken so long to break through to the master realm. He hated that he had returned too late. Outside the courtyard, Hong Meigwei returned alone, her hair drenched, her graceful figure a striking sight. Yet, she bit her lip, unable to utter a word. Feeling a chill envelop her, Hong Meigwei gazed at the old patriarch cradling He Liang's body, blood pooling on the ground, his complexion growing increasingly pale. After placing Lin Wuyi down, she hurried back. Hong Meigwei had no intention of fleeing. Even in death, she would accompany He Liang. She had already steeled herself for a fight to the death. But it was too late. As she glanced over, the old man's figure appeared to stoop further. The rage and self-reproach radiating from him were palpable, even to her. His heart-wrenching wail struck deep within her. The old patriarch. Hong Meigwei's delicate form trembled as she stepped toward the courtyard. The rain continued to fall from the sky. He Liang's breath weakened further, as if he were on the verge of complete obliteration. Chapter 160. Whatever you need, my He family will provide. 2 visible sword wounds gaped open, blood seeping slowly from them, mingling with the rainwater. He Hua held He Liang tightly. Even having attained the master realm, he trembled with unbearable guilt and sorrow, unable to contain his emotions. Liang, the corners of his eyes nearly split open, his figure hunched, tears streaming down his face. Hong Meigwei, halfway forward, dared not proceed. She could feel He Hua's fury and anguish, emotions that words could not soothe. Hong Meigwei had followed He Hua for many years, taken in as a child by the old man himself. She understood that although this elder was decisive and ruthless in his dealings, he was deeply protective and valued familial bonds. The disappearance of He Qingfeng had already turned much of this elder's dark hair white. Today, his only grandson was also on the brink of death at the hands of an enemy. Just the thought of it made Hong Meigwei's heart constrict. To lose a child while still having a parent alive is the cruelest fate in the world. Suddenly, He Hua trembled all over, as if he had discovered something. He abruptly stood, cradling He Liang's body, his form flashing as he entered the courtyard. Then, with a voice tinged with madness, he urgently conveyed to Hong Meigwei, "Go to the Ning family and summon Ningwu. My grandson is not dead yet." Though Ningwu was not a master of the breath technique, he had learned traditional Chinese medicine from a renowned teacher in Yinjing during his youth. With the resources of the Ning family and his personal interest, his skills had grown increasingly refined, making him quite renowned in Shenzhen. Moreover, due to his interactions with martial artists, he possessed unique insights and techniques regarding injuries caused by martial arts and cold weapons, which is why He Hua thought of his old friend, Ningwu, first. Of course, an ordinary person could not hope to summon Ningwu. He was not in medicine for profit, but purely out of interest. Bring every renowned doctor here. Whatever you need, my He family will provide. The old patriarch. Hong Meigwei trembled, a bitter and reluctant smile gracing her lips. Despite being at the pinnacle of her cultivation, she felt utterly powerless and could sense that He Liang's breath was so faint it was nearly imperceptible. He probably wouldn't last a minute. But soon, her expression shifted to one of astonishment. He Liang's breath was gradually rising. Inconceivable. It wasn't due to the old patriarch's essence. Hong Meigwei was certain of this. But why? Why aren't you hurrying? Yet, He Hua's urgent voice made her dismiss those thoughts. Now was not the time for such contemplation. She hurried into the courtyard, picked up the phone, and dialed the Ning family directly. Meanwhile, He Hua continued to pour his essence into He Liang's body, unwavering. He could sense that the primary reason for He Liang's breath returning was not his own essence. But even if his essence had only a slight effect, he would not cease. In his eyes, He Liang's 2 sword wounds were forming scabs at an astonishing rate. Within He Liang's body, it seemed some special energy was at play. Yet, this energy was imperceptible even to He Hua. A mere several dozen seconds later, He Liang's breath stabilized at a faint level, unable to rise further. He Hua felt an immense urgency in his heart, fearing that He Liang's breath would weaken once more. He didn't even dare to move He Liang's body, afraid that any jostling would extinguish this glimmer of hope. The closest hospital to the He family was nearly an hour away. Moreover, at such a late hour, it was impossible to mobilize immediately. He dared not take the risk. He could only frantically pour his essence into He Liang, calling for various renowned doctors to stabilize his injuries. At that moment, Hong Meigui had already connected with the Ning family's representative. "Hello, how may I assist you?" The voice on the other end belonged to the Ning family steward. As one of the three prominent families in Shenzhen, there was no shortage of communication, and he recognized the He family's landline number. "I am Hong Meigui, from the He family." Her voice was urgent. "My elder has an important matter to discuss with old Master Ning, and we hope he can take the call immediately. Right away, please." She was acutely aware that only by invoking the esteemed name of Master would she garner the utmost attention from her counterpart. Indeed, the steward's expression immediately shifted to one of seriousness as he solemnly declared, "I shall contact my master at once." He then proceeded towards the inner hall. Within the inner hall, Elder Ning occupied the main seat, surrounded by approximately 20 key family members engaged in a crucial impromptu meeting. Convened personally by Elder Ning at this late hour, Ning Wu adjusted his reading glasses and addressed the assembly with gravity. "Please share your thoughts and opinions." Suddenly, the steward entered from outside, drawing the attention of the attendees and halting their discussions abruptly. Faces registered slight frowns, a clear indication of their displeasure at being interrupted during such an important gathering. However, the steward, wearing a grave expression, offered a brief apology before handing a phone to Ning Wu, whispering, "Sir, it's a call from the He family. Master, he has something of great importance to discuss with you." Ning Wu's demeanor shifted to one of curiosity as he accepted the phone. On the other end, the urgent voice of Hong Mei reached him. Within mere seconds, upon hearing the name of the injured party, Ning Wu's expression transformed drastically. He sprang to his feet, narrowing his eyes at Ning Yiyan, the head of the Ning family, and commanded, "Yiyan, go to my room and fetch my set of silver needles, along with the surrounding boxes." The assembly was taken aback, and Ning Yiyan appeared particularly astonished as he queried, "Father, are you going out to treat someone?" He was well aware of what his father referred to. Glancing outside, he noted the torrential downpour, which had escalated into a veritable deluge, with substantial water accumulation on the ground. Ning Wu's expression tightened as he nodded. Ning Yiyan and several other key members promptly urged against it. "It's far too late, and the storm outside is perilous. If treatment is necessary, the person should at least come here in this weather." Their discomfort was palpable. After all, Ning Wu was the pillar of the Ning family. Who would dare to summon him out in such conditions at this hour? "Enough." Ning Wu interjected with a wave of his hand, his tone serious. "Yiyan, hurry and fetch them." He refrained from elaborating on whom he intended to treat. Yet it was evident to all how significant this matter was to him. Sensing his father's rising irritation, Ning Yiyan's countenance grew solemn, and without hesitation, he exited the hall to retrieve the items. Consequently, the ongoing meeting was abruptly halted. Ning Wu also made his way outside, instructing, "Prepare the vehicle. We are heading to the He family." In a matter of minutes, Ning Wu departed from the Ning residence, creating quite a commotion that awakened many. Ning Shui, too, was roused from her slumber and stepped out to inquire of her father. "Ning Yiyan, father, why has grandfather gone out?" Ning Yiyan did not accompany Ning Wu, but the second head of the Ning family followed, a seasoned practitioner of advanced martial arts, accompanied by several bodyguards to handle any emergencies. "I heard there are matters at the He family that require your grandfather's attention," Ning Yiyan explained vaguely, for even he did not fully comprehend the specifics. The urgency with which the elder had left suggested it was a significant issue, making it inappropriate to speculate further without permission. Ning Xuan nodded slightly, her curiosity piqued. Yet she did not dwell on it and returned to her room to rest. As Ning Wu sat in the car, he urged the driver to increase their speed. The second head of the Ning family, seated beside him, inquired with intrigue, "Father, with this set of tools, who are you going to treat? Could it be Master He?" Ning Wu shook his head slightly. "It is a young friend." The second head of the Ning family, not lacking in wit, quickly realized, "Is it He Liang?" The only young man from the He family who had caught his father's favor was indeed He Liang. He understood his father held high hopes for He Liang's future. And given the urgency of this outing, it was evident that Ning Wu placed even greater importance on He Liang than they had imagined. "Is something wrong?" he asked. "Difficult to say. We will know more once we arrive," Ning Wu replied, his expression grave, as he had gleaned enough from the call to sense the situation was dire. Approximately 20 minutes later, they arrived. Ning Wu squinted, noting that the He family's entrance was shattered, suggesting a fierce battle had taken place within. However, he was no stranger to tumultuous events, maintaining an impassive demeanor as he hastened inside. The second head of the Ning family followed closely, carrying the tools. Ning Wu was quite familiar with the He family, having visited often, and he headed straight for the hall. A pool of blood marred the floor, the quantity alarming. Ning Wu's eyes twitched. The situation was likely more severe than he had anticipated. Outside, Hong Mei, upon seeing Ning Wu's arrival, felt a flicker of color return to her pale face. She hurriedly approached, her steps somewhat unsteady due to the potency of the poison secretly administered by He Liang. "What is the current situation?" Ning Wu asked, standing tall as he faced Hong Mei. She pointed towards an inner room, speaking in a hushed yet urgent tone. "The elder is continuously infusing vital energy to sustain the young master's life. It has been 20 minutes without pause." Ning Wu appeared to grasp something profound, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Elder, he has taken that step?" Yet, despite the turmoil within him, he did not dwell on it. The urgency of the moment demanded action. He gently knocked on the door to the room. The crisp sound echoed like a drumbeat in their hearts. Soon, the hoarse voice of He Hua emerged from within. "Enter." Without hesitation, Ning Wu grasped the tools and stepped inside, denying entry to both Hong Mei and the second head of the Ning family. In such dire circumstances, it was best to limit the number of people present. Closing the door behind him, Ning Wu advanced. Inside, He Liang lay on the bed, his wounds grotesque and terrifying, while He Hua held his hand, ceaselessly channeling vital energy into him. Though he was a master, he had been severely injured prior to this moment and was now on the brink of collapse. Ning Wu wasted no time. Every second was critical. After a brief assessment, he decisively extracted a set of silver needles from his toolbox. "Elder Hua, you must leave. Cease infusing energy, or you will interfere with my work," Ning Wu commanded firmly. He Hua trembled, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Ning Wu. "Can you save him?" Ning Wu's expression hardened as he replied solemnly. "It is hard to say. However, if we cling to the last glimmer of hope, it should be achievable." "Enough, Elder Hua, please step outside." He Hua, suppressing a myriad of complex emotions, relinquished his hold and exited the room. Inside remained only Ning Wu and He Liang. Ning Wu narrowed his eyes, observing the ghastly wounds. What had transpired to inflict such injuries? Moreover, He Hua bore numerous minor lacerations as well. What calamity had befallen the He family? Such thoughts flitted through his mind. Yet his hands remained swift. Extracting a silver needle the size of a thumb, he plunged it into He Liang's chest with decisive strength, targeting a location perilously close to the heart. Within mere seconds, Ning Wu's expression shifted. The silver needle began to turn a sickly green. What kind of poison was this? So insidious that even my silver needles struggle against it? After a moment's hesitation, he retrieved a jade vial wrapped in cloth from his toolbox, containing 2 pills. Carefully, he extracted one and placed it in a mortar, swiftly grinding it into a fine powder, which he then sprinkled onto He Liang's chest. After a few moments, He Liang's breath seemed to subtly improve. Yet, Ning Wu's brow furrowed deeper. The increase in vitality was far too meager and did not meet his expectations. The situation was far worse than he had anticipated. He tirelessly employed various tools in a desperate attempt to save He Liang. Time passed slowly, each second stretching out painfully. Outside, the gathered crowd could hardly close their eyes. Numerous medical professionals and equipment had begun to arrive. However, they dared not enter, for Ning Wu had declared that no one was permitted within. Thus, it remained until noon the following day when the door creaked open. Instantly, numerous gazes turned towards it, particularly that of He Hua, who took a few steps forward, trembling with apprehension. He dreaded the prospect of receiving grim news. Ning Wu, well aware of He Hua's anxiety, promptly reassured him, "Old Hua, do not worry. There is no immediate issue." He led He Hua to a secluded spot, his expression somber. Within him lies a peculiar force that has suspended his vitality. Yet, 2 hours ago, it seemed this force was gradually depleting, losing its efficacy. However, I have employed various methods to sustain his life. He hesitated momentarily before continuing. 3 days. He should remain stable for 3 days. Beyond that, I am powerless to assist. Yet, the situation is far from optimistic. I hope you are mentally prepared. He Hua remained silent for an extended period before finally nodding gravely. Looking at Ning Wu. "Old Wu, after this matter is resolved, I shall express my heartfelt gratitude." Ning Wu gently shook his head. "Young friend He Liang is also a dear companion of mine. Even without you, I would have acted." Noticing Ning Wu's fatigue, He Hua suggested, "There are guest rooms available. Old Wu, you should rest for a while." Outside, a cacophony of astonished voices erupted as a bloodied figure staggered back from the outside. He was in excruciating pain, struggling to move, each crawl a mere inch, his body convulsing, yet his eyes burned with madness and determination. Spotting the medical equipment and the gathered crowd, his heart seized. Hong Meigwei could hardly believe her eyes. How could this man, in such a state, have crawled back? Yet, she dared not gaze directly at him. Despite his battered and poisoned body, he roared with all his might, "Hong Meigwei, where's my boss?" His eyes were resolute. "Take me there. I can save him." Chapter 162. Save my boss. Hong Meigwei had placed Lin Wudi some distance away before returning alone. She knew Lin Wudi's condition was dire, rendering him nearly immobile. Yet now, he had somehow summoned the strength to claw his way back. Hong Meigwei covered her mouth in disbelief. Did I hear incorrectly? Moreover, what had Lin Wudi just said? Could he save He Liang? The conversation between Ning Wu and He Hua abruptly ceased. He Hua's expression shifted slightly, his body trembling involuntarily. For he too had heard Lin Wudi's words. In an instant, he darted to Lin Wudi's side. Such severe injuries? Seeing the extent of Lin Wudi's wounds, He Hua furrowed his brow. He knelt down, channeling a portion of his source energy into Lin Wudi's body, both to assess his injuries and to provide treatment. Lin Wudi's physical condition was indeed critical, but thankfully, it was not life-threatening. With the infusion of He Hua's source energy, Lin Wudi felt some improvement, his breathing easing slightly. Grasping He Hua's hand tightly, his bloodshot eyes gasped as he inquired, "Old master, how is my boss?" His voice trembled, fearing the worst. He Hua's expression darkened. After a moment of silence, he replied, 3 days. He can hold on for 3 more days. At that moment, he had no desire to elaborate further. His gaze stern as it bore into Lin Wudi. "Kuang Lu, did you say you have a way to save my grandson?" Lin Wudi gritted his teeth. "Yes, I know. Someone who can save him." He Hua's heart stirred with a flicker of hope. Initially, he had felt an overwhelming weight upon him. For Ning Wu's medical expertise was considerable, and even he could only sustain life for 3 days, cautioning about preparing for the worst. Yet now, it seemed a glimmer of hope had emerged. "Who is it?" He Hua immediately pressed. Lin Wudi clenched his teeth and revealed the name of that person. In the secluded rear mountain, a place seldom visited, a number of individuals had gathered. He Hua, Ning Wu, Lin Wudi supported by Kuang Er, Hong Meigwei, and 2 shadowy figures carrying He Liang on a stretcher. He Liang was being transported with utmost care, the 2 members of the shadow organization cautious not to jostle him. They could sense the old master's gaze occasionally sweeping over them. Upon halting, they finally laid eyes on that person. Kuang Yi, the sword madman. Kuang Yi surveyed the group. Narrowing his eyes, he scanned He Hua, his expression sharpening. A master level? But he did not appear overly astonished, as if he had encountered such a formidable presence before. Merely taken aback, his gaze then drifted to He Liang's grievous wounds, slightly narrowing again. "What brings you all to my domain?" Kuang Yi maintained a calm demeanor while addressing the group. Even in the presence of Ning Wu and He Hua, he showed no sign of yielding. For he was never truly a member of the He family, merely an honorary guest. Years ago, he and his wife had been pursued by enemies and fled to Shenzhen City, where He Hua had rescued him. In gratitude, he had agreed to safeguard the He family. "You are aware of what today signifies. I do not appreciate intrusions on this day," Kuang Yi stated flatly. He Hua frowned. Fully cognizant of the day's significance, it was the anniversary of Kuang Yi's wife's death. He had saved Kuang Yi but had been helpless to save his ailing wife. Kuang Yi willingly chose to protect the He family, interring his wife there. Every year, at this time, he would visit the rear mountain to pay homage to her. This was also why Yin Balian had concluded that Kuang Yi had been preoccupied in recent days. "Kuang Yi, I have a request." He Hua's voice was heavy as he fixed his gaze upon Kuang Yi. Kuang Yi narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing He Hua. "Speak." His peripheral vision briefly glanced at He Liang on the stretcher. "Save my grandson." He Hua inhaled deeply before speaking. Kuang Yi smiled, though it lacked warmth. "Old friend, I am not a doctor. I cannot save your grandson. You should take him to a hospital or seek another expert." With that, he turned to ascend the mountain. He Hua's brow furrowed in frustration. Kuang Lu said, "You can?" Kuang Yi halted, turning back to regard He Hua and then Lin Wudi. His gaze laden with significance. He discerned that Lin Wudi's condition was grave, yet not life-threatening. "I cannot," he stated calmly. "If there is nothing else, you may leave." Lin Wudi gritted his teeth, glaring at Kuang Yi. "You lie? You can save my boss. You absolutely can." Kuang Yi dismissed Lin Wudi's insistence. "Oh, how do you know?" Lin Wudi clenched his fists tightly. "Years ago, at the High Rome orphanage, when you saved me, I was awake. I heard what you said. The rebirth technique can surely save my boss." He Hua's expression shifted, looking intently at Kuang Yi. "Save my grandson, and the He family will grant you anything you desire." His promise was sincere, yet Kuang Yi's expression remained unchanged as he looked skyward, remaining silent for a considerable time before speaking calmly. "Kuang Lu, do you know what I sacrificed to save you back then?" Before Lin Wudi could respond, Kuang Yi continued, 7 years of my life. Now, I have less than 30 years remaining. Do you not comprehend the severity of your boss's injuries? I can save him, but it may cost me 20 years of my life. He chuckled softly. I have already stated, he is your boss, not mine. I will not save him. This declaration left everyone in stunned silence. Even He Hua, who had initially opened his mouth, found it impossible to respond. 20 years of life. Such a price was exorbitant. Although he had once saved Kuang Yi, moral obligations could not be simply articulated. Kuang Yi possessed the knowledge of secret arts, yet the costs of employing such arts were prohibitively high. Return, he commanded. You should seek out others now. Perhaps there remains a glimmer of hope. With a swift turn, Kuang Yi disregarded the crowd behind him. Yet, he understood that if not for professional judgment, and if the situation had not reached such an extreme, they would not have sought him out. Nevertheless, this matter, he would not concern himself with it. However, after taking just a few steps, a sudden thud resonated behind him. Kuang Yi halted once more. Turning back, he beheld a scene that rendered him momentarily speechless. Lin Wuti was kneeling, bowing deeply before Kuang Yi. With a resounding crash, his forehead struck the ground, the force palpable. I beg you, save my boss. Whatever price you demand, I shall pay. If it requires my lifespan, my very life, I will offer it, as long as you can save my boss. Chapter 163. He Hua's decision. Kuang Yi regarded Lin Wuti, rendered speechless for an extended moment. A complex array of emotions stirred within him. He was aware that, over the years, Lin Wuti had harbored resentment towards him. Yet today, in such dire circumstances, he had chosen to kneel and bow. Even Kuang Yi found himself momentarily shaken by this display. Ultimately, he narrowed his eyes and spoke coolly. Any price you are willing to pay? Lin Wuti bit his lip, nodding emphatically with unwavering resolve, devoid of hesitation. Kuang Yi stepped forward, exuding an intimidating presence, and coldly remarked, I demand you forfeit 20 years of your life. I require your life in exchange for his. Are you willing? I am willing. Lin Wuti's response was calm, yet resolute. Kuang Yi scrutinized Lin Wuti intently, then glanced at the unconscious He Liang. He could not fathom why Lin Wuti held such deep affection for He Liang, willing to sacrifice his life for him, especially since they had only known each other for a few months. After a prolonged silence, Kuang Yi turned away. Lin Wuti, carry him on your back and follow me up the mountain. He began his ascent. The two members of the Dark Division exchanged glances, prepared to lift the stretcher and follow. However, Lin Wuti raised a hand, halting them. At this moment, Lin Wuti appeared exceptionally clear-headed and astute. He comprehended that Kuang Yi only required him to ascend. Trembling, he felt a tearing pain within his body, yet he did not furrow his brow. Rising, he hoisted He Liang onto his back and began the arduous climb. Each step was a tremendous burden, yet Lin Wuti walked with unwavering determination. Kuang Yi did not look back, seemingly in tacit agreement. The crowd fell silent. He Hua's emotions were conflicted. Deep down, he understood that Kuang Yi might indeed possess a means to save He Liang. However, the question remained, who would bear the cost? Lin Wuti or Kuang Yi? He Hua felt a tightening in his chest and stepped forward. Yet, Kuang Yi seemed to anticipate his thoughts, stating coolly, even if you have ascended to the master realm, extending your lifespan, it cannot amount to 20 years. Moreover, this is something you cannot accomplish. He Hua fell silent, ultimately refraining from further comment. The onlookers could only observe as Lin Wuti trembled, carrying He Liang step by step upward. He Hua took a deep breath and suddenly raised his hand. Seal the mountain. The two members of the Dark Division responded with solemnity. Understood. They then departed. Ning Wu cast a thoughtful glance toward the mountain. The resurrection technique? He found himself curious about this method, yet he understood it to be a closely guarded secret, unlikely to be revealed to him. Approximately 15 minutes passed. Then, half an hour. As darkness enveloped the sky, a figure finally descended from the mountain. It was Lin Wuti, bearing He Liang on his back. He Hua's expression hardened as he could no longer contain himself, rushing forward to Lin Wuti's side. How is he? Lin Wuti nodded, a smile breaking through. The boss is fine. He Hua felt a wave of relief wash over him as he gently checked He Liang's pulse. Though he lacked the medical expertise of Ning Wu, he possessed enough knowledge for a basic assessment. The pulse was steady, and He Liang's breath was significantly improved compared to its previous perilous state. Moreover, with the passage of time, He Liang's breath was steadily rising, escaping the clutches of death. He Hua also sensed that Lin Wuti's aura seemed to be strengthening, hinting at a potential breakthrough. It was astonishing. What had transpired during their ascent? He Hua furrowed his brow, gazing up the mountain. While joy filled him, a sense of guilt also loomed. He worried for Kuang Yi's condition, for Lin Wuti's appearance did not suggest he had paid a price. Thus, it was evident that the one who bore the cost was Kuang Yi. Lin Wudi noticed the elder's gaze and hesitated before speaking. He instructed that no one else should ascend for the time being. You need not worry. He assured you that he will not perish just yet. He Hua remained silent for a moment before nodding. I shall seal this mountain for the time being. He raised his head, looking toward the mountain, taking a deep breath, and his voice rang out. Kuang Yi, you saved my grandson. Should you require anything, the He family shall provide it. Yet, silence lingered on the mountain. It was uncertain whether Kuang Yi was in poor condition or simply chose not to respond. After waiting a while, He Hua sighed softly and prepared to leave. Ning Wu approached to assess He Liang's injuries, nodding repeatedly, his eyes reflecting both joy and intrigue. Young friend He Liang is recovering. He should awaken within half a month. Ning Wu's professional judgment eased He Hua's heart. Red Rose, He Qian, and the members of the Dark Division also relaxed. As the crowd began their descent, He Hua suddenly halted. Father? He Qian turned back, a look of confusion on his face. He Hua narrowed his eyes, observing He Qian, and calmly stated, Qianer, take Liang back and ensure someone watches over him. I must make a trip to the Miao village. He Qian trembled, his brow furrowing deeply. The Miao village. When He Hua learned that He Qian had been manipulated, he had naturally investigated Yin Baiyan's background. He had even privately explored the Miao village. Yet, that place was terrifying, home to multiple masters. Even with He Hua's recent ascension to the master realm, He Qian's expression shifted dramatically as he attempted to dissuade He Hua. Father, you are still injured. This is too sudden. Do not try to dissuade me. He Hua waved his hand, his expression calm, yet his eyes brimmed with a terrifying intensity. This journey is imperative. With He Liang's condition stabilizing, I can no longer suppress the fury within me. Book me a ticket. I shall personally venture to the Miao village. He Hua made a resolute decision. As for the injuries, I shall recuperate on the way. There is no need for anyone to accompany me. That Miao village is fraught with danger, a veritable den of tigers and dragons. Even he must tread carefully. Others would merely be a burden. Therefore, he planned to infiltrate quietly, to strike fiercely and catch them off guard, before swiftly departing. Chapter 164. Awakening and Return. He Hua was determined to leave, and no amount of persuasion from He Qian could dissuade him. Ultimately, He Qian had to reluctantly acquiesce. The Miao village was quite distant from Shenzhen City, taking several days for a round trip. He Hua's heart was ablaze with fury, unwilling to linger any longer. He had intelligence channels and had discovered traces of Yin Baiyan. The route was unmistakably leading to the Miao village. Father, be cautious. If you encounter any insurmountable danger, abandon the mission immediately, He Qian warned solemnly. Our family cannot do without you. He Hua nodded calmly. Do not worry. With that, he departed quietly. Ning Wu glanced at He Liang on the stretcher, then at the receding figure of He Hua. Although he was unaware of the specifics concerning Yin Baiyan, his years had bestowed upon him a keen understanding of matters. A vague suspicion began to form in his mind. If the He family could emerge unscathed this time, with the elder He and the young friend He Liang, the family would surely soar to great heights. Ning Wu understood this clearly. Moreover, it seemed that the second son of old He was not the drunken wastrel one might assume. There must have been underlying circumstances. The key was still the master. The implications of having a master were profound. Some things could not be attained merely through development. In due course, the official organizations would favor the He family, providing them with substantial support. Among the three prominent families in Shenzhen City, the rightful heir to the first family would be beyond dispute. Aside from He Hua, the others returned to the He residence. Ning Wu took He Liang's pulse once more and confirmed an improvement. I will prescribe some remedies. You must gather the ingredients and administer them to He Liang according to the dosages and schedule, Ning Wu instructed He Qian. He Qian nodded in agreement, accepting the handwritten notes from Ning Wu. It detailed 7 prescriptions, each involving numerous rare medicinal herbs, often difficult to procure and requiring substantial investment. 3 doses a day. Each dose could cost tens of thousands, nearly 1 million. Expensive herbs naturally come with their worth. Without hesitation, He Qian entrusted the task to the Dark Department to procure them immediately. The He family could still afford this expense. Subsequently, Ning Wu departed amidst He Qian's earnest gratitude. Time passed slowly. Soon, a week had elapsed. The He family had yet to return. He Qian furrowed his brow deeply, worry etched across his face. A week had gone by. He Hua still had not returned. Furthermore, 3 days prior, all forms of communication had been severed. This left him profoundly anxious. The only solace was that the sole heir of the He family, He Liang, was gradually improving. The once ghastly wounds had begun to scab, and his breath had stabilized. His complexion was regaining its color, and it was likely he would awaken in the next few days. Meanwhile, Lin Wudi was also recuperating, his recovery seemingly on par with He Liang's. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached. A member of the dark department, face alight with excitement, rushed to He Qian's side. Second master. The young master has awakened. Awakened? He Qian's heart leapt, a glint of joy flashing in his eyes. He quickly turned and headed toward the inner hall. Upon reaching the guest room, he gently pushed open the door, striving to minimize any noise. Inside, He Liang had opened his eyes, appearing somewhat dazed. He Liang furrowed his brow, feeling an overwhelming soreness throughout his body, bound tightly in bandages. In that moment, he resembled Lin Wudi from before, almost entirely wrapped in gauze save for his eyes. I survived? He Liang murmured softly to himself, a multitude of memories flooding his mind. He recalled burning 99 drops of essence blood, yet still failing to best Yin Balian at the mid-level of the harmony technique. Ultimately, it was the old master who returned and frightened Yin Balian away. Recalling all this, his expression turned cold, though he felt a sense of relief. That sword had indeed grazed his heart. What is the current situation? Yet, many questions lingered in his mind, and he yearned to know the details of what transpired afterward. At that moment, He Qian entered through the door. Second uncle, He Liang spoke, his voice lacking strength. You've finally awakened. How do you feel? He Qian inquired hastily, mindful not to raise his voice too high, lest he disturb He Liang. I feel all right, He Liang replied, frowning. What happened after I fainted? This was his most pressing concern. He Qian took a deep breath, hesitating briefly before saying, it's a long story. You've been unconscious for 8 or 9 days. He Liang's pupils constricted slightly. That long? He Qian forced a bitter smile. However, the fact that you have awakened safely is the best outcome. He took a deep breath and continued earnestly. I understand you have many concerns. I will tell you everything now. After pondering for a moment, he explained, that night, Yin Balian struck before us. Her strategy caught us off guard. A master-level practitioner intervened quietly, and she had laid a special curse over the past 20 years, unnoticed even by the dark department members. He Liang wanted to nod, but found himself powerless. He Qian continued, that night, Father broke through to the master level and returned to drive Yin Balian away. He hesitated again, but added, you were gravely injured. We had to enlist the help of the elder from the Ning family to heal you. And it was only through the desperate pleas of Kuang Lu to Kuang Yi that you were saved through secret arts. He felt it necessary to inform He Liang of certain matters, though he refrained from delving into excessive detail. He Liang's expression hardened. From those few words, he grasped a multitude of implications. The He family's influence was immense. They would not have sought aid from the elder Ning or Kuang Yi unless absolutely necessary. There was surely something amiss. Kuang Yi must have paid a price. What of Wudi? What had become of him? He Liang was astute and immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. He Qian gently nodded. You need not worry. Kuang Lu is recovering swiftly. Far better than your current condition. He Liang felt a slight relief, but then solemnly asked, Grandfather, what of the old master? He Qian's expression darkened slightly. And after a moment of silence, he replied, he has gone to the Miao village. Information has come through that Yin Balian has returned there, and he intends to confront her. Before he could finish, a series of footsteps echoed from outside. He Qian's expression sharpened as he sensed the aura, his face lighting up with joy. Father has returned. At that moment, at the entrance of the He residence, He Hua appeared pale and somewhat unsteady. Yet a smile graced his face. In his hand, he held a severed arm. The arm, pristine and delicate, belonged to a woman. Chapter 165. The aftermath. He Hua returned safely to the He family, holding the severed arm. This scene was indeed chilling. Old master. The members of the dark department were taken aback, realizing what had transpired. They hurriedly surrounded him, concern etched on their faces. Your health. Do not concern yourselves. I am well enough, He Hua replied calmly, surveying the dark department gathered around. Given the recent extraordinary circumstances, the atmosphere was tense. The members felt guilty and self-reproachful for having lost their combat effectiveness due to the curse. However, He Hua did not blame them. Instead, he inquired, how is Liang? This was his foremost concern. The members exchanged glances before responding. The young master has just awakened. Awakened? He Hua trembled with excitement, a look of joy spreading across his face as he swiftly made his way inside. Soon after, He Hua opened the door to the room and beheld He Qian and He Liang. He Liang lay on the bed, his breathing gradually stabilizing, no longer faint. This brought a sense of relief to He Hua. Upon seeing He Liang awake, tears welled up in He Hua's eyes. Lianger, it was my fault for returning too late. His voice was laden with self-reproach and guilt. He Liang shook his head gently, saying, no, what happened back then was beyond anyone's foresight. It is not your fault. He Qian, noticing He Hua's return, also exhaled in relief. He caught sight of the severed arm in He Hua's hand, his expression wavering. Dad, this is... He Hua cast the severed limb onto the floor, his countenance icy. This is Yin Balian's right hand. Yin Balian indeed returned to the Miao village, where her status seems rather peculiar. There are masters obstructing me, preventing me from eliminating her. However, I still managed to tear off a severed arm. His tone was calm. Yet the two in the room could feel the gravitas of his words. This journey had undoubtedly been arduous, as He Hua had even lost contact for a time, likely fleeing. He Qian's eyes narrowed as a thought struck him. There is no need to worry about retaliation now. He Hua discerned He Qian's unease and replied calmly. The Miao village has its own rules and is also constrained by higher authorities. They cannot act recklessly. Yin Balian is, after all, a stowaway. Only then did He Qian feel a wave of relief wash over him. Do you have any information about my elder brother? He Qian inquired, recalling something. He Hua paused for a moment before nodding gently. It can be confirmed that Qi Feng had surfaced at Sujiang University several years ago. As for the specifics, they remain elusive. He Liang listened intently. Sujiang University? A flicker of interest stirred within him. In the following days, He Liang recuperated quietly at the He family residence. He requested the family to procure a new mobile phone for him, eager to establish communication with his family. After a week of silence, He Ning and Lin Qin had attempted to call the previous night, but He Liang's phone had been shattered during his confrontation with Yin Balian, rendering him unable to answer. Today, as He Ning and Lin Qin anxiously prepared to call Ning Shui for updates, they fortunately refrained from doing so. He Liang concocted an excuse to obfuscate the truth. Mom, Dad, I will return in a few days. A fellow classmate has invited me to visit his home. He found a reason to delay his return, as he felt still unwell and did not want to cause his parents unnecessary worry. Be safe. He Ning and Lin Qin admonished him for a considerable time before ending the call. He Liang exhaled deeply, relieved to have evaded suspicion. In the desolate room, he lay in solitude, lost in thought, and assessing his physical condition. In the end, I felt a peculiar energy surge, as if my essence had been depleted, merging into my flesh and bones. 99 drops of my essence had been completely consumed. Within He Liang's body, not a trace of essence remained. Yet, he sensed he might be able to condense essence in a brief span. It was an unusual sensation that contradicted his understanding of essence combustion. From the information he had gathered, reconstituting essence after burning, it should be significantly more challenging due to the depletion of potential. Was it due to the peculiar energy? Or had Kuang Yi done something to his body? He Liang speculated aloud, pondering various possibilities. After a lengthy contemplation, he remained without answers. However, he dared not attempt to condense essence just yet, as his physical state was still exceedingly frail. The optimal time for such an endeavor would be when his energy was exuberant and stable. His recovery progressed rapidly. He Liang felt a marked reduction in pain and weakness, replaced by a tingling sensation. His fingers had regained mobility. In 3 to 5 days, he should be able to rise from bed. He felt a sense of relief. Prolonged absence would undoubtedly raise his parents' suspicions, which could lead to undesirable consequences. Once he had fully healed, he would return home. After that, he awaited the commencement of the semester at Sujiang University. He pondered, as long as his parents did not broach the topic, he would not reveal his true identity, for fear of shattering the warmth of their familial bond. Reflecting on his journey to the He family, he felt a mixture of emotions. Clarifying his origins was the most significant purpose of this trip. He had determined the He family's stance towards him, uncovered the assailant's origins, and resolved the causal chain. Aside from concerns regarding his cultivation, he felt a sense of completion. However, he had not seen Lin Wudi in these past few days. 3 days later, He Liang removed the bandages and could manage to rise from bed. During his treatment, the He family had expended no less than tens of millions. Various precious medicines had been sent without charge. He Liang learned that it was old Master Ning who had personally overseen his treatment. He was astonished, not realizing that old Master Ning possessed medical skills, and seemingly quite adept ones at that. Meanwhile, in the upper echelons of Shenzhen City's elite circles, news circulated that He Hua had broken through to the master level, and there were rumors of contact between the He family and high-ranking officials who intended to provide support. The title of Shenzhen City's foremost family would be firmly established. The Ning and Sun families did not deny these rumors, adding to their credibility. Additionally, there were whispers that He Jian had suffered an unusual accident and had been missing for several days. As a result, He Liang's status as the He family's heir had naturally risen. He Liang stepped outside, relishing the fresh air after a lengthy absence. The sun, though not overly intense, felt somewhat blinding to him at present. He decided it was time to seek out Wudi. He knew Wudi had recovered even more swiftly than he had, yet they had not crossed paths. Now, he felt compelled to find him. Chapter 166. Wudi's disappearance and recovery. He Liang was no longer a stranger to the He family. He hurried to Lin Wudi's guest room. Upon opening the door, he found it vacant. Where is he? He Liang furrowed his brow, surveying the room. Soon, his gaze fell upon a letter resting on the table, lightly pressed by a lamp. The wind blew, but it remained undisturbed. A letter? His expression darkened slightly as he stepped closer, lifted the lamp, and retrieved the envelope. The handwriting was distinctly Lin Wudi's, resembling a chicken's claw, left by Wudi. For the boss, it was evident that he lacked even the basic skills to compose a proper letter. Without uttering a word, He Liang opened the envelope. Inside was a blank sheet with sparse content. Boss, you should be able to get out of bed in a couple of days, right? I promised Kwang Yi something. So I've temporarily left. I will come back to find you in a few months. Remember to get me some sour and spicy noodles and spicy strips. Signed, Wudi. He Liang frowned, at a loss for words. Although the message was lighthearted, it stirred an unsettling feeling within him. He was not naive. He could deduce much from the available information. Kwang Yi's rescue had undoubtedly cost the He family dearly. It was evident that Lin Wudi had agreed to some demand from Kwang Yi in exchange for his intervention. What could that demand be? Would Wudi be in danger? Moreover, why had Wudi not come to see him in person? What underlying reasons were there? These thoughts weighed heavily on He Liang's mind, filled with concern for Lin Wudi. Since the day he had lost consciousness, he had not seen Wudi. After a prolonged silence in the room, He Liang finally placed the letter back in the envelope and stored it away, refusing to discard it carelessly. Simultaneously, he took out his phone and dialed Lin Wudi's number. Beep, beep, beep. The call did not connect. It seemed there was no response on the other end. Sighing softly, He Liang exited the room. Outside in the courtyard, he encountered Kwang San. Do you know where Wudi has gone? He Liang inquired, contemplating whether to ask. Kwang San appeared taken aback, shaking his head solemnly. I do not know where Kwang Lu has gone. Young master, are you looking for him for something? He Liang sighed inwardly and nodded gently. He has left. Kwang San's gaze sharpened slightly behind his sunglasses. They had been companions for several months, and his concern prompted him to ask, where did he go? He Liang spoke calmly. I heard he went to Kwang Yi's place. He won't be back for a few months. After exchanging a few words, He Liang took his leave and headed to He Hua's room. He gently knocked on the door, patiently waiting. Soon, He Hua's voice came from inside, come in. He Liang pushed the door open, discovering He Hua and He Qian deep in discussion. The two looked somewhat surprised upon seeing He Liang. Liang, your health hasn't fully recovered yet, has it? You should rest a few more days, He Hua said with a concerned expression. He Liang smiled and shook his head. No need. I've nearly recovered and can walk now. He then discussed his plans to return home, although He Hua felt a twinge of reluctance. He understood and nodded gently. The matters of the He family are nearly settled. Your second uncle will temporarily take charge, organizing everything to lay the groundwork for your future leadership. He Qian nodded with a smile towards He Liang. He Hua continued, you should focus on your university studies now. He smiled indulgently. As for the situation with your father and Yan Balian, I will have someone keep an eye on it. His expression turned slightly cold. If an opportunity to eliminate Yan Balian arises, I will act personally. He Liang's heart trembled. He looked deeply at He Hua and nodded. I understand. The thought of Yan Balian caused a painful ache in his chest. If given the chance, He Liang naturally wished to take action himself. But currently, the prospect seemed bleak. Firstly, it was difficult to find her. Secondly, he had lost all his cultivation and had yet to recover. After some more conversation, He Liang suddenly inquired, where has He Jian gone? The atmosphere in the room grew heavy at this question. Finally, it was He Qian who spoke. He is missing. He Liang's expression tightened as he looked at He Qian, who lowered his gaze and continued. He was likely taken by Yan Balian's people. We sent out search parties, but found no trace of him. The implications behind this revelation were significant. He Liang's mind raced with various speculations. He Jian was likely in grave danger. He silently observed the complex and downcast expression on He Qian's face, choosing not to pursue the topic further. I'll head back now, He Liang said after conversing for nearly half an hour. He Hua smiled and nodded. After all, you are the eldest grandson of the He family. I will send Kwang San to accompany you. If you encounter any danger, it will be good to have someone to look after you. If you need anything, you can contact us through him. He Liang nodded as he left. Upon returning to his room, he began to pack his belongings, as he would be going home the next day. Half an hour later, having finished packing, He Liang sat on his bed, his heart open to the heavens. Closing his eyes in contemplation, has all my cultivation truly vanished? His thoughts lingered. The 99 drops of essence blood took immense effort to condense. To think they could simply disappear was hard to accept. Thus, feeling slightly better, he began to experiment. His body felt empty, yet through the Tian Wu Ju, he sensed something. Within his flesh and bones, there were fragments of unique energy scattered. This special energy, seemed to have spread and refined itself after he burned his essence blood. He attempted to condense the first drop of essence blood. Following the cultivation method of Tian Wuju, He Liang began to gather essence blood with ease. It was strenuous, far from the convenience of when special energy had aided him. He Liang pushed the technique to its limits. In the next moment, strands of special energy within his bones and flesh seemed to be drawn towards a certain direction. He Liang's heart raced. In an instant, the first drop of essence blood was condensed. He was filled with joy. Indeed, there was still hope. The special energy he absorbed had not been completely digested. Most of it remained. Now, it was finally of use. However, He Liang also felt a pang of discomfort, as condensing even one drop of essence blood was quite taxing on his recovering body. At most, within a month, he could restore 99 drops of essence blood. He Liang estimated, his heart fluttering. Perhaps, I could even advance further to refine my essence. Things were not as dire as he had imagined. The next day, He Liang, accompanied by Kuang San, left the He family with his belongings. Kuang San's task was to assist He Liang. Wherever He Liang went, Kuang San would follow, whether it was to Long'an District or Sujiang University. Kuang San carried a large bag filled with medicines for He Liang's recovery and other essentials. The distance from Futian District to Long'an District was not far, making the journey quite manageable. However, He Liang had a prior stop to make, the Ning family. Kuang San drove a discreet yet luxurious car, bringing He Liang to the Ning family estate. Is old Master Ning in? He Liang asked the doorman. This visit was to express his gratitude. He had heard that after his injury, Ning Wu rushed over during the torrential rain, showing great concern for him, even treating him throughout the night. This deeply touched He Liang. Yes, the doorman nodded, clearly recognizing He Liang, and led him into the Ning family's hall. Along the way, he encountered Ning Shui. He Liang smiled and nodded at her. Ning Shui's heart skipped a beat, and she nervously returned the gesture. Words caught in her throat. She could only say, He Liang, are you here to see my grandfather? She hoped for a different answer, but felt a pang of disappointment when He Liang nodded. He Liang's handsome face broke into a smile. Yes, I came specifically to thank old Master Ning. Soon after, Ning Wu appeared, dressed in a gray robe and wearing reading glasses, exuding a distinguished air. Upon seeing He Liang, he smiled warmly. Come in and have a seat. Ning Wu looked at He Liang and then at his granddaughter. Ning Shui's cheeks flushed as she softly said, I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave. He Liang naturally smiled and nodded in agreement. Thus, only Ning Wu, He Liang, and Kuang San remained in the hall. He Liang clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, old master. Ning Wu shook his head, stroking his beard, with a smile. It's a small matter. The important thing is that you are well. Kuang San then stepped forward, retrieving a jade box from his bag and presenting it to Ning Wu. This is a token of gratitude from my family's elder. Ning Wu's expression changed upon seeing the box, surprise evident on his face as he scrutinized Kuang San. This gift was of far greater value than the military slot he had offered to He Liang. Nevertheless, he did not hesitate to accept it with a nod. The three then engaged in conversation in the hall. My little Shui will also be attending Sujiang University. I hope you can look after her, my young friend He Liang. Ning Wu said with a smile, more as a jest, knowing the Ning family's influence would extend beyond provincial boundaries. Furthermore, Ning Shui would undoubtedly have bodyguards around her. Would you like to stay for lunch? Ning Wu asked with a smile. He Liang shook his head. Thank you for the invitation, but there's no need. Ning Wu did not press further, instead assisting He Liang with a health check and discussing matters regarding artifact appraisal before allowing him to leave. As He Liang sat in the car, gazing at the passing scenery, he felt a wave of nostalgia. This journey had indeed been dreamlike for him. He looked up at the sky, lost in thought. Several hours later, he finally returned home. Lin Qin and He Ning were naturally overjoyed, breathing a sigh of relief. Xiaoliang, how was your trip? Did you gain weight or lose it? They inquired, to which He Liang smiled and spun a tale to entertain them. He dared not let the couple see the 2 wounds on his chest, fearing their excessive concern and inquiries. Knowing that you're coming back, I bought some good dishes today. Lin Qin's face radiated happiness. She continued to nag. These days, while you were traveling, we were left in a terrible situation. He Liang's heart tightened, and he quickly glanced at Lin Qin. She went on, many media outlets somehow discovered our contact information and have been crowding outside for interviews. It's been a hassle just to step outside. However, it's much better now. The number of interviewers has decreased significantly. He Liang finally felt relieved. By the way, regarding the house purchase we discussed earlier, it has been finalized, located in the Fuxian district. He Ning nodded in agreement from the side. After a warm conversation, Lin Qin soon placed steaming dishes on the table and began to feast. The atmosphere became harmonious over the delightful meal. Lin Qin and He Ning exchanged glances, both wanting to say something but hesitating. They had long decided that once He Liang finished his college entrance examination, they would tell him about the circumstances of his adoption. Yet, at this moment, their hearts trembled with trepidation. What would He Liang think? Ultimately, He Liang steeled himself, suddenly lifting his head to look at He Liang. His expression was somewhat unusual, but his eyes were filled with determination as he said, He Liang, there is something your mother and I wish to tell you. Lin Qin trembled and lowered her head. He Liang took a deep breath and said earnestly, about what happened back then. Mom, can you help me make a bowl of egg soup? He Liang interrupted with a smile, suddenly breaking He Liang's train of thought. He Liang's words faltered, and the courage he had just mustered dissipated. He Liang, actually back then. Lin Qin, filled with guilt and complexity, raised her head to speak. He Liang nodded repeatedly, smiling as he said, yes, I kind of want some egg soup now. The past doesn't seem matter anymore. I think we're doing just fine now. Although it appeared that nothing had been communicated, Lin Qin and He Liang's hearts were in turmoil as they exchanged glances. He Liang knows. They sensed something unusual in He Liang's earlier behavior, and in that instant, the couple felt tears welling up. He Liang smiled softly and said, Mom, please make me a bowl of egg soup. I still love home-cooked meals the most. With those words, the couple instantly understood. After a brief silence, Lin Qin's face broke into a smile as she stood up, saying, I'll add your favorite seaweed and beef balls. The couple, amidst their astonishment and complexity, also felt a joy and relief. This child knows everything, and has also expressed his stance. He Liang smiled as he picked up 2 shrimp with his chopsticks and placed them into Lin Qin and He Liang's bowls. Mom and Dad, thank you for raising me all these years. I will take good care of you from now on. In the kitchen, faint sounds of suppressed sobs could be heard. He Liang's eyes reddened slightly. Chapter 168, The End of Vacation and Departure to Sioux University. He Liang wore a smile, feeling that this was the best way to handle things. Some matters are best left unspoken. During his time at the He family home, he had contemplated how to address this situation. He understood his parents' personalities and knew they wouldn't keep secrets from him forever. They would eventually bring it up. Thus, He Liang chose to proactively express himself in this manner. After a while, Lin Qin emerged from the kitchen, her eyes slightly red, carrying the bowl of egg soup with trembling hands. Her feelings were a mixture of relief and complexity. Back in his room, He Liang sat on the white bed, squinting his eyes as he pondered his future plans. Martial arts. He Liang took a deep breath, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. This world is safe yet perilous. Ordinary individuals have their protections, but beings like Yin Balian clearly transcend the realm of the ordinary. She could ruthlessly target him without concern for the consequences. Through a series of experiences, He Liang had gained new insights. He tightened his hands slightly, vivid images flashing in his mind. No matter what, he must enhance his abilities. He muttered to himself, I may not particularly enjoy cultivating martial arts, but I must possess basic self-defense skills. Once, his wish was simply to improve his family's circumstances. Now, as an exemplary student with various scholarships pouring in, he could even afford a decent house in the Fuxian district, with extra funds to spare. After entering university, various opportunities for treasure appraisal or other endeavors would allow him to continuously support his family financially. His former aspirations were no longer an issue. Money, for him now, felt exaggeratedly trivial. Yet he no longer placed great importance on it. This vacation, he aimed to recuperate his body and utilize his working credits to enhance his martial arts talent. Following that, he would swiftly advance to the refining essence stage. His current talent was at the genius level, with the potential to reach the monstrous level thereafter. Having exchanged for a series of items previously, his working credits were not as abundant as anticipated, just slightly exceeding 2,500. To exchange for a monstrous talent, He Liang focused his thoughts. Suddenly, 2,000 working credits vanished in an instant, replaced by a peculiar sensation surging within him. His perception of the surrounding world felt different. Countless insights flooded his mind, as if inspiration lurked everywhere. This martial talent was not merely applicable to cultivation, it encompassed understanding various realms and weapon mastery. He Liang did not rely on special energy but instead closed his eyes, practicing alone for half an hour. Soon, he was astonished and delighted. His cultivation speed had increased more than fourfold compared to before. Is this the speed of monstrous level cultivation talent? Incredible! He was no longer a novice in martial arts. He possessed fundamental knowledge. His current rate of cultivation was nearly comparable to the top prodigies rumored in Huaxia. Focusing his thoughts, He Liang gazed at the martial arts black hole. The next step, the unparalleled monstrous talent, required 3,500 working credits. He Liang took a deep breath, silently calculating. By the end of this vacation, he would essentially have enough working credits. Monstrous talent is already so terrifying. How astonishing would unparalleled monstrous talent be? He Liang found it hard to imagine, yet he felt a slight sense of relief. Once he reached the refining essence stage, special energy might no longer aid his advancement. and he would lose that channel. At that time, possessing such an incredible cultivation talent would ensure his progress wouldn't be slow. A cold light flickered in his eyes as he softly declared, "Once I break through, if the opportunity arises, I will personally eliminate Yin Balian." He believed that the all-encompassing working system he acquired was immensely powerful. Perhaps its scope extended beyond just martial arts. After all, there were still 6 black holes yet to be unlocked. At this moment, He Liang eagerly anticipated the arrival of the next task, which would enable him to advance his position and receive a higher daily salary. Of course, he also looked forward to the subsequent 6 black holes. After that, he would prepare to attend Sujiang University. He Liang nodded gently. On one hand, he yearned for university life, and on the other, he was concerned about his biological parents. His biological father, He Qingfeng, had mysteriously vanished at Sujiang University, possibly related to a grand plan. It would be disingenuous to say he was completely indifferent. He turned off the light and, in his familiar home, managed to enjoy a good night's sleep. Thus, the vacation quietly passed. This period was relatively relaxed. Occasionally, media representatives would visit, but their numbers were no longer as overwhelming as at the beginning. The family managed to cope well. He Liang would occasionally call his grandfather and other relatives. Even so, he would still find some time to visit the Fuxian district, as it was not too far. For the rest of the time, He Liang remained at home, embodying the essence of a homebody. Each day, he diligently practiced, harnessing a unique energy to swiftly restore his cultivation. By the later stages, the recovery speed of the 99 drops of essence blood exceeded his expectations. By the time the holiday had passed 2/3, he had fully recovered. However, the special energy contained within had dwindled significantly. A few days later, He Liang entered the refining essence realm. Whether due to his extraordinary talent or the fact that he had merely lacked the final push, he naturally stepped into this realm at that moment. In the days that followed, he exchanged for a peerless talent. The terrifying speed of his cultivation left He Liang astounded. On the final days of the holiday, he astonishingly broke through once more. On August 29th, He Liang meticulously checked the various daily necessities packed in his suitcase. Once satisfied, he nodded approvingly. His parents, standing nearby, incessantly nagged him. "Xiao Yang, don't let others bully you at university. If anything happens, tell mom and dad. Call us often. We've transferred your living expenses. Make sure you eat well." The saying goes, a mother worries for her child 1,000 miles away, and since Sujiang University was in another province, they couldn't help but fret. Lin Qin suddenly remembered something and added, "Also, the restriction on dating in high school was to prevent it from affecting your studies. But in university, it's best to find a girlfriend. That bespectacled, well-behaved girl from before was quite lovely, you know. And what about Mingtong?" He Liang could only smile wryly and nod in resignation. "I'll keep an eye out. I'm only a freshman. There's no rush." After another half-hour of chatting, He Liang stepped out, embarking on a new journey towards Sujiang University to commence his college life. Chapter 169. Arrival at Su University. Is the flower already taken? Waiting downstairs was Kwang San. He was quietly waiting in his understated black Mercedes. "Young master." As soon as He Liang appeared, he approached to take over the luggage. However, he was not dressed in a suit today and didn't wear sunglasses, as that would draw too much attention, whether on the high-speed train or at school. If possible, He Liang preferred to remain low-key. After placing He Liang's luggage in the trunk, Kwang San asked, "Shall we head to the Ning family now?" He Liang nodded lightly. "Let us go now." Because, like him, Ning Shui was also a new student at Sujiang University. Moreover, Old Master Ning had expressly asked He Liang to take care of Ning Shui as they made their way to school together. Ning Shui hadn't voiced any objections, so He Liang naturally accepted without hesitation. The Ning family did indeed have a presence akin to a clandestine organization. However, the old master had mentioned that the person responsible for looking after Ning Shui was already at Sujiang University. The drive to the Ning family was smooth, and they soon arrived. The doorman promptly notified them of their arrival. Within 10 minutes, Ning Wu, Ning Shui, and Ning Yiyan emerged. Today, Ning Shui donned a white dress that accentuated her graceful legs, exuding an aura of a goddess that could be admired from afar but not approached casually. With an ethereal charm. "Good morning, uncle." "Good morning, old master." He Liang greeted them. Both smiled and nodded, their gazes toward He Liang filled with warmth. "I'll trouble you to take care of my daughter." Ning Yiyan stepped forward, patting He Liang on the back, eyeing him up and down like a prospective son-in-law. Growing increasingly satisfied with each glance, He Liang could only smile wryly and respond, "The old master has shown me great kindness. It is my duty." Ning Shui had little luggage, just one suitcase. She occasionally cast glances at He Liang, her heart fluttering with both joy and shyness. He Liang took the initiative to walk over, taking the suitcase from her and placing it in the trunk. "Let us go," he smiled. inviting Ning Shui to get in the car. Ning Wu approached with a grin. "Young friend, this is for you." He handed He Liang a box, its contents unknown. "What is this?" He Liang inquired, puzzled, looking at Ning Wu. Ning Wu chuckled. "Do you remember that jade seal from last time? I spent some time and fortuitously collected another piece." He Liang's heart skipped a beat. "The third piece. Thank you, old master." He accepted it without hesitation, as he was indeed quite interested in this item. Ning Wu laughed heartily. "There is no need for thanks. If you must thank someone, help me take good care of little Shui." His voice was loud enough for Ning Shui in the car to hear, causing her exquisite face to flush, lowering her head. Soon, the car set off. To spare Ning Shui any embarrassment, He Liang chose to sit in the back seat, engaging her in light conversation. The vehicle arrived at the high-speed train station, where dedicated staff from the He family took over the vehicle. He Liang, Ning Shui, and Kuang San boarded the train. This journey was expected to be lengthy. Departing in the morning, they were projected to arrive at Suzhou University by 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Suzhou University was bustling these days, as many new students were entering the school, moving into dormitories, and awaiting the start of the semester. Numerous upperclassmen had exited their dormitories, heading to the commercial street to scout for beautiful junior sisters or handsome junior brothers. Additionally, along the entrance road, there were volunteers specifically aiding new students with their admissions, mostly senior brothers and sisters. They would introduce various areas of the campus and assist with moving luggage. Of course, some were genuinely eager to help, while others were simply there to keep an eye on attractive newcomers. At that moment, Li Jiuyun was scanning the entrance with keen eyes. He had volunteered for a simple reason: to meet girls. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a stunning figure, leaving him entranced. She wore the unique high school uniform from Shenzhen, her porcelain skin radiant, with large, expressive eyes that sparkled with vitality, exuding a serene aura akin to a captivating manga character. She was breathtaking. Her mere presence drew the focus of everyone around. Many senior volunteers were eager to approach her, offering to carry her luggage and introduce her to the campus. Li Jiuyun felt the urge to do the same, but found himself lacking the courage. She was too beautiful, and he felt inadequate standing before her. "Who is that?" Li Jiuyun murmured. Having stood at the school gate for nearly a day, he had never encountered such an enchanting new student. A nearby senior glanced at Li Jiuyun and said, "I know who she is. Her name is Chunming Tong. She is a special recruit from the Grand Project." Li Jiuyun turned to the senior. "How do you know?" The senior replied, "Of course I know. The special recruits participated in a training camp before the semester began, and I was a part of it." He surveyed the surroundings, leaned closer to Li Jiuyun, and whispered, "Let me tell you, there were beauties like her in the training camp." Li Jiuyun's eyes widened. He had been at school for a year and had scarcely seen any girls who could rival Chunming Tong. While they were conversing, Chunming Tong had already entered the campus. A handsome male student from her cohort, standing at 185 meters tall, seemed to have anticipated her arrival, waiting eagerly. As soon as he spotted Chunming Tong, he approached her with a broad smile. This was Zhongli, a wealthy second-generation heir and also a special recruit from the Grand Project. The senior explained to Li Jiuyun. Li Jiuyun could only smile wryly and mutter, "What a world. All the beautiful girls are taken." The senior beside him chuckled lazily. "Not entirely. To my knowledge, Chunming Tong is still single. Moreover, it seems the other beauties from the training camp are as well." Before he could finish his sentence, it abruptly ceased. Outside, 2 more individuals emerged, one male and one female. Although the gentleman was clad in non-branded attire, his appearance was immaculate and tidy, complemented by his handsome features, which exuded an aura of comfort. Conversely, the young lady captivated Li Jiuyun's attention. Her enchanting eyes sparkled with intelligence, her complexion was as smooth as cream, and her flowing tresses cascaded freely down her back. Dressed in a flowing white gown, her slender legs paired with an ethereal elegance made her simply breathtaking. She resembled a celestial being. She was yet another beauty, rivaling the earlier Chunming Tong. Li Jiuyun swallowed hard. But then, he sighed in resignation, realizing that such a gem was already taken. His senior, standing nearby, expressed his surprise, stating that this young woman was also a specially recruited student of the Grand Initiative, and he had assumed she was single. It seemed, however, that she was already in a relationship. His expression turned peculiar. This was troublesome. He knew many young men were vying for Ning Shui's affection, with a few even waiting nearby. Wouldn't their hearts shatter upon learning this? Chapter 170. Recognition. Just as Chunming Tong departed, Ning Shui and He Liang arrived. Outside the school gates, a buzz filled the air as hushed discussions grew raucous due to the sheer number of voices. Numerous young men's gazes sparkled with admiration as they focused on Ning Shui. 2 extraordinary female students had appeared at once. They gazed enviously at He Liang, who appeared quite ordinary himself. His looks weren't particularly striking, nor was his attire exceptional. How could he possibly attract such an exquisite beauty? Every university established various colleges based on different majors. Positioned a short distance from the main gate were volunteer booths set up by each college. Li Jiyun was a sophomore in the College of Biological Science and Technology, while his senior, Lin Ling, was a third-year student. Unlike Li Jiyun, Lin Ling had been recruited by a mentor to serve as a volunteer. Just as Li Jiyun lamented that such a beauty was unavailable, he noticed the couple approaching him. His eyes widened in astonishment, and his heart raced. Why were they coming this way? Lin Ling shot him an exasperated glance and lazily remarked, "I told you. Ning Shui is a specially recruited student for the Grand Initiative, so of course, she would choose a biological major." However, he too was somewhat taken aback. Was the young man beside her also a student of the biological sciences? For some reason, Lin Ling felt He Liang's face was vaguely familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Ning Shui and He Liang entered the campus, yet the imposing figure of Kuang San remained outside. His fierce demeanor and imposing stature potentially intimidating the students within. Thus, he opted to find nearby accommodations, ready to await He Liang's instructions. Although Ning Shui's suitcase appeared modest, its weight was unexpectedly substantial. One could only wonder what it contained. He Liang proactively exchanged his lighter black suitcase for hers, and Ning Shui accepted with a hint of joy. "Hello, fellow student. Do you require any assistance?" Li Jiuyun inquired, rallying his spirits. "I see the label for the College of Biology here. Do new students need to register upon entry?" He Liang asked. Li Jiuyun shook his head, clarifying, "Not at all. This is a volunteer service. You should have selected your dormitory online already, right? You can head directly to your dorm to drop off your belongings and await further instructions via SMS. There will be a designated time for you to fill out some information." He Liang smiled and nodded in gratitude. Suddenly, Lin Ling stood up from his chair. His gaze fixated on He Liang as if he had stumbled upon a rare treasure. It couldn't be wrong. Lin Ling, a third-year student who ranked first in his class, had published valuable papers in numerous scientific journals and achieved a commendable position in the National College Biology competition. During the holidays, he even served as a co-mentor for newcomers in the Grand Initiative, assisting the professors with exam questions. He had heard whispers of a remarkable student who had scored the highest in the Grand Initiative without being specially recruited, a name that resonated with He Liang. Upon hearing this, he was initially surprised, but soon, as he led the specially recruited students, he learned of Wang Ao's extraordinary talent and extensive biological knowledge, which piqued his interest further. Was He Liang's score in the biology competition even higher than Wang Ao's? Especially after it was revealed that a perfect scorer existed, named He Liang. The realization struck him. They were one and the same. His attention sharpened, and Lin Ling regarded He Liang with newfound intensity. His previously languid demeanor vanished. "Brother, are you He Liang?" he inquired. Ning Shui chuckled softly beside them, aware that someone had recognized He Liang's identity. "Yes, I am indeed He Liang," He Liang responded, slightly taken aback. Meanwhile, Li Jiuyun regained his composure, his face a mask of shock. "Ah, you are the perfect scorer, He Liang." His voice was loud enough to draw numerous gazes. The astonished murmurs quickly spread, and all eyes turned toward He Liang. Ning Shui, a stunning beauty, drew considerable attention, yet a perfect academic prodigy was even more captivating. "Is that really He Liang? I heard Tsinghua and Peking University offered him an exorbitant sum, which he turned down. It seems our university made an even greater offer." The discussions grew fervent. The entrance to the campus was already bustling, and now the commotion intensified, even attracting the attention of several faculty members who engaged in hushed conversations. Many new students felt a tightening in their chests, realizing they were in the presence of a remarkable peer who had achieved a perfect score on the college entrance exam. They felt a mix of admiration and discomfort, realizing that their own spotlight had been eclipsed before they even began. Li Jiuyun quickly covered his mouth, embarrassed, and shot a sheepish glance at He Liang, murmuring an apology. He Liang shook his head calmly. "It's all right." Ning Shui spoke softly. "He Liang, I previously underwent special training at Suzhou University for a time and am quite familiar with the area. If you don't mind, I can show you to your dorm and give you a tour of the campus." With that, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she lowered her gaze. He Liang paused, recalling that Ning Shui had indeed spent some time there. He, too, had visited, albeit in search of He Hua, who was unfortunately unavailable. But he had encountered the Red Rose instead. Regaining his composure, he smiled and replied, "That would be wonderful." Li Jiuyun felt a pang of envy. It seemed that the two had not yet become a couple, but it was evident that Ning Shui harbored some feelings for He Liang. Why did it feel more painful than being fed dog food? Li Jiuyun knew he had no chance with a goddess like Ning Shui. "He Liang, may I add you on WeChat?" Lin Ling stepped forward, his eyes shining brightly. His interest in biological matters far outweighed any fascination with beauty. He sought to befriend He Liang. Of course, He Liang replied with a smile, not declining. He took out his phone to scan Lin Ling's QR code. Li Jiuyun followed suit. Such an opportunity to connect with a perfect scorer was rare indeed. Soon, Ning Shui and He Liang prepared to depart, but suddenly, a harsh male voice interrupted. Shui, would you like me to escort you to your dorm? Chapter 171. Fong Tang. Upon hearing the voice, they turned around. A few meters away stood a young man dressed in luxurious attire, strikingly handsome, adorned in designer brands like Nike and Adidas, names that He Liang could easily recognize. Moreover, he held a resplendent golden watch in his hand, seemingly from a renowned foreign luxury brand, worth no less than 50,000. The young man was gazing at Ning Shui with a smile. Hui Tian was an archetypal rich second generation, his family having thrived in real estate over the past decade, amassing a fortune exceeding 100 million. Additionally, Hui Tian had also participated in a biology competition and was specially recruited into Tsu University through an illustrious program. Upon encountering Ning Shui during the training camp, he was instantly captivated, silently vowing to make her his girlfriend. He had been loitering at the school gate for 2 or 3 hours, eagerly awaiting her arrival. However, to his dismay, he discovered that there was another boy of similar age beside Ning Shui, and this chap was actually carrying her suitcase. Jealousy ignited within him, feeling as though his goddess was sullied. How dare this fellow, dressed in cheap attire, encroach upon his divine being? He couldn't help but cast a sidelong glance at He Liang, harboring a hint of animosity. Xia Shui, who is he? Hui Tian inquired, gesturing towards He Liang. He could hardly believe that Ning Shui had a boyfriend. The very notion was unacceptable to him. I am her friend, He Liang replied calmly, aware of Hui Tian's hostility. He certainly had a fondness for Ning Shui, albeit more as an appreciation of beauty than anything deeper, at least for now. Thus, he refrained from engaging in any rivalry. Upon hearing this, Hui Tian's gaze towards He Liang shifted slightly. Although some animosity lingered, it was evidently diminishing. This fellow has some sense. I drove over, Xiao Shui. Would you like me to help you with your luggage? I recall your dormitory is quite far. Shall I drive you there? Hui Tian offered amiably to Ning Shui. Not far away, a luxury car worth nearly 2 million stood parked, drawing the attention of passers-by, who gasped in awe. Truly, the rich second generation had arrived. Just upon entering university, he was already driving a 2 million yuan luxury vehicle. Such extravagance! Many gazes turned towards Ning Shui, tinged with envy. If only one could align themselves with such wealth. Several girls felt their hearts race, secretly wishing to gain his favor. Hui Tian was not only handsome but also affluent. How could they not be intrigued? Yet alas, they were acutely aware of the disparity between themselves and Ning Shui. Ning Shui slightly furrowed her brows and politely declined. Thank you for your kindness, but that won't be necessary. I can manage on my own. Hui Tian's expression shifted, caught off guard momentarily. However, he quickly nodded, realizing he must not rush things. All right, Xiao Shui, if you need any assistance, feel free to contact me on WeChat. My family has some influence in this area. I can help with minor matters. He seemed to be making a point, ostensibly directed at He Liang, yet also at Ning Shui. However, neither showed any visible reaction. Ning Shui nodded politely, expressing her gratitude before departing with He Liang. Lin Ling sighed softly, shaking his head. Li Jiuyun, somewhat perplexed, looked at Lin Ling and asked, Senior, why are you shaking your head and sighing? Lin Ling raised 2 fingers and calmly replied, I lament 2 things. First, a brilliant biological prodigy, a perfect scholar, is foolishly pursuing romance? Is that not a waste of time and energy? I find this deeply regrettable and distressing. Stop. Li Jiuyun, exasperated, waved his hands to interrupt Lin Ling. Not to be rude, but isn't it normal for university students to date? Not everyone is a research fanatic like you. He then rubbed his forehead and inquired, and what about the second issue? Lin Ling shook his head and continued, as for their situation, I harbor doubts. I know several affluent students pursuing Ning Shui. What you just witnessed was merely one among many. There is another new student, even wealthier, and a martial artist, also vying for her attention. As for He Liang, despite his impressive academic reputation, I trust you've seen the reports regarding his family background online? Li Jiuyun remained silent for a moment before nodding and sighing. His family circumstances are indeed lacking. Lin Ling affirmed, this world is quite real. While true love may exist, wealth can compel many young women to bow before it. He sighed gently, his expression imbued with a sense of weariness, as if he had seen too much. Li Jiuyun cast a sidelong glance at Lin Ling, thinking his senior was rather pretentious. Nevertheless, he could not refute the truth in his words. He Liang and Ning Shui made their way into the university, each carrying their respective suitcases, resembling a couple to some extent. The atmosphere felt somewhat awkward. He Liang chuckled and playfully remarked, You seem to have quite a few admirers. They are merely acquaintances, Ning Shui replied, shaking her head. Hearing He Liang's comment made her feel slightly uncomfortable. After contemplating, she added, "We are not very familiar. We merely crossed paths during the training camp." The two set down their luggage, and the time was nearing 6 o'clock. "Shall we grab a meal together?" He Liang asked politely with a smile. Surprisingly, Ning Shui nodded in agreement. However, just then, another voice rang out. "Xia Shui." He Liang paused, wondering if it was yet another pursuer of Ning Shui. Turning to look, approaching them was a tall, imposing young man, around 6 feet tall, with a fierce countenance. He had a robust build and a buzz cut, exuding an intimidating aura. At that moment, he was looking down at He Liang with a hostile expression. Any ordinary student would likely feel intimidated at such a moment. However, He Liang merely frowned slightly, showing no other reaction. He sensed that the other party was a martial arts practitioner, possessing a strength that reached the 7th level of body refinement, which was not insignificant. "Who are you?" the fierce-looking young man asked bluntly, pointing at He Liang. Ning Shui furrowed her brows, her tone growing colder. "Fong Tang, my affairs are none of your concern, are they?" It was evident that she harbored some disdain for the intimidating young man before her. "None of my concern?" Fong Tang raised an eyebrow and replied nonchalantly. "How can that be? Our families once contemplated a marriage arrangement." Ning Shui's face turned pale, a rare display of anger flashing across her features. Simultaneously, her heart trembled as she glanced at He Liang, fearing he might misunderstand. She hastily clarified, "That was merely a jest my family made. It has nothing to do with you and me." "Oh." Fong Tang narrowed his eyes, sneering. He stepped forward, poised to say something, but He Liang interjected, stepping protectively in front of Ning Shui, his gaze steady as he met Fong Tang's. "I suggest you temper your tone and words." "There is no need to be so aggressive," He Liang stated calmly. After all, Elder Ning had instructed him to look after Ning Shui. He could not allow her to be bullied. Taken aback by He Liang's boldness, Fong Tang momentarily froze before erupting in rage. "Who do you think you are? You have no business meddling in our matters." His temper flared, and he reached out with a large hand towards He Liang's clothing. He Liang's expression turned cold. With a swift motion, he seized Fong Tang's wrist firmly. Fong Tang's pupils constricted slightly, then he exerted force. But his face flushed as he found himself unable to break free. Was this guy a natural powerhouse or a practitioner? Yet, Fong Tang felt no fear, only a growing sense of irritation. He slowly clenched his left fist, his eyes fixed on He Liang, filled with a chilling disdain. "Do you know what you are doing?" Fong Tang spoke coldly. "The Fong family is among the top 10 prominent families in Jiangsu province. Fong Tang himself is the 3rd heir of the direct lineage. He Liang, do not provoke him," Ning Shui said with concern, glancing at He Liang. "Let's just leave." A flicker of surprise crossed Fong Tang's face as he heard the name He Liang. He had heard of him, the perfect score scholar. However, he was unaware of He Liang's specific identity, as the distance from Jiangsu province to Shenzhen city was considerable. Apart from the Ning family, he had not paid much attention. Fong Tang relaxed his fist slightly. After all, the other party was a renowned academic figure, the center of attention upon enrollment. If he were to strike He Liang now, it would complicate matters later. No one is foolish, and he would not act recklessly. Though he found He Liang displeasing and was tempted to clash with him, he decided to devise a plan to handle He Liang later, believing that since He Liang was the one in the news, he was likely not a martial artist, but merely someone with greater physical strength. Fong Tang's eyes glimmered with intent. "In due time, I shall send someone to deal with him. Opposing me? He ought to consider his own capabilities." He looked down at He Liang, scoffing before grabbing his suitcase and entering the dormitory. He held little affection for Ning Shui, yet Fong Tang was domineering, convinced that she belonged to him. "I am not familiar with him." Ning Shui gently shook her head, reiterating to prevent any misunderstandings from He Liang. He Liang smiled and nodded. "I understand." Subsequently, the two had a meal in the nearby cafeteria before parting ways, as they had just enrolled and had much to prepare. Upon returning to the dormitory, room 32 to 103 on the ground floor, it was convenient for attending classes. At that moment, noises could be heard from within, indicating that others had already moved in. He Liang pushed open the dormitory door, and immediately, 2 pairs of eyes turned toward him. 2 boys paused briefly in the act of making their beds. "Hello, I am He Liang," he greeted with a warm smile, knowing they would be his roommates for the next 4 years. He took a closer look at them. They were quite contrasting. One stood around 1.6 meters tall, slightly rotund, with a triple chin, exuding a sense of humor. The other, around 1.9 meters tall, donned black-rimmed glasses and appeared somewhat frail, with a scholarly demeanor. "I am Su Jian," the chubby boy said with a beaming smile. "I am Wang Hua." The tall boy responded in kind. Their initial impression of He Liang was quite favorable. Suddenly, Wang Hua recalled something. "Wait, He Liang." His eyes widened in surprise as he questioned, "Are you a student from Shenzhen City?" He Liang nodded. Wang Hua's eyes lit up instantly. So, you are the perfect score scholar? He Liang nodded again, feeling a sense of helplessness. Recently, the title perfect score scholar had proliferated across various media platforms, even trending as the third hottest topic. Consequently, wherever he went, people reacted with awe upon recognizing his identity. The perfect score was merely a stroke of luck, he casually explained. Yet, the two could hardly think so. Students who gained admission to Tsu University with high scores were all top-tier students from various regions, having emerged victorious from a competitive selection process. Thus, they understood well the difficulty of achieving high marks. In the later stages, raising a score by 5 points could prove more challenging than improving it by 20 points earlier. Moreover, achieving a perfect score was an extraordinary feat. Instantly, their gazes toward He Liang transformed. Su Jian raised an eyebrow, visibly impressed, but quickly broke into a grin. Wow, we have such an impressive genius in our dorm. He winked. When we go out and mingle with the girls' dorm, we can definitely use your name, Brother Liang. His words left He Liang and Wang Hua momentarily stunned, subsequently confirming that he was undoubtedly a seasoned flirt. However, Su Jian was naturally sociable, lightening the atmosphere. Before long, the three exchanged some personal information. Su Jian was a local, seemingly very familiar with Tsu University. He eagerly spoke of beautiful girls, his eyes sparkling, and even suggested a top 10 freshman beauties list. Wang Hua hailed from Guangdong province, specifically from Guangzhou City, and he had scored fourth in the province's college entrance examination. Thus, he was immensely curious about the perfect score scholar from his home province. Have you seen the other roommate? He Liang inquired, as he found both of his current roommates to be quite agreeable. Not yet, they both shook their heads. Su Jian stroked his chin, chuckling. It's already 7 or 8 o'clock, and he hasn't reported to the dorm? I recall today is the last day, right? Perhaps he got distracted by a pretty girl. Su Jian's constant references to girls left He Liang and Wang Hua speechless. Perhaps he has something that requires him to be absent, Wang Hua speculated. Soon, their phones lit up with a school message notifying them to report to the teaching building the following morning for class introductions and information verification. Su Jian's eyes sparkled as he proposed, why don't we stroll around the commercial street? You two must have some items left to buy since you've just arrived at school. Chapter 173. What a coincidence. Su Jian's face radiated excitement as he looked at He Liang and Wang Hua. Wang Hua hesitated slightly, intending to finish unpacking before studying. After pondering, He Liang smiled and nodded. Sure, it would be nice to explore the campus. Wang Hua agreed, I'm in. Soon, the three left the dormitory together. Perhaps due to the reputation of the perfect score student or He Liang's distinctive aura, the two unconsciously positioned themselves beside him. Su Jian chuckled and whispered, I heard there are several beauties among this year's freshmen. He Liang and Wang Hua exchanged bemused glances. Their roommate was indeed fixated on the topic of girls. Noticing their silence, Su Jian shrugged, thinking they were merely shy, and continued, when we go out tonight, we will encounter many beauties. By the way, you both need to act fast. Su Jian recalled something and hurriedly added, I heard that many teaching assistants, seniors, and student council members have already made their moves. If you delay, there won't be any left. He Liang sighed, placing a hand on his forehead. Su Jian, this is not something we need to worry about. Su Jian's eyes widened in shock. Do you already have a girlfriend? He Liang shook his head. Su Jian then turned to Wang Hua, who adjusted his glasses and calmly replied, my family is not well off. I do not have the means to date, so I do not think about it. Upon hearing this, Su Jian was momentarily speechless, offering an awkward smile before falling silent. Suddenly, bright flashes erupted ahead as a car sped toward them. The three quickly stepped aside. Su Jian's face turned pale. Didn't they see us? Driving so fast. However, he soon recognized the vehicle, a luxury car worth over 2 million. Instantly, his words trailed off. When the car came to a halt and the window rolled down, a young face appeared. It was Hu Tian, whom they had encountered earlier. Beside him sat a beautiful girl with a flushed complexion. Sorry, I almost hit you. Hu Tian glanced at He Liang, speaking nonchalantly, yet his words lacked sincerity. His family was quite wealthy, and having observed He Liang helping Ning Shui with her luggage that afternoon, he discreetly instructed someone to gather information. This inquiry revealed something unexpected. Ning Shui had personally visited He Liang's school. This revelation ignited a surge of anger within him, instantly turning his feelings toward He Liang hostile. The sudden acceleration of the car had been intentional. No problem at all, Su Jian quickly waved his hand, forcing a smile. Wealthy individuals are indeed formidable. Hu Tian cast a meaningful smile at He Liang, who remained unperturbed and composed. Su Jian and Wang Hua immediately sensed that this affluent young master seemed to be fixated on He Liang. He Liang, however, maintained his calm demeanor. Are you two heading to the commercial street for shopping? Or perhaps somewhere else? I could drive you, He Tian suggested with feigned nonchalance. He Liang shook his head gently and replied, "Thank you, but that won't be necessary." He then departed with Wang Hua and Su Jian. He Tian's expression darkened, and with a cold huff, he drove away. "Hey, He Liang, do you know that person just now?" Su Jian inquired eagerly. He Liang nodded slightly, then shook his head, casually responding, "We've merely met before. Our relationship isn't particularly close." Su Jian nodded in understanding. "I can tell." Wang Hua remained silent, lost in thought. Suddenly, Su Jian's eyes lit up as he nudged He Liang. "Look over there. 4 girls are approaching, and one of them is stunning." His exclamation drew the attention of both He Liang and Wang Hua. He Liang was taken aback. Could it be an old acquaintance? "Well, I think I might have to impress her. That girl with glasses, her figure, she is adorable," Su Jian exclaimed, brimming with excitement. At that moment, the bespectacled beauty seemed to notice something, her entire being vibrating with surprise. She quickly broke away from her group and approached Su Jian and the others. "Oh no. She is coming this way. Could it be that she wants to talk to me? I might just reach the pinnacle of my social life." Su Jian straightened up proudly. The charming girl with glasses stepped right in front of He Liang and exclaimed, "He Liang." Her tone was filled with uncontainable joy. "Yueying, it's been too long." He Liang responded with a warm smile, feeling a sense of nostalgia. After all, he and Wang Yueying were both from Chengda High School, sharing a bond akin to fellow countrymen. "I owe my admission to Su University to you," Wang Yueying said, her gaze filled with gratitude. The two quickly fell into conversation, while Su Jian stood by, tense and uncomfortable. "Damn, I can tell she has feelings for He Liang. They're definitely not just ordinary classmates." Yet, he soon consoled himself, muttering, "There are plenty of fish in the sea. I don't need to hang on to one branch. Besides, my roommate is a catch too. I'll benefit from that." Wang Yueying reluctantly said, "He Liang, my roommate is still waiting for me. I need to go." "All right, go ahead." He Liang replied with a smile. "In a couple of days, I'll treat you to bubble tea and a meal," she added before hurrying off. Su Jian clutched his chest, gazing at He Liang. "Bro, that stinks." He Liang chuckled, "Just an old classmate." The trio continued on their way, when Su Jian suddenly gasped. "Guys, look ahead." There, a breathtaking beauty with fair skin and a flowing white dress approached, her long legs resembling the epitome of perfection. He Liang was momentarily stunned. Was that Ning Shui? They had just shared a meal and now encountered each other again. Su Jian inhaled sharply, his eyes wide. "She is even more stunning than the last. Is this what university life is like? Absolute goddess. Her aura is ethereal." And just then, the goddess approached them. "What a coincidence, Ning Shui," He Liang remarked, touching his nose. Su Jian, however, felt a pang of discomfort. Not only did he recognize this exceptional beauty, but he also knew she was his cousin's acquaintance who had entered the prestigious training camp. He had worked hard to gather information about the new, beautiful faces there, and yet he stumbled upon her so soon, only to see her with He Liang. He Liang was equally surprised by their serendipitous encounter. After a brief exchange, Ning Shui departed. "I just remembered I need to buy some towels," He Liang said to his companions. Su Jian, feeling a little hurt, asked, "Brother, how many stunning beauties do you actually know?" He Liang paused, then replied with a smile. "Not many. They're all single. If you're looking for a date, I could introduce you." Su Jian scoffed. "Do you think I believe that? Besides, a brother's loyalty must not falter." Wang Hua and He Liang exchanged bewildered glances, amused by Su Jian's antics. His lively spirit bridged their camaraderie, creating a vibrant atmosphere that He Liang appreciated. Soon, they entered the commercial street, encountering numerous attractive girls along the way. Even Wang Hua couldn't help but glance more than once. "University life is fantastic," Su Jian exclaimed. "In high school, we were confined to uniforms, with strict regulations on hair length and color. Now, look at all these beautiful girls." Yet, despite his excitement, he felt less thrilled, having already seen 2 extraordinary beauties earlier. Su Jian purchased a myriad of items, struggling to carry them all. Wang Hua kindly offered to assist him. Meanwhile, He Liang pondered other matters. He was on the verge of another breakthrough in his cultivation. After exchanging for exceptional talents, his progress was astonishing, almost palpable. He felt his cultivation growing daily, as if there were no hindrances. Now at the pinnacle of the intermediate stage, he sensed that in a couple of days, he would likely advance into the high stage. Was this the power of the all-encompassing labor system? He contemplated. Moreover, there was one final talent to exchange for, the extraordinary cultivation talent, requiring 5,000 labor coins. He Liang's thoughts raced. If the tasks from the labor system didn't arrive soon, he might have to wait 2 or 3 months to exchange for it. A thought struck him. How formidable would he become with such a talent? Could he break through a minor stage in a week? A major stage in a month? He felt a thrill of anticipation. Just then, a gasp of admiration pulled him from his thoughts. Wow, she is simply breathtaking. He Liang was once again startled. Ahead stood a woman in her late 20s, with a striking figure and skin as smooth as silk, dressed in a white skirt that accentuated her alluring legs. Her eyes were captivating, drawing the attention of many passers-by. Is she a senior or a teacher? Su Jian exclaimed, excitement surging through him. To his astonishment, the woman walked directly toward them. Oh, my luck is changing. Nobody stopped me. This time, I'm definitely going to impress her, Su Jian declared, brimming with enthusiasm. However, as fate would have it, the woman brushed past him, stopping right in front of He Liang. In the dim light of the evening, He Liang found himself face to face with the enchanting figure of Hong Meigwei, who greeted him with a gentle smile. Long time no see, He Liang, she said, her eyes sparkling mischievously. He Liang squinted slightly, suddenly recalling a critical point that altered his demeanor. You have come to search for. The words lingered unspoken on his lips, for the surroundings were too crowded and eyes too curious. However, Hong Meigwei nodded subtly, leaning closer to whisper in his ear, indeed. She was the covert agent dispatched by the elder to Sujiang University, tasked with uncovering He Qingfeng's whereabouts. Aside from me, Kuang Wu is also present at Sujiang University. Should you require anything, feel free to reach out, she said, stepping back and smiling at He Liang, her beautiful eyes glimmering with an unusual light. When she first encountered He Liang, her respect stemmed largely from his status. Yet after witnessing his commanding presence and decisive actions that night, her perception of this younger man shifted dramatically. The allure of Hong Meigwei was palpable, leaving those around them in a state of envy and desire. As they swallowed their astonishment, Su Jian, He Liang's roommate, was utterly bewildered. What the hell? How is it that my roommate knows so many stunning women? It's absurd. Each exquisite beauty who approached seemed to possess an undeniable charm, and Su Jian, not foolish, recognized that their relationship with He Liang transcended mere friendship. He Liang did not linger long in conversation with Hong Meigwei before returning to Wang Hua and Su Jian. Brother Liang, you are truly impressive, Su Jian exclaimed, tears of frustration in his eyes as he gave a thumbs up. Can you grant me a chance next time? He Liang waved his hand dismissively, shrugging with a hint of helplessness. These are merely my ordinary friends. Wang Hua regarded He Liang with a newfound admiration. Su Jian, clearly skeptical, retorted, who would believe that? Soon after, they made their way toward the dormitory, He Liang relishing the novelty of the experience. High school life had been rigidly structured, with strict schedules dictating class times and study hours. University, however, offered a liberating ease, allowing for leisurely walks under the moonlit sky, an undeniably soothing sensation. Suddenly, Su Jian gasped. Wow, another stunning beauty, a definite campus goddess. Following Su Jian's gaze, He Liang's eyes fell upon a breathtaking girl clad in a white t-shirt, her delicate features radiating purity. When their eyes met, an electric moment froze time, causing her heart to skip a beat, and a shiver ran through her. In the next instant, she trembled slightly, her eyes brimming with tears as she rushed toward He Liang, unable to contain her emotions. He Liang, I was wrong, she sobbed. Chapter 175, Have I Grown Flowers on My Face? He Liang was taken aback to encounter Chen Mingtong on his very first night at the university. Her emotions were fervent, and as she clung to him tightly, He Liang could feel the desperation in her grip, as if she feared he might slip away. Tears streamed down her face, soaking his shirt. In that moment, He Liang's heart was a tumultuous mix of feelings. Truth be told, he bore no ill will toward her. Yet the misunderstandings that had arisen previously left him uncomfortable. Presently, Chen Mingtong was filled with remorse, and He Liang found himself at a loss for words. Bystanders had already begun to take notice, their gazes shifting from her to He Liang, laden with curiosity. Whispers circulated among the crowd, speculating whether He Liang had broken the heart of this beautiful girl, with some even imagining darker scenarios. As more eyes turned toward them, even Wang Hua and Su Jian regarded He Liang with an unusual expression. He Liang gently patted Chen Mingtong's shoulder, murmuring, It's nothing, I haven't dwelled on the past. Faced with such a situation, what more could he say? To him, it was not a significant issue. Chen Mingtong stammered through her tears. She realized that she had misunderstood He Liang, and upon learning the truth, had hurried to his home only to find no one there. Days went by without a response to her calls, leaving her consumed by guilt and despair. When she finally mustered the courage to reach out, it was met with silence, causing her to weep in solitude for an entire day. Now, seeing He Liang again, the flood of emotions overwhelmed her. It was my misunderstanding. I thought you. She faltered, unable to continue. He Liang gently reassured her, I didn't pay much attention to it. Don't worry. Hearing these words, Chen Mingtong felt a slight relief mingled with disappointment. She noticed the gazes of those around them and quickly composed herself. Su Jian, sensing the tension, swiftly offered He Liang a pack of tissues, signaling discreetly. After a moment's hesitation, He Liang accepted the tissues, handing several to Chen Mingtong, encouraging her to wipe her tears. Thank you, she replied, her eyes reddening anew. The thought of He Liang's kindness weighed heavily on her heart, especially considering her past misunderstandings. As Su Jian pulled Wang Hua aside, he exclaimed, Brother Liang, Wang Hua and I have some matters to attend to, so we'll take our leave. Recognizing the need for privacy in such an emotional moment, they departed, leaving He Liang and Chen Mingtong to continue on their way. The atmosphere was thick with unspoken words as they walked side by side, the distance between them neither too close nor too far. Eventually, they arrived at the playground, where Chen Mingtong broke the silence. He Liang, did you give me the special admission spot for the grand plan? Her beautiful eyes held a gaze of earnest inquiry. He Liang remained calm, shaking his head gently. You need not think too much of it. I chose to forego it because I believe that the college entrance examination may be a better path for me. Chen Mingtong's heart sank slightly, as she had hoped for a different answer that might alleviate her guilt. Was it you who asked someone to help with my family's factory? She inquired. It was merely a coincidence, He Liang replied. The conversation fell into silence once more, as Chen Mingtong struggled to articulate the myriad thoughts swirling in her mind. It's late. We should return to the dormitory, He Liang stated, glancing at the star-filled sky. A pang of anxiety gripped Chen Mingtong's heart as she nodded quietly. All right. They then parted ways, and as Chen Mingtong watched He Liang's retreating figure, her cheeks paled. She sensed a growing distance, realizing that she had left an indelible mark on his heart, one that was perhaps insurmountable. Once, He Liang had called her Mingtong, but now, such familiarity seemed lost. Reflecting on the past, she felt a twinge of disorientation as she slowly made her way back to the dormitory. Meanwhile, He Liang's emotions were rather intricate, but he quickly suppressed them. Upon returning to the dorm, he was met with peculiar gazes from Wang Hua and Su Jian. What's wrong? Do I have something on my face? He Liang glanced at the two. Su Jian shot him a resentful look. No flowers. But it seems like all the flowers around have gravitated towards you. Even Wang Hua couldn't help but nod in agreement, recalling the charming girl with glasses he first encountered, followed by the ethereal beauty, and then the stunningly elegant one, not to mention the recent school beauty. Su Jian lamented, Brother Liang, how many have you attracted? Damn it. Why not me? He Liang was at a loss for words and replied nonchalantly, I've told you, they are merely friends. If you want some recognition, I can introduce you at any time. Su Jian scoffed, refusing the offer, a so-called ordinary relationship? That's hard to believe. Although Su Jian had a reputation for being a flirt, he held firm to his principles. One must not covet a brother as partner. Even if their circle of friends was rather expansive, all right, let us get things organized. We have an early start tomorrow, He Liang casually suggested. However, he also noticed the empty fourth bunk. It was nearly 10 o'clock, and their missing roommate had yet to arrive. Perhaps something had truly come up. We've already tidied up and taken showers. There is still hot water. Su Jian waved his hand dismissively. He Liang nodded and prepared to change his clothes before heading to wash up. Upon his return, he was slightly surprised to find Su Jian absorbed in his laptop, seemingly studying mathematics, while Wang Hua was engrossed in a rather challenging biology textbook, its pages densely filled with text. When Wang Hua saw He Liang emerge, his eyes lit up. He Liang, I have a question I can't solve. Could you help me? Chapter 176, Are We Even Alive? Wang Hua came from a humble background, relying on scholarships throughout high school. Mature beyond his years, he understood the importance of hard work. He never indulged himself, but immediately began studying after tidying up. When faced with difficulties, he naturally sought assistance, believing he was no genius and needed to be diligent and humble. He Liang paused, then walked over. You are quite the diligent student. Wang Hua smiled and presented his textbook to He Liang. It was a guide for biology competitions, serving as a bridge from high school to university-level contests. High school biology competitions encompass some university-level content and even touched upon material relevant to graduate studies. The question presented was not particularly difficult. It tested the breadth of knowledge, which was precisely the challenge of biology. The liberal arts aspect of the sciences was not without merit, as it covered a vast array of knowledge. He Liang, having excelled in high school biology, found the question quite manageable. This is straightforward. It pertains to molecular biology, He Liang casually explained, intertwining various other relevant concepts. His extensive knowledge was unquestionable, drawing the attention of Su Jian, who couldn't help but listen intently. As He Liang elaborated, his calm and collected demeanor was quite captivating. Approximately 5 minutes later, He Liang concluded his explanation, and Wang Hua nodded vigorously, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Impressive, he exclaimed, giving a thumbs up, visibly astounded. As the fourth in the provincial college entrance examination, he had a unique understanding of learning. He Liang's elucidation revealed a depth of understanding that far surpassed his own. Truly, he was a perfect scoring scholar. Meanwhile, Su Jian was also eager to join in. Brother Liang, over here. I have questions too. He Liang approached Su Jian. Glancing at his screen, which indeed contained math-related content, it wasn't overly complicated, and He Liang quickly formulated a solution for Su Jian. Are you quite interested in mathematics? He Liang inquired curiously. Su Jian patted his chest. That's one reason. But I've also heard that girls like boys who excel in math. He Liang turned away, expressionless. Ultimately, at Wang Hua's insistence, he provided an explanation. Afterward, he climbed into bed, having installed his pre-prepared anime-themed curtains, ensuring his roommates wouldn't know what he was up to. Just resting? Su Jian and Wang Hua exchanged surprised glances. He Liang casually remarked, just going to play on my phone. Of course, that was merely a facade. In reality, he intended to meditate and cultivate. Oh. Su Jian and Wang Hua exchanged looks again. Is this really the study method of a perfect score student? They were left somewhat skeptical. Had he perhaps grown complacent? In their minds, He Liang was supposed to be an extremely diligent and extraordinarily gifted student. Yet now, he appeared to have ambiguous relationships with several girls and lived a life resembling that of an ordinary student. In an instant, they felt envious. He Liang, unaware of his roommate's thoughts, quickly settled into a meditative state on his bed, legs crossed and palms facing upward, gradually attempting to break through to the advanced stage of essence refinement. His extraordinary talent was indeed formidable. In just 3 days, I shall achieve a breakthrough. He Liang quietly vowed. The advanced essence refinement stage was nearly on par with invincibility. The foundational level of martial arts was body tempering, primarily focused on honing the physical form and enhancing vital energy. Following that was essence refinement, which heightened sensory perception. Afterward came breath cultivation, allowing the practitioner to cultivate a source of energy and gradually transcend the ordinary. Beyond that lay the rarely documented master stage. Even within all of China, the number of masters was quite limited, likely not exceeding 200 when accounting for both the overt and covert. Reaching this level would mark the known limits of martial arts. There were rumors of grand masters above, but they were seldom heard of. I shall grow stronger swiftly. With the all-encompassing work system at my disposal, I am certain to reach the pinnacle of martial arts in a brief period. He Liang was confident in this regard. The all-encompassing work system was beginning to reveal its remarkable capabilities the next day. The 3 occupants of dormitory 103 woke early, freshening up. Our 4th roommate still hasn't arrived. Su Jian yawned as he changed clothes. Perhaps he has encountered some matters, He Liang responded, stepping outside the dormitory. In their initial days at school, they typically clustered together in the dorms, as these would be the brothers with whom they would spend the next 4 years. Brother Liang, once you arrive, the class will surely be in awe, huh? Su Jian laughed, astonished. The perfect score scholar is in my class. He exaggerated. Wang Hua glanced at Su Jian and remarked dryly. I can't shake the feeling that your worried brother Liang will attract the attention of the Class S girls. Su Jian froze, staring wide-eyed at Wang Hua. Do I seem like that kind of person? Their playful banter continued as He Liang walked in between them, heading toward the teaching building, where the flow of students grew increasingly dense, reminiscent of rivers converging into the sea. He Liang found this experience rather novel. Suddenly, he felt a gentle tap on his back. He halted, turned around, and was met with a look of surprise. Zhang Wu, long time no see, he smiled. The figure behind him was none other than the burly Zhang Wu. He had gained admission to Su University through sports recruitment. He Liang, it's been a while. Zhang Wu grinned, then added, I didn't expect to see you so soon after the semester began. I've heard that the sports meet is in a month and a half. Will you participate? Zhang Wu's words were straightforward, a direct challenge. I'm not the same as in high school. This time, I won't lose. He Liang regarded Zhang Wu with a smile. We'll see when the time comes. After exchanging a few words, Zhang Wu departed swiftly and decisively. Su Jian and Wang Hua stared at He Liang, puzzled. Brother Liang, is he your friend? He Liang casually responded. He was a high school classmate who got into Su University through sports recruitment. Quite impressive. Su Jian scratched his head, his eyes widening. Stop. Sports special recruitment? Did he just mention that Brother Liang had previously defeated him? He Liang was taken aback for a moment before waving his hand dismissively, attributing it merely to luck. Su Jian and Wang Hua exchanged astonished glances, overwhelmed by disbelief. This was hardly credible. In sports, luck holds no sway. Are you serious? Brother Liang? An all-round champion? Perfect scores in academics and still winning special recruitment in sports? Su Jian felt a pang of disappointment. realizing that comparisons between individuals could be so disheartening. The impact was too great. He Liang opened his mouth, but found no words to explain, merely shrugging helplessly. Any explanation would seem feeble. Soon after, the three entered the teaching building. Each class had a designated classroom for a meeting, where the homeroom teacher and the counselor would introduce themselves, and students would receive their textbooks and give a brief introduction, essentially a welcoming ceremony. As He Liang and his companion stepped inside, all eyes in the classroom immediately turned towards them. Chapter 177. Self-introduction. The students in the class seemed to have arrived early. Likely due to the first day of school, at least 40 students were already present, each displaying a sense of excitement and youthful vigor. Some were huddled together in quiet discussions. As newcomers entered, they were met with curious gazes. When He Liang appeared, the room fell into a hushed silence. The perfect score prodigy. They were witnessing the academic champion in person. Their eyes sparkled with intrigue, fixated on He Liang, who elicited a sense of awe among them. Some well-informed students had already obtained the class roster and shared the news of the presence of a top-tier talent, He Liang, the perfect score genius. Those who could gain admission to Tsu University were indeed the CRME de la CRME from various regions. After all, Tsu University ranked closely with Tsinghua and Peking University, and in recent years, it had even begun to challenge their supremacy. The admission scores had risen significantly, so it was only natural that students admitted to this institution carried a sense of pride. Yet, they were acutely aware of the difficulty in achieving a perfect score on the college entrance examination. It was nearly an impossible feat, and yet one student had accomplished it. They had seen He Liang's face in numerous media reports. "Brother Liang, everyone is looking up to you," Su Jian murmured aside, his gaze sweeping across the classroom. "This is far better than I expected. There are around 40 people, and 13 of them are girls," he exclaimed quietly, although none matched the level of goddesses. A few were quite attractive. "All right, stop daydreaming and take a seat," He Liang urged his two roommates as they found a spot at the back. Despite the multitude of gazes directed at him, He Liang maintained a calm demeanor, showing neither excessive excitement nor arrogance. Gradually, more students trickled in, and after a brief interval, the counselor arrived. He was a man in his 40s, with a stern expression, dressed in a neat teacher's outfit and polished shoes. "It seems we have a rather formidable counselor assigned to us," Su Jian whispered in jest. The counselor cleared his throat and began to speak with a calm yet authoritative tone. "My name is Wang Su. If all goes according to plan, I will be your counselor for the next 4 years." He spoke steadily, outlining the significance of the School of Life Sciences and Technology at Sujiang University, emphasizing the prestige of the biotechnology program they were enrolled in, which was a hot topic during the college entrance examination with high score requirements. "Being admitted to Tsu University's biotechnology program indicates that all of you have performed admirably in high school. However, you must remain humble and grounded once you enter university. Remember, there are always those who are more talented than you." He articulated many profound truths, which may have seemed a bit abstract, but were vital for students embarking on their university journey. The audience listened attentively. "Now, let me share some information about our college," Wang Su continued. "There are 6 classes in the biotechnology program. We are Class 2, consisting of 54 students, 40 males and 14 females." The students nodded in acknowledgement. After excluding 2 students who are absent today, the rest are all present. According to the school's schedule, today is Sunday, a day of rest. Tomorrow, we will commence formal classes. This elicited anticipation among the students. "In just over a week, you will embark on your 2-week military training," he added, prompting a few students to wince with awkward smiles. Su Jian muttered, "I will definitely be a member of the Flying Tigers by then." He Liang, however, was indifferent to the military training, as he had received word from Old Master Ning that the training camp at Shuiying would soon begin. Although the exact dates were yet to be determined, Wang Su spoke for nearly 40 minutes before concluding. "Next, I would like each of you to come up to the blackboard, write your name, and introduce yourselves. This will serve as an icebreaker for the class." All eyes shifted towards He Liang, for he was the most renowned among them, and everyone was eager to learn more about him. Then, Su Jian stood up beside He Liang. He straightened his posture and, amid the bewildered gazes of his peers, strode confidently to the front to write his name on the board. "Hello everyone, my name is Su Jian, 19, single and unmarried. I love playing the piano and various ball sports, and I share a dorm with the perfect score champion, Brother Liang. If any female dorms are interested in socializing, please contact me." With that, he stepped down amid the stunned stares of his classmates. A brief and powerful introduction, yet something seemed amiss. Even Counselor Wang Su appeared momentarily taken aback. Su Jian returned to his seat, grinning at He Liang. "The first one to introduce themselves makes the deepest impression. It will be easier to charm the ladies later." He Liang rolled his eyes, exasperated. Can you think of something other than that? Su Jian retorted playfully. If I hadn't gone first, when you go up later, the others would just fade into the background. At that point, they'd merely be supporting characters. He spoke earnestly. The most memorable impressions are always made by three types of individuals. The first one to step forward, the last one, and those who are truly exceptional. Isn't that a method for memorizing English words? He Liang sighed softly. After Su Jian's turn, the atmosphere fell into a brief silence. It seemed that Su Jian's cheeky introduction had made others feel somewhat awkward. Those who had been eager to step up now hesitated, and more gazes turned toward He Liang, seemingly waiting for him to take his turn. Brother Liang, you should go up. Su Jian chuckled, winking. Wang Hua nodded in agreement with Su Jian's suggestion. Faced with so many expectant eyes, even He Liang felt a twinge of nervousness. Reluctantly, He Liang rose, knowing that remaining seated would seem pretentious. Chapter 178. Showcasing your skills. As He Liang stood, he captured the attention of the entire class, particularly the girls, whose gazes were instantly drawn to him. As a top student in the college entrance examination, coupled with He Liang's significant reputation, they had gathered information about him through various channels. Rising from humble beginnings, he had achieved the pinnacle of academic success as the only perfect scorer in history. Quite handsome indeed. Compared to the photograph, he appears significantly more handsome. The girls privately discuss, their eyes sparkling with excitement. He Liang possesses a strikingly handsome appearance and fair skin, yet exudes no hint of effeminacy. Rather, he carries an air of intensity. After honing his martial arts, his demeanor now radiates confidence and composure. As he stands and strides towards the stage, his presence captivates the audience. He Liang writes his name on the blackboard. Having once exchanged for provincial-level calligraphy, even his casual script leaves an impression, eliciting gasps of admiration. Such beautiful handwriting, truly deserving of being a top scorer. He Liang turns to face the students below. My name is He Liang, 19 years old. I don't have any particular interests, but I dabble in many things as hobbies. After a moment's thought, He Liang seems to have little more to say. However, the audience is filled with anticipation. A lively boy immediately inquires, He Liang, do you have a girlfriend? Shouldn't you introduce your relationship status like your roommate? This is clearly a jest, showcasing the youthful exuberance. He Liang shrugs and replies, unmarried, single. Upon hearing his response, the crowd bursts into laughter. It seems that even the top scorer possesses a good sense of humor. Nevertheless, this demeanor endears him to his classmates. He Liang intends to step down from the stage. But another boy promptly asks, He Liang, we all know you, the perfect scholar. Can you share how you study? Eager ears perk up, all eyes fixed on He Liang. After a 2-second pause, he contemplates revealing his secret of studying with a universal work system, yet ultimately states, develop good study habits and persist day by day. Hearing this, the audience falls silent. Naturally, all students at Tsu University have their own study methods. What He Liang shared is merely the most fundamental requirement. The crowd exchanges glances, unsure of what to ask next. A bespectacled girl inquires, He Liang, I also gained admission through the grand plan. I heard you scored the highest in Shenzhen City but gave up your special admission opportunity? The crowd gasps. He Liang ponders for a moment before nodding. I simply wanted to give the college entrance examination a try. Undoubtedly, this reflects his self-assurance. Standing on the stage, his classmates resemble interviewers, eager to pose questions. After all, for the past few months, his name has only appeared in various reports. Some new media outlets have even elevated him to a mythical status. It is no wonder they are curious. Even Wang Su, standing nearby, meticulously observes He Liang. As a teacher at the school, he is privy to much information, including the considerable efforts Suzhou University expended to recruit He Liang. After about 5 minutes, witnessing the audience's continued enthusiasm with no signs of abating, Wang Su clears his throat to bring the class to silence. I know you are all eager to get to know He Liang, but time is limited, so I hope everyone understands. The crowd can only nod in disappointment. He Liang smiles and steps down from the stage. There are no melodramatic scenes, nor any pretentious narratives. It is all quite ordinary and genuine. He Liang does not boast about his remarkable abilities. Subsequently, one by one, the students take turns introducing themselves, creating an increasingly vibrant atmosphere. Wang Su does not intervene. Such is the nature of a school orientation meeting. After approximately 2 hours, the class meeting concludes. Wang Su instructs everyone to collect their books before returning to the dormitory area. Many students fond of sports are already preparing to explore clubs or showcase their skills directly. He Liang, would you like to join us? Someone invites. However, He Liang merely smiles and politely declines. I have other matters to attend to. In truth, he wishes to return to his training to achieve breakthroughs as soon as possible. The boys can only nod in regret as they head back. During their return, Su Jian suddenly remarks, "Brother Liang, check your WeChat. What is up?" He Liang squints at him. "See if any girls have added you." Su Jian replies candidly. He Liang opens his phone and discovers several dozen WeChat friend requests. His expression slightly tightens as he notices that the top request is from Chen Mingtong. After hesitating, He Liang refrains from accepting it for the moment and closes his phone. "By the way, I need to tell you something." Su Jian glances at Wang Hua and He Liang before speaking softly. "Go ahead," He Liang encourages. "When I introduced myself earlier, I mentioned that I play the piano, right? So, I'm planning to move a piano into the dormitory for practice. I'll try to practice when you're not around or when you're gaming. So I won't disturb you." He quickly adds. Wang Hua looks at Su Jian with a strange expression. "I don't mind, as I'll likely be at the library studying." "But Su Jian, do you really play the piano?" Su Jian's eyes widen, instantly revealing a confident demeanor. "Of course. My piano skills are at level 10. I have a renowned teacher guiding me." He adds mysteriously, "My piano should arrive soon. I'll show you all a performance in the dorm." Wang Hua sighs lightly, realizing that Su Jian must be quite affluent. After all, one wouldn't casually acquire a piano without financial means. He Liang casually remarks, "I'm indifferent. However, when the fourth roommate arrives, you should consult his opinion." Su Jian chuckles, feeling he has already succeeded halfway, patting his chest. "With my skills, I guarantee I'll be single no longer within a month. Brother Liang, I may not be able to outshine you in academics, but at least this piano will help me regain some confidence." He Liang falls silent for a moment, then looks at Su Jian earnestly. "Actually, I've dabbled in the piano before." Su Jian is taken aback, then bursts into laughter. "All right then, Brother Liang. You can practice on my piano. I can teach you a thing or two." He Liang nods calmly. "That would be much appreciated." Upon returning to the dormitory, He Liang discovers a piano has indeed been set up. After it is assembled, Su Jian excitedly declares, "I'll show you a piece." "Is it a real piano?" He Liang enters the dormitory, observing the piano that has already been placed inside. It must have been moved in during their meeting, as being on the first floor made the process much easier. "Yes." Su Jian stands tall, brimming with confidence. "Do you understand what it means to be professional? Although an electronic piano may not differ much in size from a real one, for someone at my level, details are crucial." Wang Hua rolls his eyes beside him, his mouth twitching slightly, yet a hint of envy lingers in his gaze. He Liang inspects the piano in the dormitory, nodding slightly. It shines with a subtle glow in the dim light, appearing quite exquisite. If it were an ordinary electronic piano, one could purchase a decent model for 3,000 to 5,000. This one, however, must be worth at least 100,000, right? He Liang estimates softly. Wang Hua swallows. 100,000? Su Jian gives He Liang a thumbs up. "Brother Liang, you really know your stuff. In terms of value, that's accurate. But the actual market price is even higher." He coughs lightly, suddenly stopping mid-sentence. He Liang glances at him in confusion. "Are you teasing us?" Wang Hua, intrigued, prompts, "Why? Tell us." Su Jian grins and replies, "Because Master Lang Yun once played this piano." "Master Lang Yun?" Wang Hua gasps, clearly astonished. Even he, an outsider, has heard of this name. Master Lang Yun performed live during the Spring Festival Gala. He is one of the top piano maestros in the country. Su Jian shook his head, feigning modesty, yet barely able to contain his little triumph. "To be honest, I, Su Jian, am a disciple of Master Lang Yun." He Liang cast a peculiar glance at Su Jian. Master Lang Yun? He still holds considerable prestige. Even now, Master Lang and occasionally seeks out He Liang for a chat, hoping he would visit the First Music Academy. However, He Liang has consistently claimed to be busy and unable to go. It seems he will have to make the trip in a couple of days, as the First Music Academy is located not far from Sujiang University, making it difficult to decline. Su Jian hummed softly and casually settled onto the piano bench, leaving Wang Hua momentarily stunned. To be honest, it looked quite impressive. Wang Hua snapped his fingers and soon, his 10 fingers danced swiftly across the black and white keys, producing a melodious sound that was both harmonious and rhythmic. Indeed, he possessed some skill. Wang Hua marveled. The rhythm felt incredibly natural, and coupled with Su Jian's composed demeanor while playing, it left him utterly astonished. "Surely, I am not merely boasting, am I?" Su Jian felt a swell of pride, his eyes narrowing with delight. He Liang, leaning nearby, watched him play. "Brother Liang, would you like me to teach you?" "No tuition fees involved," Su Jian chuckled, brimming with confidence. He Liang waved his hand dismissively. "That won't be necessary. Why don't you play your most proficient piano piece for me?" "Oh." Su Jian raised an eyebrow, momentarily thinking that He Liang wanted to witness his exceptional playing skills. He promptly nodded. "All right." He then began to play Castle in the Sky. As the familiar piano melody filled the air, Wang Hua's eyes widened in astonishment. What had begun as a display of technique was now a serious performance. This chubby fellow truly had talent. Su Jian's fingers glided swiftly over the piano keys with vigor, displaying a solid foundation in his technique. Wang Hua may not have understood the technical jargon of beats and half-beats, but he could discern that the music flowed naturally. While Castle in the Sky had numerous renditions, even an untrained individual could manage a simple version after a couple of weeks of practice. Yet, what Su Jian played was clearly a more challenging arrangement. He Liang observed Wang Hua's performance, nodding in approval. The rhythm was commendable, and the details were quite impressive. He must have started practicing at a young age without interruption. His fundamentals were solid, even compared to the peer who had provoked He Liang at Ning Shui's birthday party. Known as Huang Du, Wang Hua was hardly inferior. This already constituted a notable talent, placing him on par with students from prominent music academies. As 3 to 4 minutes passed, the piano sound gradually softened, drawing curious onlookers from the neighboring dormitory. Incredible! We've been shown up right at the start of the semester, exclaimed several students, their fingers instantly raised in admiration. Among them were both classmates and those from adjacent classes, swallowing their disbelief as they recalled Wang Hua's earlier remarkable self-introduction. They had not expected his claim of being proficient in piano to be genuine. Moreover, within just a few days of the semester, he had actually brought a piano to his dormitory, wealthy and talented. Undoubtedly, this was the initial label others would assign to Su Jian. Outside, a crowd had gathered, further fueling Su Jian's pride. His silly grin made it hard for Wang Hua to watch without cringing, while Su Jian looked rather dashing while playing at that moment. It was hard to put into words. Not bad, though there are some nuances that could be improved, He Liang remarked with a gentle nod and a smile. Su Jian was momentarily taken aback, turning to He Liang. In his recollection, Brother Liang was certainly not one to feign superiority. Such words left him feeling discontented. He Liang cast a sidelong glance at Su Jian. He had no intention of boasting. Rather, he was offering an honest assessment. Naturally, being of the same generation, He Liang understood Su Jian's sentiments. Now, let me play for you. Consider it a form of exchange, He Liang smiled. The crowd outside erupted in surprise. What? He Liang can play the piano too? No way. I just passed by and heard Su Jian offering to teach He Liang. It should be Su Jian guiding He Liang. Right? Su Jian relinquished his seat, and He Liang took his place, still warm from Su Jian's touch. Su Jian squinted, observing He Liang. I must say, Brother Liang's preparatory posture holds promise. He Liang was not one for idle chatter or lengthy preambles. He gently placed his 10 fingers on the piano's keys. First, he pressed a key gently, savoring the familiar touch and sound, his smile growing warmer. Then his fingers danced across the keyboard like flowers in bloom, warming up with fluidity. This scene left the audience in awe. His seamless execution was both composed and casual, yet his skill was apparent. Even Su Jian found himself momentarily speechless, unable to identify a single flaw. The piano music abruptly ceased, leaving only lingering echoes in the room. Su Jian, pay close attention to my finger technique, He Liang smiled. Now, I will begin playing Castle in the Sky. Chapter 180. The versatile scholar touching the piano evoked a peculiar sensation. He Liang's movements were gentle as he absorbed the unique feel. The all-purpose work system possessed incredible power. Even after months without practice, having exchanged for a provincial-level pianist's skill, his proficiency would remain intact, never fading. He would maintain a minimum standard, and at times, his performance could exceed expectations. The moment He Liang's first finger touched the piano key, Su Jian's expression shifted dramatically. The layman revels in the spectacle, while the connoisseur discerns the subtleties. In the next moment, He Liang's hands rose and fell on the piano. It was breathtaking. The motions were exquisite and so natural. Compared to Su Jian's composed demeanor earlier, He Liang seemed to convey something more. Art. Someone swallowed hard, unable to suppress their astonishment. This performance transcended mere practice. Each movement and each note played was akin to artistry. Castle in the Sky echoed the same melody as before, and the finger techniques were not much different. However, the sensation was entirely distinct. Su Jian had delivered a pure performance, interpreting Castle in the Sky with minimal flaws. But He Liang? As the audience listened, it felt as if an entire world unfolded before them. Their emotions ebbed and flowed with the music. Vivid imagery washed over them. Many recalled the feelings of watching the anime as children. The music stirred their hearts, evoking sadness or hope, revealing an entirely different essence. Gradually, the chatter faded, and discussion ceased. Everyone became enraptured in the performance. The sounds around them gradually dissipated, as if an entire world was drifting away, leaving some with a sense of reluctance. It felt akin to the conclusion of a beloved series. Many felt a surge of emotion, trembling with excitement. The performance was not merely artistic in form. It touched the very chords of their hearts. With a flourish, He Liang stood up, glancing at Su Jian with a smile. Did you grasp it? Huh. Su Jian suddenly snapped back to reality, gulping hard, somewhat stunned. He had been completely absorbed, paying no mind to the finger techniques. Brother Liang, where did you learn to play? Su Jian couldn't help but inquire. Learn? There was a piano shop beneath my old home, and I sat in on a couple of lessons, mostly self-taught, He Liang replied casually. Su Jian fell silent. That was simply outrageous. He felt utterly disheartened. The thought of his earlier confident assertion of being the one to guide He Liang now filled him with embarrassment and shame, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. The blow to his pride was rather significant. He Liang, sensing his mood, patted him on the shoulder. You played quite well too. That was a comforting remark. After a moment's thought, He Liang added, in my age group, there are quite a few who play better than I do. We should learn from those who are more accomplished, though this may be mere platitudes. Su Jian felt somewhat comforted, his face a mask of despair. I tried to pretend, but instead, I ended up with my head smashed by Liang Ge. His words elicited chuckles from the crowd, his humor dissipating a hint of shock. He Liang truly is remarkable. A perfect score scholar, proficient in piano, and handsome to boot. Many boys couldn't help but shake their heads, expressing their admiration. If the disparity were slight, perhaps jealousy would arise, accompanied by other sentiments. However, when such a gap has widened to a considerable extent, one can only revere. The term omnipotent academic deity had become a moniker for He Liang in their conversations. Of course, much of it was in jest. He Liang smiled, saying nothing further. Gradually, the crowd dispersed, and He Liang began to patiently guide Su Jian. Your finger placements earlier could indeed be optimized in certain areas, including dynamics. One should develop their own understanding. He Liang imparted his wisdom without a trace of selfishness. Su Jian nodded vigorously. Liang Ge, I feel your teaching surpasses that of my own instructor. He Liang cast him a sidelong glance, a hint of amusement in his expression. Don't worry, I charge no fees. Su Jian burst into laughter. Ha, even if you did, I would still learn. He Liang had now become the cornerstone of the dormitory, with Wang Hua and Su Jian seeking his counsel for their problems. Then, He Liang climbed back into bed. Liang Ge, are you resting again? Su Jian looked bewildered. Wang Hua shot him a glance. He Liang nodded, just taking a break. With that, the curtains were drawn, leaving only two pairs of envious eyes below. He Liang sat in meditation, hoping to swiftly advance to the higher realms of refinement. For the special training camp at Shouying, the minimum requirement for selection was already the realm of refinement. Rumor has it that some monsters possess terrifying levels of power. He Liang, being a young man full of vigor and passion, was unwilling to lag behind the elite for too long. Naturally, he held a fair amount of confidence in his own rate of growth. In the eyes of Wang Hua and Su Jian, He Liang seemed somewhat lethargic. For hours slipped by in slumber. Su Jian and Wang Hua exchanged glances, their expressions quite complex. I believe if I were to write a new media article, it would surely go viral. Shocking. A perfect score scholar's study method is simply to maintain good sleep every day, Su Jian remarked, though it was in jest. Wang Hua detected a note of envy. People are incomparable. He shook his head. Suddenly, the bed frame trembled lightly, catching the attention of Wang Hua and Su Jian. They looked up, the bed curtains parted, and He Liang descended with a broad smile. He had successfully broken through to the higher realm of refinement. This advancement was even faster than he had anticipated. Liang Ge, how did you manage to learn without me noticing? Aren't you worried about the upcoming exam? Su Jian inquired, eager to learn his study secrets. He Liang shook his head. Wasn't the book just distributed today? One must still study diligently. After breaking through, his mood was elevated. He glanced at the desk beneath the bed, unplugging his phone charger, which was now fully charged. Oh, I forgot to accept friend requests. He Liang remembered this detail. He opened his phone and swiftly accepted numerous friend requests. However, it seemed there were more than 50 or 60. In a moment, He Liang could not discern who had added him on WeChat, so he accepted them all. After all, it wouldn't be good if someone had an urgent matter to discuss and he hadn't accepted their request. Soon, only one remained. Chen Mengtong. Should I accept? He Liang sighed softly. Before he could decide, his WeChat notifications lit up. To his surprise, it was a message from Ning Shui. Ning Shui, I seem to have some information regarding the special training camp at Shouying. Cute cat emoji. JPG. He Liang's expression froze momentarily. Ning Shui continued, I heard from my brother that it will be held at Suzhou University, and the timing seems to coincide with the regular military training for students. Cute cat emoji 2. JPG. Chapter 181. A flood of messages. He Liang and Ning Shui chatted on WeChat for a while before he decided to end the conversation. He raised an eyebrow and murmured to himself in a voice only he could hear. At Sujiang University? What a coincidence. As for the scheduling, He Liang didn't ponder it too deeply. However, the location struck him as peculiar, especially since he knew his biological father, He Qifeng, had also disappeared from there. Thus, he couldn't help but think more about it. Su Jian leaned over. Liang Gu, are you chatting with some girl again? He Liang shot him a glare, retorting, focus on your math problems and go practice the piano. He was deep in thought, momentarily forgetting to add Shenming Tong. Shenming Tong had been waiting but received no response. Her phone showed no acceptance or rejection, leaving her in a state of agony. Her roommates noticed something amiss and teased her. Meng Tong, is something up? Are there too many boys pursuing you? Is someone asking you out? Chun Ming Tong was strikingly beautiful, and her roommates had seen many suitors. Wasn't there someone named Han Yan? He seemed decent-looking and quite affluent. Upon hearing that name, Chun Ming Tong's expression shifted slightly, becoming somewhat displeased. Initially, she had engaged with Hong Yun out of gratitude for his assistance in reviving her family's business, but later discovered he had deceived her, which understandably infuriated her. He Liang had yet to fully contemplate the situation at Suzhou University when another WeChat message arrived. It was from Zhong Bin. Zhong Bin was the physical education teacher who had initially recruited He Liang for the sports special admission at Suzhou University. In the message, he first congratulated He Liang on entering the university. Then, he directly stated that he hoped He Liang could come to the sports field tomorrow at 4 in the afternoon. The first training session for the athletics team would take place then, and they planned to select candidates for the school team from the new recruits. He Liang pondered for a moment, neither accepting nor declining, and ultimately agreed. After all, he was not at university to be a hermit. Gaining experience was a beneficial endeavor. He Liang nodded gently. Just after finishing the conversation with Zhang Bin, a flurry of messages flooded in. Various classmates were sending greetings. Hello, I am. Among them was a message from Master Lang Yun. He knew He Liang had started school and wanted him to visit the music academy in the coming days. Master Lang Yun. This Saturday, the music academy will host a performance and teaching session by an internationally renowned piano master. If possible, please try to attend. Following that, He Liang became busy responding to a multitude of messages. Suddenly, Su Jin slammed his thigh, excitement radiating from him. Got it. His loud exclamation startled Wang Hua. Wang Hua looked at him, displeased. What now? Su Jin grinned widely, brimming with enthusiasm. A social gathering. I added a girl from our class on WeChat today, and we chatted. She said we could meet up. Wang Hua frowned, about to decline. But Su Jin quickly added, it's from the dorm of Qin Xinghua. All 4 girls in their dorm are quite attractive. Wang Hua hesitated, as he did have a bit of a crush on one of Qin Xinghua's roommates, though he had claimed he wasn't interested in dating. His body was quite honest. Su Jian glanced at Wang Hua and immediately declared, I want to pursue Qin Xinghua. You all will be my wingmen. And this meal is on me. Wealthy and generous. He exuded an air of someone who wouldn't be bothered by the bill. He Liang casually remarked, I don't mind. But I need to see if I have the time. I might be a bit busy in the coming days. Su Jian quickly responded, it should be this Friday. Liang Gu, you must come. If all goes well, we should head to the commercial street for a nice meal of pig stomach chicken, followed by some karaoke. He Liang contemplated for a moment and nodded. I should be free. Wang Hua's interest was piqued. Karaoke? He couldn't play the piano, but he was quite skilled at singing. I can join too, Wang Hua added. Thus, the plan was set. A series of events caused He Liang to completely forget about the request made through Chun Ming Tong's WeChat. The university's schedule was no longer as packed as that of high school. Many times, there were only 1 or 2 classes a day, or even free periods. On Monday, He Liang had only 1 class in the morning. It was an elderly professor, seemingly nearing retirement, who began lecturing the class with a textbook on fundamental molecular biology. It was evident that everyone was quite enthusiastic on the first day. Many students rushed to sit in the front and eagerly answered questions. However, He Liang had no inclination to participate actively, which surprised those who were observing him, leading them to ponder the study methods of this top student. Have you heard? He Liang can play the piano. This was a topic of discussion among some boys, who seemed to imply he played quite well. By the way, his roommate, Su Jian, also seems to play decently. Several girls whispered among themselves, their curiosity about He Liang growing. Playing the piano? Qin Xinghua's beautiful eyes sparkled slightly. She was more attentive than others, having learned about He Liang earlier because her brother was once the top student in Shenzhen, Qinzhou. His academic prowess was so remarkable that he was praised by teachers and elders alike. In contrast, although she was also a top student who gained admission to Su University, it seemed rather insignificant. When Qinzhou was once surpassed in a unified examination, Qin Xinghua was shocked for quite a while. It was then that she first heard the name He Liang. He's in the mathematics department, Qin Qingwen mused, shaking her head slightly. Their majors were different, and it seemed that in university, her brother would no longer be able to compete with He Liang. At 3:30 in the afternoon, He Liang prepared to head out. Where are you going, Liang Gu? Wang Hua asked, also ready to leave. He Liang smiled and replied, just going to the playground for some exercise. Wang Hua, surprised, showed a hint of delight and scratched his head. I also have a habit of jogging. Want to join? Su Jian, who had been calculating math problems on a piece of scrap paper, stood up with an eager look, wanting to join in. I want to go to the playground too. He Liang glanced at Su Jian, already guessing his intentions. You're not going to the playground just to exercise, Wang Hua remarked, speechless. Hey, who wouldn't he love those long-legged girls? Just a bit hot outside, Su Jian chuckled. All right then, let us hurry if we're going. Being late is not a good habit, He Liang casually remarked. The university sports team? He Liang found this quite interesting. Of course, he had no intention of participating. He just wanted to take a look. After all, he was a martial arts practitioner, and his physical fitness was not something an ordinary person could compare to. Although there were no explicit regulations, He Liang didn't believe that top-level competitions like the Olympics or national games would allow martial artists to participate. Otherwise, the records would not be so low. Chapter 182. Unintentional Sports. Enlightenment state the sports field at Tsu University was immensely larger than that of Qingda High School. The podium and other areas were impressively decorated. Tsu University boasted an outdoor stadium and 3 indoor gymnasiums, as Su Jian explained, seemingly very familiar with the campus. 3. That many? He Liang looked at him, surprised. Su Jian nodded, grinning, of course. I'm a local. I know Tsu University very well. Upon arriving at the playground, the trio noticed it was quite lively. A group of individuals, wearing clothing emblazoned with Su Jian University, were warming up on the grass in the center of the track. Su Jian paused, recalling something. Is this the athletics team? These individuals were tall and muscular, their calves and thighs impressively developed. Wait here. A teacher is looking for me, He Liang informed the two before heading over. His direction led him to the concentration area of the grass field team. Su Jian and Wang Hua exchanged glances, surprised that Liang Gu knew someone from Tsu University. Rushing to the center of the grass field, they saw Zhong Bin wearing a broad smile. There were 2 physical education teachers present. One was him, and the other was a middle-aged woman whose expression suggested someone owed her a considerable sum of money. She wore sports attire and maintained a decent figure, but her demeanor was rather cold. He Liang, Zhong Bin approached, but quickly furrowed his brow and sighed inwardly. He had deliberately informed He Liang that today was the day for team training and recruitment. Yet, He Liang still wore long pants and did not don the appropriate running shoes, clearly indicating he did not intend to participate in the selection. Zhong Bin felt a sense of regret and reluctance. He Liang's astonishing performance at Qingda High School was certainly on par with many in the current team. Winning races in the 1,000 meters and 200 meters demonstrated his remarkable physical talent. If given some training to master the techniques, he would undoubtedly shine at the National College Athletics competition. Yet, this promising talent seemed disinterested. Hello, teacher, He Liang nodded at Zhong Bin. His presence was also a courtesy to Zhong Bin, who had repeatedly invited him, and it would have been somewhat impolite to continue refusing and not even show up. Meanwhile, he was also hoping to uncover the reason behind his father's disappearance from Tsu University. Looking around, there were 10 boys wearing team uniforms, and among them were 6 special recruits, with Zhang Wu being one of them. Zhang Wu appeared somewhat surprised, evidently not expecting He Liang to show up here. The female teacher frowned slightly, crossing her arms and surveying He Liang with a rather indifferent expression. Zhong Bin had mysteriously informed her about a good talent, but from his appearance, he hardly seemed to fit that description. Zhong Bin, are we ready for the selection? The female teacher inquired, clearly growing impatient. Zhong Bin felt slightly awkward and, with a tinge of reluctance, asked, He Liang, why don't you go change into shorts and proper shoes to participate in the selection? He Liang shook his head, declining. Teacher, I have no intention of pursuing sports. I came just to see you. This statement warmed Zhong Bin's heart somewhat, though he also felt a bit disappointed. The female teacher urged him again. He Liang smiled and replied, You go ahead, teacher. My 2 roommates and I are just here to exercise. Zhong Bin had no choice but to leave. He Liang returned to his roommates, where Wang Hua looked at him with a puzzled expression, whispering, Liang Gu, you're not too good at sports, are you? Su Jian's eyes widened, staring at He Liang. He Liang waved his hand dismissively. I'm just average. I'm not specifically training in sports. Upon hearing this, Wang Hua and Su Jian felt somewhat relieved, fearing that He Liang might also be extraordinarily talented in sports. In fact, when He Liang achieved full marks, the media highlighted his accomplishments. including his first-place finish in the school sports meet, but the shock of his perfect scores garnered more attention. Moreover, most new media outlets deliberately distorted the facts, aiming to portray He Liang as a bookworm oblivious to the outside world. "Let us warm up and then head back," Wang Hua suggested to He Liang and Su Jian. Su Jian frowned. "You two go. I'll wait for you." He was only there to admire the long-legged girls, not to exercise. Wang Hua and He Liang did not insist, leaving the internal 3 tracks reserved for team selection and training. As the two stepped out, He Liang reflected that this was also a form of exercise. His strength had increased too rapidly. He needed to better control and ground himself. Merely meditating during the day was insufficient. He focused his gaze slightly, matching his pace to Wang Hua's, yet with each step and breath, there was a deliberate consideration. He was controlling his body with precision. This was the key to refining one's essence. This experience was rare, running under the blazing sun, with youthful sweat radiating a different sensation for He Liang. He concentrated his attention on his own body, as if he aimed to refine every muscle, tissue, and cell. Where is the exertion? What kind of force is being applied? He found himself in a peculiar state. If martial practitioners like He Hua were to witness this, they would undoubtedly be astonished, for such a state is rare and elusive. Enlightenment. Yet this enlightenment is exceedingly rare. An ordinary person may go their entire life without encountering it even once. In this state, various insights surfaced. Perhaps it was the realm of the heart, or the realm of technique and method, and progress would be remarkably swift. Gradually, He Liang became somewhat oblivious to his surroundings, akin to the state of immersion one experiences while solving mathematical problems, where hours would slip by unnoticed. He was continuously attempting, his speed quietly elevating without his own awareness. The content for this special recruitment is the 3,000-meter run, the middle-aged female teacher remarked nonchalantly. Under her guidance, 6 individuals began to run on the track. For these highly skilled recruits, 3,000 meters was not considered a long distance. However, with the introduction of competition, the dynamics shifted entirely. The teacher furrowed her brow, noticing that Zhongbin's gaze was not on the 6 special recruits, but rather in another direction. She instinctively looked over. It was that student who had just spoken with Zhongbin. He was outside. His legs moved with the steadiness and speed of a motor, propelling him forward. Swift. Yet, there was an inexplicable sense of stability. The teacher, who had been teaching physical education for 22 years, felt her gaze sharpen. This student. Her expression began to shift. Had she misjudged? At this moment, He Liang was oblivious to his surroundings, entirely immersed in the state of enlightenment. A condition that is rare and often only recognized in hindsight. In this state, he felt a profound connection to the universe, experiencing every change within his body, the tension of his muscles, the irregularity of his breath, the velocity of the air around him. The world before him appeared distinctly altered. Moreover, in this state, he was capable of digesting these sensations intuitively. Once familiar with this state, he felt an innate desire to explore other sensations. He decided to slow down his pace slightly. His speed diminished just a fraction, causing both the female teacher and Zhongbin to pause in surprise. Had he reached his limit? The track measured 400 meters, and He Liang had just run 3 laps at an impressive speed, totaling 1,200 meters. If he could maintain that pace, the group of special recruits would be slower than him. Moreover, He Liang had been running on the outer lane the entire time. Not only the 2 teachers, but even the 10 members of the athletics team, along with the 6 special recruits, had taken notice of He Liang. After all, there were not many people on the track at that moment. Brother Liang is running this fast. Even Wang Hua found it hard to believe. However, He Liang's slight reduction in speed allowed Wang Hua to relax a little. Perhaps he was simply tired from running? Indeed, maintaining such speed over 3 laps was already remarkable. If he could endure a few more laps, he would be performing at the level of a special recruit. Wang Hua believed that Brother Liang merely intended to sprint for a short distance. He nodded slightly, convinced that his assumption was correct. Yet the next moment, he nearly gasped in disbelief, for He Liang began to accelerate again. This time, he was moving even faster than before. He Liang's mind was devoid of any distractions. At this moment, he focused solely on experiencing everything around him within this state. Having experienced slowness, he now opted to speed up. His form was like that of a leopard, though each stride was not as lengthy as that of the towering special recruits. The frequency of his steps was astonishing. On the track, he seemed to be flying. His legs blurred as they alternated rapidly. The members of the athletics team watched in wide-eyed astonishment. What an absurd speed. The special recruits were equally stunned, some of them previously filled with competitive spirit. However, on the outer lane, a monster had emerged. Both teachers were fixated on He Liang, and the 10 team members were also captivated by him. The 6 special recruits found their own efforts somewhat lackluster in comparison. This was not a selection process for the team. It was a personal showcase by He Liang. No way. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. He's south in the outer lane. If we run slower than him, we'll lose face. Upon hearing this, the other 5 recruits felt a surge of determination and gritted their teeth. At this moment, they shared a sense of collective resolve. All 6 accelerated. The 4th lap. The 5th lap. They could not hold on any longer. What a joke. Was he a monster? The 6 special recruits found themselves willing but powerless. Meanwhile, He Liang was still accelerating. How outrageous. Zhang Wu felt a whirlwind of emotions. After a period of training over the holiday, he had often imagined He Liang as his rival. Yet now, before the school sports meet, he felt as though his head might explode. Was that guy a former national team member? Beside him, anguish sounds echoed. He Liang continued to accelerate. For someone of his refined skill, this was merely a trifle. If he so desired, he could increase his speed significantly, even breaking Olympic records. The 3,000 meters passed in the blink of an eye. The 6 special recruits came to a halt. The female teacher, stopwatch in hand, recorded their times. However, the 6 recruits felt a sense of helplessness. This timing felt rather perfunctory. The teacher's attention was entirely focused on the figure outside. No one inquired about their results. Even those ranked 1st and 2nd among them felt no joy. Zhang Wu ranked 4th, which was commendable, yet he felt only resignation. On the outer lane, He Liang continued to accelerate. Wang Hua stopped abruptly. He and Su Jian were utterly dumbfounded. What is Brother Liang doing? Is he some kind of cheat? That group of special recruits and the team members were nearly overwhelmed by Brother Liang's prowess. Su Jian could not contain his excitement, exclaiming in disbelief. Wang Hua remained silent, yet his expression mirrored his astonishment. Could he truly not be a former national team member? 3,000 meters. 4,000 meters. 5,000 meters. Finally, He Liang came to a stop, for his state of enlightenment had concluded. Enlightenment? As He Liang regained awareness, he realized just how immersed he had been. The results were astonishing. At this moment, he had an exceptional command of his strength, standing at the pinnacle of refinement. He was merely a hair's breadth away from breaking through to the realm of harmony. In the whole of Huaxia, that would make him a formidable master. Aside from He's family, the other 2 prominent families in Deepshan City each possessed only one such individual. Not bad. He Liang's lips curled into a slight smile. And he nodded in satisfaction. Subsequently, he approached the bewildered Wang Hua and Su Jian. Let us go. The warm-up is over, and it's time to head back. He led his 2 still-dazed roommates away. In the center of the field, the atmosphere felt strangely surreal. The next moment, the female teacher suddenly turned to Zhang Bin. Gripping his hand tightly, her eyes gleaming with excitement as if she intended to consume him. Who is this student? He must join our athletics team. With him, we would undoubtedly secure 1st or 2nd place in the university league. She could hardly contain her exhilaration. Once aloof, she now trembled with excitement. Yet, you saw it yourself. He has no interest in athletics. Zhang Bin was equally astonished. He had underestimated He Liang's remarkable athletic abilities. But he could only respond with a wry smile. No interest in athletics? What nonsense are you talking about? The female teacher even appeared somewhat irate. A student like him should participate in various athletics competitions. That is his path to success. Zhang Bin shook his head, interrupting her. But his name is He Liang. Su, you still haven't recognized him? Su teacher paused. He Liang? Why does that name sound so familiar? The next moment, her eyes widened in realization. The surrounding members of the athletics team overheard the conversation between the 2 teachers and were rendered speechless. He Liang. Is he the perfect scoring prodigy, He Liang? No way. How could he possibly be so adept at sports? Under the gaze of the crowd, Zhang Bin let out a soft sigh and nodded. Indeed, it was him. Chapter 184. The disappointment of the crowd as they walked along the road. Wang Hua and Su Jian were still somewhat bewildered. They were neither specialized physical education teachers nor athletes, and thus were not particularly sensitive to timing. However, the speed displayed by He Liang was so extraordinary that even they, lacking sensitivity, recognized its absurdity. He was pressing hard against the 6 special admissions students in the inner circle. Moreover, while others were running 3,000 meters, he was running 5,000. This was far beyond the realm of normalcy. Brother Liang. Wang Hua gazed at He Liang, who remained calm, casually waving his hand. I used to enjoy exercising, so I run fairly well. He had also realized that he might have shown off a bit too much just now. Is that what you call fairly well? Su Jian's chest heaved, his face flushed, nearly choking on his own blood. He was utterly convinced now. The society knows Brother Liang. He is tough and speaks little. Are all true big shots this low-key? He Liang had never boasted about his own prowess, not even during class introductions, and had remained quite modest. Yet, within just 2 days, as his roommates, they had gradually discovered various dazzling aspects of He Liang's exceptional talents. Brother Liang, what else can you do? Could you perhaps list them all at once? I fear I might not withstand this excitement and suffer a cardiac arrest. Su Jian clutched his chest, feigning agony. Brothers, this is truly overwhelming. He Liang glanced at him with a smirk and replied, I can do a bit of everything, nothing too extraordinary. This response sent a shiver down the spines of Su Jian and Wang Hua. If your bid includes your skills in academics, sports, and piano, then what on earth should we call you? A contemporary Da Vinci. He Liang did not linger on this topic for long and swiftly moved on. Meanwhile, Su Jian recalled something and turned to He Liang. Brother Liang, this Friday evening, we are going to a social gathering with Qin Xingyue's dormitory. On Saturday, at the Central Conservatory of Music next door, there will be a performance by an international piano master who will also provide guidance. Would you like to join? He assumed that with He Liang's remarkable piano skills, he would surely cherish such a rare opportunity. Su Jian patted his chest. I, lacking in talent, can bring 2 people in. He looked at Wang Hua. Shall we go together? He Liang was somewhat surprised but quickly responded with a smile. I have already received an invitation. Who? Su Jian's eyes widened in curiosity. He Liang cast a sidelong glance at him. Master Lang Yun personally invited me. Do you believe it? Su Jian rolled his eyes. Who would believe that? Master Lang Yun is one of the top pianists in the country. He even enjoys considerable fame internationally. How could he personally invite He Liang? Wang Hua listened to their conversation and felt a twinge of excitement. I want to go too. After a moment's thought, he agreed. Thus, the plan was set. Afterward, He Liang returned to the dormitory, content to embrace his inner homebody. Practicing Tianwuju in anticipation of a breakthrough in Qigong. 70 yuan daily. He Liang sighed softly, hoping the all-around work system would present him with more tasks, allowing him to advance and increase his daily earnings. Yet, the all-around work system had remained silent for some time. He was accumulating work coins, preparing to exchange them for extraordinary martial arts talents. As for his daily classes, they were rather easygoing, resembling a clock-in routine. The atmosphere at the university was quite liberal. In the dormitory, He Liang mused aloud. Going to class, there are no fixed seats. As long as a spot is vacant, one can sit anywhere. When class is dismissed, the teachers hardly pay attention to you. Many students eagerly answer questions, including Wang Hua, who is highly motivated in his studies. However, He Liang himself lacked such enthusiasm. Even in high school, he had grown accustomed to solitary contemplation. Many teachers were naturally aware of He Liang's status as a top scorer, especially given the recent uproar on the internet. Yet, after observing him over the past few days, they frowned and sighed, feeling somewhat disappointed. He hardly took notes during class. Most of the time, he was engrossed in reading on his own. He rarely participated in answering questions and showed little initiative. Many teachers speculated. Could it be that this top scorer has become complacent and lazy since starting university? Achieving full marks cannot merely be attributed to luck. It also indicates remarkable talent. However, at our university, there are numerous students with exceptional talents. Some have ranked among the top in international competitions. Others have published significant international papers during their university years. There are even students pursuing dual or multiple degrees. How could He Liang's lackadaisical attitude compare to these individuals? They believed that investing such a substantial amount to recruit He Liang might have been a miscalculation. Nonetheless, they could understand the rationale behind it. Attracting a top scorer served more as a promotional strategy for the school. He Liang's personal value was secondary. This sentiment was shared by many classmates and fellow students in the same department, who expressed some disappointment in He Liang. They had expected him to showcase various extraordinary learning abilities from the outset, but it seemed they had overestimated him. Unbeknownst to He Liang, others' opinions of him were far removed from his consciousness. He continued to lead a relaxed and disciplined life. In a message, Zhong Bin reached out to him, hoping he would consider joining the school team. The 2 teachers in charge were quite optimistic about him and wished for him to receive formal training and compete in various intercollegiate tournaments. However, He Liang declined politely, leaving Zhong Bin with a resigned sigh. Yet, after witnessing He Liang's astonishing performance that day, he remained determined not to give up, hoping to gradually persuade He Liang to agree. As time passed, Friday soon arrived. In the interim, their 4th roommate had yet to appear. It remained unclear what issues he might be facing at home. In the dormitory, Su Jian and Wang Hua were busy grooming themselves. He Liang cast a surprised glance at Wang Hua, who had taken out a small bottle of perfume and sprayed it on himself. Wang Hua was quite the hidden enthusiast. He Liang mused. Meanwhile, Su Jian was even more eccentric, pulling out an array of cosmetics from his suitcase, intent on becoming a refined young man. His remarks prompted Wang Hua to roll his eyes in disbelief, nearly causing him to choke. Nonetheless, it was evident that the array of cosmetics was quite luxurious. Brother Liang, are you going like this? Su Jian queried, eyeing He Liang, who was dressed in ordinary black sportswear, appearing quite casual. Is there a problem with that? He Liang countered. Wang Hua and Su Jian exchanged glances. Well, it seems there is no issue. Half an hour later, the trio set out, heading directly to the commercial street for dining, karaoke, and flirting. Su Jian was brimming with excitement. Chapter 185, Social Gathering with the girls' dormitory as they walked. Wang Hua's visible tension was palpable. Why are you so nervous before even meeting them? Su Jian teased, rolling his eyes. Look at Brother Liang. He is so composed. Wang Hua was at a loss for words, taking a moment before responding. Brother Liang is quite different from us. Su Jian paused, then lamented, that hits hard. My friend, Brother Liang, indeed, is different from us. Qin Qingyue and her three companions were not unattractive. In fact, they could be considered beautiful. However, compared to those exceptional goddesses from a few days prior, well, there was no need for comparison. Don't overthink it. He Liang understood their sentiments. Those from a few days ago were merely friends. There was nothing more. He Liang chuckled. If you wish for their contact information, I could truly pass it along to you. Wang Hua and Su Jian shook their heads. Those exceptional goddesses were hardly within their reach. After Su Jian's remark, He Liang suddenly remembered that he had yet to add Chen Mingtong on WeChat. He opened his phone and began scrolling through the application list. In the past few days, the number of people adding He Liang had been overwhelming, pushing the information far down the list. Half a minute later, He Liang finally made his move. After a moment's contemplation, he sighed softly and clicked through. If he hadn't, Chen Mingtong might feel that he had not forgiven her and would be consumed by guilt. Wouldn't she? Done. The excited voice of Su Jian rang in his ears. Outside Su University, there lay a bustling commercial street, replete with barbecue, hot pot, supermarkets, and even hotels, including the Kajio Hotel where He Liang once resided. There were also a few accommodations for long-term stays, where the likes of Kuang San and Hong Meigui resided in the commercial area. Before He Liang and his companions stood a well-decorated pig-stomach chicken restaurant, already bustling with students. It was Friday, the start of a new semester, and many students gathered for meals, leaving little space available. There are private rooms. I've made reservations in advance, reminded Su Jian, clearly putting in significant effort for this social gathering. He Liang chuckled. It seems you've prepared quite thoroughly. Unlike Wang Hua, who was somewhat shy, Su Jian exuded pride and confidence, patting his chest and declaring, of course, we will clinch this. As they entered the reserved private room, they were the first to arrive, with the girls' dormitory yet to come. Even at this moment, He Liang found himself pondering his cultivation. After his recent enlightenment, he felt that the realm of harmonious qi was perhaps not so distant after all. He was momentarily lost in thought. Was it normal to experience such rapid advancement in cultivation, breaking through in just 10 days to half a month? Clearly, this was quite abnormal. Yet, He Liang possessed an extraordinary talent, second only to the most exceptional. Perhaps, in that light, it seemed reasonable. He had initially thought that avenging Yin Balian would be a prolonged endeavor. His eyes glimmered with determination. Yet, with the current pace of breakthroughs, what level could he attain by the end of this semester? The pinnacle of harmonious qi, or even higher? Moreover, He Liang was still accumulating labor coins to exchange for the coveted talent of extraordinary cultivation. The mere mention of extraordinary filled him with anticipation. Martial body talents were categorized into several tiers: ordinary, excellent, genius, monster, unparalleled monster, and extraordinary. He Liang had ascended through these ranks step by step. From his observations, each exchange resulted in an approximate tripling of his cultivation speed. While 3 times may not sound substantial, the cumulative effect was astonishing. His unparalleled cultivation speed equated to 81 times that of an ordinary talent. And this was merely a rough estimate. After all, the importance of talent increased even further upon breaking through. He had a premonition that he would soon reach the pinnacle of martial body cultivation. Harmonious qi and grandmaster were no longer distant aspirations for him. At the same time, He Liang recalled an event from 2 days prior. The training camp at Shuying was about to commence. The date was set for next Wednesday at Suzhou University, lasting a week. Next Wednesday? He Liang raised an eyebrow, stroking his chin in contemplation. The regular military training began the following Monday, spanning 14 days. And these individuals would transition to the training camp after just 3 days of military training? As he pondered, the door swung open with a click. 4 girls entered. Upon their arrival, Wang Hua and Su Jian straightened their postures. They're here? He Liang returned to his senses, focusing his gaze. The 4 youthful and attractive girls appeared quite charming. The leader, clad in a floral dress and sporting a ponytail, wore a bright smile, radiating vitality. The other 3 clearly regarded her as their leader. He Liang recognized that the girl in front was Qin Qingyue, the object of Su Jian's affections. Every night, Su Jian would emit unsettling chuckles from his bed. It was only through direct inquiry that He Liang learned it was due to chatting with Qin Qingwei on WeChat, resulting in blissful, foolish smiles. He Liang furrowed his brow slightly, observing Qin Qingwei, a martial body cultivator, despite being in the same class. He Liang had never realized her prowess. Generally, martial body cultivators maintain a level of restraint in their energy and spirit, making it difficult to discern each other's cultivation levels without confrontation. Even at higher levels of harmonious qi, one might not be able to perceive a peak physical cultivator's strength. Only a select few possess unique attributes, either due to their innate qualities or powerful perceptual abilities, enabling them to sense others' cultivation levels. He Liang was one such individual, his training in the Tianwu formula granting him remarkable sensitivity, particularly after absorbing special energy from the statue formed by the dragon blood tree, resulting in a subtle transformation of his perceptive abilities. Upon closer inspection, he could indeed discern her cultivation level 8 layers of body refining. Qin Qingyue's prowess was no trivial matter. He glanced at his excited roommate Su Jian with a hint of skepticism. Could his less-than-prominent roommate truly capture the heart of someone so attractive and skilled? He Liang even harbored doubts about Su Jian's intentions, given his unremarkable appearance. As the 4 girls entered, Wang Hua became noticeably reserved. Yet, Su Jian, instead of feeling anxious, adopted the demeanor of a gracious host, displaying remarkable ease. "I'm Qin Qingwei," the leading girl announced with a radiant smile, exuding a lively yet polite aura that was quite pleasant. The other 3 girls introduced themselves in turn. He Liang noticed Wang Hua's gaze linger primarily on a cute girl with black-framed glasses, exuding a certain innocence. Did each of them already have their sights set on a target? He Liang couldn't help but chuckle to himself, shaking his head in disbelief. Chapter 186, The Fourth Roommate. Singing with Qin Qingyue and Su Jian energizing the atmosphere, the meal progressed without any awkwardness. Even Wang Hua mustered up courage to engage the girls in conversation. Naturally, he attempted to share some jokes, albeit with mixed success. Nevertheless, the girls were polite enough to respond with smiles. "Has your other roommate not returned to school yet?" Qin Qingyue's keen eyes scanned the 3 boys, pausing momentarily on He Liang before addressing Su Jian. "Not yet," Su Jian replied, shaking his head. "We don't even know our new roommate's name." He scratched his head in confusion. Wang Hua suddenly chimed in. "I think I caught a glimpse of it in the class roster." All eyes turned to him expectantly. "I believe it's Sun Ming." After a moment of recollection, he stated. Upon hearing this, He Liang's expression shifted slightly. Sun Ming? Did he hear correctly? Was it indeed Sun Ming from the Sun family? If so, that was quite astonishing. Wang Hua hesitated before adding, "I've only heard rumors." Apparently, this Sun Ming's family donated 500,000 to Su University, making him a special admission student. After uttering this, he regretted his loose tongue, quickly adding, "Of course, I'm just repeating what I heard. Don't take it too seriously." The group exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting the gravity of the revelation. If this were true, it would be remarkable indeed. Meanwhile, He Liang's demeanor grew increasingly peculiar. He believed the likelihood of this being true was quite high. Every university has special admission programs, not just Su University, but also Tsinghua and Beida. Any family donating over 500,000 is regarded as contributing to the institution, allowing for admission arrangements. But who in an ordinary family could afford to donate such an amount? Sun Ming attending Su University and coincidentally sharing a dorm with him? Was it possible that Sun Ming had orchestrated this? He Liang mused. Though he had not known Sun Ming for long, he had already grasped his character. Sun Ming was particularly passionate about jade gambling, showing a keen interest in He Liang's pursuits. Perhaps he wished to attend Su University to discuss jade gambling with him? Or maybe he was simply seeking a like-minded peer of similar age and skill level. Given Sun Ming's thought process, this was entirely plausible. "Let us eat quickly. We still have karaoke to attend." "I've already booked the room," Su Jian interjected, skillfully steering the conversation. His emotional intelligence was evident. After all, this unique admission method inevitably evokes feelings of jealousy or a sense of unfairness. If future roommates were to overhear, it might stir uncomfortable sentiments within them. As everyone eagerly picked up their chopsticks, the food was undeniably delicious. He Liang smiled, further immersing himself in the distinctiveness of university life. He was not lacking in living expenses. Although his family faced financial hardships, his presence had already brought about improvements, with his family generously providing him with 1,500 yuan each month. His grandfather, He Hua, was quite straightforward, handing him a bank card containing 20 million. Should any needs arise, he could always contact Kwang-san. The 3 of them rose, ready to head to the KTV, engaging in cheerful conversation. Up ahead, Su Jian and Qin Qingyue were animatedly chatting, both being extroverted individuals enjoying each other's company. Meanwhile, Wang Hua, the somewhat introverted lad, was already conversing with a pure-looking girl in black-rimmed glasses, having taken the initiative. The other two girls, understanding the situation, chose not to be the third wheel and walked behind, conversing with He Liang. The opportunity to sing karaoke with a top student was quite a pleasant surprise. One girl giggled, casting a sparkling glance at He Liang. He Liang smiled wryly, recognizing her teasing remark. I merely had good fortune in the college entrance examination. Another girl, clad in jeans that accentuated her figure, inquired, He Liang, can you sing? He Liang chuckled, appearing quite at ease. I can manage a little. In high school, he had attended a few gatherings, perhaps 3 or 4 times. Of course, the crux of the matter lay beyond that. With provincial-level piano skills, he was certainly well-versed in music theory. His singing prowess would not be lacking, while it may not reach the provincial level. It was undoubtedly superior to that of an average enthusiast. Additionally, with his peak physical conditioning, his body control was exceptional, and his sensory perception was remarkably acute. With these attributes combined, He Liang estimated that his singing level might reach a municipal standard, albeit on the lower end. He presumed it to be about right. If necessary, he could also exchange a small amount of labor credits for this skill. Such exchanges were relatively inexpensive. He Liang was gradually becoming acquainted with the versatile labor system, having formed a basic understanding through various attempts. The truly expensive exchanges were for talents related to cultivation, often costing thousands of labor credits, while ordinary skills typically ranged from dozens to a few hundred. The 7 arrived at the KTV. Su Jian approached the front desk. Boss, we made a reservation. He provided his phone number for verification, and after confirmation, the boss mentioned, you booked a low-consumption room. Feel free to select anything under 218. The term low-consumption room referred to areas in the KTV where one could sing for free within a specific time frame, provided they spent a requisite amount. Naturally, prices at the KTV were exorbitant, typically 2 to 3 times higher than those outside. Does anyone want a drink? Su Jian turned to the group. Qin Qinghua smiled and nodded. I'll drink. All eyes shifted to He Liang and Wang Hua. Wang Hua's face flushed slightly. He had little experience with alcohol. However, in such a setting, admitting he couldn't drink might come off as overly timid. The pure-looking girl's presence spurred him on. I can drink as well. He Liang casually remarked, I'm fine. I can manage a bit. Su Jian chuckled, eager to order more drinks, believing that a few drinks would enhance the atmosphere, fostering deeper connections. With Saturday approaching, the group felt liberated. They grabbed a dozen cans of beer and entered the room. Wang Yuning excused herself under the pretense of needing the restroom, her brow slightly furrowed, a hint of displeasure gracing her charming, innocent face. She felt a growing desire to leave. Her roommate had brought their dormitory to mingle with another male dormitory. Wang Yuning, not wishing to embarrass her roommate, had refrained from declining. However, 2 of the boys inside were smoking, an atmosphere she found distasteful. I should have known better than to come, she murmured to herself. Not lingering at the door, she proceeded down the corridor towards the restroom. As she passed a particular room, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of someone, and her heart skipped a beat. Surprise washed over her, nearly making her leap in delight. He Liang. Chapter 187. Inviting Yuning. A touch of luck. Wang Yuning's face lit up with astonishment. She had never anticipated encountering He Liang at the KTV. What a twist of fate. The word serendipity sprang to her mind. However, her expression shifted slightly upon noticing the 4 girls within the room. It must be a dormitory gathering, she speculated, feeling a twinge of discomfort, akin to having her most cherished toy snatched away, leaving her somewhat disheartened. Since starting university, she had been surrounded by an abundance of captivating experiences and temptations. In an instant, her thoughts spiraled in myriad directions. She bit her lip, contemplating whether to greet He Liang, yet hesitating, unsure of how to approach him. Her heart was a tumult of desire and trepidation. Suddenly, the door swung open, startling Wang Yuning. Emerging was a familiar, handsome face. Yuning, you're here too? He Liang had spotted her standing outside and stepped out with a smile. Are you here to sing with friends? Wang Yuning nodded eagerly, her demeanor like that of a well-behaved child. One of my roommates promised to join another male dormitory for a gathering, so she brought us along. We're in the room next door. She gestured towards the adjacent room. He Liang paused, then shrugged helplessly. I'm in a similar situation. My roommate dragged me to a gathering with the girls from our class. As they conversed, they moved aside to avoid blocking the path. I mentioned wanting to treat you to a meal. You choose a time? Wang Yuning inquired, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Lately, I might be a bit busy. He Liang replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. Wang Yuning acknowledged with a soft and a brief silence enveloped them. They were no longer in the same department. She was in the literature faculty. Aren't you going back? He Liang inquired, noticing her unease. Their relationship was quite amicable. allowing for open conversation without excessive reservations. There are smokers inside, and I'm not fond of that smell, Wang Yuning explained softly. Yet, she felt she couldn't leave directly, considering her roommate's feelings. After all, they had only just formed their dormitory. Leaving abruptly might create unnecessary tension. He Liang contemplated for a moment and suggested, how about you come to our room? If your roommate asks where you went, you can say you ran into a friend who invited you to stay and sing. Wang Yuning hesitated but felt a swell of gratitude. He Liang was genuinely kind. Proactively devising a solution for her. That sounds fine. He Liang grinned. The girls in our room are all quite welcoming. My 2 roommates would be thrilled to have such a beautiful girl join us. No one smokes there. Wang Yuning's cheeks flushed. What beautiful girl. While she feigned shyness, her heart brimmed with joy, feeling a delightful sweetness. Come with us, He Liang said, taking the initiative to lead Wang Yuning into the KTV room. As they entered, everyone's gaze fell upon Wang Yuning, clearly taken aback by her beauty. She is my high school classmate. We just happened to pass by, so I brought her in to sing together and introduce her to everyone. The group exchanged knowing glances, smiles spreading across their faces. What a lovely girl, they exclaimed warmly. Wang Hua and Su Jian widened their eyes in astonishment. Isn't this the pure, bespectacled goddess we encountered the other day? Her figure is stunning. Damn, Liang Ge. And you said you weren't close with her? Su Jian pulled He Liang aside, whispering. In their gazes, envy was palpable. He Liang shrugged helplessly, stating, they are merely ordinary friends. It was just a chance encounter. Su Jian and Wang Hua exchanged skeptical glances. Meanwhile, four girls had already struck up a conversation with Wang Yuning, their enthusiasm easing her initial apprehension about the potential awkwardness. As the next song began to play in the KTV, Wang Hua nervously took the microphone. He possessed a certain confidence in his singing, but the presence of girls, particularly the attractive Wang Yuning, made him feel a bit anxious. There were 2 microphones, one in Wang Hua's hand and the other with the girls. Qin Qinyue smiled and handed the microphone to Zhao Chun, who happened to be the object of Wang Hua's affection. Clearly, Qin Qinyue was observant enough to notice Wang Hua's interest in her roommate. We can't sing, Zhao Chun blushed, feeling shy. Qin Qinyue teasingly remarked, and the others nodded in agreement. Reluctantly, Zhao Chun began to sing, revealing that she did not harbor any dislike for Wang Hua. With the original track muted, only the accompaniment remained, and Wang Hua's performance was surprisingly on point, complemented by his slightly magnetic voice, which captivated the audience. As the song concluded, Su Jian clapped enthusiastically. Impressive, my brother. You're quite the talent. Wang Hua understood that this was meant to bolster his confidence, and gratitude flickered in his eyes, though he felt a bit embarrassed. The girls applauded as well, and Qin Qinyue added, you 2 compliment each other quite well while singing. Zhao Chun's face flushed with embarrassment at this blatant suggestion. Su Jian leaned closer to Wang Hua, whispering, brother, there's potential here. Subsequently, he grinned and nudged He Liang. It's your turn for the next song. He Liang was momentarily taken aback, but I didn't choose a song. Wang Hua smirked. I'm just trying to create an opportunity for you, my friend. I picked a song for you to sing with that girl. Seeing He Liang roll his eyes, Wang Hua confidently continued, actually, I have another consideration. If I sing too well, it might overshadow your performance. So, I'll go last. And you can go first. He Liang regarded him with a knowing look. If I sing first, don't regret it. He wasn't one to shy away from singing and had no intention of declining. After all, isn't karaoke meant for singing? Su Jian felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. Could it be that He Liang was actually a talented singer? That would be unfair. Su Jian, confident in his own abilities, stubbornly declared, you go first. The KTV screen transitioned to the next song, A Little Happiness. As He Liang took the microphone, his mind was flooded with responses from the all-encompassing work system. The cost to elevate his singing skills from municipal to provincial level was a mere 150 work coins, cheaper than he anticipated. This confirmed his previous assessments. His singing proficiency was indeed at a municipal level, albeit at the lower end of the spectrum. However, given his piano skills at a provincial level and his extensive theoretical knowledge, he was far more capable than an average amateur. Could it be that enhancing these skills would also incrementally improve others? He pondered. While the effects might not be immediately visible with 1 or 2 skills, as the number of enhanced skills increased, the results could potentially be remarkable. Perhaps, by honing various skills, he could elevate his piano proficiency to a national level. With a determined thought, He Liang decided to exchange for the provincial upgrade. As he did so, a refreshing clarity washed over him, enriching his theoretical knowledge and unveiling instinctual techniques. Knowing the theory was one thing, but the capacity to apply it required extensive practice. Suddenly, holding the microphone felt different. The accompaniment resonated as distinct rhythmic notes in his ears, and he became acutely aware of the music's composition. Taking a deep breath, He Liang felt a unique sensation wash over him. It was as if he had complete control over the atmosphere. His piano skills had also improved without needing to physically play. Is this the concept of transferable skills? Nearby, Su Jian inquired, He Liang, do you want the original track? Not necessary. He Liang calmly shook his head, surprising Su Jian with his evident self-assurance. Meanwhile, the girls had passed the microphone to Wang Yuning. Feeling a rush of shyness yet summoning her courage, she accepted the microphone. A Little Happiness was a song she could sing well, and it resonated with her heartfelt memories of He Liang. In high school, without his guidance, she would not have worked so diligently or achieved her breakthroughs. Without him, she might never have been accepted into Tsu University. Lost in thought, she began to sing softly, her voice like a nightingale, captivating everyone with its youthful vibrance. As she sang, He Liang joined in. When I fell in love with you, I didn't understand emotions. It was only after parting that I realized the depth of my feelings. The audience was spellbound, their eyes wide in astonishment. Is this not a different version of the original? Su Jian repeatedly confirmed the original track was off, struggling to comprehend the situation. He Liang, you're singing. It's incredible. It felt as though their voices intertwined seamlessly, each taking turns, creating a profound connection under the shimmering lights, stirring emotions within them both. He Liang's singing is exceptionally captivating, resonating deeply with the audience. Each poignant lyric evokes a sense of personal connection within her. Her emotional nature slightly overshadows her rationality. As her admiration for He Liang ignites a desire to confess her feelings tonight, the singing continues, enveloping everyone in the room in a shared experience. Wang Yuning sings commendably, her vocal timbre and emotional expression enhancing the atmosphere without hindering He Liang's performance. Whenever He Liang opens his mouth to sing, he captivates everyone, including Wang Yuning, who is equally entranced. He Liang's voice seems to transport everyone into a narrative, prompting personal reflections of their own stories. Some feel melancholic, while others are stirred by affection. Gradually, the accompaniment fades, yet the room remains in a contemplative silence, as if everyone is reluctant to disrupt the beauty of the moment. Wang Yuning slowly regains her composure. Her cheeks flush like ripened apples, her heart racing as she tightens her grip on her pristine white dress. He Liang, she holds the microphone, drawing everyone's attention. At this moment, her emotions become palpable. However, just then, the door swings open with a resounding thud, as two jovial young men step inside. Their presence marked by the pungent scent of smoke. One sports golden earrings while the other flaunts ash-gray hair, both exuding an air of nonchalance. Their arrival halts Wang Yuning's anticipated words, for she recognizes them as the boys her roommates invited for a social gathering. The two young men exchange knowing glances with Wang Yuning, chuckling as they say, "We lost a game of truth or dare and were sent over to sing a song. Mind if we join?" Of course, this is merely a ruse. Wang Yuning had informed her roommates of her location, and upon learning she was with He Liang, the boys felt a pang of jealousy. After all, she was the most attractive girl in their dorm, and they were smitten. Particularly irked to see her being summoned by a boy, they approached with a mixture of confidence and a hint of provocation, eager to showcase their talents before the girl they admired. Chapter 189. Some individuals cannot conceal their radiance. Perhaps their intentions were somewhat naive and immature. Yet, in their youthful exuberance, feelings of rivalry and jealousy are entirely normal. Upon hearing that a boy had taken away the most captivating girl from their gathering, they couldn't help but feel a sense of loss, as if a prized possession had slipped away. With their singing prowess, they boldly approached the situation. He Liang raised an eyebrow, a contemplative expression crossing his handsome features as he quickly discerned the identity of the two intruders. Su Jian's eyes widened. Sensing an undercurrent of tension, it was evident they weren't merely here to fulfill a punishment, but rather to stir trouble. He Liang stood up, a subtle smile gracing his lips. How would you like to sing? Although He Liang preferred to avoid unnecessary conflict, he was willing to respond to a challenge when it presented itself. It was clear that Wang Yuning harbored no fondness for them, and it would be better to help her by quelling their advances. My friend over there says the punishment is to compete in a singing contest with the boys next door, one of the newcomers said with a feigned air of reluctance. This punishment is somewhat unorthodox. However, we must accept the consequences. Their demeanor suggested something was amiss. What kind of peculiar punishment was this? It felt more like a contrived excuse to intervene. The dyed-haired boy and the one with earrings focused their gaze on He Liang, a hint of challenge in their eyes. Having noticed Wang Yuning's frequent glances towards him, "All right," He Liang replied with a nod. The two boys exchanged knowing smiles, sensing they had found their target. Even if He Liang had declined, they would simply state that no competition was necessary. They merely needed to sing a song to satisfy their friends. The ash-gray-haired boy revealed a mischievous grin as he stepped forward to select a song. They understood that a heartfelt performance could be far more enchanting than technically challenging pieces. The romantic and evocative nature of simpler melodies often resonates more deeply with young women. How disappointing. Su Jian muttered beside He Liang. I had selected that song specifically to impress Qingwei, and now he has hijacked it. His gaze towards the two boys was decidedly unfriendly. Brother Liang, these fools are truly courting disaster. Help me get back at them later. He Liang remained silent, fully aware that his singing abilities far exceeded those of an average student. Soon, the ash-gray-haired boy began to sing, sitting confidently in his chair, his magnetic voice captivating, albeit lacking the emotional depth that He Liang had just displayed. Despite his confidence, the girls around him remained relatively unmoved. Su Jian smirked knowingly. While the boy's singing was commendable, it paled in comparison to He Liang's earlier performance. What a pathetic attempt. They have no idea what they're up against, Su Jian scoffed, nodding in agreement with Wang Hua beside him. Once the ash-gray-haired boy finished, feeling a bit out of sorts but still proud of his performance, Su Jian whistled in mock admiration. Impressive, impressive. The boy responded with a smug smile, oblivious to the undercurrents of discontent around him. I suppose we should send a male singer over to compete with you? Su Jian proposed, eliciting eager nods from the other two boys. Brother Liang, why not step outside to sing? Everyone paused, including He Liang, who was slightly taken aback. Outside, Su Jian nodded. Did you not notice? There's a piano and a microphone outside. Why not play and sing simultaneously? He Liang understood Su Jian's intent, while the two boys across from them grew uneasy. Wait, this guy can play the piano? A sense of urgency washed over them. The ash-gray-haired boy, unwilling to be overshadowed, declared, I can play the guitar, but unfortunately, I didn't bring it with me. Otherwise, I could challenge this classmate. Su Jian feigned a smile, internally reveling in their discomfort. Let us see how this unfolds. Wang Yuning and the other girls looked on with eager anticipation. He Liang, I've heard from the boys in class that you play the piano quite well. Would you showcase your skills for us? With no hesitation, He Liang agreed. In a shift of mood, everyone exited the KTV room, with Su Jian approaching the front desk to speak briefly. Suddenly, the eyes of the ladies at the front desk sparkled, and they nodded in agreement. Of course. This piano is here for people to play. Su Jian gave He Liang an okay gesture. Brother Liang, what song are you going to sing? Do you need me to print out the lyrics for you? He Liang waved his hand dismissively. No need. He then walked towards the piano. Sitting down, he rotated his wrists. Many students, both male and female, from his cohort and seniors, paused in curiosity. Is someone going to play the piano here? This scene felt rather novel. Qin Xingwei whispered to Wang Yuning. They all say He Liang plays the piano exceptionally well. Is that true? Wang Yuning's heart raced as she shook her head. I don't know. She gazed at the figure seated at the piano, somewhat entranced. Qin Xingwei fell silent and approached Su Jian to ask the same question. Indeed, Brother Liang is quite remarkable. He plays far better than I do, Su Jian generously praised. Wang Hua, standing nearby, felt somewhat helpless. Clearly, this was supposed to be a social gathering, yet it seemed to have transformed into Brother Liang's solo performance. Su Jian paused, stroking his chin, with a contemplative look in his eyes. It did seem that way. After a moment, he sighed. Some people simply cannot hide their brilliance, no matter where they are. Chapter 190. Twinkle, twinkle little star. Su Jian rubbed his forehead, his expression of helplessness appearing somewhat comical. However, it was evident that he bore no malice or disappointment. Instead, he chuckled. Otherwise, why do we call him Brother Liang? Wang Hua, taken aback, also smiled and nodded. The number of students lingering around increased. Is someone going to play the piano? They must be a student, right? Some murmured quietly, their eyes reflecting a hint of surprise. He Liang's demeanor suggested that he was not merely tinkling the ivories. He adjusted the fixed microphone hanging above slightly lower. Although the crowd's gaze was fixed upon him, he felt no anxiety. This was tied to his composed mindset and undeniable confidence. The next moment, He Liang's expression turned serious. As he began to play, it was as if he transformed into another person, causing those around him to feel a subtle tremor in the atmosphere, holding their breath in anticipation. His fingers danced across the piano keys, producing a swift and orderly melody that resonated throughout the room. This was merely practice. The crowd's eyes lit up. There was genuine talent here. He played with remarkable professionalism. His hands looked exquisite. Those with even a slight understanding of the piano were moved. That warm-up. The foundation is profound. Even the ladies at the front desk cast their gazes his way. He Liang took a deep breath, having completed his warm-up. The next moment, he gently lifted his hands, capturing everyone's attention. Those hands seemed to possess a magical quality. Gracefully, they glided towards the black and white keys. A smooth and beautiful melody suddenly filled the KTV hall. Is that Twinkle, Twinkle Little Star? As the prelude rang out, it instantly evoked many childhood memories. This song had once swept through the campus. A boy with grayish-white hair looked as though he had just eaten something bitter, gritting his teeth. This guy dares to sing the same song as I do? What does that mean? Is he slapping my face? Observing the astonished expressions of those around him, he felt a surge of anger. Looking at He Liang, his gaze was somewhat unfriendly. You can play the piano and earn some points, but can you really sing? He scoffed internally, unwilling to see his limelight stolen. Fool. Su Jian, glancing at him from a distance, immediately discerned his thoughts through his grim expression. He Liang's piano playing, though seemingly simple, struck a deep chord within the heart. This was indeed provincial-level proficiency. Coupled with his jazz dance and singing, He Liang was now at the pinnacle of provincial standards. His ability to evoke empathy was remarkably strong, as his fingers danced over the black and white keys. Whether light or heavy, some were utterly entranced. Even disregarding the level of his playing, the fluidity of his movements could be deemed art. Many felt their hearts stirred by this simple yet moving music. The uninitiated watched in wonder, while those knowledgeable discerned the skill. Impressive. Su Jian sighed softly. How difficult could it be to play Twinkle, Twinkle Little Star on the piano? Yet, He Liang perfected every detail, infusing the music with his own understanding and spirit. As everyone became lost in the moment, He Liang gently began to sing. Can you not leave? Many loves cannot return. I should let go. His unique and magnetic voice, tinged with nostalgia and sadness, seemed to transport everyone back to cherished memories. A youthful boy, filled with bitterness, watched the girl he admired walk away. He opened his mouth, yet words eluded him. For no matter how much he wanted to say, he could not retrieve that fleeting figure. In the end, only his blessings remained. If this is the conclusion, I hope you are truly satisfied. The piano melody, paired with his resonant voice, narrated a poignant and tender tale. 1,000 listeners could find 1,000 interpretations within. Each person extracted from the music something uniquely personal. The technical aspects of the music were secondary. True top-tier music should resonate with the heart, evoke joy, tears, and a spectrum of emotions. This should be the essence of music, an emotional release. Some young women wept softly, inexplicably longing for their boyfriends. Meanwhile, a few young men fell silent, lost in wistfulness, reminiscing about their unattainable high school crushes. He Liang conveyed the song's emotions with exquisite precision, captivating all. When he pressed the final key, and the echoes gradually faded, the audience slowly returned to reality. Some realized their eyes had turned red without them noticing. Goosebumps erupted all over, having heard He Liang's performance up close. They felt their emotions completely stirred. He Liang stood up, having immersed himself in the fusion of piano and song. He glanced at the dozens of spectators, gently bowing as though concluding a grand performance on a vast stage. Applause erupted. Unbeknownst to them, even the KTV owner had arrived. He looked exhilarated, quietly instructing the staff below, do not delete tonight's recording. Ensure this student's performance is perfectly edited. Everyone applauded for He Liang. He was the undeniable focal point under the spotlight. The boy with grayish-white hair's complexion shifted from pale to green. Just moments ago, he had been captivated, but upon realizing, his pride was bruised. He Liang sang too well. He played too beautifully. In comparison, he felt like a mere clown. Yet, this only fueled his anger. Is this guy mocking me? In truth, He Liang had not even considered him. He had overestimated his own significance. Moreover, it was he who had sought out trouble, trying to assert his superiority by confronting He Liang and the two other boys. He Liang smiled, glancing at Wang Yuning, giving her a gentle nod. He was subtly helping her by dissuading the two boys from their intentions. Wang Yuning, already enamored, felt her cheeks flush a deep crimson at that moment. Her heart raced, almost overwhelming her. How blissful. Was this song a gift from He Liang to her? She couldn't help but wonder. Why did he nod at me? A young girl in her blossoming years, her heart was filled with imagination. How romantic. To her, He Liang appeared utterly flawless. In terms of academics, character, and talent, he was beyond reproach. He left her utterly captivated. I'm getting goosebumps. Su Jian and Wang Hua remarked. When someone excels, we might feel a pang of jealousy. However, Brother Liang, we can only worship. Wang Hua nodded in agreement. A perfect academic, a track and field champion, a dual talent in singing and playing, Brother Liang is truly a versatile genius. It's simply extraordinary. Chapter 191. Next time, let us have a social gathering with our dormitory. Clap, clap. The applause resounded throughout the venue. The singing was exquisite. The playing was remarkable. Amazing. Everyone clapped and praised Liang from the depths of their hearts. Many beautiful girls gazed at He Liang with sparkling eyes, feeling a flutter in their hearts. When He Liang stepped off the stage, several girls even approached him, eager to add him on WeChat. He Liang smiled, but did not refuse. It wasn't he about being a player. It was simply about being considerate of others' feelings. Su Jian, standing beside, felt envious. When will I be as successful as Brother Liang? However, he quickly composed himself and said earnestly, I, Su Jian, am very devoted. It's none of your business. I only like Qin Xinhua. Wang Hua shot him a glance. But your expression doesn't seem right. Su Jian nudged Wang Hua with his elbow and winked, grinning. That guy has left. Wang Hua realized something and looked aside. Noticing that the gray-haired boy and his friends had disappeared, he frowned. After all, they were the ones who wanted to compare, right? To leave without a word now? That's rather rude. Su Jian waved his hand, sneering. It's just a fragile mindset. He too ashamed to stay, fearing ridicule. Later, he might message saying he had a stomachache and had to leave. Just a little scum. No need to bother with him. That's a possibility. Wang Hua nodded. Soon, He Liang managed to extricate himself and return to the KTV room with everyone. Why are you all staring at me? Is there something on my face? He Liang shrugged helplessly. Everyone nodded in unison, their expression serious. In truth, they were all immensely shocked. He Liang's handsome appearance radiated masculinity, and his talents were impeccable. He was simply a male goddess. Outside, several girls happened to pass by, discreetly glancing at He Liang. Su Jian, pick a song. He Liang decided to take the initiative to break the awkward atmosphere. Su Jian cleared his throat and said, Brother Liang, sing a few more songs. He Liang replied without words. Aren't you going to sing? Su Jian awkwardly scratched his head. I want to sing. He sings well, but after He Liang just performed, he felt a bit embarrassed to sing again. No comparison, no harm done. He Liang, sing a few more songs. The girls chimed in cheerfully. He Liang did not refuse. This KTV outing turned into what felt like his personal concert. At 11 at night, He Liang and the others returned to the dormitory just in time. Let us get some rest. We have to go to the Central Conservatory of Music tomorrow. He Liang reminded the two, who were still a bit excited. We need to leave by 8 in the morning, so we must get up around 6. Both of them had enjoyed themselves thoroughly, interacting with the girls they liked. Su Jian said, Brother Liang, that girl named Wang Yuning clearly likes you. Aren't you going to show some sign? You should seize the moment. He Liang was speechless. After a moment, he replied, You're overthinking it. I'm just familiar with her as we were high school classmates. Wang Hua added, With so many beautiful goddesses around you, you really shouldn't worry. He Liang shook his head. It's truly not as you imagine. They are just friends. After everyone freshened up, they each went to rest. Because tomorrow morning at 8, they would set off for the Central Conservatory of Music. He Liang climbed into bed and discovered that his WeChat notifications were nearly exploding. There were over 99 new messages. So many little red dots. He scrolled through them, noticing many were from girls he had met at KTV who had sent him messages. He chatted casually for a bit before deciding to end the conversation. He had no intention of being a player. Then, he paused slightly. Ning Shui? He Liang tapped to open the chat window. Ning Shui, cute cat emoji. JPG, a curious cat, had peeked out from the corner of a table. Then, she sent a short video recording. He Liang opened it. This. He Liang was stunned, his fingers frozen. Wasn't this him playing the piano at KTV? Someone recorded it? Ning Shui. He Liang, is this you? He Liang shrugs in exasperation. JPG, He Liang. Yes, my roommate invited some girls from our class to KTV, so I sang a little. On the other side, Ning Shui showed that she was typing. However, she hesitated and took a while before sending her message. Ning Shui, girls' dormitory? He Liang, yes. After a while, another message from Ning Shui came through. Ning Shui, let us have a social gathering with our dormitory next time. Ning Shui, cute cat emoji too. JPG, He Liang was taken aback. It seemed Ning Shui realized something and quickly added, a few girls in our dormitory also mentioned wanting to have a social gathering with the boys' dormitory. He Liang, okay. He smiled. Chatting online is somewhat different from chatting in real life. Ning Shui seems a bit more lively, quite adorable. Then, another round of chatting ensued. Ning Shui, tomorrow is Master Lang's birthday. Ning Shui, my grandfather asked me to bring a gift to visit him at the Central Conservatory of Music. He Liang, confused expression. JPG, how come I didn't know about this? Ning Shui, Master Lang Yun is an old friend of my grandfather. He lives very simply and doesn't value himself much. Not many people know him. Ning Shui, however, the gift still needs to be delivered. My second brother will accompany me. He Liang raised an eyebrow. Ning Shui's second brother? Ning Yan, along with 2 males and 1 female. The eldest helps the Ning family with their business and is said to be quite astute and steady. Ning Shui's second brother, on the other hand, is a prodigy in martial arts. He received his place in the martial arts camp as a reward for his contributions. There is quite a backstory there. He Liang, I will also be going to the Central Conservatory of Music tomorrow. Ning Shui, astonished cat emoji. JPG. He Liang explained the reason to Ning Shui and replied to several other messages on WeChat before voluntarily ending the conversation. He then opened his moments and found that several people had posted videos of him singing and playing. He was seemingly becoming quite popular on social media. He Liang was astonished. This was something he hadn't anticipated. Wang Yuning also posted a moment, sharing the same video. He Liang liked her post and set his phone down, preparing for rest. There were many things to do tomorrow. Upon seeing He Liang's like, Wang Yuning's heart raced. After hesitating for a long time, she finally gathered the courage to send a message to He Liang. Wang Yuning. He Liang. You were amazing today. Wang Yuning. Cute face emoji, smiley face. However, after waiting for a while, she received no response from He Liang. She felt a bit disappointed. Perhaps he had gone to sleep. Chapter 192. Luo Qiqing. Early the next morning, He Liang woke up early and found that his WeChat messages were once again overflowing. Many were from night owls who had sent him messages after he had fallen asleep. So late at night? He hurriedly replied to these messages. Wang Hua. From the adjacent bed, also got up early, and even Su Jian was unusually awake. After preparing, they set off. He Liang casually mentioned, "We'll leave at 9. It takes about an hour to reach the Central Conservatory of Music." At the same time, he contacted Master Lang Yun on WeChat. Time was tight, and he couldn't find a suitable gift. He sighed softly. However, he had prepared another gift in his heart. On WeChat, a reply came from Master Lang Yun. This afternoon at 3 o'clock, the internationally renowned pianist Master Suman Kali will be performing at the Central Conservatory of Music. Master Lang Yun. He will bring his students here for an exchange. Besides Master Su Minkali, several internationally renowned pianists will also attend. This rare opportunity for interaction is something Master Lang Yun hopes He Liang will not miss. In Master Lang Yun's eyes, He Liang's piano talent is extraordinarily exceptional. After returning, he conducted a thorough investigation and discovered that He Liang had never received guidance from esteemed teachers. He was entirely self-taught. It is almost unimaginable that one could achieve such progress through self-study. Such innate talent must be nurtured in a conducive learning environment for piano. Master Lang Yun silently resolved. He eagerly anticipated He Liang's arrival, for the Music Academy harbors several proud and arrogant prodigies who could benefit from a humbling experience. This is also one of the reasons Master Lang Yun wished for He Liang to come. He Liang and his companions arrived at the Central Conservatory of Music half an hour early. Wang Hua appeared somewhat anxious. The Central Conservatory of Music, the foremost music academy in the country. He had mentally prepared himself for an environment filled with exceptionally gifted individuals. The mere thought of it made him feel slightly out of place. Su Jian glanced at him and casually remarked, "What are you worried about? You are a top student from Su University. Gaining admission there is far more challenging. Can't you be a bit more confident?" This reassured Wang Hua somewhat. Su Jian chuckled, "Moreover, we have Brother Liang with us. Your roommate is an all-round genius. What great talents have you not encountered? It's hardly a big deal." Truth be told, the students here might not even match Brother Liang's piano skills. This made Wang Hua unable to suppress a laugh. He then turned to the pensive He Liang with a hint of curiosity. "Brother Liang, who exactly invited you to the Central Conservatory of Music?" He Liang snapped back to reality from his contemplation and replied, "Master Lang Yun." Su Jian was momentarily taken aback, thinking He Liang was joking. He Liang, however, was not inclined to elaborate. His thoughts were consumed by when he could advance to the harmonization stage. He had nearly reached the pinnacle of the refinement stage. He needed a level up to harmonization. His breakthrough speed was astonishing, bordering on the surreal. Those who enter the training camp are the top cultivation geniuses from various provinces, with the minimum standard being the refinement stage. I have heard that some of the elite have already reached the pinnacle of refinement. Moreover, every few sessions, a monster at the harmonization stage emerges. He Liang was assessing his own position. Before the training camp begins, can I break through to harmonization? Ultimately, he concluded, it should not be too difficult. He checked his character information. Host, He Liang 5100, position, intermediate worker, next level, advanced worker, daily salary, 70 labor coins. 2,100. The speed of earning money is still too slow. He Liang sighed softly. When will the next task come, allowing me to be promoted to advanced worker? He Liang felt the significance of labor coins deeply. With his extraordinary cultivation talent, he needs 3,500 labor coins to accumulate. He Liang mused. Only by becoming sufficiently powerful can he confront Yan Beilian and seek the truth behind He Qingfeng's disappearance. Lost in thought, the vehicle gradually slowed down. Brother Liang, we have arrived. Su Jian's voice rang in He Liang's ears. Subsequently, the three of them alighted from the vehicle. Before them stood the university, marked by a red stone pillar inscribed with the words Central Conservatory of Music. The calligraphy was sharp yet carried a touch of antiquity, capturing the eye. Students came and went, each exuding an indescribable aura, poised and distinctive. Let us go inside, He Liang said, leading the duo forward. Where to? Su Jian asked in surprise. My father knows a music tutor here, which is why I can bring people along. I plan to visit him. He Liang's expression momentarily froze before he smiled and said, Then let us separate for now. I have an elder to visit as well. He Liang looked at Wang Hua and smiled. Wang Hua, you can go with Su Jian. After a brief hesitation, Wang Hua nodded, and they split into two groups. He Liang strolled through the Central Conservatory of Music. Occasionally, the sounds of various instruments and harmonies reached his ears, indicating students were practicing in designated areas. The atmosphere was undeniably vibrant. Room C-104. This was the meeting point Master Lang Yun had informed He Liang of. He quickly located the place, which was a piano room. Upon reaching the door, he heard a beautiful melody emanating from within. Someone was playing. It was Flight of the Bumblebee. He Liang nodded gently. The piano performance was both frenetic and meticulous. This piece demanded a high level of dexterity. He Liang refrained from entering immediately, respecting the performance. He waited outside until the piano's tumultuous notes began to soften. Then he knocked on the wooden door. Come in. A light, ethereal voice called from inside. He Liang pushed the door open and entered. Before him stood a stunning young woman dressed in a flowing white gown reminiscent of ancient times. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall, her complexion as flawless as jade. And her eyes radiated an otherworldly charm as her delicate fingers rested lightly on the black and white keys. The aura she exuded was otherworldly. In that instant, even He Liang was taken aback. He never expected that the person playing such a tumultuous piece would be a breathtakingly beautiful girl. Is Master Lang Yun here? He Liang inquired. Luo Qingqing appeared slightly startled before softly responding, The teacher is not here. He received an urgent meeting notice and went ahead. You must be He Liang, right? The teacher asked me to wait for you here. Her enchanting eyes scanned He Liang, subtly assessing him. The teacher mentioned that a highly skilled peer would come by. Could it be this young man? Chapter 193. The astonished Master Lang Yun. Again, this classroom contained 6 pianos. He Liang casually chose a piano bench and sat down. The presence of a lone male and female together in a room felt somewhat awkward. He could only wait for Master Lang Yun. However, He Liang had nowhere else to go and thus remained in place. The teacher said your piano skills are quite high, Luo Qingqing gently initiated. Her voice flowing like a gentle stream, bringing tranquility to the heart. Her voice was pleasing to the ear, tinged with a hint of chill. I wouldn't say my skills are high. I can only claim to have muddled through, He Liang chuckled in response. Luo Qingqing's beautiful eyes swept over He Liang, curiosity flickering within them. The teacher had praised He Liang before, saying his talent was the finest he had ever encountered. Though Luo Qingqing did not possess a strong competitive spirit, she felt a twinge of curiosity. What kind of person could earn such high praise from her notoriously strict teacher? Yet, seeing him now, he seemed rather ordinary. In their cohort at the Central Conservatory of Music, there were 3 extraordinarily talented freshmen, far surpassing previous students. In terms of skill, they eclipsed many 3rd and 4th-year seniors. Luo Qingqing was one of them. The other 2 boys were equally proud and ambitious. Luo Qingqing understood that Master Lang Yun had mentioned He Liang multiple times in front of other teachers. She guessed those 2 must have heard of him as well. Before Luo Qingqing could ponder further, the doors swung open. Master Lang Yun, clad in a grayish-white robe, entered with a beaming smile. Upon seeing He Liang, his bright eyes sparkled with delight. He Liang, you've made me wait long. Master Lang Yun laughed heartily. He Liang stood up, waving his hands in a gesture of apology. It's mainly because the new semester just started. And I was in such a rush that I didn't have time to come. Now that I have the time, I rushed right over. Ha! Master Lang Yun laughed several times, appearing quite satisfied with He Liang's explanation. Qingqing, Director Zhou is looking for you. He then turned to Luo Qingqing. Her stunning face registered mild surprise. Director Zhou is looking for me? Director Zhou is a piano master whose skill is not inferior to Master Lang Yun's. He took great pleasure in guiding his juniors, particularly placing significant emphasis on a few exceptionally gifted students. Soon after, she rose, her every movement exuding an air of graceful beauty. Should I go now? Master Lang Yun nodded. It seems there is an urgent matter. You should head over immediately. With that, Luo Qingqing departed. Master Lang Yun turned to He Liang and offered a smile. Previously, discussions over WeChat had been rather cumbersome. It's fortunate you are here now. Things will be easier. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, at 1 o'clock, we will engage in a private discussion with Master Sukumenlian, lasting about an hour and a half. Some of the Academy's top students will be present to listen. You should join us. I will take you in. Thank you. Master Lang Yun. He Liang discerned that the opportunity to enter was quite precious. As a student from outside the Academy, occupying one of those spots indicated Master Lang Yun held him in high regard. Have you practiced the piano during this time? Master Lang Yun inquired promptly. Not only now, but multiple times over WeChat, fearing that He Liang might squander his talent. I still play occasionally, He Liang responded, somewhat taken aback. Master Long Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. Seeing He Liang's demeanor, he knew he had hardly practiced. You rascal, never mind. Let me see if you have regressed. With an air of authority, Master Lang Yun declared. He Liang felt a mix of amusement and warmth in his heart. He held deep respect for Master Lang Yun, recognizing him as a master dedicated to the advancement of piano in the country. Moreover, the opportunity to receive guidance from Master Lang Yun was invaluable, worth more than gold. He Liang did not decline. Settling onto the piano bench, his expression became serious, and his demeanor shifted dramatically. Master Lang Yun nodded slightly, his eyes gleaming with recognition. Indeed, this child possesses an innate talent for the piano. He became increasingly convinced of this fact. Playing the piano requires immense spirit and vitality, and He Liang's performance was commendable. After a moment of contemplation, Master Lang Yun remarked, "The girl earlier, named Luo Qingcheng, is my student. Recently, she has been practicing Flight of the Bumblebee. He Liang, can you play Flight of the Bumblebee?" He Liang smiled and nodded. Yes. This piece, often performed on the violin or piano, is known for its rapid melody, frequently chosen to showcase the technical prowess of various instruments. Especially, it allows for tempo variations and personal interpretation, testing foundational skills even further. Excellent. Then please play it. Master Lang Yun replied with satisfaction. No sooner had he spoken than the room was filled with the vibrant melodies of the piano. From slow to fast, Flight of the Bumblebee soared. As He Liang's hands danced across the black and white keys, he entered a unique state, as if the world around him vanished. His current level surpassed his previous performance by a considerable margin. Master Lang Yun, a figure of great renown, could swiftly gauge He Liang's skill from the precision of his timing and the sharpness of his movements. At this moment, He Liang's proficiency was even greater than during his public performance at Ningxue's coming-of-age ceremony. Extraordinary. He inhaled deeply, feeling a tremor of excitement. At such a level, achieving notable improvement is exceedingly challenging. Yet here was He Liang, a student not yet 20, who had advanced so significantly in a short time despite limited practice. This surpassed even many provincial-level musicians. Unbeknownst to him, He Liang had transformed his singing skills into provincial-level prowess, complemented by jazz dance, creating a synergy between the two disciplines. Moreover, he was now at the pinnacle of refining energy. The uniqueness of the refining stage lies in its mastery over the body, enhancing sensitivity manifold. This quality is essential for piano playing. Various factors indicated that He Liang was merely a short distance from achieving national-level status. A prodigious talent indeed. Ultimately, Master Lang Yun could only conclude thus. The sounds around him buzzed chaotically yet harmoniously, reminiscent of bumblebees fluttering their wings, stirring a sense of restlessness within him. The more he listened, the more astonished he became, nearly losing himself in the music. The imagery was too vivid. This student was remarkable. He Liang accelerated, maintaining an impeccable rhythm. Master Lang Yun inhaled deeply, realizing he had perhaps underestimated He Liang's extraordinary talent. If we were to consider skill alone, likely only Lin Zitsung from the senior year could barely compare to He Liang. Chapter 194. At least, I won't embarrass myself under Master Long Yun's mesmerized gaze. He Liang's hands danced across the keys, sometimes soaring, sometimes leaping. Amidst the harmonious whirlwind akin to a swarm of bees, He Liang nearly flawlessly completed this rhythmically intense piece. Excellent! 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 Master Long Yun's complexion flushed with excitement, clapping his hands in applause. I'm embarrassed, He Liang said, stopping his performance, exhaling deeply with a smile. He Liang, come to my place for further study. No, come to our music academy. I can assure you that many esteemed teachers will guide you. With your talent, it won't be long before you gain recognition both domestically and internationally. Master Lang Yun spoke with palpable anticipation, his eyes shining as though he envisioned the future of piano in China. However, He Liang shook his head seriously, stating, Master Lang Yun, I play the piano purely out of passion. I do not intend to pursue it as a primary path. His eyes were clear and bright, holding Master Long Yun's gaze earnestly. Master Lang Yun sighed inwardly, but chose not to press further. He felt that time would be needed for He Liang to reconsider his stance. The more exceptional He Liang performed, the more compelling it became for him to not easily give up on him. Stay here for a while, and I will take you to lunch. Afterward, we will attend the discussion together, Master Lang Yun said with a hint of resignation, his expression turning slightly serious. He Liang, your skills exceed my expectations. After a moment's hesitation, he continued with determination, I have a favor to ask of you. He Liang's handsome face reflected a trace of confusion. What do you need help with, Master Lang Yun? Just tell me, and I will do my utmost to assist. Master Lang Yun nodded and explained, 3 foreign masters have come to our academy for exchange, among whom Master Sukaminlian is the most renowned. The other 2 are equally skilled, though their fame abroad is slightly overshadowed by Master Sukaminlian. He Liang nodded, somewhat perplexed. So? Master Langan elaborated. Master Sukuminlian has a deep appreciation for Chinese culture and holds a warm regard for our country. However, the other two. He paused before continuing. They harbor considerable disdain for our country, particularly for our piano community, and have made inappropriate remarks in public on multiple occasions. He Liang's gaze sharpened slightly, sensing the gravity of Master Longyun's words. This time, they brought their outstanding students, likely to compare the skills of the younger generation. I simply wished for Lin Zitsong from the senior year and 3 freshmen to compete. However, since you are here, I would like you to participate as well. Master Langyun added with a hint of helplessness. Indeed, the piano standards in our country often face scrutiny and skepticism compared to those abroad. Realizing the situation, He Liang narrowed his eyes and replied earnestly, I am also a Chinese. I will certainly help with this. Without a moment's hesitation, He Liang agreed. No matter how formidable he became, he would never forget his country. Even with the omnipotent work system he possessed, he held immense respect and love for China, refusing to show any semblance of disdain. Master Langyun chuckled helplessly, acknowledging the concerning skill levels of the academy's students. Thus he had to rely on you. This matter, indeed, was not handled particularly well, especially considering He Liang was not a member of the academy. Unexpectedly, He Liang calmly remarked, this matter transcends the academy. It pertains to the national boundary. Langan was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. You are absolutely right. The look he cast towards He Liang bore a subtle difference. You still have some time. Why not warm up here? He Liang nodded in acquiescence, refusing to decline. Subsequently, he positioned himself at the piano, skillfully playing numerous challenging pieces in accordance with the sheet music and his memories. He relished this unique sensation. The exchange of skills was one thing, but the hands-on practice was something altogether different. He Liang appeared to be enraptured by the music, somewhat oblivious to his surroundings. Meanwhile, Master Langan was increasingly astonished. With each piece He Liang performed, his assessment of He Liang's proficiency became ever more precise. This young lad is extraordinarily gifted. At noon, Master Langan escorted He Liang to the cafeteria. Along the way, they encountered another esteemed male mentor, Zhou Ren, a renowned piano master in his own right, who had previously urged Luo Qiqing to depart. Old Lang, this exchange meeting doesn't bode well, Zhou Ren expressed with a grave countenance. Longyun's expression tightened as he inquired. Old Zhou, what has transpired? Zhou Ren hesitated for a moment before responding. Nothing has occurred, but several exceptionally skilled young students have arrived. Earlier that morning, he had casually played, revealing their remarkable abilities. He inhaled deeply, his eyes filled with astonishment. It seems they have brought forth several prodigies. I just hurriedly called Qiqing, Zitsong, and Haoyan over to inform them about this afternoon's events. Before Master Langyun could respond, Zhou Ren gently shook his head. This afternoon is likely to be a fierce battle. It was unexpected that we, the older generation, would be overshadowed. The younger generation must also face the same fate. It was evident he felt both reluctant and helpless. After all, they had finally unearthed 3 promising talents in their first year, only to find that the opposing side had brought even more formidable students. Nevertheless, Master Langyun appeared notably composed. How formidable are they? He Liang listened quietly without interjecting. Zhou Ren replied, 2 are comparable to Zitsong, and 1 may even surpass him. Master Langan was visibly moved. So impressive. Lin Zitsong, the top student in his 4th year at the Central Conservatory of Music, represented the pinnacle of undergraduate talent within the academy. Master Langyun, familiar with Zhou Ren, knew he would not exaggerate for the sake of discouragement. This indicated the opposing student's exceptional skill. His expression grew serious, yet he looked at Zhou Ren and remarked, Old Zhou, do not fret too much. I have also brought along a little monster. Zhou Ren was momentarily taken aback, then immediately turned his gaze towards He Liang. Master Langan nodded affirmatively, smiling. This little monster is He Liang. Zhou Ren placed a hand on his forehead. Old Lang, you have mentioned him several times. And I believe this young lad possesses extraordinary talent. Perhaps he is even superior to some students in the academy. However, to compete with the very top-tier students, he may still fall short, which is the logical conclusion. After all, those who become top students have benefited from extensive resources and training from a young age, combined with exceptional innate talent. Master Langyun stroked his beard thoughtfully and replied earnestly, this young man's skills far exceed your expectations. Rest assured, with He Liang here, we shall not suffer any embarrassment. Chapter 195. Discontent. Master Langyun's assessment was not born of self-interest. He Liang's astonishing performance in the piano room had indeed impressed him. In his estimation, He Liang's proficiency surpassed even that of Lin Zitsong. This was undoubtedly a marvel. Yet, if not for He Liang's prodigious talent, how could Master Langyun be so resolute in his desire to bring him back on track? Upon hearing Master Lang Yun's words, Zhou Ren's pupils slightly contracted. He then scrutinized He Liang closely. Young man, if old Lang recommends you so highly, is your skill truly that remarkable? He Liang found the inquiry amusingly absurd. How could one ask such a question? Nevertheless, he responded earnestly, I cannot claim to be highly skilled, but I shall certainly endeavor to the best of my abilities. Zhou Ren sighed softly, recognizing there were no other options. At this juncture, securing students of sufficient caliber to perform on stage was no easy feat. The three of them hastily finished their meal and proceeded to a luxurious piano room. Inside the piano room, there were 2 pianos, and the floor was adorned with a red carpet. This venue had been sponsored decades ago by a top piano master from China, who harbored hopes for the advancement of piano skills in the nation. Since then, it had become a designated space for exchanges, though it was only opened on rare occasions. He Liang entered the piano room alongside Master Lang Yun and Master Zhou Ren. The 4 individuals inside turned their gazes towards them. One was a stunningly beautiful girl dressed in traditional attire, exuding an ethereal aura, Luo Qingqing. The other 2 were fair-skinned young men with an air of elegance. Li Yun and Xiu Jian, who ranked among the top 3 students in their freshman class. Lastly, there was Lin Zitsong, a young man with a somewhat melancholic demeanor and a stubble beard. These were the participants of this exchange. Upon seeing the 2 masters enter with He Liang, the expressions of the 4 shifted subtly. Such exchanges typically involved a limited number of participants, all of whom were there to engage in discussions. Who was this student? Suddenly, they realized something. He Liang. Master Lang Yun had mentioned this name frequently. Instantly, a sense of discomfort washed over them. Although Master Zhou Ren had previously informed them that high-level foreign students would be attending in the afternoon, and they might not hold an advantage, they were perplexed by the invitation of an outsider, particularly one not majoring in piano. Lin Zitsong merely sighed internally, refraining from further comment. However, the glances exchanged between Xiu Jian and Li Yun towards He Liang were decidedly unfriendly. He Liang noticed their gazes, but chose to remain silent. I shall introduce him. This is He Liang. Master Lang Yun stepped forward, speaking earnestly. Though he is not a piano major, his skills are exceptionally high. He is also a member of this afternoon's exchange group, and I hope you all can get to know each other and communicate more. The others nodded silently, their emotions not as elevated as anticipated. He Liang mused to himself. He glanced at Luo Qingqing, who was perusing a score. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a flurry of footsteps approached. Master Samenkolai and his entourage had arrived. Leading them was an elderly foreign man with silver hair and blue eyes, who wore a warm smile, radiating an aura of affability. However, the 2 elders trailing behind him, a man and a woman, exuded a colder demeanor, their gazes sharp as daggers. He Liang recognized them as Gran and Lastia. Their condescending glances swept over the seated individuals, an unsettling gaze that instilled discomfort. No wonder Master Lang Yun had mentioned their disdain for us. He Liang sighed internally. Even before they spoke, he sensed an air of hostility. Subsequently, Master Samenkolai began to speak. This is my 3rd visit here. He addressed them in fluent Mandarin, clearly showing his affection for China. We welcome you. Zhou Ren stepped forward with a smile. However, Gran interjected in English, Master Samenkolai, we are here for an exchange and shall be visiting other national music academies shortly. Time is precious. There is no need to waste it here, is there? Although the language spoken was English, the individuals present were all quite proficient in it. The expressions of the crowd shifted noticeably. Lastia nodded slightly, resembling an elegant swan. I share the same sentiment. My students are eager to attend the Royal Academy of Music in England. Within her words lay a palpable disregard for the piano scene in China, as if viewing the occasion merely as a formality. Their conversation bore a hint of impatience, and I hope you do not take offense. Master Summenkale awkwardly shook his head. Zhou Ren smiled and waved dismissively, indicating that there was no issue. He scrutinized the 3 young individuals accompanying the international masters, 3 young men and 1 woman, all exuding an extraordinary aura. However, the gaze of these individuals made He Liang uncomfortable. It felt as though they were appraising those present, casting disdainful glances. Or perhaps it was more accurate to say they appeared indifferent, as if looking down from a position of superiority. It seemed that more effort would be required today. He Liang maintained a calm demeanor, yet internally, his emotions began to stir. Often, what provokes ire is not the overt words spoken, but rather the subtle nuances hidden within. The 5 international masters engaged in light conversation before preparing to exchange performances. Their counterparts displayed no semblance of courtesy. Gran stroked his long beard and stated calmly, let us proceed according to protocol. Each of our students will perform a piece, and the mentors will evaluate them. His bluntness caused some displeasure among Zhou Ren and Master Lang Yun, as the dismissive expressions from the opposing side were indeed infuriating. Yet, Due to the presence of international friends and Master Summonkale, they nodded in acknowledgement. The opposing side casually pointed to a tall, blue-skinned male student, who appeared somewhat lanky, but whose eyes sparkled like precious gems. Zhou pondered for a moment, and then said, "Xiao Jian, you may go first. Learn from grand student." This was merely a polite gesture, yet the other party exhibited no eagerness to respond, readily accepting the notion of learning. Xiao Jian suppressed his irritation, nodded, and approached the piano to take his seat. Humph! A cold scoff echoed in Xiao Jian's mind. He held a measure of confidence in his abilities. Chapter 196. Just a joke on the surface, both parties spoke of exchange, yet the atmosphere grew somewhat tense. More so, it was the students and mentors from He Liang's side who felt the pressure. Gran and Lastia, on the other hand, maintained their confidence, as did the 3 students remaining with them, their expressions unwavering. It was clear they held a strong belief in their own capabilities. Zhou Ren's expression darkened slightly, his mind growing serious. This was likely the weakest participant on their side. He quietly informed Lang Yun and the others, "The truly formidable one is that girl at the back." Everyone turned their gaze in the direction Zhou Ren indicated. The girl appeared to be in her early 20s, her fair skin adorned by a pure white off-shoulder gown. Her delicate collarbone subtly visible, revealing long, porcelain-like legs. A slight smile graced her lips, exuding an air of elegance and confidence. Her emerald green eyes appeared innocent, while her red lips bore a hint of seduction, both pure and alluring. She was undeniably a beauty, rivaling the likes of Luo, Qingqing from their side, each possessing their own unique charm. Before Zhou Ren could speak, Lin Zizong sighed softly, "I know her, that's queer." Zhou Ren nodded gently. The group's attention shifted toward Lin Zizong. He whispered, "You may not be familiar with her, but she is indeed impressive. Her talent is extraordinary." Queer hails from a musical aristocracy in the Eagle Kingdom, having shown profound sensitivity to the piano from a young age, and has been studying at an academy. Lin Zizong paused briefly before continuing. She is of the scholarly type. Previously, the court did not allow her to be seen, so only a few knew of her prowess. Now that she is presented, it signifies that the court believes her skills have reached a commendable level. The implication of this was daunting, given the court's stringent standards for its members. The crowd's expressions tightened slightly. Zhou Ren was surprised to learn that Lin Zizong possessed more knowledge than he did. Lin Zizong offered a wry smile. "I visited the Eagle Kingdom's court not long ago, so I know a bit. In any case, this girl's skill was no less than his a year ago. Now, she might have surpassed him." He Liang glanced at him, noting the air of melancholy surrounding Lin Zizong, his words sincere. Compared to the other younger individuals present, he appeared significantly more seasoned. Queer seemed to notice the attention directed her way, and she smiled warmly at them, exuding a natural charm without pretense. Yet, her smile also conveyed a strong sense of self-assurance. As they conversed, the sound of the piano began to resonate. The so-called exchange consisted of each party performing a piece they felt confident in, which would then be evaluated by their respective mentors. Xiao Jian was the first to play. As his fingers pressed the piano keys, the sound echoed through the room, and He Liang immediately recognized it as Mozart's Piano Concerto No. 21 in C major. Instantly, information about the piece flashed through He Liang's mind. Many consider it one of Mozart's most elegant and imaginative compositions from his Vienna period. Mastering this piece requires a solid foundation and a high level of familiarity with the score. Furthermore, it showcases the performer's piano technique, embodying both beauty and complexity, making it quite popular. The performance must reflect an unparalleled sense of balance unique to Mozart, allowing listeners to perceive no discrepancies between the orchestra and the piano, which adds to its difficulty. Xiao Jian, as a top student from the Central Conservatory of Music, played remarkably well despite being a first-year student, having practiced the piano from a young age. As he played, the lengthy introduction of the first movement established the theme, followed by a series of crystalline trills that led into a light-hearted melody. The second movement, however, introduced a bittersweet taste, evoking nostalgia. The brisk opening of the third movement felt akin to the commencement of a rehearsed play. Although this piece was meant for an orchestra and the piano was only the lead instrument, Xiao Jian executed it impressively, showcasing his understanding of the music through his interpretation of the imagery and rhythm. Even Zhou Ren and Master Lang nodded slightly, acknowledging that Xiao Jian played well today. It wasn't an extraordinary performance, but certainly one of commendable quality. When Xiao Jian concluded, a sigh of relief escaped him. He stood and bowed politely to the tall male student opposite him, then to the audience outside. Applause erupted as he gracefully stepped down. However, the expression on the opposing side remained unchanged, a slight smirk gracing their lips, devoid of any sign of anxiety. A sense of foreboding began to brew among the crowd. For the hostility and sharp words from the other side indicated that this was more than a simple exchange. It could affect the reputation and dignity of the music academy and the piano scene in China. This exchange could not be so easily lost. The male student opposite stood up, a smirk playing on his lips, his posture straightened. I will perform Mozart's Piano Concerto No. 21 in C major. The members from the Chinese side were momentarily taken aback. They too would play Mozart's Piano Concerto No. 21? Masters Zhou Run and Lang Yun exchanged glances. Typically, such performances would feature a familiar and challenging piece that the performer is confident in, just as Qiu Jian had done, favoring and excelling at this very concerto. But what was the intention of the opposing side? After Qiu Jian's performance, he prepared to play the piece once more. However, his expression darkened slightly. Could it be that his opponent, who excelled in Mozart, was about to perform the Piano Concerto No. 21 in C major? It was a possibility, albeit a slim one. Yet, the opposing side seemed to believe that even a piece outside their specialty could easily surpass his skill. How arrogant! Qiu Jian's chest heaved with indignation, his gaze aflame. The more confident one is in their abilities, the less they can tolerate such disdain and insult. Meanwhile, the foreign group remained unfazed, though Master Semenka had a hint of embarrassment on his face. The tall foreigner smirked provocatively at Qiu Jian before nonchalantly taking his seat. In the next moment, a flurry of piano notes filled the air. I will vanquish you with your own finest piece. The notion of Chinese piano mastery? Merely a jest. Chapter 197. A delicate atmosphere. High art often exists within a hierarchy of discrimination. The rapid advancement of various sectors in China has triggered unease among certain individuals abroad, leading to an instinctive aversion to recognizing China's progress. This sentiment is particularly evident in the realm of piano, where many abroad persist in believing that China has yet to produce a world-renowned virtuoso or a prodigious talent. They even resort to scientific measures to critique China's educational system. The tall foreigner, hailing from a wealthy American family, carried an inherent pride and disdain towards China, regarding this gathering not as an opportunity for exchange and learning, but as a mere formality. His long fingers danced across the black and white keys, performing the Piano Concerto No. 21 in C major. Soon, Masters Zhou Ren and Lang Yun's expression shifted. Despite the opponent's arrogance, his foundation was impressively solid. Perhaps due to the duration of practice on this piece, some nuances escaped him, yet his accuracy and pitch surpassed Qiu Jian's. Throughout the performance, the tall foreigner wore a confident smile. Impressive, Master Lang Yun sighed. Reluctantly, he acknowledged that the opponent's skill surpassed that of his own students. As masters, they could discern much from a single piece, recognizing subtleties that spoke volumes. The smiles of Glenn and Lostia grew broader, their gazes and demeanor radiating superiority towards the Chinese participants. Zhou Ren shook his head, lamenting, while piano knows no borders, pianists are often bound by them. In contrast, there were those abroad, like Master Semenka, who sought to elevate the Chinese piano community through exchange, yet many, like Glenn and Lostia, held a dismissive view of it. The expressions of the Chinese students darkened. Lin Zizong's eyes were filled with a mix of resignation and defiance. Even Li Yun, who had previously held animosity towards He Liang, and Qiu Jian, clenched their fists in solidarity against the external challenge. With a resonant chord, the piano performance concluded. The tall foreigner rose, bowed slightly to those around him, a smirk gracing his lips, akin to an arrogant swan, and exited the stage without a word. A silence fell over both parties. Finally, Master Semenka broke the awkwardness, smiling as he declared, this exchange can be deemed a draw. Qiu Jian's grasp of the Piano Concerto No. 21 was indeed superior to that of DJ. This statement seemed to extend a courtesy towards the Chinese participants. Glenn and Lostia appeared taken aback by Master Semenka's words, harboring a hint of dissatisfaction. Today, DJ's performance had faltered. His forte lay in Tchaikovsky's first piano concerto, and he hoped for another opportunity to showcase his skills. Glenn nonchalantly remarked, veiling his sense of superiority beneath the guise of camaraderie. Lostia seemed poised to speak further, but Master Semenka gestured for silence, whispering something that quelled Lostia's words. Such arrogance. He Liang's expression turned frosty. The foreign attitude was irksome, especially when it belittled the entirety of China, which left him feeling quite uncomfortable. Silently, He Liang activated the universal work system. How many work credits would it take to elevate his piano skills from provincial to national level? Subsequently, the mentors sent forth another participant for the exchange. This time, it was Li Yun, facing yet another young foreign male. Li Yun performed admirably, showcasing a piece he was well versed in. Yet, to his dismay, the foreign counterpart again chose to play Li Yun's piece. Once, twice, it felt as though they had conspired to do so. This deliberate act rendered the atmosphere rather tense. However, the foreign young man's performance was equally impressive. leaving the Chinese side feeling somewhat stifled. Master Semenka intervened, refraining from direct comparisons, opting for a balanced evaluation of both performances, highlighting both strengths and weaknesses. Yet, the attitude of the foreign performer was even more arrogant than the previous one, his eyes glinting with challenge. "I'm too fatigued from travel to perform my most challenging piece today," he stated coolly before exiting the stage. Glenn and Lostia added a few remarks, akin to sprinkling salt on the wounds of their Chinese counterparts. I had expected these esteemed individuals to be open-minded, not petty and spiteful. He Liang's countenance grew colder. Yet now, he realized his misjudgment. Some individuals harbored even more extreme and radical views. Discrimination was rampant. He Liang took a deep breath. Initially, he intended this visit solely to pay respects to Master Lang Yun, but his thoughts had shifted. His eyes narrowed as he surveyed the foreign group, not out of youthful indignation, but he quietly affirmed to himself, "I am a Chinese person." A decision crystallized within him. Next, the mentors sent another participant. This time it was Luo Qingqing, while the foreign team sent forth their last male member. Kuier had been smiling throughout. Yet to the Chinese students, she posed the greatest pressure. "Just do your best," Master Lang Yun advised Luo Qingqing. She nodded gently, though a ripple of unease flickered in her beautiful eyes. As they began their performances, Luo Qingqing chose to play Flight of the Bumblebee. The frenzied yet orderly piano notes reverberated within the small room, captivating all present. The contrast between the piece and Luo Qingqing's ethereal aura was striking. She played commendably, prompting a slight nod of appreciation from Master Semenka, who deemed her performance superior to those of her previous compatriots. Yet, a soft sigh escaped his lips, aware that the last Chinese participant matched her in mastery of Flight of the Bumblebee. Indeed, Luo Qingqing had drawn the short straw this time. Behind her, the next foreign contestant beamed with confidence. As Luo Qingqing concluded her performance, he stepped up. "I will also perform Flight of the Bumblebee." His rendition was even more exquisite than Luo Qingqing's. Her spirit dimmed as she quietly exited the stage. However, this was not a reflection of her inadequacy. She was among the best in her generation domestically. Yet, the foreigner had benefited from a more privileged upbringing. The young man whistled flirtatiously. "My dear lady, may I have your contact information? I believe my advice could elevate your performance." Luo Qingqing's expression turned frosty at his words. "No, thank you." With 3 pieces performed, the atmosphere had shifted from a collaborative exchange to something altogether different. It felt more like the mentors from the opposing academy were there to reprimand and guide the students on this side. Masters Lang Yun and Zhou Run were both brimming with frustration, not expecting this exchange to be so infuriating. Soon, both mentors turned their gazes towards Lin Zizong and He Liang. These 2 students represented the final opportunity to redeem their dignity. Chapter 198. Adelina by the water's edge. After a series of dialogues, the time had already passed 2 o'clock. By 3 o'clock, everyone was scheduled to proceed to the music hall upstairs for a formal public performance. Time was running short. Masters Lang Yun and Zhou Ren exchanged knowing glances, understanding each other's thoughts. Zhou Ren took a deep breath, his gaze fixating on Lin Zizong. "Wait." Lang Yun interrupted Zhou Ren. Zhou Ren looked at Lang Yun. His forehead creased in confusion. "You want He Liang to go up and perform?" he whispered, scrutinizing Lang Yun's expression for any clues. He believed Lin Zizong was more suitable for the performance than an inconspicuous young student from an outside school who wasn't even a piano major. Frankly speaking, opportunities like this were rare. Even if Lin Zizong's skills fell short, it would still be a valuable experience that would benefit his future development. Zhou Ren, being human and Lin Zizong's mentor, had his own biases. "Trust me," Lang Yun spoke slowly, his eyes glimmering with a special light. "You should trust him too. He Liang is far more formidable than you imagine." Deep down, both understood that Lin Zizong would struggle to surpass Kuila. Zhou Ren fell silent, holding Lang Yun's gaze for several seconds before conceding, "All right." Lin Zizong had already risen to his feet but was taken aback when the 2 esteemed mentors chose not to send him up. Instead, they opted for He Liang, a student who appeared to be a few years younger and seemingly not yet 20. He Liang. They murmured the name, vaguely familiar yet not immediately associating it with the top scorer. In the country, there were simply too many people with the same name. Meanwhile, Master Lang Yun praised He Liang's talent and skill without mentioning any other accomplishments. What did this imply? Xiao Jian and Li Yun exchanged glances, their expressions shifting slightly. Could it be that Senior Zizong is our highest level student? Perhaps it would be better to refrain from participating, preserving an air of mystery and dignity? They speculated, feeling that this was indeed a plausible conclusion. A bitter smile crept onto their lips. It seemed they had no choice but to accept this outcome. They clenched their fists slightly, feeling a sense of injustice, yet utterly powerless. Their piano skills were among the finest of the younger generation in Huaxia. But the foreign students on the opposite side were even more exceptional. However, Luo Qingqing held a slightly different perspective. A thoughtful expression crossed her delicate face as she glanced at the two mentors, and then at the calm and composed He Liang. She couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't about surrender. The two mentors had just engaged in a hushed conversation that seemed quite decisive. Luo Qingqing's beautiful eyes settled on He Liang. Could it be that they believed He Liang could measure up to Kuai-Le? She found her own speculations somewhat audacious, especially since Senior Zizong had clearly shown a lack of confidence. The opposing talent was remarkable, enjoying superior resources, and a year ago, their skill was already on par with Senior Zizong's. It was highly likely that they had surpassed him now. Did the two mentors truly believe He Liang's abilities exceeded those of Senior Zizong? As the three students from the Central Conservatory of Music pondered, both sides prepared to commence the final exchange. Please wait. Gran suddenly spoke in a refined London accent. All eyes turned towards him. Previously, your side sent out a student first, and I believe. Gran paused, a smile spreading across his face. This time, let our student go first. At this declaration, everyone was momentarily stunned. However, the expression on the Huaxia side shifted slightly. What did this mean? Gran and Lostia exchanged knowing smiles. This time, they intended for Kuai-Le to perform first, showcasing the seemingly insurmountable skill gap. At that moment, the expressions of those present might be quite amusing, they anticipated. Not only did Masters Lang Yun and Shou Ren feel the weight of this intention, but even the younger students recognized the implications, their faces darkening. Master Su minkily furrowed his brow, wanting to say something, but a calm young voice interjected. Speaking in English, the student agrees to this proposal. Everyone was taken aback. Following the source of the voice, it was He Liang, whose handsome features bore a serene expression, looking at the imposing foreign music troupe without a hint of panic. All right, I accept. Master Lang Yun nodded without hesitation. Kuai-Le's sapphire blue eyes swept over He Liang, a glimmer of intrigue in her gaze as she offered a subtle yet enchanting smile. She approached the piano with grace and composure, emanating an aura of confident elegance. After acknowledging everyone with an international gesture, she declared, I will be performing Adelina by the water's edge. Her voice was ethereal and melodious, yet the audience's attention was more captivated by the content of her words. Adelina by the water's edge? He Liang remained composed, glancing at Kuai-Le as memories of the piece surfaced in his mind. This piano composition, created by Paul Senneville and famously performed by Richard Clayderman, is one of the world's renowned classics. The piece isn't particularly difficult. It's a popular piano composition that even amateur enthusiasts can play after a few years of practice. However, while it is easy to learn, mastering it is another matter entirely. The frequent contrasts in dynamics and the nuanced interplay between the hands present a significant challenge. Most importantly, the expressive quality of the piece demands a deep understanding of rhythm and dynamics. Highly skilled pianists often convey a richer emotional depth, infusing their unique interpretations into the intricate details, showcasing their distinctive styles. The audience began to pay closer attention. This piece was not difficult for them, yet it required a solid foundation and skill, much like the fluidity of water depicted in the music. Kuai-Le did not keep everyone waiting. She took her seat at the piano, her delicate fingers dancing gracefully over the black and white keys. The resonant, rhythmic melody of the piano echoed through the small hall. As the initial notes reached the audience's ears, Masters Lang Yun and Shou Ren, along with the four students, were taken aback. This level of skill surpassed their expectations. Chapter 199, Reaching Enlightenment Again, redeeming world-class potential. Kuai-Le's long fingers, crafted as if by divine perfection, moved rhythmically across the piano keys, executing almost artistic motions. Her control over the dynamics was nearly flawless. Occasionally, she pressed the pedals, displaying her calm demeanor. Her expression reflected a sense of enjoyment, as if she were immersing herself in the emotions of Adelina by the water's edge, striving to convey its essence. In truth, she succeeded. As the ripples of sound flowed through the air, the audience discerned a unique sensation. Adelina is rooted in a story from Greek mythology, where a lonely king named Pygmalion sculpted a beautiful statue of a maiden, gazing at it daily, ultimately falling in love with the sculpture. Yet, this love was destined to be unfulfilled and sorrowful. The leather-clad Pygmalion prayed to the gods, yearning for a miracle of love to descend upon him. His sincerity and devotion ultimately moved Aphrodite, the goddess of love, who bestowed life upon his sculpture. From that moment on, King Pygmalion lived blissfully with the beautiful maiden. The audience, of course, was well aware of this tale. Those among them, particularly the skilled pianists, possessed a unique capacity for empathy and imagination that surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Claviers seemed to conjure vivid images of this story, presenting them to their eyes, where every detail was flawlessly articulated with each keystroke. Clavier's interpretation of the piece was astonishing. Each nuance appeared meticulously crafted, Even if I and Master Lang were to perform, we would struggle to surpass her brilliance. Zhou Ren's gaze held a hint of astonishment. A glance exchanged with Master Lang revealed their mutual helplessness. This student was truly extraordinary. Surprising. This composition could easily grace an international stage. They sighed in conversation. At such a tender age, Clavier was poised to surpass them and become a renowned international piano master. Historical piano prodigies, such as Mozart, Beethoven, and Chopin, often exhibited rapid progress at this age, showcasing remarkable talent and skill. The most exceptional geniuses reached a level that could rival some international masters by their 20s or 30s. Now, Clavier was beginning to reveal such potential. Though not yet at an international level, she could certainly be considered nationally recognized. How could the Eagle Kingdom's court have concealed such a genius for so long? They lamented, realizing this exchange was a complete defeat. Master Lang had initially held confidence in He Liang, but Clavier's performance was so astonishing that it far surpassed Lin Zizong's. Now, even he had lost all hope. If Master Lang, who had previously believed in He Liang, felt this way, one could only imagine how the other 4 Music Academy students felt. They were both immersed in Clavier's piano performance and overwhelmed with shock and complexity. Truly remarkable. Even those among them who were arrogant had to concede that Clavier's level far exceeded theirs. Lin Zizong managed a bitter smile. It seems she is even more formidable than I had anticipated. Over the course of this year, Clavier's progress had been astounding. Unconsciously, both 4 music groups and the 2 mentors from Huaxia, along with the 4 students, turned their gazes toward He Liang. Is there still confidence in this exchange? Gran and Lo Stia exchanged knowing smiles. This was the trump card. The 2 Huaxia mentors shook their heads, feeling helpless. Meanwhile, Xiao Jian and Li Yun, who had always thought He Liang was merely a scapegoat, now felt pity for him. It was clear he was being sent out to face the music. Their animosity towards He Liang diminished, replaced by sympathy. Yet, what astonished everyone was that He Liang, at this moment, had his eyes closed, seemingly savoring Clavier's performance. Each distinct note that reached his ears manifested as a tangible entity, painting an impeccable scene. He Liang softly murmured. Every detail was nearly flawless, though his eyes were shut. In his mind, it felt as if Clavier was playing right before him. The tempo and dynamics of her fingers were vividly clear. At that moment, He Liang's thoughts were solely consumed by the music. It was an ethereal and unique state of being. Unbeknownst to him, He Liang once again entered a state of enlightenment, just as he had on the sports field earlier. Through Clavier's performance, he drew associations that illuminated many concepts. Now, his mind was flooded with countless inspirations. Piano playing, much like cultivation, is a form of control over the external world. The initial stage of cultivation involves mastering one's own body, while piano playing requires controlling the body to manipulate the instrument, perfecting every detail. In a brief span, He Liang's mind was awash with a multitude of thoughts. He intertwined piano playing with cultivation, embodying the notion that there are many paths leading to Rome, all converging towards a singular destination. The energy within him stirred, hinting at a breakthrough into the harmony realm. His understanding soared rapidly. Within just a few days, He Liang once again achieved enlightenment. This was the gift of an unparalleled genius, just shy the extraordinary level of cultivation talent. Through associative thinking, everything around He Liang radiated inspiration, serving as a catalyst for his enlightenment. With just a single opportunity, He Liang could enter this state of understanding. While most insights gained in this enlightened state pertained to cultivation, a small fraction also confirmed his understanding of piano. Due to his experience in jazz dance, singing, and martial arts, He Liang had reached the pinnacle of provincial piano performance. He was only a step away from achieving national recognition. At this very moment, his piano skills were on the brink of crossing a critical threshold. Coincidentally, Clavier's performance reached its climax. The rapid yet distinctly layered sounds resonated in He Liang's ears. Suddenly, he experienced a moment of clarity. At that instant, many questions he had been pondering found their answers. It flowed effortlessly. As Clavier played the final note, He Liang abruptly opened his eyes. I am now half a step into the harmony realm. In just 3 or 4 days, I shall ascend fully into the harmony realm. The consecutive moments of enlightenment led to astonishing advancements in He Liang's martial arts level. Moreover, He Liang took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming as he activated the universal work system. Piano, national level, world level, 500 work coins. In the recently attained state of enlightenment, He Liang's piano skills underwent a qualitative transformation. He had reached the minimum threshold of national level. Yet, even this minimum threshold was recognized as national standard by the universal work system. Opposite him, Gran's voice carried a hint of impatience. The Huaxia students should stop standing there foolishly. It's your turn now. He Liang lifted his head, his eyes bright and clear, yet infused with a divine glow. He smiled and said, Good. At the same time, he silently vowed to exchange his national-level piano skills for world-level. Chapter 200, I Shall Play. Adeline by the Water. Clavier's piano playing was exceptional, surpassing even the 3 exceptionally talented first-year students from Huaxia. Her skills exceeded those of Lin Zizong, the representative of the highest standard from the 4th year of the Central Conservatory of Music. Achieving such a level at her age left both Master Liang and Master Zhou in awe. In He Liang's eyes, Clavier's abilities seemed to eclipse his own upon entering the music academy. She had reached the pinnacle of provincial level, even touching upon the national standard. At this age, Clavier was indeed a true piano prodigy, with the potential to become an internationally renowned piano master. The members of the Sumankali, hailing from the music academy established by the Eagle Kingdom's court, were led by 3 masters alongside 4 exceptional students, preparing to engage in exchanges and performances at music academies across several countries. The students selected for this journey were undoubtedly of remarkable caliber. At that moment, Huaxia was merely their first destination. Now, as the private exchanges approached their final performance, the Huaxia student named He Liang stood oddly still, seemingly lost in thought, or perhaps stiff with nerves. However, as he raised his head, everyone sensed a subtle change in his demeanor. Why did he seem different? Gran and Lostia exchanged glances, each reflecting the other's curiosity. He Liang's gaze was calm yet profoundly deep, akin to an unfathomable ocean. In his mind, a multitude of information began to emerge. The techniques, details, and understanding of piano playing. Countless elements abruptly surfaced. In a mere moment, He Liang's piano proficiency leaped from provincial pinnacle to world level. This leap was nothing short of astonishing. Is this truly the level of world-class piano mastery? He Liang took a deep breath, feeling an overwhelming tide of realizations wash over him, continuously swelling. He gazed at the piano, as if beholding an old friend with whom he shared a profound connection for decades, and the desire to play surged forth quietly. The moment he touched the piano, he sensed that he could command it flawlessly. This was He Liang's instinct, as if his body had memorized the instrument. It felt as though, upon touching the piano, he would claim an absolute dominion over it. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the yearning within him under the scrutinizing eyes of those around, and approached the piano. He naturally seated himself on the piano bench, positioned precisely 1/3 of the distance away. His long fingers gently rested on the black and white keys, as if softly tapping an old friend's shoulder. Everything felt so familiar and natural. He Liang lightly pressed the white keys, producing a melodious and clear piano sound that resonated in the air. At that moment, his expression was one of intoxication, a shiver coursing through him. It was simply exquisite. At this world-class level of piano mastery, He Liang's perception of the instrument was markedly different from before. He savored this sensation, momentarily unable to begin playing. What, exactly, did this student from the East intend to do? Gran and Lostia furrowed their brows, feeling that He Liang was taking too long. He had stood still for a moment. And now, seated at the piano, he remained silent? A whole minute passed without a word or a note played. Was this not a tad pretentious? Even Masters Lang Yun and Zhou Ren felt a flicker of doubt. Was He Liang too nervous, trying to regulate his thoughts and emotions? Or did he have other intentions? Yet, as the minute elapsed, he remained inactive. While they held no objections, the foreign music group was undoubtedly growing discontented. Indeed, Gran, Lostia, and several young male students from abroad displayed signs of impatience. Only Kuier, with her gem-like green eyes, quietly watched He Liang. She always had a sense that the student from the East was somewhat exceptional. Since entering the piano room, she had been attentively observing the expressions of others. Throughout, He Liang's demeanor had remained unflustered. This calmness even surpassed that of the 2 Eastern instructors. Just as Master Lang Yun was about to remind He Liang, he suddenly stood up. A smile graced his face, his handsome features devoid of any panic or urgency. He slightly bowed to the audience, and, with a voice rich in magnetism, announced, "The piece I shall perform is Clair de Lune." A hush fell over the crowd, each person revealing a look of disbelief. Did I hear correctly? Clair de Lune? He intends to play the same piece as Kuier? The young male students from the foreign group were taken aback. Their mouths agape. Was this student named He Liang from the Eastern Academy engaging in self-sabotage? Was he actively seeking to be humiliated? They felt a whirlwind of confusion, completely unable to anticipate that He Liang would choose this piece. Even Kuier was somewhat astonished, her verdant eyes swirling with a hint of doubt. Could it be that she had misjudged him? She did not underestimate He Liang. However, could he possibly triumph over her with this piece? That seemed rather unrealistic, especially considering their similar ages, both around 20. He Liang, perhaps you should reconsider? Master Zhou Ren, bewildered, quickly interjected. Why not select a piece you were more proficient with? Knowing you might lose, you shouldn't just charge in like this. He Liang smiled calmly, shaking his head. Thank you for your suggestion, Master, but I will play this piece. He slowly took his seat. I do not have a particular piece I excel at. This one is sufficient. Xiao Jian and Li Yun exchanged glances, believing He Liang had completely surrendered. Luo Qingsheng let out a slight sigh, her delicate features tinged with disappointment. Initially, she harbored a glimmer of hope, but now it seemed she had overestimated the situation. He Liang paid no heed to the tumult of emotions around him. Surpassing Kueo was not an insurmountable task. Even after emerging from the state of enlightenment, he had already reached the minimum threshold of national-level skill, able to easily outshine Kueo. Moreover, now he had attained world-class proficiency. The transformation to world-class piano mastery was fueled both by the emotional fluctuations within He Liang and his desire to comprehend just how formidable this level of skill could be. Piano. This was the first world-class skill He Liang had exchanged. He took a deep breath, his gaze fixed intently on the grand piano before him. In that moment, his expression shifted. As he concentrated on the instrument, it was as though he had entered a unique state of being. At that instant, the surrounding clamor faded into oblivion. Before him, there was only the piano. Now, he would commence playing Clair de Lune. Chapter 201. Astonishment. He Liang regarded the piano, a gentle light passing through his eyes. Like gazing upon a cherished treasure or an old friend, his hands rested upon the black and white keys, pressing down lightly. The moment he began to play, the expressions of all present transformed. The crisp and clear prelude, with each note distinctly defined, yet forming a harmonious whole. The rhythm was impeccable. A vivid imagery washed over them. In comparison to Kueo's previous performance, it was far more powerful. The audience felt as if they were witnessing a king, earnestly praying to the divine day after day. What appeared to be simple rhythms sketched out a rich tapestry of scenes and details. The control was astonishing. Moreover, as He Liang continued to play, the entire music room, including the renowned international masters like Su Minka and Lang Yun, became enraptured. They seemed to perceive the king's hopeful countenance, feeling the icy demeanor of the young maiden's statue. As the wind and rain battered against the statue, the king tenderly caressed it, his eyes filled with deep affection, yet tinged with sorrow and longing. In just a few short seconds, they experienced an intricate and prolonged emotional journey. Simple note combinations perfectly conveyed such sentiments. The king's hope and love resonated with each listener. When the god of love descended, everyone in the music room felt joy for the king, their lips involuntarily curving into smiles. The piano's melody seamlessly shifted, the emotional transitions occurring naturally. He Liang's hands danced across the keys, his foot lightly pressing the piano pedal, his expression equally entranced. At that moment, he was not merely playing the piano. He was collaborating with it, sharing a narrative. He poured forth the story and emotions from his heart, and this old friend perfectly conveyed them. Kueo's skill was indeed remarkable. Her rhythm impeccable, and while she had no notable mistakes, her handling of details bore a unique style. However, in comparison to He Liang's current performance, the disparity was vast. One was like a burgeoning talent, possessing the potential and poise of a master, yet appearing somewhat raw and unrefined. And He Liang began at the pinnacle. It was as if he had immersed himself in the piano for decades. His mastery was extraordinary. Kueo presented a picturesque scene, while He Liang not only manifested this imagery, but enriched it to its fullest extent. His empathetic ability was something Kueo had not previously displayed. The audience felt the passage of time within the tale, sensing the evolution of the king's character, and most crucially, the emotions. Each note struck deep into their souls, igniting their spirits in response to the narrative. A subtle sadness and longing transformed into subsequent surprises and happiness. Every shift felt so natural, so wondrous. They felt as if they had stepped into the role of the king. Even more, they connected it to themselves, their thoughts drifting away in emotional reverie. At this moment, they were almost oblivious to the fact that this was a performance. Silence enveloped the room as everyone quietly absorbed He Liang's piano performance. They were completely engrossed in the narrative he wove through his music. Only when the final notes faded gently into the air did they awaken from their reverie, realizing they had just experienced a mere piano piece. The immersion was profoundly intense. At the moment the story concluded, the image of the king and the maiden united in bliss tugged at their hearts, leaving them with a bittersweet longing. It took them a while to regain their composure, but what followed was sheer incredulity. How could this be the work of He Liang? Master Semenka, trembling with excitement, gazed at He Liang as if beholding a rare treasure. He had been completely lost in the performance. Previously, whether guiding students from the East or his own, including Kueo, he had always maintained a critical yet appreciative stance. At his level, he had heard countless performances of similar caliber and could easily discern their flaws and shortcomings. Kueo's execution was commendable, with no significant issues in detail. Yet her understanding and emotional connection to the piano were areas in need of growth, a daunting challenge that required both talent and time. Thus, Master Semenka felt a degree of satisfaction with Kueyer's current abilities. But He Liang's playing? The moment the music began, it transported him into a story, making him forget this was merely an exchange of ideas. It was astonishing, truly remarkable. As Master Semenka regarded He Liang, his voice quivered with emotion, revealing his inner turmoil. Such feelings had only arisen during performances by world-renowned masters. His words left everyone in stunned silence. The acclaim from Master Semenka for He Liang's performance was unprecedented. Yet, no one dared to dispute his statement, not even the haughty Gran or Lostia. Despite their sharp tongues, their own piano skills were undeniable. And they could easily recognize that He Liang surpassed Kueyer by a significant margin. How could such an extraordinary performance come from a young man of around 20? They were utterly astonished. Even the proud Gran and Lostia realized that they could never achieve such a high level of artistry. Their minds were a blur, leading them to pinch their cheeks in disbelief. Could this be real? They had never encountered anyone of such caliber at this age. He Liang rose from the piano bench and surveyed the audience, a smile gracing his lips as he bowed. This piece, Adelina by the Water's Edge, I hope you all enjoyed it. Kueyer watched He Liang on stage, her sense of shock far greater than anyone else's. She was of similar age and played the same piece on the same piano. The direct comparison left her with a tumultuous mix of emotions, primarily disbelief. His level of skill felt insurmountable. She involuntarily glanced at Master Semenka, a terrifying thought creeping into her mind. Could her teacher surpass him? Chapter 202. Shame and astonishment. As that thought surfaced, Kueyer was startled by her own audacity. Who was her teacher? Master Semenka. He ranked among the top 10 piano maestros in the world. Given the vast population, being in the top 10 was no small feat. Even the likes of Master Langun and Master Zhou Ren did not enjoy the same level of international renown as Semenka. The atmosphere grew eerily quiet, as the crowd was at a loss for words. Gran and Lostia felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment wash over them. It was an excruciatingly awkward moment, akin to feeling as if they could dig a villa by the sea with their toes. They had previously looked down upon Chinese piano, exuding arrogance, and had sent Kueyer to crush their counterparts, eager to witness their expressions. But now, they found themselves on the receiving end of a crushing defeat. Their pride shattered. Their faces stung painfully. The extent to which they had belittled Chinese piano was matched only by their current humiliation. It was Master Semenka who stepped forward, breaking the tension. His eyes sparkled with excitement. You must be He Liang? Yes, I am He Liang, he replied with a smile, feeling no animosity toward Master Semenka, who had acted as a mediator during the recent exchanges, averting many conflicts. He glanced at Gran and Lostia, who wished they could vanish into thin air, and felt a slight sense of relief. He was no saint. After being repeatedly underestimated, who could remain calm? The young students from the foreign music group stood frozen, grappling with embarrassment and shame. Master Semenka took a deep breath, turning to Master Langun. When did such a genius arise from your ranks? A talent like He Liang at such a young age can be compared to the greatest prodigies in piano history, perhaps even surpassing them. Had I not witnessed it myself, I would not have believed such talent existed. Master Langun was at a loss for words. What could he say? I wish I knew as well. At that moment, his astonishment was rivaled only by Semenka's. Just moments ago in the practice room, He Liang had concealed such extraordinary abilities. He felt bewildered. During their private session, He Liang had not exhibited such genius. Suppressing his shock, a smile crept onto his face. Master Semenka. He Liang is one of the few piano prodigies we have in China. His talent is unparalleled. He is the most gifted I have ever encountered. Yet, to Master Semenka, this statement felt trivial. He had traveled the globe exploring various music conservatories and had never seen such a marvel. Gran and Lostia were rendered speechless, drowning in humiliation. He Liang had single-handedly disrupted the rhythm of the exchange. His presence overshadowed everyone else, and the Chinese delegation's gazes were laced with amusement, making Gran and Lostia wish to flee. They felt like clowns, prancing about in front of their peers. How absurd. However, this was no longer merely about the exchange. China harbored such a piano prodigy. Should he gain international recognition, it would undoubtedly shake the foundations of the music world. They could foresee the emergence of a contemporary piano genius, a legend in the making. As they were engulfed in shame, astonishment washed over them. Master Semenka incessantly inquired about He Liang's background. He is not a student at our music academy. Master Langun continued hesitantly. Master Semenka's eyes widened in disbelief. Not a student at your academy? The best music institution in China is the Central Conservatory of Music, is it not? How could a talent like He Liang not be enrolled there? Shaking his head, he stated with conviction, let He Liang join our Royal Conservatory of Music for further study. His talent is too great. With time, he will undoubtedly become a legend in the piano world. He was forthright, revealing his intentions. Yet He Liang gently shook his head. Thank you, master, for your kind regard. However, I am not a dedicated piano student, so I shall not pursue further studies. Upon the utterance of those words, the members of the foreign music ensemble were momentarily taken aback. Wasn't he a student solely dedicated to the study of the piano? They found themselves struggling to comprehend the statement, for it was ingrained in their subconscious that only those who had diligently pursued piano studies from a young age could stand here, destined to become luminaries in the field. Master Lang Yun, mustering his courage, explained, He Liang is a student from Sujian University. He is merely visiting me. Indeed, he was not a piano major. The foreign musicians felt as though they had been struck by lightning, their perspectives profoundly shaken. Master Lang Yun opened his mouth, feeling somewhat embarrassed to continue. Should he reveal that He Liang had no formal mentorship and had merely played casually to reach his current level? Who could accept such a revelation? Not only others, but he himself felt a whirlwind of confusion, the shock within him indescribable. It was simply surreal. During He Liang's coming-of-age ceremony in Ningxue, his skill had been commendable. Yet in Master Lang Yun's eyes, it was still a notch or two below Lin Zizong. At that time, he had placed greater value on He Liang's innate talent. However, during their previous encounters, He Liang's piano prowess had astonished him, proving to be at least on par with Lin Zizong. And just moments ago, it could only be described as dreamlike. At the very least, Master Lang Yun did not believe that the performance of Adelina by the water surpassed that of He Liang. I apologize, He Liang said to Master Summoncare with a hint of regret. Even the usually calm and composed Master Summoncare felt a tinge of urgency at this moment. His immediate thought was that such an exceptional talent must be ushered into the realm of piano. If Master Lang Yun's words were indeed true, how extraordinary must He Liang's talent be? He hastily grasped He Liang's arm, exclaiming, He Liang, your talent is remarkable. You must pursue a career in piano. Do not let your gift go to waste. Outside, a middle-aged music instructor hurried in, perplexed by the scene before him. Nevertheless, he called out, the concert at 3 o'clock is about to commence. Everyone should prepare. This reminder jolted everyone back to reality, as they had nearly forgotten about the impending event. Master Summoncare reluctantly released He Liang, knowing they must first attend the concert. He was confident he could find He Liang afterward to discuss matters thoroughly. Suddenly, Master Summoncare recalled something, turning to He Liang with urgency. He Liang, during the concert, would you join me in performing a piece? Chapter 203. Affection. He Liang was taken aback, puzzled by the request, and curiously asked, perform together? His initial purpose for visiting the Central Conservatory of Music was simply to meet Master Lang Yun. He had only a vague understanding of the concert. All eyes turned to He Liang, filled with astonishment and envy. Master Lang Yun leaned in to whisper, this concert is hosted by our Central Conservatory of Music. According to the schedule, Master Summoncare and 2 other masters will perform for an hour and a half, followed by a session for questions and answers. He Liang nodded thoughtfully. Master Lang Yun continued, many renowned piano instructors from across the country will attend, along with outstanding music students from various regions. He expressed his amazement. I never expected Master Summoncare would invite you to perform. He holds you in high regard. There may be over 1,000 attendees. This is quite a grand occasion. Master Lang Yun teased He Liang, while Master Summoncare regarded him with anticipation. We can choose a duet piece. Perhaps F. R. Elise, Romeo and Juliet, or Serenade for Strings. Master Summoncare considered this trip to China the greatest surprise was meeting He Liang. He wished to play a piano piece with this prodigy before departing. A duet, or four-hand piece, requires 2 individuals to sit at the piano, performing together, which is a specialized skill. Of course, this necessitates a certain level of similarity in skill. Otherwise, the interplay might feel disjointed. Undoubtedly, Master Summoncare recognized He Liang's expertise. He Liang smiled, this time not declining. I would be honored, but my skill is limited. I hope the master can be understanding. Master Summoncare's smile grew ever brighter. Meanwhile, the 3 male members of the foreign music ensemble gazed at He Liang with envy and jealousy. Even they did not possess such an opportunity. Yet, they felt both ashamed and helpless. They had all witnessed He Liang's superior abilities, far surpassing their own. Reflecting on their previous arrogance, it was utterly embarrassing. They dared not dwell on it any longer and hurriedly left to prepare. As He Liang walked, he sensed several gazes directed toward him. A subtle glance revealed Luo Qingqing, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on him, as if she sought to uncover something within. On the opposite side, Kue's striking green eyes sparkled with interest as they regarded He Liang. To his surprise, she showed no hesitation or shyness, meeting his gaze with a smile that conveyed her curiosity, entirely unmasked. Preparation entailed donning the appropriate European-style tailcoat and warming up the fingers. As this was a formal and significant performance requiring suitable attire, He Liang felt somewhat at a loss. He raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness. I didn't bring formal clothing. Lin Zizong approached with a smile. You and I are of similar build. If you don't mind, I can lend you mine. He Liang expressed his gratitude. Thank you, senior. Lin Zizong jested, if I lend you my coat, it might just increase in value. Your piano skills far exceed mine. You will surely become an international master. He Liang shook his head. I haven't thought that far. Lin Zizong chuckled, saying no more, and retrieved his spare tailcoat to lend to He Liang. When He Liang emerged in the tailcoat, everyone was momentarily dazzled. His appearance was already striking. His fair skin exuded a charming allure, and clad in the tailcoat, he radiated an unconventional handsomeness that was hard to ignore. Coupled with his extraordinary demeanor and a smile that was both relaxed and approachable, he exuded an aura of comfort. Having cultivated his skills to a profound level, his presence was increasingly transcendent. The impending advancement to a higher realm was palpably evident. The brilliance previously displayed in his piano performance now shone impressively. Luo Qicheng couldn't help but steal glances at He Liang. When he caught her gaze, her heart raced momentarily, and she blurted out, "You look very dashing." On the other side, Kuier stepped forward. To everyone's surprise, she actively assisted He Liang in adjusting his bow tie. A radiant smile graced her beautiful face as she remarked, "This outfit suits you perfectly. You look fantastic." Her boldness and direct expression of admiration for He Liang left him somewhat astonished, causing a flutter in his heart. "Thank you," he managed to reply. Kuier smiled and took a few steps back. He Liang sighed inwardly, contemplating, is this the mindset of foreigners? He chose not to dwell on it. Outside, another music instructor arrived, urging, "Masters, how are your preparations coming along? Time is running short. The audience is already seated." Zhou hesitated, glancing at He Liang and Master Summoncare. "Do you need to warm up? Forehand playing requires a great deal of synergy and skill. Without prior collaboration, any mistakes could be quite problematic." Master Summoncare smiled, looking at He Liang. "Shall we improvise?" He Liang responded with a smile, "Certainly." He felt an unspoken connection with Master Summoncare, as if they were on the same wavelength. The inaugural duet may perhaps give birth to the most emotive performance. Both individuals are quite confident in their talents, leading them to make this decision. The others can only nod in reluctant agreement. In the Grand Music Hall of the Central Conservatory of Music, which boasts a capacity of up to 1,500, every seat is filled. Even many attendees stand, their faces alight with excitement and anticipation. The once dimly lit vast space gradually brightens. In the rear seats, Su Jian and Wang Hua continue their quiet conversation. Where could Liang go be? Is his phone on silent? Even a voice call has proven futile. Su Jian mutters, lamenting the loss of such a splendid opportunity. Outside, the doors have been secured, with security personnel ensuring that ordinary students cannot enter. Wang Hua nods, visibly astonished as he surveys the surroundings. He has never experienced such grandeur before. It seems that the students nearby are either exceptionally talented pianists or formidable mentors. "Oh, isn't that the girl who was flirting with Liang Go?" Suddenly, Su Jian exclaims again. Wang Hua follows Su Jian's gaze, astonished. "It truly is. I believe I heard Liang Go mention her name before. Ning Shui? What brings her here?" With no time for further contemplation, the lights suddenly shift. A host emerges from backstage. The piano concert is about to commence. Chapter 204. Who is the more skilled? Welcome, everyone. Thank you for taking the time to attend the piano concert organized by our Central Conservatory of Music. The host announces, microphone in hand, their voice resounding. For this concert, we have invited several distinguished international masters to grace us with their presence. Master Su Minkeli, Master Gran, and Master Lastia. Additionally, we have our own Master Lang Yun and Master Zhou Ren from the conservatory. Cheers erupt from the audience, many visibly thrilled. The latter two masters are familiar faces to the students, while the three international masters are renowned figures, seldom seen. They eagerly anticipate the performances from the foreign maestros. The host continues with a lengthy introduction, adhering to the formalities and protocols befitting such an occasion. At this moment, Ning Shui sits beside a cold-looking young man, whose right cheek bears a distinct scar. This strikingly composed individual appears to be in his early 20s, emanating an aura of intensity. His remarkable prowess is evident, having already reached the threshold of the He Qi realm. Achieving such mastery at this age undoubtedly marks him as a prodigy among prodigies. His handsome features, complemented by the scar, lend him an unconventional masculinity that captivates many of the young women present. He is none other than Ning Shui's elder brother, Ning Yizhan. Chosen from a young age by influential figures within the Shuiying, he has been recognized as a genius. Today, he accompanies Ning Shui to pay a visit to their grandfather's friend, Master Lang Yun. However, they have been informed that Master Liang is currently engaged in private discussions with a foreign music ensemble and is unable to join them. Hence, they find themselves waiting in the concert hall until the conclusion of the performance, at which point they will visit Master Liang. Ning Shui speaks softly and Ning Yizhan nods. His demeanor resolute and intense, giving the impression of a taciturn individual. I have heard. Grandfather has awarded that opportunity to an outsider? After a brief pause, Ning Yizhan finally speaks, his voice slightly hoarse. A hint of confusion flickers in his eyes as he comprehends the significance of this opportunity. Expecting it to be granted to a member of the family, only to find it bestowed upon someone else, He Liang. Ning Shui's beautiful eyes flash with a hint of emotion, unconsciously revealing a touch of sentiment in her voice. Grandfather shares a close friendship with him. He even gifted me an invaluable present at my coming-of-age ceremony. Her explanation prompts Ning Yizhan to regard her more closely. Sensing that his sister has changed in some subtle way during this visit, has she become a touch more vivacious? Is this newfound openness directed towards everyone? Or specifically towards He Liang? The thought cools his gaze. He Liang, is it? The name lingers in his mind. Now, let us welcome Master Liang Yuan and Master Zhou Ren to the stage. The two masters emerged, exchanging a few words with the audience before taking their seats among the guests. Today's spotlight does not shine upon them. Next, we invite Master Grand to perform. As per protocol, the most prominent acts take the stage last. Master Grand steps forth, bowing to the audience. At this moment, much of his previous disdain has dissipated, for he is aware that a remarkable talent is about to shatter his pride. Soon, he finds himself seated at the piano, ready to enchant the audience with his melodies. As an internationally recognized master, his skill is immediately evident. The melodious notes resonate throughout the concert hall, captivating many and leaving them spellbound. Is this the caliber of masterful performance? In the audience, hushed conversations ripple through the crowd. The foreign music ensemble has brought 3 masterful figures, along with 4 students. Among them, Master Su Menkali is considered the most esteemed, with many believing his talent ranks among the world's top 10, if not top 5. Such accolades are exceedingly high. Many attendees are drawn specifically to witness Master Su Menkali's performance. And Grand's stunning playing has only heightened their anticipation for what is to come. After performing 2 pieces, Master Grand rises from the piano bench and joins the guest seating. Next, Master Lastia takes the stage, presenting 2 contrasting yet equally mesmerizing compositions. Now, let us welcome the prodigy from the Eagle Kingdom Conservatory of Music. Quayer, the host's voice resonates with enthusiasm. Such exchange events not only allow mentors to perform, but also offer top-tier students an invaluable opportunity for growth. Instantly, the spotlight shifts to a stunning figure, clad in specialized attire that accentuates her curvaceous form. Many in the audience are captivated. Incredibly beautiful, her emerald green eyes sparkle like precious gems, exuding an air of confidence and poise that commands attention. Quayer gracefully bows to the audience before taking her place at the piano. Her fingers dance over the keys, producing a captivating melody. Heavens, this level of skill is extraordinary. It may even surpass that of senior Lin Zizong. Many students, well-versed in their craft, are left in awe. Numerous visiting music mentors exclaim, "Incredible! This foreign girl can't be more than 20. A stunningly exquisite foreign beauty with such prodigious piano skills instantly captures the hearts of many young men, who view her as a dreamlike muse." Quayer's lips curl into a tantalizing smile, sending hearts racing across the hall. In truth, she had not intended to perform this particular piece. However, after requesting to play a duet with He Liang, Master Liang Yuan consulted with him. He Liang, taken aback, did not decline the offer, prompting her to postpone her original selection. In the audience, Su Jian can hardly contain his excitement, his eyes wide with astonishment. Wow, this visit is an absolute steal. What a divine goddess. Wang Hua shoots him an exasperated glance, calling him a lecher. Yet, he too is entranced by Quayer's performance. For reasons unknown, he suddenly thinks of Liang Ge, who is of a similar age. Wang Hua turns to Su Jian and inquires who possesses greater skill, her or Liang Ge. As soon as the question leaves his lips, he realizes its futility. Liang Ge is merely an amateur, perhaps comparable to some professional students. But there is no basis for comparison with a prodigy from a prestigious foreign conservatory. Su Jian was taken aback. Wang Hua had indeed posed a question he had not anticipated. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "This girl named Quayer seems to possess considerable talent. Of course, this is merely my perspective." His expression suddenly shifted to one of alertness. "Lao Hua." Wang Hua looked at Su Jian, puzzled, and asked, "What's wrong?" Everywhere Liang Ge goes, he seems to charm the most extraordinary girls. Now that he has arrived at the music academy, could it be happening again? Wang Hua sighed in exasperation. "You're indulging in wild fantasies. How could that possibly be?" as if all the beautiful girls in the world are enamored with Liang Gu. Chapter 205. Liang Gu. This is excessive. Wang Hua sighed softly. In the past, I held the top academic record back home. Yet upon arriving at university, I discovered that I was surrounded by numerous exceptional scholars. It is not uncommon to find students who ranked among the top 5 in the province during the college entrance examination. At Tsu University, there are even students publishing papers internationally. He clenched his fists slightly, feeling a sense of disparity. There are always greater heights and more remarkable individuals beyond one's own experience. Being here today has broadened my horizons. Wang Hua's gaze swept across the surroundings. Su Jian shot him a glance. Is this some kind of epiphany? Wang Hua adjusted his black-rimmed glasses and chuckled. No, it's simply that when I compared Liang Gu to this girl named Kuei, it made me reflect on this point. University is a grander stage. It seems that regardless of what one does, there are always individuals more skilled than oneself. Even Liang Gu, in my eyes, is no exception. Su Jian rolled his eyes at him and patted his shoulder. Why overthink it? We should focus on our own endeavors. He gestured toward Kuei. Her piano skills may surpass Liang Ji's, but her academic prowess certainly does not match his. We ought to find what we love and excel at, rather than fixate on comparisons. This time, it was Wang Hua who appeared surprised, realizing that this seemingly unassuming fellow had potential as a life coach. Their conversation dwindled as they quietly listened to Kuei's piano performance. In front of an audience of over 1,000, Kuei remained poised and composed, her delicate, fair fingers gliding effortlessly across the keys. The elegance of her movements resembled art, captivating many young men present. However, whispers soon circulated among the audience. She was reputedly a prodigious talent from a prestigious foreign music academy, possessing the grace of a master. Soon, Kuei stood and bowed to the crowd. Her display of etiquette exuded elegance. The host took the microphone. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to Miss Kuei for her enchanting piano performance. His voice resonated with vigor. Next, we invite Miss Kuei to take her seat among the guests. Applause erupted from the audience, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Kuei's popularity was undeniable. The host continued, preparing to follow the established program. According to the schedule, the next performer was to be Master Su Menkali. As for the other foreign students present, only one representative was required. Please hold on a moment. However, Kuei smiled and interrupted him. The host's words abruptly halted, and he looked at Kuei in confusion, lowering the microphone to converse quietly. The audience was taken aback. What was happening? Was there a change in plans? Many began to murmur in hushed tones. Nevertheless, the host soon nodded and picked up the microphone again. Next, Miss Kuei will perform another piano piece, the Waltz in G major. The host, not lacking in wit, recognized the audience's concerns and reassured them. Rest assured, aside from the addition of another piece, the following program will remain unchanged. Master Su Menkali will still perform. The crowd exhaled in relief and nodded slightly. Kuei's skill was remarkable, and her encore was highly anticipated. Many young men felt a surge of excitement, recognizing the rarity of such an opportunity. This is a four-hand piano piece. The host continued. The audience gasped. Four-hand? They were familiar with this performance style during regular practice. Instructors would often guide from the side. In a sense, it could be considered a form of four-hand playing. This format significantly cultivates students' musical expression abilities, as it requires two individuals to collaborate. The music embodies emotion, and during such cooperation, both parties must maintain focus and positive energy, as each can easily sense the other's emotions. Thus, it poses a great test of skill. If one party misinterprets the performance, it can disrupt the entire expression, including the nuances of strength and rhythm. While ordinary people might struggle to detect such discrepancies, the majority of the audience had grown up listening to metronomes, making them particularly sensitive to these subtleties. The audience was curious about who would join Kuei in the performance, knowing that the skill level could not be too disparate. Could it be a master instructor? Or perhaps a student from the Central Conservatory of Music? Kuei's proficiency was high, and many instructors from other music academies shook their heads, doubting that any student from their institutions could match her. Amidst the audience's confusion, a figure gradually emerged from backstage. A young man, appearing to be in his 20s. Donned a sharp, well-fitted tailcoat, exuding an air of cleanliness and composure. On the large screen, a handsome face adorned with a faint smile was reflected. The audience of over 1,000 gasped in surprise. Who was this? It seemed no one recognized him. Typically, they would have heard of or seen prominent younger talents in the country, yet this individual appeared unfamiliar. Around 20 years old, performing a four-hand piece with Kuei? It was undeniable that some young men felt a pang of envy. However, more were questioning the caliber of this newcomer. Whispers of speculation arose in the crowd. A local music student from the Central Conservatory revealed, I've never seen this guy before. Thus, it became clear that he was not a student from the Central Conservatory. Meanwhile, several individuals in the audience were equally perplexed. Su Jian rubbed his eyes, straining his neck to get a better view of the familiar face on the screen. Then, he chuckled awkwardly, glancing at Wang Hua with a stiff expression. I never anticipated anyone could resemble Liang Gu so closely. Wang Hua's smile mirrored his awkwardness. Indeed. Perhaps they're long-lost twins? Then, in unison, they exclaimed, What the heck? How absurd. It was utterly ridiculous. This was none other than Liang Gu himself. Unbelievable. Su Jian found it difficult to articulate the shock he felt. Wait, why is Liang Gu up there? Didn't he come with us? Was this a spontaneous decision? Wang Hua swallowed hard. Su Jian, Liang Gu mentioned that Master Lang Yan personally invited him. Could it be true? Su Jian fell silent, then gritted his teeth. The more pressing question is, why? Does Liang Gu have any connection with this extraordinary girl? His face betrayed an unmistakable mix of envy and jealousy. Liang Gu. This is excessive. Chapter 206. The audience's reflection. He Liang, clad in a dapper tailcoat, stood straight and composed. At that moment, he exuded an aura of calm confidence that captivated the attention of many. Over 1,000 pairs of eyes were fixed upon him, including those of numerous musical prodigies and esteemed instructors known throughout the nation. A common person would undoubtedly feel an overwhelming sense of nervousness. Yet, they continued to converse privately, seemingly unaware of which music academy this student hailed from. He Liang? Ning Shui was equally astonished, her beautiful eyes locked onto the screen. How did He Liang end up there? Suddenly, she recalled He Liang's piano performance at her coming-of-age ceremony, which had seemingly been of a high caliber. However, she had not anticipated that He Liang's proficiency could elevate him to such a stage, where he would perform alongside the piano prodigy, Kuei. The hushed murmurs around her suggested that Kuei's skill was indeed extraordinary, surpassing that of many music instructors. On stage, the host stepped aside, leaving only He Liang and Kuei. The two stood together, resembling a pair of celestial beings, both possessing a remarkable charm and aesthetic appeal. This evoked a peculiar feeling within Ning Shui, rendering her mood slightly less than joyful. Soon after, He Liang and Kuei took their seats on the piano bench, their proximity causing many to gaze intently. Some young men felt a pang of jealousy, believing He Liang was somewhat disrespecting a goddess. Such an opportunity was truly enviable, and they cast him unfriendly glances, wondering if he would face criticism should his skills prove inadequate. Unbeknownst to her, Ning Shui's expression subtly changed, which did not escape the notice of Ning Yizhan beside her. He cast a sidelong glance at his precious sister and then at He Liang, his demeanor turning hostile. This fellow, he snorted softly. In his mind, anyone who displeased his sister was a scoundrel. He contemplated whether he should find an opportunity to have a serious talk with He Liang. Seated on the right side of the piano bench, He Liang felt somewhat out of place. Due to their close seating, he caught a faint, enchanting fragrance from Kuei, reminiscent of orchids, which was utterly captivating. It was a scent he had never encountered before, and he wondered if it was due to perfume. Soon, he smiled awkwardly, as Kuei seemed to sense something amiss and glanced at him. Her emerald green eyes, under their close gaze, were especially enchanting. They conversed in English, with Kuei expressing her hope that their first collaborative piano piece would leave an indelible memory. Her voice was melodious, and her gaze was bold and direct. It was she who had proactively requested to play a duet with He Liang from several instructors. He Liang smiled back, refraining from excessive boasting. After a few quiet exchanges, they quickly entered the right mindset. Both wore serious expressions, and the atmosphere turned solemn. Then, Kuei began to play. Her 10 immaculate fingers danced gracefully across the piano keys. Impressive. A few music instructors gasped in hushed tones. This performance was even better than the last. The rhythm was flawless, and I have yet to detect any issues. Her interpretation of the melody was remarkably refined. Initially, they had thought that the first piece Kuei played was her forte. However, it now appeared otherwise. The melodious piano notes resonated throughout the concert hall, eliciting astonished expressions from the audience. Most present possessed a certain level of expertise and could discern the nuances. The fluidity and depth of understanding exhibited in this performance surpassed that of the previous piece Kuei had played. On the large screen, He Liang maintained a calm and focused demeanor, as if he were truly listening. Soon, it was his turn to play. His evenly proportioned hands glided smoothly over the black and white keys under the watchful eyes of the audience. A beautiful melody seemed distant yet close, enveloping the listeners and creating vivid imagery in their minds. His performance perfectly complemented Kuei's, enhancing the emotional depth without disrupting the original rhythm and style, leaving the audience in awe. Remarkable. Such high skill. The experts immediately recognized that this young man's talent was on par with Kuei's. Are there any students of such caliber in our country at this age? Many music instructors were astonished, their gazes fixated on He Liang on the screen. Why have we never heard of his name? Why have we never seen him? Could it be he is a student trained abroad? One instructor mused, pondering aloud. Nearby, a fellow student glanced at He Liang, then at Kuei, enviously remarking, perhaps he is erudite. Yet, his expression also reflected astonishment. He Liang's skills were undeniably impressive. On stage, Kuei's smile grew more radiant. Perhaps the audience below could not fully grasp the synergy, but as her temporary partner, she sensed it. He Liang had been consistently aligning his playing with hers, striving for a seamless collaboration. In reality, this was their first duet, and they had not rehearsed beforehand. Ordinarily, such a situation would lead to numerous technical mishaps. If it were severe, it might even result in a discordant rhythm or conflicting styles, spoiling the listening experience. Yet, under He Liang's astonishing control, they executed it nearly flawlessly. Only Kuei, playing alongside him, could truly appreciate this. His skill exceeds my expectations significantly. He is intentionally accommodating me. Otherwise, his solo performance would undoubtedly be superior. Kuei felt a slight stir within her, realizing this truth. As their piano melodies intertwined, the audience's emotions began to sway. Extraneous thoughts faded, replaced by a profound appreciation for the music. The atmosphere was exceedingly pleasant, and the crowd was entranced. Beside Ning Shui, music instructors conversed quietly, sighing in admiration. These two young talents are exceptionally skilled. Even serving as music instructors at prestigious conservatories would be well within their capabilities. I cannot fathom from where such prodigies have emerged. Another instructor nodded in agreement, remarking, their level has surpassed mine. They might one day become international masters like Maestro Semenka. Such praise was lofty, and even Ning Shui sensed the reverence the audience held for the two performers. However, gazing at the flawless collaboration displayed on the screen, a sense of discomfort lingered within her. Chapter 207, a tribute to Alice. The high-level performance by He Liang and Kuei astounded the audience. Even those young men who harbored envy towards He Liang could not help but acknowledge his prowess. His skills far exceeded ours. Even the majority of music instructors did not consider themselves superior to either Kuei or He Liang. As the piano music gradually slowed, the concluding notes approached, and the audience slowly emerged from their enchantment. The entire piano piece had been executed commendably, with no significant errors in the overarching direction, and it conveyed the essence of the composition with striking clarity. The applause erupted like thunder, resonating in appreciation for the duo's splendid performance. Thank you, Kuei said softly, gazing at He Liang, her emerald eyes exuding an alluring charm. He Liang smiled in response, saying it was nothing. Both were acutely aware that, had it not been for their mutual consideration of style and proficiency, He Liang's performance could have been even more remarkable. However, should He Liang unleash his full potential, Kuei would find it challenging to keep pace, leading to a jarring dissonance in their transitions. I eagerly anticipate your duet with Maestro Semenka, Kuei said with a beaming smile. Candidly admitting, playing together with me has somewhat restricted your abilities. They ceased their conversation and rose to bow to the audience, acknowledging the applause. The host approached with a microphone and script, announcing, Miss Kuei, please proceed to the guest seating. Kuei nodded gracefully and made her way to the guest area, leaving He Liang alone on stage. The audience exchanged puzzled glances. Only one person was invited to the guest seating. Did this student named He Liang intend to perform another piece? They looked at one another, some filled with skepticism, yet their anticipation for Maestro Semenka's performance grew. Meanwhile, Wang Hua and Su Jian whispered to each other below. What does Brother Liang intend to do? Su Jian patted his ample belly and murmured, Old Wang, when has Liang Gu ever made an understated entrance? I have a feeling he's about to stir things up again. Although Wang Hua wished to counter this, upon reflecting on Liang Ji's past exploits, he realized it was indeed true. He swallowed his retort, silenced by the truth. The host on stage did not keep the audience waiting long. With a microphone in hand and a beaming smile, he announced, Next, let us welcome our esteemed master Su Menkalai. A collective gasp filled the room, followed by a thunderous applause that surpassed the enthusiasm of before. As Master Su Menkalai stepped out from behind the curtain, the atmosphere ignited with fervor. Many in attendance had only ever seen this piano master through television or online videos, and witnessing him in person naturally exhilarated them. Master Su Menkalai exuded a calm demeanor, his face adorned with a gentle smile that radiated warmth. Most of the audience comprised piano students and instructors. Well aware of Master Su Menkalai's amicable disposition towards China, the host glanced at his script, despite having checked it multiple times beforehand. A flicker of uncertainty crossed his eyes. Pausing momentarily, he lifted the microphone and proclaimed, Next, we invite Master Su Menkalai to join student He Liang in a piano duet. Fr. Elise. The crowd gasped, mouths agape as if they could fit 2 duck eggs inside. Did I hear that incorrectly? A duet. But why would Master Su Menkalai perform alongside He Liang? In such a significant event, this is unfathomable. Su Jian was utterly astonished. This was simply ludicrous. Wang Hua felt his heart race. Who was Liang going to perform alongside Master Su Menkolai? It was somewhat terrifying. The commotion echoed throughout the venue. Yet, He Liang remained composed, impervious to the skeptical gazes directed his way. Master Su Menkolai also wore a knowing smile, offering no further explanation, as he understood that He Liang's exceptional talent would soon silence the doubters with undeniable proof. The two then approached the piano and took their seats. For Elise, a piece of immense renown in the piano world, was composed by the illustrious Beethoven. Its harmonic techniques epitomize Beethoven's compositional style, making it a quintessential transitional work. The piece is both delicate and enchanting, compact yet intricate, and its straightforward technique allows for ease of performance, while its artistic and expressive depth renders it a favorite among musicians. He Liang exhaled deeply, his expression turning earnest. The prior performance with Kuei Er was merely a warm-up. He had not yet reached his full potential, as doing so would compromise the aesthetic. Now, with Master Su Menkolai by his side, He Liang felt liberated to showcase his abilities more freely. He eagerly anticipated what musical magic might emerge from playing a masterpiece alongside a pianist of such esteemed rank. Simultaneously, he recalled the background of the composition. Each piano piece often carries a narrative, and to convey its emotions, one must understand the relevant context. Otherwise, the performance would lack soul, merely existing in form without essence. He Liang reflected silently. The background of F. R. Elise can be summarized in two main versions. The mainstream narrative recounts that in the 19th century, nearing his 40s, Beethoven taught a female student named Therese Malfatti, with whom he developed an affection. In a moment of joy, he composed a short piece called Bagatelle in a minor for her, which, due to subsequent translation errors, became known as F. R. Elise. As He Liang pondered, he cultivated his emotions, recognizing that to empathize while performing, one must first immerse oneself in the piece. This is both the most fundamental and challenging aspect. The second background? The inspiration for this composition stemmed from a kind-hearted girl named Elise. She endeavored to help a blind elder fulfill his wish of seeing the forest and ocean, seeking assistance from others. Deeply moved, Beethoven performed a beautiful piece for the elder on Christmas Eve, which helped the elder envision the snow-capped Alps, the seas surrounding Tahiti, seagulls, forests, and radiance of sunlight. Satisfied, the elder closed his eyes, his loneliness and sorrow dissipating. Thus, Beethoven dedicated this piece to the benevolent girl, naming it F. R. Elise. The information flitted through He Liang's mind. Gradually, he found his calm. He exchanged a knowing glance with Master Su Menkolai, nodding gently. Everything was understood without words. Then, they began to play. An elder and a youth seated at the piano, amidst the murmurs and doubts, producing the exquisite melody of F. R. Elise. The piano's notes reverberated throughout the concert hall, each clear and resonant sound stirring emotions within the audience. The moment Master Su Menkolai began to play, everyone was left in awe. Each note seemed to evoke profound thoughts, as if they were not merely listening to music, but savoring an aged wine, experiencing the stories and emotions entwined within. Kuei Er's earlier performance had laid the groundwork and style of the piece. Technically, it had been executed flawlessly, with no apparent errors. Yet, there lingered a sense of something missing. However, due to their limited expertise, they could only sense this void without articulating it. But when Master Su Menkolai played, the audience instantly understood what had been lacking, the profound depth of detail. Ultimately, what was revealed was the degree of empathetic connection. That was the true disparity. The varying rhythms and dynamics of the performance. Master Su Menkolai's hands moved gracefully across the piano, showcasing an extraordinary level of nuanced control. Many simple notes, when played with specific rhythms and intensities, erupted into a kaleidoscope of effects. A sense of enchantment enveloped the audience as they became absorbed in the narrative. The imagery was striking. This empathetic ability was nothing short of astounding. Even in the prelude, the audience felt their hearts soften, as if witnessing a young girl's plea. They trembled with anticipation and emotion. What a kind-hearted girl she was. She sought help for a blind elder, hoping to fulfill his wish of seeing the world. The youthful girl, resolute, wished for the elder to depart without regrets. Each note perfectly conveyed the complexity of those emotions. In hushed tones, the audience marveled at the brilliance of the performance. The contrast became evident. Kuei Er lacked this level of intricacy. Yet, such refinement requires immense time and effort to hone, demanding an extraordinarily high level of foundational skill. This was not a fault of Kuei Er's. Even the most prodigious talents have certain limits. Many music instructors inhaled deeply, their faces alight with admiration and reverence. Truly, Master Su Menkolai is unparalleled. The level of skill on display was extraordinary. Rhythm, dynamics, style, and structure, there were no flaws to be found. This was a true master standing atop the pinnacle of global piano excellence. Numerous young music students were equally struck, captivated by the performance. Experiencing such artistry in person imparted a profound sense of beauty in music. For the first time, they realized that music could indeed penetrate the heart and touch the soul. Yet soon after, many instructors and students shook their heads. How could He Liang possibly measure up to the astonishing display of Master Su Menkolai? Once He Liang commenced playing, the disparity in skill levels became glaringly apparent, leading to a disjointed performance that felt out of sync. Such exquisite piano playing was at risk of being marred. A flicker of reluctance and helplessness arose within them. Why, they pondered, must a young individual be chosen for a four-hand duet? They acknowledged He Liang's considerable talent. Yet there was no comparison to a master of such caliber. In the next moment, their eyes widened in astonishment as their expressions shifted. Playing, He Liang began to play. His posture was erect, a serene smile gracing his face, reminiscent of a sovereign in command of everything, his hands fluttering like butterflies in ascent and descent. As Master Semenka's concluding notes lingered, He Liang seamlessly continued. Perfect pitch. He did not disrupt Semenka's rhythm. And what an experience this was. He Liang's playing pierced the very strings of their hearts like a sharp sword, while Master Semenka's performance flowed gently, subtly infusing emotion. He Liang seemed to converge that stream into a mighty river, transforming it into an ocean. In that fleeting moment, emotions erupted with an overwhelming intensity. Many were so deeply moved that they envisioned a vivid and animated story unfolding before their eyes. Scenes flashed vividly in their minds. The anticipation of a girl, the essence of the narrative. Each note seemed to provoke deep contemplation, immersing them completely. They trembled within. They were all profoundly shaken. The duet between the elder and younger performers delivered a stunning rendition of F. R. Elise. Master Semenko wore a smile, equally astonished. He Liang's skill surpassed his expectations. He realized that it was He Liang's part that posed the challenge. Much like a narrative's climax, the groundwork laid was merely to prepare for the explosive finale. While establishing the foundation was not difficult, presenting that climactic moment demanded exceptional skill, especially now. The groundwork was laid by Master Semenka, not He Liang. This required He Liang to possess an accurate grasp of Master Semenka's playing, a comprehensive perspective, and an ability to attend to myriad details while showcasing them. That was the true challenge, and He Liang achieved it. The emotions that had previously germinated in the hearts of the audience now erupted. This explosion was a surging tide. The audience was momentarily overwhelmed by the sheer impact. Everyone became enraptured by this breathtaking performance. It was a story of a young girl. It was also a tale of a teacher. It seemed like a narrative of a pianist. 100 listeners derived 100 distinct interpretations. Furthermore, they found themselves reflecting upon their own experiences. Unwittingly, 2 lines of moisture appeared on some faces. As the final note resounded, an eerie silence fell over the hall. Led by Master Lang Yun, a group of professionals rose in reverence, suddenly standing. A modest applause echoed throughout the vast concert hall. Like a contagion, that applause transformed from gentle spring rain into a torrential downpour, spreading incessantly. The entire auditorium was filled with thunderous applause. In that moment, everyone's hearts applauded the 2 individuals on stage. The elder and the younger had performed a soul-stirring piano piece. Every pair of eyes brimmed with respect and longing for music. He Liang, he is one of us, a representative of Huaxia. As Master Lang Yun and Master Zhou Run were profoundly moved, their eyes reflected a burgeoning ambition for Huaxia's music scene to shine on the global stage, bringing glory to their nation. Even Gran and Lastia, though feeling somewhat uncomfortable, could not help but be awestruck. Judging by the performance, He Liang's prowess was not at all inferior to that of Master Semenka. How could this be possible? They found it hard to believe, their faces stinging with disbelief. Is there truly such a prodigy of the piano in this world? Chapter 209. Astonishing reviews within the concert hall. Applause persisted. The moment the audience emerged from the reverie of the duet, they felt an overwhelming emptiness. It was akin to the conclusion of a long-awaited anime or drama series, an experience tinged with loss and a complex array of emotions. Yet, soon followed genuine admiration and astonishment. It was no surprise that Master Semenka could reach such heights. But He Liang, how old could he possibly be? He appeared barely in his 20s. They reflected on history. Is there truly such a piano prodigy? At the age of 20, standing alongside the world's finest masters? Even if Beethoven or Mozart were to be reincarnated, would they manage such a feat? In the front row, the guests seated closest, possessing the highest level of expertise, felt the impact most acutely. Su Jian and Wang Hua exchanged glances, words poised on their lips, yet seemed utterly inadequate. Wang Hua recalled his earlier words. There's always someone better out there. I can't believe it. How does it feel like Brother Liang is some kind of freak? Wang Hua did not understand the intricacies of the piano, but from the performance, it seemed Brother Liang's display was not at all inferior to Master Semenka. That was Master Semenka. Even he, an outsider, had seen this venerable figure on television. Ning Shui, too, was taken aback, her beautiful eyes wide with shock, her lips slightly parted. She felt unsettled, both by the recent piano piece and by the realization that He Liang might surpass her in talent. Ning Yizhan raised an eyebrow, casting a deep glance at He Liang on stage. Next, please invite He Liang to return to the guest seating. The host quickly regained composure. Microphone in hand, the collaboration of two generations, a master and a talented prodigy, performing Fr. Elise, has gifted us with a perfect rendition. We are immensely grateful for your performance. He Liang smiled, his demeanor calm and composed as he made his way to the guest seats amidst the crowd's gaze. He took a seat next to Queer. Her emerald green eyes reflected an unusual admiration, exuding a unique fragrance reminiscent of orchids. He Liang, your skill exceeds my expectations. Our recent forehand duet somewhat limited your potential. I hope to have the chance to learn from you in the future. He Liang returned her smile. Harboring no ill feelings towards Queer, their prior exchanges in the music room had shown her a respectful demeanor, unlike some of the other students and foreign instructors. On stage, under the host's direction, Master Semenka performed a solo piece, still breathtaking, compelling admiration for his extraordinary talent. Yet, it was precisely this that accentuated He Liang's remarkable abilities. Queer showed evident interest in He Liang, engaging in soft conversation to learn more about his story. I merely came to visit Master Lang Yun, and inadvertently became involved in your exchange meeting, He Liang explained. Queer paused before asking, are you truly not a piano major? He Liang chuckled, I am not. I study biology at Sujiang University. Queer's eyes sparkled, Sujiang University? I've heard of it. It's one of your country's top 3 universities, right? You must excel in your studies. He Liang smiled, I do my best. Their conversation flowed, while the performance continued above. Although still impressive, it seemed to lack the same level of astonishment compared to the forehand duet, as that was a collaboration of 2 world-class masters. As they chatted, Queer grew increasingly curious about He Liang. His extraordinary demeanor, composed and unhurried, coupled with his humble and natural way of speaking, was refreshing, especially since he possessed such superb piano skills. Unlike other talented students from the music academy, who often carried an air of superiority, He Liang was distinctly different. Time slipped away quietly. Once Master Semenka concluded his performance, it was time for the explanation segment, where he would impart knowledge and answer attendees' questions. One music instructor posed a particularly challenging and direct inquiry. Master Semenka, what is your perspective on the piano proficiency in our esteemed Huaxia? How does it measure up to the international standards? He expressed his admiration and remarked that the level of piano artistry in Huaxia is not lacking at all. With Masters Lang Yun and Zhou Ren present, the standards are exceptionally high. After a brief pause, Master Semenka continued, noting the emergence of a certain He Liang, whose skills are undoubtedly on par with mine. At this point, his expression grew serious, indicating he was not jesting. His collaboration with He Liang in a forehand performance left him deeply impressed by He Liang's remarkable prowess, to the extent that he felt even he might not surpass him. This candid acknowledgement sparked an uproar in the audience. Master Semenka stated emphatically that as long as He Liang dedicates himself to the piano in the future, he will undoubtedly leave a significant mark in the annals of piano history, with his prodigious talent being the highest I have ever witnessed. His praise was genuine, at least in his own estimation. Yet, the entire venue erupted in commotion. Only the esteemed guests remained relatively composed, having witnessed He Liang's extraordinary playing in the music room earlier. They, being of considerable skill themselves, could easily discern that He Liang's abilities were indeed closely comparable to those of Master Semenka. After a moment, the crowd began to regain their composure, with He Liang's name firmly etched in their memories. Some attendees even felt a flicker of recognition, wondering if they had encountered the name before, though they could not quite place it. After all, it is not typical to associate such brilliance with mere mortals. Amidst the fervent exchanges, the concert finally drew to a close, and the audience began to disperse. The guests, along with Master Semenka, rose from their seats. Luo Qiqing and others approached, having been present backstage. Shall we take a group photo? Master Lang Yun suggested with a beaming smile. This exchange and performance had exceeded his expectations. He Liang's presence had truly salvaged their reputation, and most importantly, it had illuminated the prospects for the rise of Huaxia's piano scene. The group gathered for a grand photo. As the fragrance of her presence wafted over, Quayer approached softly, asking, He Liang, may I take a picture with you alone? He Liang readily agreed with a smile. At that moment, Ning Shui, Ning Yizhan, and Wang Huasu Jian awaited He Liang outside the venue. Are you He Liang's roommates? Ning Shui inquired softly, glancing at the two. Su Jian stepped forward, patting his chest. Yes, we are Liangdong's roommates. Wang Hua hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. He exchanged knowing looks with Su Jian, both realizing the delightful coincidence of encountering such exquisite beauty. What kind of sparks would fly between Kuei and the striking Ning Shui from Suda? Su Jian chuckled to himself. Liangdong, having too many admirers can be troublesome. Ning Shui paused slightly before softly asking, Did you come here with He Liang? Wang Hua and Su Jian nodded vigorously. How? Did he go up to perform? Ning Shui asked, curious. Wang Hua and Su Jian exchanged wry smiles, helplessly admitting, We have no idea. Earlier, Liangdong mentioned visiting an elder, but who could have anticipated it would lead to this situation? Ning Shui's thoughts became clear. He Liang must have been visiting Master Lang Yun. Did he know the girl named Kuei? What was their relationship? Ning Shui couldn't help but speculate. However, soon after, the crowd emerged from within. Master Lang Yun spotted Ning Shui and nodded gently, offering a slight apology for keeping her waiting. He then acknowledged Ning Yizhan with a subtle nod. As if aware of certain matters concerning him, He Liang noticed Ning Shui too, looking surprised. Meanwhile, Kuei, still smiling, was engaged in conversation with him. He Liang waved to Ning Shui, and Kuei followed his gaze, her eyes shimmering slightly. What a beautifully ethereal Huaxia girl. Behind her, Luo Qingqing was equally stunning. Far from being narcissistic, Kuei had a realistic perception of her own beauty. However, the two ladies before and behind her were equally captivating. The three stood together, exuding distinct charms. The nearby boys were momentarily entranced. These three exceptional beauties were beyond comparison, each radiating their own unique allure. Ning Shui's beauty was a pure, untainted elegance. Kuei's was an exotic charm coupled with confident grace, while Luo Qingqing's possessed an otherworldly, ethereal quality. At that moment, their presence was mesmerizing. Kuei and Ning Shui exchanged glances, both sensing something unique. My friends and roommates have arrived, so I must take my leave. He Liang addressed Master Lang Yun, aware that the attendees from the music academy and the foreign music group had matters to discuss. They still needed to convene in the office for some discussions and dinner. He Liang felt it unnecessary to linger any longer and took the initiative to bid farewell. I will be at the Central Conservatory of Music tonight. Feel free to call me once you're done, He Liang smiled. As for the gift, he had already presented Master Lang Yun with a carefully composed birthday score. Though it held little monetary value, it was imbued with heartfelt sentiment. Naturally, after achieving world-class proficiency, he had recently revised it. Upon receiving He Liang's gift, Master Lang Yun appeared genuinely delighted, treasuring the thoughtful gesture. He valued such meaningful presents over material ones, especially since it came from He Liang, which made him even prouder. Believing he had discovered a true talent in He Liang. He Liang, once we conclude our business here, I will contact you via WeChat, Master Lang Yun instructed. Master Sameka's gaze remained fixated on He Liang, as if fearful of losing sight of him. He Liang could not help but chuckle. The intensity of that gaze was almost consuming. Ning Shui handed a small bag containing a gift box to Master Lang Yun, whispering a few words. Master Lang Yun nodded appreciatively, thanking her for the present. Noticing Master Lang Yun was busy, Ning Shui chose not to linger, saying, I will visit you again when I have time, Grandpa Lang. They then parted ways. Only He Liang and Ning Shui remained with a few others in the venue. Before Ning Shui could speak, Ning Yizhan suddenly stood up. You must be He Liang, he said, his smile not quite reaching his eyes as he scrutinized He Liang. He appeared youthful and unblemished, giving off an impression of someone who had not yet faced hardship. And you are? He Liang raised an eyebrow, suspecting a connection. Ning Shui interjected. This is my second brother, Ning Yizhan. He Liang nodded, smiling. I have long admired your reputation. Ning Yizhan grimaced, disliking such formalities. His gaze flickered slightly as he stepped forward. The special training camp spot I earned as a reward was granted to you, wasn't it? Yes, He Liang replied, rubbing his nose. Ning Yizhan's straightforwardness caught him off guard, making him feel somewhat bashful. Meanwhile, Wang Hua and Su Jian stood to the side, utterly bewildered. What was going on? What special training camp? And this scarred man was actually Ning Shui's brother? Rest assured, I'm not so petty as to reclaim the spot from you, Ning Yizhan remarked nonchalantly. He then turned to Ning Shui, suddenly suggesting, it's getting late. It's almost 6:30. How about we join them for dinner? His abrupt proposal caught both He Liang and Ning Shui off guard. That could work. Ning Shui nodded, glancing at He Liang, softly adding, but He Liang may not have time. Ning Yizhan chuckled, casting a meaningful glance at He Liang. You should have some time, right? He Liang offered a wry smile, looking towards his two roommates, who nodded vigorously. We have time. We have time. Reluctantly, He Liang acquiesced. Let's go eat at the commercial street. Ning Yizhan smiled, but there was an undertone of something else in his gaze. Shui. You and He Liang's two friends go ahead and find a place to order. Ning Shui furrowed her brows slightly, glancing at her elder brother, questioning what he intended to do. Before she could voice her inquiry, Ning Yizhan interjected, I will inform him about the recruitment requirements for the Showa camp, including some details about the special training camp. I need to have a serious discussion with He Liang. There are some matters outsiders shouldn't know. You all go ahead. Ning Shui, still somewhat skeptical, nodded and proceeded with He Liang's two roommates to the commercial street. He Liang rubbed his nose, sensing an elusive hostility emanating from Ning Yizhan. When had he offended Ning Shui's elder brother? The two exchanged glances, and a moment of silence enveloped them. Eventually, Ning Yizhan spoke. The requirements for the special training camp are stringent, and the competition is fierce. After all, you are securing this opportunity due to my merit. I need to assess your capabilities. Otherwise, I would be ridiculed by my old friends. Chapter 211. Verification and Information. He Liang raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement in his voice. How do you intend to verify that? Although he was unsure why Ning Yizhan harbored some dissatisfaction and hostility towards him, He Liang felt no fear. Ning Yizhan's expression grew serious. He hadn't anticipated He Liang's unyielding demeanor, which altered his impression of him. This lad seemed gentle, yet there was a hidden strength within. He Liang, the young master of the He family, Ning Yizhan stated, revealing He Liang's identity. Though I do not know your specific abilities, my grandfather is no fool. His insight is quite commendable. Since he granted you a special recruitment quota for the Showa camp, he surely does not believe it would be wasted. In the next moment, Ning Yizhan lunged at He Liang with lightning speed. His fist tightened and struck towards He Liang's abdomen. However, I prefer to verify things myself. With a resounding smack, He Liang effortlessly blocked the rapid strike with his left hand, maintaining a calm demeanor. A flicker of surprise crossed Ning Yizhan's eyes. You are also at the refinement stage? Although he had not exerted his full strength, even a practitioner at the body refinement stage would struggle to withstand his blow. Moreover, He Liang's effortless defense suggested he was not merely an ordinary novice at the refinement stage. He Liang smiled nonchalantly. Is this sufficient? Ning Yizhan remained silent, but swiftly withdrew his hand, transforming his fist into an open palm aimed at He Liang. This strike was even swifter than the last. He Liang's expression sharpened, and he stepped back narrowly, evading the blow. Maintaining his composure, He Liang asked, Is this enough? That suffices. Ning Yizhan observed He Liang deeply, slowly retracting his hand. He was serious about the verification, without excessive force. Let us eat. He Liang replied with a smile. The two walked side by side, the atmosphere somewhat subdued. After a lengthy pause, Ning Yizhan finally spoke. Kid, the special training begins next week. Since I promised Shui I would inform you about certain details, I will not deceive you. He Liang's expression turned earnest. I would like to hear more. Ning Yizhan replied. Firstly, there will only be 50 participants. These 50 are the elite of Guangdong province. Although the minimum selection criterion is the refinement stage, do not assume that merely meeting the standard guarantees selection. He Liang nodded. I understand. Ning Yizhan continued. If possible, aim for the top 3. I have heard that achieving a top 3 position may yield certain opportunities at Tsu University. Suddenly, he hesitated, casting a glance at He Liang, refraining from elaborating further. He did not believe He Liang could secure a top 3 finish. He was well aware that several participants could easily enter the Showu camp directly and were competing in this special training for opportunities. Those individuals were not much weaker than him, let alone He Liang. He Liang's eyes flashed with intrigue. Tsu University? He realized that this place seemed to harbor many secrets unknown to him. The mystery of the blood-devouring dragon tree appeared to be tied to Tsu University. His father, He Qingfeng, was last seen in Tsu University before his disappearance, coinciding with the proposal of the grand plan. Now, yet another opportunity had surfaced. What secrets did this place conceal? Perhaps coincidences existed in 1 or 2 instances, but with so many accumulating, could it still be mere coincidence? He Liang's expression turned serious. He must find a breakthrough to uncover the truth. He Liang did not place all his hopes of finding his father on the dark division. Ning Yizhan continued. Generally, among these 50 participants, the top 10 have a chance to enter the Showu camp. Of course, it is merely a chance. The specifics depend on the decisions of your instructors. Then, Ning Yizhan chuckled coldly, infused with a peculiar meaning. Additionally, I am one of the assistant personnel responsible for your special training. Essentially a vice instructor. He Liang glanced at him in surprise. He estimated Ning Yizhan's cultivation level to be at the pinnacle of the refinement stage. Such strength could qualify him as a vice instructor? However, he soon recalled that being at the pinnacle of the refinement stage was no trivial matter. Even the original 3 major families had only a handful of practitioners at the harmony stage combined. Ning Yizhan had reached the pinnacle of the refinement stage before 30. His potential was limitless. It was nearly certain that he would attain the harmony stage, and possibly even the master stage thereafter. I was judging others by my own standards. He Liang mused internally. Reflecting on it, if the assistant personnel were at the pinnacle of the refinement stage, then the actual instructors would undoubtedly be at the harmony stage. If several instructors were involved, it meant multiple practitioners at the harmony stage were assigned to the special training. The Shiwu Camp's foundation is indeed formidable. This is just one province of Guangdong. Nationwide, there must be far more practitioners at the harmony stage. Throughout their journey, Ning Yizhan shared a considerable amount of information with He Liang. As they neared the restaurant, Ning Yizhan suddenly remarked, "Also, you better not harbor any intentions towards my sister." The unexpected statement caught He Liang off guard. Then, the source of Ning Yizhan's hostility became clear. He chuckled wryly and shrugged. "I assure you, there is nothing between Ning Shui and me. We are merely friends." Ning Yizhan was clearly unconvinced, snorting derisively. "In any case, you should be cautious. I am looking out for your well-being." He offered no further explanation. The two entered a private dining room at the restaurant. Noticing He Liang was unharmed, Ning Shui visibly sighed in relief. Su Jian was adept at lightening the atmosphere, engaging Ning Shui and Ning Yizhan in conversation. Ning Yizhan was taciturn and somewhat intimidating, preventing Su Jian from continuing his chatter. "Ning Shui, when did you meet Brother Liang? He has mentioned you several times in our presence." Su Jian attempted to steer the conversation, subtly promoting a connection between Ning Shui and He Liang. Ning Shui's cheeks flushed slightly, her heart racing. He Liang often mentioned her in front of his roommates? What could this imply? She couldn't help but ponder. He Liang shot Su Jian a glare. "What have you been saying?" He couldn't even recall mentioning anything about Ning Shui in front of Su Jian. "Indeed, Brother Liang often brings you up." Wang Hua chimed in, nodding repeatedly. This seemingly honest yet somewhat shy fellow also appeared to be playing the role of a wingman. "Humph." Ning Yizhan snorted. "The dishes are here. Let us eat." He interrupted their discussion with a cold gaze directed at He Liang. "You claim to have no feelings for Xiao Xue?" He Liang expressed his innocence. Su Jian and Wang Hua shrank back, intimidated by Ning Yizhan's imposing presence, and dared not speak further. Chapter 212. Returning to school at Su University, breaking through to Huchi during dinner, aside from the somewhat awkward atmosphere, everyone managed to enjoy the meal. "I still need to visit Master Langyun. You all can head back first," He Liang said, glancing at Ning Shui and the others. Ning Shui nodded slightly. And before she could say much, she was pulled away by the dark-faced Ning Yizhan, who seemed to strongly disapprove of He Liang's proximity to her. "And what about you two?" He Liang asked his roommates. They waved him off nonchalantly. "We'll wait for you. It's Saturday, so we have plenty of time." Su Jian nudged his friend. "There are quite a few attractive girls around here too. Wang and I will just browse a bit. And you can call us when you're done. After all, our school is not far away." He Liang didn't feel the need for pleasantries. "All right. It shouldn't take long." Just then, a message arrived on his phone from Master Langyun, summoning him. He Liang hastily made his way to the teaching building and entered the music room, where familiar faces awaited. The foreign music group, along with 2 Chinese music instructors from the music academy, were present. Upon his arrival, Lostia and Gran averted their gazes, feeling somewhat embarrassed to meet his eyes. The young students, with the exception of Kuier, also appeared awkward. Master Langyun shrugged and whispered to He Liang, "Master Suminkali insists on meeting you." In truth, there was a glimmer of hope in his eyes, wishing that He Liang would further his studies in piano. His talent was exceptional, and should he pursue this path, he would undoubtedly surpass everyone present. He Liang looked at Master Suminkali and sighed internally. He stepped forward and stated earnestly, "I do not intend to study abroad. Each person has their own aspirations. Piano is merely a hobby for me. I do not plan to pursue it as a career." His directness momentarily stunned Master Suminkali, who still felt reluctant and attempted to persuade him. However, He Liang understood that he needed to be resolute at this moment, not only to convey his stance to Master Suminkali, but also to demonstrate it to Master Langyun. He firmly asserted that piano was merely an interest. The surrounding young students fell silent, feeling an uncomfortable sensation. "What is this? It feels unbearable. Your hobby has overshadowed us, the exceptionally gifted and renowned piano prodigies. One cannot compare people to one another." Lin Zizong shook his head, taking it lightly. Ultimately, the masters had to temporarily cease their attempts to persuade He Liang, hoping to rely on gradual persuasion later. "If you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask," He Liang said, relieved that the masters had given up for the time being. "My roommates are still waiting for me. I'll take my leave." He nodded at everyone and departed. In the commercial street, Su Jian spotted He Liang and waved, "Brother Liang." "Brother Liang." He Liang approached him and Wang Hua quickly, smiling, "Let us head back to school." Soon, the 3 of them hailed a taxi to return to Su University. In the car, Su Jian curiously inquired, "Brother Liang, tell the truth. Who was that foreign beauty just now?" And there were also those stunning girls behind her. He clutched his chest dramatically. Brother Liang, you've captivated all the finest beauties in the world. What are Wang and I supposed to do? He Liang rolled his eyes and waved his hand dismissively. I'm not familiar with her. We just met today. Wang Hua perked up his ears. Though he didn't ask, he was clearly intrigued. Su Jian continued to inquire, eagerly curious about the matter. He Liang replied seriously, I came to visit Master Langan today. I didn't expect to be pulled into an exchange event and invited to perform a duet. He explained, the foreign girl is named Kuier. And the ethereal one you mentioned is called Luo Qiqing. I just met them today. His candid response only heightened Wang Hua and Su Jian's excitement. The disparity was infuriating. Wang Hua sighed softly, Brother Liang is truly remarkable. Su Jian nodded in agreement. Wang Hua shook his head. Su Jian, you're being unreasonable. You said Brother Liang's skills weren't as high as that girl's. Su Jian's face flushed, and he coughed awkwardly. I just want to know how Brother Liang is so skilled. Brother Liang, you've been hiding your talents. He referred to the performance at KTV. Wow. Su Jian suddenly exclaimed. Both Wang Hua and He Liang turned to him. What's wrong? He Liang raised an eyebrow. Su Jian showed them his phone, revealing a WeChat Moments post. In it, a clear shot captured He Liang performing a duet with Master Sumankali. What He Liang was taken aback. Wang Hua reacted, Brother Liang, you're amazing. Not just on social media. I bet this will make the news. Su Jian replied. As the trio chatted, they returned to Su University. After a day of bustling activity, they felt fatigued. After showering, they retired to bed. He Liang sat cross-legged on his bed, focusing his mind. Within him, his vital energy surged, gathering something profound. He sensed that the bottleneck was beginning to loosen. He Liang was preparing to break through to He Qi. The body refinement realm focuses on vital energy, laying the foundation. The essence refinement realm emphasizes perception, bridging the gap. The strength disparity between these two realms is not too significant. However, He Qi is different. Concentrating a breath of source energy allows for many incredible feats, even manipulating objects with 1S energy. Reaching this realm signifies a substantial increase in power. Once one attains this level, they will be considered a skilled practitioner even within a province. After all, beyond this lies the master realm. In all of China, there are scarcely 200 individuals who attain the He Qi realm. Many have been stymied at this stage. He Liang took a deep breath, his body trembling. The strength within him erupted like a volcano, breaking through the bottleneck. During the essence refinement realm, he had already cultivated a half-breath of source energy, akin to invincibility. At this moment, the source energy was gradually solidifying and becoming denser. Then, it surged toward the bottleneck. An indescribable sensation of comfort enveloped his mind, refreshingly cool. Simultaneously, the source energy completely solidified. He Qi realm. What? A remarkable change occurred that astonished He Liang. Typically, an ordinary practitioner of the initial He Qi stage would condense a single source energy within their body. Yet, within him, the source energy was dividing. Gradually, it split into 3 strands of source energy. Then, it further divided into 9 strands of Tianmu source energy. The He Qi realm focuses on refining and solidifying that single breath of source energy within. Yet, He Liang had produced 9. A profound sense of fullness washed over him. 9 strands of source energy? He Liang's gaze sparkled. This indicated that his foundation far surpassed that of an ordinary practitioner of He Qi. It seems that my foundational work during body refinement has paid off, He Liang smiled. Next week marks the beginning of military training and the specialized training at the martial arts camp. Having broken through to He Qi before this, he felt unafraid of others' age with such a foundation. Moreover, it represented a significant step forward, bringing him closer to ascending the pinnacle of ancient martial arts. Seeking his parents and avenging Yin Balian. Chapter 213. The arrival of Sun Ming. After He Liang broke through to He Qi, he meticulously sensed the changes within him. Compared to before, he felt immensely stronger. Previously, he could not contend with Yin Balian even after burning 99 drops of blood. The reason lay here. The greatest transformation in the He Qi realm stems from a breath of source energy. This energy enables practitioners to break certain limits and perform seemingly magical feats, akin to the techniques seen in films. Practitioners at the He Qi level can indeed execute such maneuvers. Furthermore, the enhancement from source energy, in terms of explosive power and other aspects, far surpasses that of body refinement and essence cultivation. He Liang exhaled deeply. The 9 sources of energy filled him with an indescribable sense of fulfillment, a smile unconsciously gracing his face. Controlling objects with energy, He Liang murmured softly, his eyes narrowing slightly as they sparkled with thought. Upon reaching the realm of energy coherence, theoretically, one could even glide briefly in the air. Additionally, one could manipulate small objects using this source energy. With a mere thought, He Liang summoned the energy, causing the bed curtain to sway gently despite the absence of wind. However, having just broken through, he struggled to control the strength of his energy, resulting in an awkward motion. If someone were to witness this at night, it could indeed be quite frightening. A sudden thought of certain horror films crossed his mind, prompting a chuckle. Soon after, he calmed his thoughts, taking a moment to steady his internal energy before contemplating another matter, the special training camp. A glimmer of excitement ignited in his eyes as he recalled his friend Ning Shue's brother mentioning that if one could achieve a top 3 composite score during the camp's training, they would gain a unique opportunity at Tsu University. Could this opportunity be linked to the grand plan? Might it relate to the disappearance of him? He Liang felt there might indeed be a subtle connection. Such a multitude of coincidences converging was too uncanny. It surely concealed some unknown secrets. It seemed imperative for him to secure a top 3 position in this special training. He inhaled deeply and nodded slightly. It shouldn't be overly difficult. With connections from the He family, he had naturally gathered information about the training camp. In Guangdong province, it was rare to find a prodigy in the realm of energy coherence, with several cohorts often passing before one emerged. Even if some exceptional individuals had received news of opportunities at Tsu University and opted out of direct admission into the training camp, it was unlikely there would be 3 individuals at the level of energy coherence. Even if there were, he was confident he would not be at a disadvantage. He Liang analyzed the situation objectively, and as he pondered, he drifted off to sleep. The next morning, he rose early to meditate and cultivate his energy. While he felt joy at breaking through to energy coherence, he remained grounded, aware that the road ahead was long. Success was built upon accumulation, and he understood that even with his remarkable talent, he could not afford to relax. Having once fallen from grace, he had profound insights. Regardless of whether he possessed an all-encompassing labor system, he needed to strive for self-improvement in all aspects. The system was merely an aid, not a justification for complacency. In the afternoon, Su Jian and Wang Hua urged He Liang to join them outside. Tomorrow's military training is upon us. We need to buy some water and supplies. Su Jian exclaimed. We must prepare our resources. Wang Hua sighed beside him. 2 weeks of military training. They all looked up at the blazing sun. Su Jian patted Wang Hua on the back. Don't worry. I have plenty of sunscreen. We can share. Su Jian lived quite meticulously, with an array of cosmetics on the table. After a brief tidying up, the trio departed from their dormitory, purchasing several 5-liter bottles of mineral water along with some instant noodles. During military training, we might be too exhausted to eat anything else, so instant noodles will suffice. Su Jian rationalized, and it made sense. He Liang glanced at him. I can't shake the feeling that you're just eager to eat instant noodles. You're quite likely to end up in the Flying Tiger camp, aren't you? Su Jian froze for a moment, then chuckled awkwardly. We'll see. The Flying Tiger camp was a term used humorously. During military training, some individuals, due to physical limitations or other reasons, would not participate fully and would rest on the sidelines. Those individuals were often dubbed the Flying Tiger camp. While some genuinely had health issues, many simply sought to avoid the training by using various excuses. After some playful banter, the trio returned to their dormitory. Upon entering, they were taken aback. The door was ajar. Inside, a person was busy arranging the bunk beds. Su Jian and Wang Hua exchanged glances, instantly realizing what it meant. Their 4th roommate had arrived. He Liang recognized a familiar face and smiled. It was Sun Ming. Just as Sun Ming finished tidying up, he descended the steps and, upon seeing He Liang, his face lit up with excitement. He Liang, he exclaimed. Su Jian and Wang Hua were momentarily stunned, looking at He Liang. Brother Liang, do you know him? He Liang chuckled and nodded. Yes, I do. Sun Ming's eyes sparkled as he gazed at He Liang. His desire to attend Tsu University stemmed from He Liang's influence. In fact, his family had invested in another university, allowing him to obtain a degree without attending classes. Yet, upon learning that He Liang was at Tsu University, Sun Ming eagerly chose to come and be He Liang's roommate. Finding a peer with high stone gambling skills was a rare treasure. Moreover, he found He Liang's personality quite likable. As soon as he saw He Liang, he began chattering excitedly. After you left, I discovered a new method for judging stones. He rambled on with complex terminology, leaving Wang Hua and Su Jian utterly bewildered. What is happening? Stone gambling? What on earth is that? Our 4th roommate seems a bit off. Yet, to their surprise, He Liang nodded in agreement and engaged in the conversation. As the discussion flowed, Sun Ming suddenly recalled something and retrieved a suitcase from the side, quickly opening it. Wang Hua and Su Jian were left speechless. Wow. Inside, the sunlight reflected off dozens of vibrant gemstones, green, purple, blue. The exquisite stones nearly dazzled their eyes. Sun Ming rummaged through the suitcase, pulling out a piece of raw stone. He Liang, I bought this on my way here. Can you check if there's jade inside? Chapter 214. Trending again, Su Jian and Wang Hua exchanged bewildered glances. Then, Wang Hua suddenly pinched Su Jian's arm. Ouch! Su Jian gasped, looking at Wang Hua. What are you doing? His voice pitch rose from the pain. I was just checking if I was dreaming, Wang Hua replied honestly. Su Jian nearly choked. However, he too felt as though he were in a dream. The suitcase brimmed with dazzling gemstones. It was all too real. The quality was impeccable, and their beauty captivated their gaze. Meanwhile, Sun Ming and He Liang appeared unfazed. He Liang silently glanced at Sun Ming. Sun Ming, you haven't finished unpacking. We can discuss this later. He knew Sun Ming's character. Once the conversation began, it would be difficult to stop for a couple of hours. Sun Ming had little interest in other matters, but when it came to stone gambling, he was fervently passionate, a testament to his prodigious talent and enthusiasm. Sun Ming mumbled a few words, but eventually put away the raw stone and resumed organizing his belongings. Su Jian and Wang Hua hesitated, unsure if they should approach. Su Jian quietly asked He Liang, Brother Liang, who is he? He Liang glanced at the two of them and replied, he's your roommate, Sun Ming. Su Jian chuckled awkwardly. Brother Liang, that's not what I meant. After a pause, he rephrased his question. Those gemstones earlier, they can't be real, can they? Wang Hua chimed in. They must be toys, right? He Liang shrugged. They're indeed real. You can consider him a wealthy second generation who loves studying gemstones. The two exclaimed in unison, no way. Those things are real. He Liang did not rush to engage in conversation with Su Jian and Wang Hua, noticing Sun Ming struggling to set up a mosquito net. Looking utterly perplexed, he decided to lend a hand. Thank you, He Liang, Sun Ming said gratefully. He spoke up. He Liang waved his hand, acknowledging, after all, we were roommates for 4 years. Sun Ming suddenly recalled something and said, He Liang, do you remember my second brother, Sun Shu? He Liang paused, then nodded. What's the matter? His teacher, Master Wang Ling, is one of the top calligraphy masters in the country. He visited my home a few days ago and learned about you. He seems quite interested and wants to find a time to meet you, Sun Ming casually remarked. His family and Master Wang share a fondness for calligraphy and have a good relationship, often inviting him over. He Liang raised an eyebrow and sighed. There are so many things happening lately. I just finished the piano concert with Master Lang Yuan, and in 2 weeks, I have military training and special training. Now there's another Master Wang. Sun Ming chuckled. I only heard about it. Maybe he just mentioned it casually. He wasn't deeply invested in calligraphy, and didn't he have a clear understanding of He Liang's earlier display of skill. There's something else, Sun Ming recalled. I'm the third in my family. My older brothers are Sun Shu and Sun Wuxian, who is also participating in this special training. He Liang frowned. What's wrong? Sun Ming spread his hands. He has a good relationship with Sun Shu. He Liang immediately understood. Sun Ming continued. Be careful during the special training. There might be quite a few rivals. He Liang was taken aback and retorted. What rivals? Ning Shui, Sun Ming replied casually. There's a formidable guy who likes Ning Shui. I heard he is going to participate in the special training too, so just be cautious. Having grown up in the Sun family, he was naturally more informed than He Liang. He Liang waved his hand dismissively. That's not a rival at all. The two continued their quiet conversation, while Su Jian and Wang Hua exchanged bewildered glances, feeling as though they were from different worlds. Why did Brother Liang and Sun Ming converse in a way they couldn't comprehend? Wow, I feel like Brother Liang is being a bit too impressive, Su Jian murmured. It's like he is shrouded in layers of mist, full of secrets. Wang Hua pondered for a moment and replied, perhaps that's why so many girls are fond of Brother Liang? Su Jian placed a hand on his chest that hits hard. At that very moment, a storm was brewing at the Central Conservatory of Music. What? The one who played four-hand piano with Master Su Minka Lai last time is He Liang. The one who scored full marks in the college entrance examination. Everyone was incredulous. Some students who attended the concert suddenly had an epiphany, realizing why that face seemed familiar. However, it was too surreal, and no one had considered that direction. Yet, with insider revelations, the information was confirmed and spread like wildfire. Some approached Master Lang Yin for confirmation, and it was true. It was indeed He Liang. He merely visited our academy to see Master Lang and inadvertently got involved. Discussions erupted across the campus. Luo Qiqing's delicate face was slightly dazed. He Liang? The only full-score student? She hadn't thought of it in that context, but now, upon learning, she was utterly shocked. Unbelievable. His academic prowess was extraordinary. His piano skills equally remarkable. What kind of genius is this? It was simply inconceivable. Lin Zizong, in the piano room, gazed out the window, equally astonished. Then he let out a bitter laugh. Is this the modern-day Da Vinci? Da Vinci, historically labeled as an all-round genius, made significant contributions across numerous fields. As discussions escalated, recordings of the piano performance were released. Someone had captured the moment of Master Su Minka and He Liang's forehand performance. Subsequently, friends of students from the Central Conservatory began chatting. A montage was created, as He Liang had also performed and sung at a karaoke venue. The transitions were expertly edited, creating a profound impact. Some media outlets, like Sharks Sensing Blood, immediately began reporting. Piano Prodigy makes an appearance at the Central Conservatory of Music, not from a specialized piano academy, yet able to perform a duet with the internationally renowned Master Su Minka. Moreover, this young man's identity was even more extraordinary. He was the full-score student He Liang. The full-score student He Liang, a piano genius, the international Master Su Minka. Each piece of information was a hot topic online. Coupled with the readily available edited video, this was a recipe for virality. Within mere hours, a certain trending topic skyrocketed. He Liang. Once again, this name reverberated. Chapter 215. A mere fleeting interest starting from the Central Conservatory of Music, the news rapidly spread to Su University. With the clever editing of those with ulterior motives, the trending topic surged, quickly reaching nationwide awareness. In the internet age, the speed of information transfer is astonishing. One only needs a mobile device to learn about events occurring thousands of miles away. The media adeptly seized the trend, combining stories and crafting exaggerated headlines. Shock. Full-score student He Liang is actually a piano genius, performing alongside an international master. Incredible. Full-score student He Liang can play the piano at a national level, performing at the Central Conservatory of Music. Various headlines emerged. In this era, traffic equates to money. To maximize profit, some new media personnel crafted increasingly outrageous and exaggerated titles, even claiming that He Liang's skill had surpassed that of Master Su Minka. While many dismissed such statements, the name He Liang became indelibly etched in their memories. Just a few months prior, there had been numerous trending topics about the full-score student, which had only recently quieted down, yet now he re-entered the public eye. At this moment, He Liang sensed something amiss. When he went out for dinner or a walk, he noticed that many more eyes were upon him than before. It felt as if his face were adorned with flowers. Eventually, Wang Yuning sent him a message. He Liang, look, below was a share. He Liang's eyes widened as he read the headline. Shock. The full-score student is actually a piano genius, performing with an international master, the modern-day Da Vinci. Wang Yuning followed up with another share. A double delight in the arts. Is the full-score student a piano prodigy, a moral decline, or a distortion of humanity? He Liang opened each link, quickly skimming through before letting out a resigned sigh. He wasn't naive and soon realized the reason behind it. The two headlines, shared by Wang Yuning, had garnered well over 900 comments and shares. Another high-profile moment, He Liang opened his phone and checked the trending topics. Unsurprisingly, he found that he occupied 2 of the top 50 spots. He could only express his exasperation and send a message to Wang Yuning. I merely visited the Central Conservatory of Music to see a well-connected elder and was inadvertently invited to perform. He shrugged in resignation. Wang Yuning responded, He Liang, you're amazing. He Liang replied, no, I just played casually. After exchanging a few more messages, He Liang tactfully steered the conversation away, citing the need for a shower. Just then, Sun Ming approached him with a piece of jade, eager to discuss his stone gambling technique. I believe this method can be further refined. He looked excited, muttering to himself. Please elaborate, He Liang said, not in a hurry, and engaged in conversation with him. Having a foundational knowledge of gem appraisal, he was naturally interested in the topic. This was not a competition, but rather a discussion, and with He Liang's intermediate appraisal skills, he could easily keep up. Especially since, through the principle of analogy, his appraisal abilities had also improved alongside his cultivation. As his strength reached the level of Aiki, his senses became remarkably acute. His observational skills regarding subtle details were astonishing, even causing Sun Ming to take notice. Combined with He Liang's intermediate appraising abilities, they achieved a synergy that exceeded the sum of its parts. The two engaged in a fervent discussion, while Su Jian and Wang Hua were left utterly perplexed. Gambling stones. Hetian jade? Color and luster? Shape? How to cut stones? The specialized terminology exchanged between Sun Ming and He Liang left them utterly dumbfounded. These topics lay beyond their realm of knowledge. Moreover, it appeared that both of them spoke with great conviction. Could it be that they truly possessed remarkable expertise in stone gambling? He Liang, I know there's an antique street not far from Su University. It's about a 20-minute drive, and there's a large gambling stone venue there. How about we pay a visit in a couple of days? Sun Ming proposed eagerly, excited to test his judgment skills. He Liang, somewhat surprised, responded, there's south an antique street nearby? Sun Ming nodded enthusiastically yes. I adore stone gambling, and have thoroughly researched this information. Su University is located in the southern part of Jiangsu province, in the bustling city of Jin. Furthermore, Nanjing is home to 3 prominent families, with the Su family being one of them. The gambling stone venue there is backed by the Su family, making it quite substantial. He Liang nodded thoughtfully, but then waved his hand dismissively. We have military training for the next 2 weeks, so don't even think about going. Military training. Sun Ming's face immediately fell, and he nodded listlessly. Tomorrow marked the beginning of military training, and Su Jian lacked the motivation to study. He approached Sun Ming and glanced between him and He Liang. Brother Liang, what exactly is this stone gambling you're talking about? Is it like in novels where they cut stones to reveal jade? He was naturally inquisitive and directly asked. Although Wang Hua remained at a distance, he clearly perked up his ears to listen. He Liang chuckled softly and replied, pretty much. Sun Jian swallowed nervously and half-jokingly remarked. Doesn't that require a lot of money to participate? He Liang smiled without confirming or denying. Sun Jian tentatively asked, Brother Liang, can you gamble on stones? He asked out of sheer curiosity. The top student, a piano prodigy, had seen Brother Liang effortlessly outperform special admissions students just the other day. Could it be that he truly possessed such skills in stone gambling? That would be extraordinary. Before He Liang could respond, Sun Ming shot a glance at Sun Jian and stated, Of course He Liang can gamble on stones. His skills surpass mine. He was a straightforward person and had indeed been bested by He Liang in the past, with no shame in admitting it. What? Sun Jian was taken aback, unsure of how to respond. What does it mean that his level is higher than yours? Could his roommate, Sun Ming, be exceptionally talented? Sun Ming waved his hand and continued. He Liang is far more formidable than you realize. He is also skilled in calligraphy. He Liang calmly remarked. I've only dabbled a bit. It's nothing significant. Yet, the expressions of Sun Jian and Wang Hua had already changed. As roommates, they were in close proximity to He Liang, and yet they sensed an aura of endless mystery surrounding him. Brother Liang, what else can you do? You're not some kind of polymath, are you? Sun Jian exclaimed, unable to contain his surprise. He Liang replied, Enough of that. Military training starts tomorrow. Let us all get our things in order. Chapter 216. Is He Liang present? As anticipation and apprehension filled the air, military training arrived as scheduled. Early the next morning, all students awoke before 6, shuffling out of bed in darkness. After brushing their teeth, the sky began to lighten. The assembly was scheduled for 6:20 on the field, and no student wished to be tardy. On the first day, the instructors were keen to assert their authority, eager to establish their dominance over a few students. University military training differed significantly from that in middle or high school. While the latter focused on basic drills such as standing at attention, marching, and running, university training included more dynamic activities such as shooting, orienteering, and martial arts demonstrations, making it considerably more engaging. Even Su Jian was up early, refusing to sleep in. At 5:55 a.m., the 4 from dorm 103 made their way to the field. Upon arrival, they found a multitude of students already assembled, all clad in military camouflage uniforms and caps. What is your plan? Sun Ming inquired of He Liang, stifling a yawn. He Liang understood he was referring to the specialized training scheduled for 3 days later. The information has been submitted. I will head directly to another gym for special military training at that time. The logistics are being handled by the group, He Liang explained, saving him considerable effort. Sun Ming nodded in understanding. As for the other participants, they each had their own processes to follow. The 4 found their class and casually blended into the crowd. Many eyes turned towards He Liang, but the imminent military training diverted much of the attention. Students whispered among themselves, discussing the upcoming training. As time passed, the crowd grew denser, resembling a sea of black, with thousands of students present. The instructors are here, someone shouted, causing everyone to tense up and stand straighter. A group of dark-skinned, resolute instructors approached, their strides steady and imposing. The military instructors vary by school. Prestigious institutions like Su University invite more specialized and demanding instructors. After a brief exchange, the instructors began organizing the students into ranks. He Liang was assigned to a robust instructor, resembling a bear, who stood over 6 feet tall. Along with his class, he was also assigned another, the first biotechnology class, which happened to include Chen Mingtong. The 2 classes totaled 108 students, 4 battalion. For company, hello everyone, I'm Instructor Ping Xiong, but you can call me Instructor Peng. His voice boomed like thunder, powerful and commanding. His piercing gaze scanned the crowd. I have high expectations for you. Prepare yourselves mentally. Many students groaned inwardly at his fierce demeanor and words, sensing their misfortune. Noticing their expressions, Instructor Peng scoffed. A student should not be merely a bookworm, that is, a dead scholar. A well-rounded student should excel in moral, intellectual, physical, and aesthetic pursuits. His voice was somewhat hoarse, perhaps from shouting too much. Last year, I led military training at Tsinghua University, and their students had far more spirit than you. His words instantly captured the attention of many students, who stood up straighter. Students from Tsinghua University had their own pride. In recent years, the university had seen remarkable growth, competing closely with Tsinghua and Beida. They took pride in being Tsinghua University students, even when facing students from other prestigious schools. Su Jian muttered under his breath. I've seen through it. These military instructors love to use such provocative language. Yet he quickly fell silent, for Instructor Peng's gaze subtly shifted toward him. He Liang remained silent, realizing that Su Jian's words had likely reached Instructor Peng's ears. It seemed that Instructor Peng possessed an extraordinary vigor, indicating he was a practitioner, likely at the level of refined essence. After distributing the instructors, the opening ceremony commenced. Following a half-hour speech from the leaders, military training officially began. Follow me. Instructor Peng commanded with a sweeping gesture. With thousands of students crowded on the field, they needed to organize themselves into manageable groups for training. Approximately a 5-minute walk led to the tennis court, where 3 companies gathered. From now on, this is our meeting point. Do you understand? Peng Xiong shouted at the students below. Heard you. They responded. What? Over 100 people, and I can't hear a single one of you louder than me? Have you not had enough to eat? Peng Xiong bellowed. Let me ask you again. Do you understand? Heard you. The students below responded, their voices growing louder with each repetition. It seemed the instructors had ignited their spirit. Only then did Peng Xiong reluctantly nod and begin to outline the important points regarding military training. The training lasts for 14 days. If anyone feels unwell or has any ailments, please inform me, Peng Xiong stated calmly. Though He Liang did not turn around, he sensed that Su Jian behind him seemed to shift slightly. Additionally, apart from the basic training, I will designate a portion of you to practice military body techniques, shooting, and other activities. By the end of the training camp, you will perform alongside members from other companies. The crowd tensed. Peng Xiong took a few steps forward and surveyed the group of students. Is there anyone willing to volunteer? After a dozen seconds of silence, no one stepped forward. Peng Xiong narrowed his eyes. It appears your enthusiasm is lacking. Suddenly, he uttered words that took everyone by surprise. Is He Liang present? The crowd paused in astonishment. Even He Liang himself was taken aback. Why was the instructor calling him out on the very first morning? All eyes turned towards him. He Liang quickly regained his composure and raised his hand, exclaiming, here. Peng Xiong immediately replied, step forward. He Liang complied without hesitation. Peng Xiong nodded at him, his gaze seemingly kind. Then, abruptly, he turned to the other students. Since there are no volunteers, I will have to choose from among you. The crowd erupted in murmurs. Wait, what does bringing He Liang out mean? Is this favoritism? Even if He Liang is an exceptional student, this blatant act is too much. The students stirred restlessly. Yet, Peng Xiong coldly commanded, silence. His fierce gaze swept across the crowd, instilling a sense of fear that rendered them mute. He Liang stood beside him, acutely aware of a faint scent of blood emanating from Peng Xiong. This led him to speculate that Peng Xiong might have more than one life on his conscience, exuding a menacing aura. Nevertheless, he was curious about the reason for Peng Xiong's summons. He couldn't recall having any prior acquaintance with him. However, given the kindness in Peng Xiong's eyes, he assumed there was no malicious intent. Peng Xiong spoke in a measured tone. He Liang, you may return to the dormitory to rest. He Liang was momentarily stunned. The crowd erupted in astonishment once more. Just when the noise had subsided, it began to rise again. He Liang was quite renowned, an academic prodigy and a piano virtuoso. If he were to receive special treatment privately, it would be one thing, but to openly call him out and allow him to rest? Such blatant favoritism was unmistakable. Yet Peng Xiong maintained a stern demeanor. In 3 days, he will participate in a special military training that is 100 times more arduous than this. The statement left the entire assembly in disbelief. Peng Xiong turned to He Liang, nodding and speaking in a voice only the two could hear. This is not favoritism. It is simply following protocol. In the special training camp 3 days from now, one captain will be appointed for every 10 students, serving as your supervisor. Did your captain not inform you that you need not attend? He Liang, just regaining his composure, immediately reacted, my captain? Peng Xiong confirmed, Ning Yizhan is your captain. He Liang suddenly understood. Ning Yizhan had likely not forgotten to inform him, but had deliberately chosen not to. Perhaps he held a grudge for He Liang's flirtation with Ning Shui. He Liang felt somewhat speechless. Ning Yizhan was excessively protective of his sister. Peng Xiong gently nodded at him. Although this ordinary military training may not pose a challenge for you, it is advisable to conserve your energy for the special training camp in 3 days. The intensity will far exceed what you are experiencing here. Moreover, everyone will compete for a chance to join the Shouying. You must maintain your best condition. Thank you. He Liang finally comprehended, nodding repeatedly. Peng Xiong was looking out for him, providing this crucial reminder. However, it was rather overt. Over 100 pairs of eyes were fixed on He Liang. 100-fold harsher military training? What could that possibly entail? They had no knowledge of it. Nonetheless, seeing the earnestness in Peng Xiong's demeanor, none dared to question him directly. Return and adjust your state adequately. Peng Xiong waved his hand. He Liang stole a glance at his 3 roommates, who looked at him with expressions of envy. Sun Ming, perceptive as ever, had already begun to piece together the situation. He sighed softly. In 3 days, he is indeed facing a terrifying special training. There's nothing to envy. Surrounding gazes turned toward him, but he chose to remain silent. Thus, He Liang departed from the military training assembly. Clad in camouflage, he made his way through the crowd, drawing the attention of other teams. The sensation was rather awkward. Upon returning to the dormitory, He Liang changed out of his camouflage attire. It seemed he might not need that uniform again. He shook his head. The dormitory felt empty. He climbed onto his bed to meditate and consolidate his mastery of the He realm. He Liang's innate talent for cultivation was of an exceptional caliber. And in a short time, he discerned certain unique aspects of the He realm, gaining profound insights. He was also contemplating how to apply these characteristics in combat. Time swiftly passed, and night soon fell. Su Jian, Sun Ming, and Wang Hua returned, utterly exhausted, their bodies reeking of sweat and their skins slightly reddened. The sun is absolutely relentless, Su Jian complained, feeling as if his skin was about to peel off, due to the first day's training. No one from their group had yet entered the Feihu camp. Su Jian was unwilling to be the first, as that would be too embarrassing. After all, even the girls had claimed they couldn't endure it. Wang Hua wore a weary expression. Although Sun Ming was the heir of the Sun family, he had little interest in cultivation, focusing instead on studying gambling stones, making military training equally torturous for him. I boiled some hot water for you. Go take a shower. He Liang casually remarked. Su Jian curiously asked, Brother Liang, is it true you have special training in 3 days? He Liang glanced at him and calmly nodded. Yes. Su Jian pouted. Today, I heard a lot of complaints. Everyone says you received special treatment. He Liang remained silent. Explaining the situation regarding the shuiying to ordinary people was complicated. While cultivation was not a secret for some prominent families, it was still akin to ancient martial arts from a certain perspective. However, ordinary individuals remained blissfully unaware. After a few exchanges, the 3 of them gradually went off to shower. Meanwhile, He Liang received a notification on WeChat. A friend request? He Liang opened it to find it was from Ning Yizhan. He raised an eyebrow and quickly accepted the request. Soon, a message from Ning Yizhan arrived. Ning Yizhan, expressionless. JPG Ning Yizhan. There are 50 participants in the special training camp, and we need to establish a WeChat group. I'm adding you now. Ning Yizhan. Also, every 10 students will form a small team, and I'll be your captain. I'll create a small group as well. Just wait for me to add you. Before He Liang could respond, Ning Yizhan sent another message. Ning Yizhan, file. Zip Ning Yizhan. It contains important information you need to be aware of. Take a look. Ning Yizhan. Oh, and I forgot to mention, you can skip military training for the next 2 days. Did he genuinely forget? He Liang was skeptical. However, Ning Yizhan was not so cruel as to wait until the 3rd day to inform him. He Liang replied with a simple okay. Subsequently, there was no further communication from Ning Yizhan. He Liang opened the compressed file and indeed found a document within. Upon opening it, he meticulously read through the contents. Most of it consisted of official jargon. However, some details were of significant importance. The training duration was a total of 7 days. He Liang narrowed his eyes. Each participant would be evaluated on a scale of 100, with the top 4 individuals based on their overall scores after the week being selected for the shuiying, along with certain benefits. This was the crucial information. He Liang took a deep breath. This opportunity was intricately linked to Suda. Could it possibly relate to his missing biological father? After spending 10 minutes, He Liang thoroughly examined the document. Soon after, a notification arrived on WeChat. Ning Yizhan had created a group. The group comprised 11 individuals, 10 participants, and 1 Ning Yizhan. Ning Yizhan, everyone, I have an announcement. Chapter 218, The 2 Prodigies of the He family. In the group, only Ning Yizhan was sending messages. He Liang raised an eyebrow as he gazed at the screen. Ning Yizhan, for this week of specialized training, individual scores account for 75, team scores for 15, and my fellow instructors and I will provide an additional 10 points, totaling 100. Please take note. 100 points. He Liang muttered to himself. So that is how it works. No wonder there are 5 teams. There is even a team score. Nevertheless, this is quite reasonable. He Liang nodded slightly. Otherwise, dividing into 5 teams would serve no purpose. Furthermore, It is a relatively fair system. This specialized training must not solely be a selection of cultivation levels. It likely encompasses various aspects. Otherwise, there would be no need for an entire week of training. If team scores are involved, those with weaker individual abilities can still elevate their overall scores by excelling in areas of their strength. This is both competition and collaboration. The WeChat screen lit up again as Ning Yijan sent another message. Ning Yijan, before the first day of training, each team must select a vice captain. Ning Yijan, although I am the nominal captain, my role will primarily be that of a supervisor and information relay. The vice captain will theoretically be your leader. Ning Yijan, the vice captain will receive an additional 3 points in the individual scoring. 3 points might not seem substantial, yet no one would miss such an opportunity. He Liang nodded to himself. He was determined to secure a top 3 position in this training, primarily to uncover whether the opportunity at Suda was connected to his missing father. Ning Yijan, now, please update your nicknames. Ning Yijan, format, age name, cultivation level. Immediately, the participants in the group began to modify their information one by one. He Liang opened the list to see 22 Lei Lei, mid-level refinement, 21 Hong Jiaozhuan, mid-level refinement, 21 Wan Qi, mid-level refinement, 20 Su Chun, high-level refinement. Impressive. He Liang was somewhat astonished. The minimum registration requirement was mid-level refinement, yet there wasn't a single participant at the initial level. 6 were at mid-level refinement, and 3 at high-level refinement. As for the pinnacle of refinement, it is considered high-level refinement, merely having achieved perfection. It remains uncertain if any of the 3 high-level refinement participants have reached perfection. Generally speaking, participants in specialized training are predominantly under the age of 23. Those who achieve high-level refinement at such a young age have a high probability of entering the harmonization realm. Currently, Ning Yijan, at 25, is recognized as a genius, yet he has only attained the pinnacle of refinement. It is evident that the individuals participating in this training are remarkable talents. These 50 individuals represent the top echelon of talent in Guangdong province over the years. The Shuiying is an official organization, rich in resources and cutting-edge information. Every prominent family is eager to send their prodigies into this program, making these 50 individuals the cream of the crop. Others in the group were also secretly observing the WeChat updates. The participants in the group are both competitors and team members, naturally drawing their attention. After a moment of hesitation, He Liang entered his information. 19 He Liang initial harmonization. He had no intention of concealing his cultivation level, for he aimed to secure a top 3 finish. There was no need to hide anything. On a deity ride to Suda, a young man with a complex expression remarked, initial harmonization? 19 years old. He was Lei Lei, the prodigy of the Lei family. Surrounded by praise throughout his life, he was just one step away from breaking into high-level refinement. He entered this specialized training with confidence, only to feel disheartened before it even began. He believed he could break through to high-level refinement in less than half a month, convinced he was not inferior to others. Yet harmonization, that seemed quite distant. Despite being mentally prepared, he felt a twinge of disappointment. 19 years old and at initial harmonization. Meanwhile, in a dormitory at Suda, a strikingly attractive girl with an angelic face and a devilish figure smiled slyly. A harmonization candidate would be ideal. Su Chun was the jewel of the Su family, privy to more information about this specialized training. She knew that each team had a candidate at initial harmonization. The competition was terrifyingly fierce, with 5 candidates at initial harmonization. At least against other teams, they wouldn't feel intimidated. Su Chun flashed a charming smile. The top 3 in training would receive opportunities, and the top 10 would also earn rewards. But then, she recalled something. He Liang? Is he that He Liang from our school? She remembered that a perfect scorer had joined her team. The Su family had connections with Suda, facilitating conditions for this specialized training, and one of the team leaders was even her elder brother. Thus, Su Chun gradually gathered information about the other 49 participants, including their ages and cultivation levels. Only a few remained unclear, such as He Liang from the He family in Shenzhen. There was nearly no information regarding He Liang's cultivation level, nor had she noted him in action. However, upon learning about He Liang earlier, Su Chun developed a keen interest in him, a perfect scorer. Furthermore, he had recently been dubbed a piano genius. Now, to think he was already at initial harmonization at 19? Su Chun was somewhat astonished. Yet soon, she scoffed. 19 years old, still just a kid? Although she had just celebrated her 20th birthday 2 days prior. At that moment, Ning Yijan's expression also turned serious. 19 years old and at initial harmonization. Higher than him. Could this be a fabrication? Ning Yijan was aware that other teams had prodigies at initial harmonization. but those were the strongest talents from the last few years among the 44 provinces of Guangdong. Nevertheless, having seen He Liang, he knew he wouldn't joke or misrepresent his cultivation level. This was indeed the truth. This guy, Ning Yizhan, felt a mix of shock and complexity. Reflecting on his previous attempts to gauge He Liang, he felt uneasy and somewhat awkward. However, he soon scoffed. To dare pursue his sister, he must possess some confidence. His gaze sharpened. The He family. It seems they are no ordinary clan. They have produced a master and now 2 prodigious talents. Ning Yizhan took a deep breath, fully aware that the He family was undoubtedly the foremost family in Shenzhen City today. In another group, there was also a prodigy from the He family, with a cultivation level. Also initial harmonization. If he remembered correctly, the name was Lin Wudi. Chapter 219, Su Chun. After He Liang finished updating his name, he noticed that Ning Yizhan and the other team members had remained silent in the group. So he put down his phone. For some inexplicable reason, he felt an overwhelming sense of drowsiness. This sudden wave of fatigue felt natural, and He Liang simply drifted off to sleep. The next day, He Liang awoke to find that he had slept until noon. Rubbing his head, which throbbed slightly, he felt as if he had experienced a dream, perhaps a nightmare, albeit with a distinct difference. However, upon trying to recall the details, he realized his mind was a blank canvas. Yet, a nagging sensation lingered, as if he had forgotten something of great significance. The word Su echoed in his thoughts, the only remnant of his memory. Sitting on the edge of his bed, he pondered but could not conjure any further recollections. Never mind, he decided, shaking his head as he got up to wash up. His 3 roommates had already left for military training and would likely return shortly. With a sudden thought, He Liang opened WeChat and noticed that the small group established by Ning Yizhan had yet to receive any messages. However, there were 9 new friend requests. He accepted each one, discovering they were all members of his team. It seemed his 9 teammates were not particularly reclusive. He nodded approvingly. As soon as he accepted their requests, a message promptly arrived from one of them. The sender was Su Chun. He Liang had a sharp memory and immediately recalled her details. 20 years old, a proficient practitioner in the advanced stage of refining essence. Su Chun, Captain. Shall we meet up? I'm also a student at Su University. Surprised, He Liang's fingers danced across the screen as he replied, I'm not the captain. Su Chun, you're the only one in our team at the Harmony Realm, so who else could it be? I'm definitely supporting you as our captain. Her words were an overt declaration of support, delivered with an inviting warmth. Su Chun, besides, your reputation far surpasses the others. Full marks. A piano prodigy, I'm becoming your little fan. He Liang chuckled wryly, it's not that impressive. Su Chun, have you eaten yet? If not, how about we grab a meal together? He Liang contemplated for a moment. In a certain light, Su Chun was indeed a teammate who actively expressed a friendly demeanor, and meeting her seemed agreeable. While he was lost in thought, Su Chun sent another message. Su Chun, I also have some information about other teams that I can share with you. Su Chun, it's not convenient to discuss online. Resolute, He Liang responded, all right. They agreed to meet at the cafeteria at 12 o'clock p.m. Standing at the entrance of the cafeteria, He Liang awaited her arrival. He had no idea what Su Chun looked like, as her social media had a 3-day visibility limit and contained no photos. Shortly, a graceful figure approached, waving at him. Turning at the sound, he was momentarily taken aback. Before him stood an exquisite young woman clad in purple attire and shorts, her height approximately 1.67 meters, with long, slender legs that were nothing short of perfection. The surrounding male students found it difficult to avert their gazes. Her voluptuous figure paired with a pure, charming face created a striking contrast that enhanced her allure. She was a beauty rivaling Ning Shui and Kuei Er. As she neared, she called out, Captain, once close enough. He Liang regained his composure. Su Chun? With a bright smile, she nodded. Yes, it's me. Surprised? He Liang grinned, a bit. I didn't expect such a beautiful girl. Having encountered many stunning girls before, he had developed some resistance, but he was momentarily stunned by her beauty before quickly recovering. Su Chun's eyes sparkled, and she covered her mouth as she chuckled. Captain, you're quite humorous. He Liang shook his head. Please don't call me Captain. It wouldn't be good if the other team members heard. Su Chun giggled. It's only a matter of time. Nevertheless, she corrected her form of address, and together they ascended to the second floor to dine. He Liang ordered a bowl of sour and spicy noodles, while Su Chun opted for a bowl of soup noodles. As they sat across from one another, many eyes turned toward them, predominantly male, all fixated on Su Chun. Envy coursed through the onlookers as they wondered how He Liang had managed to dine alone with such a stunning girl. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, realizing this was the He Liang who had recently gained fame online. With a gentle motion, Su Chun tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, radiating an alluring charm. He Liang, I happen to know the details about the other participants in this training session, she said, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. He Liang raised an eyebrow. Even the He family had not been able to uncover much information. It appeared Su Chun had a formidable network of information at her disposal. She proceeded to introduce the participants of this special training, her approach straightforward and efficient, making He Liang appreciate her demeanor. In total, including you as captain, there are 5 in the Harmony realm in our team. Of course, this is just the information I currently possess. It's possible some may be concealing their true capabilities or experienced sudden breakthroughs. Su Chun's playful smile caused the hearts of the nearby male onlookers to race. The first is Lin Xin, 22 years old, a beginner in the Harmony realm, the direct heir of the D family in Guangzhou City. It said he is quite formidable, having once fought 2 beginners in the Harmony realm and come out on top. The second is Gu Mingxi, 21. With unclear details, but also a beginner in the Harmony realm. The third is He Jianwuya. Su Chun paused, as if this name held some significance. He Liang, intrigued, inquired, He Jianwuya? Such an unusual name. Su Chun carefully chose her words before explaining, his origins are unknown. He goes by the name Jianwuya. It's rumored he used to execute missions in other official special departments. Due to his terrifyingly powerful black swordsmanship, he is referred to as He Jianwuya. As far as I know, he is at the peak of the beginner stage in the Harmony realm and has defeated 3 intermediate practitioners. He Liang's expression grew serious. Su Chun added, of course, he defeated them separately. He Liang nodded solemnly, even so, that's an impressive record. Taking down 1 intermediate practitioner might be a stroke of luck, but 3 indicates considerable strength. And what about the other 2? He Liang asked. Su Chun looked at him with surprise. You don't know? Well, one is you, of course. Her eyes twinkled playfully. The other is also from the He family. A sudden thrill coursed through He Liang as a prediction formed in his mind. Su Chun continued, her laughter ringing like chimes. His name is Lin Wudi. Chapter 220, the special training begins. Wudi. He Liang felt momentarily dazed. Lin Wudi had left a letter and disappeared with Kuang Yi, leaving no trace. For months, He Liang had been unable to reach him. Even when he inquired with his uncle He Qian and grandfather He Hua, he had received no information. He Hua had told He Liang that even he was unaware of Kuang Yi's whereabouts with Lin Wudi. However, 2 months later, news finally reached him. A smile crept onto He Liang's face, filled with genuine joy. This kid has also broken through to the Harmony realm. When they parted, Wudi had only been at the peak of essence refining, so it was evident he had made significant progress in these past couple of months. Crossing the threshold to the Harmony realm is no small feat. Su Chun's beautiful eyes sparkled as she asked, as for Lin Wudi. The information we have is that he is at the beginner stage of the Harmony realm. Other details, such as age and achievements, remain unclear. He Liang nodded. That was to be expected. Lin Wudi was a member of the He family's secret division, so naturally, his personal information would be closely guarded. Su Chun inquired, He Liang, since you're also from the He family, what is your relationship with Lin Wudi? He Liang smiled, we're quite close. Su Chun raised an eyebrow, then revealed a pure smile. In that case, it seems I'll need to cling to your coattails during this special training. With 2 beginners in the Harmony realm, if they had the opportunity to collaborate on certain tasks, they would undoubtedly hold an advantage over other teams. Su Chun's smile brightened, as she felt she had found the right person. Subsequently, Su Chun shared some points of caution with He Liang, who nodded gently in acknowledgement. Outside, a throng of young recruits clad in camouflage uniforms surged in, released by the military training instructors. Their sun-kissed skin bore a reddish hue, and they murmured indistinctly. Their faces etched with fatigue, instantly enlivening the atmosphere of the cafeteria, though it also brought a hint of sweat. Nevertheless, He Liang and Su Chun were nearing the end of their meal, and after tidying up, they prepared to leave. Suddenly, a familiar voice resonated in He Liang's ear. Turning, he was taken aback to see the lively Su Jian, accompanied by Wang Hua and Sun Ming. Su Jian gazed at He Liang, clutching his chest in mock agony. Brother Liang, how could you not partake in military training and instead dine alone with such a beautiful girl? My heart aches. His performance was dramatically exaggerated, a spectacle of feigned distress. Then, turning to Su Chun, he switched to a courteous demeanor. Greetings, senior sister. At that moment, the students not participating in training were automatically deemed seniors in his eyes. Su Chun was amused by Su Jian's antics, covering her mouth with a giggle. He Liang and I are in the same year. We're both freshmen. He Liang shot a sideways glance at Su Jian. I'm discussing serious matters here. Su Jian immediately feigned comprehension. Understood. We comprehend. Then he ushered Wang Hua and Sun Ming away. Let us hurry. Don't disturb Brother Liang on his date. He Liang turned to Su Chun, feeling somewhat embarrassed. My roommate enjoys joking around. Please don't take it to heart. Su Chun chuckled, unperturbed. and mischievously remarked, "A date, you say? That sounds intriguing. You must be single, right?" He Liang sighed. "Indeed, I am single, but please refrain from teasing me." Su Chun shook her head, beaming. "I'm single too. Perhaps we could make a pair. Pursuing you doesn't seem like a bad idea." He Liang chose not to engage with her boldness. Sensing a hint of seduction that starkly contradicted her name, Chun, pure. As they gathered their utensils, preparing to depart, He Liang's gaze fell upon Chun Mingtong, not far away. The tennis training area, in proximity to the cafeteria, attracted most students seeking to save time. Clad in camouflage, Chun Mingtong's fair skin contrasted vividly with her attire, her stunning visage capturing many glances. At that moment, she was quietly observing He Liang. He Liang, catching her eye, hesitated but ultimately nodded in her direction before leaving with Su Chun. Chun Mingtong stood there, lost in a whirlpool of complex emotions and disappointment. Who was that girl? A senior? What did it signify that He Liang was dining alone with a girl? Watching them converse and depart, her mind raced with thoughts, a tumult of feelings overwhelming her. Yet, a bittersweet taste lingered in her mouth. Currently, she could hardly muster the courage to face He Liang. Memories of how she had misunderstood him before the college entrance examination, mistaking his kindness for ulterior motives, and having hurt him multiple times, pierced her heart with pain. Now, He Liang radiated brilliance once more, even more so than before. In this place, Su University, he remained exceptionally luminous, a full-score scholar, a piano prodigy. The truth that gold always shines was vividly exemplified in He Liang. Dream Tong, Dream Tong. Her roommate's voice jolted her back to reality. "Let us go eat. You've been standing here like a statue for quite a while. I called you earlier." Her roommate's tone was tinged with exasperation. Chen Mingtong snapped back to her senses, apologizing slightly as she followed her roommate to the dining hall, still somewhat distracted. Meanwhile, He Liang and Su Chun had just exited the cafeteria, managing to evade the peak rush hour. Su Chun smiled at He Liang, her sparkling eyes glinting with playful mischief. "That girl just now was quite lovely. Is she someone you fancy?" He Liang shot her a glance, then replied, "Just an ordinary classmate. I have no one I particularly like." Su Chun's grin widened. "Then I can boldly pursue you, Captain." He Liang fell silent. Su Chun's dormitory lay along the path to his own, and after escorting her to her residence, he returned home. Sitting in his chair, He Liang contemplated thoughtfully. Those who had reached the harmonious spirit realm sounded formidable, especially the one Su Chun mentioned, Jian Wui, whose achievements were notably fierce, piquing He Liang's interest. Moreover, it was essential not to merely observe the harmonious spirit realm. He Liang mused aloud. This assessment is not solely a test of cultivation, otherwise, there would be no need for a span of 7 days. Theoretically, the refining essence realm could also yield high scores. After calculating in his mind, he began to feel more assured. He was not arrogant, aware that there were always individuals beyond his capabilities. He approached every opponent with diligence and caution. Then there was that fellow, Wu Dai. He knew my number yet chose not to inform me in advance. Did my grandfather and the others remain silent to surprise me? He Liang chuckled softly, as it indeed aligned with Wu Dai's character. He wondered how much his friend had changed over the past 2 or 3 months. Wu Dai's combat prowess could be exceedingly formidable at times. With the headband removed, he could contend against those in the harmonious spirit realm. However, He Liang would not allow Lin Woody to unveil his headband again. Thus, 3 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. And the days of intensive training at the Shu Wu camp had arrived.